The first thing I did after awakening my talent was to crazily take out online loans to buy trash equipment. Everyone laughed at me, saying I was out of my mind. Even Lu Ruyan broke up with me directly. What they didn't know was that I awakened the talent to devour everything. As long as I devour equipment, I can permanently strengthen myself. And I can also devour any skill, including nuclear explosions. Then, filled with excitement, I entered the job space and chose the swordsman class, which can both tank and deal damage. Successfully named and transferred, I gained +3 agility and +1 strength, received the skill book for basic swordsmanship, double slash, and obtained the blood evaluation, blue screen dance. Received a ticket for the newcomer king competition. Gained the buff newbie blessing, then Lin Feng used his devouring talent on the buff, successfully devouring it and gaining +100% experience. Seeing the prompt made Lin Feng even more excited. He then drank the red and blue potions to activate buffs and devoured them again, regaining +20 health and mana per second, but unfortunately, the same buff can't be devoured twice. After thinking for a moment, he excitedly arrived at the trading hall in the newbie village. He looked at the items for sale and found many good things, but the prices were outrageously high. His 30,000 credit points weren't even enough for the smallest purchases. But then he laughed, realizing he could devour everything, even the most useless items, as long as he accumulated enough, could become terrifying. He then crazily purchased trash equipment, and after a moment of skill devouring, he spent all his credit points. He then opened his attribute panel, ID, sealed, level 1, class, swordsman, attack, 1013, armor, 605, strength, 13, agility, 13, intelligence, 11, talent, devour everything. Additional attributes, weapon damage +1005%, experience gain +100%. After doing all this, he prepared to participate in the newcomer king competition dungeon. Meanwhile, in the backyard of a high-end villa in Jianghai City, 8 high-level professionals formed a magic circle. Lu Ruyan stood in the center of the magic circle, and with the low roars of the 8 high-level professionals, countless buff enhancements continuously surrounded her, creating a swirling aura of colors around her. Beside the magic circle, a handsome young man couldn't help but say, "These are the top 8 supports of the Tianao Alliance, all level 180 professionals. Plus, my dad carefully prepared a legendary set for you with no level restrictions. Combined with your SSR talent, your attributes are now at least 20 times that of an ordinary newbie. I believe you will definitely take first place in this newcomer king competition. Even if you don't, as long as your score reaches SS level, we will get engaged." Looking at Lu Ruyan in the magic circle, with an ethereal presence, like a fairy, in Xiao Chen's eyes, there was an unmistakable fervor and admiration. Lu Ruyan smiled gratefully. Is this the resource of a major force? Looking at her already powerful attributes, with an almost monstrous attribute panel, Lu Ruyan felt as if she were dreaming. Indeed, leaving Lin Feng was the best choice she ever made. If anything, blame the unfairness of this world. You are destined for an ordinary life, while I am destined to be the protagonist of the world. At the entrance of the dungeon, many high-level professionals were present, and as soon as Lin Feng entered, someone called out to him, "Hey, handsome, want a buff? I'm one of the top supports of the Dark Empire Guild, a level 120 prayer master. With my buff, you can at least raise your score by 1 level." The speaker was a horse-faced male professional, only 3,000 credit points. At that moment, another female professional with phoenix eyes approached. "Hey, handsome, come to me for a buff. I'm a level 120 bard, and a buff only costs 2,500 credit points." Before Lin Feng could say anything, the male and female advanced players started arguing. Lin Feng then said, "But I want to pay upon delivery. After all, I'm just a newbie. How do I know you big shots won't scam me?" The male prayer master excitedly picked up his staff and eagerly cast, Blessing of Holy Light, Quick Enchantment, Defense Barrier, Enlightenment Light, completing 4 buffs in succession. The male player seemed to have exhausted a lot, and then Lin Feng devoured it, turning it all into permanent attributes for himself. The horse-faced man wiped the sweat from his brow. He was full of excitement, but the next moment, the aura of buffs around Lin Feng vanished without a trace. What just happened? The horse-faced man was confused. Why can't it be applied? Then he thought of something and glared fiercely at the female player. "Did you secretly dispel it?" The two started arguing again. Lin Feng initially wanted to trick the female player, but then someone shouted that the dungeon had begun. He immediately took out his entry ticket and crushed it. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed the surrounding light was dim. This was a tomb. The professionals appeared at the outermost layer and needed to break through 3 layers of monster zones to reach the core main chamber and defeat the final boss. However, throughout history, very few newbies could break through the 3 outer layers and see the boss, and no one had ever perfectly cleared it by defeating the boss. Thus, more ordinary players set their sights on farming small monsters. While Lin Feng was still pondering the information about the newcomer King Dungeon, his phone suddenly rang. Crazy, you entered the tomb, didn't you? Wang Yun's voice came through. Be careful, it's dangerous. Wait until I level up and come to get you. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle and scold. Well then, hurry up and level up. Then Lin Feng also stepped forward. Skeleton Warrior, level 3, attack, 20, health, 500. Further inside, there were skeleton archers with decent attributes. An ordinary level 1 newbie can handle 1 or 2 at a time, but farming quickly isn't that easy if you accidentally aggro too many. A few archers attacking at once would likely lead to a quick defeat. Facing demonic monsters for the first time, Lin Feng felt it was best to be cautious. He stood at the farthest distance, wielding his newbie sword, and activated his skill. The next moment, the newbie sword in Lin Feng's hand transformed into 10 flying swords, all rushing towards the skeleton warrior. In an instant, the skeleton warrior with only 500 health was reduced to dust. The flying swords reappeared in his hand, leaving Lin Feng astonished. Why did it fly out? He quickly checked his attribute panel and found that his mana bar had also been drained, but after a few seconds, it was full again. Lin Feng had a terrifying thought. Could it be that he had devoured too much from the flying sword technique? If so, wouldn't he be invincible? He hadn't purchased the flying sword technique from the trading hall, but there must have been hundreds of copies available. He bought them all. He couldn't help but burst into laughter and immediately went to the next monster. Raising his hand, he activated the flying sword technique again, and the skeleton warrior was instantly reduced to dust. A wicked smile crept across Lin Feng's lips, and soon he attracted the hatred of a large group of monsters. Over 20 skeleton warriors and a dozen skeleton archers quickly approached. Lin Feng raised his hand again, and 10 long swords flew out, easily dispatching all the skeleton warriors within seconds. The skeleton archers in the back row also took their positions, drawing their bows and shooting arrows, with ancient swords flying towards him one by one. Lin Feng moved with terrifying speed, easily dodging the attacks. However, Lin Feng suddenly stood still, letting the ancient swords fly towards him, while his health bar remained completely unchanged. Now, with a base armor of 605, plus a 20% armor boost and a 10% damage reduction, he would not be penetrated by attacks below 800. His current health regenerates 170 per second, and he recovers 5% every 10 seconds. Unless thousands of monsters attacked him at once, he wouldn't die at all. Lin Feng had no more worries and began to stealthily eliminate monsters in a wide area. At his speed, these minor monsters couldn't even touch him. As soon as his cooldown was over, he used non-sword techniques. Each time, 7 or 8 monsters fell. If only he had a piercing attribute. He suddenly remembered that archers have a skill that allows arrows to have a chance to penetrate targets, and that magic classes have an elemental explosion, all of which belong to basic attack effects. If non-arrow techniques could trigger magic, thinking about this made Lin Feng excited. A few minutes later, he cleared the entire area of minor monsters. Since the monsters here only give experience and drop no items, Lin Feng still had not obtained any loot. However, his level had risen to 3 from crushing everything, and Lin Feng cleared all the minor monsters in the outermost area. He then arrived at the second zone. Skeleton Cavalry at level 5, attack 50, health 2000. Skeleton Mages, with attacks below 100 health, could still be killed in one hit. For Lin Feng, this second zone was no different from the outer area. He cleared everything in 15 minutes and continued onward. Upon reaching the third zone, the situation changed. There were no minor monsters in sight, only elite monsters. The elite skeleton centurion was level 8, with an attack of 400 and health of 8000. For ordinary players with only a few hundred attack points, it was simply a nightmare. While the defense was not visible, it could not be over 2000. For Lin Feng, it could still be killed in one hit. Minutes later, all the elite monsters fell. He pushed open the last door, and suddenly the entire tomb's ground began to tremble. In the center was the main coffin, a massive sarcophagus, and at this moment, the lid was shaking uncontrollably. In the next moment, the coffin exploded, and a massive figure leaped out and crashed to the ground. The skeleton general leader dealt 1200 damage. Wow, that's a lot of zeros. This is something even a level 1 newbie would struggle to conquer. Even with high-level buffs for all classes, max health would only be a few thousand, and taking a few hits would lead to death. No wonder no one has ever succeeded in this challenge. Additionally, all the monsters have skills, but previously, Lin Feng had dispatched them in one hit and never had the chance to see the monsters' skills, especially the boss monsters. Typically, they have several powerful skills. The skeleton general stood 2 meters tall, and his spear was incredibly exaggerated, measuring at least 3 meters long. A weak human dares to disturb this general's peaceful dreams, and then he swung his spear down towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not dare to take the hit and immediately dodged. Historically, only a few dozen people had reached this point, and only 2 skills of the skeleton general had been tested. One skill is that if he fails to hit a target for a long time, he will throw his weapon for a ranged attack. The other skill has him jump and slam the ground, creating a large area of temporary control effects. Who knows what other tricks the skeleton general has up his sleeve? Lin Feng did not want to make a blunder, he had to give it his all. Fortunately, his movement speed was high, allowing him to easily dodge the skeleton general's attacks. At the same time, an arrow spell hit the skeleton general, and 3 damage numbers of over 8,000 appeared above the boss, indicating a significant reduction in damage. Lin Feng was not surprised, boss monsters have high defense and might even have percentage-based damage reduction. However, the health instantly dropped by several tens of thousands. The skeleton general let out an angry roar, then leaped high into the air, crashing down towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already anticipated this. He lightly stepped aside and jumped high the moment the boss was about to land on his weak point. He avoided the boss's stun effect, and using his flying sword technique, 6 flying swords hit the boss, causing the health bar to turn red. With only a sliver of health remaining, the skeleton general roared again, his bones gradually turning red, exuding hot steam, and 2 burning flames appeared in his hollow eye sockets. Lin Feng's expression changed. He quickly activated the cooldown and hurriedly used the flying sword technique again, aiming to kill the boss before it could unleash its ultimate attack. However, in the next moment, all his flying swords were deflected. Lin Feng was speechless. If they didn't want players to succeed, they could just say so instead of coming up with so many excuses. Damage immunity? How am I supposed to fight that? But there should be a time limit. Come forth, my pet. With the skeleton general's roar, a black rune array appeared on the ground, followed by a dark mist-emitting skeleton warhorse slowly materializing. The skeleton general mounted the horse and then waved his hand to retrieve the weapon he had just thrown. The skeleton general was now in his second form, level 10, with an attack of 2,800 in health. Wow, his attributes just doubled. His health was fully restored. Although it was absurd, Lin Feng still didn't take him seriously. Fortunately, the invincibility state had disappeared. Moments later, a reluctant roar echoed, "How can a weak human defeat me?" And then he gradually fell. He also dropped no items, but the experience gained allowed Lin Feng to level up directly to 12. Although this attribute was absurd, Lin Feng was even more absurd. Fortunately, there was no third form. Lin Feng was panting. Dodging the skills had wasted a lot of his energy. Congratulations to the player for clearing the dungeon. The settlement is now taking place. Congratulations to the player, Feng Xiao, for receiving an SSR rating. Lin Feng was not surprised. He had cleared all the monsters in the dungeon without losing much health. If he didn't get the highest score, that would be a problem. Following that, the boss's body gradually disappeared, replaced by a huge, colorful treasure chest and ethereal-grade treasure chest. He had seen related news before. Someone with an SS rating received a legendary treasure chest, but he had never seen what a 3S rated treasure chest looked like, let alone an SSR1. Ethereal-grade equipment only has a small chance of dropping from world bosses above level 150. There are very few in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and this ethereal-grade treasure chest of his has a high probability of yielding ethereal equipment. A dazzling light shone, followed by a ring emitting a blue glow appearing. The Sword of the Forerunner was revealed, granting plus 100 to all attributes, plus 5% to all attributes, plus 5% resistance to all elements, plus 5% damage for all elements, plus 5% critical hit rate for both physical and magical attacks, plus 35% critical damage for both, and it included the skill of instant teleportation. It allows the user to move to any location within a 50-meter line of sight, cannot cross sealed spaces, has no cooldown requirements, and is available for any class at level 10. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Only equipment above ethereal grade would have percentage attribute bonuses. In the later stages, as character levels increase, base stats become higher, making these percentage bonuses extremely exaggerated. However, because this is a level 10 piece of equipment, the stats are low. But equipment above ethereal grade can evolve. As long as you provide equipment essences, it can evolve all the way to level 180 or even higher. Even the stats of this one piece of equipment are higher than the total of others' gear. Lin Feng did not rush to consume it. The attributes of this equipment are currently very low. Consuming it isn't very valuable, and there are rumors online that equipment above ethereal grade may gain additional attribute bonuses or special skills when evolving. However, no major figures have stepped forward to confirm this, so it's uncertain whether it's true. As for the instant teleportation skill, if he remembered correctly, it seemed to be a high-level skill that only magic classes at level 150 could learn. He never expected to find it on a piece of equipment, especially without class restrictions. Having this skill meant a significant increase in his survivability. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Tian-Ao Alliance's superpower in Shanghai City, the assistant was waiting. He had been inside for nearly an hour. I wonder what kind of results he will achieve. Xiao Chen looked worried. He spoke to the middle-aged man on the nearby sofa. This man was Xiao Zhantian, the leader of the Tian-Ao Alliance. At this moment, he sat quietly and said, "You have disappointed me." Xiao Zhantian did not even lift his eyelids and replied indifferently. Xiao Chen looked confused and asked, "What's wrong? What did I do wrong? I haven't done anything these past few days. You should be focusing your energy on improving yourself, not just revolving around a woman all day." Xiao Zhantian frowned and said, "In 100 years, if you can't keep him in check, the Tian-Ao Alliance will have to change its surname to Lu." Xiao Chen replied in confusion, "Dad, is it really that exaggerated? I'm at least a 3S talent and have access to all the resources of the Tian-Ao Alliance. How could I possibly be worse than him? Last year, my new player ranking was SS, one of the highest in history. I don't think a woman could break that record." Xiao Zhantian narrowed his eyes and said, "You don't understand. After all, he is the first ever SSR talent. Besides the talent itself, there are many hidden values. His future achievements may surpass yours." Suddenly, a flash of light from the teleportation array in the room revealed a weary figure. Lu Ruoyan had returned. Xiao Chen's face lit up, and he quickly opened the rankings for the Newcomer King competition. 3S rating. You actually broke the century-old record. After the excitement, he suddenly recalled what his father had just said, and his mood became somewhat heavy. The leader is amazing. The senior members of the Tian-Ao Alliance rushed in from outside. The Newcomer King Dungeon leaderboard has been updated. The first ever 3 rating has been achieved by our Tian-Ao Alliance. Xiao Zhantian looked at Lu Ruoyan and said, "You defeated the boss." Lu Ruoyan shook her head. "The boss's defense was too high. I only dealt double-digit damage to him. I whittled down half his health, but ultimately I ran out of supplies and had to leave." "You actually managed to take out half his health?" "I barely chipped away 1/10 of it," Xiao Chen said in shock. "If only the supplies were sufficient. Wouldn't that mean you could have perfectly cleared the dungeon? Too bad you only had level 1 equipment and a limited supply due to not having a high-level backpack." Many people across the Rong Kingdom saw Lu Ruoyan's name at the top of the leaderboard. How impressive. Who is this Empress Ruoyan? She actually broke the century-old record for the Newcomer King competition and received an SSS rating. Who else could it be but the SSR talent from this year? It's said she has already been absorbed by the Tian-Ao Alliance. They must be planning to promote her heavily to expand their influence. That can't be true. The attributes of those monsters in the dungeon are frightening. I spent hundreds of thousands of credit points on equipment and items, and I only managed to clear the outermost minor monsters. Their score is only currency? Nonsense. What do you guys even compare to her? With an SSR talent plus the full support of the Tian-Ao Alliance, the buffs she has are top tier. It's said that the Tian-Ao Alliance spared no expense to give her a legendary set of gear. No wonder it's terrifying. With an SSS rating, she's likely to obtain mythic-level equipment and items. Did you see the photos leaked on the official website? That Empress Ruoyan is actually a beautiful woman. What's that got to do with you? I heard she's already been claimed by Xiao Chen. In an instant, media outlets across the country rushed to report, shocked that the century-old record for the Newcomer King competition had been broken by the first ever SSR talent in the nation. She also won the Newcomer King competition and was the first person to achieve a 3S rating, and she's a woman. Does this signal the rise of female players? The Tian-Ao Alliance is destined for greatness. Xiao Zhantian quietly watched Lu Ruoyan. This is just the beginning, don't get complacent. If you want to stand at the top of the world, this is far from enough. I will continue to strive, Lu Ruoyan said, her lips moving swiftly and her gaze resolute. I will increase the resources allocated to you, Xiao Zhantian said slowly, but before that, you need to sign a blood contract. Lu Ruoyan hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement. She understood that the contract only bound her loyalty to the Xiao family. Once she signed this contract, it meant that Xiao Zhantian would train her without reservation, and she would become the most esteemed existence. Sorry, Lin Feng. Now, I am someone you can only look up to. The gap between us is too vast, it's all predestined. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Just as Lu Ruoyan sighed in her heart, suddenly, from the surveillance footage, it was clear to see a group of fierce little brothers climbing the stairs with weapons in hand. This time was different from before. There were more than 10 of them. Each one was well prepared, wielding either a hammer, a machete, or a baseball bat. They were determined to break in and tear him apart. 1 or 2 people might not pose much of a problem, but with the numbers multiplied tenfold, could the door still hold? Li Ro's beautiful face was filled with panic. Luo Chen, what should we do? So many of them are coming. Should we escape? Li Ro, usually gentle in nature and rarely in conflict with others, was now terrified at the thought of being confronted by over 10 ruthless outlaws. Escape? Where to? The only way out is the stairs, and if we go out, we'll run into them and die even faster. Luo Chen replied calmly, seemingly unbothered. He wasn't anxious, but Li Ro was in a state of distress. Luo Chen, there are more than 10 of them. No matter how sturdy the door is, it can't hold up against so many people for long, right? What if they break it down? Li Ro hesitated, her face devoid of color. She couldn't bear to think about the torment they would face if the door were to be smashed open. Li Ro couldn't help but grip his arm tightly, her delicate hand cold as ice, looking at her in such a state of extreme tension, as if she were about to face the guillotine. Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Even if 10 people came, or even 100, against a door that cost millions and was made of 300mm alloy, comparable to a bank vault, it wouldn't even be a challenge. No matter how hard they hit, the door wouldn't sustain a scratch. Instead, they would tire themselves out. At that moment, Luo Chen felt a hint of mischief. What do you think would happen if they did break in? Luo Chen sighed. Woo woo woo. Li Ro was so scared that tears streamed down her face. Luo Chen, why don't we die together? Or, I could plead for you, let them spare you, and you can run. I'll just bite my tongue and die. Li Ro seemed to have made a significant decision. For her, facing such an end was less painful than enduring what awaited them. If her sacrifice could help Luo Chen, then her death would hold some value. It was only then that Li Ro realized she might have already become his shape. Don't worry, this door can't be blown open even with explosives. A few little thugs are nothing to worry about. Luo Chen hadn't expected Li Ro to have the resolve to sacrifice herself for his chance at survival. He felt slightly surprised. It seemed Li Ro had completely committed herself. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Ro looked at Luo Chen's faint smile and suddenly realized that he had spent 300 million to hire a security company to build this safe house. How could a group of little punks easily break down the door with hammers? Li Ro's face flushed red, and she immediately wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Bang bang bang, open the door. You little brat, if you know what's good for you, we can leave you with a whole corpse, otherwise, when I break down the door, you'll wish you were dead. Stop wasting time with that idiot, begging for mercy won't work. We must avenge brother too, and we'll kill him tonight. Outside, the little brothers had already started smashing the door. Unfortunately, after hitting it for a long time, not even a chip of paint was lost. Luo Chen calmly took out a high-pressure water gun from his space and aimed the nozzle at the unsuspecting little brothers. Whoosh, what is it like to be doused with ice-cold water at -70 degrees? The continuous stream of cold water instantly soaked the group of thugs, leaving them thoroughly chilled. The extreme cold caused the water to freeze into ice blocks in an instant. Damn! It's so cold. I'm going to freeze to death. Help! Let me go! Don't spray me! Run! Their faces were frozen and turning purple, feeling as if they were in a cold storage, with some nearly fainting from the cold. The younger brothers wailed and scattered like birds. They rushed away from Luo Chen's doorstep in a panic. They swore they would rather be beaten black and blue than experience this extreme cold torture again. Due to the power outage, they couldn't use the elevator, so a group of people had to brave the frigid temperatures, shivering uncontrollably, as they awkwardly fled downstairs, their bodies covered in hard ice shards. Watching them disappear from sight, Luo Chen finally retracted the high-pressure water gun into his space. There were too many people. Using a water gun for such large-scale AoE damage was much more effective than a single-target crossbow bolt. Under the enhancement of the extreme cold apocalypse, a normally harmless water gun could inflict terrifying damage. There were even subsequent buffs like colds, illnesses, and high fevers. Deng Tu was originally waiting with a smug expression for good news, but unexpectedly, instead of good news, he was met with a group of younger brothers, frozen and covered in ice shards, rushing into the house with purple faces, wailing. As soon as they entered, they began to strip off their clothes and scramble for dry towels and thick blankets. Ah, I'm freezing to death. Get out of the way. Let me use the blanket first. Get lost. I got this first. You go away. Damn it. Share some with me. The younger brothers who didn't get a blanket were so anxious they almost started fighting each other. Deng Tu couldn't help but feel his forehead throb with anger at this scene, shouting, "Everyone stop. Why are you all so disheveled? Where's that little brat Luo Chen?" A few younger brothers huddled under a blanket, shivering as they began to explain. "Brother 2, that Luo Chen is too wicked. His door is no ordinary door. No matter how hard we hit it, we couldn't break it. It's like a big iron block. Yeah, and he even drilled a small hole in the door to spray us with a high-pressure water gun." Hearing this, Deng Tu's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Luo Chen's door to be so sturdy that even a dozen people couldn't do anything about it. Damn it! What kind of material is that door made of? Why would he install such a thing at home? Did he anticipate that this would happen? Impossible. Deng Tu shook his head violently. Damn it! Since we can't break it down, let's wait for him outside. Food is ultimately limited. I don't believe he can hide inside forever. Starting tomorrow, if we see Luo Chen dare to come down, we'll kill him on the spot. Deng Tu gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the coffee table. He didn't believe it. Once the food and water ran out, Luo Chen couldn't possibly stay holed up at home forever. In the living room, Li Ro, with slightly red eyes from crying, was looking at Luo Chen with admiration. A dozen people had been repelled so easily. This was so cool. Stop just staring. Go take a shower. Tonight we'll discuss some new knowledge, Luo Chen said with a smirk. Li Ro replied softly, her pretty face flushed. Near noon, Luo Chen leisurely crawled out of his warm bed. I think I need to replenish some nutrients. Luo Chen stroked his chin. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't get enough nutrition in no time. You're awake. I made some egg and meat porridge. Come eat after you wash up. Li Ro pushed open the bedroom door, smiling brightly. At that moment, she seemed to have undergone a rebirth, exuding a charm that belonged to a mature woman. Her face was like a peach blossom. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. I got it. Luo Chen replied lightly. No matter how charming the beauty before him was, for him, who was in a sage time, everything was just fleeting clouds. He quickly washed up with hot water. Luo Chen sat in the dining room, enjoying the hot porridge that his companion had personally prepared. Li Ro did not join him for the meal. Instead, she sat in the chair opposite him, resting her delicate chin on her hands, smiling brightly as she watched him. Ding, a new message popped up in the homeowners group. The news that a group of little Karami had been drenched by Luo Chen last night and nearly froze to death was already known to all the homeowners. However, since Deng Tu was also in the group, no one dared to discuss it openly. The homeowners only dared to chat privately, pretending nothing had happened in the group. At everyone, the neighborhood committee has received the latest official notice. The snow disaster will continue for a while longer. To take care of those homeowners whose food supplies have run out, and to help everyone get through this tough time together, the official request is for us to start collecting food from each household, which will then be distributed uniformly. This is a task mandated from above, so no one is allowed to disobey the order. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Trust me, the authorities are taking this snow disaster very seriously. Anyone who dares to be selfish and does not listen to the organization will be considered a criminal. Do not harbor any delusions and go against the entire country. Aunt Wang sent several messages. Perhaps she had received news about Deng Tu and his group being doused with cold water, and they might be hiding in their homes, sick with fever. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Aunt Wang began to intimidate and deceive the homeowners. It's just like the last life. Luo Chen looked at the messages in the group and couldn't help but sneer. In the last life, around this same time, Aunt Wang started spreading some official statements and rumors in the group, attempting to intimidate some timid homeowners into handing over their food supplies. She must have had some insider information from the neighborhood committee that made her suddenly anxious. She began collecting supplies by any means necessary. Although her intimidation tactics were not particularly clever, the current situation was so dire that the homeowners had already been trapped by the heavy snow for nearly a week. In a building with 70 or 80 households, not everyone could remain rational. With just a little intimidation from Aunt Wang, many timid homeowners would surely obediently hand over their supplies. Luo Chen had no intention of caring about the lives of others. He just wanted to watch the fun. After all, there weren't many forms of entertainment at the moment. At Aunt Wang, you know how terrible the situation is right now. Our food supplies were already limited, and we're starving every day. How can you take away our food and expect us to survive? Sure enough, some homeowners, seeing that Aunt Wang was serious and demanding they comply with the order to hand over their food, felt cornered and began to speak out against her. Dong Yen, who lived on the 13th floor and owned a supermarket, usually stocked up on snacks and food at home. Most of the neighbors knew this. If supplies were to be handed over, her home would definitely be the first target. So, in her desperation to avoid a significant loss, Dong Yen didn't hold back and was the first to oppose Aunt Wang's actions in the group. Her statement garnered support from some homeowners. Exactly. Our food is already insufficient. How can we spare anything to hand over? Let's just forget about it. Aunt Wang could not agree. Of course, after all, the authorities had never said such a thing. It was her own idea to collect food. While the situation hadn't spiraled further out of control and the homeowners hadn't realized the apocalypse was upon them, she had to deceive as many people as possible to gather supplies. Aunt Wang typed furiously and hit send. I've made it clear, this is a requirement from the authorities. It's not an arbitrary action from our neighborhood committee. Special circumstances require special measures. The authorities have assured us that the snow disaster won't last long, so you don't need to worry about what comes next. Once the snow disaster is over, you can buy as much food as you want at the supermarket. Right now, many families can't even get a meal. Without the community committee distributing food, they won't last more than a few days. So please, everyone, stop being selfish. Are you all cold-blooded creatures, able to watch your neighbors starve to death? People like Dong Yen, who stockpiled food at home, are in the minority. Many homeowners usually only buy enough groceries for a day or two, at most a week's worth of food. Those whose food supplies are running low naturally stepped forward, firmly expressing their support for Aunt Wang's actions. At Dong Yen, how did I not see before that you are so selfish? We're all neighbors. What's wrong with sharing some of the food you have at home? Exactly. It's just a bit of your snacks. How expensive can it be? I've even helped your supermarket business several times before. I advise those homeowners who are hoarding food and selfishly refuse to contribute. This is an official order. If you defy it, be careful of being held accountable after the snow disaster. Instantly, two groups with differing opinions in the chat began a chaotic argument. Luo Chen, Aunt Wang must be lying, right? Li Ro also saw the messages in the group. However, since Luo Chen had already informed her of many situations in advance, she simply thought for a moment and realized that Aunt Wang's statements were full of holes. How could the authorities possibly agree to let a mere community committee collect and distribute resources from all homeowners? That's right. This Aunt Wang, she has no other skills, but she's quite adept at using her power to intimidate. Luo Chen sneered. A mere community committee member, not even a civil servant, had managed to manipulate the situation. Every day, she flaunted her identity as an official spokesperson, committing wrongs in front of the homeowners. No wonder it's said that good people don't live long, while bad people can last 1,000 years. In his previous life, Aunt Wang had relied on this trick to keep her family going until the end. Luo Chen had only wanted to watch the drama unfold, but unexpectedly, not long after, Aunt Wang even sent him a private message. Those with fewer supplies gained the upper hand in the group. They were furious at the residents who hoarded food but refused to contribute, standing on their moral high ground and venting their anger. Under the pressure of public opinion, Dong Yen and her group dared not show their faces. Their ancestors had been insulted for 18 generations. They had no choice but to agree to hand over their food. Aunt Wang was quite pleased and remembered that Luo Chen's family had stockpiled a lot of food, so she decided to use the same trick again, emboldened by the support of other homeowners, and directly messaged him. Luo Chen, you've seen the situation in the group. The homeowners are very resentful towards you hoarders. Right now, I, Aunt Wang, represent the opinions of all homeowners. Aunt Wang said leisurely, with an air of confidence. If you know what's good for you, you should immediately hand over some of the food you bought from the supermarket. Otherwise, if I say a word in the group, those angry homeowners might drown you with their spit. Before you wouldn't even let me take a bag of snacks, and now it's all food that has to be handed over. Aunt Wang said with a tone of satisfaction. She thought Luo Chen would be intimidated by the public outcry like Dong Yen. After all, public opinion can be quite terrifying. The minority must submit to the majority. This time, she had the backing of all the homeowners in the building. The other party was just one person, who would dare to go against so many. Luo Chen scoffed and replied, "Are you an idiot? What others say has nothing to do with me. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, don't think you can take a bag of instant noodles from me. Would he care about such a small threat? Ridiculous." Deng Tu wasn't afraid when he led a group of little brothers to his door. Would he be scared off by a few words from a bunch of troublesome citizens? What if the entire building's owners were against him? Even if all the owners in the community cursed him in the group, he wouldn't take it to heart. "You, don't be so arrogant," Aunt Wang typed through gritted teeth. She never expected that Luo Chen would actually dare to oppose her, who represented the will of all the owners. This was completely different from what she had initially thought. What's wrong with being arrogant, old lady? If you have the guts, come and ask me for it. Seeing this message in the chat box, Aunt Wang trembled with anger. Even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to go and demand food. The tragedy that her son faced with Deng Tu and his group was something she didn't want to experience herself. Aunt Wang decided to announce Luo Chen's remarks in the group. Even if she couldn't trick him into giving her food, she could stir up some hatred. Let the other owners curse him like a rat in the street. That way, Luo Chen's reputation would be ruined. Anyway, she couldn't let him have it easy. Just as Aunt Wang was about to hit send, she saw a new message from Luo Chen. Instantly, her fierce expression turned pale. "Aunt Wang, did you think I didn't know you wanted to wave the official flag to intimidate the owners in the group and trick them into giving you food? What's wrong? The community group is in an uproar, confirming the apocalypse has come. And you're panicking? Let me tell you, I can't be bothered with the dirty things you've done, but if you insist on making me unhappy, how could it be?" Her thoughts were completely seen through. Even in a room with temperatures below freezing, Aunt Wang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "This is eerie." Her body trembled slightly, and she could barely hold her phone steady. This was internal information from the neighborhood committee. How did Luo Chen know? The members in the committee group were all old acquaintances. It was impossible for them to leak anything. No matter how she guessed, she would never know. Luo Chen was a reborn person. In his previous life, Luo Chen, being soft-hearted and thinking the heavy snow wouldn't last long, had contributed a portion of the food he had hoarded at home. As a result, those greedy neighbors were not satisfied. Instead, they thought he must have a lot of food at home. So, they united to kill him. Now that he was living again, Luo Chen had already figured out all of Aunt Wang's actions. Anyway, those neighbors and Aunt Wang were not good people. He couldn't be bothered to care if they were tricked into starving him. It was better to let them fight among themselves. After thinking it over, Aunt Wang deleted all the messages she had prepared to target Luo Chen in the chat box. If her deceitful actions regarding the supplies were exposed, regardless of whether the owners believed it or not, they would definitely have more suspicions in their hearts. If they found out that Luo Chen was adamant about not handing over food, then her subsequent attempts to trick food from other owners would become much more difficult. "Luo Chen, consider yourself lucky. This time, Auntie admits defeat." Aunt Wang gritted her teeth in anger but could only swallow her frustration. She had to bite the bullet. There was no way around it. She couldn't ruin the big picture. Getting food from the owners was the most important thing. Otherwise, her family wouldn't last long. What she didn't know was that food wasn't so easy to trick. If the residents were pushed too hard, no matter how much she took, she would have to give back double. So, Aunt Wang didn't dare to provoke Luo Chen anymore. Instead, she ran back to the group. Feigning gratitude to those owners willing to contribute food, she said that once the snow disaster was over, the authorities would reward them with banners and bonuses as thanks. The other owners shifted from condemnation to praise. This made Dong Yan and the other owners feel much more at ease. "Ridiculous," Luo Chen sneered. It seemed that there weren't many smart people among this group of homeowners. Aunt Wang's childish scam had them all spinning in circles. He had even anticipated it. In the coming days, Aunt Wang would surely go door to door, crazily trying to swindle some honest and timid homeowners out of their supplies, while she would absolutely skip over tough characters like Deng Tu, who had a bunch of little brothers at home. However, once those homeowners realized they had been tricked, Aunt Wang would eventually have to return whatever she had taken. 2 more days passed. Sure enough, under Aunt Wang's constant threats and intimidation, while spreading official rumors in the group and secretly picking them off one by one, many homeowners obediently handed over their food. However, quite a few were cautious and only surrendered a portion, keeping some hidden at home. Some smarter homeowners prioritized whether they had enough food for themselves, so no matter how the other party threatened them, they ignored her. Even so, Aunt Wang still managed to collect a significant amount of supplies, especially from Dong Yan's family, who ran a supermarket. Just her household alone contributed 3 large boxes of instant noodles and 2 big bags of various snacks. Luo Chen watched the entire process clearly through the surveillance cameras installed in the corridors. There was even a small incident in between. The big star Bai Ye, who lived on the 20th floor, room 2001, surprisingly opened her door and generously offered her food. She sweetly told Aunt Wang, that scammer, that she had worked hard and asked her to keep her identity a secret. Aunt Wang, taken aback, clearly did not expect that the national goddess, the big star Bai Ye, could live in the same community as her. However, she did not treat her any differently, because unlike the harmonious society of the past, chasing stars was useless in the apocalypse, so she unceremoniously took all of the other party's supplies. Through the built-in miniature microphone of the corridor surveillance, Luo Chen even heard Wang Fu and Aunt Wang secretly discussing how to find an opportunity to trick Bai Ye into their home after she visited. A big star, a person of great importance that ordinary people would never encounter in their lifetime. But in the apocalypse, everyone was equal. Although Wang Fu had lost the confidence of a man, he still wanted to enjoy the taste of a lofty big star in other ways. Aunt Wang was also very willing to find a big star as a daughter-in-law for her son. Big chest, no brains. Luo Chen snorted coldly. He looked down on Bai Ye's intelligence, estimating that she was well protected by her manager and completely unaware of the darkness of human nature. Being a saint in the apocalypse would surely not end well. However, he continued to do his own thing, playing games, watching movies, enjoying the flavors of cuisines from around the world, or studying new knowledge with Li Ro. Life was incredibly comfortable. A week had passed since the extreme cold apocalypse began. For normal people, the food stored at home would last at most a week. However, due to the extremely low temperatures, not only did they need to ensure they had food to eat every day, but they also needed fuel to keep warm and avoid freezing to death. So the consumption of supplies was rapid. After a few days, the atmosphere in the homeowners group suddenly felt off. Being trapped at home by heavy snow for 1 or 2 weeks, with official rescue efforts delayed and facing the daily fear of food and supply shortages, had quietly changed everyone's mindset. Many residents who had been swindled out of food by Aunt Wang waited for a long time without seeing any distribution of supplies and finally couldn't hold back anymore. At Aunt Wang, what's going on? Didn't you say you would collect supplies for unified distribution? It's been 2 days, and there's not a single sign of movement? Exactly. The efficiency is way too low. Or are you all pocketing the supplies and have no intention of distributing them to us? I'm out of food at home. I'm going to starve to death. At Aunt Wang, hurry and bring some food. The homeowners were a bit agitated. Whether or not they had submitted supplies, they all rushed out, hoping to be prioritized for food distribution. But no matter how much they shouted, Aunt Wang never showed up. Not a word from her, as if she had vanished. Soon, an hour passed. The homeowners' dissatisfaction finally reached its peak. They seemed to realize that Aunt Wang was a complete fraud, and they had fallen for her trick. Damn! Aunt Wang has no intention of distributing food at all. She just wanted to swindle us and keep it all for herself. How could this happen? Come out and give everyone an explanation. At Aunt Wang, you scoundrel! We trusted you enough to hand over our food, and you just took it and hid at home pretending to be dead? Before long, the group chat was filled with curses, most of which were directed at Aunt Wang's family and relatives. Unfortunately for Aunt Wang, who was well prepared and had a thick skin, these little insults were nothing to her. Even if they cursed her entire family tree, she would never hand over the food. At Su Ling's home, due to the low temperature inside, she could only wrap herself in a thick blanket, curled up on the sofa, shivering. Looking at the messages in the group, Su Ling couldn't help but feel relieved. Thank goodness I was smart enough not to believe Aunt Wang's nonsense, otherwise, my food would have gone to waste too. When Aunt Wang proposed to collect food uniformly, she had come to ask for supplies, but the inherently selfish Su Ling chose to play dead and ignored her completely. Now it seemed that this decision was undoubtedly correct. Watching so many homeowners who had been swindled out of their food wailing in the group, Su Ling felt even more proud of herself. However, even though she hadn't been fooled, the food at home was already running low. Su Ling had managed to hold on until now solely by relying on some snack gift packs sent by a sycophant. Her own food had long been consumed. On the coffee table lay a pack of cookies that had been completely devoured. Ironically, before the apocalypse, Su Ling wouldn't even bother to look at such cheap wholesale cookies, and she had even planned to throw away the box of cookies sent by that poor sycophant. But unexpectedly, when the snow disaster struck, it trapped people in the community, preventing them from going out. It was these dry and unappetizing wholesale cookies that had barely allowed her to survive until now. Those exquisite pastries were delicious, but unfortunately, there was too little of them. There are only a few bags of cookies left. Su Ling tightly wrapped herself in the blanket, a bitter expression appearing on her thin face due to the lack of food. In the past, she wouldn't have eaten such inferior cookies, but now, she not only licked every crumb clean but even wanted to crush the packaging and swallow it. The situation is too dire. If I don't get new food soon, I might starve to death at home. The heavy snow outside shows no signs of letting up. Su Ling's eyes widened in fear. Outside the window, through the frosted glass, the world had long been buried under heavy snow, a vast expanse of white. Even the damn snowflakes in the sky kept falling endlessly. Damn it, it had been over a week already. The water was cut off, and the electricity was out, but the snow just wouldn't stop. When will this nightmare end? The first floor was completely covered by the snow, and even the entrance door was invisible. The residents on the first floor lived in complete darkness every day, and it was said that their mental state was deteriorating. In this situation, there was no way to go out. Official rescue efforts had yet to show any sign of life. Even the TV programs had been off the air for several days. Whenever she turned on any channel, it was just a screen of static. Various signals seemed to be telling them that this heavy snow would continue endlessly. Humanity was facing the end of days. How long would this snow disaster last? Or would it ever end? Goo goo, Su Ling's stomach was growling again. I'm so hungry. What should I do? There's hardly any food at home. If this goes on, I'll really starve to death. After pondering for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, Do I really have to bow down to that sycophant Luo Chun? No way. I already reached out to him last time. And his attitude. It was just too annoying. Not only did he tempt her by posting pictures of steak on social media, but he also deliberately didn't let her eat. Su Ling, who was furious at the time, angrily decided to ignore Luo Chen for a while, making him come back to her in tears to win her back. If she put aside her goddess demeanor now and took the initiative to find him, wouldn't all her efforts during this time go to waste? She was the exalted goddess. Such sycophantic behavior should be something Luo Chen did on his own. However, after thinking it over, Su Ling's resolve wavered. I'm a goddess, how can I starve? As long as I take the initiative to be nice to Luo Chen and act a little cute, wouldn't I have plenty of food? Once she filled her stomach, it wouldn't be too late to maintain her goddess status. With this thought, Su Ling immediately picked up her phone, excitedly saying, Okay, I'll do it. She recalled the photos Luo Chen had posted before. The delicious steak and high-end champagne made her swallow hard. Just thinking about food gave Su Ling motivation. She clicked on Luo Chen's profile picture and pressed the voice message button to send. Oh, Luo Chen Gidge, it's been so long since we last contacted each other. I really miss you. Why don't you take the initiative to find me? I have to say, when it came to seducing men, Su Ling, the green tea girl, was quite skilled. Luo Chen, who is this woman? Li Ro asked, pinching a glistening grape from a platter filled with fresh fruits, gently peeling it with her slender fingers. Hearing the woman's voice from the phone, she couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Just a dead green tea girl, Luo Chen replied nonchalantly, not understanding what Su Ling was up to this time. But he didn't need to think hard to know that in this situation, her reason for reaching out was definitely to covet his food. Gidges have been busy these past few days. Luo Chen thought since he was idle anyway, he might as well find some amusement from her. It was also a good opportunity to tease the green tea girl a bit more. Oh, really? What has Luo Chun Gidge been busy with? Can you tell me about it? Su Ling asked curiously. Nothing much, just busy tasting food from other countries. I wanted to see which country's dishes are the most delicious, but unfortunately, I ate too much and can't fit anymore. Luo Chen leisurely sent back a message. Looking at the words in the chat box, Su Ling was momentarily stunned, completely thrown off. Tasting food? From other countries? So full that he couldn't eat anymore? What a lie! Su Ling said, her face filled with disbelief, thinking Luo Chen was just bragging. She could barely fill her stomach and was on the verge of starving. If someone gave her a bucket of instant noodles, she would consider it the most delicious food in the world. How could she dare to wish for a grand meal from another country? Oh, Luo Chun Gidge, don't tease me. You must be eating canned meat and instant noodles, right? I want to eat too. Su Ling sent another sweet voice message. Even a simple bucket of instant noodles was a rare delicacy for Su Ling at the moment. As for canned meat, if she could start a fire and boil a pot of hot soup to savor a taste, that would be the ultimate delicacy in the world. Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Luo Chen couldn't help but smirk. He opened the camera function and took a picture of the exquisite dishes laid out on the dining table. Caviar, lasagna, roast duck, fruit platter. Then he sent the image. Ding. Looking at the picture received on her phone, Su Ling's eyes widened in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Luo Chen's family have so much delicious food? Su Ling shook her head, looking incredulous. She knew the other party had stockpiled a lot of food in advance, but it was mostly snacks bought from the supermarket. How could he have so many top-notch delicacies? It's fake. It must be a picture from the internet. It's definitely an old photo he saved on his phone. Su Ling couldn't help but gasp, then repeatedly denied it. In such harsh conditions, how could Luo Chen's family have so much food? Even official departments would find it difficult to prepare such a lavish feast during a snow disaster with blocked roads and extremely low temperatures. Wait, in that fridge at the back, it looks like it's full of food. Su Ling zoomed in on the picture. She saw that inside the half-open fridge door, every shelf was packed with food and drinks. Just the delicious Russian ham filled an entire shelf. On the kitchen cabinets, well-known wines like French Louis, Martini, and Remy Martin were piled up as if they were free. Moreover, from another picture sent by Luo Chen, it was clear that there was a warm large fireplace in the center of the living room, continuously burning with a roaring flame. Not only that, the huge LCD screen in the living room was even playing a movie. What did this mean? Luo Chen's family had electricity. His Su Ling couldn't help but gasp. What kind of heavenly life was Luo Chen living? Not only was there an abundance of food, with cuisines from various countries, but the house also had a fireplace for warmth, and there was a generator providing power at any time. Not to mention, Su Ling was very aware of the heating capability of a fireplace. In the cold winters of Northern Europe, as long as the fireplace was lit, the room would maintain a very comfortable temperature throughout the winter. I want to move in. I absolutely have to move in. Su Ling had only been a little envious before, but after seeing all these things, she could no longer contain herself. Gritting her teeth, she said fiercely, her eyes blazing with jealousy. She wished she could rush inside and enjoy it all. Why should it be like this? Everyone else was suffering, while Luo Chen was comfortably lying at home, not only with food and electricity but also in such warmth. To think that during this time, she had been cooped up at home, freezing like a dog every day, despite wrapping herself in thick blankets and quilts, her hands and feet still numb with cold. The furniture in her house had all been taken apart for warmth, but the little wood she had was only enough to keep her slightly warm for a short while. Once the fire went out, she would fall back into the bone-chilling cold. That brief flame had left Su Ling with endless longing. It was so warm, but this warmth, which felt so unattainable to her, Luo Chen was enjoying at home all alone. Su Ling was almost driven mad with jealousy. At this moment, thinking of the almost twisted expression on the other person's face, Luo Chen felt quite pleased, nearly laughing out loud. Envy, jealousy, but unfortunately, no matter how much you long for it, you can only stare wide-eyed at the screen. I took this picture just to show off. Are you on a diet? It's been over a week since we last met, and you've lost quite a bit of weight. I really envy your self-discipline. Unlike me, who eats a pile of abalone and seafood every day without much exercise, Luo Chen said, pretending to be unaware, as he looked at Su Ling's face, which was pale and thin from lack of food. For Su Ling, this was blatant flaunting of wealth. It was infuriating. Su Ling finally couldn't hold back any longer and sent a video directly. Brother Luo Chen, I'm hungry too. This time, I'll give you a chance to treat me to a meal, so you better seize it. After dinner, we can do some post-meal exercises. In order to taste delicious food, she even took the initiative to come to him. Looking at the video, the other party appeared exceptionally obedient, as if inviting him to pick her. Luo Chen couldn't help but sneer coldly in his heart. Ha, it sounds nice. What giving himself a chance to treat her to a meal really means is that she wants to come over and mooch off him. If he really wanted to give her a chance, why not do it before the apocalypse arrived? Why wait until the roads were blocked by this snow disaster? Should I bring Su Ling over and then put a bracelet on her to punish her severely? Luo Chen pondered. Although he didn't think much of her now, Su Ling was completely like a public bus, but he had licked her for so long in his previous life. Now that he had the chance to taste her, it was worth considering, just to fulfill his past wishes. Forget it, it wouldn't be good if I caught a disease. Luo Chen quickly abandoned the idea. He found her disgusting. After all, he had the exquisite Li Ro by his side now, whose looks and figure could completely overshadow her. Just her bare face could score a 9. On the other hand, Su Ling, with makeup, could at most score a 7, but now with her bare face, giving her 6 would be too generous. No need. Luo Chen flatly rejected her. Su Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard something unbelievable, and she exclaimed, I offered myself for free, and you still refuse? Luo Chen, are you serious? I get it. You must be angry with me, right? I haven't paid attention to you for so long. You must be very lonely. I'll be more careful in the future. For the first time, the green tea girl tasted the bitterness of rejection, and her words became somewhat incoherent. Who's angry with you? Do you even deserve it? Luo Chen replied speechlessly, then pulled Li Ro over. At that moment, Li Ro was wearing a not-so-revealing dress. When Luo Chen tugged her, she fell into his shoulder, her face flushed with shyness, saying nothing but provocatively glancing at the phone's camera. I'm not lonely at all, I have someone keeping me company, Luo Chen said with satisfaction in his tone, seemingly showing off. He even turned her beautiful face towards the phone's camera, and Li Ro allowed his little actions. See, I have a beautiful girl with me. You, a worn-out shoe, should just stay where it's cool. I don't care. Sure enough, seeing that there was another woman who had already moved into Luo Chen's warm room and was freely enjoying the delicious food that made her envious, Su Ling became anxious. Luo Chen, who is she? How can you let someone else into your home? I hate having other women around. Make her get out of the house immediately, Su Ling ordered through gritted teeth, as if she were the mistress of the room. This made Luo Chen unhappy, and he coldly replied, Who I let in is none of your business. Upon hearing this, Su Ling was stunned. Had she just been scolded? And by someone she considered a lickspittle? Luo Chen, you actually scolded me? What's wrong with you? Su Ling said in disbelief. She knew that in the past, when she was in a bad mood, even if she vented her anger on him for no reason, Luo Chen would always tease her with a smile, giving her gifts and treating her to meals. He never got angry with her, not to mention cursing. He wouldn't even breathe heavily in front of her. But now, it seemed he completely disregarded her feelings. She had only raised her voice a little, and he had scolded her harshly. In the past, this was unimaginable. Sure enough, it was that vixen who seduced Luo Chen away? No wonder Luo Chen's attitude towards me suddenly turned cold. Su Ling thought of this and couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. For a green tea girl, the most intolerable thing is to have her loyal admirer openly attracted to another woman. Because for her, doesn't that mean her own charm is inferior to others? In fact, Su Ling looked at Li Ro and sadly discovered that her own charm was indeed not as good as the others. Whether it was Li Ro's charming face or her smooth, long legs, they were the kind of figure only a top goddess could possess. Her own face was made up. Her eyelashes were glued on. Completely a dimensional blow. Even if she went for plastic surgery, she probably couldn't be as beautiful as the other. Luo Chen, don't be fooled by that vixen. Isn't your most beloved woman me? Physical attraction is just temporary. It's the soul's affection that lasts. Su Ling squeezed out a few tears, her eyes glistening as she spoke to him. As a top green tea girl, being able to enter character at any time and start acting is a necessary skill. Previously, Su Ling had used this trick of pretending to be pitiful to deceive quite a few men. Ha! Luo Chen showed a puzzled expression upon hearing her. Su Ling, you don't think I liked you before, do you? Luo Chen scoffed. You might have misunderstood. Giving gifts and treating to meals isn't something I've only done for you, he said indifferently. Don't get ahead of yourself, I'm just casting a wide net. You're just one of my many spare tires. How is that possible? I don't believe it. Luo Chen, you must be talking nonsense. You're doing this on purpose to anger me. Su Ling's face instantly turned extremely ugly. In the past, she had always treated Luo Chen as a loyal dog she could command at will. But now, Luo Chen was telling her, sorry, you are my spare tire. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Su Ling, a master of tea art. Believe it or not, Luo Chen said nonchalantly, curling his lip in disdain. You don't think I don't know about your little affairs, do you? It's all over the rich second-generation circle. Just throw some money, and you can take you to a hotel for a night of fun. You're just a bus that anyone can ride. Stop pretending to be a pure girl. Sorry, I don't like broken shoes. After saying that, Luo Chen didn't give her a chance to respond and immediately hung up the video call. The purpose of his words was to humiliate her. This scathing insult completely exposed Su Ling's true nature as a green tea girl, directly hitting her sore spot. Although Su Ling had played with the feelings of many men, she still thought of herself as a good girl. Those men were willing to treat her well, and she had done nothing wrong. But Luo Chen's words tore apart her hypocrisy. At the same time, it dealt a severe blow to Su Ling's confidence, making her deeply doubt her own charm. Luo Chen had been so devoted to her before, yet he was clear about her true nature. Did the other loyal admirers she toyed with think the same way? Soon, several 60-second voice messages came through the chat box. Luo Chen didn't even need to look to know they were not good words. He had just scolded Su Ling. There was no way she would send a voice message to praise herself, right? So easily broken. How boring. Luo Chen laughed and tossed his phone aside. The feeling of scolding a green tea girl was truly refreshing. He should have done this long ago. You did great just now. What reward do you want? I can satisfy you, Luo Chen said in a good mood. Really? Li Ro leaned close to Luo Chen's ear and whispered something. I want to switch places. After being humiliated by Luo Chen and hanging up the phone, Su Ling was nearly driven to death by anger. Luo Chen, you're just a pathetic sycophant. How dare you insult me like that? Sooner or later, I'll break into your house and make you cry while you kneel and lick my feet. Su Ling threw off the blanket and grabbed a vase, smashing it hard on the floor. She swept everything off the table, including the picture frames and miscellaneous items, shattering them into pieces and clearing the tabletop completely. However, after venting her anger, she still managed to suppress her rage and said, No, I need to be more rational. But thinking about what Luo Chen had just said, public bus, broken shoe, she couldn't help but explode. How can I be rational after this? Su Ling gritted her teeth, her face turning purple with anger. Luo Chen had called her a public bus. You can insult a woman for being ugly, for being fat, for lacking knowledge, but you absolutely cannot call her a broken shoe. That is the ultimate humiliation for a woman. Fortunately, the temperature was low, and Su Ling couldn't bear to smash too many things before she started shivering and wrapped herself in a blanket again. Crouched up, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she prepared to take revenge on Luo Chen. After calming down, Su Ling recalled who the woman beside Luo Chen was. It was Li Ro, the neighbor living across from him. She was already married, with a husband. If this news got out in the homeowners group, wouldn't it lead to public condemnation? An affair, no matter the time or place. It's a topic that people love to discuss. Luo Chen, you didn't see this coming, did you? I just took a screenshot. Just wait, I'll make you the shame of the entire building. Su Ling thought coldly. She quickly composed a message, accusing the two of being shameless, along with the screenshot of Li Ro lying in Luo Chen's arms, exposing a section of her snow-white thigh, and sent it directly to the group. Li Ro, isn't she the wife of Yu Lin living on the 23rd floor? How did she get involved with Luo Chen? I remember that woman. Her figure is super big. I told you she's a promiscuous woman. Luo Chen is really a scoundrel. Sure enough, the homeowners, attracted by the image, quickly began to discuss heatedly. Before long, messages came pouring in, as if flooding the screen. Soon, Yu Lin was frantically tagged by the homeowners in the group and could no longer bear the pressure. Coming out to speak, Luo Chen is holding my wife captive. He's hoarding a bunch of food and promised to share some with us, but once my wife went in, he wouldn't let her go. Nonsense that directly pushed Luo Chen to the forefront of public outrage. In fact, the homeowners didn't care about who was right or wrong. Most of them were starving and had been going hungry. And under the pressure and lack of food, emotions were easily impulsive and irritable. Stuck at home every day, conflicts and arguments with family were inevitable. Now that Su Ling had exposed this matter, it became a reasonable outlet for the homeowners' frustrations. Who cares about the details? Blaming and criticizing others gave them a natural sense of pleasure. This is the evil in human nature. Luo Chen looks so honest, yet he does such despicable things that anger both gods and men. Exactly. Unlawfully detaining someone's personal freedom is a crime. Once the snow disaster is over, I'll report this bastard and get him arrested. He's truly inhuman. Poor Lee Ro. She must have suffered inhumane abuse. I hope she's okay. Asterisk praying hands. JPG asterisk damn chow. How can he enjoy my goddess? I'm so envious. Ah no. I'm so angry. The homeowners began to curse. A flood of foul language, one after another, quickly occupied the entire homeowners group. Watching the enraged residents, Su Ling, who had instigated the situation, couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter behind her phone. Ha ha ha, Luo Chen, you deserve it. Let you scold me on the bus. Now your own reputation is ruined. Right. The homeowners were getting more and more outrageous, even speculating that Li Ro was forcibly kidnapped by Luo Chen. In the living room, Li Ro, wearing a cool short skirt, couldn't help but defend Luo Chen upon seeing the messages in the group. She was clearly living well, enjoying endless delicious food every day. Her room was warm, and she was not being abused. It would have been better if she hadn't explained. With this explanation, she directly poked a hornet's nest. The homeowners not only scolded Luo Chen but also included her in their insults. Words like slut, shameless, and public bus were thrown around, sounding incredibly harsh. Instantly, Li Ro was brought to tears. The power of online violence is something everyone knows, even in peaceful times. Many have been driven to suicide by insults, let alone in this situation. Seeing Li Ro silent from the scolding, the homeowners became even more excited, bullying a beautiful wife they longed for but could not have gave them a perverse pleasure. Damn it, I knew your true nature long ago. If you were short on food, why didn't you tell me? 5 bags of instant noodles should be enough. I can make you enjoy a whole night. Tisk tsk. I've had my eye on Li Ro for 3 years already. If I could have her for one night, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life. Too bad Yulin is already useless. I can't enjoy it. Ha ha ha. More and more homeowners joined the attack. They spoke recklessly, using vulgar language. In this situation, as long as they scolded Li Ro and Luo Chen, they would earn praise from others without facing any condemnation themselves. The moral quality of civilized society seemed to have vanished. After scolding for a long time, Luo Chen still did not show up. They immediately felt that Luo Chen was afraid. After all, there were many of them, so they scolded even more vigorously, becoming more and more aggressive. Previously, making Deng Tu suffer wasn't a big deal. Perhaps those little brothers were just soft shell shrimp and weren't as terrifying as rumored. As long as we unite, Deng Tu definitely wouldn't dare to provoke us, the homeowners thought proudly, even looking down on Deng Tu, who usually avoided them. In the living room, Luo Chen amusingly pinched her tear-streaked face and said, "Is it that serious? You cried just from being scolded a couple of times. If you can't take it, then don't look. I'm angry. They clearly know nothing, yet they scold so harshly." Li Ro sobbed, her face a mess of tears. What no one knew was that if Luo Chen hadn't taken her in, Li Ro would have been forced by Yulin to jump to her death. "Butler, is everything ready?" Luo Chen asked leisurely. "Master, it's ready and can be sent at any time." "Very good. It's time to counterattack." Luo Chen snorted coldly. "Don't think that just because I don't go out, I can't deal with you." The reason he didn't respond to the group chat immediately was that he was coordinating with the butler to gather some interesting evidence. "If I don't strike, it's fine, but once I do, I'll take you all down." Soon, Luo Chen sent out a series of explosive materials, instantly silencing the furious homeowners. It was as if they had been doused with cold water. At 14th floor 1403 Jinde, at 15th floor 1501 Haoshao, the 2 male homeowners held a lewd gathering in private, using numerous props. Photo, JPG at 11th floor 1102 Udahai, and at 13th floor 1301 Zhang Li had a secret meeting. A story between a young man in his 20s and an older woman. Video, MP4. At 15th floor 1502 homeowner exchanged with at 15th floor 1501. These videos and photos were mostly found by the butler through the building's network, routers, and other means, infiltrating the other party's phones. For the top-tier intelligence of the butler, this was a trivial matter. Since the entire building was under Luo Chen's surveillance, he was fully aware of what the homeowners were secretly doing. It might be due to the snow disaster blocking the roads. Many people were under immense long-term pressure, so they let go of themselves and did some disgraceful things. For example, those shocking materials posted above were from a few of the people who had just been cursing the hardest in the group. It's likely that they had done something shameful themselves, and when they saw Su Ling's message, they cursed particularly harshly, not realizing that retribution would come swiftly. Take the matter between Yu Dahai and Zhang Li. For instance, once it was exposed, Zhang Li's husband was furious. You shameless woman, you're already of a certain age, yet you're out there flirting with younger guys. Do you have no shame? With that, he slapped her hard twice. Dazed from the blows, Zhang Li covered her face and saw her son beside her, his disappointed gaze piercing through her. Mom, that man is only a few years older than me. How could you? It was him, he seduced me first, Zhang Li explained, her face pale, regretting it deeply. She had been one of the loudest critics just moments ago, but she never expected that the video of her affair with Yu Dahai would be obtained by Luo Chen. If she had known it would turn out this way, she wouldn't have dared to participate at all. Damn, Jinda, you're actually a gay. I said we were neighbors. Why do you keep coming to my house for meals and even touching my butt? Stay away from me, you gay bastard. At Hao Shao. I didn't see it coming. You two are so wild. And you even used a lot of props? I never noticed before. You all are so open behind the scenes. And you didn't call me for the fun, right? Am I the only honest one? Looking at the messages, Jindi and Hao Shao both felt like dying. The group was filled with neighbors. People they saw every day. Now that this had happened, how would they face each other? They had become the laughingstock. Thinking the other had leaked the photos, Jindi and Hao Shao couldn't help but clash, cursing each other in voice messages. As for the two homeowners who had swapped partners, their homes were in complete chaos. Seeing their relatives in such a state nearly drove the children and elderly of both families to despair. Those who hadn't participated and had just been watching the drama unfold now joined in the discussion with glee. Ha ha ha. I was wondering why you were cursing each other so fiercely. Turns out you were the ones with a guilty conscience. This is too wild. It really opened my eyes. This circle is truly chaotic. The farce quickly calmed down. No matter how much the online crowd celebrated, when they put down their phones, they were still met with the bitter cold and food shortages. After all, in this dreadful weather, typing with cold fingers was no easy task. The homeowners thought they were just enjoying the gossip, but Su Ling, who had sparked this uproar, was quite furious. She had wanted to see Luo Chen nailed to the pillar of shame, but before she could enjoy it for long, all the scandals of those homeowners were exposed. Where on earth did Luo Chen get those videos? Thinking back to how she had wanted to make a deal with one of the gay men, Su Ling couldn't help but feel nauseous. No, I can't let this go. Luo Chen, I will never let you have an easy time. Su Ling clenched her phone, gritting her teeth. 18 floors up. Brother 2. This Luo Chen kid has some skills. He managed to take down those who cursed him so quickly. A little brother was scrolling through the shocking materials, intently enjoying the scenes from a certain party. To be honest, it was quite thrilling. Brother 2 slammed his palm on the kid's head, growling, "So what? Luo Chen is indeed a character, but since he has provoked me, he shouldn't expect to have many days left. This guy named Luo Chen is so manly." The big star Baiya, at that moment, was curled up in her blanket, murmuring as she looked at the messages on her phone. Luo Chen's beautiful counterattack made her bright eyes shine with excitement. It truly gave her a sense of security. No matter how glorious her past was, she was now just a girl in her 20s, having supported herself alone in the house for over a week. Other homeowners had family to accompany them, but she didn't even have a single friend she knew. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall, and just a couple of days ago, Aunt Wang had tricked her into giving away more than half of her food. Unavoidably, a sense of fear began to spread in Baiya's heart. She longed for a support. In the living room, Luo Chen put down his phone, clearly satisfied with the shocking news the butler had shared. Aren't you all fond of criticism? Now, let's have a good critique of your own actions. In essence, my behavior, which carries the legacy of Wei Wu, can save Li Rou, who was supposed to be driven to death, and it will accumulate merit. Luo Chen thought to himself. His motives were different from those of the other homeowners. To put it in legal terms, he was providing emergency refuge for her. Luo Chen, you're amazing, Li Rou said with admiration on her face. What kind of man would a woman wholeheartedly devote herself to? Of course, it would be one who treats her well. A man who can step up in a crisis and has the strength to protect her. Li Rou couldn't help but sigh. Wishing she had met Luo Chen 10 years earlier, she would have married him without hesitation. It's nothing much, Luo Chen chuckled. Dealing with this group of people was too easy, practically without difficulty. What's wrong? Dig in, Luo Chen said, picking up a piece of kidney and happily putting it in his mouth. To be honest, the food prepared by the chefs at the five-star restaurant was delicious, golden brown and tender, with a soft texture. One bite and the fresh juices burst forth, leaving an endless aftertaste. He had specifically ordered this batch of nourishing dishes after seeing them on the menu when he booked the banquet before the apocalypse. Looking back now, he felt quite prescient. Oh, Li Ro nodded, pulling out a chair beside him and sitting down, also picking up her chopsticks to start tasting. Delicious. As soon as the food entered her mouth, her eyes lit up, fragrant yet not greasy, with a long-lasting aftertaste. It made her want to eat 5 big bowls of rice with it. Li Ro certainly knew the benefits of eating what one needed to replenish, so she kept serving Luo Chen dishes, saying, "This one is really good. The flavor is nice. Eat more. Nourish your body." After all, the two of them had been exercising together a lot lately, and sufficient nutrition was essential. A large table full of food was soon devoured by the two of them like a whirlwind. "Not gonna lie, I feel warm all over after eating," Luo Chen said, comfortably leaning back in his chair. Perhaps the restaurant had some exclusive secret recipe. It was rumored they used a lot of century-old ginseng as an ingredient, which was excellent for the body. Before the apocalypse, these famous dishes were also extremely popular in restaurants. As for the washing up, of course, that was left to Li Ro. This was one of the benefits of having a woman around. He only needed to eat, and he didn't have to worry about household chores. Cleaning up actually just meant putting the dishes into the kitchen, where there was a high-end sterilizing dishwasher worth hundreds of thousands that Luo Chen had brought out from his space, completely freeing his hands. As for the water source, it was all from the tens of thousands of tons of water stored in his space. "It's time to exercise a bit. Maintaining my figure is also very important," Luo Chen said, touching his abdomen, feeling it wasn't as firm as before. In the comfortable life after the apocalypse, he had been living too indulgently, eating abalone, lobster, and steak every day. These high-protein, high-calorie foods, without proper exercise made it easy for fat to accumulate. Luo Chen didn't want his figure to go out of shape. Although he currently lacked neither food nor drink, maintaining a healthy and strong body was equally important. It wasn't advisable to engage in intense exercise right after a meal. However, a leisurely walk is fine. Luo Chen pulled out 2 well-known brand treadmills, each costing over 10,000, from his space and placed them on the balcony of the living room. A walk after dinner, and you can live to 909. Luo Chen, are we going to run? Li Ro came out of the kitchen and, seeing him set up 2 treadmills, couldn't help but ask curiously. "Yeah, if you don't exercise, you'll get as fat as a little pig." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. His gaze also took a moment to assess her curvaceous figure. "Fat? No way. I've definitely eaten a lot lately, but have I really gained weight?" Li Ro felt a bit flustered upon hearing him say that. For women, weight is a very sensitive issue. These days, following Luo Chen, she had been eating barbecued steaks and seafood abalone, each time leaving her stomach round and full. She quickly looked down at her figure and realized she couldn't see her toes at all. Stepping onto the electronic scale, Li Ro's pretty face turned pale, and she nervously said, "Ugh, I really gained 2 pounds." Without waiting for Luo Chen to urge her, she changed into a sports short-sleeved shirt and hopped onto the treadmill to start exercising. Luo Chen looked at her plump legs and smiled. "Why are you so nervous? Your figure is pretty good, especially those long legs." He imagined that the muscle men at the gym would feel inferior upon seeing her, but compared to some girls with stick-thin legs, a little plumpness is the best. "Woo, don't discourage me," Li Ro said, almost in tears. After half an hour of exercise, both of them were slightly sweating, feeling invigorated. "Drink some water to replenish your fluids." Li Ro brought over 2 bottles of Beverly Hills mineral water and kindly opened one, handing it to Luo Chen. This was also something Luo Chen had taken out from his space. It is the most expensive mineral water in the world, with a bottle cap decorated with 600 diamonds and 250 black diamonds, priced at about 680,000 RMB. A bit sweeter than Farmer's 3 Punch. Luo Chen gulped down a few mouthfuls and licked his lips as he commented. Then Li Ro brought over a towel, thoughtfully wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. Thanks to the super strong heating system in the safe house, and the ample warmth provided by the fireplace, even while sweating, They didn't feel a hint of cold. If other residents knew that Luo Chen was in such a situation yet still had the mood to exercise, their eyes would probably pop out. Ding. Luo Chen picked up his phone and found a new message in the owner group. At 17th floor 1701 Xiaolan, sorry to bother everyone. My food is all gone. And it's just me and my child at home. The child is still young and can't go without food. So if anyone has extra food, I can buy it from you, even if it's a bit expensive. In this situation, no one knew how long the snow disaster would last, so almost no owners replied to her. Seeing that no one was responding, Xiaolan became anxious. Please, everyone, help me. I can skip a few meals, but I can't let my child go hungry. We really need food. Luo Chen had a bit of an impression of this woman. Her husband worked abroad, and she had been taking care of their young child alone for years. She would always greet him with a smile when they met. Her figure was decent, and her looks could only be considered average. Luo Chen. Li Ro also saw the message in the group and felt a bit conflicted. Looking at him cautiously, it seemed she wanted to say something but bit her lip, hesitant to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Luo Chen took a sip of water and tightened the bottle cap. It's just that Xiaolan has a hard time raising her child alone. In such harsh conditions, it must be tough, Li Ro said, feeling a bit sympathetic. Seeing her helplessness in the group, pleading for help for her child, stirred her maternal instincts. Before the apocalypse, Xiaolan was one of the few people she could occasionally chat with in the neighborhood. You want to help her? Ha! I remember teaching you before, Luo Chen said. He placed the mineral water bottle embedded with black diamonds on the table, raised his hand to pinch Li Ro's fair chin, and coldly said, the saint must die. Luo Chen had personally experienced a tragic end due to his good intentions. How could he repeat the same mistake? If you give her food, next time she'll bring a group of people to barge in and chop you up for soup, Luo Chen said coldly. In his previous life, Li Ro didn't survive to that dark moment. She had already jumped to her death, but he remembered it vividly. Hearing him say this, Li Ro's face turned pale with fear. Realizing her foolishness, I'm sorry, Luo Chen. I won't do it again. Wealth should not be flaunted. She understood this principle. She had just heard the other party mention children, so she couldn't help but want to lend a hand. You'll go hungry for a day, there's no food for you. Remember this lesson, so your nutrition doesn't all go to the same part, Luo Chen said coldly. Since she was wrong, there had to be a punishment. Oh, Li Ro said, feeling ashamed, her little head almost buried in her chest. However, she felt relieved inside. As long as Luo Chen didn't dislike her, she would have to think before speaking next time. It was just one day of hunger. Other residents couldn't even have a warm meal every day. She was already living a life akin to paradise. In the group, I beg everyone, I'm willing to pay 10 times. No, 100 times the price for your food. If that's not enough, 1,000 times is fine. With Xiaolan's constant pleading, finally, a homeowner responded to her. Sigh, since you're so pitiful, I'll help you out. But I don't have much food. I can only sell you 2 bags of bread for 6,000. A male homeowner was attracted by the profit of over 1,000 times. He agreed to sell the food. Before the apocalypse, 2 bags of bread would cost at most a few dollars. But after a week of heavy snow and road closures, prices had astonishingly skyrocketed 1,000 times. Although the two were voluntarily trading, the outrageous prices made everyone in the group anxious. Hey, is this a mistake? 2 bags of bread are so expensive? That's like my entire month's salary. Damn, if I had known, I would have stocked up on a few big boxes of bread. Selling them now would have made me rich. At Joan, you're taking advantage of the situation. How can you sell bread that costs a few dollars for 6,000? You're worse than a profiteer. Besides the homeowners exclaiming about the high prices, there were also those who either couldn't stand it or were envious, coming out to criticize Joan for selling bread to Xiaolan. Joan immediately became displeased and retorted, how am I a profiteer? I didn't force her to buy, she said she wanted to buy it for 1,000 times the price. Right. It was my choice, please don't blame Joan. Xiaolan pleaded humbly. She had been shouting in the group for a long time, and only Joan was willing to sell food. Although the price was high, Xiaolan was still very satisfied. She quickly defended him, fearing he would back out. Other homeowners might still have some food stored, so they weren't struggling as much. But Xiaolan's family had nothing left, having experienced hunger. She knew the importance of food. Money could be earned again. The urgent matter was to ensure she and her child had food to fill their stomachs. 2 bags of bread could last a week if saved. At Xiaolan, I have a few extra bags of instant noodles at home. I can sell them to you too. As for the price, it'll be 10,000. What the hell? You're so shameless, asking 10,000 for a few bags of instant noodles. Xiaolan, I have half a box of chocolate here. It's great for hunger. Why not buy mine for 30,000? Damn, the 2 guys upstairs are too shameless. Xiaolan, don't listen to them. Just buy mine. I'll give you a 9.5% discount. Suddenly, a group of people popped up in the chat. Everyone was eagerly promoting their goods, probably believing that the snow disaster would soon pass. They thought they could make a fortune in the meantime, as food would be easy to buy later. Just a little hunger, a guaranteed profit. Damn, usually everyone is shouting they're starving, that there's no food at home. So why are they now selling food in bags one after another? Could it be that only my family is so poor we're eating bread crumbs? I don't even have bread crumbs. Some homeowners lacking food exclaimed in shock. They wanted to buy some food, but the prices were simply too high. Some had bought their homes with a down payment, and their savings were already limited. They had to pay the mortgage every month, and such expensive food was simply unaffordable. Foolish. Luo Chen looked at the group of homeowners whose eyes were filled with greed and could not help but sneer. It seemed that Aunt Wang had only deceived a portion of the homeowners out of their food. Many families were secretly hoarding supplies. This was normal. If a mere community committee member like Aunt Wang could deceive all the residents of an entire building out of their food, that would be absurd. There are always selfish smart people. Wait, don't rush to sell. I'll buy all your food, and I'll add an extra 5,000 on top of your original price. I'll take as much as you have. A wealthy man named Lu Teng suddenly messaged in the group. His family was in the export business, and it was said that his parents' company was about to go public in the beautiful country, making them very rich. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Adding 5,000 on top of the original price meant that a bag of instant noodles that originally cost 2 yuan could now be sold for 7,000. 5 bags would be nearly 100,000. That could equal a portion of someone's annual salary. I was wondering who was so rich. Turns out it's Brother Lu. I bet his monthly pocket money is in the hundreds of thousands. Lu Gu, I'll sell to you. Me too. I still have some food at home. Let's bundle it all together and sell it. I'm sorry, Xiaolan, I want to help you, but he's offering too much. An offer I can't refuse. The homeowners who had previously said they would sell food to Xiaolan instantly changed their minds after hearing Lu Teng's words, all scrambling to sell their food at a higher price. Xiaolan panicked and despaired, saying, "How can you do this? You promised to sell it to me." At Lu Teng, "My family really has no food left. Please don't compete with me. I don't have much money left." Lu Teng replied indifferently, "My family has no food either. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your own poverty. And those who want to sell, hurry up. My offer stands." A mere few 100,000 was nothing to him. It must be said that rich people never have it too bad, even in the apocalypse. Xiaolan continued to plead in the group, but at that moment, no one was willing to listen to her. There's nothing more despairing than seeing hope only to have it brutally shattered. It was like falling from heaven to hell. This is the last time money can exert its residual heat. Luo Chen looked at the messages in the group and couldn't help but scoff. If money were useful, then all the food he had hoarded in his space would have been sold long ago. Those selling food would soon regret it, because food can save lives, while cash is useless except for burning. Luo Chen was sitting on the sofa, leisurely sipping hot tea. Ding ding. Unexpectedly, his phone received a friend request. He was curious about who would message him at this time, and when he picked it up, it turned out to be Xiaolan, who was buying food for her child in the group. "Luo Chen, I really have no way out. Please help me. I know you have a lot of food at home. Can you sell me some? The child really needs to eat." Xiaolan could have bought some food from others, but halfway through, a rich second-generation heir named Lu Teng appeared and directly intercepted her food. With no way out, Xiaolan could only place her hopes on Luo Chen. After all, before the snow disaster, he had stocked up several trucks of snacks from the supermarket, which many neighbors in the community had seen. If anyone in this building had the most food, it was undoubtedly Luo Chen's family. The other party's attitude was very low-key. However, Luo Chen had no intention of helping her. "Are we that familiar? Why should I care if your child needs to eat? I'm not the child's father. I'm sorry, My family doesn't have much food. Besides, I don't need money. Luo Chen decisively rejected her. Instantly, Xiaolan fell into silence. She probably knew that Luo Chen didn't really have no food. He just didn't want to sell it to her. After all, not everyone was short on money. Just when Luo Chen thought she had given up, his phone received another message from her. Ding ding ding, several photos were sent over. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and curiously clicked on them. He almost spat out his drink. This was something he hadn't expected at all. The other party actually sent him such photos. What is this? Trying to tempt me? Luo Chen carefully admired the images twice before closing them. Ridiculous. Was he that kind of person? However, the other party's looks could at most score 5 points. They held no allure for him. Luo Chen, don't you like mature women? What Li Ro can do, I can do too. As long as you give me food, I'll go to your house right now. Xiaolan sent another message. The news of Luo Chen taking in Li Ro had already been exposed by Su Ling in the owners group, so almost everyone thought Luo Chen had a penchant for married women. Thus, Xiaolan, holding on to a desperate hope, approached him. After all, Luo Chen was young and handsome. She wouldn't be at a loss. Damn it, who spread this kind of rumor? Luo Chen couldn't help but feel furious. It was utter nonsense. He clearly liked both young girls and mature women. Isn't that so? Li Ro, passing by, glanced at the messages in the chat box and couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth. Her peach blossom-like eyes curved like crescent moons. Smack! She then gave Luo Chen a heavy slap. Li Ro immediately felt wronged. If I soften my heart and help her, wouldn't my reputation as a scoundrel be solidified? Luo Chen pouted. No matter how Xiaolan pleaded or sold her misery, he coldly rejected her. No matter how pitiful you are, it has nothing to do with me. Dream on if you want my sympathy. This isn't a shelter, I only care about myself. Desperate, Xiaolan finally gave up on seeking help from Luo Chen and turned back to the group to continue looking for food. But no matter how much she raised her offer, the rich second-generation heir Lu Tang would always wait until she finished bidding and then directly raise the price by 10,000. This meant Xiaolan couldn't even buy a single bag of instant noodles. However, the owners didn't have much food left either, so after a few transactions, only one owner was still selling food. Ha ha ha, everyone else has no extra food left. At Xiaolan, I'm the only one who can sell you food. As long as you bid higher than Lu Tang, these 3 bags of instant noodles and 5 packs of compressed biscuits are yours. The owner who spoke seemed to be kindly reminding her, but in reality, he was raising the price of his goods. After all, his goal was also money. He didn't care who would starve without food. I'll offer 100,000. Xiaolan gritted her teeth and quoted an astonishing price. This was her last hope. Who would have thought that in the apocalypse, a few bags of snacks that even an elementary school student could afford would sell for more than a car after the snow blocked the roads? Soon, Lu Tang replied. 300,000. This was a price that left Xiaolan in despair. Her funds were barely under 200,000. In fact, 300,000 wasn't much for her, but most of the money at home was kept by her husband, who was not in the country. The nearly paralyzed communication made it impossible for her to contact him. Who can save my child? No matter who it is. Xiaolan stared blankly at her phone, her pupils seemingly devoid of light. If someone could spare her a bit of food right now, she would probably agree to die. I'll offer 1 million. Just as the wealthy second-generation Lu Tang thought he had successfully bought food again, a stranger suddenly made a move. However, anyone living in this community was not poor, and it was quite normal for someone to take out 1 million directly. That person's avatar seems a bit familiar. Where have I seen it? I can't quite remember. Luo Chen stared at the cartoon cat avatar, murmuring, Master, competing with Lu Tang is Baiya, who lives on the 20th floor. Her true identity is a top-tier female star in the country. It seems this national goddess isn't having an easy time either. Listening to the butler's explanation, Luo Chen recalled, as a national-level superstar, her worth was immeasurable. Casually pulling out a few 100 million was a breeze. Baiya had just been tricked by Aunt Wang into losing quite a bit of food, so it was likely that her household supplies were running low now. The reality was pretty much as Luo Chen guessed. Baiya indeed had insufficient food at home, and she had just seen the messages in the group, so she decisively made her move. Lu Tang was taken aback, then disdainfully replied in the group, You don't know my great name, Lu Tang? Who can compare to me when it comes to wealth? What a joke. He had nearly 10 million just in pocket money in his bank account, But what Lu Tang didn't know was that the opponent he was competing with was not an ordinary rich person. It was the goddess Bai Ye, whom he admired greatly. 5 million. A light, casual statement left Lu Tang stunned. What the hell? Spending 5 million on a few bags of instant noodles and biscuits? Is this person out of their mind? I have money, but I'm not an idiot. Lu Tang cursed and directly gave up on bidding. After all, he had already bought some food earlier, and since this person wanted to act foolishly, he wouldn't play along. Deal. Deal. The owner selling the food was almost ecstatic. Just a few bags of biscuits could allow him to buy another apartment. Encountering such good fortune was simply like smoke rising from his ancestral grave. Meanwhile, the owners who had sold their food too early were filled with regret. If they had known, they would have sold later. Who could have imagined that the final price would soar to 5 million times? Even movies wouldn't dare to portray such a scenario. Ha, 5 million is nothing much. Bai Ye curled up her long, beautiful legs and let out a long sigh of relief. 5 million was more than she made from a single advertisement. Her little treasure trove could scare people if revealed. After completing the transaction, Bai Ye cautiously peeked out to retrieve the food she had placed at the door after the owner left. After thinking for a moment, she opened the group chat and clicked on Xia Lan's avatar. How foolish. Luo Chen sneered as he watched the surveillance. The video showed the scene right at Bai Ye's doorstep. Bai Ye, perhaps overwhelmed by sympathy, had spent 5 million to buy 3 bags of instant noodles and 5 packs of compressed biscuits, and she actually gave half of it away to Xia Lan. Watching Xia Lan nearly kneel in excitement, Luo Chen couldn't help but utter a few words disdainfully, asking for trouble. It seemed the other party hadn't learned enough from her loss to Aunt Wang. As a national-level star, she was probably used to pampering her fans, and her habit of showing kindness was not diminishing at all. However, this had nothing to do with Luo Chen. He was just watching the commotion. Just as Luo Chen was about to close the surveillance, the unexpected really happened. What do you want to do? Terrified, Xia Lan was cornered in the hallway by a group of thugs while holding onto her food. Oh, we were originally waiting for that dog Luo Chen, but unexpectedly, we have a pleasant surprise. Hand over the food, and you can scram. This group of fierce-looking men were none other than Deng Tu's underlings. After all the effort to obtain the food, Xia Lan certainly wouldn't give it up easily. But in front of a bunch of strong and intimidating thugs, her resistance was futile. She even couldn't help but bite one of the thugs' hands, which only angered them further, and she was forcibly dragged into Deng Tu's house. This is how it is, brother Tu. Since she likes to bite so much, why don't we let her bite for a whole night? One of the thugs said with a lewd smile. Due to the snow disaster blocking the roads, they hadn't been to the bar to hunt for fun in a long time. This was a perfect opportunity to quench their thirst. Although the temperature in the room was very low, they were many, and huddling together under the covers kept them warm. Xia Lan looked at the room full of fierce thugs, her face turning pale with fear. So many people, her life might not be safe. It was below freezing, and she had little strength left due to hunger. She still had a child at home who was starving. She absolutely couldn't die at the hands of these thugs. Come on, are you going to take it off yourself, or are we going to do it? The thugs were getting impatient. No, please don't. I beg you to let me go. Let you go? It's too late. If you had just handed over the food earlier, it would have been fine. Ha 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 ha. Someone started tearing at her clothes. Desperate, Xia Lan suddenly shouted, "Let me go, and I can tell you a big secret. It's about the big star Bai Ye. She's in this building." Upon hearing this, Deng Tu, who was sitting on the sofa with thick bandages wrapped around his legs, suddenly looked at her. What did you say? Deng Tu said coldly. Before the apocalypse, he had private information that the big star Bai Ye might have moved into their neighborhood. And for Bai Ye, the national goddess with top-notch looks and figure, Deng Tu was drooling over her. Even when he was playing with women in a hotel, a video of Bai Ye in a short skirt showing off her long legs was playing on the screen. If he could have a night with Bai Ye, it would be worth it for a lifetime. Seeing that the thugs had been silenced by Deng Tu, the terrified Xia Lan quickly said, "The food I have was given to me by Bai Ye. If you let me go, I'll tell you where she lives." In order to ensure her own safety, Xia Lan didn't hesitate to betray her savior. It was as if her earlier promise, standing at Bai Ye's door with tears in her eyes, vowing that she would never reveal any information about her, had never happened. Bai Ye never expected that her act of extending a helping hand to a desperate mother would directly bring her a deadly trouble. A group of desperate criminals had set their sights on her. Who wouldn't want a famous star in the spotlight? Among Dang Tu's thugs, many were fans of Baiya, but most were just lusting after her body. The thought of being able to have the national goddess excited them beyond measure. Baiya, the goddess, a nationwide sensation, the dream lover of countless men and women of all ages. Many influential figures wanted to treat her to a meal, but they had all been ruthlessly rejected. And today, the opportunity to spend a wonderful night with the goddess was right in front of them. If you dare to lie to us, I'll kill you, and your child won't escape either. One thug threatened viciously. I am not lying. I just beg you to let me go. Xiaolan shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Under the assurance from the other party, she gritted her teeth and finally revealed Baiya's address. Baiya lives on the 20th floor, room 2001. All right, I've told you. Can I leave now? Dang Tu waved his hand impatiently. Get lost. He couldn't even be bothered to look at her again. A woman with such looks was not even as attractive as the princesses he ordered at the KTV. Only his little brothers would be interested. Okay, I'm leaving now, Xiaolan exclaimed joyfully, picking up the bread and cookies on the ground, ready to leave. But unexpectedly, several little brothers suddenly surrounded her, their tone unfriendly. You think you can just leave after taking our food? You've got some nerve. This is my stuff, Xiaolan said weakly, lowering her head. Without food, all her efforts tonight would be in vain. Slap. One of the little brothers slapped her hard, causing Xiaolan to fall to the ground. Damn you, filthy bitch, you think you can get away with this? Woo, you guys are not trustworthy, she cried as a group of people pulled her hair and forcibly threw her out the door, where she lay on the cold corridor, crying her heart out. The hard-earned food was all gone in the end. She betrayed her trust, sold out her benefactor to save her own life. But in the end, she didn't get a good outcome either. No food. She and the children at home would still starve to death. The extreme cold even froze her tears the moment they fell. Watching a group of little brothers with hammers and axes heading to the 20th floor, Xiaolan felt as if her heart had turned to ashes. In a room decorated in pink, Baiya was tearing open a bag of compressed biscuits, opening her cherry-like mouth to take small bites and swallow. She was wearing a thick, fleece cat-themed pajama set. Her naturally beautiful face was still exquisite, even more so than those made-up internet celebrities. Just her bare face could score above 9. The dry biscuits were hard to swallow, lacking the sweetness of high-end snacks and the deliciousness of luxurious food. The sudden drop in living standards to that of ordinary people was something Baiya was still struggling to adapt to, but the situation was too dire now, and she could only force herself to accept it. The luxurious upper-class circles and the adoring fan base she once enjoyed were completely out of reach at this moment. Just as she was lost in thought, there was a loud knocking on the outer security door. Who is it? Baiya was startled, cautiously reaching for the living room, peering through the peephole to observe the corridor. She saw a group of thugs with hammers and baseball bats, shivering from the cold while knocking hard on the door. Do you think the goddess Baiya is really in this house? I find it hard to believe that little girl's words. If she dares to lie to us, she'll have a taste of her own medicine. Goddess, please open the door. We are all your loyal fans. If you don't open the door soon, we will start smashing it down. The little brothers laughed loudly, and some even pressed their eyes against the peephole to peek inside. They knocked on the security door with their hammers, making loud thuds. This ordinary security door wasn't very sturdy. If a dozen people forced their way in, it wouldn't take long before it was violently broken down. Baiya was startled and quickly lowered her voice. There's no Baiya here. You have the wrong person. Unfortunately, her Oreo-like voice, no matter how she disguised it, was instantly recognized by the little brothers as Baiya herself. The little brothers were instantly ecstatic. Damn, did you hear that? It really is the goddess Baiya. Goddess, I love you. Please open the door. Great, tonight I can finally be with the goddess. Suddenly, everyone became more excited, and the security door was being pounded loudly. How could this happen? Baiya was so frightened that her delicate face turned pale, and she took several steps back, helplessly hugging her arms. As a national-level goddess, she enjoyed the support of hundreds of millions of fans every day, surrounded by praise wherever she went, facing nothing but high-end venues and elegant upper-class people. She had never encountered such a scene before. It should be known that Baiya's charm was extremely high. Even some second-generation officials in the capital would fight to take her out for meals. At this moment, She certainly knew what this group of thugs was after. Xia Lan. It was Xia Lan who betrayed me. Why? From the words of these thugs, Baiya easily guessed the truth. She couldn't understand. Why, after she sincerely helped a desperate mother, could the other party turn around and betray her without hesitation? Bang! Bang! The hammer slammed hard against the security door, creating dents on the surface. As a big star, her charm could conquer countless fans across the country, but in the face of a group of thugs, she was utterly helpless. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so willful. Baiya leaned against the wall in despair, her delicate body trembling slightly from fear. After taking on too many exhausting performances, she had quarreled with her manager, leaving her and the bodyguards behind, and quietly bought a place here, intending to rest alone for a while. But unexpectedly, she encountered a severe blizzard. The thugs outside, under normal circumstances, would have been swiftly dealt with by the bodyguards before they even got close. But now, she was all alone. Even the emergency call had long become a mere decoration. In this frigid, snowbound apocalyptic environment, her final outcome would surely be tragic. Just commit suicide. Baiya picked up a fruit knife from the coffee table, trembling as she pressed it against her fair throat. As long as she died, she could avoid being defiled. Did I just hear Goddess Baiya say she wants to commit suicide? No, Goddess. Let us enjoy you before you die. Yeah, if you don't experience the joy of being a woman, wouldn't that be a waste of life? Ha ha ha, even if she dies, she's still a goddess, I don't mind. The sound of the hammer hitting the door paused for a moment, then the younger brothers burst into wild laughter. In their words, even if she died, she couldn't escape. Who? Help me. Woo. Baiya, in despair, dropped the fruit knife and covered her face, crying helplessly. Her fragile body trembled, and anyone who saw her would have their heart broken. The halo of a big star provided no help in such a situation. It could even become the abyss that would bury her. Meanwhile, the arrogant shouts and door banging from the thugs outside were heard by all the residents in the building, who were shocked to find that the famous goddess Baiya was living here. Moreover, she had already been discovered by Deng Tu and his gang. Damn it, how can my goddess fall into the hands of such scum? Brothers, we must find a way to save Goddess Baiya. Support! As loyal fans, we cannot let the goddess cry helplessly. Messages in the group began to roll in rapidly. Luo Chen curiously glanced at the group name, Baiya Goddess Night Brigade. To prevent Deng Tu and his gang from seeing, the residents had even created a new group chat, pulling everyone in. Many were passionately discussing how to rescue Baiya from Deng Tu and his group. No matter how many people Deng Tu has, can they outnumber us? We have nearly 100 people, 10 times their number. Exactly. As long as we work together and charge in, they will definitely be scared away. The words sounded beautiful. Many even excitedly imagined the wonderful scene of Baiya holding their hands in gratitude. However, soon everyone realized a very important problem. That is, who's taking the lead? Since you have such high awareness, at Resident 1502 on the 15th floor, let's agree on this. You charge ahead, and we'll follow behind you. Exactly. Just shout and we'll all go together. Come on, why should I lead? I'm weak and can't bear the responsibility. It should be a group owner leading. He created the group chat. He should take responsibility. Group owner, I've already taken on the responsibility of initiating action. I must oversee the big picture. So you all should take the lead. You go. You go. No, you go. If not, then let him go. The homeowners began to push the responsibility onto each other. No one wanted to be the first to charge in. This was perfectly normal. The first bird gets shot. They were about to face a group of thugs armed with machetes and hammers, the kind that had really killed people. The one at the front would surely not have a good outcome. Who knows? They might even be hacked to death by a group of angry ruffians. The goddess was beautiful, but when it came to their own lives, they firmly chose the latter. This is hilarious. Luo Chen looked at the group chat messages and couldn't help but chuckle. He thought these people were brave, but it turned out they were just shouting slogans. As soon as it was time to act, they all wilted. Wait, did you all forget? There's someone in our building who made Deng the Butcher suffer. He almost crippled him. Right. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. At Luo Chen, saving Goddess Baiya depends on you. Yeah, brother Luo. Lead us to defeat Deng the Butcher. At Luo Chen. At Luo Chen. At Luo Chen. The tone of the chat suddenly changed. A group of residents excitedly tagged their only hope, Luo Chen. Luo Chen was watching the commotion when he was unexpectedly bombarded with tags, and he couldn't help but respond with a blank expression. What the hell? Why are you tagging me? Do you think we're playing a hero rescuing princess game? Lead you to defeat Deng the Butcher? Ridiculous. You're her fans, not me, so why drag me into this? These guys were just cursing you in the group last time, and now they're all trying to curry favor in front of a big star. Li Ro rolled her eyes beautifully. She clearly still held a grudge against these residents. Luo Chen snorted and said, "You think you can use me as a weapon? That's quite a fantasy." Under Li Ro's resentful gaze, he reached for her Balenciaga. "I'm not interested. If you want to save her, figure it out yourselves," Luo Chen replied casually in the group. Instantly, a wave of outrage erupted among the residents, with comments like "you have the ability but won't step up." "I'm not afraid. I'm just giving you the opportunity, and the goddess is waiting for us," filling Luo Chen's home with a lively atmosphere. Without Luo Chen leading, the residents dared not take any real action. They could only continue to argue in the group. Bang! The security door was smashed open by a hammer. The cold wind rushed into the living room, allowing them to vaguely see the golden-haired figure hiding in the room. In a cute, energetic cat-themed pajama, the little brothers in the hallway became even more excited and lamented how nice it would be if Luo Chen's door was that fragile too. Luo Chen. Right. I can ask Luo Chen for help. Baya's vacant beautiful eyes suddenly ignited with hope. Although she hadn't said much in the previous group chats, she had been secretly observing and was well aware of what had happened recently. Luo Chen was the man who had made Deng the Butcher and a group of thugs suffer greatly. If anyone could help her out of this dire situation, it would be Luo Chen alone. Thinking of this, Baya quickly trembled as she opened her phone, clicked on the group chat interface, and sent a friend request to Luo Chen. "Please, hurry up and agree. Luo Chen." At that moment, just as Luo Chen was about to do something, his phone rang. Ding! He didn't want to respond, but the notification kept ringing incessantly. Damn! Who's ruining my mood? Even the butler isn't helping me intercept this. Frustrated, he opened his phone and found it was a friend request from the big star Baya. Baya? She's almost being used as a RBQ, and I didn't expect her to have time to message me. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and clicked to accept. He was somewhat surprised. The other party was a renowned national goddess with countless fans. Among so many residents in the building, why did she choose to contact him? Luo Chen. I'm Baya, the big star you know. Deng Tu and his men are smashing my door. I probably can't hold out much longer. I hope you can help me. I live in 2001. It seems she was in a hurry, sending the message almost instantly. To make sure he believed her, she attached a selfie. Her face was stunning, and her figure was graceful. She was indeed a rare, vibrant beauty. Luo Chen typed back, "Why should I help you? He wouldn't do anything without a benefit. I'm a big star. If you save me, I'll be very grateful. I can also give you a lot of money." Baya seemed taken aback by his cold attitude. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. In her perception, no matter how excellent a man was, he would always be surprised and enthusiastic when encountering her. After all, who wouldn't want to get close to her? But this time, she might be disappointed. Luo Chen was different from others. If he didn't want to do something, it didn't matter if you were a superstar. Bang! The security door was smashed again, creating a large dent. The cold wind rushed in, and the temperature inside the room dropped sharply. Goddess, stop struggling, just open the door yourself. The situation was extremely urgent. The security door could probably only hold for another 5 minutes. You being a big star has nothing to do with me. Luo Chen looked at the chat box and disdainfully replied, "Your gratitude is worthless to me. As for money? Ha ha, in this situation, it's just a piece of scrap paper." With that, he tossed his phone aside, no longer caring. Just then, Li Ro softly said, "Luo Chen, Baya is a national-level goddess. Can you really bear to let her be ruined by that scum Deng Tu and his gang?" In her eyes, it would be a pity for Luo Chen to miss out on such a beauty. "Of course, I won't," Luo Chen said meaningfully. From the very beginning, he had planned to bring the charming big star Baya into his home. Entertainment was so scarce now. It would be nice to have her play the piano or blow an instrument, or even dance. It would be quite pleasing. Even in the apocalypse, spiritual needs shouldn't be neglected. As a big star, she must be proficient in singing, playing, and dancing. right? Coincidentally, Luo Chen was also good at singing, dancing, and rapping, so they could have some in-depth exchanges. Moreover, he had a top-of-the-line Steinway piano worth over $1 million in his space, just sitting there, and it would be perfect for her to play for him every day. It would be a way to cultivate an appreciation for the arts. Stars of her level usually have high self-esteem and are proud of their talents. Luo Chen said lightly, if I easily agree to save her, she definitely won't be too grateful, she might even think it's a given. The best effect will come when she's at her wit's end, desperate enough to want to end it all, and then I'll step in. After all, that's human nature. You, don't come in. Baya fearfully raised a fruit knife, pointing it at the group of thugs. The tip of the knife trembled slightly. The security door had been broken open wide. The cold wind howled in, just like Baya's despairing heart. I can save you, but there's a condition. You must listen to me from now on. A message came in. It was from Luo Chen. Instantly, Baya, whose face was devoid of color, agreed without hesitation, like a drowning person grasping at a last straw. Even so, she resigned herself to her fate. After all, no matter how one looked at it, it was 100 times better than falling into the hands of that group of thugs. Given her stunning beauty, it was impossible for her to rely on her own strength to determine her destiny. I agree, as long as you can save me. Looking at the response from the other party, Luo Chen couldn't help but smirk. You can act now, Li Ro said with some confusion. But there are so many of them. If we force it, the odds don't seem great. How do you plan to save her? As she spoke, a jade hand pressed down on his mischievous intentions. There are many ways. Luo Chen didn't elaborate, just teasingly hinted. In fact, forcing it wasn't out of the question. After all, he still had 3 Glock handguns obtained from bank robbers in his space. Just the bullets alone numbered over 400. Even with his eyes closed, he could shoot Deng Tu and his group into a porcupine. However, that would waste too many bullets, especially for someone like him who had never learned firearms shooting systematically. It wasn't the best plan. Do you believe that I can safely rescue Baya without shedding blood? And make Deng Tu's little gang dance in circles? Luo Chen played with a strand of Li Ro's hair, revealing a playful smile. I believe you're the best, Li Ro sweetly said while hugging one of his arms, unreasonably maintaining her trust. But how do we do it? She asked curiously. It's simple. This move is called. Luo Chen paused, smiled, and said, drawing the tiger away from its mountain. Goddess Baya, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. The sudden roar startled both Baya and Deng Tu's group. Luo Chen, is it you coming to save me? Baya was taken aback, then immediately thought it was Luo Chen, and said excitedly, Luo Chen? Deng Tu, sitting in a wheelchair stolen from a nearby house by his underlings, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing Baya's words. The group of thugs who were smashing doors froze in place. Deng Tu felt a sharp pain in his injured leg, as if it had suddenly intensified. The underlings seemed to recall the unforgettable icy water bath from their last encounter. Luo Chen? Where is Luo Chen? Damn, he actually came in person? Stop him. Be careful. He has a crossbow. Stay hidden. The group immediately reacted, and the underlings shouted in panic, the scene becoming extremely chaotic as they desperately tried to hide. They all thought Luo Chen was coming to ambush them with a crossbow and a high-pressure water gun. Instantly, the otaku Lu Yuanyue, who had come alone to save the goddess, was shocked. Damn, so I'm this awesome? They all freak out and run for cover when they see me. Lu Yuanyue, wearing a stainless steel basin on his head and holding a rolling pin, used a pot lid as a shield. Looking at the panicking underlings, he wore an incredulous expression. Could it be that I'm the protagonist in this disaster, starting my rise by saving the goddess, and the two of us living a shameless life together? Lu Yuanyue stood there, grinning foolishly. Bang! While he was still lost in his fantasies, a fist struck his cheek hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Stars danced before his eyes. Damn! Is this idiot Luo Chen? One underling spat disdainfully. He's so weak. I took him down with one punch. Seeing this, the underlings squatting in the corner with their heads down suddenly perked up, surrounding him with arrogant expressions. Damn it, Luo Chen! I told you, if you dare to come out, I'll kill you. You little brat. Weren't you very arrogant? Let's see you be arrogant again. Well done. With one punch, Luo Chen was knocked down. His skills have improved. I didn't expect Luo Chen to be so weak. The younger brothers surrounded Lu Yuanyue, giving him a flurry of slaps, punches, and kicks without mercy, turning him into a pig's head. Lu Yuanyue, beaten and lying on the cold ground, felt his mind go blank. Luo-chan? Wait, why are you trying to beat up Luo-chan? What does that have to do with me? Lu Yuanyue! Ron! Ron! Lu Yuanyue wailed, begging for mercy. I'm not Luo-chan. You've got the wrong person. Not Luo-chan? The younger brothers paused upon hearing this. They pulled out their phones, comparing the photos of the owner they had obtained from others. Damn! It really isn't. Luo-chan is way more handsome than this guy. Damn it! If you're not Luo-chan, why are you yelling? Tired of living? Deng Tu angrily delivered another heavy blow. Instantly, Lu Yuanyue's nostrils bled. Damn it! A dead fat otaku dares to act like a hero saving a beauty, thinking that so many of them are just sitting around doing nothing. I won't dare anymore. Please let me go. Lu Yuanyue, bruised and battered, pleaded, his nose bleeding profusely, his eyes nearly swollen shut. In order to save his goddess, he had severely overestimated his own combat ability, rushing out in a moment of heated blood, when he was truly surrounded by a group of knife-wielding desperados. Looking at their fierce and malicious gazes, Lu Yuanyue deeply felt the fear of death. Being a hero is not something everyone can do. Boss, how should we deal with this kid? One of the younger brothers weighed the iron hammer in his hand, looking at Lu Yuanyue as if he were a corpse. Open the window and throw him out, Deng Tu said casually, as if he were casually mentioning something trivial. Throw him out? This is the 20th floor, over 50 meters above the ground. No, please, brother Tu, let me go. For the sake of being neighbors, Lu Yuanyue cried out in fear. If he had known he would lose his life, he wouldn't have dared to rush out. Goddess? Is that stunning beauty someone a useless otaku like him can covet? Alright, boss. One of the younger brothers grinned, grabbing his hair and dragging him toward the window in the corridor. He paid no heed to his pleas. Ding! At that moment, everyone's phones rang simultaneously. They curiously opened them to find a message from Luo-chan in the group, along with a selfie. At Deng Tu, I'm on the 2nd floor, and I can hear your barking from the 20th floor. Do you know that you're disturbing the peace? If you don't shut up, I'll break your other dog leg too. Photo, JPG, 2nd floor corridor, selfie, internationally recognized gesture, Luo-chan. I'll kill you. Deng Tu was furious, like a wild beast, smashing his phone to pieces and roaring at the younger brothers. I told you to keep an eye on him. Damn it, you're all slacking off. And that idiot Luo-chan has run downstairs. Deng Tu, sitting in a wheelchair, slammed the armrest in anger. What are you standing there for? Go down and catch that dog Luo-chan. I'm going to rip his tongue out. Deng Tu bellowed. The younger brothers, scolded harshly, immediately sent 2 people to push the wheelchair toward the stairs. They had confirmed the photo was real. In fact, the traces in the snow outside the window were from when they had gone to dig snow for water not long ago, indicating that Luo-chan must be downstairs. Baya was like a caged bird, with no escape. A group of people blinded by anger didn't think too much, only wanting to rush down and catch Luo-chan before he could escape, to torture him fiercely, for themselves, and to take revenge for the boss. They really left. Baya looked at Luo-chan's messages in the group, then glanced at the empty corridor, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. But, would Luo-chan, risking his life to draw away so many people to save her, really be in danger? Before she could worry further, her phone received a video call from Luo-chan. Why are you still dawdling? Get up here. Baya stared at Luo-chan sitting on the sofa, unable to contain her astonishment. Luo-chan, aren't you supposed to be downstairs? Why are you at home now? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't move faster, they'll catch on. Luo-chan said calmly. The photos posted in the group were, of course, synthesized by him with the help of the butler. They were taken in real time from the surveillance cameras installed in the corridor, and the details were completely real. As long as he could provoke them verbally when they came up, it would be easy to make them lose their rationality. However, with the temperature so low, even if they got heated, after descending a couple of flights of stairs and being hit by the frigid wind, they would quickly calm down. A little thought would reveal the oddity. After all, in 2055, AI technology had developed rapidly, and synthesizing a photo was child's play. Sure enough, as a group of people reached the 18th floor, Deng Tu was immediately calmed by the howling cold wind in the corridor. Something was off. That little brat Luo Chun was incredibly cunning. Hiding at home and shooting arrows from the dark, how could he possibly risk his own life to save Baiya? And so openly, as if he were afraid she wouldn't come down. It was as if he was deliberately trying to provoke her. With AI synthesis software so rampant now, what if he had someone living downstairs take a photo and then used software to fool her? Luo Chen was indeed capable of such treachery. Not good. She had fallen for it. Deng Tu, a seasoned player in both the underworld and the legitimate world, realized something was wrong. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He directly slapped a big brother behind him on the back of the head and roared, "Luo Chen is still at home, the photo is synthesized. Get back immediately, don't let Baiya escape." The younger brothers were shocked. They halted in their tracks, and a group of them turned around and rushed back. They couldn't let the duck they had caught fly away. "Luo Chen, you are truly despicable." Seeing that Baiya still wanted to grab a coat, Luo Chen couldn't help but scold. "Have you lost your mind? Those guys could come back at any moment, why aren't you running?" But it's very cold outside," Baiya said, feeling wronged, but she still listened to him because this was a matter of her life. She could only grab a coat from the sofa, draping it over her thick, fleece cat pajamas, and ran towards the 23rd floor where Luo Chen was. As soon as she stepped out, she heard Deng Tu and his gang's angry shouts and the sound of their running footsteps in the stairwell. The noise was very close. The fierce younger brothers were on the 19th floor, just one level below her. If they looked up, they could see her figure. Deng Gu guessed right. Baiya really wants to run. Damn it, hurry up and chase. If she hides in Luo Chen's place, it will be a disaster. The younger brothers were suddenly anxious. They gritted their teeth and forced themselves to speed up their ascent. The goddess was theirs. Damn Luo Chen, you want to be the hero saving the beauty? Ha! I will never let you succeed. Deng Tu tightly gripped the armrests of his wheelchair, roaring angrily. The wheelchair was being carried by two younger brothers. His furious roar echoed through the stairwell, instantly spreading throughout the entire building. At that moment, all the residents hiding in their homes were shocked. What? Didn't Luo Chen say he had no interest in this matter? Why was he secretly trying to save someone now? Want to eat alone? Ha! The residents were instantly furious, pounding their chests and stamping their feet. But listening to the chaotic sounds in the corridor and the fierce shouts from a group of thugs, they dared not open the door. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire Luo Chen's courage. I can't do this anymore. Baiya had hardly eaten anything and was already weak. Now, suddenly being chased by a group of desperate criminals, especially in the frigid temperature of -70 degrees, she quickly ran out of strength. At that moment, Baiya had just climbed 2 flights of stairs and reached the 22nd floor. Deng Tu and his gang had already chased her to the 21st floor and were almost at the 22nd. They could see her now. Baiya, goddess, don't run. I'm about to catch you. He. Just wait. I'm going to enjoy you thoroughly. The few thugs at the front shouted with bloodshot eyes, like a man-eating monster crawling out of hell. Looking up, Baiya, dressed in a cat-themed pajamas, was right in front of them. Woo, what should I do? Luo Chen? I can't run anymore. Baiya cried into her phone. In terms of stamina, she definitely couldn't compete with a group of frantic thugs. At this rate, before she could even reach the 23rd floor, she would be dragged back by those ruffians behind her. Take off your coat and throw it down, Luo Chen said emotionlessly. In her panic, Baiya instinctively ran and yanked off the coat draped over her, tossing it behind her. The heavy coat, like a cloak, directly covered the two thugs charging in front. Blinded, the two were caught off guard and tripped on the stairs. Like a line of dominoes, the thugs rushing up behind them also fell down, crashing heavily onto the two. Baiya didn't dare look back. Taking advantage of the thugs still struggling to get up, she gritted her teeth and squeezed out the last bit of her strength, finally rushing up to the 23rd floor. Stumbling, she fell in front of Luo Chen's door. Just as others had said, Luo Chen's security door was incredibly thick, giving a reassuring feeling just from the outside. Baiya couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Before she could even knock, a cold electronic wristband fell in front of her. Put it on, and I'll let you in. A wristband? Baiya was momentarily stunned. This request seemed a bit strange. Why did she have to wear this thing to get inside? If you don't wear it, get lost. Luo Chen's indifferent voice came through the heavy security door. smashing her proud self-esteem to pieces like a hammer. Originally, Baya thought that with her status as a big star, she would at least receive some decent treatment. At the very least, Luo Chen would respect her more than an average person. But to her surprise, she was worth less than a piece of bread in his eyes. At that moment, Deng Tu and his gang had already rushed up to the 23rd floor, and seeing Baya fallen in front of Luo Chen's door, they all charged over with bloodshot eyes. If she fell into the hands of those scum, her fate would surely be dire. In the past, Baya naively thought she was different from those actresses who relied on their looks to climb the social ladder. She believed that even if she spent her whole life as a minor actress, enduring the disdain of directors and big shots, she would never bow to others or let them manipulate her. To protect her purity, she would even be willing to die. But now, she realized she was wrong, terribly wrong. Upon seeing the group of thugs charging over with bloodshot eyes, Baya instinctively grabbed the wristband in front of her and put it on her wrist without hesitation. Her life was the most important thing. Everything else was just fluff. Come in. The heavy security door opened. Baya took advantage of the fact that the group of little brothers behind her hadn't rushed over yet, gritted her teeth, and crawled into Luo Chen's house. Bang! The security door slammed shut instantly. The little brothers stuck outside were all red-eyed, unable to believe that the swan they thought was in their grasp had flown away right before their eyes. That was the big star Baya, a goddess they could never hope to touch in their lifetime. Luo Chen, damn it, hurry up and open the door for me. I'll count to 3, and if you don't open the door and let me in, I'll smash this broken door to pieces. Don't think your little tricks still work on us. Listening to the roars of the little brothers outside, Luo Chen merely said lightly, "Useless bunch, do you want to take a cold shower again?" Upon hearing this, the thugs who had just been shouting about smashing the door suddenly recalled the last time they had faced such a situation. Being blasted by high-pressure water guns in -70°C had turned many of them into drenched chickens, causing several to develop high fevers, go into shock, and they had almost lost 2 brothers. Run! A group of them fled in panic, not daring to utter another threat. There was no other choice. Faced with an indestructible door, they had no way to fight back except to passively take a beating. If they didn't leave, what awaited them would be crossbows and cold showers. In their haste, several people even tumbled down the stairs. "I'm saved," Baya said, still feeling a lingering fear. Exhausted, she could only barely support herself, sitting like a duck, gazing up at the living room's environment. So warm, Baya's pretty face, flushed from the cold, revealed an expression of disbelief. The living room was brightly lit. A delicate fireplace was burning with a roaring flame, casting a bright and warm glow. On the dining table, a roast duck steaming with heat, and a large chicken leg coated in sweet sauce, exuded an intoxicating aroma. An entire box of expensive 1982 Lafite. Luo Chen's home was like paradise. Not only did it have a warm fireplace, but the delicious food was also so abundant. While she, a big star, could only nibble on dry hard biscuits to get by, other homeowners couldn't even afford a bag of bread. Yet there was a steaming roast duck on the dining table of this household. The living room was incredibly warm, and she felt not a hint of cold. Compared to Luo Chen, others lived like beggars, in a life devoid of dignity. "You are Baya, right?" Luo Chen crossed his arms, surveying her with the gaze of someone appraising private property. Baya maintained her duck-like sitting posture, looking up at Luo Chen, who had a cold expression and was sizing her up with icy eyes, and she couldn't help but feel a momentary breathlessness, sensing a powerful pressure. Li Ro, dressed in an exquisite OL outfit, stood respectfully with her head bowed beside him, resembling a dedicated secretary. Baya had long heard of this married woman, Li Ro. Now standing in front of her, she realized that the other's looks were indeed top-notch, although not as beautiful as herself. She was certainly not inferior compared to other first-tier female stars. The most important thing was that her figure was unmatched in the entire entertainment industry. I'm Baya. You." Baya had just started to speak when Luo Chen coldly interrupted her. "You smell. Go wash up in the bathroom first." Luo Chen pinched his nose in disgust, waved his hand at her, and then walked over to the sofa, sitting down with his legs crossed. He didn't look at her again. "Smell?" Baya was taken aback, seemingly thinking she had misheard. She was a nationwide sensation, a goddess of pure elegance, and the cost of maintaining her body was astronomical, although she hadn't had a proper hot shower for a few days since the snow disaster hit. Still, Luo Chen's disdainful gaze and indifferent attitude deeply hurt Bai Ye, who had a very high sense of self-esteem. Why couldn't he be a little gentler with yourself? Bai Ye thought, feeling wronged. Go on, don't make him angry. I'll put the clean clothes outside, Li Ro said gently, smiling at her. Compared to Luo Chen's indifference, Li Ro's tender and considerate actions undoubtedly made Bai Ye feel quite fond of her. Bai Ye nodded and walked towards the bathroom. This was not only because of Luo Chen's words but also because she hadn't had a proper bath in several days, and she felt a bit uncomfortable inside. As she passed the kitchen, the expensive and rare ingredients on the cabinet shocked Bai Ye. Lobsters, king crabs, Russian ham, truffles, tuna sushi, barbecued meat, almost filling half the kitchen. My goodness! The small kitchen contained famous delicacies from dozens of countries. The quality of life here. It could be said without exaggeration that it was even more luxurious than the meals Bai Ye had before the snow disaster. Luo Chen, how could he stockpile so much food at home? Bai Ye covered her cherry-like mouth, her beautiful eyes wide open. It was as if he had predicted a super snow disaster that would sweep the world, preparing so many delicacies in advance. Moreover, he had even built a delicate and warm fireplace in the living room to combat the extreme cold of -70 degrees, while others were shivering in the cold, desperately trying to buy food. Luo Chen was enjoying countless delicacies in a warm room, living so freely and elegantly. And just now, when she entered, Bai Ye noticed that Luo Chen's security door was definitely custom-made by a specialized security company. Not only was the door incredibly heavy, but it also required 3 locks to open. What does this mean? The villa where Bai Ye lived had a high security level, costing an astonishing tens of millions. But compared to Luo Chen's home, it was completely a joke. The more she thought about it, the more shocked Bai Ye became. If this were a coincidence, she would never believe it. Luo Chen's image suddenly seemed incredibly tall and unfathomable in her heart. But the stronger the opponent, the greater the protection for oneself. Luo Chen. Luo Chen. It's always Luo Chen. Damn it. Luo Chen. Deng Tu sat in his wheelchair, angrily banging on the armrest. His roar echoed throughout the building. A group of little brothers looked like defeated roosters, their heads down, their faces as if they had died. The goddess had flown away with wings. Due to Deng Tu's roar, the residents hiding at home immediately learned the result. Luo Chen had actually rescued the goddess Bai Ye from the hands of Deng Tu and his gang of thugs, just like a knight who successfully saved the princess. Once again, he had completely defeated the opponent. My goodness, were they watching a movie? Luo Chen was just one person, yet he could always win against many. It was truly magical. Boss, at least we didn't come away empty-handed. One little brother, as if presenting a treasure, picked up the coat that Bai Ye had thrown down and handed it to Deng Tu. This is the coat Bai Ye wore. It still carries her fragrance. I'll give it to you, boss. Hearing this, Deng Tu became even angrier and slapped him on the head. Idiot, can't you have some ambition? Luo Chen is really fighting at home, and you're taking someone else's clothes to fantasize. After being slapped, the little brother felt wronged. He showed a pained expression on his face and said, "You're right, boss, I'm too unambitious. I'll just throw the coat away. Don't say you're with me when you go out, it's really embarrassing. A bunch of people can't even keep an eye on a little girl." Deng Tu slapped him again. The little brother covered his head, feeling wronged. Clearly, there were so many people present, yet he was the only one getting hurt. Luo Chen, don't get too proud. I'll smash your broken door sooner or later. I'll barge in and kill you, Deng Tu thought, fire blazing in his eyes. In the bathroom, sigh. What does it matter how beautiful it is? In the mirror, the blonde girl gently sighed. She shook her head slightly and reached out to turn on the shower. Whoosh! Suddenly, Bai Ye's beautiful eyes widened, and her cherry lips parted in shock. There's hot water. She thought she would have to bathe with cold water, especially since the entire neighborhood was out of power and water. Wanting to take a hot shower was simply a dream. After all, relying on the little electricity provided officially every morning and evening, everyone could at most go outside to dig some snow to boil water. The voltage simply couldn't support high power usage. But Luo Chen's house actually had hot water. Does this mean there's electricity in the room? Tap. The bright white light turned on, and warm air blew out. The dim bathroom became bright and warm. Really there is. Bai Ye exclaimed in shock. Could it be that Luo Chen had a generator at home? This preparation was too thorough. At that moment, Bai Ye almost shed tears of gratitude. How long has it been? How long has it been since she enjoyed a hot shower? Such a mundane thing had become so unattainable after the extreme cold and snow disaster struck. If I can take a hot shower every day, no, once a week, I would be very satisfied. Baya smiled slightly. What she didn't know was that Luo Chen's space stored several tens of thousands of tons of water resources. Taking a hot shower was as easy as having a meal. Li Ro took a shower at least once a day. However, to the other residents outside, hot water was a very precious resource. There wasn't even enough to drink. Showering? At most, they would just wipe themselves with a towel. In the living room, today, do you not need someone to accompany you? Li Ro smiled gently. Jealousy? Not at all. Well, maybe just a little. But Li Ro was very clear in her heart that in this chaotic and extreme cold apocalypse, someone like Luo Chen, who possessed infinite space and hoarded countless supplies, definitely wouldn't have only her as a woman. She wasn't foolish enough to act unreasonable. The situation in the living room was completely unknown to Baya, although she wanted to continue washing, even for 2 hours before going out. The current extreme cold and snow disaster made every drop of hot water incredibly precious. She couldn't afford to waste it too much. What is this? When Baya reached for a towel, she suddenly noticed a box of something she had never seen before on the nearby cabinet. Curious, she picked it up to examine it. This seems to be. Baya was so startled that she threw it back. Her pretty face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes were in a panic. After preparing herself mentally, she quietly pushed the frosted glass door open a crack, quickly grabbed the neatly stacked clothes from the floor, and shut the door tightly. What kind of clothes are these? I don't think I've worn them before. Baya slowly opened the black and white piece of clothing in her hand, looking at the lace and bow on it, her puzzled eyes widening instantly. Pushing open the frosted door, Baya entered the living room. Her long legs were wrapped in white stockings, making her perfect leg curves even more enticing. You're done washing. Li Ro smiled gently at her. Baya responded softly, her gaze drifting to Luo Chen. Hey, what is this? Baya turned her head and suddenly found Luo Chen sitting on the sofa, staring intently at the huge LCD screen in the living room. On the screen, nearly 100 windows were neatly arranged. Upon closer inspection, these windows turned out to be surveillance cameras, covering every corner of the corridors from the 1st to the 23rd floor. In the footage, one could clearly see the residents downstairs shoveling snow. Luo Chen was actually monitoring everyone in the building. Baya couldn't help but shiver. You can't do this. Before she could utter the words breaking the law, Baya suddenly remembered their current situation. The extreme cold and snow disaster had swept the globe, and the social order of the past had collapsed. Forget about invading others' privacy. Even if someone were killed, no police would come to intervene. Stop talking nonsense. Luo Chen shot her a sideways glance, coldly stating, I don't keep idle people. A maid must have the awareness of a maid. Upon hearing this, Baya lowered her head in grievance. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Baya understood this principle as well. Luo Chen had saved her from the hands of Deng Tu and his group, and now he was merely asking her to contribute some labor. It could be said that it was not excessive at all. Fortunately, the room was not dirty. One could say it was spotless. If the current scene were shared in the owner's group, it would probably make those people explode with jealousy. Soon, the sky gradually darkened. It was time for dinner. What should we eat today? Luo Chen pondered. Yesterday they had grilled meat salad, the day before that seafood lobster, and the day before that a lavish banquet. No more hesitation, let's continue eating meat. I just remembered there are quite a few tomahawk lamb chops in the pantry that I've been wanting to try. Luo Chen's consciousness sank into the pantry, retrieving several tomahawk lamb chops and a large bag of toast. Li Ro, go prepare the ingredients, he instructed. As the head of the household, Luo Chen certainly wouldn't cook himself. The kitchen work was best left to women. Especially since Li Ro's cooking skills were quite good, Luo Chen had praised her dishes endlessly. These ingredients look very fresh. As for the toast, let me think. How about we have grilled tomahawk lamb chops and lamb soup for dinner? Li Ro said, extending a delicate finger to lightly tap her cherry lips. After seeing Luo Chen nod in agreement, she quickly took the ingredients to the kitchen, changed into an apron, and began chopping the toast, onions, and other necessary ingredients. In her state of shock, Baya finally came to her senses. What did she just see? Luo Chen had pulled out 2 gigantic tomahawk lamb legs out of thin air? Was this a sci-fi movie? Or was she seeing things Baiya was filled with immense doubt, incredulously asking, Luo Chen, what was that just now? How did you do that? It couldn't be. All those ingredients in the kitchen were conjured up by him using this method, right? That was just too unbelievable. Want to know? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Seeing her nod eagerly, he beckoned. Come here. Baiya tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, leaning in expectantly to present her fair ear. I'm listening. But unexpectedly, Luo Chen directly grasped her chin and, amidst her astonished gaze, kissed her cherry lips fiercely. Baiya's eyes widened. That was her first kiss. I'll go help in the kitchen. Baiya shyly stood up, tossing her silky golden hair, and fled to the kitchen. One could vaguely see her flushed ears. In the kitchen, Li Ro had already placed the tomahawk lamb chops into the smokeless oven to roast. She slightly bent over, using a knife to prepare onions and peppers as seasonings, and cut the toast into small cubes. Once the lamb soup in the clay pot was done simmering, it would be delicious lamb soup with bread. Her virtuous appearance made Baiya pause for a moment in surprise. Li Ro's cooking skills were really impressive. Baiya couldn't help but think that if she had to cook by herself, she would definitely be flustered. Do you want to help? Li Ro smiled, tilting her head. I'll help. Baiya nodded, a hint of nervousness in her voice. After a flurry of activity, the fragrant grilled lamb chops and thick, delicious lamb soup were served on the table. Li Ro and Baiya stood by with their hands down. Not bad. Your cooking skills have improved, Luo Chen said, cutting off a piece of golden grilled lamb chop with his knife and savoring it. Baiya inhaled the enticing aroma, her mouth watering uncontrollably, and her stomach began to rumble. She covered her stomach, her face turning red. Let's eat together, Luo Chen said with a smile. After all, since she entered this home, she was already one of them. When it came to food, Luo Chen would never skimp on them. Thank you, Baiya said, surprised. She didn't expect to enjoy such luxurious food. She had thought Luo Chen would only give her some dry, hard bread or instant noodles. Although Luo Chen had been quite indifferent to her before, his sudden kindness made Baiya's fondness for him rise sharply in her heart. So delicious. Baiya took a small bite of the golden grilled lamb chop, feeling no hint of gamey taste, but rather a mouthful of rich roasted meat flavor. For Baiya, who had been starving and living on snacks for over a week, this was undoubtedly the most delicious food in the world. At that moment, Baiya suddenly felt that staying here wasn't so bad. Ding, a message suddenly popped up in the group chat. Just as Luo Chen had almost finished eating, he saw his phone light up and directly unlocked it to open the chat group. I wonder what new fun there is. He smirked. He didn't want to directly block the other residents who had harmed him in his past life, as that would ruin his enjoyment. Watching them gradually descend into despair and die tragically in regret was what truly brought him immense satisfaction. After all, he wasn't a magnanimous person. Since they had committed those unforgivable acts against him in their past life, he was definitely going to take revenge this time. Baiya Goddess Night Group at 902 resident on the 9th floor at Luo Chen. I heard you saved the Baiya Goddess. Is she at your house now? How is she? At 601 resident on the 6th floor. Yeah. Is the goddess okay? You didn't bully her, did you? At 2101 Lu Yuanyue on the 21st floor at Luo Chen. Treat the goddess well. Let her eat first if there's good food. Her health is delicate. By the way, I remember her preferences very clearly, so I'll tell you. At Dog Liquor Group leader at Luo Chen. I warn you, don't have any improper thoughts about our goddess. The residents transformed into sycophants, constantly tagging Luo Chen in the group, perhaps thinking that Baiya could see their messages now, so they were trying harder than ever to curry favor, hoping the goddess would take a liking to them. After all, she was the Baiya Goddess, a sensation across the Blue Star. This stunning beauty was someone they were seeing up close for the first time. I can't believe so many people are standing up for you, Luo Chen said to Baiya, whose mouth was full of food. He glanced at the group chat. Baiya lost interest and pouted, saying, fans' personal behavior. Please do not elevate it to the idol itself. What a joke. That group of fans who could only talk big was utterly useless. If they truly cared about her, where were they when she was trapped in the room by Deng Tu and his gang, banging on the door? To think they could win her favor with just a few words was really too funny. Baiya might be a bit naive, but she wasn't stupid. Although Luo Chen would bully her, he certainly provided plenty of delicious food. In the extreme cold and snowy disaster, this was a luxury that no amount of wealth could buy. Luo Chen suddenly felt a bit mischievous and replied in the group. Your goddess Baya is doing well, she just finished her bath and is enjoying herself now. Yes, that's right. Enjoying food is also a form of enjoyment. But the homeowners didn't care about that, they immediately began to wildly speculate. Just thinking about their pure and innocent goddess being successfully wooed by Luo Chen made them feel like their hearts were being cut with knives. Jealousy, envy, anger. The homeowners were driven mad by the stimulation. At Luo Chen, I and %% you and hashtag at Luo Chen and asterisk and %%. Before the barrage of messages in the group could start, he had already exited the chat. Ha ha ha. I'm so envious of you bunch of pathetic sycophants. Luo Chen laughed heartily. After teasing those homeowners, he felt an immense sense of joy. Indeed, the feeling of superiority that comes from being envied by a group of people is truly delightful. What Luo Chen didn't expect was that a few of the crazed homeowners actually ran to the larger group to send messages. At 9th floor 901 resident de Zhu at Luo Chen. Don't let the goddess suffer in your home any longer. Her delicate mouth can't withstand the torment of your snacks. There's nothing to be done. Luo Chen has stocked up on a lot of food, but it's all snacks. Nothing else delicious. Feeling sorry for the goddess for a second. Why not let the goddess come to my house? I have plenty. Photo. JPG come to my house, I have. Don't underestimate the persistence of sycophants. The feeling of wanting to flatter but being unable to is truly painful. The sycophants in the group were frantically sending messages, and a few even revealed their own food supplies. This left the other homeowners who had never joined the night's group chat feeling very confused. Not knowing what had suddenly gotten into everyone, Lu Tung, who was eavesdropping, was so angry that his head felt like it was on fire. Damn! I just spent hundreds of thousands chatting with you guys privately to buy food, and not one of you paid me any mind. What's going on now? You love the beauty but not the wealth. Ha! Fools! Luo Chen couldn't help but sneer at the sight. This was a large group, and all the villains from the Deng Tu gang, who would eat people without spitting out bones, could see the messages in the group. In a moment of heated blood, driven by lower instincts, they directly exposed their resources, which would sooner or later bring trouble. For those who had plenty of food at home, it was better not to say anything. Once they did, everyone would know. You have to understand that Deng Tu and his gang had over a dozen people, and to fill the mouths of each little brother would consume a lot of food. If they wanted to, they could forcibly pry open a resident's door, and the other party would have absolutely no ability to resist. This kind of situation had happened many times in the previous life. However, since you all have stretched your faces over, waiting to be hit, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Snap. Luo Chen took a photo of the golden brown tomahawk lamb chops on the dining table, along with the delicious lamb palma and the high-end Lafite red wine beside it, and sent it to the group. At everyone, tonight we're tasting tomahawk lamb chops paired with 1982 Lafite. If you're interested, give it a click. As soon as this message came out, accompanied by the buttery, golden tomahawk leg of lamb, the group instantly fell silent. The homeowners clicked on the pictures Luo Chen sent, looking at the sumptuous roasted meat and expensive red wine, and couldn't help but go crazy. Oh my god, what am I seeing? A tomahawk leg of lamb worth several tens of thousands of dollars. I can't be dreaming. Damn, my home is almost out of food. I have to tighten my belt to get by every day. And Luo Chen's house actually has roasted meat to eat? What kind of divine day is this? I'm worse off. A pack of instant noodles got crushed, and I've been eating it for 3 whole days. I'm so hungry that I've lost over 10 pounds. I really can't imagine that there's still meat to eat at Luo Chen's house. Is he living in paradise? The homeowners were excitedly chattering away, the news coming in one after another, clearly stimulated by the situation. They were all so hungry that they could only manage 1 meal a day. They were on the verge of collapse, while Luo Chen was at home enjoying a feast of fish and meat, making them incredibly jealous. And have you noticed? Luo Chen's house has electricity. All the appliances are on. Damn, does he have a generator or something? It's true. Luo Chen's house seems really warm, with steaming roasted lamb legs, and you can't even see any steam rising. The temperature must be over 20 degrees. Ah, just how rich is Luo Chen's family? The more they analyzed, the crazier the residents became. While everyone else was struggling to endure the frigid temperature of -70 degrees, surviving on scraps of food, Luo Chen's home was like a comfortable paradise. This stark contrast made their eyes turn red with jealousy. One by one, they frantically tagged Luo Chen in the group chat. hoping that as neighbors, he would let them come inside to warm up for a while and taste the delicious tomahawk roasted lamb. Unfortunately, Luo Chen completely ignored them. No matter how the homeowners pleaded, cursed, or tried to morally blackmail him, he didn't respond to a single message. Want to come in? Dream on. Luo Chen scoffed. These people had barged into his home in his previous life and brutally killed him. Now they wanted to sell their misery to get in? It was simply a daydream. Damn it! Luo Chen actually exposed his family's wealth. Now everyone knows he's hoarding a lot of delicious food and roasted meat? Su Ling felt so angry after seeing the messages in the group that she wanted to throw her phone. She had saved the steak photos Luo Chen had sent her before, originally planning to use this news to collude with others to trick Luo Chen out, then kill him and take over his house. But she never expected that just as her plan was taking shape, his wealth would be exposed. Doesn't he fear being targeted? In fact, Luo Chen didn't care about this at all. After all, not to mention anything else, the several truckloads of goods he brought from the supermarket before the apocalypse had been seen by many. In the increasingly scarce food situation of the extreme cold apocalypse, those malicious neighbors would eventually set their sights on him, so exposing it voluntarily didn't matter. If any of them had evil intentions and dared to come to his doorstep, he could conveniently deal with them. At Luo Chen, please share some roasted meat with me. I only have half a bag of bread left at home, and nothing else to eat. How can you bear to enjoy roasted meat while watching us starve at home? At Luo Chen, we're all neighbors, you have so much food. Hurry up and share it. At Luo Chen, you're really despicable. How can you ignore your neighbors in their time of need? You have no conscience. No matter if the homeowners were trying to get close to him, selling their misery for sympathy, or morally blackmailing him, Luo Chen ignored them all, asking him to show kindness, unless the nearly extinguished sun reignited. Thinking of this, Luo Chen turned to look out the floor-to-ceiling window. The night sky was dark and gray. Not a single star was visible. This wasn't due to smog, but because the sun had lost its light and heat, barely maintaining its operation internally, so no stars could be seen in the sky anymore. I wonder what caused the sun to extinguish. Even though I lived for nearly a year in my last life, I didn't get any relevant information. Luo Chen sighed inwardly. But now, they were in an ice age. He had a sturdy and warm safe house, stocked with countless supplies of food, so there was nothing to worry about. Why think so much? Luo Chen shook his head, thinking he was overthinking things. He opened his phone. Looking at the explosive messages in the group chat, his mood couldn't help but brighten. In front of the incredibly tempting roasted leg of lamb, no one could resist its allure. Many residents couldn't help but start private chats with him. Among them, there were mostly women, like the mother with a child, Xia Lan, and the wife chatting privately behind her husband's back. Even a female college student, all eagerly asking him to share food. Some even shared their private photos, trying to tempt him with their bodies. Luo Chen directly blocked the messages from other men, and he only observed the messages from the female residents who sent him suggestive pictures a few times before ignoring them. Ridiculous. It's not like he didn't have any at home. Did he really need these unattractive faces and bodies? So delicious. Baya elegantly held a knife and fork, cutting off a piece of juicy roasted lamb and savoring it in her mouth. Even though she was starving, her high standards kept her eating gracefully. Seeing Li Ro sitting quietly beside her, who hadn't eaten a single bite of the roasted meat, Baya couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister Li Ro, aren't you going to eat?" Faced with Baya's concern, Li Ro simply shook her head gently. "I don't need to, you go ahead." Luo Chen noticed the confusion on Baya's face and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Li Ro made a small mistake, so I'm punishing her by not allowing her to eat today." This was also a message to Baya. From now on, take care of yourself. Especially don't throw those little tantrums, just follow my orders. If Li Ro gets punished for making mistakes, you can imagine what would happen to you. Oh, Baya understood the implication behind Luo Chen's words and immediately lowered her head, responding weakly. She was indeed shocked. Li Ro's relationship with Luo Chen was definitely stronger than hers. If just a small mistake could lead to a day without food, then she would have to be even more careful in the future. Baya felt a greater sense of obedience towards Luo Chen. This surprised her greatly. After all, before the apocalypse, she was a national goddess, enjoying the admiration of countless fans. She had always looked down on others. But now, for the first time, she was so obedient to someone else's commands. What's happening to me? Baya couldn't help but feel a blush rise to her cheeks, lowering her head even further. At the same time, 18th floor, Deng Tu and his gang of younger brothers looked at the tempting food Luo Chen posted in the group chat, their eyes turning red with envy. Roasted meat. Damn! It was a golden, crispy leg of lamb sizzling with oil. It must taste amazing in the mouth. They really wanted to take a bite. The younger brothers stared at the picture of the roasted leg of lamb, even drooling at the corners of their mouths. For these days, they could only fill their stomachs with bread and instant noodles, and that damn Luo Chen could enjoy such delicious roasted lamb at home. Damn it, Luo Chen really knows how to enjoy life. He must have stocked up on a lot of stuff at home. I can't even get a piece of roasted meat. Deng Tu sat on the sofa, looking at the messages in the group, and couldn't help but punch down in frustration. As the big brother, a meal for him was just some instant noodles with a marinated egg and chicken leg, which he considered an incredibly delicious feast. Deng Tu felt that what he was eating was definitely 100% better than what the entire building was having. However, he only had a pitiful 2 days worth of instant noodles and marinated eggs left. He didn't want to. Now he was being slapped in the face by the pictures Luo Chen sent. Deng Tu was driven mad with jealousy. Having fallen to the point of relying on fast food snacks to get by, Luo Chen not only ruined one of his legs but also nearly lost 2 of his little brothers. Before the snow disaster, such absurdity was simply unimaginable. Even now, the other party was living a life of luxury at home, while they had no way to deal with Luo Chen. The pictures shared in the group seemed to mock them silently at every moment. How could they endure this? Boss, that guy Luo Chen's door is too tough. Like a turtle shell. We can't do anything about him. If only other places were softer. We could smash everything to bits. Then rush in, kill him, and take all the barbecue. One little brother wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and said fiercely. But unexpectedly, his words made Deng Tu's eyes light up. What did you say? Say it again. Deng Tu excitedly slapped his thigh and shouted at the little brother. Boss, I didn't say anything. The little brother waved his hands in panic, thinking he had said something to anger Deng Tu. No, you said other places are softer. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Deng Tu's face was filled with excitement as he punched the sofa. The dog Luo Chen's front door is indeed tough. It probably can't be blown open even with grenades. But, are the walls of his house as hard as the front door? As soon as this was said, the little brother's eyes widened, revealing excited expressions. Exactly. Why hadn't they thought of this before? Luo Chen could replace the front door with a steel alloy, but other places like the walls were very vulnerable. He couldn't possibly stuff steel plates into the walls. Boss, so you mean, as long as we give up on the front door and focus on the surrounding walls, we can use hammers to smash through his walls and then rush in to kill him? The little brothers were all excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. It was as if they could already see themselves successfully breaking in, killing Luo Chen, and enjoying the delicious barbecue. Exactly. Let's do it like this, Deng Tu said fiercely. However, he then thought of something and frowned. But Luo Chen has a crossbow. If we break through the walls and get hit by an arrow, that wouldn't be good. Hearing Deng Tu say this, the little brothers couldn't help but shiver in unison. The power of a crossbow bolt was something everyone knew well. Getting hit in the leg could easily pierce through the bone. If an arrow hit the head, a person might just drop dead on the spot. Although they didn't have to go through the front door, they still needed to prepare to avoid being ambushed by Luo Chen when they broke through the walls. This was also valuable experience gained from having suffered losses twice. Deng Tu pointed to a little brother and instructed, "You go ask in the group who has steel plates or something like that. Just say we're planning to break into Luo Chen's house and we'll need it later. Remember to make it sound casual. Just say that once we get the door open, we'll share some food with them." Anyway, that bunch of idiots in the group, after being provoked by Luo Chen, probably want to kill him even more than we do now. The little brother was taken aback and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, as expected of the boss, using empty hands to catch a wolf. Then, he followed Deng Tu's instructions and posted in the group about prying open Luo Chen's door, saying they needed a piece of iron or steel plate as a shield to avoid being ambushed. In reality, this was to trick Luo Chen into lowering his guard. Their ultimate goal was the walls. Really? That's great. I support Brother Tu's righteous actions. It's about time to break open that heartless Luo Chen's door and take his food. Let him have food without sharing and show off. I don't have steel plates at home, but can wooden boards work? Who in your family has what Brother Tu needs? Hurry up and contribute. I have steel plates in the warehouse on the first basement level, and a big iron hammer to break the door. Just lend it all to Brother 2. And later we can break open the door of the Luo family, and I just want a bit of food. Support Brother 2 to kill Luo Chen and rescue the goddess Baiya. Seeing that Deng Tu was actually going to lead his little brothers again to forcibly pry open Luo Chen's door, the owners in the group immediately erupted, shouting excitedly in support. Even more absurdly, many owners contributed all the tools they had in their warehouses for breaking doors. The owners poured all their jealousy and hatred towards Luo Chen onto Deng Tu and his group, hoping to snatch all the food from the Luo family. And if Luo Chen fell into the hands of those desperate people, his fate would surely be dire. It was hard to imagine the stark contrast in the owners' attitudes towards Deng Tu before and after the apocalypse. The evil of human nature was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. 18th floor corridor. Boss, this big iron hammer is really useful. It's heavier than ours. With it, we can easily smash the wall and then go in to kill that dog Luo Chen, one little brother said eagerly, holding the hammer. Two others were carrying a steel plate they had brought up from the underground warehouse. With this as cover, they wouldn't fear being attacked by crossbows while breaking the wall. Moreover, the little brothers were wearing raincoats and rain boots gifted by the owners to protect against high-pressure water guns. Charge, brothers, barbecue is calling us, Deng Tu said coldly. Tonight we break open Luo Chen's wall, and everyone will eat until they're full at the barbecue. The little brothers' morale soared, each one seeming to be pumped up, rushing up the stairs with their hammers. What they didn't know was that their plan to break the wall had already been clearly seen by Luo Chen on the surveillance. Not only was the security door of the Luo family impenetrable, but all the walls were embedded with 300mm thick military-grade alloy plates that could withstand cannon fire. At a temperature of -70 degrees, they could hammer away for a lifetime and still wouldn't be able to break through. Ha! It's time to deal with this pack of dogs. Deng Tu, Luo Chen sneered as he watched the surveillance. Since they wanted to come in so badly, then fine, let them slowly think about it in hell. From the surveillance, it was clear to see Deng Tu and his little brothers, holding several large hammers and carrying a steel plate taller than a person, climbing up to the 23rd floor with fierce and excited expressions. In their eyes, this operation was absolutely foolproof. The weak walls wouldn't hold up long against the incredible destructive power of the hammers. As long as they smashed the walls, everything inside the house, including the women, would be theirs. Greed was evident on everyone's faces. In the living room, Luo Chen, what should we do? They're coming to smash the wall this time. The wall isn't as strong as a door, Baiya said anxiously. Through the corridor surveillance and the built-in miniature microphone, she clearly heard Deng Tu and others discussing their plan to come up and smash the wall at the entrance of the 18th floor. In Baiya's view, the concrete walls were definitely not as strong as the alloy security door. With more than 10 people taking turns to smash with the big iron hammer, it was only a matter of time before they broke a big hole. At that time, all 3 people in the house would be doomed. What are you panicking about? Luo Chen said lightly. I've already embedded alloy steel plates in the walls, the kind used on aircraft carrier satellites, he said leisurely. It's even harder than the security door. They think they can break in? They're simply dreaming. Upon hearing this, Baiya couldn't help but look astonished. What? Not only had the security door been replaced with bank vault-level security, but even the interior of the walls had been replaced with alloy steel plates. This preparation was too thorough. Normal people wouldn't decorate their homes like this. It's been transformed into a steel fortress. Did you offend a group of terrorists abroad and are afraid they'll storm your house with missiles? However, Luo Chen's words did ease Baiya's mind. Along with that came a strong sense of security. Luo Chen is so mysterious. Baiya couldn't help but secretly admire Luo Chen's profile with adoring eyes. It was as if she understood why Li Ro listened to Luo Chen so intently. He had actually built such a solid safe house before the snow disaster occurred. As long as she stayed inside and didn't recklessly go out, surely no one could break in. If she knew that Luo Chen also had an infinite space stocked with countless supplies, her jaw would probably drop in shock. Bang! Bang! A dull sound faintly came through the walls. The soundproofing was so good that it was almost inaudible unless one listened closely. Luo Chen looked at the scene on the screen, where his energetic little brothers were hammering away at the wall, still sitting calmly on the sofa, picking up the hot tea that Li Ro had just brewed and taking a sip. Truly a premium Da Hong Pao worth thousands. Sweet, with an endless aftertaste. The commotion outside continued unabated. Feeling bored, Luo Chen even placed one leg on Li Ro's beautiful black-stockinged leg, enjoying the massage from her delicate fingers. Baiya, dressed in a maid outfit, stood behind Luo Chen like a true maid, gently massaging his shoulders. Luo Chen squinted in enjoyment. So refreshing. This was simply a heavenly life. He couldn't help but exclaim that the AI brain function of the Shield Security Company was truly to his liking. It allowed him to enjoy the service without worrying about betrayal. If it weren't for the extreme cold apocalypse that had paralyzed most online platforms, he would even want to leave a 5-star review on the official website. Currently, he had used 2 wristbands, one for Li Ro and one for Baiya. This meant there were still quite a few left in the space. I wonder if it would feel crowded if I accommodated 8 more girls at home, Luo Chen mused, stroking his chin. His home had 5 rooms and a living room, with an area of 300 square meters, so it should be more than enough. However, that was just a thought. After all, the conditions for other women to enter were very strict. Their appearance and figure had to meet the standards, failing even one criterion was unacceptable. Goddesses like Li Ro and Baiya were not so easily encountered. Speaking of which, the female police officer I met before the apocalypse, I remember she was also in the neighborhood. According to the news from my previous life, she should have been helping to look after children at a relative's house. Luo Chen suddenly recalled the violent woman who had almost injured him, the one with beautiful legs. Ha, don't let me see you again, Luo Chen thought coldly. At this moment, the little brothers outside who were smashing the wall finally broke through the outer layer of the wall. Ha ha ha, we broke through. We broke through. Luo Chen, aren't you going to give me? One little brother laughed wildly. Before he could finish his sentence, he discovered that what lay behind the fallen concrete blocks was not red bricks or the internal structure of the wall. Instead, it was an incredibly dark alloy wall. Did they see it wrong? Almost everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Who has alloy plates embedded in their walls? It must be that the builder cut corners and used inferior cement or something, which is why it turned black. I'll smash it with one hit, and it'll definitely break, one little brother said defiantly. Gritting his teeth, he raised the heavy hammer and struck the wall with all his might. Bang! His hands went numb, and the hammer almost slipped from his grip. Damn! This is really an alloy steel plate behind here. What the hell? The little brother trembled, shouting in despair. Damn! I don't believe it. He can't have installed steel plates in all the walls. Scatter and smash somewhere else. Deng Tu roared from his wheelchair. As long as there was one spot not covered by alloy plates, they could seize the opportunity and smash their way in. He couldn't believe that Luo Chen could be this devious. You take care of this side. I'll handle the other. Let's smash together. The younger brothers also got fired up, spreading out, each raising a heavy iron hammer and starting to smash fiercely. They vowed not to give up until they broke through. Bang! Bang! Unfortunately, the truth is always cruel. After a dozen younger brothers had destroyed various parts of the wall, they were shocked to discover this damn wall was all alloy plates. They couldn't break it at all. No matter left or right, above or below, this damned alloy material was tightly covering everything. Damn you! Luo Chen, are you out of your mind? The younger brothers were on the verge of collapse. Witnessing everything, Deng Tu nearly ground his teeth to dust. Who would embed thick alloy plates in their own walls? This is a high-end apartment building, not a luxurious doomsday shelter. Are you out of your mind? The younger brothers directly dropped their hammers and stood in the corridor, shouting angrily. Like a pack of crazed beasts, they roared, smashing with their fists, ramming with their shoulders, even trying to bite the alloy wall with their teeth. The determination to break through the wall had vanished, and everyone fell into despair. Damn you, Luo Chen! In the footage, the younger brother's breakdown was a sight to behold. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of fools! Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. The younger brother's performance was as if someone in their family had just died. It was simply hilarious. Baiya, who was giving Luo Chen a shoulder massage, also couldn't hold back her laughter. Her charming and lovely demeanor was pure yet carried a hint of allure. Unfortunately, no one appreciated it. Oh, they haven't given up yet? Li Ro said curiously. In the footage, after venting like madmen, Deng Tu and the younger brothers fell silent. After a while, about 6 or 7 younger brothers exchanged glances and headed downstairs. Meanwhile, Deng Tu and the remaining younger brothers stayed in the corridor. Oh, let's see what tricks they have left. Luo Chen took a sip of hot tea, sneering. About 10 minutes later, from the surveillance, Luo Chen saw that the 7 younger brothers who had gone down to the basement warehouse were actually struggling to carry a thick steel column up the stairs. The steel column, whatever it was for, was incredibly heavy, weighing at least several hundred pounds. It took them nearly 2 hours to haul this heavy steel column to the 23rd floor. Luo Chen, why are they doing such a thankless task? Baiya furrowed her brows, unable to understand. In -70-degree temperatures, carrying a steel column weighing hundreds of pounds up the stairs for over an hour, were they out of their minds? In ancient times, such tools were usually called battering rams. Although this isn't one, Luo Chen said nonchalantly, the owners really had all kinds of talents. Keeping such a thick steel column in the underground warehouse, were they planning to sell scrap for profit? Are you saying they want to use this to break down the door? Baiya suddenly understood. The younger brothers, having failed to break the wall, decided to use the steel column as a battering ram to force the door open. A few hundred pounds of force could not be underestimated. A regular security door would probably get a big dent with just one hit. Just as I was thinking about how to deal with them, they actually delivered themselves to my door. Luo Chen's lips curled up. He crossed his legs, his gaze fixed on the large screen in the living room. Yugo blocked the door with steel plates to prevent Luo Chen from launching a sneak attack with crossbows. You, those who didn't go down just now, lift the steel column and smash the door hard. Today, I must break this turtle shell. Deng Tu sat in his wheelchair, gritting his teeth as he commanded. In front of this big door, they, a group of notorious outlaws, had become nothing but clowns, repeatedly mocked by Luo Chen. If this grudge wasn't avenged, they would have no face to see anyone in the future. Alright, boss, don't worry. No matter how sturdy this door is, its frame won't withstand the impact. The younger brothers who hadn't gone down to help replaced their exhausted companions, lifting the heavy steel column to crash it against the security door. Bang! A dull thud exploded in their ears. The steel column, which they had high hopes for, slammed into the door with hundreds of pounds of force. Unfortunately, the security door remained unmoved. Only a bit of paint chipped off its surface. Damn it! I don't believe it. Let's do it again. One of the younger brothers shouted with red eyes, gritting his teeth in anger. The other 5 also wore frenzied expressions, adjusting their positions, determined to use all their strength to break the door down. This was revenge. What they didn't know was that the next impact would be their farewell to this world, liberating them from this cruel apocalypse. Butler, connect the power and crank the voltage to the maximum, Luo Chen said coldly. If anyone thought his trump card was just the crossbow, they were gravely mistaken. When renovating the house, Luo Chen had instructed the Shield Security Company to make special modifications inside the security door. Once the switch was flipped, the entire door would be instantly charged with thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity. Not to mention a person, even an elephant would be turned to charcoal. It should be noted that he had placed a super high-pressure generator in the house. At this moment, the 7 younger brothers were all together, crashing the steel column against the security door. And steel was an excellent conductor of electricity. The moment the two made contact, it seemed like thunder exploded. Boom! Intense electric sparks surged into the bodies of the 7 within 0.001 milliseconds, wreaking havoc. The destructive energy it carried instantly caused irreversible damage to their internal organs. Zzz, the younger brothers holding the metal column felt as if a powerful stickiness had formed around the steel bar, rendering their bodies uncontrollable. Unable to move a single finger, their bodies trembled violently, hair standing on end, frothing at the mouth. In the stunned silence of Deng Tu and the others, a burnt meat smell filled the entire corridor. Watching the horrifying scene unfold, the few survivors quickly understood what was happening. Luo Chen had actually connected the surface of the door to high-voltage electricity. Such a high current, just a touch would instantly cook a person, leaving no chance of survival. Luo Chen! Damn it! Stop it now! Deng Tu shouted with red eyes. He fell from his wheelchair, struggling to crawl forward. These were his brothers who had followed him for several years, his most loyal subordinates. He had spent a lot of money to train them. How could they die so easily? But Luo Chen would never let him have his way. He even instructed the butler to adjust the current to a medium level, forcing Deng Tu to helplessly watch his subordinates continuously being electrocuted. This was also to prevent the current from being too high and turning them into charcoal directly. Cleaning up the mess at the door would be troublesome. Half a minute later, amidst the fearful gazes of the others, The high-voltage electricity was finally turned off. Thud! The heavy steel column fell to the ground with a muffled sound. The 7 younger brothers, having endured the high-voltage shock, fell to the side like wooden dolls, the residual current within them. Even their bodies were experiencing unnatural convulsions. A younger brother trembled as he approached, then shakily placed his hand in front of their noses, terrified, and said, "Too goo. They are dead. All dead." 7 companions. Just a moment ago, they had been fiercely saying they would break down the door together, and the next second, they had turned into charred corpses. Dang Tu lay on the ground. His eyes were numb and hollow. The younger brothers standing behind him were also leaning against the wall, their bodies weak, slowly sliding down to the ground. Luo Chun. They can't really be dead, can they? Bai Ye and Li Ro covered their mouths, their eyes wide. What do you think? Luo Chun scoffed. Electrocuted by over 1,000 volts. Their bodies are probably more cooked than the roasted lamb leg you just ate. At his words, Bai Ye's brows furrowed tightly, covering her cherry lips as she felt her stomach churn. She almost vomited the roasted meat inside her. Take your brothers' bodies away. Don't dirty my doorstep, Luo Chen said coldly through the security door. It was indeed a bit regrettable not to have electrocuted this group of scum all at once, but it was fine. Managing to take out half of Deng Tu's subordinates in one go was still a good result. After this lesson, the other side probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble easily again. In response to Luo Chen's sarcastic command, Deng Tu did not reply. Instead, he fell silent for a moment, trembling as he raised a finger and said, "Take their bodies. We're leaving." Behind him, the terrified younger brothers, upon hearing their leader's words, trembled as they took stiff steps, shivering as they lifted the charred bodies of their companions from the ground. The overwhelming fear even made their teeth chatter uncontrollably. If they hadn't gone down to carry the bodies just now, the task of breaking down the door would have fallen to them. In that case, it shouldn't have been their companions lying dead on the ground, but them. The younger brothers carrying their companions' bodies had their eyes wide open, bloodshot and filled with veins. They looked somewhat deranged. It seemed their minds had been pushed to the brink, watching the numb figures carrying the bodies, as if they had lost their souls. Luo Chen sneered coldly, "If I don't show you some color, you really think I'm made of mud?" Back on the 18th floor, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, so heavy it was hard to breathe. One younger brother dropped the body of his companion, standing in place holding his head, suddenly losing control and shouting. He stared with bloodshot eyes, unable to contain himself as he erupted at Deng Tu's back. "Deng Tu, it's all your fault. You keep sending us to smash doors, causing us trouble. It's you who got everyone killed. Huo Jiang, Lao Bao, Rong Zi, Tai Tu, all dead, all dead, all damn dead." Foam flew from his mouth as he flailed his arms. "You promised to let us play with the goddess, but where is she? Eating roasted meat? Where the hell is the roasted meat? There's nothing, just a pile of dead bodies." Under the oppressive atmosphere of the extreme cold apocalypse, everyone's mental state was very fragile. Bang! Deng Tu, dragging a wounded leg, punched the younger brother hard. Looking at the one collapsed on the ground, he gasped with bloodshot eyes, "You want to eat roasted meat, right? Who the hell said there's no roasted meat here?" His eyes red. He seemed to have gone mad. "Isn't this a pile of roasted meat?" The others couldn't help but freeze, smelling the burnt odor wafting from their noses. Their throats, unexpectedly, swallowed saliva uncontrollably. 3 days passed. Since the extreme cold apocalypse descended, half a month had already gone by. Ever since Luo Chen had dealt a heavy blow to Deng Tu and his group, electrocuting half of the younger brothers, he hadn't seen their figures on the surveillance anymore. He didn't know what so many people hiding in the house could eat to stave off hunger. Balcony. Deng Bai Ye, dressed in a cool white short skirt, her pair of snow-white long legs, under the dim gray light outside the window, seemed to be coated with a layer of gray. She sat in front of a $1 million Steinway piano, her expression utterly enchanted, her delicate jade fingers fluttering over the keys like butterflies. The melodious sound of the piano flowed, making one involuntarily intoxicated. She was playing canon. In the realm of music, Bai Ye could unleash her charm to a full 200%. The gray sky, the floor-to-ceiling windows, the Steinway piano, music, an elegant goddess. These elements formed an extremely beautiful picture. A piece concluded. Clap clap. Luo Chen, dressed in loose pajamas, leaned nearby, generously offering his applause. Elegant. So elegant. No wonder she was the goddess he had chosen. Her musical talent was beyond reproach. Every morning, after listening to a piece, it felt as if both body and mind had undergone a sacred cleansing. In this extremely oppressive and frigid end-of-the-world scenario, maintaining good physical and mental health was a matter that could not be overlooked. You play so beautifully. Baya. Lee Ro also gently clapped, conquered by her music. Truly a top star in the country, with such high artistic accomplishment. Just this rendition of Canon could surely win the national piano competition. Thank you. Baya smiled sweetly and stood up to bow to the two. However, she forgot that this white short skirt was very ill-fitting, and only then did she shyly tug at the skirt. What are you shy about? Luo Chan's lips curled up as he extended a finger, gently lifting the goddess's chin. You weren't this shy before. 3 days. Enough time for an innocent girl to shed her youthful naivety. At this moment, Luo Chen smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over her snow-white skin and rounded beautiful legs. Li Ro beside her bit her red lips and turned to say, I'll go prepare breakfast. 30 minutes later, after finishing her tasks, Li Ro walked out of the kitchen, draping her white apron over a chair, and softly said, Breakfast is ready. You can eat now. English breakfast, toast, paired with butter, jam, and honey, fried eggs, slowly cooked bacon, plus a cup of Assam tea with a faint malt aroma. It was a unique flavor, compared to others at home. Eating dry, hard, unpalatable frozen bread, cold biscuits, and tasteless compressed food, this meal was undoubtedly the most luxurious breakfast. Coming, Luo Chen let out a satisfied breath. After tasting it, he couldn't help but praise. Delicious, not inferior to the chefs in 5-star hotels. Eat more, there's plenty in the kitchen. Li Ro smiled gently. Nothing is more gratifying than having one's hard work recognized. Watching Luo Chen eat so happily, Li Ro secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, phew, luckily my cooking skills are decent enough to be of help. Since Baya arrived, that Steinway piano often resonated. Seeing Baya, who was proficient in music and skilled in various dances, easily winning Luo Chen's favor, Li Ro felt a strong sense of crisis rising within her. In these days, she had been communicating closely with the housekeeper, and her cooking skills had greatly improved. Luo Chen didn't mind supporting Baya, but with her own high self-esteem, Li Ro was unwilling to settle for being just a pretty vase with no use. She believed that only by demonstrating her own value could she enjoy the protection Luo Chen provided with peace of mind. Baya, you should come eat too. Li Ro shook her head, dispelling her distracting thoughts, and smiled at Baya. Both of them are goddesses, but because of their broad-mindedness, Li Ro has never felt any jealousy in her heart. Their relationship has always been good. No need. Sister Ro. Baya wiped her cherry lips and said with a flushed face, I'm not hungry. You all eat. After finishing breakfast, Li Ro took the plates into the kitchen to clean. Luo Chen got up and walked to the living room, sitting on the sofa, contemplating what to do next. Master, there's a situation on the 18th floor. At that moment, the butler issued a reminder. The surveillance footage was pulled up. What are Deng Tu's little brothers up to this time? He raised an eyebrow and then wondered. It looks like these guys are in very poor spirits. The 8K realistic image zoomed in. Luo Chen squinted. He saw that these thugs who survived the last high-voltage shock had sunken eye sockets and bloodshot eyes, resembling a junkie who had stayed up for 3 days and smoked 2 pounds of marijuana. Upon closer inspection, their mouths were full of blood, and their teeth still had bits of flesh, as if they had just finished a meal like wild beasts. No way. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping his fingers on the coffee table. A terrifying thought suddenly arose in his mind. It seems they have a clear purpose for going out this time. Well, let's see what they want to do. Luo Chen leaned back on the sofa, relaxing his posture, his gaze fixed on the screen. On the 14th floor, in front of room 1402. Bang! With a loud crash, a thug raised the iron hammer in his hand and smashed it hard against the security door. The ordinary security door, not as sturdy as Luo Chen's, was directly dented in a large area. In just 2 minutes, this ridiculous door was smashed to pieces. Help! Help! A middle-aged man cried out in terror as the thugs who broke into his house forcibly dragged him into the cold corridor. He had no idea what was happening, but looking at the group of fierce-looking men in the corridor, armed with weapons, the middle-aged man understood very well that they were not here for a friendly visit, they had broken into his home. And it certainly wasn't to wake him up. These thugs were Deng Tu's subordinates. "You're Su Cheng, right?" One thug propped the iron hammer on the ground, glaring with bloodshot eyes, and grinned. "Bro, Su Cheng is me. I'm Su Cheng." Su Cheng stammered in fear. He looked at the large iron hammer in the thug's hand and couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a wave of dread. The large iron hammer in their hands was something he had taken out from the basement a few days ago to lend to them. His intention was to let them break into Luo Chen's house, take all the supplies, and then share some with him. Unexpectedly, now his own door was being smashed open with the very hammer he had lent out. Su Cheng regretted it deeply. "Don't be afraid. We're here to thank you this time. We won't do anything to you," the thug said with a friendly expression. However, the more he said that, the more Su Cheng trembled. Who would believe that? Su Cheng shouted in his heart. The homeowners had privately spread the word that 3 days ago, Deng Tu and his little brothers had launched a strong attack on Luo Chen's house and suffered a huge loss. That night, many people were carried back, charred all over. Su Cheng didn't know that those charred people were dead, but he knew that they were definitely here to settle the score with him. After all, he had provided the tools. In fact, this matter was not Su Cheng's fault from start to finish, but one could never expect a group of desperate men to reason with you. "Come on, eat this," a thug nearby ordered in a firm tone. Really? Really? Su Cheng seemed to find it very hard to believe. Could it be? The information provided privately by those homeowners was inaccurate. Although they had suffered losses, they had also taken some food from Luo Chen. Otherwise, why would they ask him to provide meat now? It should be noted that Su Cheng's home was nearly out of food, with only a few bags of instant noodles left, costing $1 each, allowing him to break off just a small piece for each meal and savor it slowly. The long-term lack of nutrition had even caused a significant drop in his weight. Now that he could eat such scarce food, how could he not be happy? "Damn it, if I tell you to eat, just eat. Stop talking nonsense." One of the younger brothers glared with bloodshot eyes, cursing as his 2 rows of teeth, stained with red, were exposed. Su Cheng felt something was off. Before the apocalypse, if he had encountered such scraps in a restaurant, he would have demanded 10 times compensation. But the situation was different now, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Su Cheng didn't notice the strange smiles on the faces of the younger brothers around him. Suddenly, Su Cheng was terrified to the core. A waxy yellow face turned pale with fear. "What did you give me to eat?" Su Cheng stumbled back, pressing against the wall and shouting in terror. He immediately felt his stomach churning, wishing he could vomit out all the stomach acid. As soon as he said this, the younger brothers around him stared with bloodshot eyes and burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, how does it taste? Is it good?" In an instant, the scene became chaotic, the younger brothers shaking their bodies and laughing like madmen. They had been hiding at home, eating for 3 whole days. At first, some resisted, but later, "You're all crazy," Su Cheng shouted in horror. He realized that this group of desperate people had definitely lost their sanity from the stimulation. No! How could people do such ridiculous things? Su Cheng leaned against the wall. His legs weak, he wanted to escape. A voice in his heart was frantically reminding him that if he didn't run now, he would soon meet a terrible fate. "Want to run? Ha? Sure." A younger brother holding a blood-stained axe grinned and said, "Count to 10. 1. Run." Su Cheng turned and dashed without hesitation. He had never felt his reflexes could be this fast. Perhaps, when facing a life-and-death crisis, the human body's potential could truly be unleashed. As soon as the other party uttered a number, Su Cheng had already run 5 meters away. It should be noted that an athlete can sprint about 7 or 8 meters in the first second of a start. 10. The younger brother, with bloodshot eyes, laughed maniacally, raising the axe in his hand and throwing it fiercely at Su Cheng's back. Thud! Just as Su Cheng reached the stairway, his excited expression suddenly froze, and he collapsed. The back of his head had been cleaved open by the axe. Blood gushed out, and in that moment, it was frozen into blood flowers by the sub-zero temperatures. "Ha ha 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 ha, we have fresh ingredients again today. He he he. You can't run. You can't run. No one in this building can escape. They all have to die." In the corridor, the younger brothers had sinister expressions, their eyes filled with bloodshot madness, resembling cannibalistic demons. From the surveillance footage, Luo Chen saw the entire incident unfold. "Oh my god." Li Ro's face looked terrible. "Are these guys really human?" She truly hadn't expected that this group of villains would actually kill and eat people. It was now 2055. In this civilized and harmonious progressive society, such a terrifying cannibal incident could occur. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Baya stood beside Li Ro, unable to continue watching the gruesome scene, turning her head away in fear. It's too terrifying, she bit her lip and said. In her past experiences in the entertainment industry, she thought she had seen quite a bit of dirt and darkness, but compared to the current situation, those were nothing. Fortunately, with Luo Chen here, I don't have to worry about getting hurt. Baya couldn't help but feel relieved. It's really unexpected, Deng Tu and his gang have lost their humanity so quickly, Luo Chen said, crossing his arms and staring at the screen. He had originally anticipated that it would take about 3 months after the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse for events like cannibalism to occur, just like in his previous life. But now, Deng Tu and his group had significantly advanced the timeline of these events. However, this was also normal. After the extreme cold apocalypse arrived, facing almost complete isolation from the outside world, in August 2055, the 8G base station implemented a small-scale coverage, and the heavy snow had crushed the main base station in Qingshui City, while the base station in Luo Chen's residential area survived, allowing for limited communication. Everyone felt abandoned by the world, living in temperatures of -70 degrees every day, cut off from water and electricity, and losing hope for rescue. People's fragile nerves were under immense pressure, constantly on edge. A slight stimulus could snap that tension. Deng Tu and the others probably also suddenly encountered intense psychological stress, witnessing their former brothers die tragically before their eyes, leading to their mental breakdown and subsequent madness. The incident of Su Cheng's murder. When the younger brothers dragged the body past the corridor, other residents living on the 14th floor, who were also there, secretly witnessed the entire scene through the peephole. They killed someone. The terrified residents immediately created a new group chat and pulled everyone in except for Deng Tu. They killed someone. They killed someone. I saw with my own eyes that Su Cheng was killed by Deng Tu's gang, an axe embedded in the back of his head, and the body was dragged away. A neighbor living next to Su Cheng said in horror. As soon as this was said, the group fell silent for a few seconds. Then, the shocked residents began to ask questions as if they had gone mad. Ah, no way. Are you joking? Exactly. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful they are, do they dare to kill openly? He's not lying. That gang of thugs dragged Su Cheng's body past my house. I looked through the peephole and almost died of fright. And, I don't know if I misheard. Now I'm doubting my ears. They were saying they wanted to chop up the body and make Su Cheng's flesh into barbecue to eat. I think I heard that too. The other two households on the 14th floor stood there, still shaken, trying to confirm, even trembling while typing. It was too terrifying. That gang of thugs really killed someone and dragged the body away to use as food. This was a plot that only happens in horror movies, with 3 households on the 14th floor vouching for it. The others finally believed in this terrifying and absurd cannibalism incident. After all, there were already rumors about Deng Tu and his gang having a history of murder. The situation was so shocking that almost all the residents who saw the news were terrified and joined the group chat. After all, facing a group of murderers armed with weapons who could easily smash open a security door and come in to kill you, it would be a lie to say the residents weren't scared. Some were even so frightened that they moved furniture to block the door. Some wanted to call the police, but the phone lines were down. Not just the police station, but hospitals, fire departments, city government. Almost all official organizations had become ineffective under this terrifying snow disaster. No one could come to save them. The owners in the group were desperately thinking of ways to save themselves, but after discussing for half a day, a group of people racked their brains and still couldn't come up with a feasible countermeasure. Someone suggested gathering together, but in the end, it was dismissed due to food distribution issues. In this situation, some families still had food, while others had almost run out, and no one wanted to share with others. Faced with the overwhelming thugs, the power of ordinary people was too insignificant. The helpless owners could only adopt the spirit of AQ, praying that the group of demons would not target them. After all, there were about 100 households living in this building. As long as their luck wasn't too bad, they shouldn't be singled out, right? In this desperate environment, it seemed that only Luo Chen could enjoy the company of beautiful women and delicious food at home without a care. After all, His home was a fortress-like doomsday safe house. Even if a group of armed mercenaries came, they wouldn't be able to force their way in. Even if his little brothers were crazy, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble again in a short time. Help! Help me! Suddenly, a voice message popped up in the group chat, attracting everyone's attention. A male resident named Guo Tian cried out in terror. The group led by Deng Tu is smashing my door, saying they want to kill me and steal my supplies. Guo Tian was the one who, after Baiya moved into Luo Chen's house, followed a few other owners to mock Luo Chen in the group and boasted about the abundance of supplies in his home, inviting Baiya to his house. He never expected that his earlier careless words would expose the fact that he had a lot of cold-resistant clothing and frozen meat, which now made him a target for those thugs. When the little brothers were searching through the chat records, the first person they focused on was Guo Tian. After all, cold-resistant blankets and clothing were necessities. Moreover, it was rare to have such a big fool expose his own resources. Not robbing him would be a disservice to him. In response to Guo Tian's plea for help, the group fell silent, as if the earlier excitement had been an illusion, and no owner dared to respond to him. What a joke! They were all hiding at home in fear. How could they care about someone else's life or death? Fortunately, it's Guo Tian who's dying. His family has quite a lot of supplies. After that group of thugs robs him, they probably won't continue to break into other people's homes. So we are safe. Even the other owners began to feel relieved. Thank goodness it wasn't me. The death of Guo Tian could ensure the safety of everyone else. They had no ties to him. So why risk their lives to save him? If he died, so be it. When it came to life and death, everyone was selfish and indifferent. Desperate, Guo Tian finally trembled and began to plead with Luo Chen. At Luo Chen, Brother Luo, Lord Luo, please save me. I admit I was confused before and offended you. You are magnanimous. Please don't mind. Now you are the only one who can help me. As long as you save me, all the supplies in my house will be yours. I have a lot of cold-resistant clothing and blankets. Opening the voice message, amidst Guo Tian's terrified and trembling tone, one could also hear the dull and loud banging on the door. He probably couldn't hold out much longer. He really deserves it. Luo Chen couldn't help but sneer after listening. The last time this fool Guo Tian mocked him in the group, inviting Baiya to stay at his house, and now he was like a mournful dog, crying and begging for help. You want me to save you? Dream on. Just wait to die. You fool, Luo Chen coldly replied. The cold-resistant clothing in his space was all top-notch, and he even had specialized cold-resistant gear developed by the Arctic Research Team in the United States. As for blankets, he didn't need them. The fireplace that burned continuously for 24 hours even made him feel a bit hot. How could he possibly be interested in the pitiful supplies in the other party's home? Ha ha ha, don't bring out those ragged clothes to embarrass yourself. Just save it. Exactly. Does Luo Gu really care? Get lost. You're just an eyesore here. This is retribution for mocking Luo Gu last time. What was shocking was that after seeing Luo Chen appear, the other homeowners suddenly changed their attitude, enthusiastically flattering him like a bunch of fickle-minded people. They completely forgot that just before, they had been shouting for Deng Tu and the others to break down Luo Chen's door. The homeowners probably realized that in this situation, the only one who could stand up to Deng Tu was Luo Chen. If they built a good relationship with him, maybe when danger came, they could ask Luo Chen to help them out. Losing face? Ha, that was nothing compared to their lives. Later, Guo Tian never appeared in the group again, and it was easy to guess that the homeowners knew he must have been killed. Before long, the crazed villains actually sent a photo of a brutally mangled corpse to the large group where everyone was present. They shouted, Luo Chen, do you see this? Su Cheng's death is all because of you. Luo Chen sneered. These guys were trying to smear him, but their methods were too low level. He couldn't even be bothered to respond. However, the other residents didn't have Luo Chen's confidence. The moment they saw Su Cheng's corpse, the timid female homeowners nearly fainted from the horrific sight. The entire apartment building seemed to be shrouded in a shadow of death. Seeing that Luo Chen was too lazy to respond, the little brothers turned red with anger and shouted, Luo Chen, from now on, you can't step outside. We'll be waiting downstairs, and if you dare go out to dig snow for water, we'll kill you, and we'll cut your flesh off piece by piece and cook it. They didn't say the last part in the group. The little brothers thought that no matter how much supplies Luo Chen had at home, fresh water would eventually run out. Sooner or later, he would have to go down to dig snow for boiling water. At that time, it would be the perfect opportunity for their revenge. Even if it took time, they would exhaust Luo Chen. But what the little brothers didn't know was that in Luo Chen's infinite space, there were tens of thousands of tons of fresh water stored, so he didn't need to do something as unnecessary as digging snow for water. Deng Tu suddenly spoke up in the group, "At everyone, from now on, if anyone sees Luo Chen outside, please contact me immediately. I, Deng Tu, promise that he will be under our protection, and we will not lay a finger on him." Deng Tu's words stirred up a huge wave in the group. Many homeowners began to stir with excitement. As long as they reported Luo Chen's whereabouts to Deng Tu, they could do this simple task and no longer worry about being targeted by those devils. It was simply too tempting. Many homeowners secretly thought that if they saw Luo Chen outside in the future, they would definitely be the first to inform Deng Tu. Luo Chen's fate didn't matter. What mattered was that their own safety would be guaranteed. Seeing Deng Tu's message, Luo Chen couldn't help but sneer coldly. This Deng Tu seems quite clear-headed. He's smarter than that group of little brothers, actually using this condition to borrow the eyes of other homeowners to keep tabs on me. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be forced into a dead end. But unfortunately for them, he was different. He was a man with an infinite space. As long as he wanted, he could stay in the safe house until the sun exploded. However, not all the residents believed Deng Tu's nonsense. With Su Cheng's painful lesson, those quick-witted homeowners had already made up their minds not to get involved with Deng Tu and his group of demons in the future. Unless they were out of their minds, they wouldn't believe a bunch of murderers' words. Anyone who easily trusted the other party's promises would definitely not have a good ending. Since Deng Tu has made such a ridiculous promise, I might as well respond a little to make things more interesting, Luo Chen said playfully. After thinking for a moment, he tagged all the residents in the group. "At everyone, I am now issuing a bounty. From now on, whoever can kill Deng Tu can come to me and claim a large roast chicken with his head in hand. If you kill one of his lackeys, you can claim 2 large chicken legs." After saying this, he also sent a freshly taken photo in the group, a delicious, golden brown roast chicken, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, weighing 4 pounds. After reading Luo Chen's message, the homeowners were shocked. What a huge roast chicken! How much barbecue does Luo Chen's family have? A chicken this big must be incredibly delicious. Just looking at it, many homeowners couldn't help but swallow hard. If they saved some, they could probably eat for half a month. Plus, it would provide a lot of protein, which could be life-saving food in the current harsh environment of snowstorms and blocked roads. With a generous reward, there would surely be brave souls. The residents in the group, who were desperate due to running out of supplies, couldn't help but be tempted. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If they were to die, they might as well die full. Damn! Faced with Luo Chen's hefty bounty, Deng Tu's eyes turned red as he slammed his fist heavily on the sofa. Like a man-eating beast, he didn't expect Luo Chen to have this trick up his sleeve. In terms of food reserves, he was definitely no match for Luo Chen. Damn Luo Chen! Watching the group chat quiet down, Luo Chen crossed his legs, resting his hands on the sides of the sofa, but his brows furrowed slightly. "We need to find a way to get rid of Deng Tu and his gang. They had already set a precedent for cannibalism. Like beasts raised on cooked food, once they tasted raw meat, there was no turning back. If they were allowed to run rampant in the apartment building, it wouldn't be long before the living residents in that building would be halved." In his previous life, there were examples in other apartment buildings where a group of gathered thugs lost their humanity. They no longer struggled and chose to fall into depravity in the extreme cold apocalypse. They killed anyone they saw, taking pleasure in torturing the living. Before long, that building became a ghost building, filled with severed limbs and shattered flesh. The entire apartment building turned into a hell on earth. "This is my territory, how can I let them do as they please? I don't want to live in a building full of internal organs. Therefore, Deng Tu and his group must be dealt with." Luo Chen's eyes glinted coldly as he decided to root them out. But figuring out how to kill this group of mentally unstable madmen is a bit of a tricky problem. Luo Chen frowned slightly, got up, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly at the vast snow outside. The firewood in the fireplace crackled, making a crisp sound. Luo Chen's mind was racing. First of all, he definitely wouldn't go out himself. Even if he had a handgun and plenty of bullets, stepping outside would inevitably involve risk. This was absolutely unacceptable for Luo Chen, who was determined to be a survival king. After all, he had a gun. but his shooting skills were atrocious because he had never had the opportunity to systematically learn marksmanship. When facing enemies ambushing in a room or narrow space, it was easy to be caught off guard and attacked. If only I had a reliable thug to deal with Deng Tu and his gang for me, Luo Chen couldn't help but think. This was almost the most appropriate and safest plan. But the problem was, the people living in the apartment building were all ordinary folks, even with a food bounty. Probably no one would dare to act easily. Even if someone dared to act, an ordinary person would have little chance against a group of desperate criminals. At this moment, in Luo Chen's mind, a graceful figure suddenly came to mind. Before the apocalypse, that female police officer Yan Shu, who almost hurt me and had a terrible temper, probably fits the current requirements perfectly. A national champion in martial arts within the police force, taking on 5 opponents was a piece of cake for her. Not only was she skilled in close combat, but her shooting skills were also at a sharpshooter level. Most importantly, she was very attractive, with an exceptional figure. Even though it had been half a month since he last saw her, every time he recalled her, her image still vividly appeared in his mind. If he could recruit her as a fighter, the problem with Deng Tu would be easily resolved. Moreover, he could learn top-notch fighting techniques and close combat experience from her, even seek advice on marksmanship. But I don't know where she is now, and I have no way to contact her. Luo Chen sighed regretfully. This plan could only be abandoned with disappointment. At that moment, a casual glance outside made him freeze in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, amidst the swirling snow, the white blanket of snow had completely covered all floors below the second level. This meant that the snow on the ground was at least 5 meters deep. Yet, in such conditions, Luo Chen actually saw a woman, with a large backpack hanging in front of her and a little girl on her back, slowly and steadily making her way through the nearly engulfing snow. What terrifying physical fitness! But why do I feel like this woman looks a bit familiar? Luo Chen squinted. It was as if he had seen her somewhere before. Creak as she stepped into the snow. Yan Shu tilted half her body. If she wasn't careful, she could easily be buried in the thick snow, not to mention the biting cold at -70 degrees, which pierced every inch of her skin, and no one knew what was buried beneath the vast expanse of white snow. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even last long in such extreme cold. They would likely be trapped due to exhaustion shortly after stepping out. The white world was like a boundless swamp of snow. Sister Yan, are you okay? Is Cici very heavy? Cici wrapped her arms around Yan Shu's neck, her small face showing a hint of worry. The two hadn't had a full meal in several days, and Yan Shu's remaining strength was rapidly depleting. Sister is fine. Cici doesn't need to worry. Yan Shu, with her usually fierce face, rarely smiled gently. She had originally been helping a relative who was going abroad take care of a child, but unexpectedly encountered extreme cold and heavy snow that had trapped her in the community for over half a month. To make matters worse, there wasn't much food left at home, and it was estimated that it would run out in 2 days. Just as Yan Shu was fretting over the food situation, the child's aunt suddenly contacted her. Upon learning that both she and Cici were safe at home, the other party was pleasantly surprised but then expressed fear, revealing that someone had been murdered in her building, causing a stir in the residents group. She hoped that Yan Shu and Cici could come over to keep her company, as she still had some food left to share. Since the distance between them wasn't far and the other party had invited her, Yan Shu decisively packed some supplies and immediately set off with Cici. After all, she and Cici had no rations left either. The apartment building was right in front of them. Due to the thick snow, it was impossible to enter through the front door, so Yan Shu climbed in through the window of the second-floor corridor. This was where the residents dug snow to boil water, so the windows were generally not locked. Once inside the corridor, she set the child down from her back, took 2 steps back, and leaned against the wall, letting out a breath. Her physical strength had been heavily depleted. The lack of nutrition during this time had severely reduced her bodily functions, probably to about half of her peak condition. The temperature in the corridor was not much better than outside. The cold made her skin ache. Yan Shu only took a brief moment to rest before taking the small hand of Cici, who was wearing cotton gloves, her beautiful eyes warily glancing towards the stairs as she pulled her forward. Cici's aunt had said that the madmen in the building would attack anyone they saw, cutting flesh to make soup. Now that she was with a child, she had to be careful not to run into those villains. Otherwise, facing a group of crazed individuals wielding sharp weapons, she couldn't be sure she could handle them. Surveillance footage. This tall, exquisitely beautiful female police officer was recognized by Luo Chun. No way? Luo Chun opened his mouth in surprise. Could it be that I've awakened the ability to make things happen just by speaking? I just mentioned Yen Shu, and she comes running over? This was truly a case of a pillow arriving just as one felt sleepy. He watched the footage of Yen Shu, holding the little girl's hand, cautiously surveying the corridor, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Since she had already entered the building, the only thing he needed to consider now was how to get her to come to him willingly and cooperate by putting on a leg ring. Yen Shu can come in, but that little girl can be left out. Luo Chen toyed with the smart leg ring he had pulled from his space, his eyes narrowing slightly. She was the perfect golden medal enforcer. Not to mention, compared to Yen Shu's outstanding looks and figure, she was in no way inferior to Baiya and the others. Moreover, she was already a highly popular police flower in the precinct. A goddess with both beauty and martial prowess was definitely someone he wanted to have in his possession. Besides, she had almost injured him before the apocalypse. Luo Chen felt it was necessary to collect some interest from her. By the way, looking at the adorable little girl beside her, who seemed to be about 5 or 6 years old, Luo Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Could she be her child? Yen Shu looks at most 23 or 24, and she's already a married woman? Could it be that his reputation as a scoundrel was solidified? Luo Chen thought, feeling quite conflicted. In fact, Isisi was just a child from Yen Shu's relative's family, and she was only responsible for looking after her. Who cares? None of that matters. Luo Chen shook his head. What he valued was her exceptional combat skills and professional firearms knowledge. Everything else was just fluff. Moreover, having a child was not unacceptable. After all, during their brief encounters before the apocalypse, Luo Chen understood that with Yen Shu's fiery temper, it would be impossible to make her submit through ordinary means. She was the proud and cold Yen police flower. How could she easily bow to a man? But with a child, everything changed. No matter how strong-willed she was, having a child meant that food consumption would increase, which would become her greatest weakness. Police flower Yen, it's time to settle the scores from before the apocalypse. Luo Chen's lips curled up. If he could make this cold and beautiful police flower lower her proud head and obediently listen to him, he would surely feel an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Luo Chen lightly tapped the coffee table, pondering. First, think about how to approach her without being abrupt. 17th floor, 1701. Xiaolan looked down at the empty building below, murmuring, Officer Yen. The one who just walked into the building must be Officer Yen. Yes, I can't be mistaken. A month ago, she helped me find my lost child in the mall. Could it be that the authorities had already begun rescue operations? A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared on Xiaolan's haggard face. However, her excited feelings were quickly doused with a bucket of icy cold water. No, if there was a rescue, she couldn't possibly be the only one here. Outside, there are no other police officers in sight. Xiaolan clutched her hair in pain. The hope that had just risen in her heart was instantly shattered. Ever since the last time Baiya had sent her food, which was snatched away by that group of thugs, she hadn't eaten for several days. Every day, she barely survived by melting snow for water, so hungry that she could hardly muster the strength to go outside. However, without food, just drinking water would only last her at most 7 days. In the living room, a fire pit that had already gone out held an iron pot, in which a belt cut into several pieces was boiling. The leather contained rich collagen, which should theoretically provide nutrition. However, the leather made from modern industrial products was nothing but industrial waste. The broth was not only bitter and hard to swallow but would even cause stomach cramps if consumed. Recalling the scene she had just seen, Xiaolan couldn't help but clench the hem of her clothes. Yen Shu had a bulging backpack hanging in front of her. It must contain food. I have to think of a way. I must get something to eat. Xiaolan gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with determination. She had been pushed to a dead end and couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. To survive, she could only set her sights on Yen Shu, the beautiful policewoman who had once helped her. Yen Shu was holding Isi's small hand, walking in the stairwell. The extremely low temperature made her shiver uncontrollably, and she could hardly continue climbing the stairs. Yen Shu could only pick the child up and continue moving toward the upper floors. Ha 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 ha, killing is so damn refreshing. With one chop, that Su Chang was killed like a chicken. Exactly. To hell with morals and laws, it's practically the end of the world now. The authorities are paralyzed, there's definitely no rescue. Move faster. Go down and dig more snow. when the power comes back tonight, we'll boil water and cook meat. A commotion echoed from the corridor, mixed with the sounds of axes clashing against the steps. Not good. Yan Shu narrowed her beautiful eyes. She realized almost instantly that the group of murderers was likely coming down from upstairs. She intended to cover Isi's mouth with her hand, but it was too late. Yan's sister. The stairs. Isi had just uttered a few words when her mouth was tightly covered. She stared with wide, watery eyes, not understanding why Yan Shu was covering her mouth. From the surveillance, it could be seen that the thugs had quickened their pace down the stairs, probably having heard the child's voice. This is why I don't really like kids, Luo Ochen said, shaking his head in disbelief. Originally, Yan Shu could have held the child and hidden in the corridor of the current floor before the thugs discovered them, but once they made a sound and were found, there would be no escaping. Dang Tu and his gang were already insane, killing and eating every time the residents of the building went down to dig snow and boil water. It felt like they were committing a crime, fearing they would encounter them outside. Now, this heroic policewoman, Yan Shu, had directly run into that group of thugs. There was no way she would come out unscathed. I wonder if she can handle it. Luo Chen frowned. He didn't care about the child's safety, but Yan Shu couldn't get hurt. After all, she was his designated enforcer, and he didn't want anything to happen to her now. Hey, there's a child's voice. Brothers, rush. I want to see what this Yan sister looks like that the little girl is talking about. How dare anyone still run around outside? What courage! Ha 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 ha. The thugs laughed wildly as they rushed down. After descending 2 flights of stairs, they directly cornered Yan Shu, who was protecting the little girl. On the staircase, the thugs holding axes suddenly paused, their fierce expressions faltering. They suddenly felt that the beautiful woman in a fitted white down jacket, with exquisite features and long legs, looked somewhat familiar. Yan Shu? A young thug stared wide-eyed in terror, so frightened that he plopped down on the steps. The other thugs took a closer look and immediately gasped in shock, even retreating several steps in fear. How could this woman be here? This question arose simultaneously in their minds. Shouldn't she be at the police station or at home? They hadn't heard that she lived here. In fact, not long before the apocalypse, their group had been caught by the plainclothes officer Yan Shu for causing trouble. At that time, Yan Shu didn't reveal her identity and single-handedly took down 8 or 9 of them, with 2 suffering severe injuries, multiple fractures, and being rushed into the ICU by ambulance. Since then, they had developed a psychological shadow regarding this violent female officer. At this moment, the group of thugs was extremely tense, cold sweat starting to bead on their backs, and they felt as if the current temperature of -70 degrees suddenly dropped another 20 degrees. What's going on? Officer Yan actually appeared here. I said, could it be that official rescue has arrived? Or is this place surrounded by the police? Then, if we killed someone, wouldn't we be shot on the spot? As soon as this was said, the thugs were so scared they nearly fell to the ground. Killing means paying with one's life. If the police really came to rescue and surrounded the area, then they, who had committed murder, would definitely face the death penalty from the police. However, being blown by the -70-degree cold wind, the thugs quickly calmed down. Upon careful thought, it seemed unlikely that police rescue would happen. After all, the snow outside was 4 to 5 meters deep, not to mention police cars. Even officers on foot couldn't make it here. In such freezing weather, staying outside for even a little while could lead to freezing to death. The official organization itself was incapacitated. How could there be any rescue? Sister Yan. Isisi looked at the group of fierce men in front of her and realized she had gotten into trouble, gripping Yan Shu's clothing corner in fear. It's okay, don't be afraid. I'm here, Yan Shu said, one hand protecting her, her beautiful eyes fixed firmly on the thugs, her delicate body slightly arched, resembling a cheetah poised to pounce. The opponents were numerous and armed. Indeed a significant threat. The current situation was very unfavorable for her. However, in past missions, she had faced far more dangerous situations, so she wasn't panicking now. Run! Hurry up! Quick! Don't let her catch you! Damn it! Stay far away from this violent woman. What Yan Shu didn't expect was that the fierce battle she anticipated did not occur. Someone among the thugs shouted, and then the group fled in panic, not daring to linger at all. Yan Shu squinted in surprise, her mind suddenly recalling something. They seemed to be the thugs of that real estate mogul, Butcher Dang? So, The murderer in this building is them. Yan Shu's cherry lips parted slightly, letting out a cold laugh. Previously, she would have never let them go. She would have ensured that those few people stayed, not allowing a single one to escape. However, the situation was special now, with official agencies unable to operate normally. She naturally had no obligation to take the risk of capturing them. Let's go. We're heading to Auntie's house. Yan Shu comforted the trembling Cici and took her small hand, walking to the 12th floor and knocking on the door of room 1204. In the surveillance footage, a charming young woman greeted the two with surprise, then cautiously glanced down the hallway before quickly shutting the security door. This Officer Yan seems to be much stronger than I imagined, Luo Ochen said, stroking his chin. He also didn't expect that the group of little brothers raised by Deng Tu would be scared off by Yan Shu. This was somewhat unexpected. At this moment, Luo Ochen walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window. While thinking, he always liked to stare blankly at the white, snowy scenery outside. After closing the security door, Cici happily shouted, "Auntie, I miss you so much." Looking at Cici running towards her, Mengrong immediately showed a gentle smile and hugged her, saying, "Cici, I miss you too." The two already lived in the same community, and Cici often came to play at Mengrong's house. However, after the extreme cold set in and the heavy snow blocked the roads, they hadn't seen each other again. Watching the happy aunt and niece, Yan Shu was not as optimistic as they were. She placed her backpack on the side of the sofa and, with one hand on her slim waist, said, "Sister Rong, let's put aside the reminiscing for now." She slightly parted her cherry lips and said, "You know, the situation is so dire now. Every grain of food is incredibly precious. Since we are living together, we need to pool our food and allocate it precisely every day." Mengrong, holding Cici, suddenly stiffened her smiling face and then forced a smile, saying, "Xiao Shu, there's no rush about the food. We can talk about it tonight. I haven't seen Cici for a long time. I miss her so much. Let's have a good chat. Just the two of us." As Mengrong spoke, her gaze flickered, her eyes wandering. For Yan Shu, who had worked in the criminal police team and was experienced, she could almost instantly determine that the other party was definitely feeling guilty. "Sister Rong, tell me the truth. How much food do we have left?" Yan Shu narrowed her eyes, her tone suddenly becoming heavier. Mengrong seemed startled, her pupils constricting, and she became flustered, unable to speak. She didn't expect Yan Shu to discover her lie in an instant. To deceive Yan Shu, after contacting Cici and learning that both of them had little food left, Mengrong had directly lied, claiming she still had 2 boxes of instant noodles to share for free. In reality, there was only 1 box of instant noodles, and it had run out yesterday. In other words, Mengrong's home currently had no food at all, and Yan Shu had come over with Cici for nothing. "I'm sorry, I was just so scared that I lied to you." Mengrong admitted her mistake with shame, knowing that her deceitful behavior was disgraceful. However, since finishing the last bag of instant noodles yesterday, she had not only fallen into a situation of starving to death, but the group of murderous demons led by Deng Tu was also wandering in the corridor. Mengrong was constantly worried that they might target her, who lived alone. So when she learned that Yan Shu was at Cici's house, she claimed to have 2 boxes of instant noodles to ensure her safety and invited them over. Sister Rong, you really went a bit too far." Yan Shu couldn't help but take a deep breath, shaking her head in disappointment. If it weren't for the fact that she was related to Cici's family and had seen Mengrong several times before, considering that the other party was still her elder, Yan Shu would have really lost her temper. She and Cici already had little food, and they had taken such a big risk to come over, wasting a lot of energy. Now it was even worse. "I still have 2 bags of instant noodles, half a bag of chips, and 3 candies in my bag." Yan Shu sighed lightly. "With so little food, there are 3 of us. Even if Cici eats less, how long can we last? At most, they could last 3 days. It's okay, Sister Yan. Cici isn't hungry. I can skip eating today." Cici, seeing her aunt being scolded by Yan Shu, couldn't help but speak up for her. Seeing this, Yan Shu didn't say more but furrowed her brows tightly. Cici was still young and didn't understand how dire the situation was. This was a matter of survival for the 3 of them, and they had to come up with a solution. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit. Yan Shu felt as if she had lost all her strength and fell back against the sofa. "Xiao Shu, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Yi Mengrong's face turned pale with fright, and Cici was almost in tears. The two hurriedly helped her up and let Yan Shu lean back on the sofa to rest. "I'm fine, just a bit of low blood sugar," Yan Shu said, holding her forehead, her cheeks a little pale, and waved her hand at the two. After more than half a month without enough protein and glucose, and having carried Cici through several meters of thick snow for half a day, her body was overloaded. Thud! Yan Shu pulled a piece of candy from her backpack and then picked up a decorative item from the coffee table and smashed it down. Mmm. She carefully tore open the wrapper, pinched a small piece of the candy, and put it in her mouth. Don't underestimate the candy. In fact, a single piece provides far more energy than some snacks. Just one is enough to sustain an adult for several hours of activity. However, the downside is obvious: it doesn't fill you up. After eating a piece of candy, Yan Shu's complexion improved a bit, and the dizziness from her brain finally subsided a lot. Sigh. Every time I come here, nothing good happens. Yan Shu leaned back on the sofa, her beautiful eyes fixed on the ceiling. A month ago, she had come to this building with her colleagues to interview witnesses of a bank robbery. That day, she wore a uniform skirt, and because she was running late, she just threw on a rather sheer top. Little did she expect to be taken advantage of by that guy named Luo Chen. Yan Shu recalled, unable to help but clench her teeth. She didn't know exactly how much he had seen, but every time she thought of it, she wanted to gouge out Luo Chen's eyes. The second time, which was now, she had been tricked here by Yi Mengrong, and not only did she have to be wary of the group of murderers led by Deng Tu in the building, but she also had to face a food crisis that wouldn't last 3 days. Sigh. Yan Shu sighed again, her full chest rising and falling uncontrollably. Although she was a police officer, she wasn't good at solving such troublesome problems. Xiao Shu. Actually, there's a resident in this building who has stocked up a lot of food. Not only is their home warm, but they can even eat roasted meat every day now. Yi Mengrong hesitated for a moment but still gritted her teeth and said, before you all set out, he even posted a bounty in the owners group. Whoever can take down Deng Tu or his little brothers can claim a whole roasted chicken from him. After saying that, Yi Mengrong also took out her phone, opened the group chat, and showed the picture Luo Chen had sent to the two. As soon as Cici saw the golden roasted chicken, her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but drool, saying, Sister Yan, Cici is hungry. I want to eat roasted chicken. Roasted chicken? So big. Yan Shu was also shocked. She was very clear about how dire the situation was. The blizzard outside had buried everything, and the community was basically cut off from the outside world. After half a month, this family could still eat roasted meat every day and even offered this nearly 4-pound roasted chicken as a bounty without a hint of regret. How much food could they possibly have stockpiled at home? Such a big roasted chicken. If we save it, the 3 of us could eat for a week. Yan Shu raised her eyebrows slightly, her mind starting to race. Since staying at home doing nothing would only lead to a dead end, it was better to take a gamble. In her eyes, although Deng Tu and his gang posed a significant threat, she still had a good chance of dealing with them. After all, she had personally killed not just a group of thugs but even desperate drug dealers. Yan Shu shifted her gaze to the nickname of the person who sent the message. Practice time, 2.5 years, Luo Chen. Xiao Hei. No, Luo Chen? Yan Shu glared with her beautiful eyes, biting her silver teeth. Seeing her face show anger, Yi Mengrong couldn't help but ask in surprise, Xiao Shu, do you know Luo Chen? Are you too close? There was a hint of expectation in her tone. Yan Shu was so beautiful, with countless admirers. If Luo Chen was one of them, then they wouldn't have to worry about food. Yi Mengrong couldn't help but think to herself, this is what it means to cling to a big leg. Not close. Yan Shu shook her head, annoyed, and said, he's just a shameless scoundrel. Achoo! Luo Chen, who was learning piano with Bai Ye, suddenly sneezed. Strange, which idiot is cursing me? Luo Chen wrapped his left arm around Bai Ye's waist while his right hand was making small movements. Guoxiu Jin Sama. Bai Ye bit her cherry lips. She was playing on the Steinway piano, but for some unknown reason, the notes she played were increasingly out of tune. Play properly. Repeat the finger technique notes for me, Luo Chen said with a serious learning posture. The finger technique I'm talking about is for playing the piano. Bai Ye bit her lip. What bounty? I'll just go to his house and take the roast chicken. Consider it the interest for him taking advantage of me last time. Yan Shu's eyes flashed with cold light. She had suffered a great loss last time. Now, Just taking some food was already quite merciful. Upon hearing this, Yi Mengrong immediately panicked. Hey, Xiao Shu, you mustn't act impulsively. Yi Mengrong quickly grabbed her shoulders and explained worriedly, didn't I tell you? Luochen has put a bounty on Deng Tu and their lives. But, before that, he had already repelled Deng Tu several times. Yan Shu raised her eyebrows in suspicion and said, Rong Jia, don't lie to me. I've investigated, Luochen is not some martial arts master, just an ordinary person. If he doesn't get beaten to death by the other side, how can he drive so many of them away? Even she, when facing a group of fierce thugs with knives, wouldn't dare to say she could make them flee without getting hurt. It's true, Yi Mengrong, seeing her disbelief, anxiously explained. We don't know what methods Luochen used, but Deng Tu and the others really didn't dare to trouble him afterward. And I heard that Luochen's security door is very sturdy, it can't be broken even with a hammer. Yan Shu said unhappily. Fine, so if we want to get food, we can only obediently listen to Luochen. After all, the group of Deng Tu that Luochen had a bounty on was already wanted for murder and could be directly dragged out and shot. Using their heads to exchange for food, Yan Shu wouldn't feel the slightest psychological burden. It's just that there were too many of them. She couldn't be reckless in wanting to kill them, and it was best to take them out one by one. But I still feel really unhappy about it, Yan Shu said angrily. She had already been seen in her underwear, and now she had to help the other side deal with their enemies. It was simply a huge loss. She had never thought that one day she would yield to food. What a humiliation. Xiao Shu, you know the situation is special now, I can only trouble you. Yi Mengrong, seeing her compromise, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The other party didn't live here and was unaware of Luochen's strength, but she understood very well that if Yan Shu forced her way in, the outcome would probably be similar to that of Deng Tu's little brothers. Yan Shu was very skilled. As long as she ambushed in the stairwell in advance and killed a few little brothers who went down to dig snow and boil water, it shouldn't be a big problem. As long as they could exchange for a few big drumsticks, then the three of them wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. After all, the social order had already collapsed, and the law seemed laughable. Although it was somewhat unscrupulous, as long as they could survive, that was enough. And besides, the large roast chicken and big chicken leg that Luochen provided were both substantial in quantity. Unlike some unscrupulous merchants who shortchanged their customers, a chicken leg weighing several pounds could last for several days if eaten sparingly. Alright then, Yan Shu narrowed her beautiful eyes and crossed her arms, saying, Sister Rong, could you please add him and let him know that I've accepted the bounty? And to make sure he doesn't back out? Don't worry, Xiao Shu. Yi Mengrong smiled and replied, the relationship between the two parties has reached a point where they want to kill each other. Besides, with so much roasted meat hoarded by Luochen, how could he possibly go back on his word over a few chicken legs? However, I'm afraid you'll have to add him as a friend yourself. Yi Mengrong's expression turned difficult. I don't want to talk to him. Sister Rong, you do it, Yan Shu said unhappily. Well, my WeChat was blocked by him, so I can't add him as a friend. Last time I wanted to borrow some food, Luochen didn't agree and deleted me from his friends list, Yi Mengrong said somewhat awkwardly. In fact, when Luochen posted pictures of roasted lamb legs in the group last time, she was just as envious as the other residents. Yi Mengrong not only sent a friend request to Luochen but also shamelessly took a picture of herself, thinking about trading it for some roasted meat. After all, Luochen had taken in Li Ro, that married woman. Yi Mengrong's husband had died long ago, and she considered herself a married woman too. Perhaps Luochen would be interested. Unexpectedly, Luochen only complimented her on her good maintenance and then directly blocked and deleted her. However, this matter was too embarrassing. If she spoke of it, she would lose all face as Yan Shu's elder. So at this moment, Yi Mengrong could only downplay it and tell a little lie. As expected, Luochen is not only lecherous but also selfish. Yan Shu snorted coldly. However, she didn't know how Luochen had been killed by the neighbors in his previous life, otherwise, she wouldn't have said such things now. Ding Yan Shu took out her phone and actively sent a friend request to him. Then, she propped up her long, straight legs and leaned back on the sofa, waiting for a response. TSK, this is the first time I've actively added a man as a friend. Outside, heavy snow was falling. Inside, the fireplace burned with a roaring flame. Master, you have a new friend request, the butler reminded him at this moment. Luochen generally wouldn't pay special attention to his phone. so whenever there was new information, the butler would always notify him first. New friend? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, wondering who was bored enough to add him. Baiya consciously got up, took the phone, opened the screen to the friend request interface, and handed it to him. Who is it? I don't recognize them. Luo Chen glanced at the girl with an anime avatar who was adding him and couldn't help but curl his lips. Without saying a word, he directly rejected the request. I forgot. How many friend requests is this now? Baiya covered her mouth and chuckled. Boring. Luo Chen yawned and waved his hand, signaling Baiya to toss the phone aside. Recently, after exposing his wealth in the group, too many people had added him. Not only were there married women and unmarried girls, but there were even men pretending to be women to ask for food. So for these friend requests from residents, he now chose to ignore them. However, this friend request did give me some inspiration. Luo Chen pondered thoughtfully. If I knew Yan Shu's WeChat, it would be easy to understand her situation, which would help me tailor a plan and further reel her in. Luo Chen was thinking. In this harsh, extreme cold apocalypse, he believed no one could resist the nearly infinite resources in his space. As long as the other party had needs, they would ultimately be unable to escape. However, what Luo Chen didn't know was that the anime girl avatar he had just rejected was actually the real Yan de Police Flower herself. Yan Shu hadn't thought much when she sent the friend request, not even bothering to leave a note. She had no idea that Luo Chen's WeChat was almost overwhelmed with requests from property owners, so he generally wouldn't accept requests from unknown sources. What do you all want to eat for lunch today? Li Ro asked gently, tying an apron around her slim waist. As the exclusive chef for Luo Chen's household, she was responsible for preparing lunch for the three of them as noon approached. I learned 2 new dishes from the butler. How about you try one for lunch? Li Ro lightly tapped her cherry lips with her fingers and smiled. Chicken with asparagus sauce or red wine braised beef? Which one would you like? Since Luo Chen's space was stocked with an abundance of supplies, she could confidently learn new recipes without worrying about lacking the necessary ingredients. I want the asparagus with sauce, Baiya said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. It wasn't that the beef wasn't delicious, but she had eaten too much of it lately and was feeling a bit tired of it, wanting to switch to chicken. If the other residents knew her thoughts, they would probably be envious to the point of exploding. We are starving here. For nearly a month, they had been living off of unhealthy snacks, and she had the audacity to be picky about delicious beef. If she didn't want it, they would gladly eat it. They weren't picky at all. I'll have the braised beef, Luo Chen said with a smirk, refusing to give in to Baiya's wishes. How can you do this? Baiya pouted, her pretty face showing a pitiful expression. Seeing that Luo Chen remained unmoved, she helplessly stared at him with her big watery eyes. After a long while, Luo Chen smiled and said, then let's have the braised beef. Yay, Sister Li Ro. Let me help you. Baiya raised her small fist in victory and giggled as she bounced into the kitchen to help prepare lunch. Her golden hair danced in the air, showcasing her vibrant and beautiful girl demeanor. Then you can help wash the vegetables first, Li Ro said with a smile, opening the refrigerator. A whole layer was filled with large chicken legs that made the other residents envious. Under Li Ro's skilled hands, it wasn't long before a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen into the living room. TSK, it smells so good. Just the smell makes my appetite increase, Luo Chen said, taking a light sniff. With Li Ro around, he even lost the desire to eat the banquet dishes ordered from the restaurant. He could now enjoy delicacies from various countries at his leisure. Receiving Luo Chen's praise, Li Ro paused her movements, and a sweet smile crept onto her lips. During the waiting time, Luo Chen didn't idle. Instead, he had the butler pull up the surveillance footage for the entire building to observe the movements of others. On the 12th floor, room 1204, Yan Shu had not come out since she entered. Luo Chen glanced at it and then shifted his gaze. Anyway, the butler would remind him when she came out next time. When Luo Chen looked at the surveillance on the 18th floor, he suddenly noticed that the door of the Deng family was open. Deng too looked frantic. Are you all brainless? How can so many people be scared off by one woman? Even if that woman is strong, she's alone, and in bad shape, with a little kid by her side. Are you all a bunch of soft-shell shrimp? One of the underlings lowered his head and said, Boss, I think we don't need to take the risk to kill Officer Yan. What if we accidentally lose a few more brothers? Deng Tu cursed angrily. Idiot. Use your pathetic brain and think about who that woman is. She's a police officer. Do you understand? Do you think the property owners would listen to us? A bunch of murderers? Or to her? What if that female police officer unites the other residents? Do we still have a foothold here? The younger brothers suddenly realized. Boss, you're brilliant. How did we not think of that? Useless. If you could think of it, then why do we need me as the boss? Dang Tu scolded angrily. He then shifted his tone. But that's not what worries me the most. What I'm worried about is if that female police officer teams up with that dog, Luo Chen, then we really won't have good days ahead. One has supplies, the other has power. If they really join forces, the first thing they'll probably do is kill us. Dang Tu's eyes gleamed with ferocity. It must be said, as the leader of a group of ruffians, even though Dang Tu had one leg crippled, his mind was still sharp. He knew that their arch-nemesis, Luo Chen, would do everything possible to eliminate them. After all, he was constantly thinking of ways to smash the damned iron door of Luo Chen's. We absolutely cannot let Luo Chen know about the existence of that female police officer. Dang Tu said coldly. If Luo Chen found out, he would definitely do what he did before when he rescued Baya, and take that female police officer into his home. After all, that female police officer was extremely beautiful and highly skilled. Faced with the ample supplies offered by Luo Chen, if the female police officer was lacking food, she probably wouldn't refuse. If that happened, Luo Chen's strength would greatly increase, and even if they really broke through the security door and barged in, they could very well be counter-killed. This was something Dang Tu absolutely could not tolerate. But what he didn't know was that Luo Chen had already learned about Yen Shu's arrival through surveillance, and every word he spoke at that moment was being watched. Search for her. Search hard, even in the most desperate corners. We must find her and take her out while she's weak. The younger brothers gritted their teeth in response. Yes, boss, we'll go find her right now. Watching his younger brothers rush out, Luo Chen couldn't help but sneer. Good job, Dang Tu. Your reaction isn't slow. Yen Shu was in a poor state. If she was caught off guard and ambushed, she could indeed be seriously injured. Humph, I'll send you all to your end sooner or later, Luo Chen said coldly. Now, it was a race to see who could contact Yen Shu first. Room 1204, 12th floor. Your request has been denied. Looking at the result displayed on the screen, Yen Shu widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "That bastard, he actually rejected my friend request?" This was her first time adding a man as a friend. She didn't expect to be ruthlessly rejected. Previously, so many second-generation red aristocrats and rich kids had fought to get her friend slot, and she had never given them a chance. Yi Mengrong also showed a hint of worry, then comforted her. Maybe you didn't make it clear. So Luo Chen took you for another resident. Why don't you clarify and try sending the request again? Since Yi Mengrong had added Luo Chen as a friend before, she understood that many people, like herself, were eager to get food from Luo Chen, leading to a flood of friend requests that ultimately annoyed him. Yen Shu's friend request being denied was probably for this reason. Okay, then I'll try sending the request again. Yen Shu took a deep breath to calm herself, then clicked the friend request button again. Note, I'm here to pick up chicken legs. Simple. Aloof. Yen Shu had previously chatted with others on WeChat, and her most common responses were oh, and okay. She had hardly ever sent long messages, so she thought she was being very clear, and Luo Chen would definitely understand what she meant. Unfortunately, the dozens of residents who had frantically added Luo Chen as a friend had already worn that phrase out. I'm here to pick up steak. XX, just give me food, and you can treat me however you want. My price is very cheap. I can provide home service for just one piece of grilled meat. I want to eat grilled meat. Please spare me a little. Looking at the brief note message, Luo Chen couldn't help but sneer. Who the hell are you? Coming and asking for chicken legs. Previously, it was steak, and now it's chicken legs? Forget it. Without a second thought, Luo Chen directly blocked the other party. He had considered that the person might be after the bounty. However, none of the other male owners had the guts. How could a woman with an anime girl avatar possibly handle it? Your application has been rejected. No way. I want to go beat that bastard to death, Yen Shu said furiously. She had been rejected again. It was simply unbelievable. This was too much bullying. Yen Shu even started to think, did Luo Chen know it was her who added him as a friend? And was he deliberately making things difficult for her? Calm down. Your note was too sloppy. Luo Chen definitely didn't understand what you meant. Yi Mingrong glanced at her note and quickly pushed her back onto the sofa, her cheeks faintly flushing. This note format was too familiar. It seemed, the last time she was at home, she used this format to ask Luo Chen for steak. Yi Mingrong thought, feeling a bit embarrassed. No wonder she got rejected. Xiao Shu, you need to write your name and police ID. Yi Mingrong quickly explained. Alright, I'll try again. Yan Shu forced herself to calm down and patiently filled in her identity and the purpose of adding him as a friend in the note. This time, it should work. Yan Shu clicked the friend request button again under Yi Mingrong's expectant gaze, but unexpectedly, a few big words popped up instantly. You have been blocked. Now, the hopeful Yi Mingrong was dumbfounded. Her own account had been blocked by Luo Chen, and now Yan Shu's account was also blocked. How were they supposed to contact Luo Chen now? Ding! At that moment, Yan Shu suddenly received a message. She suppressed her anger. When she opened it, she found that the message was from a mother she had helped a month ago. Xia Lan, Officer Yan, I think I just saw you come to our building. Is the official rescue here? Sorry, it's not. Yan Shu replied. I'm here to find an elder who lives here. Ha! Yi Mingrong beside her suddenly brightened up. It seemed they could ask Xia Lan for help. Prompted by Yi Mingrong, Yan Shu also realized. Xia Lan, actually I'm planning to go for the bounty that Luo Chen posted, but there's been a little hiccup. Yan Shu briefly explained the situation to her. So, could you help me contact Luo Chen? I will give you a corresponding reward afterward. The mother, Xia Lan, replied readily. No problem, Officer Yan. You helped me find my child before, so I will definitely help you with this small favor. I didn't expect Yan Shu would dare to take Luo Chen's bounty. On the other end of the phone, Xia Lan looked very surprised. However, she was worried about how to contact him, and now this provided her with a perfect opportunity. Xia Lan definitely couldn't contact Luo Chen. After all, her credibility had also been blocked, but now her goal was the food in Yan Shu's hands, so whether she could contact Luo Chen was not important. People were almost starving, she couldn't care too much. Xia Lan, I had a little conflict with Luo Chen before, so be careful when you contact him. Yan Shu, unaware that Xia Lan had her eyes on her food, reminded her. Tell him I can help him deal with Deng Tu and the others, but he needs to advance me some food first. Otherwise, with my current terrible physical condition, I'm afraid I won't have much of a chance. When Xia Lan saw this, her heart sank a little. Officer Yan, what do you mean by that? Do you mean you have no food left at all? That's not the case. Yan Shu replied briefly. Dealing with the police is troublesome. Xia Lan tightened her grip on her phone, gritting her teeth and saying, logically speaking, at this time, shouldn't you tell me how much food is left? After thinking for a moment, Xia Lan decided to stabilize the other party first. Officer Yan, I'll contact Luo Chen right away. You all wait for me for a moment. Room 1204. Xia Lan seems a bit off. She seems very concerned about how much food I have. Yan Shu narrowed her beautiful eyes, sensing a hint of something unusual from the other side. However, from their encounter a month ago, Xia Lan had left a very good impression on her. Yan Shu didn't think much of it. Xia Lan's character is decent. You might be overthinking it. Yi Mingrong, who was somewhat familiar with Xia Lan, smiled and said, from what I know, Baiya helped Xia Lan before she moved into Luo Chen's room. With her as the intermediary, contacting Luo Chen should be fine. After all, having someone close to you to give you a heads up. Baiya? Yan Shu was taken aback. Surprised. You mean that big star Baiya? She moved into Luo Chen's place? Yi Mingrong slapped her forehead and laughed. Look at me. I forgot you didn't know about this. She then explained. I was also surprised that the famous Baiya would live in the same building as us. However, Baiya was almost caught by that group of thugs led by Deng Tu. But fortunately, Luo Chen saved her. Yan Shu couldn't help but curl her lips, saying, saved? I doubt it. The intentions of Sima Zhao are known to all. It goes without saying what kind of treatment a glamorous star like Baiya would receive living in a big man's house. Looks like I was overthinking it. Understanding the background, Yan Shu also set aside her slight doubts about Xia Lan. Before long, Xia Lan replied, Officer Yan, I contacted Baiya, and she said she has already communicated with Luo Chen. To enhance her credibility, Xia Lan cleverly brought up Baiya. After all, Deng Tu hadn't leaked her betrayal. Really? Thank you. What was Luo Chen's attitude? Yan Shu's eyebrows relaxed a bit as she asked. Well, Luo Chen said he has plenty of chicken legs. If you take the job, he can advance you 4 chicken legs. Xia Lan expressionlessly typed this line in the chat box. This also aligned with Luo Chen's character. 4. Seeing Xia Lan's response, both Yan Shu and Yi Mengrong were taken aback. Initially, they thought it would be quite difficult for Luo Chen to advance even 1 chicken leg. After all, she was just writing a blank check. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen trusted her so much. Could it be that I misunderstood him before? Yan Shu bit her lip, her expression complex. For the first time, she had a slight doubt about her judgment of people. Xiao Shu, that's great. For chicken legs, we don't have to worry about starving. You eat 1 first to regain your strength, and we can save the rest, Yi Mengrong said excitedly. Even ECC, who was beside them, swallowed hard with desire. But, Luo Chen also wants you to make a little guarantee. Xia Lan's message came again. He wants you to trade for it with 5 packs of instant noodles. 5 packs of instant noodles? Looking at this message, Yan Shu's brows furrowed tightly. Xiao Shu, what does Luo Chen mean by this? His house clearly doesn't lack snacks like instant noodles. Yi Mengrong couldn't help but grip her clothes tightly, nervously asking. He probably wants to force me to eliminate Deng Tu for him as soon as possible. After pondering for a moment, Yan Shu explained. This deal wasn't a loss for them. But there was a problem. They only had 3 packs of instant noodles in their hands. It was far from enough to meet the exchange conditions. Xiaolan, I only have 3 packs of instant noodles right now, Yan Shu typed in reply. Can you contact Baya again and ask her to see if Luo Chen can lower his demands? This time, Xiaolan was very patient and responded after a while, Officer Yan. Luo Chen has agreed. Phew, as expected. Yan Shu let out a small sigh of relief, feeling even more confident in her judgment. The exchange of instant noodles was a pretense, the real goal was to pressure her. However, the current situation was still quite favorable for them. At Xiaolan's request, Yan Shu carefully took her remaining 3 packs of instant noodles and made her way to the 17th floor. In front of room 1701, she placed the items at the door, knocked, and then left. Xiaolan said that Luo Chen did not trust Yan Shu, so she had to deliver the food herself. The excuse was quite reasonable. After all, before the apocalypse, Yan Shu had almost hurt Luo Chen, and Xiaolan had seized on this point to exploit the situation. After Yan Shu left, Xiaolan quickly opened the door and grabbed the 3 packs of instant noodles. Holding the noodles, she cried out excitedly, Little Bao, Mommy got food. Officer Yan, I'm sorry, Xiaolan murmured. Good people can't survive in this world now. After sending off the last of the instant noodles, the 3 of them sat on the sofa, waiting for news from Xiaolan. Chicken leg, Cici wants a big chicken leg, ECC said, holding her phone and drooling over a picture in the group chat. To say she wasn't hungry would be a lie. I just have a feeling that things won't go too smoothly. Yan Shu's beautiful eyes looked out at the white, snowy world outside. The heavy snow continued to fall. The goosefeather-like snowflakes danced and drifted through the air. This tranquil and beautiful scene did not bring her peace. Instead, it made her feel a vague sense of unease. I must be overthinking it. Yan Shu shook her head. She didn't want to doubt a mother who was struggling more than others while raising her child alone. So, the 3 of them began to wait quietly. Time passed. It was hard to tell how long had gone by. Rong Jia, how long has it been since I returned from Xiaolan's house? Yan Shu suddenly spoke up. It's been 5 hours, Yi Mengrong said, biting her lip. Yan Shu fell silent. Her heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Xiao Shu, it's been so long without a response from Xiaolan. Do you think? Yi Mengrong hesitated. She felt that Xiaolan wasn't the type to deceive them for food. But too much time had passed. Don't rush. Yan Shu took out her phone, opened the chat interface, and sent an inquiry message. Xiaolan, how's the situation on your side? After sending the message, Yan Shu crossed her arms and began to pace in the living room. She walked from one end of the living room to the other, then repeated the process. It was clear she was not at ease. 15 minutes passed, and there was still no news from Xiaolan. Now, Yan Shu could no longer sit still. Rong Jia, you and Cici stay here. I'm going to check on Xiaolan, Yan Shu instructed Yi Mengrong. Walking over to the coffee table, picking up a fruit knife usually used for peeling fruit, and then tucking it into her waist. She then tore open a candy wrapper and popped the candy into her mouth. She needed to replenish her energy. Xiao Shu, it's too dangerous outside. If you run into Deng Tu and his group of demons, And you've gone hungry for a few days. It could be very dangerous, Yi Mengrong said worriedly. Earlier, when Yan Shu went to deliver food to Xiaolan, she had been anxious at home, fearing that the other party would be discovered by Deng Tu and his group. It's fine, Rong Jia. I'm more mobile alone, a group of street thugs won't notice me. Yan Shu patted her shoulder and reassured her. In a few hours, it will be dark. We have no food left, so I must find out what happened with Xiaolan. Yan Shu said coldly, pushing open the door and walking straight out. If she goes hungry for another night, she might not even have the strength to leave tomorrow, and then it would truly be a dead end. Thud, the security door closed gently. ECC couldn't help but say fearfully, Aunt, will Sister Yen be okay? Don't worry, your Sister Yen is a police officer. Very capable. CC, don't be afraid, we'll wait for her to come back together. Yi Mengrong comforted her softly, holding her close. On the other side, Yan Shu pressed against the wall and cautiously arrived at the door of room 1701 without incident. One more floor up, and it would be the Deng family, so she had to be extremely careful, making sure not to make any loud noises. Xiaolan? Yan Shu gently knocked on the door, waiting for a response. However, 5 minutes passed, and despite her attempts to knock again, there was no sound from inside. Is she not responding? Or, is she at Luo Chen's place? Yan Shu thought grimly. Compared to the former, she leaned more towards the idea that Xiaolan was being forcibly detained by Luo Chen. It was likely that Luo Chen had harbored resentment against her from the very beginning and had no intention of providing her with food. Ha! Luo Chen! I knew it! Yan Shu touched the fruit knife at her waist and turned to leave without hesitation. This was one of the reasons she had brought a knife. Inside the room, Xiaolan covered her son's mouth, and the two of them dared not make a sound. It wasn't until there was complete silence outside the door that Xiaolan finally began to breathe deeply. A hint of joy appeared on her face. Xiaolan knew very well that as a police officer, Yan Shu would never resort to breaking down her door. In Yan Shu's eyes, she was just an innocent mother. With the intentional guidance during their previous conversation, Yan Shu would definitely suspect Luo Chen in the end. Haha, Officer Yan, if you force your way into Luo Chen's house, the only outcome will probably be death. Xiaolan murmured. She couldn't help but cover her chest with her hand, realizing that her conscience felt not a shred of unease. If Yan Shu were killed by Luo Chen, then she could enjoy these instant noodles in peace. Xiaolan's fists gradually clenched. Officer Yan, please, go die. In the living room, Luo Chen stared at the surveillance footage, feeling somewhat puzzled. Strange, too strange. He clicked his tongue in amazement. Luo Chen was surprised to find that Yan Shu had just come out of room 1204. After leaving her home, Yan Shu didn't go anywhere else or choose to leave. Instead, she went to Xiaolan's house again. However, Yan Shu knocked on the door for a long time, and there was no response from inside. Watching the entire scene through the surveillance footage, Luo Chen knew very well that Xiaolan had been hiding in the house all along. Ha! Fooled! Ha! How can there always be foolish women falling for Xiaolan's tricks? Luo Chen was unaware of what they had discussed, but from the surveillance footage, he could roughly guess that they had probably reached some sort of agreement in private. Unfortunately, Xiaolan was just a deceitful liar. Hearing this, Baya couldn't help but bury her small chin in her ample chest out of shame. She was the first one to be fooled. At this moment, Yan Shu chose not to return the way she came but continued to move upward. She had now reached the 21st floor. Is this police flower coming for me? Luo Chen tapped his fingers on the coffee table, somewhat astonished. But this was a bit too sudden. Why would Yan Shu suddenly come to the 23rd floor to find him? Did she want to take revenge for seeing her underwear a month ago? Or is it that Yi Mengrong, who lives in room 1204, or Xiaolan, has said something to her, prompting her to seek me out for food? After all, Luo Chen vaguely remembers that the young woman from room 1204, along with Xiaolan, had sent him photos on WeChat before. But after he had his fill, he didn't give them any food in return. Never mind, since you've taken the initiative, I can't miss this opportunity, Luo Chen said with a smirk. With an indestructible alloy steel door between them, he wasn't worried about her harming him. From the surveillance, Luo Chen watched Yan Shu's cold yet exquisite face, her slender waist swaying as she walked, and couldn't help but take out an electronic wristband from his space. This is a good opportunity. Luo Chen lightly brushed the cold metallic surface of the wristband, his eyes narrowing slightly. As long as he put it on, everything would be fine. No matter how strong or volatile that little woman Yen Shu was, he wouldn't have to worry. The high-voltage current from the leg ring was no joke. After thinking it over, Luo Chen still felt a bit insecure. After all, the target of Zhao Zhao's experiment had been his personal female secretary. Compared to a regular person like her, Yen Shu was a champion fighter in the police force, honed through intense training. As a reborn individual who had died once, Luo Chen had to be extremely cautious, considering every possible accident that could occur. Baiya, Li Ro. Luo Chen's gaze fell on the two women beside him. What's up? Baiya tilted her head, puzzled. Li Ro also pursed her lips, unsure of what he wanted to say. Later, I might have to let that female tyrant Yen Shu in. Luo Chen smiled and said, you two remember to stand in front of me. If she makes any sudden moves, like pulling out a dagger from her chest or lower body, make sure to subdue her immediately. Upon hearing this, the two women widened their beautiful eyes. Baiya, Li Ro? I don't think that's a good idea. Luo Chen, you said she used to be a criminal police officer. Baiya said weakly. She could warm the bed with Li Ro, but she really wasn't good at anything else. You know it's not a good idea. Yet you're deliberately standing at the door. Do you want to be her hostage later? Luo Chen said, speechless. He wouldn't place his hopes on the two of them. If Yen Shu didn't wear the wristband, he absolutely wouldn't open the door to let her in. After all, the wristband was his greatest reliance. Keep your distance. Even if Yen Shu's physical fitness is strong, compared to an average person, she can probably only last a few more seconds. Luo Chen thought to himself. As long as he avoided being hurt by her sudden attack, there wouldn't be any other unexpected situations. Moreover, the safety doorframe was equipped with security features. If she carried any weapons, the butler would detect them the moment she stepped through the door, triggering an alarm. Oh, we'll just hide to the side. Li Ro patted her chest and pulled Baiya away from the door. The two women couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Luo Chen was just joking, scaring them for a moment. They had just been sweet to each other. How could he turn so ruthless so quickly? At this moment, after instructing the two women, Yen Shu also arrived in the corridor on the 23rd floor. No wonder that group of people led by Deng Tu can't break into Luo Chen's home. The walls are all made of alloy plates. Yen Shu touched the wall where the plaster had been smashed off, her brows slightly furrowing. It seemed that this bastard Luo Chen really had some skills, managing to fortify his home so well. Arriving at the door, the sharp-eyed Yen Shu could almost immediately assess that the sturdiness of this door was probably unimaginable. Bang bang. She tentatively reached out and gently knocked, receiving a dull thud in return. Almost soundless. The thickness is at least 200 millimeters, probably comparable to the vault doors in a bank. Yen Shu's heart suddenly sank. This indicated that if she were to force her way in, as long as Luo Chen stayed inside and didn't open the door, there was no way she could get in. For someone like her, who had carried out anti-terrorism missions, this heavy alloy door was not unfamiliar. Some criminals had tried to rob banks and couldn't blow it open even with pre-prepared C4 explosives. Detective Yen, what are you sneaking around my front door for? Suddenly, Luo Chen's teasing voice came from behind the door. Ha! I just touched the door. How did he find out? Is there surveillance? Yen Shu quickly realized, frowning as she looked up and scanned, but she couldn't see any cameras. Could it be a pinhole camera? Ha! Yen Shu sneered. Who would install such things in a regular home, especially one with a door and wall reinforced so solidly? It was likely that Luo Chen had something to hide in his house. She couldn't help but feel more determined to investigate. Perhaps Xiaolan was really being held captive by Luo Chen. Luo Chen, I suspect you are illegally detaining someone. Please open the door immediately and cooperate with my investigation. Yen Shu said coldly at the door. Suspect? Ha ha ha. Detective Yen, do you think you can just barge into someone's home based on a mere suspicion? Luo Chen laughed dismissively. We haven't seen each other in at least a month, and you come right in with such a big accusation. That's a bit excessive. Luo Chen clicked his tongue. Could it be that your investigation is just a pretext, and you actually want to see me? Is it that our last meeting made you fall for me at first sight, and you can't forget me? Caught off guard by his teasing, Yen Shu's cheeks flushed with anger, and she slammed her fist against the security door. Luo Chen, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. For the first time, someone had the audacity to tease her so openly. Oh dear, I'm so timid. Detective Yen, please don't scare me. Luo Chen mocked. You're so worked up, You wouldn't be coming to visit a relative, would you? Just right. I have plenty of space here. I can give you 2 bags for free. Hearing this, Yan Shu's eyes flared with anger. Luo Chen, you're dead meat. She clenched her fists and pounded on the security door, making a noise that was almost as loud as when Deng Tu and the others smashed it with a hammer. Damn! What a human-shaped mother Tyrannosaurus! Luo Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Ha! Ha! After venting, Yan Shu felt a bit regretful. She didn't have much stamina to begin with, and now she had wasted quite a bit. How could she not control her emotions and let him provoke her so easily? It was still because Luo Chen was such a jerk. He had seen her naked last time, and now he was teasing her again. Luo Chen, open the door immediately. I suspect Xiaolan is being held captive inside. Yan Shu tightened her fists and said coldly, open the door? No problem. Luo Chen readily agreed. Then he handed a high-tech smart wristband through the small window on the security door to her. Is this enough? She said coldly, her tone icy and emotionless, as if reflecting the -70 degrees outside. Of course. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and after unlocking 3 locks, he slowly opened the security door. Detective Yan, you are the 3rd guest to enter my home. Luo Chen stepped back 7 meters from the door, crossing his arms. So what? Yan Shu replied coldly, not understanding his meaning. It's so warm in here. As soon as Yan Shu stepped inside, she was shocked. The room was so warm. It was a world apart from the cold hallway. Warning, the target is carrying a weapon at the waist. Detected as a commonly used household fruit knife. Threat level, medium. At this moment, the butler suddenly issued a warning. The large screen in the living room displayed a 3D scan, and a prominently marked fruit knife was glaringly visible at Yan Shu's waist. Not good. Yan Shu's delicate face changed. She hadn't expected that the knife she carried would be exposed as soon as she entered. She hadn't even approached Luo Chen yet, and if he became wary, all her efforts would be in vain. I can't just sit here and wait. Yan Shu immediately drew the knife from her waist, no longer caring about anything else. Target has shown aggressive behavior. Threat level, high. Zila. The butler began to act. For an ordinary person, this would have already rendered them unconscious. Die. Yan Shu gritted her teeth. The fruit knife was thrown. Master, tilt your body 90 degrees to the left. Just before Yan Shu threw the fruit knife, the butler issued a warning. However, Luo Chen did not heed the butler's advice. Instead, he directly took out a large shooting target from thin air and placed it in front of himself. Bang! Thus, the fruit knife was successfully blocked. Congratulations, 10 rings. Luo Chen peeked out from behind the target, assessed the knife that had hit the bullseye, and gave a thumbs up. At this moment, Yan Shu, whether out of anger or shock, lost her strength and fainted on the ground. Butler, is she really unconscious? Luo Chen, not taking any chances, cautiously asked the butler. Yes, master. The wristband has detected that Yan Shu poses no threat. Oh, that's good. Luo Chen waved his hand, and the heavy security door automatically closed. Then, he walked over to secure the 3 locks again and firmly wedged the heavy alloy bolt behind the door. Master, do not let your guard down. Target's physical condition is astonishing. The butler paused for a moment, possibly calculating. Expected to awaken in 30 minutes. After hearing the butler's words, Luo Chen nodded, indicating he understood. Looking at her furrowed brows and the hint of pain between her delicate features, he couldn't help but feel pity. Hey, why go to such lengths? After all, the highest power current from the wristband could handle 1 shock, but if it happened too many times, no one could withstand it. Go clean her up. Be quick, preferably within 25 minutes. Luo Chen stood up and instructed Li Rou and Baiya beside him. Every goddess who moved in must be spotless. Given that the apocalypse had lasted so long, he estimated that Yan Shu hadn't had good bathing conditions. Oh, okay. The 2 girls quickly jogged over, lifting the unconscious Yan Shu and directly carrying her into the bathroom. Hey, Li Rou, Yan Jing is actually wrapped in bandages, Baiya exclaimed in surprise. But even so, she noticed that the size of the other person was about the same as hers, probably for convenience in movement. Don't talk, hurry and untie it. Li Rou also expressed her surprise. However, she could understand why the other person did this. After all, whether from long working hours or walking for too long, her shoulders would feel very tired and sore. Sometimes, Li Ro would secretly rest her chest on the table to let it bear some of the pressure. I suppose Yan Shu has the same troubles. After an unknown amount of time. What is this? Yan Shu's beautiful eyes widened as she realized her situation. Why is Luo Chen's house so warm? There's even a fireplace in the living room. After scanning the room, she exclaimed in shock. It should be noted that when she was at home with Isisi, they only had 2 thick blankets, and they could only cuddle together every day, relying on each other's body heat to keep warm. Even wearing a thick down jacket, she would still feel her hands and feet freezing cold in the room. But now, in the living room, she not only felt no chill at all, but also felt warm and comfortable. If it were at her own home, or in Yimingrong's room, she would have probably frozen to death from the low temperatures by now. This indicated that outside, it was a frigid world at -70 degrees, while the temperature inside the room was probably over 20 degrees. Incredible! Is that a fruit platter? Yan Shu had not yet recovered from the warmth of the room when her gaze was drawn to the large plate of fresh fruit on the coffee table. What did she see? Lychee, dragon fruit, pineapple, red bananas, black-skinned watermelon, ruby grapes. Where did Luo Chen get these from? Yan Shu exclaimed in astonishment. During the past half-month of extreme cold and blizzards, others were starving, barely able to eat. Luo Chen, at home, not only had lavish meals every day, but also managed to have such fresh fruit, as if it had just been picked from the tree. Even with preservation, it couldn't be this outrageous. What Yan Shu didn't know was that Luo Chen's space ignored all laws. Fresh food thrown in would look the same 100 years later when taken out. Luo Chen must have some secret. Yan Shu's quick mind began to work. She also recalled what had happened before she fainted. At that time, she had thrown a fruit knife like a flying dagger. If Luo Chen had been hit, he wouldn't have died, but he would definitely have lost his ability to move. But strangely, he had somehow conjured a large shooting target out of thin air to shield himself completely. Suddenly pulling out such a large target, it's absolutely impossible to achieve through magic. He didn't hide it behind the sofa or any other cover. Yan Shu furrowed her brows in thought. During her time in the criminal police team, she had participated in solving many outrageous mystery cases, so she firmly believed in one principle: eliminate all impossible conditions, no matter how absurd the remaining hypothesis may seem. Then, that is the truth. Luo Chen probably has some supernatural ability, like in the movies. These foods are conjured by him through means that cannot be explained by science. Yan Shu thought in shock. With this, everything made sense. After all, outside there was a global blizzard that had turned the world into a frigid apocalypse. With such an extinction-level disaster occurring, what else was impossible? It must be said that despite casting aside her sense of justice and duty, and not subconsciously believing in those vulnerable groups, like the single mother Xiaolan, thus abandoning her rational thinking, her intelligence was still quite high. Although she hadn't completely guessed it right, she was very close to the truth that Luo Chen possessed infinite space. Hey, Officer Yan, you're awake? Luo Chen, draped in a silk robe, walked out of the bedroom with a smile. Due to her fatigue, Yan Shu could only awkwardly sit on the floor like a duck. The exclusive sitting posture of a neon anime beauty, when applied to the cold and elegant Officer Yan, surprisingly added a touch of cuteness. At the same time, it perfectly showcased her snow-white beautiful legs. Seeing this, Yan Shu coldly said, "Now, can you let Xiaolan go?" As she spoke, her gaze turned towards the direction of the bedroom. "Ha, Xiaolan?" Luo Chen scoffed. "Why would I catch her? What value does she have that would make me bring her in? Stop quibbling. Xiaolan is definitely in your bedroom." Yan Shu's brows furrowed tightly, and before she could finish her sentence, she heard the bedroom door open again. To her surprise, out walked Li Ro and Baiya. They saw Yan Shu staring at them with wide eyes and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Baiya?" Yan Shu exclaimed in shock. Although she had heard about it from Yimingrong before, the impact of seeing it with her own eyes was still immense. "Officer Yan, I think I heard you mention that scammer Xiaolan's name," Baiya said curiously. "Scammer?" Yan Shu's beautiful eyes widened as she caught the key information in the other person's words. "Yes, I guess you were also deceived by her." Baiya had seen on the surveillance footage that Yan Shu had gone to deliver food to Xiaolan. So, having suffered the same fate, she recounted how she had kindly helped Xiaolan, only to be betrayed to Deng Tu and nearly captured. "What is this?" Yan Shu was shocked and opened her mouth wide after hearing this. She hadn't heard Yimingrong mention this. If that's the case, Then everything Xiaolan said about contacting Bai Ye and getting Luo Chen's agreement to advance food was all fabricated by her? Contact me? Bai Ye shook her head as she noticed Yan Shu staring at her intently, pulling out her phone. Officer Yan, you can see for yourself. My chat history with Xiaolan ended a long time ago, and I've been blocked on WeChat. Yan Shu glanced at Bai Ye's chat history and realized that what she said was true. She had been deceived by Xiaolan. So, the attack on Luo Chen just now wasn't all the fault of Xiaolan? Yan Shu thought, feeling a bit ashamed. Her long-held belief was to protect innocent people and deliver the most painful blows to evil. But now, Luo Chen had done nothing, and she had recklessly sought him out, almost taking his life. Officer Yan, I can't believe you came from the criminal police team and yet have no common sense. You've been completely fooled by a stay-at-home mom like Xiaolan, Luo Chen said with a TSK. Could it be that all your nutrition has gone to the same part of your brain? Upon hearing this, Yan Shu gritted her teeth and lowered her head, surprisingly not rebutting him. Instead, her body trembled slightly, and her tone softened. Luo Chen, I admit I was wrong. I apologize to you, and I hope you can forgive me. In response to Yan Shu's apology, Luo Chen scoffed. Officer Yan, listen to your own words. Does that sound reasonable? If it weren't for my superior skills, what would happen if I got stabbed in this extremely cold and resource-scarce environment? He stared into Yan Shu's beautiful eyes, his voice growing colder. Now you just want to apologize and think I should forgive you so easily. Are you dreaming? Yan Shu gritted her teeth and said, then, I can help you deal with Deng Tu. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh loudly. Ha ha ha. Officer Yan, it seems you still don't understand. In the face of her shocked expression, Luo Chen sneered, Deng Tu and his gang won't last long, and you won't escape my grasp. Yan Shu's pupils constricted. She never expected him to think this way. Luo Chen, do you know what you're saying? Once the snow disaster is over, you'll be in court. Yan Shu gritted her teeth. I'm afraid you won't live to see that day. Luo Chen crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Officer Yan, let me be straightforward. I know the inside information about this snow disaster. It's precisely because I knew in advance that I prepared everything so thoroughly and even hired a special security company to build me this steel fortress. He smirked. With a stretch of his hands, a bottle of red wine and a glass appeared out of thin air. After pouring himself a glass, he waved his hand, and the bottle of red wine instantly vanished before Yan Shu's eyes. Yan Shu's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Although she had suspected that Luo Chen must have some superpower, seeing it again left her quite shocked. He conjured red wine out of thin air and casually made it disappear. This method could not be explained by science at all. Do you want to know how long this natural disaster will last? Luo Chen elegantly took a sip and asked. Yan Shu bit her cherry lips, remaining silent, but her gaze never left Luo Chen's face. After witnessing this, she had basically come to believe it. Forever, he said lightly. Those two airy words made Yan Shu's delicate body tremble violently. Forever? Her heart shook wildly. Could it be? This extreme cold snow disaster will continue indefinitely? Yan Shu was momentarily stunned. The snow disaster had only arrived half a month ago, and the temperature had plummeted to a terrifying -70 degrees. Every day, countless people were freezing or starving to death, and official agencies were paralyzed. If the heavy snow did not recede, wouldn't all of humanity perish in this unprecedented extreme cold? While Yan Shu was lost in thought, Deng Tu's group of lackeys had already turned over every corridor in search of her whereabouts. Boss, we haven't found that Yan Shu woman at all. We haven't found her either. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Deng Tu cursed angrily. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. If Yan Shu and Luo Chen teamed up, he would be the first to be held accountable. Deng Tu was quite clear about the combat capabilities of his lackeys. They couldn't even handle Yan Shu, the female police officer, if she got her hands on Luo Chen's crossbow. Combined with her excellent reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills, she could easily shoot them down from the shadows. No, we must find her and take her out, Deng Tu said fiercely. His deadly rival already had the troublesome Luo Chen. He couldn't afford to add a strong fighter like Yan Shu to the mix. Outside, it was -70 degrees, with 5 meters of snow piled up. Besides actively occupying this building and scavenging enough supplies, they had no other way out, and Luo Chen and Yan Shu were their greatest threats. Boss! At that moment, a lackey excitedly ran up the stairs. I just caught someone who said he saw a very beautiful woman going up while he was digging snow. Where is he? Bring him to me, Dang Tu exclaimed joyfully, slapping the armrest of his wheelchair. Lu Daming, right? Come here. The boss is calling you, so tell him everything honestly. A lackey dragged a tightly wrapped middle-aged resident in front of Dang Tu, cursing as he did so. Brother Tu, you called for me? Lu Daming was roughly pulled over and didn't dare to get angry. Instead, he lowered his head and spoke humbly. There was no other choice. 7 or 8 lackeys holding machetes and hammers were glaring at him, and no one dared to breathe heavily. You saw that female police officer, right? When did you see her? Dang Tu coldly stared at him. That beast-like gaze made Lu Daming feel a chill, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. Tu brother, I saw her. It was about half an hour, maybe an hour ago. I snuck out. Oh no, when I went out to dig snow, I saw a very attractive woman going up. Lu Daming maintained a very low attitude, smiling as he spoke. He had stood at the corridor stairway for at least 20 minutes, too scared to encounter Dang Tu's group, before finally mustering the courage to go down. As a result, he just happened to spot Yan Shu, who was about to go upstairs. Very good. Which floor did she go to? Dang Tu nodded and continued to ask. This. It seems she went to the top floor. Lu Daming frowned and thought before answering. Because Yan Shu was exceptionally beautiful, Lu Daming stood at the stairway, unwilling to take his eyes off her back for several glances. Damn! That female cop ran to that dog of a man, Luo Chen's house. Dang Tu angrily slammed the handrail, startling everyone into silence. Sure enough, the situation he feared the most had occurred. In this building, although not everyone knew each other, if you randomly stopped someone and asked who had the most food at home, they would undoubtedly tell you it was Luo Chen's family on the 23rd floor. Supplies. It's all about supplies. Dang Tu clenched his fists, fire blazing in his eyes. His desire for supplies grew deeper. In this extreme cold and snowy environment, food was as valuable as arms during wartime, an absolute hard currency. What did the ancient saying say? Build high walls, store grain, and wait to become king. If it weren't for the roasted corpses he had previously relied on to feed a group of underlings with barbecued meat, and if he hadn't robbed Su Chang, who had hoarded a lot of cold-resistant supplies, some people might have already turned against him. Brother Tu, I'm done. Can I go now? Lu Daming asked cautiously. Go? Sure. Dang Tu grinned. Just help me with one more thing, and I'll let you go. Under Lu Daming's terrified and confused gaze, he was forcibly escorted by a group of underlings to the top floor, the 23rd floor. Luo Chen, can you hear me? I'm Lu Daming from the 15th floor. We've seen each other plenty in the elevator before. Lu Daming shouted, trembling at the door. He fearfully turned to look back. The underlings stood at the corner, threateningly raising their hammers at him, urging him to continue shouting. That female cop who ran into your house, she has offended Brother Tu's people. I hope you can let her out quickly. Don't let the people from other buildings ruin the peace of our building. At that moment, Luo Chen suddenly heard someone shouting outside. Lu Daming, who the hell are you? Luo Chen looked at the trembling and shouting Lu Daming on the surveillance screen. Speechless, through several other cameras, he also caught sight of the underlings hiding around the corner of the corridor. Master, this is the surveillance footage of Dang Tu and his group from 5 minutes ago. The butler promptly replayed the footage. One must say, having an intelligent butler was incredibly convenient. Oh, Officer Yan, it seems you have quite a charm. Luo Chen glanced at Yan Shu and smiled. She had only just arrived today and was already being targeted by a group of people. Humph. Yan Shu remained silent, turning her head away with a cold snort. She didn't quite understand why Dang Tu and his gang had set their sights on her. Did they want revenge for a month ago? Lu Daming shouted outside for a long time, and seeing that Luo Chen completely ignored him, he became anxious. Behind him, the gazes of several underlings grew increasingly hostile. If he couldn't get her out today, his life would likely be forfeit. Luo Chen, can you come out and talk to me? I'm all alone. I can't do anything to you. Officer, please save me. You provoked them. You can't let me bear the consequences. You are a police officer. How can you just stand by and let an innocent civilian be killed because of you? Please, save me. Lu Daming cried out, tears streaming down his face. 7 or 8 underlings stood by, armed, quietly lurking. As soon as the door opened, Lu Daming would immediately become their human shield and hostage. This was also Deng Tu's plan, to lure the justice-driven Yan Shu out using the lives of other residents. After all, a month ago, after his underlings were beaten up by Yan Shu, he had investigated her. The other party not only has a deep background, but more importantly, they are filled with a strong sense of justice. Watching innocent people face life-threatening danger, especially because of her own actions, Yan Shu simply cannot tolerate it. It would be best to take advantage of the other party's poor state and eliminate them directly. However, Deng Tu's plan was well thought out, but there was one thing he did not consider. At this moment, Yan Shu had already become Luo Chen's captive. Moreover, Luo Chen not only bound her but also informed her of the despairing news that the extreme cold apocalypse would continue indefinitely. "What do you say, Officer Yan?" Luo Chen said with a smile, glancing at her. "Is there a sense of responsibility deep within you that drives you to rush out and offer your head?" Upon hearing this, Yan Shu couldn't help but turn her head away, remaining silent. If it were before, she would have rushed out without hesitation, full of passion to save the other party. But after what happened with Xiaolan, she had learned a significant lesson. In the current society where order has collapsed and legal morals no longer exist, relying solely on a sense of justice to save someone without considering the consequences would surely lead to a tragic end. After all, this is the extreme cold apocalypse, and this blizzard will last forever. Human hearts will become increasingly treacherous. Outside the door, Lu Daming was still wailing loudly, full of tears. He had the momentum of someone who would shout all day if they didn't release the person, determined to make it unbearable. After all, Luo Chen wouldn't do anything to him, he would just hide at home. Lu Daming shouted while thinking to himself, offending Luo Chen is still better than offending Deng Tu. After all, offending Deng Tu could really lead to death. Unfortunately, he still knew too little about Luo Chen. What a nuisance. Luo Chen thought the other party was like a buzzing fly, incessantly droning on. He could have activated the noise-canceling feature to block out all external sounds, but he didn't want to. So, Luo Chen impatiently walked to the door, opened the shooting hole, and shot an arrow. With a soft thud, Lu Daming's forehead was pierced, and he fell to the ground in disbelief. What happened? Until his death, he couldn't understand how he had died. The group of little brothers hiding around the corner was even more frozen in shock. Damn! It turns out Luo Chen was not only ruthless to them but even more so to his neighbors. Why had they never heard of such a fierce person living in the building before? Boss, it's bad. Lu Daming was shot dead by Luo Chen with an arrow. The little brothers reported to Deng Tu, panting heavily. They even risked their lives to bring Lu Daming's body over. After all, it was over 100 pounds of meat, it couldn't go to waste. Dead? Deng Tu looked at the blood hole in Lu Daming's forehead, shocked. He hadn't expected Luo Chen to be so decisive, to kill just like that. With this, his plan to gain the female officer's sympathy by using others had failed. Damn it, it's a good thing the first time I went to find Luo Chen, he shot my thigh. Deng Tu couldn't help but feel a bit scared. If he had aimed for his head back then, he would have been 6 feet under by now. What do we do now, boss? They're hiding in a turtle shell-like house. If we rush in, we'll only get hit by arrows and have no way to deal with them, the little brothers said with worried faces. After so many brothers had been killed by Luo Chen, they were now afraid to cause trouble, fearing they would end up as roasted meat on the table next time. Let them hide, we'll see when they come out, Deng Tu said coldly. Since Yan Shu had already entered Luo Chen's home, they had no other choice but to wait for the other party to come out on their own. However, Deng Tu now felt they had more important things to do. While guarding against that cop Yan Shu, they needed to quickly gather enough supplies so that they would have more leverage to deal with any changes. Deng Tu knew very well that when Yan Shu came out next time, it would be a fight to the death between the two sides. In this building, only one of them, Luo Chen and he, could survive. Throw this guy's body back, then we'll go get some supplies. I've been eating meat every day for the past few days. I'm about to throw up. Deng Tu spat. Hearing this, the younger brothers were also very pleased, saying, "Boss is brilliant. Compared to pork, chicken, and beef, the taste of human flesh was indeed too disgusting. Not only did it have a sour taste, but the texture was simply incomparable to other meats. Especially when they were eating the flesh of their own brothers, the more they ate, the more they wanted to vomit. If there were better options, they wouldn't want to eat this. Instant noodles and ham, bread and canned food. They didn't know how long it had been since they had eaten those, Just thinking about it made their mouths water. The younger brothers were eagerly thinking, if you asked where these foods came from, of course, they would go rob them from other residents. In their eyes, those weak and defenseless residents were simply prime granaries. Boss, whose house are we going to rob? Just say the word, and we'll empty their house. One younger brother patted his chest and said, whose house to rob? Deng Tu sneered, of course, we'll rob whoever has the most supplies. Luo Chen's house had the most supplies. However, they couldn't break in and didn't dare to go there again. As for others, it seemed that Aunt Wang's house was a good choice. Deng Tu slapped his wheelchair, a glint of greed in his eyes. Ha ha ha, how could I forget that old hag Aunt Wang? She's tricked a lot of people out of their food. A week ago, Aunt Wang had impersonated an official, collecting food from many residents, claiming it would be distributed evenly. However, everyone quickly realized that Aunt Wang was deceiving them. But it must be said that Aunt Wang was really lucky when she had drawn everyone's ire. The national superstar Baiya suddenly appeared, diverting everyone's attention. Naturally, this gave Aunt Wang a chance to survive quietly. However, now she was in big trouble. Bang! Bang! Ah! What are you doing? Breaking into my home? Is there no law anymore? Aunt Wang screamed in fright as she saw the thugs barging in, each wielding knives and hammers. At that moment, she was even holding a large bag of chocolate in her arms, and Aunt Wang's son, Wang Fu, was eating hot instant noodles, with grease all over his mouth. Damn, lady, your food is really not bad, better than what I'm eating. One younger brother sneered. Instant noodles were a luxury now. Previously, they could only drink a few sips of hot soup when Deng Tu was full, but Aunt Wang's house could enjoy it freely. How could that not make them jealous? Damn it, this old hag has tricked a lot of people. There's so much food piled up in the room. 3 big boxes of instant noodles. And there are several bags of ham sausages. Damn it! And there are Wanzai sour Q candies? Damn! Do you run a supermarket? A few younger brothers who rushed into the bedroom were instantly stunned by the piles of food on the floor. So many supplies could probably sustain a person for several months. What did this indicate? Aunt Wang, that old hag, probably didn't know how many residents she had tricked out of life-saving supplies. Take everything. Not even a single sour Q candy left for her. One younger brother angrily smashed a hammer onto the coffee table, instantly sending the instant noodles flying and splattering Wang Fu all over. But he didn't dare to say anything, instead sitting on the sofa trembling in fear. At best, he was just a low-level thug, and compared to the seasoned criminals who had committed murder under Deng Tu, he was nothing at all. Moreover, he wasn't even a man right now. Stop it, everyone. Stop! Aunt Wang watched as the supplies she had painstakingly scammed from house to house were being carted away in boxes by her excited little brothers, her heart aching as if it were bleeding. I have the official backing behind me. How dare you? She screamed as she rushed over, wanting to snatch them back from their hands. Get the hell out of here! One of the little brothers cursed, picking up a baseball bat and swinging it at her head. Bang! Aunt Wang rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Damn! If it weren't for this old hag being too tough and smelling bad, I'd have to drag her back and freeze her. The little brother with the bat spat disdainfully on the ground, looking at Wang Fu, who was sitting on the sofa with a terrified expression. He couldn't help but raise the bat and sneer. What are you looking at? Want to make a move? No, 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 it's all her fault for daring to offend you. Good hit, good hit. In the face of life and death, Wang Fu actually flattered the other party. He completely disregarded Aunt Wang, who lay on the ground, her life uncertain. Ha ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. So boring. Is this guy really that old hag's biological son? What a useless piece of trash. If I hit him with a bat, he wouldn't even dare to squeak. The little brothers laughed uproariously at his weakness. However, since there was still plenty of food, they couldn't be bothered with Wang Fu anymore, and they went into the bedroom to take all the food Aunt Wang had scammed, along with all the wooden furniture from the living room, leaving nothing behind. This was excellent firewood. After the little brothers left laughing, the pale-faced Yunana trembled as she came out of the bathroom, looking at the damaged door and Aunt Wang lying on the ground. Her face was filled with terror. After hearing the commotion, she had directly hidden in the bathroom and hadn't dared to come out. Bitch, only knows how to hide, and only comes out after the food is stolen. When Wang Fu saw her, he was instantly filled with rage, venting all his anger on her. Yunana gritted her teeth and cursed back. What does it have to do with me? Your own mother got beaten. And you were just clapping and cheering. How dare you blame me? So what if the food was stolen? You guys eat instant noodles every day. And I can only nibble on cold biscuits. Damn you. You bitch. Looking for a fight. Ah, Wang Fu. You bastard. In an instant, Aunt Wan lay on the cold floor, while her good son was fighting with his daughter-in-law. Because the noise from the little brothers smashing the door was quite loud, the news that Aunt Wang's house had been ransacked quickly spread in the group. Ha ha ha, well done. Letting Aunt Wan use the official name to scam us for food. So satisfying. I can barely get a meal. And she's hoarding this scammed food, enjoying herself at home every day. Let's see what Aunt Wang can eat now. She can drink the northwest wind. The homeowners couldn't help but celebrate. Although the food taken by Deng Tu's little brothers wouldn't be shared with them. Knowing that the scammer Aunt Wang had received her comeuppance made them feel quite pleased. They lived a miserable life, but they were very happy to see someone worse off than them. After listening to the howling wind of the snowy night all night long, Yan Shu slowly woke up to the warm crackling of the fireplace, her eyelashes fluttering. Is it already 8 in the morning? She thought to raise her hand to rub her eyes. I slept in the living room all night and didn't feel cold at all. Yan Shu looked at the wool blanket under her and was quite surprised. This indicates that the temperature in the room has been maintained at least above 20 degrees all night. It seems that Luo Chen hasn't woken up yet. The huge floor-to-ceiling curtains are tightly closed, making the living room somewhat dim and hazy, with only the large screen on the wall emitting a faint glow. Good morning, Officer Yan Shu. Yan Shu couldn't help but be a bit astonished at the greeting displayed on the screen. This butler has been running all this time? If that's the case, her plan to sneak around while no one was there would be futile. The other party would definitely trigger an alarm. Yan Li Ro yawned as she walked out of the bedroom in a camisole. Good morning, Mrs. Li Ro, the butler greeted. At the same time, the blackout curtains covering the floor-to-ceiling windows slowly opened. The living room instantly brightened up, although outside, it was still snowing heavily and gray. Good morning, Officer Yan, Li Ro greeted with a smile. How did you sleep last night? Upon hearing this, Yan Shu couldn't help but press her lips together and replied reluctantly. It was okay. The living room was warm, and one could say it was very comfortable. Much better than the cold homes of Icc or Yimingrong she had been in before. Not only was it warm and cozy, but she could also enjoy the snow from the window. A thought even crossed her mind that staying here might not be so bad after all. However, it was a bit noisy. Yan Shu recalled the scene from last night and couldn't help but grit her teeth. Last night, she had already been exhausted and was asleep, but suddenly, she was woken up by Baya. Damn it, Luo Chen is such a jerk, Yan Shu thought through gritted teeth. In ancient times, he would definitely be a tyrant. That's good, Li Ro said with a gentle smile, then walked into the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. Before long, a mouth-watering aroma wafted from the kitchen. For Yan Shu, who had been hungry for a day and a night and hadn't had a warm meal in half a month, the temptation was simply overwhelming. So fragrant. Yan Shu's throat involuntarily rolled. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to say that she was very hungry. Extremely hungry. Hungry enough to devour all the delicious food in the kitchen. With a wide view, Yan Shu could easily see the dining area even while sitting on the balcony. Li Ro began serving the dishes. Stewed base, seafood soup, honey-glazed pork ribs. Each dish was enough to make others fight to the death over it. There was even dessert, lava cake. Oh my! Yan Shu couldn't help but be shocked. Was this really the kind of food one could eat in the extreme cold of the apocalypse? It was too luxurious. Thank you for your hard work, Li Ro. Luo Chen praised with a smile as he came out of the bedroom in silk pajamas. Behind him was Bai Ye, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Not at all, hurry up and eat while it's hot, Li Ro said with a gentle smile, her pretty face adorned with a satisfied expression. What annoyed Yan Shu was that from the moment Luo Chen came out to the dining table, he didn't even glance her way. It was as if she didn't exist. The base is so fragrant. The meat is tender and delicious. Wow, this soup is so fresh. The pork ribs aren't greasy at all. So fragrant. Baya was enjoying herself, praising Li Ro's cooking while eating. Li Ro hardly ate herself, constantly serving Luo Chen fish. The enticing aroma and Baya's satisfied compliments made Yan Shu swallow hard, trying to resist looking over there. And she was even feeling a bit dizzy from hunger. Gurgle, a protest sound made the air quiet down. No! And Yan Shu was so embarrassed she almost fainted. Why was her stomach so uncooperative? If there was a crack in the floor right now, she would dive right in without hesitation. TSK, Officer Yen, you seem to be quite greedy. Luo Chen's lips curled up as he picked up a small plate of tender bass fillet and slowly walked over to her. He squatted down, placing the fish in front of her. I'll give you another chance, Luo Chen teased. If you kiss me first, this plate of fish is yours. What do you think? Quite a deal, right? Looking at the tempting food before her, Yen Shu couldn't help but suppress her appetite and stubbornly replied, "Humph, kiss you first? Dream on." As a proud and aloof policewoman, she would never bow down for a bite to eat, even if it meant starving. Ha, suit yourself. Luo Chen didn't care, standing up and tossing the plate and fish directly into the nearby trash can. Then he clapped his hands and returned to the dining table to continue enjoying his meal. You bastard, how could you waste food? Yen Shu gritted her teeth, shocked by his extravagant behavior. Don't eat it, then. She never expected that just by saying she wouldn't eat, Luo Chen would throw the precious and delicious fish away like garbage, as if he despised that plate of fish. You should know that taking that plate of fish out to share with the other residents might even make them willingly offer to trade their wives for it. Master, the group chat exploded last night. Everyone was discussing how Aunt Wang's house got robbed. Baiya suddenly remembered something and said with a laugh. While the homeowners were celebrating and reveling in Aunt Wang's misfortune last night, she had already prepared to rest early, so she didn't pay much attention. This morning, she even saw the furious Aunt Wang wailing in the group, demanding that Deng Tu and his gang return the supplies, or she would contact the authorities to send the police after them. Naturally, everyone knew she was going crazy and mercilessly mocked her. What a joke! If you really had that much power, why didn't you let the authorities send supplies before? Who would believe you now? Aunt Wang's resilience rivals that of a cockroach. She didn't suffer much after being hit with a stick, Luo Chen said with a laugh. Afterward, he went to the butler to review the footage of his little brothers moving the food in the corridor. He also heard them boast about knocking Aunt Wang down with a single blow. Who would have thought Aunt Wang would be beaten? And Wang Fu was so scared he didn't dare to move. Li Ro said softly. Indeed, there is still a significant gap between the street thugs and the real gangsters. A meal ended in joy. Master, Deng Tu and his gang have started moving again. Luo Chen was sitting on the sofa when the butler timely reminded him. Deng Tu seems quite stimulated, they're crazily smashing doors and robbing supplies. He watched the surveillance footage, seeing Dong Yan crying out as she was kicked aside by the little brothers, while boxes of snacks from her home were being carried out. Dong Yan's family had stocked up on a lot of snacks since they owned a supermarket, a fact that had been discussed among the homeowners in the group before. So now, they were naturally targeted by Deng Tu and his gang. In the -70-degree cold, swinging hammers to smash security doors would consume a lot of energy, so Deng Tu and his gang had to specifically look for those easy targets. Otherwise, if they worked hard to break down a door and ended up with just a few packs of instant noodles, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Through robbery, Deng Tu and his group collected a large amount of supplies. The biggest contributors, of course, were Aunt Wang and Dong Yan. One tricked countless residents into giving up their food reserves, while the other hoarded many snacks from the supermarket, making the little brothers overjoyed. However, because they had food but no strength, they could only helplessly become a granary, benefiting Deng Tu and his gang for nothing. In the homeowners group, the other residents naturally received this news and hid in their homes, trembling in fear, praying that they wouldn't be targeted by this group of thugs. Faced with these fierce ruffians, they couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. After robbing Dong Yan's house, the younger brothers settled down and returned to the 18th floor, not coming out again, presumably enjoying the food they had plundered. Luo Chen naturally stopped paying attention to them. He continued to do what he was supposed to do, enjoy Li Ro's delicious food and the 5-star maid service from Baiya. Only Yen Shu was left on the balcony. Time passed quickly. Today marked the 3rd day since Yen Shu arrived here. Although she had seen countless tempting dishes over the past 2 days, she hadn't eaten a single bite, relying solely on the glucose and Luo Chen's space to sustain herself. In the kitchen, Li Ro had already started bringing out plate after plate of fragrant and delicious food. Master, it's time to eat. Baiya smiled as she walked over and stood beside him. I know, Luo Chen replied and sat down at the dining table. Today's meal was just as delicious. One could only say, it was worthy of being his personal chef. Time reached the 4th day. Yen Police Flower, how about we make a deal? Luo Chen said softly while sitting on the sofa. In response, Yen Shu coldly snorted. A deal? I don't think we have anything to negotiate. Over the past few days, she had been quite dissatisfied with Luo Chen, so when she heard him propose a deal, she immediately refused. Don't be so quick to judge. Listen first, Luo Chen said with a smile. He then explained his plan to her. Are you serious? Yan Shu narrowed her beautiful eyes. She didn't care much about other things, but when Luo Chen said he could provide ample food for CC and her, she felt a bit tempted. At the same time, Yan Shu would need to make some small sacrifices. Over the past few days, Deng Tu had looted several household supplies, and after each robbery, he posted the miserable outcomes of the residents in the owner group. He boasted, "This is all Luo Chen's fault. As long as Luo Chen doesn't come out, I'll break into a household's door every day." This led to the terrified homeowners blaming him entirely. The fence-sitting residents began to curse Luo Chen in the group, constantly tagging him to come out and take responsibility for his mistakes, urging him not to drag them down with him. At Luo Chen, "You're just a coward. If you don't come out, we'll rob your neighbors completely. Without food, they'll definitely starve to death in the end. Ha 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 ha." At Luo Chen, "Get out here." At Luo Chen, "Get out here." At Luo Chen, "Get out here." Deng Tu laughed maniacally in the group, while a crowd of residents followed suit, constantly tagging him. Despite having so many people, they didn't dare to unite and resist Deng Tu and his gang, instead placing all the blame on Luo Chen. They foolishly thought that if they pressured him to come out, Deng Tu would let them go. Little did they know, without Luo Chen, their fate would be even worse. They would directly become fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered, at the mercy of Deng Tu. "Ha, let you all jump around for a while." Luo Chen looked at the messages in the group, his face showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. This provocation was too clumsy. How could he fall for it? The more frenzied Deng Tu acted, the more it indicated the panic in his heart. At this moment, Luo Chen and Yan Shu were in the living room. "For now, just wear this." Luo Chen took out a set of cold-resistant gear from the polar expedition team that he had scavenged at the dock. This set of equipment, newly developed by the beautiful country, was not only form-fitting and convenient for movement but could also easily withstand temperatures as low as -70 degrees, and it had excellent protective properties. It was very suitable for Yan Shu, who needed to go out as a top-notch enforcer. At the same time, he had laid out a pile of weapons scavenged from a stack of dock containers in the living room: daggers, machetes, batons, tactical knives, entrenching tools, and so on. "Take whichever weapon you excel at." Luo Chen smiled. "I've converted the room next door into a gym. You can use all the equipment inside freely. You can also discuss your meal requirements with Li Ro separately. However, I have one request." Luo Chen said lightly to her, "Get back to your peak condition in the shortest time possible." After 2 days of recovery training and a substantial amount of protein, Yan Shu could easily lift over 100 pounds in weights. After all, during the past half-month, she had only consumed less nutritious food, not completely fasting, so her recovery was quite fast. "If you're ready, I'll open the door," Luo Chen said, arms crossed, wearing pajamas. Behind him, Li Ro and Baya stood obediently, while Yan Shu, dressed in polar cold-resistant gear, was moving her body and checking her equipment. Of course, for convenience, Yan Shu had also pre-wrapped her bandages to avoid hindering her upcoming actions. "Yes, I'm ready," Yan Shu said, inserting the dagger into her waist belt and nodding. Now was the time for her to showcase her value. Click. After 3 layers of password fingerprint locks, the heavy security door slowly opened. A bone-chilling cold wind rushed in, causing Baya and the other girl, dressed lightly, to quickly step back a bit. After staying in the safe house for so long, they had almost forgotten how low the temperature outside was. "Go for it, Officer Yan. You can do it." The 2 girls raised their fists, cheering her on, especially Baya, whose excited eyes sparkled. She felt Yan Shu exuded a spirit reminiscent of the cold winds of the Yi River. "Simply too cool." "Yes, I will," Yan Shu replied with a smile. During the 2 days of interaction, she had a very good impression of the 2 girls, who had no ill intentions. Click. As soon as Yan Shu stepped out, the security door closed behind her. Hiss, "It's so damn cold." Luo Chen rubbed his arms. He was only wearing pajamas at that moment. If he stood there a bit longer, he would probably catch a cold. "Luo Chen, don't you have anything to say to me?" Yan Shu stood outside the door, letting out a soft sigh. Aside from the last step, she felt that Luo Chen had taken advantage of her completely. so now she had a sense of being the other man's woman. After all, the short days in the safe house had been unforgettable for her. Hot water for showers, a fireplace in the room, unlimited electricity for appliances, meals with meat and vegetables, and an abundance of various fruits. This luxurious life felt like paradise in the extreme cold apocalypse. Who else could live so extravagantly besides Luo Chen's family? It is easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to simplicity. Yan Shu deeply felt this truth at that moment. She had originally thought that once she regained her freedom, she would be very excited, even wanting never to return. But she was wrong. Very wrong. Just thinking about the comfortable life in the safe house, standing in the icy corridor, she actually had the mindset of wanting to deal with Deng Tu and the others immediately and return right away. She even feared that Luo Chen wouldn't open the door for her. Just by offering her body, she could enjoy such a heavenly life. Letting her go would probably attract countless beauties to compete for it. In this extreme cold apocalypse, perhaps only by relying on a man like Luo Chen, who possesses a vast amount of resources, can one live comfortably. Yan Shu's gaze became resolute as she touched the sharp blade at her waist and walked towards the stairs. Looking at the surveillance screen, Luo Chen, sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but smile. Let me see if your strength is worth the effort I'm putting into training you. Because he didn't yet have complete trust in Yan Shu, Luo Chen didn't hand over the handgun in the space to her. After all, when Yan Shu was weak, she could still withstand the voltage from the leg ring and forcefully throw flying knives. Now that she had returned to her peak state, if she got her hands on a gun and had any rebellious thoughts, he feared he might have to be reborn again. "Steward, connect to Yan Shu's Bluetooth," he said. "Understood, Master," the steward replied, and a real-time high-definition image appeared on the big screen. Yan Shu was wearing a Bluetooth headset, a device that came with the Polar Anti-Cold suit, which not only had a panoramic camera function but also allowed for long-distance communication. With a palm-sized power bank attached, it could maintain an ultra-long battery life. It was also one of the more advanced technological products available. In the image, Yan Shu moved quickly and soon arrived outside the door of the Deng family on the 18th floor. Just standing at the entrance, she could hear the loud DJ music and the raucous sounds of shouting and drinking coming from inside. In the past 2 days, Deng Tu had led his underlings to rob several households, not only scavenging piles of food but also finding a lot of beer and liquor. Naturally, they were now in the midst of a wild celebration. After all, in this extreme cold apocalypse, people faced immense pressure every day, and having a chance to revel was a welcome opportunity. Under the booming DJ music from the Bluetooth speaker, Yan Shu held a master key and, with a bit of unlocking skill, easily opened the Deng family's security door. What a strong smell of alcohol! Yan Shu frowned, but her mind was fully alert. Although she was confident, underestimating the enemy was a big taboo in every mission. Damn, how did a woman get in here? One of the underlings suddenly noticed the unexpected guest, Yan Shu. The other few underlings sitting by the coffee table, tasting liquor, turned their heads in shock. Damn, it's that policewoman Yan Shu. The 4 underlings were instantly alarmed. They never expected her to boldly break into their home. Her audacity was too great. Moreover, how did she manage to open the door so quietly? Behind them, the explosive DJ music from the master bedroom seeped through the door crack. This indicated that Deng Tu and the other underlings, who were drinking and celebrating, had not yet noticed the situation in the living room. Damn, she's all alone, let's go and kill her together. They say alcohol gives people courage. One underling felt a surge of energy and grabbed an empty bottle, charging at her. It seemed he had completely forgotten the lessons from before the apocalypse. For this underling, who was full of openings, Yan Shu was naturally unperturbed. She sidestepped easily to avoid his attack and delivered a right kick straight to his chest. The underling felt a sharp pain in his chest, accompanied by the crisp sound of breaking ribs, and he flew backward, crashing heavily onto the coffee table, smashing all the cups and food on it. Thud! Looking at their unconscious companion, the remaining underlings exchanged terrified glances and swallowed hard. "Are you okay?" The other underlings hurriedly dragged their fallen comrade to the side, only to find blood oozing from his mouth, and he was already breathing more out than in. "Damn it, grab a weapon. She's unarmed, let's use knives to kill her together," one underling shouted angrily, also under the influence of alcohol, picking up a machete, leaning against the wall and charging forward. Another underling followed suit, grabbing a machete and rushing in. "Humph, mere tricks. Yan Shu sneered, not caring at all. Looking at the machete swinging down at him, he drew a dagger from his waist and directly blocked the opponent's attack. Clang! A spark even flew through the air. Swish! Yan Shuqing pulled out another dagger with his empty left hand, raising it to unleash a cold gleam. Puff! With a sound, the little brother clutched his bleeding neck and knelt down in terror. Ah! 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 The little brothers rushing in from behind, seeing this, couldn't help but scream in fear, trying to muster some courage for themselves. However, he was still easily slashed across the neck by the dagger. Scalding blood gushed out like a fountain, directly staining half of the ceiling red. Demon! Devil! The remaining little brother stood frozen in place, trembling, his legs shaking so much that he wet himself. He turned to flee. Ha! Yan Shuqing lunged forward, delivering a flying kick to the back of the other. Bang! The little brother flew out like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into the bedroom door, smashing it open. He fell hard onto a table laden with white liquor and food, scattering the entire spread into a mess. Sitting around were 3 loyal little brothers and Deng Tu, who was in a wheelchair. Their carefree smiles froze on their faces, unable to comprehend why this uninvited guest, Yan Shuqing, had appeared in the room. Damn! You little spicy chicken, can't handle a sneak attack. One little brother, seeing the dead companions in the living room, stood up to turn off the speaker, cursing in shock and anger. Puff! What responded to him was a flying knife that shot in at high speed. The few-inch-long blade plunged fiercely into his eye socket, piercing through his brain tissue. Go! Get him! Let's kill this woman together! Deng Tu, sitting in the wheelchair, slammed the armrest in anger, roaring at the other 2 little brothers who were frozen in place. If they didn't act now, all 3 would be doomed when the opponent charged in. Damn! Let's fight her! The 2 little brothers revealed a fierce look, gritting their teeth and charging forward. One of the little brothers, seeing Yan Shuqing unarmed at that moment, directly drew a sharp blade from his waist and lunged at her. Crack! Unexpectedly, Yan Shuqing grabbed his arm and twisted it to the side, instantly breaking his wrist. Amid the little brother's heart-wrenching screams, his white bones were exposed to the air. Then, Yan Shuqing snatched the sharp knife from his hand and swiftly cut open his carotid artery, sending him straight to hell. Die! In the blink of an eye, the last little brother charged forward. However, his target was Yan Shuqing's chest, extending his claw-like hands to grab her. Looking for death, Yan Shuqing exclaimed in anger. She quickly retreated to dodge his claw. Her long, powerful leg stomped on the ground, and then she spun around, delivering a back kick to the little brother in front of her. Bang! The little brother flew back, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. At this moment, only Deng Tu, sitting in the wheelchair with a terrified expression, remained in the room. Damn it! This woman is too strong. Simply a killing god. He swallowed hard, feeling as if he were submerged in an ice cave. The Grim Reaper wielding his scythe seemed to be smiling at him now. Open the video call. In his ear, a calm voice from Luo Chun came through. Yan Shuqing stopped her movements, took out her phone, opened the WeChat video, and placed the phone in front of her. Oh, Boss Deng. Hello? Speaking of which, this is our first meeting, right? In the video, Luo Chan sat with his legs crossed, smiling, before the other party's death. He didn't mind striking at the heart once more. Luo Chen. Deng Tu looked at the handsome face on the screen, gritting his teeth in hatred. It was this guy who had fallen from the heights of a real estate tycoon to this miserable end. His clenched fists had his nails digging into his flesh. Before you die, do you have any last requests? Although, I definitely won't fulfill them. Luo Chen laughed heartily. No wonder those villains always spouted a bunch of nonsense before killing the protagonist. Now he understood, toying with a dying opponent was truly a delightful experience. Ha ha, I never expected that Deng Tu, would fall to such a young upstart. Ha ha ha, I accept my fate. Deng Tu looked as if he had aged significantly in an instant. His spirit half dissipated. At this moment, his gang members were heavily injured, and even the least wounded among them had broken ribs, lying on the ground, continuously spitting blood, and wouldn't last much longer. He had no trump cards left. I really underestimated you. You managed to win over the famous officer Yan Shu. Deng Tu forced a smile. The other party was meticulous. They had taken advantage of their revelry at home to launch a surprise attack, annihilating his gang before he even realized what was happening. Truly a skilled tactic. Win over? In the video, Luo Chen scoffed, too lazy to explain. At this moment, Dang Tu was in low spirits. Ha 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 ha, the youth is formidable. The youth is formidable. Dang Tu suddenly laughed. He admitted that Luo Chen was indeed a character. Your laughter is truly unpleasant, kill him, Luo Chen said indifferently, seemingly losing interest in mocking him. Poof! A flash of cold light passed. Dang Tu sat there dazed, a dagger deeply embedded in his eye socket, and he slowly fell from his wheelchair. Thus, all the wicked villains led by Dang Tu were dead. Clang at that moment, a noise suddenly came from the living room. Yan Shu narrowed her beautiful eyes, strode over, and found a man in a blood-stained white coat, wearing glasses, looking at her in terror. Spare me! The bespectacled man was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. I'm Dang Tu's private doctor, graduated from the top medical school in Qingshui City. If you spare me, I can provide you with all medical services. The bespectacled doctor began to kowtow. He knew that his life and death were in the hands of Luo Chen on the screen, and to survive, he had to offer his greatest value. Oh, really? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, seemingly interested. Yes. The bespectacled doctor, seeing that he hadn't ordered his death, was filled with joy. Master Luo, you know the current environment, everything is lacking. You don't lack food or drink. The only thing you lack is a professional doctor. With me around, if you ever fall seriously ill, I can bring you back to health. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen frowned. Are you cursing me? Kill him. No. Poof. The bespectacled doctor slowly fell down, clutching his bleeding neck in shock. Looking at Yan Shu, who was coldly staring at him, his mind went blank. He couldn't understand why she would reject him. Clearly, a doctor in this situation was as important as food. If I were to look for someone, I'd want a pleasingly beautiful female doctor. Luo Chen disdainfully ended the video call. He looked at the bespectacled doctor lying on the ground in the surveillance footage and sneered. Who would want you? A greasy man. As a private doctor? What if you secretly drugged me? Such a strong smell of blood. Yan Shu sniffed, detecting a rich scent of blood mixed with a barely noticeable foul odor. Following the scent, she furrowed her brows and arrived at the kitchen. What? As soon as she entered, Yan Shu was shocked. On the cutting board lay a thigh bone stripped of its muscle tissue, and beside it, a pot filled with fresh red meat chunks, frozen even in the extreme cold. On the counter, severed hands and feet were scattered everywhere, and even the floor was littered with a pile of fingers. Opening the refrigerator, aside from frozen meat remnants, there were 8 or 9 heads with rolled back eyes. This must be the doctor's handiwork, Yan Shu said, her expression grim, covering her delicate nose with her hand. Not to mention anything else, the flesh on these bones had been removed so perfectly that an average person, unfamiliar with the human body, could never achieve such precision. Only someone trained in medicine could handle it so adeptly. One had to admit, from doctor to chef, the bespectacled man was indeed in the right profession. Initially, she had harbored some doubt about what Yi Mengrong had said regarding Dang Tu and his group eating human flesh. But now, seeing this kitchen that resembled hell, she couldn't help but believe it. I can't believe they can actually eat this, Luo Chen said, sitting on the sofa, his face also pale as he watched the panoramic surveillance footage transmitted from Yan Shu's Bluetooth headset. The scene in the kitchen just now could easily be mistaken for a horror movie. It could only be said that in extreme food scarcity, humans could indeed resort to cannibalism. However, Yan Shu's combat ability has truly exceeded my expectations, Luo Chen remarked with a smirk. Faced with that group of knife-wielding thugs, she had managed to take them down swiftly and decisively, without any hesitation. In the future, even if there were any needs to go out, he could completely let Yan Shu handle it. Moreover, with her exceptional fighting skills, he could learn from her, receiving one-on-one guidance to become stronger himself. What's wrong, master? Let Baiya take a look too. Baiya, with her eyes covered, said playfully, what's so interesting about a pile of heads? After seeing it, you'll have to change your underwear, Luo Chen replied with a slap. Head? Baiya froze for a moment, weakly saying, then, I won't look. Just hearing Luo Chen say it, images began to surface in her mind, and if she really saw it, it would probably leave a long-lasting shadow. Detective Yan, I'm giving you an hour of activity time, Luo Chen said, holding Baiya's soft body, speaking lightly to Yan Shu. Come back in an hour. He knew that although she hadn't said it, she must be worried about ECC and the others. Okay, I understand. Yan Shu nodded, saying excitedly. She had been hesitating about how to bring it up to Luo Chen, but he had spoken first. With Luo Chen's permission, Yan Shu no longer hesitated and strode out of Deng Tu's house, heading towards the 12th floor. It's been 6 days since I last went out. She couldn't help but worry in her heart. A person can only survive on water for about 7 days at most, but she knew that before she left, there was not a drop of water, let alone food, in Yiming Rong's house. Were they already starving to death? Yan Shu stepped into the corridor of the 12th floor, standing outside room 1204, her raised hand hesitating slightly. Cece, they should be fine, right? Yan Shu found herself reluctant to knock on the door, fearing she would receive some unbearable bad news. Don't worry, they're not dead, Luo Chen said, watching Yan Shu hesitate outside the door on the surveillance. A couple of days ago, I saw on the monitor that your relative took a blanket to trade for some food and water with the neighbors. Although it wasn't much, it could keep them going for several days. Hearing this, Yan Shu's spirit lifted. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Si, Rong Jia, it's me." Soon, the door was flung open, and the haggard Yiming Rong and ECC looked at the returning Yan Shu with surprise on their faces. "Xiao Shu, you're okay. Sister Yan." The three embraced, emotions running high. They all thought the others had encountered misfortune, but in reality, they were all doing just fine. For Yan Shu, this was the best outcome. "Woo, Master, this scene is so touching," Baiya said, wiping the corners of her eyes as she watched the warm scene on the screen. In fact, she and Li Ro both knew the truth that Yan Shu's family was safe. It was just that Luo Chen had asked them to keep it a secret from Yan Shu. "Poof," Luo Chen snorted lightly, looking at the group embracing on the screen. A slight smile crept onto his lips. He indeed wanted to take revenge on those neighbors who had harmed him in his past life. However, Yiming Rong and ECC were not included in that range. If they hadn't exchanged cold-resistant supplies for food with the neighbors, he might have even thought of a way to send them some food to ensure they wouldn't starve. Once he completely controlled Yan Shu, Yiming Rong and ECC would be of no use to him. "Alright, it's good that everyone is fine." Yan Shu gently wiped away the tears at the corners of ECC's eyes. Now, she had some things to do. In an hour, she had to return to Luo Chen's safe house. Before that, she needed to find a way to get enough food for Yiming Rong and ECC. Just then, she saw boxes of food that had been seized from Aunt Wang and Dong Yan's homes at Deng Tu's house. Luo Chen, about the food at Deng Tu's house. Yan Shu bit her cherry lips, hesitating slightly as she asked. She wanted to seek Luo Chen's opinion on taking a small portion of the pile-up food for Yiming Rong and the others. It didn't have to be much, just enough to last them for a while. "Xiao Shu, you." Yiming Rong looked at the Bluetooth headset in her left ear in surprise, and suddenly understood something. It seemed her guess was correct. Yan Shu hadn't returned for so long because, like Li Ro and Baiya, she had become one of Luo Chen's women. "Just give it all to them," Luo Chen said. A lot of that food was taken by Deng Tu from Aunt Wang's house, and he had no interest in keeping it in his space. Who knew how the others had treated that food? It might have been touched and bitten, which he found very distasteful. Moreover, he had countless boxes of instant noodles and snacks piled up in his space. He estimated that if he stacked them on the ground, they could reach the height of this entire apartment building. So why bother coveting those few boxes from Deng Tu's house? "Thank you." Yan Shu was taken aback, then said with great emotion. She didn't expect Luo Chen to be so generous, giving away so much food without wanting anything in return. Just those 3 boxes of instant noodles would probably be enough for Yiming Rong and ECC to eat for several months. "Brother Luo Chen, you are such a good person." After Yan Shu shared this good news with them, ECC clapped her hands in delight. However, Yiming Rong, who was beside her, seemed to have something to say but hesitated, listening to Xiao Shu. "That's several boxes of food. How could Luo Chen just give it away for free?" Yiming Rong thought to herself, her gaze drifting to Yan Shu, who was happily laughing while hugging ECC. With her charming oval face, a waist that could be grasped with one hand, and those long, straight legs in extreme cold-resistant clothing, she suddenly realized, all of this was thanks to the beautiful police flower, Yan Shu. But, being beautiful comes with its own troubles, Yiming Rong thought to herself. After about half an hour, Yan Shu and Yi Mingrong finally moved all the boxes of food from Deng Tu's house to room 1204. During this time, seeing the corpses all over the ground, Yi Mingrong was also very shocked. She never expected that Yan Shu would actually take down all the villains led by Deng Tu with just her own strength. This made Yi Mingrong feel very fortunate. It was a good thing she had been quick-witted back then to call over this capable female police officer. Or else how could she have gotten so much food now? Looking at the piles of instant noodles and snacks stacked in the corner, Yi Mingrong and Yi Sisi couldn't help but feel excited. This meant they wouldn't have to go hungry for a long time. Thank you, Sister Yan. Yi Sisi happily hugged her long legs and said joyfully, "You're welcome, Sisi." Yan Shu squinted her beautiful eyes and smiled as she patted her head. Although there was enough food, it was mostly instant noodles and bread, nutritionally poor foods without vegetables or fruits to supplement trace elements. Over time, they would still get sick. Master. Yan Shu pursed her cherry lips, her pretty face showing some difficulty. She wanted to ask Luo Chen for help, but he had already generously provided her with so much food. "It's not impossible for me to help you a bit more," Luo Chen said, sitting on the sofa and looking at the snacks and instant noodles piled in the corner, understanding what she wanted to say. "However, there's no such thing as a free lunch. When you come back, wash yourself clean," he said lightly. Hearing this, Yan Shu couldn't help but blush, understanding his meaning. However, she didn't hesitate much and directly agreed. Seeing this, Luo Chen extended his right hand, and a bottle of 100 vitamin C tablets instantly appeared in his hand. When he had raided the Walmart supermarket and bought medicines from that deputy director, he had stocked up on these vitamin tablets in his space. Before the apocalypse, this bottle only cost 2 yuan, but in the extremely cold and resource-scarce apocalypse, it became incredibly important. Just a small tablet could provide the essential trace elements the human body needed. After all, Luo Chen wouldn't give away precious resources like fruits and vegetables for free, so giving her a bottle of vitamin C tablets would barely suffice. "Go open the corridor window and be careful." Upon hearing this, Yan Shu was surprised and didn't understand what Luo Chen wanted to do, but she obediently complied. As she opened the window, the cold wind rushed in, blowing her long hair and obscuring her delicate oval face and charming peach blossom eyes. Soon, a small bottle was thrown down from the 23rd floor. Smack! Yan Shu caught it steadily in her hand. Boom! At that moment, a sudden explosion sounded from the adjacent Building 10. The violent blast even shattered the glass in several floors of the corridor. Thick smoke billowed out through the broken windows. "What is this?" Luo Chen stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, squinting at the rising black smoke. In this harsh environment, it was not a good sign. "Master, what's going on? Why did the building across explode?" Baiya's beautiful eyes widened. Since the explosion was on the side of Building 10, they couldn't see exactly what had happened due to the angle. At the same time, messages in the owner group were rapidly scrolling, as presumably confused owners were intensely discussing what had happened in the neighboring building. "I remember in my last life, there seemed to have been a riot in Building 10, but it was quelled by this female police officer, Yan Shu," Luo Chen pondered, stroking his chin. However, now that Yan Shu had moved into the safe house, no one was there to stop the riot in Building 10. But there was nothing to worry about, it wouldn't affect him anyway. If anyone dared to set their sights on this side, he would just eliminate those who were not behaving. "Sister Rong, after I leave, I'll leave Sisi in your care." Yan Shu did not pay attention to the sound of the explosion, but gently stroked Yi Sisi's head and said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of Sisi." Yi Mingrong nodded, looking at Yan Shu, whose complexion was very rosy and whose mental state had improved more than double compared to before. A hint of envy appeared in Yi Mingrong's eyes. "I really want to go into Luo Chen's house too." Yi Mingrong couldn't help but think, if she could go in with them, no matter how Luo Chen treated her, Yi Mingrong would willingly accept it. Being with Yan Shu would be fine. Unfortunately, compared to the cold and glamorous police flower Yan Shu, she was lacking in many aspects. After spending some time at home with the two, Yan Shu got up to leave. After all, she only had 1 hour of free time. However, before returning to the safe house, Yan Shu had one more thing she wanted to do. Xia Lan. Her expression turned cold as she closed the door to Yi Mingrong's house and quickly headed to the 17th floor. Yan Shu wanted to see what Xia Lan, who had tricked her out of her remaining food and forced her and Sisi into a desperate situation, had to say upon seeing her again. Revenge was her style. Click. With the universal key provided by Luo Chen, Xia Lan's security door was easily opened. Yen Shu? Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xia Lan, who had come out of the bedroom, widened her eyes in terror. You weren't killed by Luo Chen? She stepped back in fear, not understanding why the other party was still alive after causing trouble for Luo Chen. Do you really wish for me to die that much? Yen Shu sneered, slowly walking towards her. Xia Lan had not only deceived Baiya but had also deceived her. Yen Shu didn't mind teaching this vile person a good lesson. Please don't hurt me. I still have a child to take care of. Xia Lan immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. She hoped that, for the sake of the child, the other party would spare her this time. Child? Hearing this, Yen Shu narrowed her eyes. She was currently very disgusted with Xia Lan, but after all, the child was innocent. Xia Lan had tried every means to ensure the child had enough to eat. Sigh. Yen Shu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Don't be afraid. Sister won't hurt you. Yen Shu caught a glimpse of a small child quietly leaning on the sofa in the living room, head down and silent, and couldn't help but speak softly. Don't go over there. Unexpectedly, Xia Lan became agitated at this moment. What are you worried about? I won't hurt your child. Yen Shu sneered. However, her steps towards the sofa did not stop, but as she got closer to the child, a hint of confusion appeared on Yen Shu's delicate face. This child seemed terrifyingly pale, with no trace of color. Is he frozen? Yen Shu slowly stood in front of the child. Seeing that he kept his eyes closed, she reached out to pat him. You, Gulu, like a ball. The child's head rolled off and fell to the floor. It rolled all the way to Xia Lan's side. Xia Lan's eyes seemed to bulge out. Her mental state suddenly became extremely unstable, and she grabbed her hair and shouted, Little Bao, what's wrong with you? Little Bao, it's not mom's fault. It's not mom's fault. Yen Shu's pupils constricted sharply, her face filled with disbelief as she murmured, Empty? You. She gritted her teeth, her fists clenched in anger. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Xia Lan didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Perhaps she realized that Yen Shu would not let her go. Xia Lan charged towards the floor-to-ceiling window. With a large amount of shattered glass, she fell from the 17th floor into the vast snow below. Exiting Xia Lan's house, Yen Shu walked nervously towards the 23rd floor. Of course, she was not affected by Xia Lan's jump. She didn't care about the other person's life or death. Yen Shu's mind was filled with the words that Luo Chen had said to her before. After taking a shower, what else could she do? Yen Shu couldn't help but bite her cherry lips, recalling the cries of Baiya and Li Ro from those days. It sounded so painful. Just as Yen Shu was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly saw a man ahead, climbing the stairs while leaning against the wall, gasping for breath and holding his backside with one hand. Upon seeing Yen Shu, he froze, revealing a foolish expression. Humph! Yen Shu's face turned cold, and with a snort, she quickly walked up. She had never had a good impression of men who coveted her beauty. Of course, Luo Chen was an exception. Ha ha ha. Luo Chen sat on the sofa, unable to help but laugh as he watched the surveillance. That guy holding his backside was none other than Yulin. Hey, what is Yulin doing on the 14th floor? Baiya, dressed in a maid outfit, stood behind Luo Chen, massaging his shoulders. Recently, she seemed to have seen his figure on the surveillance several times. Each time, Yulin would come down from the 23rd floor to the 14th, then emerge from the wall with a pained expression. Did you forget? That guy named Jin De lives on the 14th floor. Luo Chen smirked. What could he be doing frequently entering a gay man's house? Put. Baiya suddenly understood and couldn't help but burst out laughing. She didn't expect Yulin to do such a thing for food, and it seemed he had been tormented by Jin De quite a bit. How tragic. What are you laughing at? Luo Chen smirked. Just wait. We can try it too. Upon hearing this, Baiya's face turned even paler with fright. She anxiously said, No way. Guoxiu Jin-sama. It will be very painful. It's fine. You'll get used to it. No, I don't want to. Baiya kept acting cute, watching the two playfully banter. Li Ro, who was tying her apron, couldn't help but sigh softly. She glanced at the surveillance, at Yulin leaning against the wall, and at Luo Chen sitting on the sofa, playfully teasing the maid, full of vigor, and couldn't help but exclaim, They're all men. How can the difference be so great? It's like one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. At that moment, Yen Shu had already reached the door. Click. Luo Chen opened the triple password fingerprint lock and let her in. Then he closed the security door again. Wow, Sister Yen, you're back, Baya exclaimed energetically. She seemed carefree, always full of vitality. Welcome back. Li Ro also smiled gently. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the kitchen. Cooking time couldn't be delayed. I'm back. Yen Shu nodded. However, when her gaze fell on Luo Chen, she suddenly shyly lowered her head. Go take a shower first. Luo Chen waved his hand. Yen Shu had inevitably gotten some blood on her from her outing. She needed to wash up first. Yen Shu softly replied. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor, Zhang Wen cautiously opened his front door. He lived on the same floor as Deng Tu, but was the innermost unit, always careful when going out, afraid of accidentally bumping into that group of thugs. Because of his cautious nature, even though they were close, he had never encountered them outside. What is going on? Zhang Wen tiptoed like a thief, carefully sticking to the wall as he stepped outside. But as he passed by Deng Tu's door, he froze. The slightly ajar door slowly opened with a chilling gust of wind. Inside, a pile of corpses lay haphazardly. The blood that had already frozen solid was splattered all over the room. Deng Tu and all of them were killed? Zhang Wen's eyes widened in terror, and he couldn't help but sit down on the ground in fright. Someone, quick, someone come. He scrambled to the other residents, knocking on doors to explain the situation, but no one believed his words. Deng Tu was killed? Ridiculous. He had so many fierce subordinates, all armed with machetes and hammers. Who could possibly be strong enough to take them out silently? In the end, it was Zhang Wenlian who went down to take photos, which made the other residents believe in shock. That's great. Although I don't know who killed Deng Tu and the others, I thank him. When Deng Tu was around, I was always on edge when I went out to shovel snow, afraid of running into them. Exactly. Now I can finally go out to shovel snow without worry. A group of homeowners, their faces filled with excitement, stood in the corridor discussing fervently, surrounding Deng Tu's front door tightly. Although not everyone had come, there were still over 20 homeowners present. Suddenly, a bespectacled young man asked, "Who do you think killed Deng Tu? Could it be Luo Chen?" As soon as the words were spoken, everyone froze for a few seconds. Then a middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Definitely not. You all know Luo Chen, he wouldn't even step out of his front door. How could it be him?" Others chimed in. Exactly. Since the heavy snow started, I haven't seen him outside. It must have been someone else. I know. It might have been the people from Building 10 next door, an elderly man said, trembling. I have a nephew who lives in Building 10. He said the place is in chaos, with many people teaming up, rampaging, even breaking into other units through the underground parking lot. That explosion we heard today was caused by those people. Upon hearing the old man's words, the onlookers began to believe it, at least partially. After all, they had seen the loud noise and the billowing black smoke through their windows not long ago. So terrifying. Is the world really this chaotic now? Are you stupid? Deng Tu and his gang killed quite a few people. The law is just a piece of scrap paper now. The residents, who had thought they were safe and without danger, couldn't help but feel tense again. After all, Building 10 wasn't far from them. They decided that when they returned, they would continue to reinforce their doors, moving all the furniture they could behind the doors. It's a pity that all the food in Deng Tu's house was taken by the people from the next building. The kitchen was full of body parts. Ugh. Otherwise, those several boxes of food would all be ours now. Ugh. I've seen it. They really ate people. A few people, mustering their courage, wandered around the room, but they were scared out of their wits by a human organ in the kitchen, rolling and crawling out, with some of the timid already starting to vomit against the wall. I think I saw a woman carrying 2 big boxes of food coming down from the 18th floor. At that moment, one of the residents seemed to remember something and widened his eyes. Under the questioning of the other residents, the man detailed everything he knew, including a rough description of Yen Shu. I know that beauty too. When Su Chang was still around, he told me he saw her enter Luo Chen's house. At this point, another resident spoke up. Yen Shu was beautiful and had a great figure. These LSPs would never forget her after just one glance. Damn, Luo Chen is quite the lucky guy. That son of a bitch. What's so great about food? Damn, it really is impressive. Damn it, they eat so much and don't even share a bit with the neighbors. That's just despicable. At this moment, the residents couldn't help but curse in righteous indignation. Hatred for Luo Chen began to rise in their hearts. They suffered from hunger and cold every day. While Luo Chen was at home enjoying a life of music and dance, how could they not feel envy and jealousy? After all, they were all living such miserable lives. Moreover, now that Dang Tu and his gang of villains were all dead, they no longer had to flatter each other. Wait, you said that Beauty went into Luo Chen's house, so where did all that food she brought out from the 18th floor go? A resident shouted sharply. As soon as this was said, the other residents stopped their verbal attacks and froze in place. Right, where could that food have gone? Could it be, all went into Luo Chen's house? I get it. Dang Tu and the others were killed. It might be revenge. After all, there have been rumors that Dang Tu has always been at odds with a certain boss in the community. The resident who claimed to have seen Yan Shu said excitedly, as if he had figured out the truth. The people in Building 10 didn't know that Dang Tu and the others had robbed food from Wang Dama and Dong Yan's homes, so after killing them, they didn't search carefully and just hurriedly left. But that Beauty discovered Dang Tu and the others were killed before us, found the food from Dang Tu's house, and then transferred it all to Luo Chen's house. That resident was spitting with excitement, feeling like he was Sherlock Holmes. He had seen Yan Shu carrying a pile of food out from the 18th floor and thought she was following Dang Tu's orders. So scared that he didn't dare to look and just turned around and ran away. Now thinking back, he really missed out on a fortune. Wow, what you said makes so much sense. It's logical and convincing. So, does that mean all our food ended up benefiting Luo Chen? In this situation, most residents were indecisive, and after hearing this analysis, they blindly followed the speaker's words. It could also be that their envy and hatred for Luo Chen made them subconsciously believe it. After all, everyone was extremely lacking in resources. That bastard Luo Chen, he already has plenty of food at home. And not only does he not share with us, but now he's also taken our food. No way. He must give us an explanation today. Zhang Wen stepped forward, gritting his teeth and cursing loudly. His insidious words successfully ignited the jealousy in the hearts of the other residents. Exactly. He must give us an explanation. Luo Chen is just a shameless scoundrel. Let's go together and make him hand over all that food. Hand it over. The residents shouted through gritted teeth, and for a moment, the corridor was in chaos, filled with denunciations of Luo Chen. Previously, when facing Dang Tu and his gang who broke into neighbors' homes, killed people, and robbed resources, these residents had acted like ostriches, hiding at home and not daring to go out. But now, without any credible evidence, they wanted to rush to Luo Chen's house and demand an explanation based solely on a guess, because the residents felt that Luo Chen had been hiding at home. Even if they went to cause trouble, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Luo Chen was not as ruthless as Dang Tu. It can only be said that human hearts are treacherous. I think going to find Luo Chen might be a bit risky, a young man said with some concern. Although they had more than 20 people now, Luo Chen had single-handedly repelled Dang Tu's attacks several times. No one would believe that he had no means. Seeing many people showing hesitation, Zhang Wen stood up again and said, "What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, can he take on more than 20 of us alone? Even if Dang Tu and the others are alive, seeing how many of us there are, they'll have to slink away in defeat." Upon hearing this, the residents felt a surge of pride in their hearts, and each person was invigorated. Yes, there are so many of us, and yet Luo Chen is just one person. What can he use to fight against us? Does he really think he's Superman? Everyone, don't forget that the Luo family has hoarded a lot of food. I bet they have a super large freezer, otherwise, how could they have barbecued meat every day? Zhang Wen saw that his words had taken effect and decided to stoke the fire further. And not only does the Luo family have barbecued meat, but they also have a group of beautiful goddesses. Not to mention the big star Baya. I want to ask you, who in your lifetime could ever get close to her? Delicious barbecued meat, the goddesses of their dreams. As long as they could break in, they could enjoy everything. Isn't that a life like paradise? Break in. Break in. Kill that bastard Luo Chen. I want to eat barbecued meat. I want to enjoy the goddesses. He must pay the price today. It was hard to tell whether it was lust or greed that had taken over, but the group of residents had already gone mad with jealousy. It was as if they could see a wonderful life beckoning them. He, Luo Chen. I wonder how long you can be so arrogant. Zhang Wen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He had long been secretly jealous of Luo Chen, who had been living a fairy tale life since the extreme cold and blizzards arrived, especially since the big star Baya, who had always been regarded as a deity, had entered the other's home. Zhang Wen felt even more heartbroken. Now that there was such a good opportunity, how could he let it slip away? Luo Chen, everything of yours belongs to me. Zhang Wen. At that moment, several residents rummaged through their houses and found more than a dozen bloody machetes, baseball bats, and hammers. They distributed them to others, with knives in hand. Follow me. Zhang Wen raised a machete and shouted at them. The other residents, with red eyes, greedily shouted, kill Luo Chen, seize the goddesses, eat barbecued meat, enjoy fine wine. More than 20 homeowners charged forward, shouting slogans. Many homeowners who were hiding at home heard the commotion but didn't understand what was happening, so they didn't dare to come out. Zhang Wen and the others tacitly chose not to inform anyone else. There was no particular reason. They simply felt that the more people there were, the less barbecued meat they would each get in the end. Few finally arrived. No elevator is such a pain. Climbing 23 floors nearly killed me. A group of people sat on the ground in a very unrefined manner, either leaning against the wall or holding their knees, gasping for breath. If they had known, they would have saved some energy and not climbed so fast. Wow! You guys look at those marks on the wall. Did Deng Tu and the others smash them out? A young man exclaimed, pointing at the pock-marked wall. At that moment, everyone was shocked to discover that the exterior wall of Luo Chen's house was covered in marks from being smashed by hammers, and every crack revealed a layer of dark, solid alloy plating. What the hell? The residents were stunned. No wonder that group of vicious thugs, Deng Tu and his gang, had failed to deal with Luo Chen several times. It turned out that the other party had turned their home into a steel fortress. This wall is all alloy plating. It's probably at least several dozen centimeters thick. It doesn't even make a sound when you knock on it. This is outrageous. With such a solid wall, even a cutting machine wouldn't be able to cut through it. Luo Chen must be crazy, who would decorate their home like this. The crowd knocked on the sturdy alloy inner wall, their faces filled with shock. Let alone the 20 or so of them now, even if 200 more came, they would have no way to deal with this copper wall and iron bastion. A month ago, I saw the construction team that came to the Luo family. I thought it was just a regular renovation, but I didn't expect it to be such a ridiculous transformation. A middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "So what do we do now? The walls are so solid, the doors must have been replaced too. Are we going to return empty-handed?" Someone asked dejectedly. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere immediately dropped. However, no one was willing to give up on the goddess so close at hand, along with the delicious barbecue. Damn it, even though we can't get in, we can still make noise. Zhang Wen's eyes lit up with a malicious plan. He turned to the group and said, "With so many of us, let's stand at the door and loudly denounce Luo Chen. If he doesn't come out, let's give his family a good greeting. Shout loudly." 10 people take turns, while cursing and hammering the door. I don't believe we can't annoy him to death. At the very least, we can let the other goddesses see Luo Chen's cowardly face. Zhang Wen's idea brightened the eyes of the homeowners. Yes, they could definitely shout and greet his family, and maybe if they pushed Luo Chen too hard, he would come out and fight them. The alloy walls could block them from entering, but they couldn't stop the noise they made from getting in. This move was ruthless. What the homeowners didn't know was that in the living room, Luo Chen had already seen their action plan clearly through the cameras. "I thought only women could be so slippery," Luo Chen said, lifting a cup of hot tea and shaking his head with a smile. Little did he expect, they were even more slippery. Just a couple of days ago, they were flattering him like crazy, and now they were rushing up, trying to take his life. "Master, these guys are too despicable. Deng Tu just died, and they're already eyeing the supplies in the safe house," Baya said, gripping his shoulder, looking angrily at the monitor. Previously, when Deng Tu had smashed open several residents' doors, he had felt very sympathetic towards them. Now it seemed that Deng Tu had done well. He should have let Officer Yen wait a few more days to take action, allowing the other side to kill more scum. "Ha! Just a bunch of trash," Luo Chen said, taking a sip of tea dismissively. Since they had murderous intent and had come to his door looking for trouble, then they might as well not go back later. They could all go to the underworld to accompany Deng Tu. "Luo Chen, quickly return our food. We know you stole the food from Deng Tu's house. You don't dare to go down and move the supplies yourself, but instead, you let a woman do it. You're really not a man. That food belongs to all the homeowners. You must hand it over and also compensate us with half of the barbecue, or this matter won't end." The homeowners outside had already started shouting through the security door. Even those holding hammers were eagerly swinging them, starting to bang on the heavy security door. They foolishly thought they could provoke him into taking the bait. Damn it, this door is really tough, it's hurting my hand. Luo Chen, there's a whole box of instant noodles in that supply of yours. I command you to hand it over immediately. And me, my 2 boxes of bread and biscuits were tricked away by Aunt Wang. And now you've stolen them, hurry up and return them to me. The residents shouted greedily. At this moment, whether they had really been tricked by Aunt Wang or had their food stolen by Deng Tu no longer mattered. After all, they were all trying to take advantage of the chaos, hoping to get more food for themselves. Although the homeowners were furious, a group of people was both banging on the door and cursing. However, the few people inside were completely unaffected, and they couldn't even hear the noise from the corridor. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of silly dogs. Luo Chen laughed as he watched the homeowners working hard on the monitor. These greedy guys surely have no idea that he had already considered all possible situations when he was renovating the safe house. Therefore, the safe house has an additional feature, deep noise reduction. Level 10 noise reduction function activated. The butler displayed a line of large text on the living room's big screen. At this moment, not only could they not hear the barking of the homeowner's dogs, but even the sound of a hammer banging on the door was inaudible. The room was incredibly quiet. Luo Chen could even hear the breathing of Bai Ye, who was massaging his shoulders behind him. The howling of the heavy snow outside had vanished without a trace. This high-tech smart safe house is truly amazing. Luo Chen put down his hot tea, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The safe house he had built was integrated with a bunch of world-class cutting-edge technology, and it even had several military-grade functions. All of the opponent's tactics were mere clouds. This was not just a simple iron box. However, Luo Chen did not plan to stay in the room passively defending. There's an old saying, when friends come, there's good wine. When wolves come, there's a shotgun. Butler, tell me how to make a Molotov cocktail. Luo Chen stood up and said calmly, want to eat roasted meat? No problem. I'll satisfy you. The butler quickly provided the plan. All right, master. The main components of the Molotov cocktail are a fragile container, gasoline, and a cloth wick. First, you need a glass bottle. Then pour gasoline into it. Do not fill it too full to prevent spillage when thrown. Finally, stuff the cloth wick into the bottle's mouth. Note, both ends of the wick must be soaked in gasoline. Very good. Luo Chen nodded, satisfied. These materials were very common, and he had plenty in his space, making it convenient to prepare. It was absolutely perfect for dealing with that group of greedy residents in the corridor. Outside the door, the homeowners were still frantically banging on the door, cursing loudly, foolishly hoping to force him out. In the living room, however, Luo Chen appeared completely relaxed. Let's use a wine bottle as the container, it's fragile. Luo Chen took out several empty wine bottles, then filled them with about 85% gasoline, and cut a few strips of cloth to stuff into the bottle's mouth. However, while the Molotov cocktails were ready, Luo Chen wanted to increase their power a bit. Add some motor oil inside, and the flame's adhesion will be higher. Luo Chen smirked and got to work. After adding the motor oil, he didn't stop, he added a bit of oxidizer as well. This would make it harder for the flames to be extinguished. Finally, Luo Chen tied a small packet of aluminum powder to the body of the Molotov cocktail. The aluminum powder could make the Molotov cocktail's power astonishing, increasing its lethality. Humph, this time I'll see if you live or die. Luo Chen revealed a devilish smile. With so many ingredients added to the Molotov cocktail, throwing it into the crowd would cause unimaginable destruction. When it came to enemies, he had no habit of being soft-hearted. Being merciful to them was being cruel to himself. Bai Ye, Li Ro, come over here. Luo Chen waved, and the two women each took a Molotov cocktail and a lighter, standing beside him. After all, the residents in the corridor were not standing closely together. One Molotov cocktail might not cover them all. So Luo Chen boldly made 3. Bai Ye closed her eyes, her hand holding the Molotov cocktail trembling slightly. This was normal. She had been a beloved national superstar, and now she was indirectly going to kill people. The psychological pressure on Bai Ye was not small, but she did not refuse Luo Chen's order. Luo Chen noticed her nervousness and slowly pressed the lighter, softly saying, human desire is like a rolling stone on a high mountain. Once it starts, it can never stop. Kill them. No need for any psychological burden. After saying this, He lit the fuse. Luo Chen opened the small window above the security door. Luo Chen, hurry up and come out. Stop hiding in the house like a rat. If you don't come out, we'll keep banging on the door. Let's see how long you can take it. Exactly. Don't even think about going out in the future. Half of the residents were banging on the door, while the other half stood behind, watching the others smash. At that moment, the top of the security door opened. Before anyone noticed something was wrong, a lit Molotov cocktail was thrown down from above. Boom, 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 and it was 3 of them. After throwing, the window on the security door instantly closed. As soon as the Molotov cocktail hit the ground, it erupted into an extremely intense flame, engulfing half the corridor. In an instant, the corridor became a sea of fire. Fire. It's fire. It's on fire. It's on fire. Help. It hurts. It hurts so much. I'm going to be burned to death. The residents instantly wailed. Almost everyone turned into fireballs, ignited by the fierce flames. They were all wearing cotton clothes and down jackets, and the moment they encountered the flames, the fire only grew stronger. The fierce flames burned intensely even in the freezing temperatures of minus dozens of degrees, like a ferocious beast that instantly devoured everyone. The crowd screamed, feeling a heart-wrenching burning pain on their bodies. Some tore at their clothes, trying to remove the burning garments, while others rolled frantically on the ground. But the gasoline on the floor only made the flames burn even more fiercely. Some residents even transformed into human torches, rolling down the stairs. It was only at the moment before death that they realized how foolish their attack on Luo Chen's home had been, but it was already too late. Luo Chen, you won't die a good death. Zhang Wen lay on the ground in agony, his skin burned to a crisp, with not a single intact spot, his hair and eyebrows all burned away. In his final moments, he shouted in despair, "Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." At this moment, the corridor was like hell. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. However, due to the excellent sealing of the safe house and its advanced air filtration system, the smell did not penetrate inside. Devil, Luo Chen is a devil. Yu Lin hid behind the door, trembling as he looked through the peephole at the horrific scene in the corridor. Save me! Suddenly, a grotesque face slammed against the peephole, screaming, Yu Lin was so frightened that he fell to the ground, wetting his pants. Among the more than 20 residents, only one lucky person rolled down the stairs. His cries were heard by the other residents, who quickly used the fire extinguisher in the corridor to put out the flames on him. But due to extensive burns and the lack of advanced medical equipment and conditions, he ultimately died in extreme pain. The residents who opened the door in response to the cries were all terrified, not knowing what had happened. In this extreme cold of minus 70 degrees, could someone really be burned to death? Was there a fire on the top floor? It seemed like many people were screaming up there just now. At this moment, several residents in the crowd began to tremble. They had also been to the door of the Deng family earlier, but they hadn't followed the others up. Now it seemed they had truly brushed past death. In the living room, Luo Chen sat leisurely on the sofa, having turned off the noise reduction and corridor video surveillance. The scene was too horrific. He was afraid Baiya and Li Ro wouldn't be able to handle it. At that moment, Yan Shu, having just finished her shower, walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. Did something happen just now? Yan Shu asked curiously. The bathroom had good soundproofing, and under the sound of the shower, she had only caught a few snippets of conversation. Woo, Officer Yan. Baiya, in her confused gaze, suddenly hugged her tightly and buried her head in her ample bosom. Yan Shu was taken aback. Goodness, taking advantage of me? Ha! After hearing Baiya's explanation, Yan Shu understood the situation. Luo Chen actually used a Molotov cocktail to deal with them. Yan Shu thought to herself, shocked. She had originally thought that Luo Chen had taken her in just to handle such troubles and wouldn't act himself. But unexpectedly, when Luo Chen did take action, he wiped out all 20 or so who had come looking for trouble. If that's the case, even without me, Luo Chen could probably take down Deng Tu and the others all by himself. Yan Shu thought inwardly. However, she also understood that Luo Chen was determined to stay safe in the safe house and wouldn't take risks by going out for no reason. Finished your shower? Luo Chen glanced at Yan Shu, his eyes sweeping over her. Instantly, her face turned red. She couldn't help but twist her delicate body, tugging at the very short bathrobe. Luo Chen, can you give me some clothes? Yan Shu said. Her pretty face flushed. A bathrobe can't be worn as clothing. Isn't this pretty good? A bathrobe is a type of clothing, Luo Chen said with a smirk. He had no resistance to the little womanly demeanor Yan Shu was displaying. No way! Yan Shu exclaimed in embarrassment and anger. The cold and beautiful police flower in front of him revealed such a shy and charming appearance that just looking at her made Luo Chen unable to resist wanting to take action. He directly pulled her over and removed the bathrobe. After a while, the other residents finally understood what had just happened. It seemed that Deng Tu had been killed by the people from Building 10, and Luo Chen not only stole food from Deng Tu's house but also killed more than 20 people who had come to demand food. This left them extremely shocked. However, the families of the deceased were now utterly devastated. They never expected that their husbands would be suddenly killed just after stepping out the door, leaving them forever. At Luo Chen, you are too cruel. How could you be so ruthless to your neighbors? Wu Wu, you accompany my husband. You killed him. At Luo Chen, do you know how many lives your actions have destroyed? You must take responsibility for this. Soon, the distraught residents were frantically tagging Luo Chen in the group chat. A group of people who had lost loved ones, along with many women who had become widows, were continuously wailing in the chat. Luo Chen glanced at the group messages, pulled his hand away from Yan Shu's chest, and replied with a smile, "Responsible? I owe you M's responsibility. They brought it upon themselves. Can't blame others." As soon as he appeared, the messages in the group exploded. Many residents were accusing that after the people from Building 10 killed Deng Tu, even though there was so much food in their home, they still had to steal the supplies that originally belonged to them. Others who went to demand supplies were also ruthlessly killed by you. Clearly, they were neighbors. Why not leave anyone a way out? Are you all idiots? Luo Chen scoffed at the residents' foolish comments. He picked up a cup of hot tea, took a sip, and said, "At everyone, you say those supplies are yours, but why were you all mute when Deng Tu robbed them? I didn't see a single person daring to go and ask for them." Looking at this message, the group fell silent for a moment. Go ask Deng Tu for supplies? Who dares to go? The other party really would kill someone. Wouldn't going to demand payment be digging one's own grave? But no one expected that when Luo Chen got ruthless, he was even more merciless than Deng Tu. Right now, even though the owners in the group were furious, they only dared to vent their anger in the chat. If they had to personally confront Luo Chen for revenge, even with 10 times their courage, no one would dare to go. However, reminded by others, Luo Chen suddenly recalled something. That was the more than 20 charred corpses in the corridor that still needed to be dealt with. Although at -70 degrees, there was no worry about the bodies rotting and stinking. They couldn't just leave them there. Now that Yan Shu had cleaned herself up, Luo Chen didn't want her to go out and move those corpses anymore. After all, no matter what, Yan Shu was his woman. Thinking of this, Luo Chen ignored the aggrieved owners in the group and directly sent another message. At everyone, I have 2 things I need you to do. The owners were instantly furious. You just killed so many people, and now you have the face to ask us to do something? Are you out of your mind? Before they could respond in anger, what Luo Chen said next made them swallow back the beautiful words that were on the tip of their tongues. There are a bunch of charred corpses lying on the 23rd floor, so I need a few cleaners to move them all away. You can throw them out of the window if you want. The reward is 10 bags of instant noodles, and those who participate in the moving can distribute them as they wish. First come, first served. As soon as this was said, the owners who had just been cursing Luo Chen were all stunned. 10 bags of instant noodles, just for moving some corpses. That's too easy. Many people's food supplies at home were already running low, and the reward Luo Chen offered was simply too tempting for them. I'm strong. I can help you move. At everyone, leave the dirty work of moving corpses to me. You all can take a break. Dream on. The noodles are mine. No one can snatch them from me. The owners who had just been united against a common enemy were now fighting among themselves over the reward of 10 packs of instant noodles. Even those who had lost loved ones were now recklessly joining the scramble. While everyone was fighting, many clever people had already rushed out the door, heading for the 23rd floor to be the first to start moving the corpses on the ground. Damn! Don't fight with me. Don't you know the rules of first come, first served? Get lost. I saw them first. You should be the one to go. Get out of the way. Do you know whose body this is? It's my husband's. Holy crap. 6. Watching the crowd scrambling for the corpses on the surveillance, Luo Chen couldn't help but say with amusement, what a bunch of clowns. For a few packs of instant noodles, these people really showed their true colors, putting aside their hatred to do work for themselves. However, this also indirectly indicated just how scarce resources were right now. A group of owners worked hard to move the corpses. In the extreme cold and blizzard, these bodies certainly wouldn't enjoy a proper burial or cremation service. The residents opened the corridor windows and directly threw the corpses down from the 23rd floor. During this time, Luo Chen even saw many hungry residents through the surveillance footage, watching the charred bodies, their throats involuntarily swallowing a few times. Perhaps because there were so many people around, they didn't dare to make any other moves. Hey, Brother Luo, we've cleaned up all the corpses for you. Yeah, can we get the food now? I'm already starving. I'm counting on the instant noodles to survive. A group of hungry residents stood outside the safe house, cautiously asking. At this moment, their attitude was very humble, fearing that with just a thought, Luo Chen might refuse to pay them. Very good. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. It was just 10 packs of instant noodles. He wasn't about to go back on his word. Moreover, there might be times in the future when he would need to use this group of people. So Luo Chen readily tossed the noodles out through the window. Mine. This bag of noodles is mine. Don't fight me for it. Get lost. I moved the most corpses, so I should get the most noodles. The residents nearly fought to the death over the noodles that were thrown out. Some even resorted to physical violence over the unequal distribution. TSK, this scene is just like at a zoo, where animals fight over the meat thrown by the zookeeper. Luo Chen took a sip of hot tea and said leisurely, before the apocalypse, he had spent 10,000 yuan hoarding snacks at the supermarket, and now they could make the residents fight to the point of injury. This is only half a month after the extreme cold and heavy snow arrived, and food is already so scarce. How are they going to survive in the future? Yan Shu couldn't help but shake her head slightly. At this moment, she felt even more grateful that she had entrusted her later years to Luo Chen, because as long as Luo Chen was around, whether it was food or daily necessities, they could easily enjoy them. They wouldn't have to fight to the death like others just to grab a bit to eat. In fact, they could live even more comfortably than before the apocalypse. What's wrong, my officer Yan? Is your professional nature surfacing again? Luo Chen wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Poof. Yan Shu huffed softly, her eyes filled with resentment as she said, I won't feel sorry for them a second time. She had learned enough from the incident with Xiaolan. However, thinking of this, Yan Shu couldn't help but shake her head and say, Luo Chen, can human hearts really be that dark? What I saw at Xiaolan's house last time. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile slightly and said, human hearts have always been like this. He changed the subject and explained, but what happened at Xiaolan's house may not be as it seems. Why is that? Yan Shu raised her round face, puzzled. That day, she had seen with her own eyes that Xiaolan's child had already been. Actually, a few days before you came in, Deng Tu and the others had already been to Xiaolan's house once and took a long time to come out. Luo Chen seemed to be recalling something. If he guessed correctly, this woman, Xiaolan, was also a person with a hard life. Ah, Yan Shu's beautiful eyes widened. She hadn't expected there to be more to this story. So, although Xiaolan had deceived her and taken away their remaining food, she didn't deserve to die. Xiaolan's place is right below the parking shed, and with such a thick layer of snow covering it, she might not necessarily die from a fall. Luo Chen pondered. However, all of this had nothing to do with him. He didn't care about the life or death of a mother. Outside the corridor, the 10 bags of noodles had already been fought over completely, and many residents had injuries on their faces. There was even one resident who had become a national treasure. Although the bodies have been moved, the traces left by the burning are still too unsightly. Luo Chen stroked his chin. So, he directly pulled out a pile of cleaning tools from his space and tossed them out. Clean up the corridor. And each person gets an extra bag of noodles. More noodles? Great. No problem. Brother Luo, we'll take care of it. Guaranteed to clean it up thoroughly. Brother Luo is generous. 1 bag of noodles for each person. Ha. The residents cheered with joy. They all picked up the cleaning tools on the ground and began to clean the stains vigorously. 1 pack of noodles could help them last another day. A guaranteed profit. At this moment, who could say anything against Luo Chen? This group of residents would be the first to jump out and refute anyone who says Luo Chen is selfish. Isn't this incredibly generous? Anyway, we don't care. Whoever feeds us is our dear father. Well done. Luo Chen looked at the residents in the surveillance footage, diligently cleaning the corridor, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Just a few bags of instant noodles, and they could be dispatched at will. Moreover, they did it without any complaints. Such things were simply too comforting for him. Soon, the corridor was cleaned up by a group of people. After receiving their instant noodles, a bunch of residents who had been busy for most of the day in the freezing temperatures were happily heading home with their rewards. Furthermore, after returning home, they didn't forget to take out their phones and boast in the group chat to those who didn't get a chance. Wow, I'm so envious. I got 2 bags of instant noodles in just a little while. Ah, why didn't I think to run straight to the 23rd floor? You guys are so slow. I'm so hungry, can you share a piece of noodle with me? Other homeowners wailed in envy. Previously, some had been green with envy in the group, saying that Luo Chen would definitely go back on his word and not give food to those people. But now they were all slapped in the face. However, the opportunity was only once. If they missed it, it was gone, and Luo Chen wouldn't give them another chance. At Luo Chen, you're too despicable. Using food stolen from the Deng family as payment for us and treating us like dogs. A resident spoke up at this moment. He expressed his deep hatred for Luo Chen's behavior of not treating everyone as human. That food was originally snatched from their hands. Are you stupid or what? In response, Luo Chen disdainfully replied in the group. He hadn't taken anything from the Deng family, all that food was now at Yi Mingrong's house. I'm almost sick of barbecue, I was planning to switch to seafood these days. Who would bother to steal those few bags of junk food? Upon hearing this, the residents couldn't help but break down. Listen, is there any truth to this? Seafood? Who believes that? You probably finished your barbecue already. Don't try to fool us. However, the resident who spoke was quite stubborn and claimed not to believe him. Once he sent the message, the group fell silent. It seemed that other residents thought the same. Luo Chen had eaten barbecue for several days, he probably finished it by now. How could he still have seafood? You should know that seafood doesn't have a long shelf life. He must be just bragging. Seeing no one speaking, that resident became smug, seemingly venting his frustration for not getting a chance to move things. At Luo Chen, stop lying to us, you don't have any seafood to eat? The food from the Deng family is what you stole. To this, Luo Chen merely smiled disdainfully. Just then, Li Ro had finished her work. Fresh shrimp corn porridge, salmon sushi, steamed hairy crab, grilled octopus, Boston lobster. Plates of fragrant seafood dishes were successively brought to the dining table. Dinner is ready. Li Ro untied her apron and gently called out. Wow, it smells so good. Today is a seafood feast, and I can't wait. Baiya, with her flowing golden hair, bounced to the table, drooling over the spread of delicious food. At Luo Chen, if you have seafood to eat, I'll slap myself twice and post a video in the group. The resident, seeing that he wasn't responding, sent another message. If not, then you owe me 2 bags of instant noodles. Upon seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh, so the truth comes out. It seemed this guy was so eager because he was unwilling to accept that he hadn't gotten a chance earlier and now wanted to pry some food from him. Today, let's try the steamed hairy crabs from Poyan Lake. Luo Chen directly took a photo and sent it to the group. The vividly colored, delicately textured hairy crabs shocked the homeowners as soon as it was posted. Damn! Luo Chen's family actually has seafood to eat. This is too extravagant. Looking at the incredibly tempting hairy crabs in the photo, the residents couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Feeling that the instant noodles in their hands were no longer appealing, there are actually hairy crabs. I want to eat them so badly. Oh my god, has Luo Chen really been staying at home all this time? I suspect he goes out every day to stock up. Don't be silly upstairs. Who can go out in such heavy snow? Luo Chen must have stocked up a lot of frozen food in the freezer. I'm so envious. The residents were wildly envious in the group. For the past half-month, they had been eating nothing but nutritionally void snacks. Their lips cracked and ulcerated. Now, seeing such delicious seafood, they couldn't help but fantasize about sitting at the dining table, enjoying those enticing hairy crabs. Do you want to eat? Luo Chen tagged the resident who had just spoken. Luo Gu, can I eat? The previously tough resident now spoke with a humble attitude. Call me Dad, and I'll let you eat. Luo Chen leisurely typed while sitting in his chair. Dad, the resident said expectantly. Eat your head. Luo Chen scolded mercilessly. What a joke. Did you really think I would recognize you as my son? Just because you call me Dad you think you can eat seafood? What a pipe dream. You, You. The resident was completely thrown off by the insult, nearly choking on his anger. Meanwhile, other homeowners were frantically begging in the group, "Dad, can I call you Dad? Let your son have a taste. I'm starving. Luo gu. Luo yi. I would be satisfied with just one crab leg. I can be your servant. At Luo Chen. Even though you killed my husband, if you give me a hairy crab to eat, I will forgive you immediately." Although Luo Chen had already shown off his barbecue in the group before, every time someone started begging for food, a whole bunch of others would immediately follow suit. They couldn't help but think, what if Luo Chen was in a good mood and actually rewarded them with some seafood? After all, in the afternoon, he had given those people who moved corpses instant noodles. Ha ha, does Luo Gu need your forgiveness? That's hilarious. At Luo Chen, if you give me seafood, I can bring my daughter to serve you. At this moment, another female resident spoke up, perhaps feeling that the temptation wasn't enough. She added, "You haven't enjoyed a mother-daughter duo together, right? I can satisfy you, just for a seafood feast. If you want, I can even bring my mother along." To this, Luo Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wow, I'm a bit tempted. What should I do? Just a few hairy crabs. This was practically like getting them for free. You have to know, there were tens of thousands of hairy crabs piled up in his space. At this moment, the women, including Yan Shu, who heard his words, showed expressions of grievance. What does this mean? Are they not charming enough? Forget it. Luo Chen shook his head, tossed his phone aside, and stopped paying attention to the group messages. If this female resident and her family had looks and figures as top-notch as Yan Shu and the others, he might have considered it. Unfortunately, he had a bit of an impression of this female resident, and she wasn't that attractive, plus her daughter was skinny and frail, offering him no temptation at all. The few of them began to enjoy their seafood feast. The taste is so fresh, delicious. After a hearty meal, to maintain their ideal figures, the three women gathered in the room transformed into a gym after a few hours. Since Yan Shu arrived, Li Rou and Bai Ye's sense of crisis had intensified. Look, Officer Yan's perfect mermaid line and abs. Not to mention, Yan Shu exercises every day, spending at least 4 to 5 hours in the gym. We can't fall behind. Li Rou and Bai Ye exchanged determined glances. Which woman wouldn't care about her figure? Working so hard? As Luo Chen entered, he saw the three women sweating profusely from their efforts. Over the past half-month, he had also kept up with his fitness regimen, gradually increasing his training volume from dozens of push-ups and dumbbell presses every day. Even the contours of his abdominal muscles and the lines of his body were clearly visible. Luo Chen was somewhat surprised by this. Normally, it takes a month or even 3 months for an average person to develop abs. He took off his jacket and stood in front of the full-length mirror, examining his increasingly perfect physique. Puzzled, but I managed to achieve this in just over half a month. Not to mention, it felt pretty good. After assessing his own body, Luo Chen couldn't help but shift his gaze to the three women in the gym. This made him suddenly realize that their figures were also perfectly maintained. Yan Shu, the police flower, was currently bench pressing a barbell, a 100 kilograms barbell that an average person couldn't lift, yet she showed no signs of strain. In terms of physique, she was undoubtedly the best among them, the most striking. Meanwhile, Bai Ye, the national goddess and energetic girl, was doing her usual exercise, yoga. Her flexibility was the strongest. A split was a piece of cake for her. Various difficult poses were effortless. Next to Bai Ye was Li Rou, who was cycling, slightly dissatisfied with her curvy figure. She was determined to start her workout from her thighs. Among the three, Li Rou was the most voluptuous. One could only say, slightly plump is the best. Looking at the scene before him, one had to ask, who could still calm down and focus on exercising? Luo Chen couldn't help but exclaim, I have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. However, he suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Since Yan Shu is here, I can ask her if my workout results are normal. Luo Chen thought to himself. As a seasoned fitness enthusiast and skilled in combat techniques, she surely understood these aspects of the human body much better than he did. After hearing his question, Yan Shu placed the barbell on the rack, stood up, and exhaled a breath of relief, saying, generally speaking, as long as your nutrition is adequate and you combine it with some intense abdominal training, it's feasible to develop abs in half a month. She glanced at Luo Chen's tight abs. Her face flushed slightly. and quickly averted her gaze. "So, I think you don't need to worry too much. After all, the three of them ate top-notch food every day, so nutrition was guaranteed." "Is that so?" Luo Chen stroked his chin, pondering, "but I feel like the changes in my body aren't that simple." He sensed that his needs in certain aspects had increased significantly compared to before. Even Li Ro, the seductive demoness, had been obediently taught a lesson by him during this time. Baiya was even more relaxed. Forget it, as long as there are no downsides. Luo Chen didn't want to think too much. Worrying unnecessarily was not his style. With that thought, a hint of pressure in his heart dissipated, and Luo Chen instantly felt much lighter. After feeling relaxed both physically and mentally, Yan Shu specifically tailored a fitness regimen for Luo Chen. This method, combined with various fitness equipment, could work out the arms, chest, thighs, and even the entire body. The results were more than double that of his previous workouts. Moreover, she also imparted a wealth of knowledge about combat techniques, making it easy for him to get started. Luo Chen couldn't help but exclaim how much he appreciated Yan Shu as his personal trainer. She was truly exceptional. The personal trainers in the gym that charged money couldn't compare to her. At this rate, if he continued to train like this, it wouldn't be long before his combat abilities would skyrocket. "Your technique is good, but you need to focus." Yan Shu corrected one of his mistakes. It had to be said that Luo Chen's talent in this area surprised her. Compared to ordinary people, he was simply on another level. A few hours later, Luo Chen took a refreshing hot shower. In this extreme cold of -70 degrees, it seemed only he could enjoy such a luxurious life. Dressed in pajamas, he comfortably sat down on the sofa. At that moment, Master Baiya said with a bright smile as she was the first to finish and walked out of the bathroom. After spending time together, Baiya had grown increasingly attached to him. Li Ro and Yan Shu also emerged from the bathroom after drying their hair. Yan Shu gently combed her smooth black hair, and beneath her shorts were a pair of long, fair thighs. Upon seeing them, Luo Chen suddenly remembered that he had 3 handguns in his space. "Yan Police Flower, come here, I have something good to show you," Luo Chen said, patting the sofa beside him. Yan Shu's charming face showed a hint of confusion as she gently sat down next to Luo Chen, wondering what he wanted to show her. "Look, do you know what model this gun is?" Luo Chen pulled out a sleek black Glock pistol from his space and pushed it in front of her. This was one of the 3 he had scavenged from the hideout of some robbers during a bank heist before the apocalypse. He had forgotten about these powerful weapons since he didn't know much about firearms and had a crossbow as a temporary substitute. Now, with Yan Shu, a professional officer, they finally had a purpose and wouldn't just gather dust in his space. A gun? The moment they saw the handgun, the 3 women couldn't help but widen their beautiful eyes in shock. Baiya, leaning against Luo Chen, even hugged his arm tightly in fear. They knew Luo Chen had an infinite space filled with countless supplies, but they had never heard of guns being stored there. After all, such things were illegal in the country. Most people had never even seen one, let alone owned one. Baiya, as a big star, had never seen such a deadly weapon, and Li Ro, as a married woman, was even more frightened, her pretty face turning pale. "This is Glock 19. Yan Shu's beautiful eyes were also filled with astonishment, but thanks to her extensive knowledge of firearms, she instantly recognized the model just by looking at its exterior. As a police officer, she had her own service weapon, so she wasn't as nervous as Baiya and Li Ro, who were seeing a real gun for the first time. "Feel free to take it if you want," Luo Chen said, noticing Yan Shu's gaze lingering on the Glock on the coffee table. Her eyes revealing her fondness yet hesitance to touch it. He couldn't help but chuckle. "No, I still won't touch it." Yan Shu firmly shook her head in response to his words. This was not like other things. As long as she gently pulled the trigger, she could easily take a life. And she didn't want Luo Chen to misunderstand anything. "Don't worry, the magazine is empty," Luo Chen said with a smile. The 3 Glocks in the room were specifically the one he had taken that was unloaded. Hearing this, Yan Shu felt reassured and picked up the handgun from the coffee table. The Glock 19 is a modified version of the 17. Its size and weight are smaller, making it easier to conceal and carry. The standard magazine capacity is 15 rounds. It is used as a police firearm in the United States, and most police officers there are equipped with it. Yan Shu played with the gun, explaining as she went. As a woman who chose to be a police officer, she naturally had a fondness for firearms and had even won many shooting competition awards during her service. Luo Chen, Where did you get this gun? It can't be. Yan Shu suddenly widened her beautiful eyes, as if recalling something. If she remembered correctly, during a period before the apocalypse, the bank robbery case she took over involved robbers using Glock handguns. Moreover, after they were all caught, the 3 handguns at their hideout had mysteriously disappeared, leaving only a box of US dollars untouched. That's right, I took those robbers' guns, Luo Chen admitted with a smirk. I have 2 more of these guns, and over 400 rounds of ammunition. Upon hearing this, Li Ro and Baya couldn't help but cover their cherry lips in shock. Over 400 rounds of ammunition? If 1 bullet was for 1 person, wouldn't that mean he could easily kill over 400 people? Living in a heavily fortified safe house, with a handgun as a deadly weapon and hundreds of rounds of ammunition, they simply couldn't fathom who could threaten Luo Chen. At the same time, a strong sense of security surged in their hearts. The stronger Luo Chen was, the more secure they felt. Then why didn't you take it out before? Yan Shu asked, somewhat astonished. If Luo Chen had been holding a gun when she first came in, he could have shot her the moment she pulled out her fruit knife. At the very least, she wouldn't have acted recklessly. I forgot. Luo Chen shrugged. After all, I'm not familiar with this thing. Yan Shu relaxed her brows and said softly, I can teach you, in just 3 days. You can basically master shooting. So fast? I thought it would take at least 2 months. Luo Chen said, somewhat surprised. With Officer Yan Shu around, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. It's not as difficult as you think. First, you'll learn shooting theory, and once you grasp the key movements, the rest is basically live-fire practice. Yan Shu explained with a smile. Of course, this was just a preliminary grasp of shooting. There was a significant difference between spraying bullets and precision shooting. While Luo Chen and the others were discussing firearms, on the 15th floor, in room 1503, several residents with expressions of hatred gathered together. Everyone, Luo Chen killed our loved ones and is now hiding in his room enjoying good food. Can we tolerate this? A young man with a twisted face said through gritted teeth to the others. His brother had been set on fire with a Molotov cocktail while attacking Luo Chen's home and had rolled down the stairs, dying right in front of him. This had led to his deep hatred for Luo Chen. Other residents had lost husbands or sons, and they too were filled with hatred towards Luo Chen. They gathered to find a way to eliminate Luo Chen. So what can we do? Someone said hatefully. Luo Chen's door is so solid that no one can threaten him, even though they all wished they could kill each other. But the other family was like a fortress, and there was no way to break through that iron door. If we rushed in recklessly, the outcome would surely be as tragic as those who had died. I have a suggestion. At that moment, Wang Hongming, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. The speaker was Wang Hongming. Just now, under the temptation of food, he had called Luo Chen dad in the group, only to be harshly humiliated by the other party. Not only did he fail to get any food, but he also lost face in front of a group of neighbors, becoming the laughingstock of everyone. Wang Hongming, what good suggestion do you have? Hurry up and tell us. Yeah, come on, let's hear it. The other residents couldn't help but ask. Wang Hongming said with hatred, Luo Chen is too strong, with just a few of us. We can't do anything to him. You mean, to find outside help? One resident seemed to understand his meaning and said in shock, exactly. We must find outside help. Wang Hongming gritted his teeth and said, clenching his fists, everyone, don't forget who took down Deng Tu and the others. It was that group from Building 10. Luo Chen hasn't dealt with Deng Tu for so long, but those people from Building 10 took them all out in one go. This is the gap in strength. Hearing him say this, the other residents widened their eyes, their faces showing surprise. That's right. Deng Tu and his gang were tough characters that even Luo Chen couldn't handle, but they were taken down by the people from Building 10. What does that mean? The people from Building 10 are even tougher. Anyway, Luo Chen only dares to hide at home. This time, they brought an entire building of people to deal with him. Surely he wouldn't be able to escape. Wang Hongming, you really think quickly. One resident praised, as he hadn't thought of asking those from Building 10 for help. But why would those people help us? We don't even know them. Besides, I've heard they are quite brutal. Not at all inferior to Deng Tu and his gang, a female resident said, somewhat fearfully. What if we brought a wolf into the house? Her words also garnered agreement from others. You all heard. They are constantly burning, killing, and looting everywhere. What are they after? Food and women. Wang Hongming said coldly. The rumors about Building 10 had already spread throughout the owner group in recent days, as many people in this building had acquaintances living in Building 10. They said that half of the building was under the control of someone named Zhuo Wentao. Zhuo Wentao, along with his group of subordinates, had amassed a pile of supplies through continuous robbery and murder, and had also taken many women, living lavishly every day. Some residents even offered their wives to survive, becoming part of the other party's subordinates. Zhuo Wentao loves women and food the most, and these two things are exactly what Luo Chen has at home. Wang Hongming stood up and looked around at everyone. If we tell them this news, without a doubt, they will lead their people to attack Luo Chen's house. Upon hearing this, the other residents couldn't help but brighten up. The young resident who had lost his brother also said excitedly, "That's right. After all, what does Luo Chen usually eat? Barbecue and seafood. And who are the women he plays with? The famous goddess Bai Ye. Such a huge temptation. Surely no one could refuse. They would definitely find a way to kill Luo Chen. And all they had to do was watch from the sidelines as both sides fought to the death. But who will notify the people from Building 10? At that moment, a female resident swallowed hard. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Just from the rumors and pictures in the owner group, the brutality of those people from Building 10 had already taken root in everyone's hearts. If we go into their territory without permission, what if they have bad intentions? After all, they have killed quite a few people recently. Let me be clear. We women are not going. The group is saying that Zhuo Wentao loves beautiful women. If we go, it's like sheep entering a tiger's den. The words of the female resident immediately garnered agreement from several other women. This kind of thing must be handled by men. The male owners present, upon hearing this, glanced at the women and couldn't help but feel a few black lines appear on their foreheads. Damn, with the way you all look, not only are your faces pockmarked, but your waists are thicker than barrels. Do you think the people from Building 10 would be interested in you? Your safety is probably much higher than ours if you go. However, under the strong protests of the female owners, the task ultimately fell to a few of the other men. Unexpectedly, the male owners also began to push each other away, continuously deferring. It was as if the high-quality upbringing from before the apocalypse had returned all at once. In the end, the task fell to Wang Hongming and a young resident. Damn, a bunch of softies. As Wang Hongming climbed out of the window, he found his foot deeply sunk in the snow. He struggled to pull his leg out and cursed. Clearly, the families of the other residents had all been burned alive by Luo Chen, and logically, their hatred should be much deeper than his. Yet at this critical moment, they all acted like turtles hiding in their shells. Crack 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 crack, the two began to dig with the shovels they had brought. The underground parking lot was buried deep in snow. It was a vast expanse of white. This was quite normal. After all, with such heavy snow, the path they dug out could be covered again in less than a day. After a round of digging, both were somewhat exhausted. And finally, the entrance to the underground parking lot was revealed. Let's go! They exchanged glances, dropped their shovels, and dove in without hesitation. Soon, relying on the signs on the wall and two not-so-full flashlights, Wang Hongming finally reached the exit near Building 10. This place looked different from the snow-covered appearance of their Building 9, although there was still a lot of snow at the exit. It was easy to dig out a path leading upward. It was clear that this had been cleared several times by someone. Let's go! We've arrived at Building 10. Wang Hongming turned back to say, but was shocked to find that there was no one behind him. What the hell? Where is everyone? Did they run away? Damn it! Wang Hongming couldn't help but curse. He never expected that he had reached the front of Building 10, and the young man who had followed him had actually fled at the last moment. Now he was the only one left. Should I just go back? Wang Hongming looked at the entrance leading to the ground, and a hint of retreat began to form in his heart. After all, the people in Building 10 were even more ruthless than Deng Tu and his gang. What am I afraid of? With Luo Chen diverting their attention, I'll definitely be fine, especially since I've made it this far. As he thought of Luo Chen's mocking expression in the group, a surge of anger rose in his heart. He directly burrowed out of the underground parking lot. Because the snow was so thick, he had to come up to the third floor and then climb in through the window of the corridor. What are you doing? Damn! There's an intruder! Catch him! Wang Hongming didn't expect that as soon as he climbed through the window into the corridor, he was spotted by several men coming toward him. The men were holding baseball bats, buckets, and other items. It seemed they were planning to dig out the snow. Ah, don't hit me! Don't hit me. I'm not an intruder. Wang Hongming was immediately hit a few times and fell to the ground, clutching his head and wailing. I'm here to find your boss. I have important news to tell him. Hearing his pleas for mercy, a few men with fierce expressions finally put down the baseball bats they had raised. Who do you think you are? Looking for our boss? Do you think you're worthy? Zhou Yunkuan disdainfully pointed his bat at the guy's head. This guy was too suspicious. Sneaking in quietly from the third floor, it was hard not to make them doubt his true intentions. After all, they had robbed quite a few people from other buildings in the past few days. Brothers, listen to me. There's a guy named Luo Chen in our building, and he has a huge stash of food at home. You guys will definitely be interested. Wang Hongming said flatteringly. After taking 2 hits to the head, he saw stars, and the pain stirred up the fear in his heart. At that moment, looking at the few fierce-looking men beside him, his brain filled with hatred suddenly cleared up. He suddenly felt a bit regretful. Who the hell is this Luo Chen? Just because he has food at home, what does that have to do with us? Zhou Yunkuan weighed the baseball bat in his hand, glancing at him sideways. Recently, under Zhuo Wentao's leadership, they had managed to seize a massive amount of supplies. They didn't even look down on the belongings of ordinary residents. Hey, big brother, just take a look at these pictures and you'll understand. Wang Hongming quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket, fumbling to find the pictures Luo Chen had posted in the group, and handed it to the other man. Zhou Yunkuan initially looked disdainful, but after a casual glance, he was stunned, his eyes widening in shock. What the hell? So many hairy crabs? And lobsters? Roast chicken? This was insane. It was currently a frigid -70 degrees with a heavy snowstorm. How the hell did that guy manage to get such mouth-watering food? Zhou Yunkuan had thought that the instant noodles, jerky, and even the delicious canned luncheon meat they had managed to grab in the past few days were already the best food in the community. There shouldn't be any other residents who could be more extravagant than their brother Zhua. But this Luo Chen, showing off in the owner's group, completely dazzled him. Tired of barbecue, ready to switch to seafood. Who cares about instant noodles? Damn it! Zhou Yunkuan slammed his bat against the wall, startling Wang Hongming into a shiver. Brother Zhuo rewarded us with a few bags of instant noodles, and we would gladly stab someone in the back for him, offering our loyalty. This Luo Chen is so arrogant, talking as if instant noodles are nothing but dog shit in his eyes. Zhou Yunkuan cursed loudly. His words immediately made the surrounding men start cursing as well. Damn, is that Luo Chen really that arrogant? Just hearing you say that makes me want to smash his head open with a bat. Let me see what kind of delicacies he's eating. A few men spat out curses and gathered around to look at the phone screen. Upon seeing it, they were also stunned. Slurp! Someone couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The beautifully colored hairy crabs, the golden roasted chicken. Just looking at it made their mouths water uncontrollably. Are they sure this isn't a stock photo? With such heavy snow outside, how could this guy have such good food to eat? What a life of luxury. Damn it, I can't stand it. This guy is eating 10 times better than our brother Zhua. No, 100 times better. Zhou Yunkuan gritted his teeth and said. At that moment, he made up his mind to report this matter to Zhuo Wentao, then gather people to storm Building 9 and rob the food from that guy's home completely. And he would also teach that guy a good lesson. Let that Luo Chen know that some things are beyond his reach. As for whether the other side would resist, he hadn't even considered that. Ridiculous. We have more than 40 people on our hands. Don't even mention one person, they could take down an entire building. The 2 bags of beef jerky we snatched from those 2 old geezers' homes yesterday. I thought they were the most precious food. Now, my thoughts have changed. This is living like an emperor, with big fish and meat every day. Eating better than I did a month ago. I can't stand it. I absolutely can't stand it. We must grab these things. Several men said with greedy expressions. Even their breathing became heavy, eager to rush over with weapons. Brothers, not only does that Luo Chen have food, but he also hoards a lot of beautiful women. Seeing their greedy looks, Wang Hongming felt relieved. He quickly continued to explain to them. Oh, beautiful women? Zhou Yunkuan couldn't help but scoff at this. I'm not bragging. The beauties from our brother Zhua's place will make your eyes pop out when you see them. He spoke as if they had never seen the world. That car model from that exhibition. 2 of them have become brother Zhua's women. That face, that figure. You can't even imagine how enticing they are. To this, Wang Hongming said mysteriously. So, do you know the national goddess Baya? Zhou Yunkuan and the others gasped. Damn! You can't be saying that Big Star is at that Luo Chen's house right now? One man exclaimed, spitting as he spoke. It was obvious he was struggling to contain his excitement. That was the national goddess who dominated the trending searches online every day, regardless of age or gender. Everyone would bow to her charm. That's right, Goddess Baiya is currently at Luo Chen's house. Wang Hongming nodded heavily. This news is known by all the residents of Building 9. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunkuan grabbed him by the collar and said fiercely, "Let's go. We need to see the boss right now." 10th floor, room 1001. In the living room, there was a large fire pit, with dismantled wooden table and chair legs thrown in, crackling as they burned. 5 or 6 men sat on the side sofa, enjoying the warmth from the fire pit, with 1 or 2 women accompanying them. On the coffee table was a pile of snacks, canned meat, and even 2 rather wilted and slightly rotten apples. "Brother Zhua, you're so bad." In the middle of the sofa, a heavily made-up car model leaned against Zhuo Wentao and said sweetly, "Ha ha ha, bad? I can be even worse, do you want to see?" Zhuo Wentao loosened his collar and laughed. He looked quite refined, but the men around him had a hint of reverence in their gazes. It was because of Zhuo Wentao's leadership that they could gather to take down half a building and loot a bunch of women and supplies, preventing everyone from starving to death. Of course, the residents who were robbed had a terrible fate. "Big brother, I have important news to report." Just as a car model was shyly leaning down to unbutton his pants, Zhou Yunkuan burst in with a few people in a flurry. "Yunkuan, can you be a bit more composed? Can't this wait?" Zhuo Wentao's tone was somewhat displeased at being interrupted. Zhou Yunkuan was one of his capable subordinates, but his reckless personality had always been a bit of a problem. Sorry about that, boss," Zhou Yunkuan said apologetically. Then, with an excited expression, he pulled the nervous Wang Hongming in front of him. "Boss, this guy ran over from Building 9. He brought news that on the 23rd floor of Building 9, there's a fat sheep with a lot of supplies." Zhuo Wentao, however, remained calm, even squeezing his hand tightly as he said, "Have we not snatched enough fat sheep these past 2 days? Is this little matter really worth your excitement? We've already grabbed over 20 boxes of instant noodles and 3 or 4 boxes of canned goods, not to mention other items." Zhuo Wentao scoffed. "No matter how fat that guy is, can he be fatter than me?" Seeing that his older brother was skeptical, Zhou Yunkuan didn't rush, instead chuckling, "Big brother, when that guy was talking just now, I was just as unconvinced. Look at this." Saying that, he quickly opened the group chat on his phone and handed it over. "His seafood feast? Barbecue?" Zhuo Wentao's eyes widened in shock. His hands stopped moving. Even the 2 car models beside him stared blankly at the screen, saliva unconsciously dripping from the corners of their mouths. How about that, boss? Surprised? "Ha!" Zhou Yunkuan chuckled. "I'm shocked too. It's currently a severe blizzard blocking the roads, and the temperature outside is -70 degrees. Where on earth did this guy, Luo Chen, get such delicacies? And that Big Star, Baiya, is at his place. Hard to believe, right?" The few trusted subordinates around them were immediately drawn in by their conversation, and after looking at the photos on the phone, they all wore greedy expressions. "Damn, brother Zhua, this Luo Chen is really a big fat sheep. No way. Are you sure the news is correct? That national superstar Baiya actually lives in Building 9? Damn, that's my goddess. Such a good cabbage has been pushed by a pig." The men spoke excitedly, even wanting to set off immediately. It seemed as if everything was under their control. "The news is absolutely true. Building 9 is going crazy with it." Zhou Yunkuan patted his chest to assure them. "Damn it, this guy can show off even better than I can." Zhuo Wentao scrolled through the chat records and couldn't help but sneer. It seemed the original plan needed to change. Such a fat sheep must be slaughtered quickly, otherwise, those delicacies would surely be wasted. And that national goddess Baiya deserved to be owned by someone like him, a successful person. When the time came to snatch her away, he would definitely enjoy himself, and make her carry his child. "Yunkuan, go notify the others to give up on those guys upstairs for now," Zhuo Wentao instructed. Under the temptation of food and a big star, he could temporarily set aside the residents on the upper floor. After all, he had his subordinates keeping an eye on them. Those struggling guys wouldn't be able to escape. "All right, boss," Zhou Yunkuan said excitedly. Every time Zhuo Wentao led everyone into battle, the rewards were shared among all. with instant noodles and bread in several bags for each person. And even the 2 car models contributed to let everyone play for a whole night. Therefore, the more than 40 subordinates were very loyal to him, and every operation was filled with enthusiasm. Brother Joie, are you sure we should give up on those guys upstairs? This morning's attack left most of them injured. If we don't pursue the victory, with that Dr. Yu Yan around, the other side will recover quickly. At this moment, a subordinate beside him reluctantly suggested. He had long coveted that Dr. Yu Yan, with her oval face and long legs. If they could conquer the upper floor, he would be able to enjoy her too. Just thinking about that wonderful scene made him incredibly excited. What's the rush? Zhuo Wentao said dismissively. Even with that woman in Yu Yan around, we don't need to hurry. After all, their medical supplies are limited. Seeing that his boss had made up his mind, the subordinate could only retreat regretfully. Everyone get ready. Grab your weapons. Tonight we're throwing a wild party to enjoy the performance of the national goddess. Zhuo Wentao slapped the coffee table and said to the crowd with great enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, every subordinate present began to cheer excitedly. How could they not be thrilled to have such a top-notch goddess to play with? Boss, I think we need to seriously consider our approach to the attack, Zhou Yunkuan quickly reminded. He was afraid that his people, in a moment of impulse, would rush in and get taken out by a few Molotov cocktails from the other side. Under his explanation, the crowd was somewhat stunned. The door is very solid, the walls are made of alloy plates, and several hammers can't break it? There's an opening on the door for throwing Molotovs? Zhuo Wentao said in shock. This guy named Luo Chen actually transformed his house into a fortress. He must have some issues with his brain. Looking at it this way, the direct attack strategy was rendered useless. If they charged in, his men would end up as barbecue. Brothers, I've told you all the news, Wang Hongming said with a fawning smile, and seeing that things were about to wrap up, he felt a desire to retreat. The longer he stayed here, the greater the danger. All right, get lost. Seeing that the other side was no longer useful, Zhou Yunkuan couldn't be bothered with him and waved his hand impatiently. Okay, brothers, I'm leaving now. Wang Hongming quickly nodded and turned to walk towards the door. As he walked, he secretly rejoiced, thinking it was surprisingly easy to leave, and the other side didn't make things difficult for him, focusing all their attention on Luo Chen. At that moment, Wang Hongming even looked down on that group of cowards in his heart, determined that the first thing he would do when he got back was to mock them fiercely. Bang! A heavy blow struck the back of Wang Hongming's head, and he rolled his eyes and fainted. Looking at him lying on the ground, Zhuo Wentao wiped the blood off the baseball bat and said with a cold smile, "Still want to leave? What do you think this is? Come and go as you please?" Seeing this, Zhou Yunkuan was also a bit puzzled and said, "Boss, this kid poses no threat to us. Why did we do this to him? This guy must have some grudge against that Luo Chen and wants to use us as a gun." Zhuo Wentao handed the baseball bat to a subordinate and sat back down on the sofa. He could see through Wang Hongming's little schemes at a glance. Besides, what if this is a conspiracy from Building 9? We have made quite a few enemies. Getting rid of him can also prevent information from leaking back, Zhuo Wentao said calmly. This was his true purpose. As a cautious and suspicious person, any potential for negative consequences must be eliminated in advance. Truly the boss. Your considerations are so thorough, Zhou Yunkuan and several trusted subordinates all said with admiration. Look at this is why he could only be a thug. Old Yu, this operation relies on you, Zhuo Wentao instructed an old man next to him who was busy nibbling on a woman. Yu Zhenqi was an experienced locksmith, whether it was the anti-theft door locks in a community or the high-end electronic locks in villas. He could open them with ease. With him around, the residents' anti-theft doors were practically useless. They wouldn't even need to bother breaking down the door. Because of his reliable skills, when they heard that Luo Chen's anti-theft door was very solid, Zhuo Wentao and his subordinates were not overly worried. No matter how solid the door was, what could they do if they could throw Molotovs? Block the throwing opening on the door. And with a few people pushing, what could the other side do to them? Once the door was broken open, that Luo Chen would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Almost everyone thought so. Action starts at 3 o'clock tonight. After pondering for a moment, Zhuo Wentao said, at 3 o'clock in the morning. It was just the stage when people were sound asleep, allowing them to stealthily ascend to the 23rd floor. Then have old Yu quietly unlock the door, letting the target be killed directly in their dreams. They didn't even have a chance to use Molotov cocktails. as expected of the boss. What a great method. He. Here comes the seafood feast. I want to play the goddess right in his house. A group of trusted subordinates also grinned wickedly. Just thinking about the terrified expressions of the target and goddess Baya filled them with a perverse pleasure. The act of having complete control over someone's life and killing them was simply too intoxicating. Since it was still early, they weren't in a hurry. Instead, they played with the woman in their arms while their thoughts drifted to Building 9, the national-level goddess, who was once someone I could only look up to. I never expected to have a chance to play with her now. It's settled then. When we break in, I get to enjoy first. But where do you put the boss? Brother Jua has to come first. You only deserve to lick the goddess's feet from the side. As they spoke, the group couldn't help but burst into laughter. The mocked subordinate wasn't angry, he chuckled. That works too. The goddess's feet must be fragrant. I'll just treat them like ice cream. Alright, you take the left foot. I'll take the right. I'll use my right hand. Then I'll use my left hand. What about me? You all get to play. What do I do? How about I use my hair? At 2:30 in the morning, Zhou Yunkuan and his group quietly left under the cover of night. They made their way through the underground parking lot, smoothly arriving near Building 9. To be honest, having the underground passage made things much easier. They didn't have to waste energy trudging through thick snow. It was the passage that Wang Hongming had dug out in the afternoon. By now, it had been covered with a thick layer of snow again, but with a few people working together, a path was quickly cleared. Let's go! The six exchanged glances and silently climbed up one by one. These few were all skilled hands of Zhuo Wentao, since this operation was a nighttime ambush. Bringing too many people wouldn't help and could easily alert the target. As long as they could quietly unlock the door, everything would be fine. Zhou Yunkuan led the way, and the six of them made their way to the 23rd floor, carefully controlling their footsteps so that even in the quiet of night, they didn't make much noise. Soon, they arrived at the door of Luo Chen on the 23rd floor. Old Yu, it's your turn, Zhou Yunkuan signaled with his eyes. The old man nicknamed Old Yu gave a reassuring glance and opened his toolbox. Squatting in front of the security door, he also turned on the overhead light. As a master locksmith who had been opening locks for half his life, Yu Xingqi believed there was no door lock he couldn't open. If there was, it must be the vault door of a bank. 5 minutes later, Old Yu's back was faintly sweating. Damn it, what kind of broken door lock is this? The keyhole is so complicated. It doesn't match any locks on the market at all. He cursed inwardly. Moreover, the structure of this door was very complex, as if there was another layer of lock inside the first one. Even if he opened the first layer, the second would still block him outside. Not to mention, he had no clue how to open the first layer. 10 minutes passed. Old Yu was on the verge of breaking down, and in his frustration, he even thought about standing up and shouting, "What kind of broken lock is this? Can it be opened with a key?" Just then, with a click, the security door slowly opened. Seeing this, Zhou Yunkuan and the others waiting nearby couldn't help but look excited, as expected of Old Yu. Opening a lock is simply a piece of cake. Once we break in, you can choose which foot to start with. Listening to the praise from his companions, Old Yu squatted at the door with a puzzled expression. What? But I didn't open this door. The lock structure is too complicated, I can't even understand it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunkuan and the others were instantly stunned. You didn't open the lock? Then who opened it? The security door swung open. A dark handgun, highlighted by the bright light inside the room, was aimed at Old Yu, who was crouching on the ground. Luo Chen, dressed in pajamas and wearing a playful smile, stood there. Yen Shu, clad in polar anti-cold gear, was also on high alert beside him. A gun? Old Yu was immediately terrified when he realized the situation. What was going on? Why did the other side have a gun? That kid didn't mention anything about it this afternoon. The others standing behind Zhou Yunkuan were even more dumbfounded, although there were only 2 of them and 6 of them, making the odds seem in their favor. If the other side had a gun, it was a completely different story. They could easily be killed with a pull of the trigger. Moreover, they were within 7 steps of Luo Chen. Don't be afraid, the gun in his hand must be fake, just to scare us. How could an ordinary person have a gun? Zhou Yunkuan said with a sneer. His words calmed the others a bit. Right, how could an ordinary person have a gun? If the gun was real, why wait? They would have shot by now. Just as they were thinking this, bang! A gunshot rang out. Old Yu fell in response. In an instant, he was silent. That guy really has a real gun. What do we do? Kuan-gu? Kuan-gu. You. The other 4 men screamed in terror, wanting to turn and ask Zhou Yunkuan what to do, only to find he had already abandoned them and was sprinting 5 or 6 meters away. Sorry, brothers, you can be my scapegoats for now, Zhou Yunkuan thought, his sprinting speed increasing. It was the middle of the night, and Olju couldn't open the door lock. The other side opened it voluntarily. There was no way the gun in their hands could be fake, unless this Luo Chen was out of his mind. So when Zhou Yunkuan shouted those 2 sentences, he was already prepared to sacrifice the others to save his own life. Bang! 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 Luo Chen turned the gun and pulled the trigger at the few people in front of him. The high-speed bullets shot out. In an instant, they exploded the heads of 3 people. Not bad. Using a handgun is much more satisfying than a crossbow. Luo Chen blew at the non-existent smoke from the gun muzzle and smiled. Facing live targets within 5 meters, he could almost hit them with his eyes closed, not needing to worry about accuracy at all. At this moment, there was still 1 man left outside the door. He stood at the entrance, his face full of terror, trembling and nearly scared to death. In just a moment, half of his companions had died, and Zhou Yunkuan had used them as human shields and vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a warm stream gushed out from below, meeting the sub-zero temperatures and instantly forming a layer of ice. Please, don't kill me, the man pleaded desperately, hoping Luo Chen would spare him. Tell me where you came from and who sent you. Luo Chen held the handgun, the cold muzzle aimed at his head. His tone was as icy as the 70-degree below zero air. Unless you spare me, I won't tell you. The man trembled as he spoke. Bang! Luo Chen directly pulled the trigger. The other party fell down with a look of shock, eyes wide open. Ha! You don't have the right to negotiate with me, Luo Chen said disdainfully. Anyway, even if they didn't say anything, he could find out. Since the other party was so chatty, it would be better to go meet the King of Hell directly and say whatever they wanted to say. One got away, but it's not a big deal. Go take care of the other one, Luo Chen said to Yan Shu. In a minute's time, the other party couldn't have escaped far. In such a dark environment, they probably hadn't even gone down a few floors. Yan Shu nodded and walked towards the corridor. She hadn't acted earlier to ensure Luo Chen's safety. After all, it didn't matter if one person ran away. Luo Chen's safety was the most important. It must be said that these people came at just the right time. Luo Chen had just finished learning the theoretical knowledge of firearms from Yan Shu, and they delivered a vivid and practical live-fire shooting exercise right to his doorstep. This made Luo Chen's grasp of firearms deepen significantly in an instant. After all, having fired a gun and not having fired one are completely different experiences. At this moment, the corridor was pitch black, especially in the deep of night, and not knowing how many people the other side had or if there were any ambushes made it unwise to chase directly. However, since Luo Chen had spoken, Yan Shu would execute the order. Click, she turned on the shoulder-mounted light, and a bright cylindrical beam illuminated the way ahead. The emergency lights in the corridor had long been broken. Without a personal light source, it would truly be a case of not being able to see one's hand in front of one's face. Thud-thud. Normal pursuit would probably be a bit difficult, so Yan Shu directly flipped over and leaped down the stairs at an incredible speed. In less than 10 seconds, she had descended 2 floors. Butler, pull up all the surveillance footage, Luo Chen said calmly. Although he had sent Yan Shu into the dark to chase, he needed to confirm the situation in the corridor to avoid any potential reinforcements from the other side. If there was an ambush, Luo Chen would directly call Yan Shu back. After all, losing a small fry was nothing compared to Yan Shu's safety. At 3 in the morning, Luo Chen was already fast asleep. When Zhou Yunkuan and his group entered the apartment building, the butler had already detected them through the surveillance. But since their intentions were unclear, he didn't wake Luo Chen immediately. It was only when they reached the 21st floor that he woke Luo Chen up. Okay, master, all surveillance has been pulled up, and it has been confirmed that there are currently no other people in the corridor. Even though it was night, the corridor was pitch black. However, the pinhole cameras installed in the corridor had infrared capabilities, so the images were quite clear. One could see the panicked Zhou Yunkuan, who had only just escaped to the 15th floor. There was no way around it. The corridor was simply too dark, and the flashlight he had was not very bright. Combined with his frantic state, no one could escape the apartment building in just 1 minute. It was only at this moment that the fleeing Zhou Yunkuan regretted his earlier decisions. Had he known, he wouldn't have rushed to participate in this ambush. It was simply a one-way trip. Luo Chen's strength had exceeded everyone's imagination. Not only did he have a gun, a deadly weapon, but he also had such an agile female bodyguard by his side. Zhuo Wentao and the others were completely unaware of this. He even began to doubt whether Wang Hongmin, who had gone this afternoon, was truly a spy sent from Building 9. Unfortunately, he had no chance to relay this information back to Building 10. Stop! Yan Shu leaped down from the 16th floor, landing directly on the stairs of the 15th floor. Her sharp command startled Zhou Yunkuan, who was already like a frightened bird, causing him to slip and fall headfirst downwards. Thud! A dull thud echoed. Zhou Yunkuan's head heavily struck the corner of the wall, and he immediately fell silent. The blood, the moment it overflowed, was frozen by the extreme cold. Is he dead? Yan Shu walked up to him, stepped on his body, and forcibly turned him over. Only then did she realize that he had already lost all signs of life. Zhou Yunkuan had actually died from a slip and a headlong crash. I was planning to interrogate him for some information. This is troublesome. Yan Shu shook her head helplessly. She hadn't expected him to be so easily frightened that her shout had caused him to die on the spot. In the surveillance footage, Luo Chen naturally saw the scene. Head first into the ground. This guy is something else, he said, speechless. Now the lead was cut off. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have shot him in the head for a moment of pleasure. Dispose of his body and come back, Luo Chen said through his Bluetooth earpiece. If he's dead, then he's dead. The people behind him would definitely send someone over since their subordinate hadn't returned for a long time. After throwing Zhou Yunkuan's body out of the window on the 14th floor, Yan Shu also returned to the warm safe house. At that moment, Bai Ye and Li Rou stood in the living room with worried expressions. What happened? We just heard gunshots, Li Rou asked, pursing her cherry lips. She had been sleeping soundly when the gunfire suddenly woke her up, and upon coming out, she found Bai Ye also looking shocked and confused. There was an intruder, but it's been dealt with, Yan Shu explained to the two. An intruder? Deng Tu and the others are dead. Who would attack us now? Bai Ye, wearing a cat-themed pajamas, looked very puzzled. After all, the remaining residents had already wiped out more than 20 people. It seemed impossible for anyone to have the courage to attack again. It might be those people from Building 10, Luo Chen said, narrowing his eyes slightly. There had been quite a bit of discussion in the owner group about Building 10 lately, and he had certainly noticed. Moreover, Building 10 was very close to their Building 9. If anyone had the greatest suspicion, it would probably be them. Building 10? Yan Shu was somewhat shocked by his speculation. After all, she had just brought ECC over from Building 10. Butler, have there been any unusual activities from the other residents today? Luo Chen seemed to have thought of something and inquired. Some owners. The butler quickly reviewed the surveillance footage and provided an answer, pulling up the footage from that day. In the footage, Wang Hongming and his group gathered in the corridor on the 3rd floor, and under the farewell of others, Wang Hongming and a young man took a shovel and went out. Seeing this, Luo Chen confirmed his suspicion. As expected, it was that group of owners who lost their families. He snorted coldly. This group had gathered together out of hatred, plotting to contact the people from Building 10 to cause trouble for him, and the bait was probably the food he had posted in the group. Should we take them out? Yan Shu's gaze also turned cold. In the past, she was a police officer who protected the public, always considering things from the perspective of the people. However, things were different now. If anyone threatened Luo Chen's safety, she would definitely use ruthless means to eliminate them completely. No need. They will pay the price sooner or later, Luo Chen said with a cold smile. At the latest, once he confirmed and dealt with the threat from Building 10, they would be going to meet the King of Hell. At that moment, messages began to flood the owner group. What's going on? I think I heard someone scream. And there were gunshots? Did the police come to rescue us? In your dreams, I heard someone screaming while running in the stairwell. The probability of armed thugs coming in is quite high. The homeowners were exchanging messages back and forth. The more they talked, the deeper their worries grew. Could it be that the group of thugs led by Deng had just died, and a new threat had emerged so quickly? At that moment, those homeowners who had gone to look for Building 10 were all trembling in their homes. Others might not know what was going on, but they were well aware. It was definitely the people from Building 10 who had attempted a night raid on Luo Chen's home. only to be met with gunfire and forced to retreat. Luo Chen actually had a gun. Their fear intensified, and they decided to keep the events of the day to themselves, vowing never to mention it again. However, what these people didn't know was that Luo Chen had already seen their actions clearly through the surveillance cameras. It could be said that from this moment on, their lives had entered a countdown. Everyone go rest. There shouldn't be any issues tonight. Luo Chen glanced at the clock. It was already 3:30 in the morning. Baiya was starting to doze off. Oh, hearing his words, Baiya sleepily walked to the side with Li Ro. Currently, she was sharing a room with Li Ro, while Yan Shu had her own room. At this moment, Yan Shu had already taken off her extreme cold weather gear. She hung her clothes on a nearby rack, revealing her slender waist and long, straight legs. Officer Yan, I seem to have forgotten something. Luo Chen walked over and wrapped his arms around her waist, leaning down to whisper in her ear. Forgot what? Yan Shu blushed. Over the past few days, she had been teaching Luo Chen about firearms, so, she hadn't yet contributed her first kill. At this moment, Luo Chen was also feeling intrigued. However, since they had just repelled the small fry from Building 10, and their boss hadn't shown his true self yet, it was possible that they would need Yan Shu to go out and face the enemy again. So Luo Chen decided to let it go for now. Come to my room, Luo Chen said with a smirk. Oh, Yan Shu replied, her cheeks flushed, obediently following him into the room. At this moment, Luo Chen decided not to pursue her further, to avoid affecting their combat effectiveness. Right now, he just wanted to sleep while holding a big pillow. The sun was high in the sky. Oh no! The sun had lost most of its warmth, and there was hardly any sunlight to be seen. The sky outside remained gray, with only the never-ending snowflakes falling down. In room 1001 of Building 10, Zhou Wentao sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression. The two car models he usually adored now neglected to the side. 8 hours. Since Zhou Yunkuan and his group went to Building 9 last night, a full 8 hours had passed without a word from them. According to the plan, they should have returned to Building 10 by 5 this morning. At this moment, the other confidants sitting on the side sofa also wore grim expressions. Zhou Yunkuan had been out of contact for so long. The situation was likely very grim. Thinking positively, one might say they had been captured. Thinking negatively, it could mean that all 6 of them had already met their end. Boss, about Yunkuan and the others. Yu Feiyang hesitated to speak. Like Zhou Yunkuan, he was also one of Zhuo Wentao's confidants. He had originally intended to lead the way yesterday, but Zhou Yunkuan had beaten him to it. Looking at it this way, the other party had indeed shielded him from disaster. Don't think about it, they're definitely gone, Zhuo Wentao said coldly. He directly stated the outcome that everyone knew but dared not voice. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. They never expected that a plan that seemed so foolproof could go so wrong. In the dead of night, one would think the other party was sleeping soundly. Zhou Yunkuan and the others also had old Yu responsible for picking locks, and their numbers were still 6 times that of the opponent. Even if they were accidentally discovered, it wouldn't lead to a complete rout, right? It didn't matter if they couldn't win, but could it really be that not a single person could escape? Thinking of this, a shadow inevitably fell over everyone's hearts. They seemed to know very little about the opponent's situation, only aware that the doors and walls of the other party were very sturdy. There were also homemade Molotov cocktails, and beyond that, they knew nothing. Some were happy, while others were worried. The 2 women specifically assigned to Olju by Zhou Wentao couldn't help but exchange glances, their eyes revealing a spark of surprise. Good riddance. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people around and Zhou Wentao was present, they might have cheered out loud. With so many trusted aides present, they were serving an old man in his 70s or 80s, and every day was a torment. Clearly feeling nothing, they still had to pretend to look very pleased. Thankfully, they were now liberated. You go find out about the news from Building 9 last night, and report back to me later. Zhuo Wentao pulled a model over, his hands roaming. The model immediately showed a pained expression. Yes, boss, Yu Feiyang responded and quickly opened the door to leave. With so many people in Building 10, it was inevitable that a few residents knew people from Building 9, so Yu Feiyang took some time and easily learned about the situation in Building 9 last night. He hurriedly pushed the door open. Boss, it's bad. Boss, Yu Feiyang gasped as he rushed into the living room. In the midst of everyone's confused gazes, he said with some trepidation, according to the news I just found out, The residents of Building 9 said they heard gunshots late at night, and there were also sounds of people screaming and fleeing. One sharp-eared resident said that the gunshots definitely came from a handgun. Gunshots? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wentao and several trusted aides were all shocked. Zhou Yunkuan definitely wouldn't have a gun. So, who fired the shots? Luo Chen. Zhou Wentao gritted his teeth. He had calculated everything, but he never expected the opponent to actually have a gun. At this rate, it was only normal for Zhou Yunkuan and his group to fall into the opponent's hands. If he had led the team last night, he might have already been shot dead. Zhou Wentao's grip was too strong, and the model almost fainted from the pain, but she still gritted her teeth and didn't dare to cry out. If she dared to scream at this moment, then tonight dozens of people would definitely visit her room. Yu Feiyang, are you sure the news is true? It can't be that the residents of Building 9 are just making things up, right? Shugu is so powerful, and he doesn't even have a gun. Where would an ordinary person like Luo Chen get such a thing? I don't believe it. This must be a conspiracy from Building 9. The other aides sitting on the sofa couldn't help but express their doubts. This news was simply too suspicious. They suspected that Luo Chen had colluded with the residents of Building 9 to send them false information. Why would I lie to you? It's not just one or two people in Building 9 who heard it, almost the entire building is talking about it. If you don't believe me, I have screenshots of the group messages. Seeing their disbelief, Yu Feiyang was also anxious. This was information he had personally investigated. If it were false, wouldn't that mean his ability to get things done was lacking? After confirming the news was true, the people in the room fell silent. Luo Chen not only lived in a house as solid as a turtle shell, but he also had Molotov cocktails and handguns. Could this be called a fat sheep? Clearly not. The opponent's status had shifted from a lamb to be slaughtered to a man-eating beast. Faced with firearms, the vast majority of people felt a chill in their hearts. Robbing an unarmed resident would definitely be without psychological pressure, and they might even find it quite exhilarating. But what if the other party has a deadly weapon? Brother Zhua, why don't we just forget about this Luo Chen? One of his trusted subordinates swallowed hard and said cautiously. His suggestion echoed the thoughts of most people. The supplies they had previously robbed were already enough for them to squander for a while. Now, risking a peanut snack to go deliver ahead to Building 9 seemed very unwise. They already had a life with enough supplies and women, and everyone was quite satisfied. In response, Zhou Wentao's expression was very grim. Are you all afraid? He coldly surveyed the room. Under Zhou Wentao's icy gaze, everyone lowered their heads in guilt. You are all my most trusted subordinates. When we raided those residents before, you all put in a lot of effort. Zhou Wentao said coldly. Now that we are enjoying good days, how come each of you is suddenly so afraid of death? We have more than 40 people, how can we be scared by just one Luo Chen? He shook his head in disappointment. If this gets out, where will you leave my face as the leader? How will we command respect in the future? Upon hearing this, the subordinates also lowered their heads in shame. Indeed, they clearly had more than 40 people and had conquered countless buildings, yet they were now completely demoralized by just one Luo Chen. It was truly embarrassing. After all, they hadn't even seen the real Luo Chen yet. Brother Zhua, what should we do? Just give the order, and everyone will charge in, Yu Feiyang said through gritted teeth, feeling ashamed. If Zhou Yunkuan were here, he would definitely boast about being the first to charge in. He couldn't fall behind. The other subordinates were also ignited with fighting spirit, their eyes shining as they looked at their leader. If it came to it, they would use a human wave tactic. They would overwhelm the opponent with sheer numbers. Don't worry, that Luo Chen probably doesn't have many bullets left. He might have already run out, Zhou Wentao said with a cold smile. An ordinary person wouldn't normally hide a gun at home. This isn't the beautiful country. That handgun was probably something the other party stumbled upon by chance, lucky enough to find it on the corpse of a police officer who froze to death in the snow. In any case, there would be at most one magazine of bullets. Zhou Wentao speculated that last night, old Zhu must have pried open the door, and the other party, caught off guard, pulled out the gun and directly killed Zhou Yunkuan and the other 6. That Luo Chen could fire a few more shots at most, and then that gun would become a useless piece of scrap. After all, gun control in the country is extremely strict. After hearing Zhou Wentao's analysis, the other subordinates' eyes immediately lit up. Brother Zhua, after hearing your words, I suddenly feel confident again. At worst, we can send a few people in to exhaust his bullets. Exactly. Once he runs out of bullets, We can settle the score properly. I don't believe that his shabby house is completely impenetrable, everyone said fiercely. The other party had killed their 6 brothers, they had to make Luo Chen pay a heavy price, and they needed to break into the house and take away all his supplies and goddess. At this moment, everyone was full of confidence. The gathered younger brothers were all incredibly excited, determined to break into Luo Chen's home today to avenge their 6 fallen comrades. So what if he has a gun? With so many of us, how many shots can you fire? What they didn't know was that Luo Chen had over 400 bullets in his space, enough for each of them to die 10 times over. Let's go! For the seafood feast and to play with the goddess, Zhuo Wentao shouted, raising his hand. The room and corridor were filled with subordinates holding machetes and baseball bats, all wearing excited expressions as they shouted, for the feast, for the goddess, I will lead the charge. Come on, brothers! Thus, Zhuo Wentao personally took the lead, setting off with more than 40 people in a fierce manner. Their goal was clear, a strong assault. In the master bedroom, Luo Chen opened his eyes, slowly waking up from the 3-meter-wide bed. He had slept very soundly that night, perhaps due to the large pillows. Master, Baya is here to help you get dressed. At that moment, Baya pushed the door open and entered. This task was part of the maid's duties, although sometimes it could take a bit longer. Boss, I think there might be a trick at Building 9, we need to be careful, one of the trusted subordinates said, holding a machete. Next to him was Zhuo Wentao, who was carrying a baseball bat. The group of younger brothers, of course, were at the front as soldiers, with a few of them already darting out of the underground parking lot and onto the ground. Don't worry, I've investigated thoroughly, Building 9 is just a pile of loose sand. Yu Feiyang patted his chest and assured them. Under the temptation and threats of food, the few residents of Building 9 he contacted today had revealed everything truthfully. Building 9 was not like their Building 10, where a large group of people, under Zhuo Wentao's leadership, could work together as one. Faced with more than 40 organized individuals armed with weapons, they had no power to fight back. So, they could confidently deal with Luo Chen. Then it's settled, Zhuo Wentao sneered. They decided to go up to the 23rd floor first to roughly observe Luo Chen's house. After all, there were so many people, he couldn't believe he wouldn't be able to do anything to the other side. Ah, who are you? 2 homeowners carrying buckets and going downstairs to shovel snow were stunned. At that moment, the corridor was completely blocked by a group of fierce-looking individuals. The 2 exchanged terrified glances. Could they be the people from Building 10 that were rumored about? Damn it, don't block our way. The leading subordinates, seeing that the 2 dared to block their path, shouted angrily. Slap! They gave the 2 a couple of hard slaps, leaving them dazed. If it weren't for the more important matters at hand, they would have definitely thrown these 2 off the several floors. Soon, Zhuo Wentao, surrounded by his subordinates, reached the 23rd floor. Knowing Luo Chen's strength, they didn't dare to get too close. After all, the other side had long-range attack capabilities. What are those walls? Zhuo Wentao squinted. His trusted subordinates followed his gaze and saw that beneath the broken wall surface, dark and solid alloy plates were exposed. They even faintly reflected a hint of ghostly light. On the surface of the adjacent wall, there were also numerous marks from sharp tools and hammers. It was clear that many people had previously hammered this wall with iron hammers. But aside from knocking off a layer of fragile wall surface, there was no impact on the internal structure at all. Boss, it seems the intel was correct. The walls and doors of Luo Chen's house are probably very sturdy. Yu Feiyang couldn't help but swallow hard. Just from the large marks left behind, he could perfectly deduce that even if he brought more than 40 people to desperately destroy this iron wall and door, it would ultimately be in vain. Perhaps, they would even be taken out by Luo Chen using Molotov cocktails. What should we do, boss? Are we really helpless against him? The other trusted subordinates also felt a bit disheartened at this point. Seeing this steel defense line with his own eyes, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged in everyone's hearts. Since his outer walls and main gate are so solid, let's change our place of attack, Zhuo Wentao said coldly. He couldn't believe that the area directly below them was also filled with alloy steel plates like the front gate's walls. As long as they could dig a big hole in the floor, wouldn't the other side be left waiting to die at home? Those residents who had attacked before must have been fools. They actually overlooked such a fatal weakness. As expected of the boss, truly clever. Yu Feiyang and several other trusted subordinates quickly flattered him. Then, a group of them went directly to the area right below Luo Chen's house. outside room 2201 on the 22nd floor. They politely knocked the door open with a hammer. To their surprise, it turned out to be an empty room. Although the furniture was complete, it was covered in a layer of dust, indicating that the owner hadn't been home for a long time. Just right, Zhuo Wentao snorted coldly and ordered, "Get to work, smash open the floor of his house." A group of subordinates wielding hammers began to smash the ceiling with fierce expressions. Bang! However, their expressions quickly turned to despair, because beneath the thin ceiling, there was still a layer of dark, indestructible alloy plate. Seeing this scene, the dozens of subordinates present were instantly petrified in place, especially those who were smashing the ceiling with hammers. Their faces looked incredibly grim. It was as if they had eaten something foul. Damn it! Is it really that outrageous? This house is not only filled with alloy steel plates on all sides, but even the top and bottom are made of this damned stuff? This Luo Chen is simply a madman. What normal person would remodel their home like this? The subordinates instantly broke down. They had originally thought this was a brilliant plan, that they could break through the floor and successfully invade the other party's home, then steal all the supplies and have their way with Baiya, that nationwide superstar. But Luo Chen had already considered this point, leaving them no loopholes to exploit. They had worked hard for half a day, only to end up looking like a bunch of clowns. Damn it! No wonder Luo Chen has the confidence to flaunt his gourmet food in their owner group. His house is basically a fortress. Exactly. With just hammers, it's impossible to break through, unless we use a power drill or a cutting machine. I've observed. This is not ordinary steel, even a power drill would be dumbfounded. A group of subordinates couldn't help but grit their teeth and curse. They dropped their hammers and began to vent their frustrations by smashing the furniture inside the room. Some even started to resent Wang Hongming, who had been killed by their boss and had leaked information to them. Wang Hongming deserved to die. Although Luo Chen's house not only had a seafood feast but also featured a superstar they dreamed of meeting, this solid wall was like a chasm, blocking them outside. They simply couldn't get in. What should we do, Brother Zhua? Yu Feiyang asked anxiously. He and several other trusted subordinates had discussed for a long time but couldn't come up with any feasible plan. It was impossible to let them back off now. After all, they had lost so many men, and both Lao Yu and Zhou Yunkuan, one was a trusted aide, and the other was a capable assistant skilled in lockpicking, had all been wiped out by Luo Chen. Today, they had mobilized almost all their combat power. If they returned in disgrace, their credibility among the management would plummet. This was something they absolutely could not tolerate. Luo Chen! Zhuo Wentao gritted his teeth in hatred. However, he soon sneered. Do you think that by turning your home into a tin can, I won't be able to do anything about you? I, Zhuo Wentao, am not like those brainless residents. Amidst the puzzled expressions of a few trusted subordinates, Zhuo Wentao beckoned them closer and said, "This alloy steel plate is indeed strong, but don't forget, it has a very significant hidden danger." Hidden danger? With such a sturdy alloy steel plate, what could the danger be? A few of his trusted subordinates, including Yu Feiyang, were left in confusion after hearing their boss's words. They exchanged glances and smiled wryly. "Boss, just tell us directly. Our brains aren't that sharp, we can't guess your thoughts." In response, Zhuo Wentao sneered. Its hidden danger is its strong thermal conductivity. As long as a sufficiently large fire is started below, then the Luo family will become a closed oven. If the fire is big enough, we can roast them alive. After hearing this explanation, Yu Feiyang and the other subordinates couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Damn! No wonder he's the boss. This alloy plate is indeed tough, and brute force alone can't break it. But as long as they change their approach and use fire as an attack method, they can easily conquer this seemingly impregnable safe house. Who knows? By then, Luo Chen might even open the door himself because he can't stand the heat. Ha 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 ha. No wonder he's the boss, he's so clever. Shuge, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Now, Luo Chen's good days are finally over. The other subordinates guarding the corridor couldn't help but burst into laughter after hearing this brilliant idea. In their view, this time it was definitely a sure thing. It no longer mattered whether the opponent came out. If they did, they would send someone to ambush and kill them. And if they didn't, they would turn them into roasted meat. Luo Chen, let's see how you deal with this now. Thus, with their confidence boosted, the subordinates surrounded Zhuo Wentao and headed to the 23rd floor. They not only wanted to kill but also to crush the spirit. First, they would tell him how they planned to kill him. then watch him die in endless pain and fear. This was also their favorite thing to do. Luo Chen, you must know, we come from Building 10, the reapers of your life. Yu Feiyang shouted loudly from a distance in the corridor. Behind him stood Zhuo Wentao, with a calm expression, and his excited subordinates. They could hardly contain their imaginations of how Luo Chen would beg for mercy. At that moment, Luo Chen was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking playfully at the surveillance screen. Bai Ye and Li Rou sat beside him, while Yan Shu, dressed in polar cold-resistant clothing, stood silently behind him. As soon as this group entered the apartment building, the butler had sent a warning, so Luo Chen was immediately aware of their arrival. Undeniably, there were many people from Building 10 this time. Even if the previous residents and Deng Tu's subordinates were combined, they wouldn't match their numbers. However, Luo Chen remained unfazed, and there was not a trace of worry on his face. In fact, he even had the mood to tease Bai Ye, gently twirling a strand of her golden hair. "Oh, the reapers of my life?" Luo Chen said lightly through a small Bluetooth speaker placed outside the door. Hearing the voice, Yu Feiyang was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly realized that the other party must be using some kind of speaker. "Why do I feel like you guys are more like a bunch of dead men?" He suddenly laughed. In his tone, it seemed he didn't take the more than 40 people filling the corridor seriously at all. Looking for death. Upon hearing this, Yu Feiyang instantly became furious. He had never seen someone so close to death still so defiant. Just as he was about to curse loudly, Zhuo Wentao behind him stopped him and spoke slowly. "You're Luo Chen, right? I am their boss, Zhuo Wentao." Zhuo Wentao appeared calm and composed, as if everything was under his control, which made the subordinates present admire him even more. "Look at that. This is the aura of someone who commands over 40 people. So composed, so domineering. I'm giving you two choices now." Zhuo Wentao raised two fingers, regardless of whether Luo Chen could see him. "Choose your MLGB." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chen unleashed a torrent of curses. "I'll give you a choice too. Get lost." The corridor fell silent instantly. Then, Zhuo Wentao's expression darkened, becoming terrifyingly grim. He didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. In front of over 40 subordinates, he was publicly insulted, losing a lot of face. "Damn it, you're dead meat," Zhuo Wentao said viciously. He turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Go search, break down those residents' doors and bring me everything that can be burned." Thus, a large group of over 40 people split into 4 teams, smashing open the residents' security doors with hammers, then rushing in to plunder supplies. Now, those residents hiding at home were in trouble. They never expected such a group of fierce thugs would suddenly show up to rob their homes. "Please, take whatever you want. Just don't hurt us," a young man pleaded desperately, faced with a dozen armed thugs bursting into his home. How could he have the courage to resist? Angering them would mean losing his life. His wife and child were trembling together, watching as those people carried out all the wooden furniture from their home. "Oh, this little lady is quite pretty." One of the trusted subordinates seemed to have discovered something, a malicious expression appearing on his face. At this moment, the law and order had completely collapsed. Faced with a woman who looked decent, and with their boss not around, this trusted subordinate finally couldn't hold back. "Ah, no, please." The woman was pinned down, screaming in terror. Please don't hurt my wife." The woman's husband tried to intervene, but was kicked to the ground by others. "Motzi, stop thinking about that. The main business is urgent," Yu Feiyang reminded upon seeing this scene. Delaying the main business would anger Boss Shua. "What's the matter? It won't take long. Just give me a minute." The man named Motzi waved his hand impatiently. Then he started exercising in front of everyone. Meanwhile, the woman's husband lay on the ground, looking lifelessly at the two. 1 minute later, Motzi left with a satisfied expression. Seeing this, the other subordinates who were moving furniture couldn't hold back either, eagerly saying, "Is Motzi done? I want to go too." "Damn, I want to too. Let me go first. You keep moving, and when I'm done, it's your turn." "Okay, then hurry up." "What? You're already done?" In the room, it was suddenly indescribable. In the end, the woman's pupils lost their luster. At this moment, it wasn't just the room Yu Feiyang was responsible for that was playing out this tragedy. In the other 3 teams, those subordinates who broke into residents' homes were also crazily looting everything as if they were invaders in a village. Wooden furniture, food, daily necessities, even women. The chaos that had unfolded in other buildings days ago was now replaying in Building 9. Faced with this group of thugs, ordinary residents have no ability to resist at all and can only silently accept their tragic fate. After a while, a large amount of wooden furniture was moved into room 2201, and one of the subordinates even managed to scavenge a large bottle of gasoline. Every room was piled high with wooden furniture, and with the ignition of the gasoline, this place could instantly turn into a sea of fire. The intense heat generated could even reach 1000 degrees Celsius. Ha ha ha, Luo Chen, you're done for. Get ready to be roasted. What a pity for the goddess. The lackeys retreated to the corridor, laughing wildly. Someone was already holding an igniter, preparing to set it ablaze. In the living room, Luo Chen, who was watching the whole thing through the surveillance, remained as calm as ever. Master, do we really not need to do anything? Baya asked with some concern. She saw those people in Building 10 smashing open the doors of other residents, moving away a lot of wooden furniture, and piling it all into the room on the 22nd floor. Without even thinking, the girls knew what the other side intended to do. Fire. At this moment, not only Baya and Li Ro, but also Yan Shu behind him could no longer hold back. How about giving me a gun? I'll go kill them, Yan Shu said coldly. She was quite confident in the sturdiness of the alloy panels surrounding the safe house. However, if it were to be roasted in the fierce flames, its excellent thermal conductivity would be quite deadly, unless the floor-to-ceiling windows were opened, allowing the frigid air from outside at -70 degrees to rush into the room. But then, wouldn't the safe house be a place of ice and fire? Seeing them a bit anxious, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile and explain, "Don't worry, they won't stir up any waves. The alloy material of the safe house is not the kind of steel plate commonly found on the market, but a new type of military-grade alloy. This material is used in aircraft carriers and aerospace, capable of isolating the high temperatures generated when breaking through the atmosphere. A mere small flame has no effect at all." Such a deadly weakness had been considered by Luo Chen long before the safe house was built. Not to mention fire attacks, even if water were poured in, the perfect sealing of the safe house would ensure that not a single drop could get in. Upon hearing this, the girls finally let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire Luo Chen's foresight. In the corridor downstairs, "Light it up," Zhuo Wentao commanded, and the igniter was thrown into the room. The raging fire began to burn. In no time, room 2201 turned into a sea of flames. The intense heat even surged through the door into the corridor. So warm, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, they felt a bit of heartache. So much firewood, if taken back to burn, could probably last a long time. However, for the sake of taking down Luo Chen, everything was worth it. In the heavy snow outside at -70 degrees, the fierce fire inside the room was well controlled and wouldn't ignite other places. Ha ha ha, Luo Chen must be feeling very uncomfortable at home now. I estimate it's already over 100 degrees Celsius, and in a while, he'll definitely be roasted. Let's wait at the entrance of the 23rd floor, he'll definitely open the door soon. The group of lackeys couldn't help but laugh wildly. Above such a fierce sea of fire, they believed Luo Chen would surely be roasted. However, when they arrived at the 23rd floor to wait, at least 20 minutes passed, and the safe house showed no signs of movement. What's going on? Could it be that he's already dead? Yu Feiyang said with a puzzled expression. Just then, Luo Chen's lazy voice came from the Bluetooth speaker. "Are you guys okay? I don't feel anything at all. How about adding some more firewood?" Hearing Luo Chen's teasing voice, Zhuo Wentao and his group of subordinates were instantly shocked. After being roasted by flames over 100 degrees Celsius for at least 20 minutes, how could they be completely unharmed? What the hell? Is this even human? Could it be a monkey that jumped out from between the rocks? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Feiyang's eyes nearly bulged out. He gritted his teeth and roared. This is definitely Luo Chen's scheme. They must have opened the windows by now. Maybe the person has already run to the balcony. Trust me, they definitely can't hold on for much longer. Hearing him say this, the other trusted subordinates felt reassured. Right, how could anyone survive such high temperatures and remain unscathed? The other side must be holding on. Perhaps their whole body is severely burned. Even if they opened the windows, they surely couldn't last long. In response, Luo Chen laughed heartily. In my eyes, you are all a bunch of dead men. So, I'm not afraid to tell you. He smirked, His words clearly transmitted through the Bluetooth speaker into the corridor, reaching everyone's ears. Seeing the confident demeanor of the other side, the subordinates were momentarily stunned. Could it be that the flames downstairs really had no effect on Luo Chen at all? This layer of alloy plate is so advanced that even satellites entering outer space use this military-grade material. The temperature of satellites returning to the atmosphere can reach several thousand degrees Celsius. I suppose I don't need to elaborate? Luo Chen sneered. This statement instantly turned the faces of the more than 40 people in the corridor pale. They never expected that the alloy plate in Luo Chen's house had such a significant background. Even new satellites used this material for their outer layers. A titanium alloy plate that can withstand temperatures of several thousand degrees Celsius would be a joke against flames in a room that, under extreme cold, probably only reached a few hundred degrees Celsius. It was like trying to ignite a steel ball with a match. Utterly ridiculous. Let alone burning it. Even if a bunch of scalding lava were poured over the entire safe house, it would remain intact. Damn it, Luo Chen, don't push it too far. Yu Feiyang cursed angrily. He picked up the baseball bat in his hand, intending to smash the door of Luo Chen's house. However, halfway there, he stopped, afraid to continue running forward. He feared Luo Chen would open the door and shoot him. No one laughed at Yu Feiyang's retreat, because everyone present had almost lost all their fighting spirit. They stood there dejectedly, unable to do anything but harbor a deep anger in their hearts. Luo Chen not only killed their 6 brothers but also humiliated all of them severely. At this moment, everyone felt a profound sense of helplessness. This layer of alloy plate was simply too strong. It was fireproof, cold-resistant, and waterproof. It seemed that only Superman could break through this terrifying defense line. Pfft, Baiya, holding onto one of Luo Chen's arms, looked at the pig liver-like faces of Yu Feiyang and his group on the monitor and couldn't help but smile brightly. She didn't expect Luo Chen to have anticipated all the unexpected events. This safe house, built at a total cost of over 300 million, was probably the strongest refuge in the world. They might be about to give up. Yan Shu observed the surveillance footage and reminded, but I suggest we eliminate them completely. Letting the tiger return to the mountain is a major taboo. Unlike the energetic Baiya, Yan Shu considered more things in her mind. They can't escape. Luo Chen picked up the phone on the coffee table and opened the group chat. At this moment, the group was discussing the situation regarding Zhuo Wentao and his group trying to occupy the 22nd floor. What's the situation now? Have those people from Building 10 attacked Luo Chen's house? The fire has been burning for almost half an hour. To be honest, I really want to go up and kill them. They made a big hole in my front door and took all my food. These beasts, not only did they steal my food, but they also violated my wife. With more than a dozen of them taking turns. My house is the same, not just my wife. My mother didn't escape their clutches either. All the food has been taken. Even the firewood is gone. They want us to die. Damn it, I'm going up to fight them. The homeowners cursed angrily at the people from Building 10. The higher the floor, the greater the persecution suffered. Some not only had their wives violated, but their security doors were also broken, letting the cold wind blow in. There was not a single crumb of food left at home. They were practically driven to the brink of despair. At this rate, they could only wait to die. Why not use these guys to be cannon fodder and have them deal with the people from Building 10 for me? Luo Chen crossed his legs and stroked his chin. After all, in the last life, these neighbors had also committed inhumane acts against him. Moreover, if Yan Shu went out to deal with them, it would probably consume quite a few bullets, at least 50. Adding in the previous losses, the ammunition stock would drop below 400 rounds. Too wasteful. After thinking it over, Luo Chen directly sent a message in the group. At everyone, do you want to kill those beasts from Building 10? Upon hearing this, the homeowner's emotions became agitated. Luo Chen, you're actually okay? Of course I want to. I can't wait to skin them alive and let them die in extreme pain. My wife and mother have both been violated. They don't want to live anymore. And neither do I. Damn. Anyway, without food, it's a dead end. Who wants to go up with me to fight them? Let's take a couple of them down before we die. The robbed homeowners were extremely angry. They wished they could kill the people from Building 10 right now, and some even started gathering people in the group. Meanwhile, the residents on the lower floors, seeing the higher floors being ransacked, began to worry about their own safety. Very good. Luo Chen was very satisfied with the neighbors' reactions. This way, it would be easier for him to use them as cannon fodder. Just right. I also have the idea of killing them. From now on, I will put a bounty on the people from Building 10. Anyone who can kill one of them will be rewarded with a box of instant noodles. If you can kill Zhuo Wentao, there will be an extra reward of 10 cans of meat. No limit on the number. Upon hearing this, the messages in the group suddenly cooled down. Everyone was staring at their phone screens, their eyes wide open. Kill one person, reward a box of instant noodles, kill their boss, and get 10 cans of meat? Wow, this reward is too generous. It's so tempting. At this moment, several floors of residents had their food completely looted by the people from Building 10, and there wasn't a single crumb of food left in their homes. Without food, they wouldn't survive for many days. They might as well take a gamble. As long as they killed one person and received a box of instant noodles, they could at least live for another half-month. After all, that was a whole box of instant noodles. Not to mention, many of their wives and family members had been violated, and their hearts were already filled with immense hatred for the people from Building 10. Good. Luo Chen, I hope you keep your word. I accept this bounty. The one speaking was Zhou Junkai from 2103 on the 21st floor. His wife had been violated by that group of people, and it happened right in front of their son. Now, the other party was mentally broken. Zhou Junkai didn't expect to survive. He only hoped to kill a few more people so that his family could live on with the supplies he earned with his life. Once someone took the lead, others immediately found their courage. Me too. I'm in. Count me in too. All the food at my home was taken by those bastards. Staying at home is just waiting to die. The higher-ups have stepped forward. We lowly ones can't just be turtles hiding in our shells. Once those beasts finish robbing upstairs, they'll definitely come down to rob us next. You're right. I'm going to join them. The residents in the group expressed their outrage. Under the leadership of Zhou Junkai, the residents all stood up one by one. This was a battle against the outsiders. Under the fallen nest, can there be a complete egg? The beasts of Building 10 must all be driven out. Seeing this, many fearful residents couldn't help but feel their blood boil and prepared to go out. Even if they were just taking advantage of the chaos, following the main group and then finding a chance to kill someone, at least they wouldn't have to worry about food for half a month. Thus, the owners of the entire apartment building sprang into action. Those with axes and crowbars held them in hand, heading upstairs with their neighbors. Those without weapons rushed into the kitchen and grabbed sharp kitchen knives. Many men held the cleavers and hammers they had looted from the enemy's home after Deng Tu and the others had died. What should we do, Brother Zhua? Should we still attack? Yu Feiyang asked in a low voice. Standing among the crowd, Zhuo Wentao's face was grim as he looked at the seemingly impenetrable steel defense line before him. He gritted his teeth in anger for a while, but still unwillingly said, "Let's go." Continuing was futile. They might even lose more people. Knowing when to cut losses was a skill that a leader must master. After all, their base was in Building 10. There were piles of supplies they had looted over this period. Even if they didn't have the seafood feast from the Luo family, they would just be eating a bit worse. Want to leave? At that moment, a mocking voice came from the loudspeaker. Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Luo Chen said leisurely. The more than 40 people who were about to retreat were momentarily stunned. This sounded a bit familiar, didn't it? Moreover, what's wrong with so many of us wanting to leave? Can you really come out and stop us? Ridiculous. Where's that bastard Ma Zi? Today I'm going to chop off his head to avenge my wife. Zhou Junkai shouted angrily, holding a kitchen knife at the stairway of the 23rd floor. Seeing this, Ma Zi, standing at the front of the crowd, was instantly amused. Oh, isn't this the waste who just had his wife taken by me? What? Do you want to come over and seek death? Ma Zi said mockingly. They had more than 40 people, while the other side only had one person, and he was holding a broken kitchen knife. One encounter and he would be chopped to bits. Your wife is too loose. There's no fun in playing with her. Since you want to die, I'll help you with that. Ma Zi laughed heartily, clutching his stomach, and walked towards the other side with his cleaver. One-on-one. He felt he didn't even need anyone else to help him. However, as he reached the stairway, Ma Zi was stunned, because he saw those residents, also armed with sharp weapons, climbing up from downstairs. Some held cleavers, some held hammers, their faces filled with deep hatred. A sea of people even blocked the stairs of the lower floors. Damn! Ma Zi was so scared that he sat down on the ground, scrambling back, just as others were puzzled. The owners of Building 9 also climbed up, blocking the escape route. They've gone mad. This group of people has gone mad. Ma Zi swallowed hard. Among these residents, he saw several people he had previously robbed and had worn hats, but Ma Zi couldn't understand why these people had the courage to unite and attack them. At this moment, the number of residents was probably around 60 or 70, more than 20 more than their own group. Seeing that their escape route was blocked and the enemy had the advantage in numbers, the people from Building 10 finally panicked. Luo Chen, these people are brought by you, right? Zhuo Wentao tightened his grip on the machete, gritting his teeth, looking at the aggressive homeowners in front of him, combined with what Luo Chen had just said. If he still didn't understand, he wouldn't deserve to be the leader. So what if they are? Luo Chen scoffed. Aren't you guys the ones with the numbers? Why are you just standing there? Go! Faced with the sarcasm, Zhuo Wentao lost his earlier arrogance and said in a deep voice, Luo Chen, this time we admit defeat, but fighting to the death won't do us any good. How about this? As long as you let us go, when I get back, I can give you 2/3 of all my supplies. Upon hearing this, the corridor fell into a brief silence, just as a hint of smugness appeared on Zhuo Wentao's face. Thinking that the other side would surely be tempted, Luo Chen's mocking voice came, why go through all that trouble? Once you're all dead, won't the supplies all belong to me? At these words, Zhuo Wentao's expression darkened. If this chaotic battle broke out, his subordinates would surely suffer heavy casualties, and they might even be completely wiped out. However, he cared about the lives of his men, while Luo Chen did not. Even if all the people from buildings 9 and 10 died, it wouldn't affect him at all. Go, kill one person, and I'll reward him with a box of instant noodles. Zhuo Wentao will additionally reward 10 cans of meat. Luo Chen's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. The people from Building 10 couldn't help but change their expressions. They never expected that their heads would be put up for a bounty by Luo Chen, worth a whole box of instant noodles. It should be noted that there were less than 30 boxes of instant noodles in the warehouse of Building 10. Charge! Kill these damned invaders! Food! I want to get the most food! The homeowners from Building 9, after hearing this, were greatly encouraged. They raised their kitchen knives and hammers, shouting as they charged forward. Damn! Let's fight them to the end! Zhuo Wentao shouted fiercely. When we get back, everyone will share the food in the warehouse equally. At this moment, they had no way out. Kill! Finish them off! Thus, both sides roared and clashed together. Kitchen knives, machetes, even baseball bats and hammers, all struck fiercely against each other. It was brutal. It was cruel. This battle did not last long, because halfway through, the morale of Building 10 collapsed. In the end, they were completely defeated. More than 30 people died, 7 surrendered, and 5 jumped from the building. As for the residents, they didn't fare much better. Out of 60 or 70 people, only 40 survived, and many were injured to varying degrees. Wonderful! Luo Chen sat on the sofa, clapping his hands and laughing. This battle was simply beneficial to him without any harm. Not only did the neighbors suffer heavy casualties, but the supplies he promised to the residents would ultimately be paid for with the supplies from the warehouse of those in Building 10. It couldn't be more satisfying. After the victory, everyone dropped their weapons and hugged each other, crying tears of joy. Those who surrendered were all killed by the furious residents, leaving no chance for them to survive. After all, they had lost quite a few people too. Many familiar neighbors and friends had died in the recent battle, and those who survived felt a strong sense of luck for having survived the ordeal. Ha ha ha, wife, I avenged you. Qiu Jun had knelt on the ground, unable to tell whether he was happy or in pain. 2 lines of hot tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes, instantly freezing into drops of ice in the frigid temperature of dozens of degrees below zero. In the recent battle, Qiu Junkai's performance was quite remarkable. With a reckless surge of energy, he took down several opponents and personally eliminated the scarred man who had defiled his wife. Before dying, he even stomped on the man's lower half. It could be said that the scarred man died in extreme agony. Ha ha ha, I killed 2 people, and now I can get 2 boxes of instant noodles. I won't starve to death now. I just killed 3 people. I can claim 3 boxes of instant noodles. I only killed 1 person, but I wasn't injured. So lucky. The residents couldn't help but cheer. Some were excited and happy to have avenged their grievances, while others cheered for the food they could claim. No longer fearing starvation in the extreme cold and blizzards, the hidden dangers of Building 10 had been resolved. Luo Chen was also in a good mood and decided to give these residents a little reward. directly moving 2 boxes of instant noodles to the entrance for them to share. This was an extra reward for them, but everyone had to clean up the corpses in the corridor. The one who came to move the instant noodles was Chiu Jun-kai. Luo Chen had a good impression of this guy. He had seen the contributions he made earlier and thought he might be useful again in the future. So, he assigned the task of distributing the instant noodles to him. Everyone would get 1 bag, and there would still be some left over, which they could handle as they wished. Thank you, Brother Luo. Chiu Jun-kai, of course, knew the benefits involved and excitedly bent down to thank him in front of the safe house. He could successfully take revenge. In fact, the main reason was the huge bounty Luo Chen had posted in the group. Under the temptation of abundant food, the other residents decided to go out together and fight against the people from Building 10. Otherwise, Chiu Jun-kai felt he would never have been able to rally 60 or 70 people. So, Luo Chen could be considered half his benefactor. It's a small matter. Luo Chen leaned against the door, arms crossed, and said lightly. The instant noodles in his space had already piled up into a mountain. Enough for Baiye and Li Ro to eat for several lifetimes. The few boxes he took out were completely inconsequential. It was like bringing a handful of sand out of the desert. Brother Luo, can I ask you for a favor? Chiu Jun-kai seemed to think of something and, gritting his teeth, directly knelt in front of the safe door. Clearly, he understood Luo Chen's character and knew he wouldn't give out charity for no reason. As long as you help me, my life will belong to you from now on, Chiu Jun-kai said with a pained expression. At this moment, only Luo Chen could help him. Oh, what is it? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Now that all the scum from Building 10 were dead, they could share the boxes of instant noodles together, and there was no need to worry about food. What else could the other party want? I hope you can give me some medicine, Chiu Jun-kai said, lowering his head. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen was a bit confused. What do you need that for? Usually, isn't a condom better? Because my wife was assaulted by that group of scum. I'm afraid she might be pregnant. So please, I beg you for some medicine, Chiu Jun-kai said with grief and anger. Due to the immense frustration and rage in his heart, he nearly dug his nails into his flesh. He had just asked others, but whether the homeowners didn't have any at home or simply didn't want to give him any, they all shook their heads regretfully, saying they didn't have any. After all, medicine was incredibly precious in the current environment. If he didn't take medicine, with so many people around, the probability of infection was practically 1000%. Oh, I see. Luo Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. To be honest, it was indeed quite tragic. Hearing this, Li Ro, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but blush. A few days ago, she had been playing wildly with Luo Chen, so she ended up eating a bit too. Her mind inevitably began to wander. Will it be a boy or a girl? What name should we give? Li Ro covered her flushed face, unable to stop her wild thoughts. Remember your promise. Luo Chen took out a box of medicine from his space and said lightly. A box of inconsequential medicine could exchange for the life of a loyal henchman. This deal was certainly not a loss. Of course, he didn't care whether the other party was 100% loyal. Before the apocalypse, he had bought a large quantity of medicine from the deputy director of the Central Hospital in Qingshui City. There were indeed many types of this medicine. Moreover, among the supplies scavenged from Walmart and the docks, the proportion of medicines obtained was also considerable. However, the medicines given out would inevitably have some side effects. He wouldn't hand over those perfect, harmless new medicines. The best things, of course, should be enjoyed by his own people. Thank you, Brother Luo. From now on, my life is yours. If you need anything, just tell me anytime. Chiu Jun-kai gratefully bowed his head. Then, tightly clutching the medicine box, he carried 2 boxes of instant noodles up to the 22nd floor. Phew, luckily, I was safe the past couple of days. All good. Baiye seemed to remember something and let out a relaxed sigh. All good? Next time, I'll make you pregnant, Luo Chen said with a smirk, unable to resist wanting to tease her. Baiye, full of energy, always made him feel satisfied when he bullied her. Whoa, no, master, I'm only in my 20s. I don't want that. Baiye's pretty face turned pale with fright. She quickly begged for mercy, feeling it was far too early to consider such things. Ha ha ha. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. He had no such intention, he just wanted to tease Baiye. Listening to these wolfish words, Yan Shu among the 3 women couldn't help but feel her ears turn red, her face almost steaming. She had never experienced such things, it was still too stimulating for her. Everyone listen to me? This is Brother Luo giving out extra instant noodles. 1 bag for each person. After we tally everyone's kill count, Brother Luo will settle the remaining supplies for us. Cho Jun Kai, holding 2 boxes of instant noodles, came to the 22nd floor and said. He also conveyed the requirement to clean the corridor to them. Upon hearing this, the residents couldn't help but cheer. Really? That's amazing. Thank you, Brother Luo. You're so generous. Let's clean the corridor and throw all the bodies from Building 10 out the window. In fact, the corridor was now filled with frozen blood, and the corpses were piled together, making it impossible to distinguish whether they were from Building 9 or Building 10. Even if the bodies were left, the families had no means to cremate them or give them a proper burial, so they simply decided to throw them all out. Some people, while moving the bodies, looked very pale. As soon as they threw the bodies down, they leaned against the window and started to vomit. The corridor was too horrific. Moreover, many people were killing for the first time, and the aftereffects were quite strong. They probably wouldn't recover for several days. In the living room, Luo Chen was also preparing to arrange for Yan Shu to scavenge the supplies from Zhuo Wentao's warehouse in Building 10. After all, they had said they had robbed many residents' supplies, and there was quite a bit of food stored. He couldn't let others benefit from it. Yan Shu, this task is up to you, Luo Chen said softly while holding Bai Ye and Li Ro in his arms. He would still need those supplies to pay the residents later. If he brought them back, he wouldn't need to use the supplies in his space. Leave it to me. Yan Shu adjusted her outfit and nodded. There were probably still some remnants in Building 10, but that wasn't a problem for her. Wait, take this. Just as Yan Shu was about to step out, Luo Chen called her back and shoved a Glock pistol into her hand. This. Yan Shu looked at the pistol in front of her, a complex emotion suddenly surging in her heart. She couldn't help but bite her cherry lips. Luo Chen was willing to hand her the gun, which meant he was ready to trust her. How could this not move Yan Shu? If there are too many of them, you can shoot directly. Luo Chen patted her little head and pulled out 2 magazines, placing them in her hands. Don't save bullets. She accepted the magazines as well. Yan Shu tucked them into the holster at her waist, feeling immensely touched. Then, she took 2 steps forward and stood on her tiptoes. Luo Chen certainly wouldn't refuse. After a long moment, they parted. Luo Chen opened the security door. Yan Shu fled out as if escaping. This little girl is still so inexperienced. Luo Chen sat back on the sofa, smiling. Aside from being very proactive, everything else about Yan Shu was quite clumsy. She was simply too cute. Sister Yan can barely stand. Bai Ye covered her mouth and chuckled. The other party usually appeared somewhat aloof, but in situations like this, she acted like a child. When Officer Yan returns, I think the master can continue with what happened last time. Li Ro smiled gently. She could tell that Yan Shu was probably eager as well. No rush, the mission is the priority, Luo Chen said with a smirk. At this moment, Yan Shu had already exited the underground parking lot, crossed the thick layer of snow, and climbed through the window of Building 10 from the 3rd floor. Since Zhuo Wentao had almost taken all his men out, there was no one left to keep watch here. According to what Zhuo Wentao and the others said, all the supplies are in room 1001. Yan Shu cautiously made her way upstairs. At this point, she couldn't afford to be careless just because the enemy leader and his gang had been wiped out. There must be someone left behind to guard the supplies. As she ascended, Yan Shu noticed that many of the security doors in the lower levels of Building 10 showed signs of violent damage. This indicated that the lower levels had indeed been occupied by Zhuo Wentao. Soon, she arrived outside room 1001. Knock knock. Yan Shu knocked on the door. Instead of laboriously breaking it down, it was more efficient to have them open the door and then kill them. After all, there was probably no one here who could threaten her. Who is it? Is the boss back? A surprised voice came from inside. Then the door opened, revealing a half-dressed man. Woman? Who are you? Did the boss bring you back? He scanned Yan Shu's fair oval face and her long legs with a greedy gaze. Yan Shu's expression turned cold. She drew her steel dagger from her waist and struck him down in an instant. There was no need to waste bullets on such trash. The man clutched his bleeding neck and fell helplessly to the side. Murder! Please, don't hurt us. A chorus of women's screams erupted in the living room. Yan Shu pushed the door open and walked in, discovering 8 or 9 disheveled women sitting on the sofa. their faces filled with terror as they looked at the dead man, trembling and huddling together. There were even 2 women without tops, shivering in front of the brazier. "Stop screaming." Yan Shu frowned and casually closed the door. She needed to find out how many people were still guarding the supplies. Facing the inquiry, the women honestly told her that aside from the one who had just been taken out, there were 4 more people in the next room. Everyone else had already followed Zhuo Wentao to building No. 9. The master bedroom of this house was also where Zhuo Wentao usually rested, while the supplies were stored in the other 2 locked side rooms. Only Zhuo Wentao had the keys. 4 people. Ha! Not a big problem, Yan Shu thought to herself. Once she dealt with these 4, and took all the supplies from the room, her task would be complete. Click. At that moment, the door lock was being fiddled with. The door swung open amidst the men's confused voices. "Old Wang, what the hell are you doing making such a racket? Yelling and shouting?" When the 4 entered, they found their companion lying on the ground, lifeless, while a stunning beauty stood in the living room, both in looks and figure. "Damn! There's an intruder!" The man at the front cursed angrily. "Which building are you from? And how many companions do you have?" As he spoke, he raised the bow and arrow in his hand. "They have bows?" Yan Shu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her hand quickly moved to her waist where her gun was. She hadn't planned to use the gun. If she could save the bullets, she would. But given that the other side had ranged attack capabilities, it was better to strike directly and decisively. After all, arrows have strong penetration. Getting hit could result in serious injury. Bang! Before the man could draw his bow, the gunshot rang out. The man was shot in the head. "Damn! A gun! She has a gun!" The remaining 3 men were instantly terrified. They thought this woman had just come from another building, trying to sneak in and grab some food while their boss was out with his men. But it turned out she had a gun. Even if their boss were there, they would probably just run away. The women huddled on the sofa let out piercing screams. This made Yan Shu furrow her brows. "Shut up!" she shouted angrily, and the screams immediately ceased. "Run! Run fast!" The remaining few were nearly wetting their pants, with the other side having a gun. What was there to fight about? Their lives were at stake. Swish! Swish! 2 sounds of slicing air came, and Yan Shu pulled out 2 sharp flying knives from her thigh, throwing them with precision. 2 men fell in response. The last man took the opportunity to escape. Yan Shu had no intention of letting him go. She dashed to the door, picked up the bow and arrow from the ground. She bent the bow and knocked an arrow. Swish! The man in the corridor fell instantly. "Spare!" Swish! The man tried to plead for mercy, but was met with another arrow from Yan Shu, silencing him completely. There were only 2 arrows in total, likely taken from some collector's home. "Sorry, master, I wasted a bullet," Yan Shu said, touching the Bluetooth earpiece on her ear. Feeling a bit guilty, the handgun had been a great help. In that situation, even throwing flying knives would have been slower than the opponent. Just a single bullet, as long as you're fine. You can empty 2 magazines if needed. The indifferent voice of Luo Chen came through the earpiece. Upon hearing this, Yan Shu's face flushed, touched by the slightly sweet words, her ears turning red. Bang! In the terrified eyes of the women on the sofa, Yan Shu executed a spinning kick, forcefully kicking open the side room's security door. It revealed a room filled to the brim with boxes of food, entire boxes of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, various snacks. After kicking open the other door as well, several large bags of rice, dozens of bags of noodles, a few pieces of frozen meat, rotting pumpkins. The quantity is indeed considerable. No wonder it can feed such a large group of people. Master, I found their food, but there's quite a lot, and how to move it back is a problem, Yan Shu said, touching her Bluetooth headset, her brows slightly furrowed. This at least filled half a room with supplies. If she were to carry it all by herself, it would probably take dozens of trips. And this is the 10th floor, with snow outside burying it up to the 3rd floor. The underground parking lot is dark and winding, and after getting out, she would still have to move the supplies to the 23rd floor, which is no small feat. It might take an entire day to transport it all. If people from other floors discover this, there might even be ill-intentioned individuals teaming up to steal. So, she must find a way to transport these supplies back in a very short time. What should I do? Yan Shu furrowed her brows slightly, pondering in her heart. If she let the residents of Building 9 come to help, it seemed like a good idea. After all, many hands make light work. But the problem is, if they see so much food, they might develop ulterior motives. This is far more than what Luo Chen promised them. Causing trouble is one thing. The key issue is that during the transport, they might secretly take a lot of food for themselves and hide it. You don't need to worry about that. Just wait for me for a moment. Luo Chen's voice came clearly through the headset. Yan Shu leaned against the doorframe. She couldn't help but silently think, I wonder what good plan the master has. He asked me to wait here, he wouldn't come over himself. Would he? Luo Chen possessed the ability of infinite space, and all the girls knew about it. If he came, he could easily store all the supplies here in his space. However, if that were the case, Yan Shu wouldn't feel at ease about Luo Chen's safety. She would have to accompany him the whole time. Just as she was contemplating this, a sudden buzzing sound came from outside the window. Yan Shu looked up in surprise, and her cherry lips couldn't help but part in astonishment. A drone? She saw a large foreign trade drone, taller than a person, swiftly flying towards them from the height of the 10th floor. Its bottom was a giant carbon fiber net. Don't be fooled by how thin this net looks, it can easily carry hundreds of tons of weight. This drone was produced by a domestic company known for its craftsmanship. Its performance is world-class, and this model is particularly well regarded for its excellent load capacity. With other countries rushing to place orders, Luo Chen had discovered this batch of drones in the containers at the dock. After all, he had cleared the entire dock at that time. This drone can easily lift several hundred pounds of weight, making it perfect for transporting food. Moreover, its built-in local network allows the butler to control it, and Luo Chen doesn't even need to operate it himself. Just drop the food into the net below. The drone's interior, of course, was also equipped with cameras and microphones. Through the images in the living room, Luo Chen could simultaneously view two different perspectives from Yan Shu's Bluetooth headset and the drone. I understand. Yan Shu nodded. She opened the window and began to move the boxes of food piled in the side room. At the same time, a surge of admiration welled up in her heart. The master is truly remarkable. Such a small matter is not a problem for him at all. With Yan Shu's continuous efforts, most of the food in the side room was placed into the giant carbon fiber net below the drone. At this moment, Yan Shu looked at the trembling women in the room and shook her head, saying, Zhuo Wentao and the others are dead, you don't need to stay here anymore. Those who should go home, just go home. Upon hearing this, the disheveled women were instantly shocked. Zhuo Wentao is dead? How could that be? He had over 40 subordinates, almost the strongest force in these nearby buildings. They could hardly imagine how someone with so many followers could die at someone else's hands. You mean the master is Luo Chen, right? A woman in black thermal underwear cautiously spoke up. After all, in the past few days, the name most frequently discussed by Zhuo Wentao and his trusted aides was Luo Chen from Building 9, and they had all mobilized today. Now that Yan Shu said the other party was dead, it could only mean they died at Luo Chen's hands. What are you trying to say? Yan Shu raised her eyebrows and said slowly. She didn't expect this woman to be clever enough to guess who was behind her. We have no way out, the woman said sadly. Zhuo Wentao forcibly took us from other buildings to be his tools for release, and our families were killed on the spot. All the supplies at home were also looted. Now you want us to leave, but where can we go? As the woman finished speaking, tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. The other women huddled together, their faces filled with deep sorrow. A month ago, they were still living harmoniously, enjoying their newlywed lives or raising children, and now they had all fallen into the role of tools for release. The stark contrast was enough to drive them to despair. Those with weaker mental resilience had already committed suicide days ago. I am powerless. Yan Shu shook her head slightly. She had no obligation or authority to help them. All right, no need to release them anymore. The drone's capacity is almost full. Luo Chen's voice came through the Bluetooth headset. Hearing this, Yan Shu nodded. Yes, master. There are still some leftover food in the room. Do you need me to bring it back? No need. I don't need that little bit. Leave it for these people, Luo Chen said. The surveillance footage showed that only some scraps were left in the room. Okay. Yan Shu nodded and informed the women. The rest, for us? The women were shocked, their eyes wide open. It seemed hard to believe. Everyone knew how scarce supplies were now, but the other party didn't care at all. The remaining food, though just scraps, could still fill their stomachs. Other residents would fight over such food. It seemed that Luo Chen really did have plenty of supplies at home, just as the residents of Building 9 and Zhuo Wentao had said. If they could enter his home, wouldn't they also be free from worry about food and drink? Thinking of this, the women looked hopefully at the drone. Luo, master, can you take us in? We can be your tools for release, here to serve you. Yes, you can do anything to us. In the living room, Luo Chen was taken aback. What the hell? What does this mean? Why did this group of women suddenly change their attitude so drastically? Unfortunately, no matter how they pleaded, Luo Chen would never agree. Although it had been a bit frequent lately, he wouldn't overlook quality for the sake of enjoyment. Moreover, these women had no idea how many people had played with them before. What I want are goddesses. After the clear rejection, Yan Shu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Having completed her task, she had no need to stay any longer and could return to the safe house. Butler, can we return? Luo Chen sat on the sofa, about to instruct the butler to have the drone return, when suddenly his brow furrowed. It seemed he had discovered something. In the clear image from the drone, behind a window on the 12th floor, stood a surprised-looking female doctor. The doctor was exceptionally beautiful, her delicate face framed by a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and her eyes behind the lenses sparkled like stars, exuding an air of intellectual elegance. Her figure was curvaceous, with slender, long legs encased in trousers, and the white lab coat could not conceal her alluring curves. She leaned slightly against the window, her exquisite face appearing almost sacred, and Yu Yan also gazed in surprise at the drone and the large pile of food below it. This must all belong to Zhuo Wentao's family, right? And Yu Yan pushed her black-rimmed glasses up her nose with her slender fingers, unable to hide her shock. Who was this person? How could she have the audacity to brazenly steal all the food from Zhuo Wentao's home and airlift it away with a drone? Was she not afraid that Zhuo Wentao would return home, discover the food was missing, and seek revenge? It should be noted that Zhuo Wentao's recent misdeeds had instilled fear in the residents of several nearby buildings. Could this woman be the rumored DR? And from Building 10? Luo Chen stroked his chin. In his previous life, and Yu Yan's reputation in Building 9 was well known. She was not only the attending physician at the Qingshui City People's Hospital, but she was also widely respected by the residents. Moreover, during the riots in Building 10, she selflessly treated many people with fatal injuries, even if someone had offended her before or could not afford the medical fees, and Yu Yan would not mind. At that time, a saying circulated in Building 10, I hear knocking during the day and dare not open the door. But if it's DR, and outside, even in the dead of night, I would open the door without a second thought. This also indirectly illustrated how highly regarded Yu Yan was in Building 10. The residents had unconditional trust in her. However, some men still harbored ill intentions towards her. A woman of stunning beauty and kind heart. They used the illness of women and children as bait to lure Yu Yan into their rooms, intending to commit evil acts. To prevent their schemes from succeeding, and Yu Yan used the surgical knife she carried to injure them and then desperately pushed open the window. In the end, she suffered a tragic fate. You really have some nerve, daring to steal supplies while they are away. And Yu Yan pursed her rosy lips, staring at the drone. Was this the saying that the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish? What? Are you going to report me? The built-in microphone of the drone transmitted Luo Chen's voice. How could I? And Yu Yan shook her head, pressing her hands against the window. Speaking through the double-glazed glass, Zhuo Wentao has killed many of us and even wants to enslave the upper-floor residents. I have no good feelings towards him. As she spoke, she gently pushed her glasses up, while they are still away. You should quickly send the drone back, it would be troublesome if you were seen. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This DR, and really is as kind-hearted as the rumors say, even though she has never seen my face. Noticing the drone was still unmoving, and Yu Yan's tone grew more urgent. Are you someone who doesn't listen to advice? If you stay any longer, Zhuo Wentao will come back with people. I don't want to see anyone else die at his hands. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, is that so? Do you know where Zhuo Wentao and the others went? And Yu Yan didn't understand why he was asking this but still shared what she knew. I heard them shouting that they were going to Building 9 to find someone named Luo Chen. It seems he has hoarded quite a bit of supplies. Alas, the other party is definitely in grave danger. Being targeted by that scoundrel Zhuo Wentao means there's no good ending. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle lightly, saying, I am Luo Chen, they won't be coming back. What? And Yu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the drone, seemingly trying to assess the truth of his words. Zhuo Wentao had dozens of people under his command, almost the strongest in the area. Yet Luo Chen was alone, with such a vast disparity in strength. How could he possibly turn the tables on them? If you don't believe me, take a look at what's below Building 9, Luo Chen said calmly, and Yu Yan pushed open the window, squinting against the biting cold wind as she gazed out. Sure enough, at the base of Building 9, there lay a heap of bodies, sprawled in disarray. However, they were almost covered by snow. Such a large number could only belong to Zhuo Wentao and his group. Incredible! And Yu Yan covered her cherry lips, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. She had been worried about this situation because the route to the lower levels had been blocked by Zhuo Wentao's subordinates, leaving the residents on edge every day. They could only dig snow on the rooftop. Even she was one of their main targets. And now, Luo Chen was telling her that they were dead. And Yu Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Did this mean that the residents on the upper floors were safe now? Luo Chen, you're amazing. How did you defeat so many people? And Yu Yan tightened her white coat, a sweet smile appearing on her exquisite face. She was genuinely curious about the mysterious Luo Chen. Oh, you want to know? The drone's microphone transmitted his calm voice. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. And Yu Yan seemed to realize her question was a bit abrupt and quickly waved her hand apologetically. That's nothing, Luo Chen chuckled lightly. I wouldn't mind having another doctor at home. If you can come, I can not only tell you but also ensure you have plenty to eat and drink. How about it? My place is quite spacious. Luo Chen finally revealed his intention. And Yu Yan couldn't help but laugh. How can you invite someone over when we haven't even met? Oh no, we haven't even seen each other. However, if you ever need medical assistance in the future, feel free to come find me, she added playfully, winking and adjusting her glasses. To be honest, the contrast of a knowledgeable and beautiful doctor behaving so playfully was quite captivating. The drone continued to hover steadily in the air. Luo Chen certainly didn't expect that just one sentence would make her willingly step into his home. At Yu Yan's request, Luo Chen left his WeChat ID, then instructed the butler to control the drone to return. After all, carrying such a large amount of food was no small target, and the longer they stayed, the greater the variables. The profession of a doctor was still very important. It was akin to being a wet nurse, after all. In the apocalypse, no one could guarantee their health would remain intact. If he could bring in Yu Yan into the safe house, she could easily treat minor ailments, and he wouldn't have to worry if she got injured while out. Thinking further ahead, once Li Ro and Baya became pregnant and gave birth, she could personally assist them in delivery. The key point was that Yu Yan was beautiful, had an alluring figure, and was a glasses-wearing girl. She could easily be called a goddess in white. Not only did Luo Chen appreciate her, but his brothers also expressed their fondness. Moreover, there were still a few bracelets left in the space. Why not use them? And during this time, Li Ro and Baya had been clamoring for him to take Yan Shu. Otherwise, they would all be in trouble. After this period of training, Luo Chen's physical fitness has steadily improved. He could even exchange a few moves with Yan Shu. Of course, it was a very innocent kind of sparring. With these supplies, it should be enough to distribute the reward food to those residents, Luo Chen said, sitting on the sofa and stroking his chin as he watched the footage returned by the drone. The supplies brought back by the drone were quite substantial. Even after giving out the promised food, there would still be a considerable amount left. However, besides this, he had other matters to attend to. Luo Chen remembered that the reason the people from Building 10 were attracted here was entirely due to the efforts of certain residents. Now that Zhuo Wentao had been dealt with, they shouldn't think they could just pretend nothing happened and get away with it. Actually, I could force Yan Shu to bring in Yu Yan back, Luo Chen thought, crossing his arms while waiting for the drone to return. However, different methods were needed for women with different personalities. For Yu Yan, a kind-hearted doctor who cared for her patients, using violence was not a good approach. It might provoke her resistance. Buzz, the drone descended onto the rooftop, carrying over 100 pounds of food. The snow on the rooftop was also quite thick. As it landed, it created a pit over 2 meters deep. After Yan Shu returned from Building 10, she immediately retrieved the drone from the rooftop. In the corridor on the 22nd floor, don't push, line up properly. Xiao Jun had positioned himself at the front, making all the residents form a long line. Next to him were some supplies airlifted from Building 10. Looking at the stacked boxes of instant noodles and rice, the residents couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was entitled to a share of the food, they would have wanted to rush in and grab it all. Lu Hanyuan, kill one person from Building 10. Receive a box of instant noodles. Jin Da, kill 2 people from Building 10. Receive 2 boxes of instant noodles. Ding Jing, Tang Wenkuan, work together to kill 1 person. Each receive half a box of instant noodles. Upon hearing their names, the residents stepped forward with joy to collect their supplies. After hugging the heavy instant noodles to their chests, they felt elated, and seeing the envious gazes of those still in line, they instinctively clutched their food a little tighter. Soon, under Cho Jun's management, most of the food was distributed. The extra bags of rice were directly stored by Luo Chen in his space. After all, it was free. Why not take it? Ha ha ha, thank you, brother Luo. Now I finally won't have to go hungry. My family is waiting for me to bring back food. I only have half a box of instant noodles, but that's okay, it can last me a week. The homeowners expressed their gratitude while holding their food. If it weren't for Luo Chen, they wouldn't have had any food today. They might have been scattered like sand without the courage to fight against the people from Building 10, and the entire building could have been in danger. Hey, that's strange. At this moment, someone pondered aloud. Why did the people from Building 10 suddenly attack Luo Chen's home, affecting so many people above? With so many people around, why did they go to the top floor? Damn, could there be an insider? Upon hearing this, many homeowners living on the upper floors suddenly turned pale. After all, their security doors and rooms had been left in disarray, and their female family members had been violated by those from Building 10. Although they had taken revenge, the pain left behind would not heal. If all of this was because someone didn't take the residents' safety seriously and colluded with others, that would be utterly despicable. At this moment, a few residents who had come out to join the commotion couldn't help but swallow hard after hearing this. Feeling quite guilty, they were Kong Ziding, Pong Ping, and Zhai Ning, who lived on the 17th floor, and Bu Hui and Wang Xiang from the 19th floor. Initially, it was these few who had banded together to come up with the idea of causing trouble for Luo Chen by involving the residents of Building 10. With Wang Hongming gone without a trace, it was likely he was already dead. Now, only the 5 of them remained. They exchanged glances, each able to see the guilt in the other's eyes. However, since no one else knew about this matter, as long as they kept quiet, there would be no problem. They quickly averted their gazes, fearing that others would notice something was off. Unfortunately, Luo Chen was sitting on the sofa and had already spotted their figures on the surveillance footage. Ha, now that group from Building 10 is dead, you can join them, he said. Picking up his phone and opening the group chat, he uploaded a recording. This was captured by a pinhole camera in the corridor, and before uploading, Luo Chen had cut the video feed. After all, with just the audio, someone would surely recognize their neighbor's voice. Wang Hongming, Pong Ping, the task of contacting Building 10 is up to you. We'll be cheering for you. Once this recording was released, it caused a huge uproar in the group. The homeowners never expected that the group from Building 10, which posed a threat to their lives, was actually brought in by the residents of their own building. If this had happened 100 years ago, they would have been considered traitors. Meanwhile, the residents in the corridor, including Cho Jun, whose families had been violated, looked at them with murderous intent. Misunderstanding. Peng Peng turned pale with fear, unable to process what was happening. Where did Luo Chen get this recording? Could it be that someone among them had secretly reported to each other? The furious homeowners surrounded the few of them, and some had already tightened their grips on bloodied baseball bats. Pong Ping, explain to me what's going on. Kong Ziding, I can recognize one of you. Damn it, the reason my wife was assaulted is because of you. Damn, what's there to say to them? Kill them. Faced with a group of enraged homeowners, Peng Ping and the others were so scared they nearly wet their pants, quickly pleading for mercy. Everyone, please don't be agitated. It's all a misunderstanding. We know we were wrong. Give us another chance. Unfortunately, no one listened to them. The bloodied baseball bats and hammers fell on them like rain. Soon, they collapsed to the ground, no longer struggling. Their bodies were treated like trash, thrown out of the window by the homeowners. After the incident with Building 10, many people had a deeper understanding of the currently dire environment. Now, residents from other buildings could gather manpower and claim dominance, indicating that the order of civilized society had completely collapsed. Official institutions were likely paralyzed. This could no longer be called a severe snow disaster, it should be termed an extreme cold apocalypse. At this moment, everyone was on edge. They deeply understood how crucial supplies were at this time. Many felt a wave of regret rising within them when they saw Luo Chen hoarding food in the community. Why did they only mock him instead of joining him to buy some? If they had, they wouldn't be suffering so badly now. In the living room, Yan Shu, after completing her task, also took off the outermost layer of her extreme cold protective suit and hung it on the coat rack. Instantly, her waistline was revealed. Below her slender waist, her long legs were particularly alluring. Master, I have successfully completed the task as expected. Yan Shu obediently stood in front of Luo Chen and said, "You did very well." Luo Chen nodded slightly. Then, he changed his tone and said, "Now, I have a task to assign to you." The next day, Luo Chen slowly woke up. The room had thick blackout curtains, making it dim inside, so he had no idea what time it was. "Master, good morning," the mechanical voice of the butler sounded. The thick blackout curtains opened automatically, and a white, hazy light flooded into the room. Due to the absence of the sun's guidance, the human biological clock had become somewhat disordered. It is now 9:01 a.m. The outdoor temperature is -74.5 degrees Celsius, a drop of 5 degrees Celsius compared to yesterday. The indoor temperature is 24.7 degrees Celsius. The butler kindly reported the time and also provided a little tip. There is a blizzard today, expected to last over 5 hours. There is a 95% risk of freezing to death if you go outside. A blizzard? Luo Chen said, somewhat puzzled, as he looked out the window. Through the sturdy, sealed bulletproof glass, he realized that the snow outside was falling even heavier, making it nearly impossible to see anything. All he could see was a vast expanse of white with dense snowflakes falling. The snow outside is really heavy. At this rate, the fourth floor might get covered. Yan Shu also noticed the blizzard outside and said with a worried expression. However, the solid and warm room still gave her a strong sense of security. It's fine, after all. We're on the 23rd floor. No matter how heavy it snows, it can't cover us. Luo Chen put on his silk pajamas and said with a smile. Standing on the floor, he could even feel the warmth radiating from it. After all, the room not only had an air circulation system but also a powerful heating system. The heat from the fireplace would be evenly distributed to every room, and there were hidden water and electric heating systems under the walls and floors, providing dual heating. They were completely unafraid of the harsh cold outside. Master, you're awake in the bathroom. Baiya was wiping her face with a wet towel. Upon seeing Luo Chen, she couldn't help but smile brightly. Her bangs were pinned back, revealing her fair and delicate face. In her short sleep shorts, a pair of long, fair legs stood there in slippers. Let Baiya help you wash up. Baiya, full of energy, raised her small fist and bounced over to his side. She turned on the faucet with hot water, dampened a towel she had just washed, and carefully wiped Luo Chen's face. Such small matters can be done by myself. Luo Chen enjoyed the delicate service but couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Even washing his face was left to the maid. He felt his life was becoming too lazy. Perhaps this was how ancient emperors lived daily. It's fine, this is what maids are supposed to do, Baiya said with a bright smile. Moreover, last night, Baiya, as a maid, didn't fulfill her duty of serving you. The soft towel even carried the fragrance that belonged to Baiya. After washing up, Luo Chen went to the dining room with Baiya, who had changed into her maid outfit. Today's breakfast is very light, as you said. I've changed it to 8 treasure porridge, Li Ro said softly while wearing an apron. The thin apron also had a charming curve. On the dining table was steaming 8 treasure porridge, large dumplings filled with stuffing, and fried dough sticks. Tired of foreign meals, Luo Chen wanted to taste domestic delicacies and return to something lighter. Master, Baiya will feed you. Baiya, still displaying her clingy nature, sat down beside him and said sweetly. She picked up a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, blew on a spoonful, and then, with a charming smile, brought it to his lips. Go away, I can eat by myself. Luo Chen slapped her, forcibly bringing her back to her seat. Master, has Sister Yan been bullied too badly? I haven't seen her come for breakfast. Baiya propped her chin on her hands, smiling as she asked. Upon hearing this, Li Ro perked up her ears, listening with great interest. Ahem, Luo Chen almost spat out his porridge. Eat your food, and don't worry about unnecessary things. Officer Yan is feeling a bit unwell. By the way, after you finish eating, send her some. The two women exchanged a somewhat ambiguous glance, revealing a knowing smile on their pretty faces. After finishing their meal, Luo Chen stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, silently watching the blizzard outside. The visibility was extremely poor. Just a meter away from the window, everything was a white blur. Nothing could be seen. In his previous life, Luo Chen vaguely remembered this blizzard, only recalling that after it stopped, the snow had buried everything below the 4th or 5th floor. Luo Chen was lost in thought, gazing at the blizzard outside. I feel it's time to get some guns and bullets, especially rifles and submachine guns, he pondered, arms crossed. It was wise to prepare in advance. Luo Chen understood this principle. For instance, the recent collective attack by the people from Building 10 had fully exposed a problem he currently faced: the limited means of large-scale destruction. If he hadn't had the sudden idea of using the residents of the apartment building as cannon fodder, it would have been quite difficult to completely eliminate that group of scoundrels led by Zhuo Wentao. After all, he only had 3 handguns in his space, relying solely on Yan Shu. There were enough bullets, but the problem was that every time a magazine was emptied, it needed to be reloaded. If the enemy seized the opportunity to rush in, it would be quite challenging for Yan Shu to handle. Moreover, it was also possible that the moment they saw guns, they would collectively flee when the first magazine was emptied. With the firing rate and magazine capacity of a handgun, he could only take down about 10 people at most. If an organization like Zhuo Wentao's attacked him 2 more times, wouldn't all the bullets in his space be used up? Therefore, acquiring some large-scale weapons of destruction, like grenades and fully automatic rifles, had become an urgent necessity. After all, Luo Chen didn't know who would target his supplies next, nor how many people were in the opposing force. It was like mushrooms: you can live without them, but you can't be without them. Once the ratio of firepower to the amount of supplies he had was disproportionate, he would become someone else's granary. In the extreme cold apocalypse, danger was everywhere. Filled with uncertainties, you never knew when disaster would strike. Yan Shu has served in both the criminal police and the civil police, so this task is just right for her, Luo Chen said, stroking his chin. To acquire illegal items like guns and ammunition, the only place he could think of was the police station or the SWAT team. After all, Qingshui City wasn't like the beautiful country, where weapon shops lined the streets with piles of firearms. Fortunately, as a police officer, Yan Shu was as familiar with the police station as if she were returning home. She knew exactly where the armory was and how to access it. However, this snow has come at a rather inconvenient time. Luo Chen squinted his eyes. This snow was falling too suddenly, both heavy and fast. It was estimated that once the snow stopped, the thickness of the snow outside would increase by at least several dozen centimeters. Although Yan Shu had polar cold-resistant clothing, how to move was a problem. The police station was not close to the community. This was destined to be a path filled with danger and numerous difficulties. The soft layer of snow was like a deadly white swamp, where every step could potentially swallow a person whole. Moreover, the physical exertion required was terrifying, relying solely on human strength. It's simply impossible to walk to the police station. Fortunately, I managed to collect a batch of snowmobiles from the containers at the dock. It seems there are also a few tracked snow vehicles. He let out a gentle sigh of relief. With these snow vehicles, which can easily speed through the thick snow and complex road conditions of the polar regions, Yan Shu's movements would be greatly facilitated. No matter how thick the snow outside, they could still glide smoothly. The only headache was figuring out how to get them outside. Luo Chen had considered whether he should go out with Yan Shu. After thinking it over, he decided against it. Yan Shu was, after all, a seasoned officer trained systematically, well-versed in handling various emergencies. Even relying on instinct, she could manage quite a few crises. As for him, he was merely an ordinary person who had just trained for a month. With improved physical fitness, although his strength had increased significantly, he still had some shortcomings in other areas. At the very least, he needed to be able to hold his own in close combat with Yan Shu before considering going out. Otherwise, if they encountered enemies who understood the principle of capturing the leader first, it would be disastrous. He might really end up losing a lot. Although I have the ability of infinite space, it can currently only store and retrieve items, with no offensive capabilities. Luo Chen sighed softly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to be so cautious. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, the outside had turned into a vast white world, silent and still. as if he were cut off from the world. Once this blizzard stopped, without the sun, he would probably struggle to discern even the basic directions after stepping outside. A moment's inattention could lead to getting lost. Fortunately, I had the butler download offline maps in advance, including the map of Qingshui City. Luo Chen casually pulled a chair over and sat down. With the map, even though the streets and buildings were covered by the blizzard, some landmark buildings could still be seen. With them, the map could still serve its purpose. Ding 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 ding. At that moment, the group chat became active again. Since he had nothing else to do, Luo Chen picked up his phone and entered the homeowners group. This is insane. Did you see how much snow is outside? What the hell? Why did it suddenly start snowing so heavily? My window almost blew open, and cold wind has been pouring in through the cracks. I'm freezing to death. The homeowners were very distressed about the blizzard. Many expressed shock while stating that the temperature in their homes was continuously dropping. Fortunately, I have tape at home. I sealed all the window cracks. Can someone from upstairs lend me some tape? Snow is coming in through my window cracks. Let me use it first. I can give you a chocolate as a reward. While a group of homeowners were fighting over a roll of tape, Dong Yen, who lived on the 13th floor, said with some concern, "Everyone, stop arguing for a moment. I just saw a few people braving the blizzard outside. They are residents from a few floors up, and it seems they haven't returned for half an hour. In such heavy snow, that's too dangerous." In response, some residents were astonished, saying, "Are they crazy? Going out in such a blizzard? Are they looking for death? You must be talking about Ding Jing and the others. I know. They seem to have gone to the dumping site of the people from Building 10. Damn. They must be trying to scavenge bodies." Looking at the chat messages in the group, Luo Chen couldn't help but shake his head. They don't even consider the situation outside. They're risking their lives just to gather supplies. Well, this is great. I didn't touch the corpse, but now I'd become one of them. In the master bedroom, Yan Shu leaned against the headboard as Baiya and Li Ro pushed the door open. Although she wasn't dressed yet, she didn't mind at all because the few women in the room were not outsiders. "Yan's sister, are you feeling better?" Baiya asked, sitting at the head of the bed. Her pair of watery, beautiful eyes looked at her with a charming smile, making Yan Shu feel a bit shy. "Thank you for your concern, I'm much better," Yan Shu replied, a little embarrassed. Being cared for was, to say the least, a bit too embarrassing. "Officer Yan, I made some 8 treasure porridge. It's not good to have an empty stomach in the morning, so come eat some," Li Ro said, placing a hot bowl of porridge on the bedside table with a gentle smile. This considerate and caring demeanor was hard to reconcile with the fierce words she had heard through her earpiece during the mission in Building No. 10. "Thank you," Yan Shu said gratefully, feeling a bit hungry. At that moment, Baiya asked with great interest, "Yan's sister, what knowledge have you learned?" Her watery eyes were fixed on her, looking like a curious little baby. Cough cough. Yan Shu choked on the porridge and coughed a couple of times. "Baiya," she said through gritted teeth, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Didn't she see that she was eating? And Li Ro was there too. Couldn't she be a little more reserved? If it weren't for her discomfort, Yan Shu would have put Baiya on her lap and given her a good spanking. He, Yan's sister is shy. Baiya giggled. After what had happened earlier, she was quite used to it and could even play the piano in the living room. Yan Shu gently blew out a breath and enjoyed a spoonful of hot porridge. Delicious. The snow outside is falling so heavily. Baiya lay on the bed, staring out the window and murmuring. If she were at home alone, she would definitely be panicking in such a situation. But now, not only did she have Yan Shu and Li Ro as her sisters, but she also felt safe and well fed. There was no need to hide in a cold house, wrapped in thick blankets, shivering while staring at the blizzard outside. Outside, the blizzard howled. Sigh. Why did it suddenly start snowing so heavily? And Yu Yan tightened her white coat. Even though she was wearing a thick sweater and cotton jacket, she still felt a chill creeping in. The water cup on the table even had ice forming inside. The food at home was already running low. Now, with the blizzard raging outside, the room temperature kept dropping. It was truly a case of misfortune piling on misfortune. Doctorin. At that moment, there was a hurried knock on the door. "Mrs. Fong?" And Yu Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she recognized the voice of Mrs. Fong, who lived downstairs. The urgency in her tone suggested something was wrong. "Doctorin, my daughter has fainted from the cold, and no matter how much I call, She won't wake up. Please hurry down and check on her. Fang Shan pleaded as soon as the door opened, as if she had seen hope. Fainted from the cold? And Yu Yan frowned. In this weather, fainting from the cold was likely a bad sign. If she remained unconscious for too long, her nervous system could be damaged. To be honest, it was not advisable to go out in such a blizzard. It was better to stay at home. In such harsh weather, no one knew what kind of accidents could happen, as almost all sounds were drowned out by the howling snow. However, after weighing her options for a moment, and Yu Yan made her decision. She couldn't just stand by and watch a young child freeze to death. The doctor's duty drove her to action. Wait for me a moment, and Yu Yan instructed, turning back to the room to fetch her medical kit. Once everything was ready, the two quickened their pace towards the 11th floor. At the stairway leading to the 11th floor, a large pile of refrigerators and appliances, along with disordered steel bars, were firmly welded in place, blocking the entrance below. It was precisely because of this barrier that the residents on the upper floors could temporarily survive, avoiding the clutches of Zhuo Wentao and his group. After all, the temperature was so low now. The most useless appliance at home was the refrigerator. Even the temperature in the living room was lower than inside the fridge. Therefore, when the homeowners established the barrier, they felt no remorse in contributing their refrigerators. Next to the stairway, several men were discussing something, and Yu Yan caught snippets of their conversation, which seemed to relate to the deceased Zhuo Wentao and his group. They were shocked by the news coming from Building 9. They enviously remarked how wealthy Luo Chen, who lived in the adjacent building, was able to offer a large amount of food as a bounty to directly deal with Zhuo Wentao and his group. Husband, Dr. Ren is here. How is Qianqian? As Fang Shan opened the door, she shouted anxiously. Dr. Ren is here? That's great. Doctor, please come and check on Qianqian. Fang Shan's husband, Tao Dong, said with red eyes, nearly on the verge of collapse. This should be due to the environment being too cold, causing cerebral ischemia and hypoxia. And Yu Yan concluded after a brief examination. She immediately began to administer aid. To be honest, in such cold weather, a child who has fainted from the cold should be moved to a warm place right away. However, the room was extremely cold, so they could only move to the living room. Regardless, it was better than staying by the bedside in the cold wind. The parents' common sense was indeed lacking. Not only did they fail to move her in time, but their only method of treatment was to pat her body. Then, and Yu Yan instructed Fang Shan to massage various parts of the child's body to generate some warmth. She opened the medical kit and took out some relevant medications. Just in time, they had half an hour of power supply each day. The few of them quickly boiled a pot of hot water to wipe the child down with a towel. And fortunately, they managed to bring the child back to life. Amidst Fang Shan and Tao Dong's endless gratitude, and Yu Yan politely declined their offer of a half-frozen bun, closed the security door, and left. As she passed the stairway, and Yu Yan's delicate features and the long, shapely legs wrapped in her white coat swayed enticingly, instantly capturing the attention of the three men nearby. Chapter 110, If you don't come, I'll go myself. Look, Dr. Ren is going to save someone again. Wow, Dr. Ren is really beautiful. Every time I see her, I can't help but feel a flutter in my heart. She's the attending physician at Qingshui City People's Hospital. Not only does she have a bunch of male doctors fawning over her, but even their director is said to be pursuing her. The three scruffy men secretly watched in Yu Yan's swaying figure. Just a glance made their breathing quicken. In fact, even before the apocalypse, they had long coveted the charming and lovely doctor. Now, upon learning that Zhuo Wentao and his gang had been dealt with, the urge that had been suppressed in their hearts suddenly erupted. If only I could sleep with Dr. Ren, it would be worth it for this lifetime. Gunny gazed at Yu Yan's back as she walked into the stairway, his throat involuntarily rolling. But a goddess like Dr. Ren would ever look at you? Don't dream, the scruffy man beside him scoffed. Who wouldn't want to try their luck with such a beauty? She was not only good-looking but also knowledgeable and well-read. Outside, there are high-quality beauties fighting to be noticed. If you don't have at least 2 apartments within the second ring road, no Maserati under your name, and your bank account doesn't have an 8-digit number, how dare you talk about feelings with someone? You'd feel inferior just standing in front of them. Don't say it like that. Ko Jianwei squinted his lewd eyes and said, in the puzzled gazes of the two, he continued, look at Zhuo Wentao downstairs. Although he's already dead, haven't the beautiful young wives in our building almost all been played by him? What kind of person was he before the extreme cold outbreak? Just a salesman, right? This remark drew a nod of agreement from Gung-yi. Exactly. Zhou Wentao gathered a bunch of people and directly played with high-end car models and other people's wives. That's so enviable. Seeing the two getting excited, Ko Jianwei lowered his voice and whispered, "Do you want to taste the flavor of a goddess?" At this, the bearded man and Gung-yi couldn't help but catch their breath, their heartbeats quickening significantly. Ko Jianwei, what do you mean? The two swallowed hard, trembling as they asked. Seemingly sensing their thoughts, he said, "Doctor graduated from a prestigious university, she's a goddess. Not some prostitute you can just pay $1,000 to on the red light street." The bearded man couldn't help but remind him. For some reason, their breathing suddenly quickened. Who said we need to spend money? Ko Jianwei squinted, looking around before whispering, "In this crazy world, with the blizzard outside piling up meters thick, we're still going to spend money? Anyway, Dr. N lives alone. If we trick her into opening the door, then we can do whatever we want. Any position is up to us." At this, Gung-yi and the bearded man were startled, their faces turning red as they waved their hands repeatedly. Ko Jianwei, what nonsense are you talking about? This is illegal. They usually didn't even dare to visit a brothel. The thought of something more was beyond their imagination. Damn, don't you see how chaotic it is outside? Lives are worth less than dog shit, and you still care about this? Ko Jianwei said, exasperated. Before, Zhou Wentao almost got us killed. Now that he's dead, who knows if another Zhou Wentao will show up in the future? You never know when your life might end. I don't care, but are you willing to die as a virgin? Ko Jianwei raised an eyebrow, sizing up the two. He had been coveting the beautiful Dr. Yu Yan for a long time. And now, in this extreme cold apocalypse, the law had collapsed. Killing someone was like stepping on an ant. What's wrong with taking a woman? If you guys don't want to do it, fine, I'll go by myself. But don't regret it, Ko Jianwei said, turning to leave. Seeing him really about to go, Gung-yi and the bearded man stood frozen, breathing heavily as they looked at each other. Recalling N Yu Yan's graceful figure and charming appearance, they couldn't help but grit their teeth and chase after him. Ko Jianwei, wait for us. Hearing this, Ko Jianwei leered and said, "What? Have you two made up your minds?" "We've made up our minds." The bearded man rubbed his hands together, grinning. "I don't want to regret it. After all, I'll never get to play with a goddess like this in my life." "Exactly. As long as we keep it discreet." Gung-yi also showed a fierce look. After all, it was snowing heavily outside. They figured no one would know what happened after they were done. In the face of the goddess's temptation, the three couldn't help but swallow hard, their faces revealing greedy smiles. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, not much time had gone by, and N Yu Yan had just arrived at her front door. Just as she took out her keys to unlock her front door, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a trio of bearded men sneaking up the stairs, casting furtive glances in her direction. For some reason, an unsettling feeling surged within her. Click! N Yu Yan hastened her movements, yanked open the security door, and hurried inside. "Wait, wait!" Ko Jianwei shouted as he and the others rushed over, their eyes even reddening. They looked like three famished wolves. Seeing this, N Yu Yan's face turned pale, and she quickly shut the door, locking it tightly. Bang bang bang, the sound of heavy knocking echoed. Ko Jianwei shouted from outside, why are you running so fast?" "Yeah, we actually just wanted you to take a look at our health. Open the door. We have no other intentions." And Yu Yan stepped back several paces, distancing herself from the security door, and nervously replied, "I'm not feeling well today, so I won't be seeing patients." Bang bang, click. However, the three of them were relentless, even twisting the doorknob until it creaked. The security door was being pounded violently. After a while, the noise finally subsided, and N Yu Yan, pale-faced, heard the three of them cursing as they left. That was so dangerous. She patted her chest and plopped down onto the sofa, shaken. The moment she saw the three men, her keen intuition sensed something was off. This was also related to the impression Ko Jianwei had left on her before. A month ago, every time he encountered her, the way he looked at her was very unsettling. This had instilled a significant sense of crisis in N Yu Yan. It was precisely because of this that she reacted so quickly, decisively fleeing into her home at the first opportunity. "They wanted to assault me." N Yu Yan bit her lip, hugging her knees in fear. She curled up on the sofa. If she had delayed for just a few more seconds, she couldn't even imagine what terrifying things might have happened next. What if they come back next time? And Yu Yan clenched her fists, her knuckles turning slightly white. Although she was a chief physician at a top-tier hospital, fundamentally, and Yu Yan was still a vulnerable woman in need of protection. But she lived alone, with no friends or family nearby. Given the precedent set by Zhuo Wentao, and Yu Yan was not surprised by what had just happened. Now, the neighborhood was isolated by a heavy snowstorm, and order and law had completely collapsed. Various violent incidents had occurred one after another. She had to protect herself. For some reason, and Yu Yan suddenly thought of Luo Chen's WeChat ID. Chapter 111, You Are a Good Person. By some strange twist of fate, and Yu Yan typed that string of WeChat ID into the search bar. A contact popped up, trainee for 2.5 years. The avatar was still an animated character in overalls. Hee, the once tense Yu Yan couldn't help but smile. She certainly knew he had been flaking out. I didn't expect Luo Chen to be unexpectedly humorous. The panic in Yu Yan's heart dissipated significantly. After all, Luo Chen had previously extended an olive branch, politely inviting her to be his personal doctor. Moreover, he had taken down the villain Zhuo Wentao, which had earned him quite a bit of goodwill in her eyes. Coupled with the righteous voice she had heard from the drone, it was completely different from the sleazy bearded men. It sounded cultured. With all these factors combined, Luo Chen's image in Yu Yan's mind rose significantly, prompting her to press the friend request button. I didn't expect the only person I could confide in would be the recently acquainted Luo Chen, and Yu Yan thought to herself. She was all alone in Qingshui City, with no friends or family by her side. After thinking it over, the only person she could talk to, even just a few words, seemed to be the newly acquainted Luo Chen. Most importantly, Luo Chen's clever handling of Zhuo Wentao had given her a strong sense of security. Ding Luo Chen was leisurely lying in his chair, admiring the heavy snow outside the window. Suddenly, a message notification came through on his phone. He picked it up and saw it was a new friend request. Note, I am Yu Yan, a doctor living in building No. 10. We chatted not long ago. Yu Yan? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Could it be that she had thought it over and decided to accept his invitation to stay in the safe house? He clicked to agree and clicked his tongue, saying, Look, her note is so clear, straightforward. Thinking back to Yan Shu's friend request, this was all about the details. Doctor, have you thought it through? If you agree, I can send someone to pick you up right now. Luo Chen typed in the chat box. However, he quickly remembered something. Yan Shu was currently unwell and couldn't even walk. It would probably take some time to bring in Yu Yan over. TSK, I still have Qiu Jun Kai as a pawn. At worst, I can offer some food as a reward and send a couple of people with him to building No. 10 to pick her up. Luo Chen quickly thought of Qiu Jun Kai, who had shown his submission to him. On the other side, no, I'm sorry. And Yu Yan bit her cherry lips and lightly tapped a response. She had no intention of becoming Luo Chen's personal doctor. After all, there were many sick neighbors in this building, and she might be needed at any time. I just wanted to ask, if there are several times your number of people wanting to harm you, how do you protect yourself? And Yu Yan typed, biting her cherry lips. In her view, since Luo Chen could defeat more than 40 people alone, he might provide some useful experience in this regard. The actions of the bearded men still worried her. Regardless, she needed to take some protective measures. Doctor, have you run into trouble? Luo Chen sensed something was off and inquired. It's not a big trouble. And Yu Yan hesitated for a moment and briefly explained what had just happened. After saying it out loud, she felt much lighter. Indeed, communicating with others and sharing her thoughts could relieve stress. TSK, so they were tempted by your looks. A message came through in the chat box. Then, the message refreshed. Doctor, my previous words still stand. If you agree, I can send someone to pick you up right away. Seeing this message, and Yu Yan felt a warmth in her heart. Sensing the other person's concern, I still prefer to live alone, and there are neighbors here who are still sick, so thank you. And Yu Yan typed back, and the three bearded men probably made a mistake and won't have a next time. After sending the message, she received a reply. Doctor, you really are a bit naive. It was strange, just from this line of text, and Yu Yan could imagine that Luo Chen must have been shaking his head disdainfully as he typed it. When a person is blinded by lust, what can't they do? Secretly making out on the street or breaking into a girl's dorm to steal underwear are small matters. Some perverts might even get happy with a sheep or a lizard. How can you be so sure that your allure is not like that of a reptile? Upon seeing this, An Yuyen's face instantly turned red. Clearly, she had seen her fair share of shocking news in the past. It's so cold. Desires will be restrained, and they will calm down soon. An Yuyen pursed her lips and replied to him. In such cold weather, the other party would surely regain their composure soon. Physical cooling. Do you think that's possible? Luo Chen scoffed and replied. They definitely won't calm down. They might even escalate things. At that moment, before An Yuyen could respond, there was indeed a sound from her door lock. Click click. The faint sound clearly reached the living room. That was the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. Damn it, can't you open it? Who said just inserting it would open the door? Why not just smash it down? I can't wait any longer. Then came the low mutterings of several people cursing. Before An Yuyen could react, her security door was being heavily pounded. Bang bang! The muffled sound was drowned out by the howling blizzard outside. Forget about others, even the neighbors next door probably couldn't hear it. At this moment, An Yuyen truly began to panic. She never expected that the bearded men would be so relentless. They wouldn't give up until they achieved their goal. An Yuyen quickly informed the other party. TSK. Look, here they come. A text message arrived, seemingly mixed with Luo Chen's scoff. What should I do? Luo Chen? They're starting to smash the door. An Yuyen tightly gripped her phone, her face filled with panic. This kind of situation was terrifying for a woman living alone. If she didn't do something soon, the security door probably wouldn't hold for long, especially since there were 3 of them outside. If they got in, the consequences would be unimaginable. While she anxiously waited, Luo Chen's reply came. Ha, what did I say? Never mind, just do as I say. Seeing this, An Yuyen's face brightened, and she quickly asked, Thank you, Luo Chen. You're a good person, but what should I do? She was unexpectedly given a good person card. On the other side of the screen, Luo Chen was also a bit speechless. However, someone had to be saved. He couldn't just stand by and watch as An Yuyen, a skilled doctor, was bullied to death by those scumbags. Just create the illusion that there are other people in your house. I'll send a voice message. You turn the volume up to the max and play it for them. Looking at the messages in the chat, An Yuyen calmed down a bit and gratefully said, Okay, thank you, Luo Chen. Send it, and I'll do it. A voice message popped up. Seeing this, An Yuyen immediately turned the volume to the maximum and pressed play. An Yuyen, why aren't you getting the drums ready? As soon as this was said, An Yuyen froze in place, at a loss. Not just her, but the 3 bearded men outside were also startled. Damn, Dr. An actually has a man in her house, and they're playing around. Retreat! The 3 of them fled in panic. Chapter 112, Aunt Lin's plea for help. Thank you, Luo Chen. I owe you a favor. Although An Yuyen was almost stunned by his shocking statement, she was still very grateful since he had saved her. She directly called him on voice chat. Without Luo Chen's help, she couldn't even imagine what terrifying things she would face alone at home. I'll remember this. Luo Chen smiled faintly. What An Yuyen didn't know was that his intentions were actually not much different from those of the bearded men. They were simply driven by lust, craving her body. But he was different. Luo Chen not only craved An Yuyen's body but also coveted her exceptional medical skills. A team without a doctor was not viable. This excellent healing profession is a standard presence in the apocalypse, and its importance is self-evident compared to other chaotic roles like flight attendants or models. That's why An Yuyen has no thoughts of changing her location right now. However, Luo Chen is not in a hurry. After all, the other party can't run away. He is sure he will find a suitable opportunity to successfully bring An Yuyen into the safe house. How could you be targeted by them while staying at home? Luo Chen asked, looking out at the heavy snow. Actually, I went downstairs to save a neighbor's child, and on my way back, I was followed by them, An Yuyen said, still feeling a bit shaken. She originally thought that the biggest threat in the apartment building was Zhuo Wentao on the 10th floor, along with his gang of lackeys, but now it seems that when the big ones are gone, the smaller ones will come out to take their place. A neighbor's child? Hearing this, Luo Chen's expression became serious. He knew that in his previous life, An Yuyen had been forced to jump from a building while trying to save a neighbor's child, but she just said she had already saved the child. And indeed, There were a few men trying to break in and harm her, but he had stopped them midway. Doesn't this mean that In Yuyan's death has already been rewritten by him? Luo Chen pondered. It seems that way, but we can't be 100% sure. After all, there are quite a few people living in Building 10, and the child In Yuyan saved isn't just one or two. The main point is that he doesn't know where In Yuyan ultimately jumped from, whether it was her own home or the neighbors. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chen felt he needed to make some preparations and give her a warning. It would be a shame to put in the effort to help this beautiful doctor only for her to be forced to jump in the end. That would truly be a wasted effort. Soon, the voice call ended. It was just within the half hour of official power supply, and In Yuyan had to go boil some water. Glug glug glug, the kettle made the sound of boiling water. In this freezing environment, if it weren't for the official power supply for half an hour every morning and evening, thousands of survivors might not be able to hold on. Of course, in the extreme cold, the wires have also become brittle, and the power supply comes from cables buried deep underground. Ah woo! And Yuyan sat on the sofa, holding a bag of cold, hard bread, taking small bites. As she ate, she couldn't help but think of Luo Chen. Luo Chen took so much food from Zhuo Wentao's house, he must be eating well now. Sigh. I really want to have a bowl of hot instant noodles. And Yuyan said with a pained expression. As the attending physician at the Qingshui City People's Hospital, her eating schedule is often irregular, and sometimes she doesn't even have time to cook. So, she has a soft spot for fast food like hamburgers and instant noodles. However, And Yuyan could never have imagined that Luo Chen hadn't eaten any of the looted food and was instead enjoying famous international delicacies. He had even grown tired of them and recently returned to craving domestic feasts. Knock knock knock, the sudden knocking at the door startled her, making her body tremble. Who? And Yuyan put down her warm cup of water and asked warily, could it be that the bearded man and his gang had returned with their thieving intentions? Doctor In, please help me. My grandson has fainted from the cold, you must come and take a look. A panicked voice called from outside the door. Listening closely, it was Aunt Lin from the 13th floor, the one who always looked for bargains. Fainted from the cold? And Yuyan felt a sense of relief but couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Could it be because of today's blizzard? How could so many children from different families be frozen unconscious? First it was Fang Shan's daughter, and now it's Lin Dama's grandson? Suddenly, and Yuyan remembered the meaningful advice Luo Chen had given her before she hung up the voice call. Be careful of those residents who ask you to treat their children. What does this mean? And Yuyan found it hard to understand. No matter how you looked at it, even if Lin Dama was a bit opportunistic and liked to gossip, she couldn't possibly want to harm her, right? After all, it was In Yuyan who had gone to help when Lin Dama's grandson had a high fever in the middle of the night. Lin Dama had called in a panic. The nature and duty of a doctor still took precedence at that moment. Lin Dama, don't worry, I'm coming right now, and Yuyan replied. She turned around to grab her medical kit. As she passed the coffee table, she saw a sharp scalpel lying on it. After a moment's thought, and Yuyan stuffed it into the outer pocket of her white coat. Click, the door was opened. Oh, Dr. You finally came. Hurry, don't waste any time, let's go to my house. Lin Dama's eyes lit up, and she quickly pulled her upstairs. Hey, Lin Dama, slow down. And Yuyan was almost unsteady on her feet from being pulled. However, she didn't think much of it. She just assumed Lin Dama was overly worried about her grandson. After all, elderly people care most about children. Soon, the two arrived on the 13th floor and entered room 1303. Lin Dama, where's your grandson? And Yuyan looked around and asked in confusion. At that moment, she felt something was off, although Lin Dama had been urging her on the way. Once they entered the living room, she seemed less anxious. Moreover, both the master bedroom and the side bedroom were tightly closed. Dr. My grandson is lying in the bedroom, I closed all the doors to keep him warm. Lin Dama said with a smile. Her calloused hands grabbed In Yuyan's shoulder and pushed her inside. Don't just stand there. Dr. Hurry and check on my grandson. At that moment, even the kind-hearted In Yuyan sensed something was wrong. Lin Dama, I'll just stand here, you go bring the child out. After all, it's warmer in the living room than in the bedroom. And Yuyan broke free from her grip. She stepped back a few paces, her long legs alert as she spoke. Oh, okay, Dr. And makes sense. Lin Dama paused, then nodded vigorously. She walked to the master bedroom and pushed open the tightly shut door, revealing her grandson lying on the big bed, indeed frozen unconscious. Other than that, there was nothing unusual. Phew! And Yu Yan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. What a relief! She had indeed been too tense and overthinking. Chapter 113. This is a trap. Building 9. Hey! What a coincidence! Old Zhang, you're here to dig snow too? A resident wearing a cotton hat, holding a bucket, greeted him with a smile. By the window in the hallway, old Zhang was focused on digging snow. When he heard someone calling him, he looked up cautiously, and upon seeing a familiar face, he relaxed a bit. Yeah, in just over 10 minutes, the power will go out. I need to hurry and make some instant noodles, old Zhang replied while continuing his work. Seeing this, the resident in the cotton hat also joined in the snow digging. Speaking of which, I have to thank Luo Chen. If it weren't for his reward, I would definitely be starving right now. He couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah, with a box of instant noodles, I feel much more secure. Old Zhang nodded in agreement. Not only him, but his wife and children at home wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. They had instant noodles to eat every day. Even the other residents, when they met, had their guard down a bit. After all, most people have food now. Then, his expression suddenly turned a bit confused as he looked up into the white, swirling snowstorm. Old Zhang, what are you staring at? Asked a resident wearing a cotton hat, quickly scooping snow into a bucket while curiously glancing over. If we don't hurry up and dig, the officials will cut off the electricity soon. I think I heard the sound of a drone. Old Zhang scratched the back of his head, but the blizzard howled. Visibility less than 2 meters, and looking up revealed only a dense flurry of white snowflakes. A drone? The resident in the cotton hat couldn't help but chuckle. You must have misheard. Who has the time to play with drones now? Besides, with this heavy snow, it would probably crash as soon as it took off. Upon hearing this, old Zhang awkwardly replied, He, it seems I did mishear. Just as Yu Yan let out a sigh of relief, the door to the side room suddenly swung open. He, Dr. In is here. Dr. In, out rushed the 3 bearded men from earlier. They had actually been hiding in Aunt Lin's house. At that moment, Yu Yan's beautiful eyes widened, and a terrifying thought suddenly arose in her mind. Aunt Lin had deceived her. This was a trap. Ripping Yu Yan quickly dodged to the side, but due to a slight delay, her medical kit was snatched away. She stumbled back in panic until she reached the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony. What is going on? Aunt Lin! And Yu Yan exclaimed in a fluster. She wanted to confront Aunt Lin, but when she turned her head, she saw that the woman had already hidden in the master bedroom, the door tightly shut. At this moment, the living room was left with just her, facing off against the 3 bearded men. He, Dr. In, you finally came. We've been waiting for you. Let me take care of this medical kit for you. I promise it won't get lost. The bearded men, Gung Yi and Ko Jianwei, leered lewdly. Even Ko Jianwei, who had taken the medical kit, held it tightly in his arms, claiming he would keep it safe for her. His words sounded nice, but in reality, he was just claiming it for himself, as Yu Yan's medical kit contained many common life-saving drugs. In this apocalyptic world, these were things that could save lives. What do you want? And Yu Yan trembled slightly, clenching her small fists protectively against her chest. The others had teamed up with Aunt Lin to trick her, trapping her in the living room. She couldn't escape, and their numbers far exceeded hers. If they wanted to do something, she would have no power to resist. Of course we want to do something. I can't wait any longer. I have to seize this great opportunity. The 3 men looked at Yu Yan's attractive figure beneath her white coat with greedy eyes, chuckling lewdly. At that moment, facing the helpless beauty doctor who was trembling in the corner like a frightened little rabbit, their primal instincts were ignited. They were just one step away. Then, the beauty that countless suitors dreamed of would belong to them. I warn you, what you're doing is illegal. And Yu Yan bit her lip tightly. She truly couldn't believe that her neighbors could be so ugly. Not only had they teamed up to deceive her, but they also wanted to forcefully violate her. Don't be afraid, Dr. In. It must be lonely being home alone, especially when you call others to scare us. Ha. So what if it's illegal? Do you think the police will come to catch us? Just be good and don't resist, and I'll go easy on you later. The 3 men's attitude was incredibly arrogant, speaking with great pride as they slowly closed in on her. Faced with the slender, flower-like beauty of the doctor before them, They could hardly contain themselves for a moment. Don't come over. And Yu Yan's face turned pale. The three men were more hideous than the last, with faces wrinkled like a chrysanthemum and mouths full of yellow teeth that made Yu Yan feel nauseous. Being violated by these guys was worse than death. Dr. In, I'm coming. Gong Yi, with red eyes, lunged forward and grabbed her lab coat. With a wicked grin, he reached out to touch her chest. No! In a panic, and Yu Yan pulled out a scalpel from her pocket and slashed it across his palm. The sharp blade tore open a gash in his hand. Ah, damn it! Catch this bitch! Gong Yi howled in pain, looking at his bleeding palm and cursing in anger. Seeing this, the bearded man and Ko Jianwei rushed forward together. If they caught her, the outcome would be unbearable for Yu Yan, even worse than death. It was at this moment that she finally understood Luo Chen's words, and a deep sense of regret surged within her. Why didn't I take Luo Chen's words to heart? And Yu Yan said, lost and despondent. She had thought too highly of her neighbors. In this extreme cold apocalypse, the ugliness in everyone's hearts had been magnified countless times. They couldn't be treated with the standards of a civilized society. If she could do it all over again, she would definitely choose to heed Luo Chen's advice or simply become his private doctor. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. A look of determination appeared on Yu Yan's face. Then, she took a long stride and crashed hard into the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. In the terrified gazes of the three men, the glass shattered, and Yu Yan leaped down from the high altitude. No! They roared in unwilling anger. The goddess they had in their grasp was gone. Whoosh! The blizzard howled in her ears. The biting cold wind instantly numbed her entire body. Am I going to die? And Yu Yan murmured. Whoosh! Just then, she landed on a large net. 3 drones, carrying a huge net like a spider's web hanging in midair, caught her securely. Chapter 114, New Member Yu Yan. In the blizzard, the 3 drones quickly flew towards Building No. 9, dragging the already unconscious Yu Yan. Room 1303. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Lin immediately opened her bedroom door and ran out. When she saw the shards of glass all over the ground and the howling blizzard rushing in, she let out a piercing scream. What happened to you 3? How could you push Dr. In down? Aunt Lin angrily grabbed the dazed Ko Jianwei. Not only had they killed someone, but they had also made a mess of the balcony. And no, it's not our fault. Dr. In jumped down herself. Ko Jianwei was startled, seemingly still in shock. The other 2 were also pale with fear. They hadn't intended to cause a death, they were just after her body. But Yu Yan had acted too quickly and jumped down. I don't care, Aunt Lin shouted angrily. You made such a big hole in the window, and now the snow is pouring in. Do you want to freeze us both to death? Fix it for me, right now. Faced with the accusations, Ko Jianwei tried to shirk responsibility. We're not glass repairmen. How can we fix it? Look at how much snow is on the ground. I don't care how you fix it, just get the glass fixed for me. Grass, we won't fix this thing. In the living room, both sides erupted into a fierce argument. The shouting immediately attracted the attention of Aunt Lin's grandson, who was hiding in the bedroom. But as soon as the mischievous child stepped outside, he was hit by a gust of cold wind that made him shiver. So cold! His master, her body is so cold. Baya touched the unconscious Yu Yan and immediately pulled her hand back. She stared wide-eyed and shouted. It was too cold. It felt like it wasn't human body temperature at all, but like a block of ice just pulled from a glacier. Of course, she was brought back by a drone from a blizzard at over -70 degrees. Luo Chen crossed his arms, speechless. If her body could warm up, that would be a miracle. Move her to the fireplace. Hurry and warm her up. Upon hearing this, Baya and Li Ro each lifted one side and placed her next to the roaring fireplace. The warm flames gradually warmed Yu Yan. Her tightly furrowed willow leaf brows slowly relaxed, as the reason for her unconsciousness was not only the extreme cold but also the shock she had experienced. Poor Dr. In. She went to save someone with good intentions, yet was treated like this by those people, Baya said with a pained expression, using a dry towel to wipe the water stains left by the melted snow. At this moment, Baya also recalled her own previous experiences. She had gone to save someone with good intentions too, only to be betrayed in the end. The similar situation made her feel a bit of sympathy for Yu Yan. Fortunately, I had the drone keep an eye on her. Luo Chen sighed lightly. As soon as he hung up the voice call with Yu Yan, he had sent a drone to keep watch because he was worried. As a result, an accident really did occur. This new type of Blizzard K Polar rescue drone developed by the master craftsman is quite useful. Luo Chen sat on the sofa, looking at the unconscious In Yuyan. This drone was indeed meant for export to the beautiful country. Its performance was truly formidable. Even in extreme weather conditions for emergency rescue or material transport, it had no issues at all. The electronic wristband cannot be missed. After the other party was cleaned up, Luo Chen took out an electronic wristband from his space. Every new goddess who joined had to wear it without exception. At this moment, to prevent In Yuyan from getting sick from the cold, Baiya also followed Luo Chen's instructions and gave her a few special effect pills. Once everything was in order, under the warm roasting of the fireplace, In Yuyan's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and her beautiful eyes slowly opened. "So warm," she murmured, looking at the warm fireplace beside her. The overly warm environment made In Yuyan momentarily unable to distinguish between reality and dream. Since the extreme cold blizzard had arrived, the temperature had plummeted to nearly -70 degrees. She didn't know how long it had been since she had felt such a comfortable temperature. "Am I in heaven?" she said in shock. After all, In Yuyan clearly remembered that she had jumped from the 13th floor, and logically, she should have died. "This is indeed heaven, but probably not the one you think," Luo Chen said leisurely, leaning back on the sofa. At this moment, Baiya, dressed in a maid outfit, stood quietly beside Li Ro, who had her hands hanging down. Hearing that familiar voice, In Yuyan's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "That voice, could it be you, Luo Chen?" "It's me," Luo Chen nodded. "How could this be? Didn't I already die? Did you also come to heaven?" In Yuyan's beautiful eyes were hazy. A layer of abnormal redness crept onto her fair face, and she swayed a bit. "Last fart of heaven, this is my home," Luo Chen said speechlessly. He got up and walked over, squatting in front of In Yuyan and touched her forehead with his hand. "Hiss, you really have a fever." However, she had already taken the medicine. There was no need for her to take anything else. By now, the medicine should have taken effect. "You didn't die, I saved you halfway," Luo Chen explained, briefly recounting the sequence of events to her. After hearing this, although In Yuyan felt a bit hot, she understood. I am sorry, Luo Chen," In Yuyan said, her face flushed, not sure if it was from embarrassment or the cold. Clearly, he had warned her to be careful before. Yet, in the end, she still fell into someone else's trap. However, given the situation, Luo Chen didn't blame her. He didn't need to blame her. After all, he had been considering how to bring the beautiful Dr. In Yuyan into the safe house. As a result, with the help of the three bearded men, this problem was easily resolved. From now on, whether she got sick or injured while out, there was no need to worry, because with professional Dr. In Yuyan around, these were all minor issues. "Baiya, Li Ro, go get Dr. and some dry clothes," Luo Chen instructed. After all, In Yuyan was completely soaked from the blizzard, and it was necessary to change her clothes. But given her current state, it seemed a bit difficult for her to do it alone. "Okay," Master Baiya smiled sweetly. However, before changing Dr. Anne's clothes, they obviously had to take a shower first. Chapter 115, The surprised In Yuyan was helped into the bathroom by the two girls. Due to the heavy blizzard outside, a thick layer of snow had settled on her, and her clothes were completely soaked. "I just need to change my clothes. Taking a cold shower now might worsen my condition," In Yuyan reminded the two. As a doctor, she was well aware of her current physical state. However, upon hearing this, Baiya and Li Ro found it somewhat amusing and said, "We won't use cold water to bathe you." Ever since they entered the safe house, they had hardly used cold water, not to mention bathing. Even washing their faces was done with hot water. The only time they felt cold was when eating ice cream. Kata Li Ro pressed the switch, and the bathroom heater instantly lit up the entire room. The warm feeling immediately shocked In Yuyan. "What's going on?" She widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. "There's electricity?" In Yuyan wondered internally, hadn't the power supply time already passed? Moreover, the heater's power seemed to exceed the official electricity limit. Before she could react, her clothes, along with Baiya and Li Ro's outfits, were placed in a basket beside them. The three women were now in a state of undress. Whoosh, warm water sprayed from the shower head. "There's actually hot water?" In Yuyan exclaimed, her eyes wide. The tap water had been cut off for so long. Where was this water coming from? And now, with the water situation so tight, They didn't even have enough to drink, yet they were using it to bathe. Did Luo Chen specifically turn on the generator for me? I'm so grateful to him. And Yu Yan said, touched. She felt that it was only possible that Luo Chen, seeing her was sick, had temporarily turned on the generator to provide power and water for the bathroom. This was too extravagant. It should be noted that gasoline was also a rare resource that was hard to come by now. Specifically for you? Upon hearing this, Li Ro and Baiya were momentarily stunned. However, they quickly realized that she had misunderstood. Li Ro smiled and explained, Dr. You misunderstood. The generator has been running the whole time. It's been running the whole time? And Yu Yan's expression froze. How is that possible? She shook her head. The generator consumes a lot of gasoline. Running it for a day is a huge expense. How much gasoline would Luo Chen need to store to afford it? And Yu Yan felt that the two were joking. Seeing this, Baiya and Li Ro also smiled, not explaining too much. And Yu Yan would definitely understand later. Splash under the rush of hot water. Baiya helped Yu Yan wash her hair, while Li Ro scrubbed her back. Thank you. And Yu Yan gratefully thanked them. The two women's thoughtfulness made her feel very good, and her initial unease had dissipated a lot. At this moment, and Yu Yan couldn't help but sigh in her heart, Luo Chen was truly not simple. Not only was the room incredibly warm, but there was also extra gasoline to run the generator, and he even had two such beautiful women hidden away. No wonder he could defeat Zhou Wentao. He really had the confidence. Baiya, could you hand me a towel? Li Ro said with a smile. Perhaps due to the effects of the special medicine, and Yu Yan's body temperature had dropped significantly, and she felt much more awake. Hearing that name, she looked at Baiya in shock, as if she had discovered a new continent. Baiya? Could it be? Just a moment ago, she had been in a daze and hadn't noticed many things, including the big star in front of her. Although she usually didn't pay attention to the entertainment industry, the other party's fame was too great. She often heard patients and colleagues talking about her. Now, upon closer inspection, you really are Baiya, and Yu Yan exclaimed, covering her cherry lips in astonishment. She had just been surprised by the other woman's looks. It was too hard to believe. One day, she never expected to be in close contact with such a star, and Yu Yan couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Wait. And Yu Yan suddenly realized that for a big name active on public screens to be a maid, what kind of person was Luo Chen? I'm no longer that big star from before, now I'm just a little maid for my master, Baiya said with a bright smile. After coming out of the bathroom, and Yu Yan felt much better. She had also changed into completely dry clothes. What a big fireplace, she thought to herself. Ever since entering the safe house, it seemed that everything here was challenging her understanding, not to mention anything else. Just this exquisite fireplace occupying most of the background wall must consume a lot of fuel to burn even once. Moreover, others would freeze to death at home. Luo Chen was now wearing only a thin silk pajamas, sitting on the sofa leisurely sipping tea. If this got out, wouldn't others be envious to death? Sigh. And Yu Yan couldn't help but shake her head, thinking, if you had said you were this rich earlier, I might have really agreed to come and be a private doctor. Who would refuse to live in such a paradise of a room in -70 degrees of extreme cold? With a heart full of shock, and Yu Yan stepped forward with her long legs, a bit shy as she approached Luo Chen. Don't be nervous, just sit down, Luo Chen said with a smile, holding his teacup and gesturing to the sofa for her. Oh, thank you. And Yu Yan pursed her lips and carefully sat down beside him. At that moment, she was surprised to find that Luo Chen was also very handsome. With eyebrows like swords and eyes like stars, under the open silk pajamas were well-defined, solid abs. She hadn't noticed this when she woke up from her coma. Handsome guy, and Yu Yan's beautiful eyes lit up, secretly thinking that Luo Chen might also be some kind of star. She couldn't help but swallow hard. In the past, as a well-known goddess at the Qingshui City People's Hospital, her usual cold attitude towards a crowd of suitors seemed to have vanished. Doctorin, how are you feeling now? Luo Chen gently sipped his tea and said with a smile. The other person's gaze naturally did not escape his eyes. Thank you, I feel much better now. And Yu Yan said somewhat awkwardly. She brought her long legs together, and her small hands nervously intertwined. Speaking of which, this was their first meeting, and it was at Luo Chen's home, so it was strange that she wasn't nervous. After all, and Yu Yan had never had any intimate interactions with other men before, let alone gone to a man's house. I'm a bit curious about what happened before, Luo Chen said, looking at her. Upon hearing this, and Yu Yan couldn't help but bite her lip. She was truly disappointed with the neighbors she had interacted with for several years. After recounting her experiences, and Yu Yan's mood was very low. She was even somewhat on the verge of collapse. She could never have imagined that in the month following the extreme cold and heavy snow, people's hearts could become as terrifying as demons. At this moment, the blizzard outside the floor-to-ceiling window continued to howl mercilessly. The dense snowflakes in the sky seemed to float endlessly. That's too normal. Luo Qin chuckled. After all, it wasn't just in Yu Yan, the doctor. Look at Li Rou and Baya, who among them hadn't been treated like this? Even he himself had. Chapter 116, Can't breathe air, and Yu Yan gritted her teeth tightly and said angrily, once this extreme cold and snow disaster is over, I will definitely send those 3 to prison. Those scumbags must be punished by law and spend their next lives in prison. Well, you have a long wait ahead, Luo Chen said with a smile upon hearing this. Rather than hoping for them to go to prison, it would be better to expect another uprising to break out one day, letting them die at someone else's hands. Why do you say that? Do you know something, Luo Chen? And Yu Yan pushed her glasses, puzzled. From Luo Chen's tone, it seemed as if the snow disaster would last a very long time. But even if the snow disaster was heavy, it would surely melt by next summer, right? This isn't just a snow disaster, it's a natural disaster. Luo Chen's gaze met in Yu Yan's behind her glasses. It could last for years, even decades, without receding. In other words, we have already entered the apocalypse. This statement instantly left in Yu Yan shocked, her mouth agape. Apocalypse? Are you kidding? This isn't a movie. For a doctor who usually busies herself with work and rarely engages with movies or novels, these things seemed a bit too hard to accept. Are you shocked? Luo Chen said with a smile. Then he continued. You want to send the bearded men to prison, but have you thought about the fate of Zhuo Wentao and his group? How many people have died? In response, and Yu Yan's beautiful eyes widened. She immediately recalled what had happened before. If we let the law punish them, then not to mention the bearded men. Currently, more than half of the people in this building would have to line up to eat peanuts. Luo Chen leaned back on the sofa, the corners of his mouth lifting. Just within the scope of these 2 buildings, it had become this chaotic. So looking further, how chaotic would the entire community, or even the whole Qingshui city, or the entire world become? You need to understand what it means for a snow disaster to be able to freeze the entire world. There is no better explanation than events like the mass extinction that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Luo Chen's gaze drifted outside the window. Under this irrefutable statement, and Yu Yan's teeth clenched tightly on her cherry lips. Her fair hands were also tightly clenched together. It seemed that it really was like this. It's just that, not only her, but almost everyone else found it hard to accept this situation. They were also forcing themselves not to think this way. Those who had figured things out had long since disregarded everything to plunder and kill, like the bearded man and Zhuo Wentao and his group. The world was ending. Why care about so much? Of course, it was about finding ways to preserve their lives by any means necessary, and enjoying women they had never experienced before. So, does that mean the vast majority of people will end up freezing or starving to death because of a lack of resources? And Yu Yan's clenched fist slowly relaxed. Thinking about the current chaos, it seemed indeed as Luo Chen had said. Humanity had entered the apocalypse. Survival of the fittest. Maybe, but you don't have to worry. My supplies are enough for you to use for 100 lifetimes. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he demonstrated his ability to retrieve items from his space. This scene, which could not be explained by science, shattered in Yu Yan's worldview on the spot, making her completely believe Luo Chen's words. It's too unbelievable. And Yu Yan's beautiful eyes widened in shock. It seemed she hadn't yet recovered from the earlier scene. It was just like Doraemon's pocket of wonders. No matter what it was, Luo Chen could conjure it out of thin air, which even made her pinch her fair thigh hard. She wasn't dreaming. Luo Chen, thank you. After accepting all of this, and Yu Yan couldn't help but express her gratitude. After all, she had only met Luo Chen today, yet he selflessly allowed her to stay in the warm safe house and not worry about food. Compared to her previous situation in Building 10, this was simply a heavenly life. At this moment, Baya and Li Rou also walked over, their long, fair legs striding gracefully. However, what puzzled Yu Yan was that they did not sit down but stood silently beside Luo Chen with their hands hanging down, especially Baya, who had changed into a fitted maid outfit. It was as if Luo Chen was the master here, and everyone else were servants. However, it seemed to be the case. After all, the owner of the safe house was Luo Chen, while Yin Yuyan was lost in thought. Luo Chen, sitting in the center of the sofa, slowly stood up with a smile and said, "Dr. Yin, next I will tell you the rules you need to follow in the safe house, and I hope you remember them well." His gaze was calm as he said, "That is, unconditionally obey all my orders." Upon hearing this, Yin Yuyan couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in shock. Hesitating, all orders? This seemed a bit inappropriate. What if he asked her to do something like that? You have no right to refuse. In her astonished gaze, Luo Chen directly pinched her chin. Looking down at her, Yin Yuyan was forced to lift her small head, looking at him with a pitiful expression. I think this is a bit unfair," Yin Yuyan protested. It felt like signing a contract of servitude, directly becoming a servant. "Ha, unfair?" Luo Chen chuckled and released his grip on her chin. Then, he lightly snapped his fingers. Zila the wristband began to work. At this moment, Yin Yuyan finally understood what this device on her wrist was for. Of course, the butler didn't unleash full force, it was just a small warning. But Yin Yuyan still felt her body go weak and then fell into Li Ro's broad embrace. Just like that, Luo Chen shrugged and said, he wouldn't play the role of a great benefactor, nor did he have a penchant for being a saint, saving others without seeking anything in return. From the moment you put on the wristband, you are my woman. However, it's okay, it's normal to feel unaccustomed right now, Luo Chen said, crossing his arms. Once we get used to each other, you'll adapt more quickly. Come to my room tonight. After saying this, Yin Yuyan still lay softly in Li Ro's arms, not moving. Dr. Yin? Li Ro tentatively called out to her. Let go of me. Yin Yuyan said softly, I can't breathe. Chapter 117, Equal Rain and Dew Report. A little brother covered in snowflakes burst through the door. Upon seeing this, Diao Ming stopped fiddling with the jade ring on his thumb, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Leaning against the sofa, he slightly leaned forward. What the hell are you shouting for? Shen Kai, the number one lackey, quickly stood up straight and scolded. How disrespectful. Didn't he see the boss was still here? Boss, Huren is missing. After we finished digging the snow, we couldn't find him, the little brother quickly explained. They had organized a few people to go down and dig the snow, and while everything was fine at first, by the end, one person was simply gone. The blizzard outside was so heavy, even if the other party left some trace while escaping, it would have been completely covered by the snow. Useless, Diao Ming snorted coldly. With so many people, they couldn't even keep track of one person, allowing him to slip away right under their noses. Boss, it's likely that the kid couldn't stand the torture and ran away. Shen Kai lowered his body, looking at Diao Ming. They were professional debt collectors. Previously, there was a tough nut in this community who refused to pay back the money when the loan was due. So, Diao Ming, as the boss, gathered people and came over. Unexpectedly, an unprecedented extreme blizzard trapped everyone here, with over 30 thugs under Diao Ming's command, each one fierce and combative. They quickly took over Building 13. Now, Diao Ming was the undisputed boss of Building 13. Everyone inside followed his orders. With the absorption of many hands, their numbers had swelled to nearly 100. Let him run, his debt will be repaid by his wife. Diao Ming sneered, the scar on the corner of his eye, resembling a centipede, twisted grotesquely. No one could take advantage of him. The blizzard outside was so fierce that even if the other party sneaked away, they would ultimately perish in the storm. At this moment, a somewhat attractive woman sitting nearby shivered upon hearing this, her face revealing deep fear. She was Hu Ren's wife. Now that he had run away, his fate unknown, she was left to suffer alone. Not only her, but even the house that originally belonged to them had fallen into Diao Ming's hands, becoming the stronghold for him and his confidants. Yes, let his wife pay, Shen Kai repeated, fully embodying the role of a lackey. Hu Ren only borrowed a little over 200,000, Diao Ming said, rotating the jade ring on his thumb, crossing his legs. His gaze suddenly turned sinister. What about that guy named Luo Chen? No news? Upon hearing this, Shen Kai wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, cautiously saying, Boss, not yet. The residents of Building 13 all say they don't know him, and we've asked quite a few in Building 12, but no one knows. Clearly, he understood his boss's character. Although the money had now become worthless paper, those who had borrowed from them before had already paid a painful price. Except for a guy named Luo Chen. Keep investigating, Diao Ming said coldly. The two people who had finished collecting debts in the community had borrowed a total of just over 300,000 from him, but that guy named Luo Chen borrowed a full million just by himself. After borrowing, he disappeared without a trace. However, after some investigation, he managed to find the other party's exact address. You little brat. I want you to know that some cheap deals aren't so easy to take advantage of. Diao Ming sneered. The other party couldn't hide for long. Now they had taken over an entire building, and in the future, they would continue to expand their territory. How are Li Ming and the others doing? Is it serious? Diao Ming asked as he pulled Hu Ren's wife into his arms. The woman trembled in fear, not daring to move an inch. Boss, Li Ming's wound is okay, but the stitching isn't great. He might need a professional doctor to handle it. The other brother's injuries aren't looking good either. At that moment, a trusted subordinate stepped forward. They had just had a fight with a group of workers from the neighboring building, led by the rough men under the foreman Zhou Jin, who were quite fierce in combat. Neither side gained an advantage in the conflict. I heard there's a doctor in Building 10. She used to be the attending physician at the People's Hospital of Qingshui City. Let's bring her back to treat the brothers. Diao Ming gently rubbed his jade ring. In this environment, not only did they need enough manpower, but having a skilled doctor was also very important. No problem, boss, Shen Kai nodded eagerly. However, he then hesitated, saying, but, the blizzard outside is too heavy, you can't even see the entrance to the underground parking lot. It might be a bit dangerous to go now. Shen Kai cautiously raised his head and said, and boss, there's that guy Zhuo Wentao in Building 10 as well. Upon hearing this, Diao Ming shot him a glare and scolded. Useless. What the hell is Zhuo Wentao? I have over 100 men under me. Am I afraid of him? If the other party didn't have any sense, he would just have Zhuo Wentao and his little brothers directly removed from Building 10. My bad. My bad. Compared to you, Zhuo Wentao is nothing, Shen Kai quickly flattered. I'll gather the men right away and go to Building 10 to bring them back for you. Sorry, Doctorin. Li Ro hurriedly helped the other party up, feeling ashamed. Having too broad a heart isn't necessarily a good thing. She smiled and asked, Master, is there any dish you want for lunch? I'll go prepare it in the kitchen. Approaching noon, as the cook, she had to start preparing the ingredients in advance. Let me think, Luo Chen said slowly. He had eaten quite a few foreign meals, most of which were recipes found in the butler's database. And honestly, they were just okay. It was just for something new. Now that he was tired of it, it was just right to switch back to domestic dishes. You can pick any of the 8 major cuisines, just choose from Sioux cuisine and Cantonese cuisine. Luo Chen waved his hand. Both of these cuisines were relatively light, perfect for relieving the heaviness. He was sick of roasted lamb and steak. In terms of flavor, it had to be the famous dishes from home that were satisfying. Chapter 118. We are like extras after a busy while. A fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen, tempting everyone's appetite. At this time, after resting all morning, Yan Shu also walked out of the bedroom. When she saw an extra person in the living room, her cherry lips parted slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Strange. How did an extra person suddenly appear after not leaving the room for half a day? You are, Doctorin? Yan Shu carefully examined the person, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Only then did she realize that the person who entered the safe house was none other than An Yuyan, the attending physician from the People's Hospital of Qingshui City, who had helped her treat her wounds when she was injured during a mission. So, the two were not strangers. Officer Yan, is that you? And Yuyan couldn't help but cover her mouth, asking in disbelief. Just now, Luo Chen had already introduced the members of the safe house. However, since Yan Shu was unwell, she hadn't been introduced, and Luo Chen planned to let the two women meet in person later. Unexpectedly, Yan Shu and An Yuyan had met before. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled. You two know each other? We've met a few times before, Dr. And even helped me with a wound, Yan Shu said, her pretty face slightly flushed as she nodded. She hadn't expected that it would be such a coincidence that the other party had also entered the safe house. After An Yuyan's explanation, Yan Shu understood the ins and outs of the situation. After all, she hadn't encountered An Yuyan when she went to Building No. 10 for a mission. Moreover, Luo Chen had communicated with the other party through a drone, and at that time, Yan Shu was still outside and unaware. That is quite a coincidence. Luo Chen nodded. At that moment, dinner's ready. Li Ro came out carrying plates of fragrant dishes: squirrel fish, shrimp with green spirals, beggar's chicken, and lung soup. It was a delicious spread of Su cuisine. Wow, it smells so good, Baya said energetically. She took a deep breath, inhaling the enticing aroma, and could hardly resist diving in right away. Looking at the sumptuous feast, and Yuyan's beautiful eyes widened, and she swallowed hard. Is this so extravagant? There's chicken, fish, and even fresh vegetables. This truly exceeded her expectations. Originally, and Yuyan thought that when Luo Chen said not to worry about food, he meant instant noodles, snacks, and canned goods. At most, there would be some white rice. But now, seeing this, wow, the food was almost comparable to that of a five-star restaurant before the extreme cold apocalypse. Shocking, and Yuyan already knew about Luo Chen's infinite space. But with so much meat and vegetables, wouldn't there be concerns about spoilage? Wouldn't they rot? Officer Yan, you can't be eating this all the time, right? And Yuyan looked at the table full of delicious dishes and couldn't help but ask. Not really. Hearing this, and Yuyan let out a sigh of relief. That made sense. How could they be eating such gourmet food all the time? It should only be an occasional treat. Unexpectedly, Yan Shu changed her tone and said, "Before, we were eating seafood and barbecue, and we got tired of it." Put. And Yuyan couldn't hold back. Listen to that. Does that sound like something a person would say? So many people outside can't even get a scrap of food, and you guys are eating barbecued steaks and still find it tiresome? At that moment, she really wanted to exclaim, why not indulge in meat? However, and Yuyan also understood very well, the reason everyone could live so carefree, enjoying delicious meals every day without repetition, was all thanks to Luo Chen. Without Luo Chen, their lives would surely be miserable, just like those residents outside, cold and hungry every day. They were even worried about their safety, fearing others would covet their beauty. Dr. You're in for a treat from now on, Baya said with a smile, hands behind her back. Under the maid's skirt, her long, slender legs stood out charmingly. Sisterly Rose cooking is really good. At that moment, and Yuyan felt a wave of fragrance lingering at her nose. Looking at the table full of sumptuous food, she silently thought, having such delicious enjoyment every day, this life is just too wonderful. It's not that I have no principles, and Yuyan said as she sat in her chair, eagerly picking up a piece of tender perch and putting it in her mouth. It was simply too fragrant, too delicious. In the blizzard, the dense snowflakes quickly settled on everyone's shoulders within just a few breaths, forming a thick layer. Many had gray hair, looking like elderly gentlemen. Brother Kai, it's so cold. Do we really have to go to building No. 10 now? One of the younger members complained. He kept brushing the snow off his hair, but it was futile. The snow was falling too heavily. Just as he brushed some off, another layer would cover it. No kidding. Shinkai was shivering from the cold. As he cursed, he ended up with a mouthful of snow. The order came from the boss. They dared not disobey. Stop dawdling. Start digging now. The sooner we dig, the sooner we can get out of here, Shinkai urged. Fortunately, the entrance to the underground parking lot of Building No. 10 was right at the door, so they didn't have to walk far. Otherwise, in this dreadful weather, they might get lost. Just a few meters away, everything was shrouded in dense snow, making it impossible to see anything. I have this feeling that we're like those extras in apocalyptic movies, struggling to find supplies in a blizzard. One younger member, wearing a hat, sighed. Someone next to him corrected, forget the extras, we are in the blizzard of the apocalypse. Chapter 119, Alive to see people, dead to see corpses. Pa, you're the extra. Watch your words, one of the younger members retorted, feeling unlucky. What extras? It sounded like a death sentence. Too ominous. We should say we're like the main characters in a movie. He corrected. Main characters? More like pig's feet. Hurry up and dig. Stop whining, Shinkai scolded. They didn't have time to boast. If they didn't dig out the entrance to the underground parking lot soon, they would freeze solid. Sigh. This community is great, but the underground parking lot can only be accessed by the elevator. Exactly. And now there's no power, so we can't even go down. The group sighed in frustration. At that moment, a man named Kong Tian suddenly said, "The doctor living in building No. 10, her name is In Yuyen, right?" "What? You've met her?" someone asked curiously while digging. I actually have. During the snow disaster, before the apocalypse, I was lucky enough to get an appointment with her. Kong Tian reminisced. Not to mention, Dr. N is stunning. She was wearing a white coat, with long legs wrapped in black stockings. TSK. That day, I was so nervous. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited. Wow, turns out she's a beautiful doctor. Then we'll have something to look forward to. One younger member chuckled. Although they couldn't go overboard since she was specifically requested by the boss, they could still enjoy themselves a bit. With a target in mind, everyone was full of energy, digging more vigorously, and soon they unearthed the entrance to the underground parking lot buried beneath. Their efficiency skyrocketed. Damn it! Shun Kai was speechless. Indeed, fear was the best motivator. After shouting for so long to no effect, a mention of Dr. and had them all working hard. Then, Shinkai led the younger members into the underground parking lot and made their way to building No. 10. Once they entered the corridor, everyone heightened their vigilance, as that building housed that guy Zhuo Wentao, who had gathered 30 to 40 people. Although they had over 80 members, nearly double the opponent's number, it was better to be cautious. If the other side resorted to underhanded tactics and ambushed them, it would be quite troublesome. However, as they climbed higher, they sensed something was off. By the time they reached the 10th floor, they hadn't seen a single person. In fact, they even discovered a corpse frozen solid in the corridor. Strange, I heard that Zhuo Wentao lives on the 10th floor, but it feels like the place is empty, someone said, puzzled. Just then, Kong Tian exclaimed in shock, "Kai Gu, come and take a look." At the stairway leading to the 11th floor, he discovered a pile of refrigerators, welded tightly in place with steel bars, completely sealing off the space. "Get it open," Shinkai shouted without hesitation, calling for people to start breaking it down. After a lot of effort, everyone used axes and hammers to successfully dismantle this relatively sturdy barrier. Who are you?" Hearing the commotion, Fang Shan pushed the door open and stepped out, her face filled with terror. Due to the howling blizzard outside, she was the first to notice the noise from the destruction of the barrier. "Don't resist. We just want to ask you something. Answer truthfully." Several of the younger men grabbed her and brought her before Shinkai. It should be noted that Fang Shan was the first living person they encountered after entering building No. 10. "Tell me, what's going on in this building? Why is there not a single person downstairs? Where are Zhuo Wentao and his group?" Shinkai questioned her. The situation in building No. 10 was indeed strange, and they needed to get to the bottom of it. "Don't hurt me, I'll tell you everything. Zhuo Wentao and his group are already dead." As an ordinary woman, Fang Shan was instantly terrified and lost her composure. Faced with a group of aggressive men, she was so scared that she blurted out everything she knew. "What?" Shinkai exclaimed in shock after hearing her. He wasn't shocked that that group had been wiped out in building No. 9, but rather by a name he heard from Fang Shan's lips. "Luo Chun?" Shinkai's expression brightened. Wasn't this the guy who borrowed $1 million in loans before the apocalypse? They finally caught him. "Humph. Luo Chun, your good days are over. It's time to pay back the debts you borrowed before." It seemed that the supplies hoarded by his family were quite substantial, enough to reach even building No. 10. Shinkai couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile, formulating a plan in his mind. However, their main objective at this moment was Dr. N. "Do you know which room Dr. N is staying in?" Shinkai asked coldly. Dr. N? I don't know her." Fang Shan trembled all over, shaking her head repeatedly. Unfortunately, her poor disguise was easily seen through. "Are you tired of living? If you don't speak, then just go to hell." Shinkai snatched the machete from someone nearby, pointing the blade at her neck as a threat. Faced with the threat of death, Fang Shan broke down in fear and couldn't help but reveal, "She's on the 11th floor. Get lost." Shinkai kicked her aside and, wielding the machete, stormed upstairs. She was just an ordinary woman, he didn't have time to waste with her. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. Then, a group of younger men rushed in, flooding into the room. Unfortunately, no matter how thoroughly they searched the entire house, they found no trace of In Yuyen. "Damn it, where is she?" Shinkai said impatiently. They had been out for over an hour, and they still hadn't found anyone. If they returned late, the boss would definitely scold them. After searching several floors, the younger men brought in a few more residents. Among them Aunt Lin. Spare me. You're looking for Dr. In, right? But she has already jumped off the building. Aunt Lin trembled in fear, worried that if she answered too slowly, they would send her to hell with a knife. Upon hearing this, Shinkai's face turned green. What? She jumped off the building? If Dr. In jumps off the building, what will happen to those injured brothers in Building 13? If they only bring back the news of this jump, the boss will probably have to jump too. According to Aunt Lin's words, that day, the men with beards who had ill intentions were forcibly dragged out by the younger brothers. Brother, this really isn't our fault. Yeah, it was Dr. In who jumped on her own. We didn't touch her. Really, we didn't even take her medical kit. We just threw it down together. The bearded men turned pale with fear. They had no idea where so many people had come from, and why they were looking for Dr. In. If they had known this day would come, they wouldn't have dared to lay a finger on Yu Yan even if they had 100 times the courage. The bearded man and Ko Janwei trembled uncontrollably. Would these people vent their anger on them? Damn! A bunch of beasts! Shinkai cursed angrily. Search! Go down and search! I want to see a living person or a dead body. Chapter 120, after eating well, go to work under Shinkai's threat. The three bearded men had no choice but to take shovels and dig for Dr. N's body in the blizzard with temperatures below -70 degrees. Unfortunately, no one knew that Yu Yan had already been rescued by Luo Chen using a drone, so no matter how much they dug, they couldn't find any trace of the body. Achoo! Gung Yi sneezed as he dug. The snot that just flowed out froze into ice shards. Looking at the other two, they were covered in a thick layer of snow, and if they stood still, they would probably be mistaken for snowmen. Damn it, where did Dr. N's body go? Ko Janwei shivered from the cold and couldn't help but curse. The three had been digging for half a day. They had found the medical kit that was thrown down earlier, but such a large person was nowhere to be found. No matter how the other party jumped, the area was only this big. After spending a long time in the blizzard, the extreme cold had numbed their bodies, and they felt like they were burning up. This was a sign of a high fever. However, looking at Shinkai and his group standing at the entrance of the building with gloomy faces, the three bearded men didn't dare to stop. Three useless fools. Shinkai couldn't help but curse. Forcing someone to jump off a building was one thing, but now they couldn't even find the body. How was he supposed to report back? If the boss got angry, he wouldn't have a good ending. Kai Gu, hasn't the boss been looking for that Luo Chen? It would be good to catch him and bring him back. At this moment, Kang Tian's eyes lit up. He immediately suggested, damn, don't say, that's actually a good idea. Shinkai was overjoyed upon hearing this. He kept patting the other person's shoulder in praise. They hadn't found the doctor, but they had found Luo Chen, who had lent them money. The boss would definitely be very happy, because for their boss, love for money surpassed everything. Although, right now, money was useless. Let's go to Building 9, Shinkai said in a deep voice. Leading a group of younger brothers, they marched into the underground parking lot, heading towards Building 9. Kai Gu, what about those three guys? Shouldn't we deal with them? A younger brother asked. Don't worry about them. After staying in the blizzard for so long, they'll definitely come down with a high fever of 40 degrees when they get back. Shinkai waved his hand. The medical kit had already been taken away. In this situation, those three were undoubtedly sentenced to death. Dr. In, how was the food? Luo Chen pulled out a tissue and wiped the corner of his mouth with a smile. Opposite him, Yu Yan rubbed her little belly and said contentedly, thank you for the hospitality. I ate very well. Not just well, it was also very satisfying. Li Ro's cooking was impeccable. The dishes she made were almost as good as what she had eaten in the big hotel. In fact, they were even more delicious than those made by the chefs. After eating such delicious food, it would be unbearable for her to return to the days of drinking water and gnawing on cold bread at home. Once you're full, get to work. Luo Chen snorted coldly. The meal was made by Li Ro, and she still expected someone to wash the dishes? Although, before Yu Yan arrived, it had always been Li Ro and Baiya helping each other out. Oh, Yu Yan shrank her neck and replied weakly. Then, she hurriedly picked up the empty plate she had cleaned out and ran to the kitchen. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she discovered that there was actually a dishwasher here. Wash by hand. Luo Chen's indifferent voice rang out, extinguishing the small thought that had risen in her mind. I'll wash. I'll wash. And Yu Yan said, sniffling. This delicious food wasn't so easy to come by. She had been scolded. For someone who often ordered takeout and had hardly ever cooked, washing dishes was no simple task. The dishes that Li Ro finished in a few minutes took Yu Yan a full 15 minutes to wash, during which her clothes got wet. Feeling wronged, and Yu Yan thought to herself that tonight she must transform into a princess and squeeze out all of Luo Chen's supplies to protest against his tyranny. Master, there's a situation in the apartment building. Detecting a large number of outsiders entering. At that moment, the butler suddenly issued a warning. Outsiders? Luo Chen was taken aback and said curiously, on this snowy day, how could there be other people coming to Building 9? And it seemed like quite a few of them? He pulled up the surveillance footage. There were indeed a crowd of people in the corridor, and they were heading upwards. From what they were saying, Luo Chen realized they were actually coming for him. Strange. Where did this group come from? Luo Chen said in confusion. He didn't seem to have seen them before. What should we do? There are so many of them. And Yu Yan said nervously, her beautiful eyes looking at him. Should we issue another bounty and have the residents in the building take them out? Not likely. Luo Chen shook his head. After the last battle, many people had received food, so this time they probably wouldn't dare to venture out. Moreover, many had been injured last time and currently had no combat power. The main issue was that there were too many of these people, and the residents wouldn't be able to handle them. Then, what should we do? And Yu Yan tightened her sleeves, speaking anxiously. She didn't want to lose her current good life. In the face of this sudden crisis, Bai Ye and Yan Shu appeared quite calm, their pretty faces showing no signs of panic. They knew that Luo Chen would definitely handle it. Don't worry, as long as you stay obediently in the room, they won't be able to do anything to you, Luo Chen said lightly. Even if this group was numerous, what of it? The alloy walls of the safe house were not to be trifled with. However, that said, he still needed to make some preparations. Brother Kai, why are there so many holes in the wall? Kang Tian asked with a puzzled expression. Upon reaching the 23rd floor, the first thing that caught their eye was a wall full of pits, as if it had been bombarded like a city wall. It was particularly eye-catching. What does that matter? I'm looking for Luo Chen himself. Got it? Shin Kai said dismissively. What he wanted most right now was to capture Luo Chen and take him back to report. He was not interested in anything else. Luo Chen, open the door for your grandpas. Did you hear? Don't play dead, or we'll break the door down. Come out right now. At Shin Kai's signal, his underlings swaggered to the door and shouted. In their view, Luo Chen was just one person and posed no threat to them at all. Even if all the residents of this building teamed up, they would still have a significant advantage in numbers, so there was no need to be afraid. Where did this dog come from? Barking at my door? Luo Chen chuckled softly. His voice was clearly transmitted through the Bluetooth speaker into the corridor. Upon hearing this, the little brothers at the door immediately turned dark. They never expected that Luo Chen would dare to provoke them at this moment. Did he really not know how to write the word death? Or did he think the peephole was just for decoration? Could they not see how many people were behind them? Chapter 121, Want Money or Life? Luo Chen, I see you really don't know how to write the word death. Debts must be repaid. It's only right. You borrowed $1 million from our boss Ming a month ago, and now it's time to pay it back. The little brothers immediately began to curse. If it weren't for the extremely low temperature, each of them would have wanted to roll up their sleeves and rush in to break down the door. Hearing their shouting, Luo Chen finally understood. It turned out these people were here to collect a debt. Before the apocalypse, he had indeed borrowed over $1 million from several lending apps. However, was it really a coincidence that it all came from one company? He clearly remembered splitting it across several different lending apps. Come on, are these guys really here to collect debts in this freezing weather? Luo Chen said, somewhat speechless. It was over 70 degrees below zero. A blizzard was raging outside. Are you kidding me? This is way too dedicated. But paying back the money was out of the question. It would never happen in this lifetime. Why should I pay back money I borrowed with my own ability? Luo Chen retorted disdainfully. After all, the money on the other side wasn't clean either. These loan sharks had ruined countless families. Damn it, Luo Chen. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. A dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water. Shin Kai gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. They had over 80 people with them, and if they really got into a fight, they could even flatten this entire building. Fuck it, get in there. Smash his damn door open, Shen ordered. Once the door was broken down, he wanted the other party to know how painful the consequences of offending them could be, including the principal and interest of that 1 million from before the apocalypse. It all had to be paid back. Alright, Kai Gu, leave it to us. At that moment, 2 little brothers volunteered. They excitedly walked to the door with 2 sturdy iron hammers in hand. In the apocalypse, such heavy iron hammers were essential for killing, burning, and looting. The thin iron door of the apartment was incredibly weak in front of the hammers. Just a few swings would smash it to pieces. 80. The 2 little brothers raised their hammers and smashed down. While smashing, they kept shouting slogans. Unfortunately, they didn't know that this iron door was not as weak as the doors of other residents' homes. This was a super secure door comparable to a bank vault door. Even small explosives couldn't blow it open. Bang! Oh my god! Ah! My hand! After 1 round, the 2 little brothers immediately howled in pain. The moment the hammer hit the door, a tremendous force was transmitted back through the hammer, instantly numbing their hands and nearly splitting their palms open. Damn! You 2 useless fools! You can't even break down a door. Shen Kai couldn't help but curse angrily, thinking they were too weak. He pushed them aside and replaced them with 2 stronger little brothers. Seeing this, Luo Chen on the sofa decided to show them some color. Always being on the defensive was not his style. Steward, connect the high voltage, he said. Yes, master, the steward replied. He immediately flipped the switch and set the voltage to the highest level. Bang! This time, 2 of the little brothers swung their hammers against the iron door, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. They felt a tremendous pulling force from the hammerhead. At the same time, a violent electric current surged into their limbs, causing them to roll their eyes and convulse. Zizi watching this scene unfold. Shen Kai and the little brothers behind him were instantly shocked. Damn! They're smashing the door. But why are they jumping around? This dance is so wild. Did they secretly learn street dance during this time? No! They got electrocuted. One little brother finally reacted, shouting in terror. Upon hearing this, the others widened their eyes and exclaimed, "No way! How can this broken door have electricity? What do we do? Hurry and save them! Save my ass! I can smell burnt flesh. They're fried to a crisp." At this moment, the 2 little brothers wielding hammers finally stopped moving, rolling their eyes and collapsing to the ground. They were silent. Oh my god! Don't crowd me! Step back quickly! Hurry back! The crowd, frightened, quickly retreated a good distance. They were afraid that if they got too close, they might also break into a dance and lose their lives too. At this time, Shen Kai in the middle of the crowd had an extremely ugly expression, as if he had eaten a secret recipe burger. He never expected that in just a few breaths, his side would lose 2 people. They hadn't even broken down the door. Damn it, Luo Chen! You're finished! I'm going to kill you! Shen Kai cursed angrily. He couldn't believe that with so many people on his side, they couldn't do anything to just 1 person from the other side. Coming out this time not only failed to complete the mission but also lost 2 men. He was afraid that Boss Ming would kill him when he returned. Ha! I'll kill you first! Luo Chen sneered. He directly opened the shooting hole on the safety door and pulled out a large crossbow from his space, setting it up. This crossbow was significantly larger than the one used to shoot Deng 2 before. It was not even in the same league. The previous one was at most a handheld crossbow, which would only create a blood hole when shot at a person. But this one was a heavy crossbow, capable of hunting large beasts in the wild. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air came. Then, screams erupted from the crowd. Ah ah ah! Ayo ayo ayo! Under the terrifying penetrating power of the sharp crossbow bolt, the little brothers standing in a straight line were all shot solidly, pierced through like skewered grasshoppers. In an instant, at least 5 or 6 people fell directly to the ground. They were just unlucky enough to have their heads blown off by the crossbow bolt. Those who were luckier were shot in the shoulders, arms, and ears, now clutching their injured parts and letting out heart-wrenching wails. Counting them up, this one shot caused 8 or 9 casualties on Shen Kai's side. TSK. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that as long as it was used well, crossbows could also serve as a means of mass injury. There was no way to blame it. The other side was standing too closely together. He could hit them even with his eyes closed. What a pity! I didn't hit the leader. He shook his head with slight regret. At this moment, the little brothers who had been hit by Luo Chen's arrow were terrified out of their wits. They had been collecting debts for so many years, and this was the first time they encountered such a ruthless person. Not only was the door reinforced and electrified, but there was also a crossbow, a deadly weapon for hunting beasts, and the methods were incredibly ruthless. With just one glance, they killed more than 10 of them. How brutal! Do they want money or lives? Nonsense! Of course, it's lives. Chapter 122, Restraint. One must be restrained. Run! Run fast! The other side has crossbows. Retreat! Damn it! Run faster! I don't want to be a casualty. The little brothers were like startled birds, wailing as they turned to flee. In the crowd, chaos erupted, and due to the panic, many people fell on the steps and were trampled. Instantly, there was another wave of casualties. It wasn't until they had sprinted down from the 23rd floor to the 4th that they barely managed to catch their breath. Who we finally escaped. Damn, that Luo Chen is too ruthless. His family actually has crossbows. Damn, that's a prohibited item. The little brothers gasped for air, leaning against the wall, their legs weak. They were still shaken. At this moment, Shinkai had a gloomy expression, his hands trembling slightly. It's over. So many people died this time. The boss will definitely kill me when I go back. If he had known, he would have just taken his men back when he couldn't find Doctorin. It's all your damn fault for suggesting that stupid idea. You got me killed. Shinkai, furious, punched Kong Tian. The blow sent him crashing to the ground, stars dancing in his eyes. Let's go. Shinkai gritted his teeth. No matter what, they still had to go back. Forget about attacking Luo Chen's house, he didn't have the guts for that, and staying here would definitely lead to more casualties. So, this is what happened. Boss Ming sat on the sofa, crossing his legs as he spoke. Hearing this, Shinkai, standing in front of him, trembled and nodded. Why yes, boss. This time it was my fault. Some of the other trusted subordinates also lowered their heads, standing behind him, not daring to look up. This operation had been a huge failure for them. You know, it was your fault. Boss Ming chuckled lightly. Bang, a loud explosion sounded. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. Boss Ming directly grabbed the bottle of white liquor from the coffee table and smashed it hard against Shinkai's head. The impact left Shinkai with shards of glass in his hair, blood streaming from his forehead. His whole body swayed, nearly collapsing. Sorry, boss. Shinkai didn't dare to make any other moves. Keeping his head down, he didn't even dare to wipe the blood. At this moment, the extremely low temperature in the room mixed with the intense pain in his head, creating a cruel torment. If there's a next time, you might as well not live. Boss Ming sat back down. Speaking, he didn't even glance at Shinkai. Boss, we've figured out the situation with that Luo Chen kid. At this moment, a little brother pushed the door open and entered. After some inquiries, he revealed everything about Luo Chen's recent activities in Building 9. Indestructible doors, alloy walls, crossbow handguns, countless supplies, a bounty to wipe out Zhuo Wentao. The more Shinkai listened, the more cold sweat dripped down his back. He never expected that the person he brought his men to find was such a ruthless character. The other side even had guns. If they had opened the door just now and sprayed the crowd with bullets, he would have probably been killed on the spot. All the trusted subordinates were also in shock. If they had known the other side was this ruthless, they wouldn't have dared to cause trouble no matter what. To barge in without even investigating the background, just to deliver your heads, Boss Ming said coldly, his gaze icy as he stared at Shinkai. Shinkai was drenched in cold sweat. I'm sorry, boss, there won't be a next time. As he spoke, he couldn't help but silently lament. How was I supposed to know that such a ruthless person would suddenly appear in the neighborhood? The previous residents were all weaklings. Boss, what about that guy Luo Chen? Should we give up on him? At this moment, another trusted subordinate stepped forward and asked cautiously. Give up? Boss Ming sneered. How could we possibly give up? The other party's family must be hoarding a lot of food, and his room is an indestructible safe house made of alloy panels. Such a good thing must be ours. In this extremely cold apocalypse, safety is the most important thing. Living in such a secure shelter is definitely thousands of times better than the ordinary residential houses they currently occupy. But we have no way to break in, the subordinate said awkwardly. Are we supposed to pile up lives? Just because we can't now doesn't mean we won't later. Boss Ming's eyes were cold. There will always be opportunities. A mature hunter must have enough patience. As long as Luo Chen shows even the slightest flaw, they will seize the opportunity and take him down in one go. Where did that group of people come from? It seems they all ran away. Who knows? Probably from another building. Ha ha ha. Another group of fools coveting Brother Luo's supplies. In the owner group, messages started flooding in. After the previous incident with Deng Tu and Zhuo Wentao, their courage had increased significantly. They were no longer surprised by such things. At everyone, 1 bag of instant noodles. Take care of the 2 corpses at my door. At this moment, Luo Chen also tagged in the group. The group chat instantly fell silent. Without thinking, the residents who saw the message must have dropped their phones and rushed up to the 23rd floor. Brother Luo, the bodies have been taken care of. A resident living on the 21st floor said respectfully at the door. Before the apocalypse, throwing objects from high places was illegal. But now, I'll just throw the bodies. Well done. Luo Chen casually tossed out a bag of instant noodles, sending the person away. Then he sat back on the sofa, lost in thought. I didn't expect you to have taken out such a large loan before the apocalypse. What would you do if the apocalypse hadn't come? And Yu Yan said in surprise. This amount of money was not a small sum for her either. It's just a small amount. Baiya, dressed in a maid outfit, sweetly hugged one of his arms and said, if the apocalypse hadn't come, I would have helped my master pay it back. I have quite a bit in my little treasury. Hearing this, Luo Chen smiled faintly and said, if the apocalypse hadn't come, Baiya wouldn't have known me, let alone asking for a signature. It would probably be impossible. After all, before the apocalypse, their social statuses were worlds apart. One was a national-level goddess, almost at the pinnacle of social status, while he was just an ordinary person living in obscurity. How could that be? Baiya tightened her hug and sweetly smiled. No matter if the apocalypse comes or not, let alone a signature. I'm all yours. If the apocalypse doesn't come, I would just go find my master and get married on the spot. Upon hearing this, Yan Shu and Li Ro beside them secretly pouted. The one who will marry Luo Chen is me. I also want to marry Luo Chen. If I could go back to before the apocalypse, I would divorce immediately. Hearing this, and Yu Yan widened her beautiful eyes, thinking, Baiya, you are a national-level goddess. How can you be so infatuated with Luo Chen now? Maintain your composure. You must be composed. Chapter 123, Tonight is destined to be long. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Luo Chen gazed at the dense snowflakes and the terrifyingly low visibility. A sense of urgency arose in his heart. It seems the plan to get guns needs to be put on the agenda quickly, he murmured to himself. Once the blizzard stopped, Luo Chen decided to set off immediately. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. At present, he found that although his safe house was very sturdy, staying inside felt almost absolutely safe. However, the means of attack were quite limited. Just like the group of debt collectors that had come earlier, due to their large numbers, the residents of the apartment building were of no use. Even though he had repelled them with crossbow bolts, there were still thousands of bolts in the space. But the attack speed of the crossbow was too low. After firing one shot, he had to reload. Moreover, its threat level was far inferior to firearms. Although he had a handgun, the ammunition was too scarce. With just a magazine holding a dozen rounds, facing a large number of enemies, he still needed a rifle or submachine gun with more bullets and greater lethality. At this moment, Luo Chen deeply felt that he was suffering from a lack of firepower. He needed to have a large amount of firearms and ammunition in his hands to have enough confidence to face any potential threats in the future. If only he had a pile of firearms at his disposal. Then, when those guys came knocking today, as soon as he revealed the big guns, they would probably be scared off. The police station's armory has at least 100 firearms, and a considerable amount of ammunition. Luo Chen pondered. Relying solely on Yan Shu, he probably wouldn't be able to take much, not to mention the mountain of bullets. And the journey wasn't short, a round trip would likely take up a whole morning. If he wanted to transport multiple times, it would be incredibly difficult to implement, unless he relied on a drone fleet for transportation. However, he couldn't just stay in the safe house enjoying comfort. Then let me go personally, Luo Chen said, narrowing his eyes. This way, not only would he gather supplies from the police station, but he could also conveniently collect any other valuable resources encountered along the way. After a month of continuous training in the combat skills Yan Shu taught me, I should have no problem taking on 2 opponents at once now. Luo Chen raised one hand and clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within his body. His physical fitness was improving rapidly, even nearing Yan Shu's level, and he had grasped the basics of combat skills. With Yan Shu by his side, the two could look out for each other and respond calmly to any dangers they might encounter. Whoosh! Outside the window, the blizzard continued to howl. "Let's take this route to the police station," Luo Chen said, standing in front of the large screen in the living room. Doodling on the displayed route, he mapped out a reasonable route. In the extreme cold apocalypse, the snow on the outside roads was at least 4 to 5 meters thick, making long-distance travel on foot impossible. Fortunately, he had a snowmobile in his space. While making detailed plans, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, this was his first outing since the extreme cold apocalypse began, and it was quite a distance. He might encounter various unexpected situations along the way, but Luo Chen felt no fear, only anticipation. He couldn't hide in the safe house for the rest of his life. He needed to collect more supplies. Not to mention, the water resources in his space were running low, although he could barely manage. He needed to gather more water to use without constraints. Besides that, there were those enticing military bases. RPGs and sniper rifles were just the beginning. He had to collect some missiles, main battle tanks, destroyers, and even nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. At that time, he could directly form an aircraft carrier fleet. Let's see who would dare to cause trouble. As he planned, Luo Chen's eyes grew brighter, and his anticipation deepened. The infinite space couldn't be wasted. It is essential to unleash its full potential and function. Soon, evening arrived. "Let me take care of the dishes," Li Ro said with a gentle smile, taking all the household chores upon herself. Seeing this, Baya also smiled brightly and thanked her. He, then it's hard work for you, Li Ro Jia." As she spoke, she pushed the blushing and Yu Yan towards the master bedroom. Then in Jia, "Let's not waste time. Let's go." "Baya, don't push me," and Yu Yan said shyly. As they passed by Luo Chen, her face turned even redder, and after a brief glance at him, she lowered her head deeply. Her delicate hands were also intertwined. "Master, I'll give you a surprise later. Don't peek," Baya said mysteriously. Then she forcibly pulled Yu Yan into the master bedroom and closed the door tightly. What are those two up to? Luo Chen was left puzzled, so he went to ask Yan Shu, who was sitting nearby. Maybe Baya has some trick up her sleeve again. After all, tonight and is yours, Yan Shu said, tucking a strand of black hair behind her ear with a smile. Suddenly, she stood up and said shyly, "If only, who would have thought that such a cold police flower would one day make such a charming pose?" However, considering the other party's physical reasons, Luo Chen generously let her off this time. Half an hour later, the master bedroom door opened, and Baya came out with a bright smile. "Master, you can go in now." Seeing this, Luo Chen became interested and said, "Then I'll go see what surprise you little girl has prepared." Under the gaze of Baya and the others, he walked to the door and pushed it open. "Oh, the room is specially decorated?" Luo Chen's eyes widened. He saw strips of lights hanging on the walls, twinkling like stars. Red stockings and bows were scattered among them. A giant glowing Christmas tree and an oversized red Christmas gift box were placed in the most prominent position in the room. It instantly gave him the illusion of celebrating Christmas. "Oh, unwrapping gifts?" Luo Chen's mouth curled up. He liked this. Zila the wide bow was untied, and the gift box slowly opened. Then, a beauty appeared before him, dressed in a Christmas red short skirt, wearing a bright red hat, and her long, smooth legs wrapped in black stockings. Her figure was tall and well-proportioned, with a slim waist that made one unable to resist being captivated. The red Christmas outfit contrasted sharply with the black stockings on her thighs, further highlighting the snow-white skin of her exposed shoulders. At this moment, Yu Yan's face was flushed. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, stunningly beautiful. Thus, tonight was destined to be incredibly long. Chapter 124, First Outing. After dawn, the howling blizzard outside finally ceased. Even the snowflakes that had been swirling in the sky had vanished without a trace. The snow had stopped. Luo Chen yawned, stretching lazily as he walked out of the master bedroom. At that moment, "Good morning, master." Baya bounced over, her smooth golden hair swaying. She directly hugged one of Luo Chen's arms and curiously looked into the room. Through the crack of the door, she immediately saw a Christmas red short skirt carelessly thrown on the floor. "Master, what do you have a marker for?" Baya asked, tilting her head in confusion at the object in his hand. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a need to write in the safe house. Oh, this? Luo Chen smiled slightly and said, actually, I'm a calligrapher. Last night, I discussed several ways to write the correct characters with Dr. Un. In fact, not only the correct characters, but he also wrote many other characters, such as, Master is biased. I want to learn too. Baiya pouted angrily. She indicated that he must teach her alone in the future. Next time, Luo Chen replied, putting the marker away. At that moment, he looked at Baiya in front of him and felt that everything around had become very clear, even able to see the delicate skin on her pretty face. It was as if his vision had suddenly improved from 5-0 to 6-0. In fact, from the moment he got up, Luo Chen had noticed changes in his body. It felt as if he had undergone a transformation. His body was not only incredibly light but also felt inexplicably more attuned to the surrounding space. It was a very mysterious feeling. It was hard to describe, as if he had established some kind of connection with the space. Could it be that my spatial ability has changed? Luo Chen thought curiously. At this point, he could only associate it with that. First, his physical fitness improved rapidly, and now there was spatial affinity, increasing his mental strength. However, aside from feeling a broader and more intimate perception of space, there didn't seem to be any other changes. Is this really an advancement? Luo Chen was somewhat puzzled. If it was, then what were the conditions? Why didn't he gain any new skills, like spatial cutting or spatial teleportation? It seemed he could still only access and store items unilaterally. After trying again and finding nothing unusual, he decided to give up. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Luo Chen shook his head. As long as there were no downsides, it was fine. After finishing breakfast, Luo Chen and Yan Shu stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the white world outside. After the blizzard, the snow outside had piled up thicker, estimated to be at least 7 or 8 meters deep. The snow has stopped, it's time to head to the police station, Luo Chen said with emotion. Upon hearing this, Yan Shu, who was standing beside him with her hands down, softly replied, okay, master, my body is fine now, I can leave at any time. Good luck, Sister Yan, Officer Yan, be careful on the way. Baiya and Li Ro cheered her on. At this moment, the girls all thought only Yan Shu would go out. This time, I'm going with you, Luo Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Baiya and the others were instantly shocked, their cherry lips agape. Master, I didn't hear wrong, did I? You're going too? Baiya's beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't understand why Luo Chen wanted to go out. What if he encountered danger outside? Li Ro bit her lip, looking at him with concern. Feeling uneasy, she even gripped one arm tightly with the other hand. How about I go alone instead? Yan Shu frowned slightly. She really didn't feel at ease with Luo Chen following her, because no one could be sure what the outside world had turned into in the second month of the extreme cold apocalypse. The snow had stopped. There could still be other survivors going out to search for supplies. You all worry too much, don't forget there are 2 of us, and we have a handgun, Luo Chen said with a smile, indicating he was aware of the situation. Then he looked at Yan Shu and asked, how many guns and ammunition are in stock at the police station? Although Yan Shu didn't understand why Luo Chen changed the subject, she still answered, I remember there are dozens of handguns, and dozens of rifles and submachine guns, in addition to a few shotguns and a sniper rifle. The bullets are frighteningly abundant. Luo Chen nodded and asked, with so many firearms, you definitely can't carry them all alone. If I go with you, it won't be a problem. Moreover, I also plan to collect more supplies along the way. Upon hearing this, Yan Shu couldn't help but ponder for a moment, realizing that relying solely on her own words, transporting those firearms was indeed a big problem. Was she supposed to carry just one backpack at a time, then run back and forth dozens of times over such a long distance? Master, this. Yan Shu opened her mouth, feeling disheartened as she lowered her head. She found it quite inconvenient without Luo Chen. The supplies in the armory couldn't be transported at all. Don't worry, I'm more cautious about my life than you think, Luo Chen reassured the girls. This trip, besides the purpose of collecting supplies, he also wanted to experience the world in this extreme cold apocalypse. After all, he hadn't had the chance to go out in his previous life. After some persuasion, the girls finally set aside their unease. Master, the door to the armory might be a bit tricky, Yan Shu said, biting her red lips. Originally, she had planned to find a way to solve this problem on her own, but now that Luo Chen was going with her, she mentioned it in advance. As the place that stored firearms, the police station's armory door was also made of specially crafted steel, and to open it, at least 2 locks had to be bypassed. One was a password lock, the other was a fingerprint or iris lock. Both were essential. "Butler, can you handle the password lock?" Luo Chen asked softly. As a super AI brain created by a top domestic team, it surely had some degree of freedom, right? "Of course, Master. I have compiled a program that can be stored in the ID card. At that time, I can breach the password door." "Great, that's enough." Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. The password lock was solved. As for the fingerprint or iris lock, they would figure it out when they reached their destination. There would always be a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Without wasting time, Luo Chen directly pulled out a polar anti-cold suit from his space and quickly put it on. To be honest, the anti-cold suit made with the latest top technology felt completely different when worn. It was much more comfortable than he had imagined. It could withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees. It could also resist wind, snow, and heavy rain. The surface even had high flexibility, capable of withstanding general stabbing injuries from daggers, providing a strong sense of security. "Make sure to carry the gun properly," Luo Chen said as he took out a handgun and a few magazines, handing them to Yan Shu. Fully prepared, the two of them arrived at the entrance. "Master, you must be careful," Baya said with tears in her eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with reluctance. "I believe that Master and Officer Yan will return safely," Li Ro said gently yet firmly. At that moment, the master bedroom door opened, and Yu Yan grabbed the door frame. Her pretty face flushed as she said, "Master, you have to come back quickly. I want to be your gift next time." After bidding farewell to the girls, Luo Chen and Yan Shu set off. In the stairwell, 2 residents had just finished shoveling snow and were walking back with plastic buckets. "What the hell? No way!" Suddenly, upon seeing Luo Chen coming down, they couldn't help but curse out loud. Yan Shu immediately shielded Luo Chen behind her, her brows furrowing tightly. One hand also reached for her waist. Luo Chen? I can't be seeing this wrong. Luo Chen actually went out? The 2 residents' eyes nearly popped out, utterly shocked. What were they seeing? The guy who would never leave his house was actually outside now? What was going on? Had the sun risen from the west? They even thought they were seeing things and rubbed their eyes vigorously with one hand. "It's fine." Luo Chen patted Yan Shu's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. He didn't think there would be any threats inside the apartment building. However, Yan Shu's caring behavior still touched him a little, skirting around the 2 who were frozen in shock. Luo Chen and Yan Shu continued to walk downstairs, with Yan Shu maintaining a vigilant demeanor the whole time. "Old Zhang, am I seeing things?" The resident wearing a hat seemed to have just come to his senses and hurriedly asked his companion beside him. "Seeing things my ass. I saw it too, and the clothes they were wearing looked so high-end," the resident named Old Zhang said, his face filled with excitement. It was strange. The other party was clearly not a big star, yet seeing them made him exhilarated, as if he had encountered some important figure. Why did Luo Chen suddenly go out? His house is so sturdy. Staying inside is so safe. The resident with the hat couldn't understand. Could it be that Luo Chen had run out of food and had to go out to find something to eat? Exactly. There are so many people outside who want his life, it's too dangerous to go out. Old Zhang shook his head as well. He couldn't help but entertain the thought that the other was going out to look for food. If there was enough food, who would choose to leave a solid and safe shelter to brave the cold and danger? Of course, what they didn't know was that Luo Chen wasn't going out because of food. He wanted to empty the police station's stock in Qingshui City. On the 4th floor corridor, Puff Yan Shu lightly flipped out and landed steadily on the snow. She only sank slightly. "Looks like the snow is quite thick." Luo Chen nodded and then grabbed the window ledge to jump out. Unexpectedly, as soon as one foot touched the snow, he sank deep into it. The snow completely covered his knees. At that moment, Luo Chen realized that Yan Shu was fine only because she was light and had good balance. The snow on the upper layer was still quite soft. Pulling his legs out of the snow, the 2 arrived at the back of a unit building and found a secluded corner. "This will do." Luo Chen took out a snowmobile from his space. With this thing, he and Yan Shu could speed across the snow. Vroom vroom, Luo Chen pressed the accelerator, and the snowmobile shot out like a wild horse. Yan Shu, sitting on the back, wrapped her arms around his waist. To be honest, the snowmobile truly lived up to its name. Even on a snow layer that was 8 or 9 meters deep, it moved without obstruction, not affected at all. At this thickness, the snow had long submerged everything on the lower levels, so the community's main gate no longer existed. At this moment, many residents standing by the window were astonished to discover this scene. Oh my! Look! Someone actually went outside. No way! Who would risk their life in this cold weather? Damn! It's real! Who is that? Their vehicle can actually move on the snow as if it were solid ground. The residents exclaimed in shock. Oh my god! It's minus 70 degrees outside. Aren't they afraid of freezing to death? And how do they even have a snowmobile? This isn't the Arctic. The icy cold wind howled through the streets. An endless white world, filled with desolation and silence. It resembled a vast, boundless kingdom of ice and snow, with buildings long buried under thick layers of snow. Silent, soundless. In the face of this global snowstorm, everything seemed incredibly small. Vroom! Suddenly, a figure sped past in the white expanse of snow. Being in this white world was refreshing. Luo Chen couldn't help but howl, expressing the exhilaration in his heart. At this moment, it was as if everything in the world had vanished, and as far as the eye could see, all the buildings were covered in a thick layer of white snow. Yan Shu giggled, tightening her embrace. It had been about half an hour since they set out, and they had traveled quite a distance. During this time, Luo Chen hadn't seen a single survivor. It seemed that only snow remained outside. Where are we now? He slowed down the vehicle and asked. Upon hearing this, Yan Shu took out a paper map and, after glancing around, said, "That tall building over there should be the television station. According to the map, we should be on Qinsha Street." Qinsha Street? Luo Chen pondered. So the water plant should be nearby. Yes, turn left up ahead. Yan Shu nodded after checking the map. This nearby large-scale purified water plant was one of their target locations. The vast number of bottled waters stored there could all be collected into their space, replenishing their originally scarce water resources. Vroom! The snowmobile came to a steady stop outside. Since the entrance was covered in snow, they chose to climb in through a window on the upper floor. Under the beam of a strong flashlight, the frozen but plentiful bottled water was neatly arranged, almost filling the entire warehouse. Seeing this, Luo Chen wasted no time and began to collect everything. The freezing didn't matter, he had plenty of fuel in his space's containers, and he could just melt and heat it when needed. But collecting them one by one is too inefficient. Luo Chen sighed. Who knows how long it would take to gather all the water in this entire warehouse? At that moment, he suddenly remembered that his spatial abilities seemed to have changed. He could sense the space around him for about 10 meters. In that case, Luo Chen had a flash of inspiration and decided to try a different approach. Focusing his mind, he swiped. What is this? Yan Shu's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth. Suddenly, the bottled water that had been collected into the space was now cleared out in a large area. Sure enough, I can collect within a range now, Luo Chen exclaimed with joy. As long as the objects existed within his spatial perception range, he could collect them with just a thought. This made gathering supplies much more convenient. No more fumbling around with his hands. The efficiency increased by hundreds of times. After some time, all the bottled water in the purified water plant was collected into Luo Chen's space. Finally, their water resources were replenished, and combined with the mineral water collected from the containers at the dock, he now had at least over 100 tons. Even if they consumed a ton of water a day, that amount would last Luo Chen and the few women with him for several hundred years. While exploring the warehouse, Luo Chen also discovered a body, likely that of a security guard, curled up in a corner, frozen stiff. The expression on his face was one of utter despair. It was hard to imagine the fear he must have experienced before dying. Let's go. Luo Chen shook his head. He and Yan Shu carefully bypassed the frozen body and walked outside to get back on the snowmobile. Taking out the map, he oriented himself. Vroom vroom, the two continued on their way. The biting cold wind blew like knives. Fortunately, with goggles on, Luo Chen could drive with peace of mind. In the world draped in silver, it was good to have the tall buildings to guide their direction, otherwise, they could easily get lost. 20 minutes later, the police station finally came into view. Bang, the glass window shattered. The main entrance had long been covered in snow, and Luo Chen and Yan Shu chose to enter through a window on the upper floor. They were deprived of sunlight and artificial light. The interior of the building was pitch black. But this was not a major issue. Luo Chen directly activated the accessory on his cold-resistant suit, a powerful flashlight. Instantly, the bright light dispelled the darkness. Sigh. Yan Shu suddenly let out a soft sigh. Perhaps it was the scene that stirred her emotions. Before the apocalypse, she had been a part of this place and was particularly familiar with the police station's environment. Now, it lay in ruins. Various documents were scattered everywhere, as if a thief had ransacked the place. Let's go to the armory. Luo Chen gestured, indicating for her to lead the way. The world had undergone earth-shattering changes, and reminiscing was of no use. Yan Shu nodded gently. She led the way with ease, heading towards the deepest part of the armory. As a former police flower, she felt right at home here, completely confident in her sense of direction. Soon, this is the armory. Yan Shu stopped and said, "No wonder it's a place for storing weapons. This steel door could probably withstand a machine gun's fire," Luo Chen remarked, touching the sturdy door. Due to its special location, this door, along with its frame and a section of the surrounding wall, was made of steel. It would be nearly impossible to break through by force. It's impossible to use the spatial storage here. Luo Chen tried to push the door, but it remained unmoved. After all, the door and frame were one piece, firmly embedded in the wall. Beep beep beep. Luo Chen pressed the keypad. Discovering that the door still had power, there was likely an independent battery inside. Incorrect password. The door will automatically lock after 3 incorrect attempts. A line of red text appeared on the small screen. As expected. Wrong. Luo Chen shook his head with a smile and pulled out an ID card from his space. This card contained the butler's built-in password cracking program. Beep. The ID card slid through the slot, and the text on the small screen instantly turned into a jumble of characters, rapidly flashing various symbols. Password correct. A line of green text appeared. Awesome, Luo Chen exclaimed. Truly, it was top-notch AI. It could even crack the armory door's password. However, just bypassing the password lock was far from enough. As to successfully open the door and retrieve the weapons inside, they still needed to get past the final line of defense. That was the fingerprint or iris lock. At this moment, Luo Chen couldn't help but stroke his chin, feeling a bit troubled. The password butler can handle it, but how do we deal with the final fingerprint lock? He pondered. To pass the fingerprint verification, they would likely need someone of the director's level to come over. Anyone else wouldn't work at all. What to do? Should he go to the person's home and invite them over? He pulled out tools like a power drill and a cutting machine from his space, but they were utterly useless against the steel door. Bang bang bang. At that moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the dark corridor behind them. Damn, this is really spooky. There are actually people in here. A burly man in a thick down jacket, with a scruffy beard, exclaimed in shock. He held a lantern in his left hand and a machete in his right, clearly well prepared. Behind him, 2 men wielding crowbars and a woman who looked somewhat attractive followed closely. The blizzard just stopped, and there are already people with the same idea as us, targeting the police station. The burly man grinned, clearly surprised. What a smart person, but too bad they ran into me. The burly man sneered. Killing someone in the police station must be quite thrilling. Big brother, that girl next to this kid looks pretty good. He. Once we kill him, we can enjoy ourselves. 2 men holding crowbars greedily eyed Yan Shu's pretty face. If Yan Shu's looks scored a 90, then the woman next to them could barely scrape a 70. Oh, who are you planning to kill? Luo Chen sneered, pulling out a gun from his space. At that moment, Yan Shu also drew her gun, the dark muzzle aimed at them. A gun? Damn, they got guns. The 2 men shivered, unable to steady their crowbars. They almost wet themselves. Ha ha ha, you think a toy gun can scare me? The armory's door is locked tight. You, the burly man laughed disdainfully. Unfortunately, he barely got to finish his laugh before gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, the 2 men with crowbars were shot in the head. The somewhat attractive woman was so frightened that her legs went weak and she fell to the ground. What are you? Luo Chen sneered. These little thugs thought they could take him on with a few machetes and crowbars. It was simply laughable. Be brother, I was blind not to recognize your greatness. Please let me go. The burly man turned pale with fear and dropped his machete. The arrogance on his face vanished instantly. Indeed, strength is the ultimate truth. I'm curious, did you really think you could pry open the armory's door with just 2 crowbars? Luo Chen said, somewhat puzzled. And no. The burly man's eyes suddenly lit up. and he cheerfully pulled out a package from his pocket, opening it to reveal a severed hand. "Brother, I know the password to the armory door, and this hand can unlock the fingerprint lock. If you let me go, I'll tell you the password," he said confidently. Seeing this, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. From the expression on the man's face, it didn't seem like a lie. Then the owner of this severed hand must be. Bang! In the burly man's incredulous gaze, the bullet was fired. He was shot in the head, collapsing in shock, until his death. He couldn't understand why Luo Chen killed him, because just unlocking the fingerprint lock wouldn't open the armory door without the password. Beep, identity verification passed. Luo Chen picked up the severed hand and successfully opened the armory door with its index finger. Instantly, rows of black pistols, rifles, and submachine guns were revealed inside. In addition, there were 5 shotguns and a high-precision sniper rifle. He, idiot. Luo Chen couldn't help but sneer. I don't need a password. At that moment, the remaining somewhat attractive woman knelt in terror and said, "Please, spare me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything." "Oh, anything?" Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, saying with interest, "Yes, handsome, you have to believe me. I was forced to join their group." The woman flattered, crawling over. She tightly hugged Luo Chen's thigh. At this moment, in the face of life and death, all dignity was worthless. "I have no interest in whether you were forced to join or not," Luo Chen said indifferently. Don't kill me. I can make you very comfortable, my skills are great," the woman hurriedly said, kneeling on the ground, her hands reaching for Luo Chen's waist, trying to undress him. To be honest, if this were before the apocalypse, a woman with such looks being so proactive wouldn't be entirely unappealing. Unfortunately, times have changed. Comfortable is not enough. Luo Chen snorted coldly. Then, he kicked the woman away and disdainfully said, "I find you dirty." In this harsh environment, not everyone has a good bathing situation. The woman in front of him didn't know how long it had been since she last bathed, and the strange odor emanating from her made Luo Chen frown. Handsome, I'm not dirty. I just washed last week," the woman pleaded in terror. "I've only been with a few of them. I'm very clean. If you don't believe me, you can try." In response, he fired a bullet. Bang, the woman immediately fell silent. "Sorry, not interested." Luo Chen spun the handgun around and then put it away. The woman's words of innocence were hard to believe. When she had entered with that big man, her expression had been anything but humble. Forced? Who would believe that? "Alright, now it's time to collect firearms." Luo Chen rubbed his hands together and eagerly walked towards the armory. What came into view were walls lined with various firearms, including handguns, submachine guns, and rifles. It was a dazzling sight that could easily overwhelm anyone. One might think they had entered a military armory from a game. TSK, so cool. Luo Chen picked up a rifle, stroking the cold barrel in admiration. He even loaded a magazine and fired a few shots. Compared to handguns, the experience of using a rifle was on a whole different level, providing a completely different sense of security. Swish, with his enhanced spatial abilities, Luo Chen merely thought about it, and almost all the firearms displayed on the walls were stored in his space. Even the large boxes of ammunition around were not left behind. This saved him the trouble of collecting them one by one. In the armory, not only were there guns, but Luo Chen also found dozens of bulletproof vests. "I didn't expect to get my hands on a sniper rifle." Luo Chen marveled as he held the only large sniper rifle. Such a deadly weapon. If it hit a person, would surely leave them bruised all over, right? Not missing any corner. After finishing his search and storing all the firearms and ammunition in his space, he prepared to leave with Yan Shu. At this moment, he was in a very good mood. With so much ammunition and firearms, even facing the thousands of residents in the community, Luo Chen felt more than confident. He was not afraid at all. When leaving, under Yan Shu's guidance, Luo Chen took another shortcut to the outside. The snowmobile was quietly parked there. "Get in." Luo Chen mounted it. Yan Shu obediently followed, wrapping her arms around his waist and then pulling out a map to look at. "The route to the mall is to turn right up ahead." She pointed in a direction. On the way back, Luo Chen didn't plan to take the original route but instead chose a closer one. Since they would pass by a large mall, he intended to clear out the supplies inside. After all, it was on the way, and it would be a waste not to take it. Vroom, the snowmobile's engine roared to life, splashing a flurry of snow. There's a saying, snow isn't cold. Melting snow is cold. At this moment, the outside temperature had actually risen a bit compared to before, hovering around -60 degrees. But it didn't matter, it could still freeze someone to death. They sped along the way. The submerged mall soon appeared before them. Bang, the glass shattered violently. Luo Chen and Yan Shu directly entered the third floor. This was a circular large mall, with each floor featuring different types of shops, electronics, clothing stores, restaurants, everything one could imagine. The two happened to arrive on the floor with the women's clothing store. How coincidental. Luo Chen surveyed the women's clothing store before him and couldn't help but smirk. He pushed open the large door and walked in. The store is a well-known brand, offering not only various women's clothing but also different types of stockings, such as black stockings, fishnet stockings, pantyhose, and thigh highs. Seeing this, Luo Chen wasted no time and stored all the clothes in his space. Before the apocalypse, a single piece of women's clothing in this store could cost over 10,000 yuan, and a pair of stockings could sell for over 1,000. Now, everything was free. Since I came out, I should bring some gifts back for those little fairies, Luo Chen said with a smile. For instance, this fishnet stocking would look great on Baiya, and the white stockings next to it could be for Li Ro to wear for him. It's all about the contrast. Master, do we really need this much? Yan Shu said. Her cheeks flushed. Her long legs couldn't help but draw circles on the ground. Luo Chen not only emptied a high-end women's clothing store but also cleared out the nearby lingerie shop, leaving no sexy lingerie behind. Why wouldn't we need it? Luo Chen replied casually. The sizes of the girls were all different, so it was better to stock up just in case. Plus, wearing the same style for too long can lead to aesthetic fatigue, so it's time to try some new styles. He didn't spare the men's clothing store either. Soon, the entire 3 floors of the store were cleared out. Not a single piece of clothing left. Even the plastic mannequins in the display windows were taken. Now it's time to head to the supermarket on the basement level. Luo Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction. Since the elevator was out of order, he and Yan Shu took the stairs down to the basement level of the mall. This area was different from above. It specialized in snacks, fruits, fresh produce, and even daily necessities. I feel like Luo Chen and I are like a couple. Yan Shu's pretty face suddenly flushed. Her gaze lingered on Luo Chen's profile, and her long, straight legs gradually slowed their pace. Shopping together in the supermarket felt like something couples or newlyweds would do. Moreover, Baiya, Li Ro, and Dr. Ren weren't around, so she could enjoy Luo Chen all to herself. Wow, this teacup is so cute. Yan Shu bent down to admire a cat mug on the shelf, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Since she was standing in front and her posture caused her long legs to bend, the curve of her figure wrapped in the cold-resistant outfit caught Luo Chen's eye. Plus, as Yan Shu fiddled with the mug, she kept swaying. Who could resist such a scene? This place seems quite exciting? Luo Chen couldn't help but glance around. The basement level of the mall was filled with shelves stocked with goods, and there were quite a few messy little carts stuck in the aisles, brimming with everyday life. It felt like there were many people around. 2 high-powered electric heaters and a silent generator were set up. The temperature around them rose instantly. Hey, master, what are you going to do? Yan Shu looked at the items taken out from the space, her beautiful eyes widening in curiosity. Why would he bring out the electric heaters when they were wearing cold-resistant outfits and weren't cold? You'll find out soon enough, Luo Chen said with a cold smile. Then, in a flurry of panic, Yan Shu was pressed against a shelf filled with various retail foods. No, please don't, she said, her pretty face turning red. This was way too thrilling. It was her first time trying something like this in such a setting. 2 hours later, Luo Chen finally let Yan Shu go. Sigh. I was planning to get back before noon. He glanced at the time and sighed. It seemed they wouldn't make it, even if they left immediately. By the time they returned to the community, it would be afternoon. His throat was dry. Luo Chen was not polite either. He directly took a box of milk from a nearby shelf, inserted a straw, and started drinking. Slurp under the heating of the electric warm air. The drinks on the nearby shelves had all thawed. The expiration date hadn't passed yet. Master, are we going home now? Yan Shu was tidying her clothes, her pretty face still flushed. At this moment, her body felt a bit weak. No rush, let's have lunch first, Luo Chen said, casually tossing the empty milk box aside. The two had been exercising for quite a while. They even knocked over a row of shelves, consuming a lot of energy in the process, so it was best to replenish before setting off. What should we eat? Luo Chen pondered. stroking his chin. His gaze suddenly landed on the self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice on the shelf. It felt like ages since he had eaten such convenient food. "Let's eat these," he said without hesitation, taking several boxes from the shelf. Since they were in the food section of the mall, it was better to gather supplies right there. Seeing this, Yan Shu had no objections. She would eat whatever Luo Chen chose. After finishing lunch, Luo Chen didn't idle around. While strolling with Yan Shu, he collected all the shelves they passed into his space. Soon, all the supplies on the basement level were gathered, including frozen instant foods, juice, soda, bulk snacks. Everything was taken without missing a thing. He didn't collect some wilted frozen vegetables, as they looked unappetizing, and after a month of freezing, even if they hadn't spoiled, their nutritional value and moisture would have mostly evaporated. After scavenging all the supplies, Luo Chen was surprised to find that his space felt much fuller, and his perception range had increased a bit. What the heck? Could it be that after the change in spatial ability, these supplies are equivalent to experience points? He speculated curiously. As long as he collected enough supplies, would he level up after reaching a certain threshold? Luo Chen decided to experiment. Without hesitation, he also collected the wilted vegetables and some frozen zombie meat into his space. Perhaps these things would come in handy later. Of course, he wouldn't eat them himself. Sure enough, the spatial perception has increased a little bit, Luo Chen exclaimed. After scavenging all the supplies on the basement level, his spatial perception increased from the original 10 meters to 11 meters. This confirmed his speculation. It seems that in the future, I can gather more supplies into the space whenever I have the chance, Luo Chen thought. Who knows, the next time his spatial ability changes, it might bring him a big surprise. "Let's go," Luo Chen said, looking at the empty, desolate basement level of the mall. There were no supplies left here. It was time to head back. Although there were plenty of firearms stored in the space, it was best for him and Yan Shu to return to the safe house before nightfall. So, the two made their way up the stairs, and when they reached the third floor, they climbed out through the window. There was no other way, the snow was too thick. In the safe house, and Yu Yan was quietly curled up on the sofa, holding an English medical book. During her free time, she enjoyed reading foreign medical literature to enrich her knowledge. At this moment, her pretty face was still made up, the exquisite makeup accentuating her charm. "Sister An, it's lunchtime. Let's eat together," Baya said with a bright smile. "Thank you. You all eat. I have these." And Yu Yan replied with a smile, pointing to the burgers and fried chicken on the coffee table. These fast food items were what Luo Chen had specially brought for her before setting off. After all, before the extreme cold apocalypse arrived, and Yu Yan, due to her busy work, had eaten the most of these things. "I haven't eaten in a long time, and now I'm really craving it. Hey, these fast food items are too high in calories. I didn't dare eat them before." Baya shook her little head and said. Her long, smooth golden hair was tied up in a high ponytail at the back of her head. As a big star, she had an almost obsessive requirement for body management. Under her manager's demands, she sometimes could only eat vegetable salads. She often felt hungry at night. "It's fine, I haven't gained weight." And Yu Yan pushed her black-framed glasses and smiled. Perhaps she belonged to the type that could eat a lot without gaining weight, never worrying about her figure. She had eaten plenty of burgers, fried chicken, and fries, yet her weight remained stable. "Ah, I'm really envious of you." Li Ro also untied her apron and said enviously. She often worked late at the company too, but she didn't dare eat much of this fast food. "Hey, it's already noon. Why hasn't the master come back yet?" Baya sighed lightly. She wasn't worried about Luo Chen's safety. After all, there were guns in his space, and Officer Yan Shu was accompanying him. "Maybe he's delayed by something. Don't forget how thick the snow is outside," Li Ro said softly, holding her chest. However, Luo Chen had been gone for so long, and with no sign of him all morning, she couldn't help but miss him a little. "Humph, why do I feel like the master is out having fun with Sister Yan?" Baya said indignantly. Her golden ponytail swayed cheerfully. It must be beautiful in a world covered in snow. A few hours earlier, Ling Ling, look, Luo Chen has gone out. Ding Qingqing exclaimed in shock, leaning against the window and quickly calling her best friend over. She and Su Ling were best friends, both of them the same kind of green tea. Luo Chen had spent quite a bit of money on Su Ling, and she had benefited a lot from it. Ding Qingqing also lived in this apartment building. When Su Ling ran out of food, it was she who came to the rescue. Really? Su Ling quickly put down the hard biscuit in her hand and ran to the window. There, she saw Luo Chen and Yan Shu sitting on a snowmobile, leaving the community at a very fast speed. They were wrapped in polar anti-cold suits, which most people might not recognize. But for Su Ling, who was very familiar with Luo Chen, she immediately recognized him. However, this still shocked the two of them. Luo Chen actually had a snowmobile? Isn't that something more commonly seen in the Arctic or abroad? With the snow so thick outside, it was impossible to move on two legs. But with this tool, couldn't they go wherever they wanted, and then casually scavenge for supplies? Why does he get to have all this? Ding Qingqing said jealously. That guy Luo Chen not only has a warm and sturdy room to live in but also countless food to eat. Now, he even has a snowmobile. Just how much more does he have hidden? Listening to her best friend's words, Su Ling's gaze turned resentful. A month ago, Luo Chen was my little lapdog. I could command him however I wanted. But now, Su Ling clenched her fists, her eyes filled with hatred. He not only slapped her face hard but also exposed her as a public bus. And now he had a bunch of beautiful women with better looks and figures than her at home. He was living a life that made others envious every day. And recently, she had almost starved to death in her room with her best friend due to food shortages. Even her offer of devotion was rejected with disdain, and in the end, she barely survived by selling her intimate clothing to a few otaku in exchange for food. I can't swallow this anger. Su Ling gritted her teeth and said. Although Luo Chen's figure had already disappeared, she still stared with eyes full of resentment, unable to look away. Luo Chen's home was supposed to be where she enjoyed herself. Those foods, those red wine steaks, that warm fireplace all belonged to her. I really want to open Luo Chen's safe house and stab him in the chest with my own hands. Watching him die in despair and pain, regretting everything, Su Ling said through gritted teeth, her tone vicious. Her expression of deep resentment even startled her best friend Ding Qingqing. Ling, come on. Save it. Ding Qingqing sighed. The group of men from the other building had all suffered greatly at Luo Chen's hands. How could just the two of them possibly do anything? Qingqing, this is a great opportunity. Su Ling took a deep breath and grabbed her friend's arm. In Ding Qingqing's puzzled gaze, Su Ling gritted her teeth and said, Luo Chen is hiding at home, and indeed no one can do anything about him. But don't forget, he has already gone out now. As long as he is out, he is no different from anyone else. If they could gather a group of people and ambush him at the entrance of the building, they could definitely take him down when he returned. Even if Luo Chen had a gun, as long as there were enough people, they could swarm him at the critical moment. At such a close distance, he wouldn't be able to fire many shots. In the end, he would definitely be killed. After hearing this plan, Ding Qingqing was clearly a bit moved. Luo Chen's room was very sturdy. No matter how many people came, they couldn't break through. But once he left the room, he was indeed no different from anyone else. At that moment, perhaps just a knife would be enough to easily kill him. Then that warm and sturdy safe house, along with all the delicious food inside, would belong to them. At that time, they wouldn't have to worry about food and safety anymore. It could be said that the two of them had been tormented by food issues for quite some time. But Ling, how are we going to gather people? Ding Qingqing said with a troubled expression. To take down Luo Chen, it was impossible with just the two of them. They needed help from other residents. But why would anyone listen to them and take the risk to ambush Luo Chen? You don't need to worry about that. I already have a good plan, Su Ling said with a cold smile. In Ding Qingqing's confused gaze, she took out her phone, created a new group chat, and pulled a group of male residents into it. However, Xiao Jun was excluded. After all, the residents had been privately saying that he had acknowledged Luo Chen as the boss. What's going on? Why did I get added to a new group chat? Who created this group? And what's it for? At Su Ling, are you bored? If there's nothing going on, I'm leaving the group. The residents, confused about being added to a new group chat, found that the group owner was actually Su Ling. They spoke in unfriendly tones, not understanding what was happening. Some even stated they wanted to leave the group right away. At this moment, no one had the leisure to chat in the group. At everyone, don't worry. I added you all to the group because I have a question to ask. Su Ling replied. A question? What question? Are you an idiot? What do you mean by asking me? What a waste of time. Will answering your question give me some food to eat? The residents' patience was wearing thin. Some even started cursing directly. Seeing this, Su Ling was not angry. Instead, she immediately asked in the group, Luo Chen has gone out now. Do you want to take the chance to enter his safe house? Enter the house? What do you mean? Su Ling? Are you crazy? Luo Chen has gone out. But won't he lock the door? Without a key, you can't get in. Half of the residents expressed confusion, while the other half started to send messages frantically. What if I have the key to the Luo Chen family's house? Su Ling mentioned to everyone in the group. As soon as these words were spoken, the group chat fell silent, and the few residents who had been cursing stopped talking. After a while, someone asked uncertainly, at Su Ling, what do you mean? How could you possibly have the key to Luo Chen's safe house? Exactly. We don't believe it. In the face of skepticism, Su Ling appeared unfazed and replied, don't forget, Luo Chen was one of my suitors. Of course, he gave me a spare key to his house. The residents remained doubtful. Then why didn't you say anything earlier? Why now? Ha ha, Su Ling is lying. If she had the key, she would have opened the door and moved in already. Bah, what a liar trying to amuse everyone. Looking at the messages in the group, Su Ling still wasn't angry and continued to explain. Don't forget that Luo Chen has a gun. How could I dare to open the door without permission? But now it's different. He's not home. I'm not forcing anyone. Those who want to go in, gather later. Just help me deal with those women in his house, and we'll split the food. Upon hearing this, many residents gasped in shock, a deep greed surging within them. A month ago, Luo Chen was indeed one of Su Ling's suitors, and many people in the building knew about it. But later, he abandoned her for Li Ro. This was mainly spread by the gossiping aunties. If that's the case, it seems plausible that Su Ling has a spare key to Luo Chen's house. Whether it was because her lie sounded convincing or the residents' greed overshadowed their judgment, no one noticed anything amiss. Anyway, since Luo Chen wasn't home, they had nothing to lose by joining in the fun. If it were true, not only would they get the food in the safe house, but those beautiful women and big stars would also be theirs. They could directly occupy the safe house, and even if Luo Chen returned, he would be powerless to stop them. If it turned out to be false, it didn't matter. They could just leave without a care, as he wouldn't know about it and there would be no worry of retaliation. At Su Ling, where do we gather? I'll go with you. Damn. Add me to the list. I want to see too. You better really have the key. At this moment, the residents could no longer sit still. On the 23rd floor, many gullible residents followed Su Ling into the hallway. Normally, when Luo Chen was home, no one dared to come up, but now that he wasn't there, the residents had nothing to hold back. More than 20 have come, Su Ling thought to herself as she glanced around. Currently, there were about 40 male owners left in the building, meaning she had managed to lure half of them. The ones who didn't come were either those who had received several boxes of instant noodles from the last bounty and had enough food at home, or they felt Su Ling was a fraud and had no hope of anything happening. Su Ling, a lot of people have come. Where's the key? Hurry up and take out the key to the safe house. Don't dawdle. Yeah, don't lie to us, the residents urged impatiently. Many gazes greedily turned toward the door. This is the key. Su Ling held up a key high in her hand and said, in reality, she didn't have the key to Luo Chen's house at all. Although he had often been attentive before the apocalypse, it was impossible for him to give her his house key. They weren't even in a romantic relationship. This key was actually from her own door. This is the key to Luo Chen's house? Can we open this door now? Hiss, the residents looked greedily at the key in her hand. Many gasped in excitement. Quick, give me the key. One resident rushed forward to snatch the key. Seeing this, Su Ling did not resist, allowing the key to be taken away. He. Beauties, I'm coming. The resident revealed a lewd smile, eagerly approaching the door, inserting the key into the lock. Clearly, he was consumed by lust. Some were tempted by food, while others were drawn by the presence of the beautiful women inside. Anyway, Luo Chen isn't home, the resident thought, his hands moving without pause. What's going on? It seems like it won't go in. Just as he was puzzled, a violent current suddenly surged from the key. Zzz, and so, everyone witnessed a shocking spectacle. The current receded, leaving behind a charred corpse. Someone's dead. Someone's dead. What happened? Isn't Luo Chen not home? How can there still be electricity at the door? The residents screamed in terror, stepping back several paces, their legs trembling. Not only them, but Su Ling's face also turned pale, she hadn't expected the door to be electrified. If that resident hadn't snatched the key, she would have been the one to open the door. In fact, Su Ling had already thought of an excuse for not being able to open the door. Luo Chen changed the lock. What's going on? Su Ling, you must give us an explanation. The key is fake. Right. You bastard. Damn it. I want to go back. The residents angrily accused. They were shocked and furious about the person who was unexpectedly electrocuted while trying to open the door. Luckily, it wasn't them, otherwise, they would have ended up like that unfortunate soul, dying without knowing why. This isn't my fault, it was those women inside the door who did it. Su Ling's mind raced. She almost immediately came up with an excuse. Luo Chen wasn't home, but his women were. The electrified door must have been their doing. After all, with so many people in the corridor, the commotion must have been heard by them. This statement successfully shifted the crowd's hatred. They still believed the key was real. It was just that Li Ro and the others had taken the opportunity to turn on the high-voltage switch, so the person opening the door was directly electrocuted. Li Ro, I know you can hear me. It's very cold outside. We just want to come in and sit for a while. Let us in. We promise we won't hurt you. We're all neighbors. Goddess Baiya, please open the door. You were forced into this. And you must hate Luo Chen too. The residents passionately pleaded from outside the door. They wanted to take advantage of Luo Chen's absence to persuade the women inside to open the door. Luo Chen was a tough nut to crack. But now, with only a few enchanting beauties inside, playing the emotional card to deceive them into opening the door should be easy, right? The residents couldn't help but smirk at the thought, listening to the commotion outside. Pa! Baiya spat angrily. These scumbags think they can fool us like children? They weren't stupid. How could they possibly open the door for them? Moreover, the authority to open the door wasn't solely in their hands. They had to wait for the housekeeper to seek Luo Chen's consent before they could unlock the alloy door of the safe house. The master just left, and they came sniffing around, and Yu Yen closed her book and sighed softly. This group of people truly had ulterior motives. They claimed they wouldn't harm them, but if a few naive girls opened the door, the first thing those people would do upon entering would be to attack them. Li Ro, can you hear me? At that moment, Yu Lin's voice rang out from outside. Li Ro furrowed her brows, looking up at the surveillance screen, where she saw Yu Lin standing outside the safe house, gazing longingly at the alloy door. I already know I was wrong. I won't force you to do this kind of thing again, so please forgive me, okay? Help me open the door, Yu Lin said with a face full of regret. He raised his palm and slapped himself a few times, making his face red. Damn it, Li Ro, you bitch. When you open the door, I'll make sure someone takes you down. While slapping his own face, Yu Lin thought viciously in his heart. At this moment, he felt that the only breakthrough point was with Li Ro. As long as he showed true remorse, she would surely be unable to resist opening the door. Seeing Yu Lin's desperate performance, the other residents were not idle either, shouting for Li Ro to listen to him. Inside the room, Li Ro bit her cherry lips, her pretty face filled with shame and anger. She never expected that Yu Lin, after doing such a thing, would still have the face to appear in front of her. Open the door? Ha! Did she look like a gullible little girl? Just seeing that face on the screen made Li Ro feel a wave of nausea, wishing he would disappear from her sight immediately. So it turns out Sister Ro is already a married woman. And Yu Yen hugged her legs, secretly surprised. After all, she was the last goddess to enter the safe house, and her time with everyone else was not long, so she was unaware of this. At this moment, looking at Li Ro wrapped in her workplace OL outfit, with her voluptuous and curvaceous figure, and those long black silk legs under her skirt, and Yu Yen couldn't help but sigh. The charm of Wei Wu's legacy truly made it hard for any man to resist. You all stop dreaming. We will never open the door. Baiya gritted her teeth and said, I've already contacted the master, and he will be back soon. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the hallway couldn't help but feel shocked and angry. At the same time, a wave of panic surged in their hearts. They certainly knew who Baiya was referring to. Luo Chen. It's over. What do we do? Luo Chen will be back soon. Run. Let's get out of here quickly. Go. Hurry up. The residents were thrown into chaos. The shadow that Luo Chen left on them was too great. If he caught them, it would definitely be the end. At this moment, Su Ling couldn't hold back any longer and shouted at the security door. You all listen to me. I am Luo Chen's first girlfriend. You are all mistresses. Damn thieves. What you are enjoying now belongs to me. Open the door. Do you hear me? As she spoke, she even wanted to smash the door, but was quickly pulled back by Ding Qingqing. This door had high voltage electricity. It was dangerous to touch. Your name is Su Ling, right? I seem to remember you a bit. And Yu Yan suddenly spoke up. Looking at the familiar face on the monitor, she seemed to recall something and said, "Last month, did you go to the hospital for hymen repair surgery? I remember a colleague even complained that the patient named Su Ling was too loose, and the surgery was quite difficult, because this matter was so bizarre, and there weren't many people who underwent such surgeries." And Yu Yan couldn't help but look at the information a few more times. Now, seeing Su Ling's appearance, she immediately recalled it. Hearing this, Su Ling reacted like a furiously puffed up cat, angrily retorting, "You're talking nonsense. I never had that kind of surgery. You're slandering me." At this moment, Ding Qingqing beside her widened her eyes. She seemed to remember that last month there was indeed such a thing. Su Ling had to go to the hospital but absolutely wouldn't let her accompany her. Ding Qingqing hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now she realized that Su Ling had gone too. No wonder she didn't want her to go with her. Humph, whether you're being slandered or not, you know in your heart. And Yu Yan snorted coldly. After hearing in Yu Yan's words, Baya couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Along with the residents in the corridor, they couldn't help but cast strange glances at Su Ling, making her tremble with anger and feel utterly humiliated. Su Ling never expected that despite her efforts to be discreet, she would still be discovered. Ling, we can't waste any more time. Luo Chen is coming back soon, Ding Qingqing said anxiously. At the same time, a hint of disdain surged in her heart. How could Su Ling let someone sleep with her for just a few thousand yuan and still go through such elaborate measures for a repair surgery? It was like pulling down her pants to fart, just to find psychological comfort for herself? Soon, the residents in the corridor vanished without a trace. Phew, those scumbags finally left. Baya patted her chest and sighed in relief. Although she knew they couldn't break in, with the backbone Luo Chen not at home, the few of them still felt a bit nervous. Buzz, the snowmobile sped through the snow, splashing a flurry of snowflakes. "Master, those guys are really too much," Yen Shulu said with a frown. Just now, the butler had informed the two of them about what happened on the 23rd floor through a wireless Bluetooth headset. "They won't be jumping around for long," Luo Chen said with a cold smile. He hadn't expected that as soon as he and Yen Shu stepped out, that group in the building would become restless. Moreover, it was Su Ling, the green tea, leading the charge. The reason he hadn't killed her before was that he wanted Su Ling to struggle in the extreme cold apocalypse for a bit longer. But now it seemed it was time to make her behave permanently. Just right. This time, he had gained a lot from the armory, so using them as targets for practice wouldn't be bad. In a rush, the snowmobile quickly entered the community. Finding a secluded corner, he stored it in his space. Luo Chen and Yen Shu each carried a backpack as they walked towards the fourth floor window. He casually looked up. Behind the mottled windows of the surrounding buildings, he could vaguely see many figures moving about. This was quite normal. After all, their outing was very eye-catching. This was also why Luo Chen had returned with a backpack each, to avoid drawing attention. They couldn't just go out for a long trip and come back empty-handed, right? That would be too suspicious. Click. Yen Shu grabbed the window ledge and was about to flip inside with a push of her foot. Wait, something's not right. Luo Chen frowned, and his spatial perception activated on its own. 1, 2, 3, 4, 22, 23. On the fourth floor corridor, there were actually 23 people lying in ambush. Some were holding machetes, quietly leaning behind the windows, while others raised hammers, holding their breath and waiting for the opportunity. Some were even hiding directly below the window. The scene in the corridor appeared in Luo Chen's mind like a 3D image, instantly making him alert. As soon as he stepped in, he would be ambushed by the crowd. If he wasn't prepared, he could really suffer a big loss. Yen Shu was pulled back by Luo Chen. However, she didn't make a sound but silently gave him a look. So Yen Shu noticed too. Luo Chen thought with amusement. No wonder she was a former criminal police officer. Her instincts were sharp. If it weren't for his spatial perception ability, he wouldn't have discovered that so many people were lying in ambush in the corridor. What's going on? Why hasn't Luo Chen come in? Did he notice something? At this moment, the residents lying in ambush in the corridor exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding why there was no movement outside. "I suddenly found the snow scene quite nice," Let's watch the snow for a bit before going back, Luo Chen said. Alright, Yan Shu nodded in agreement. Listening to this, the residents couldn't help but feel furious, cursing all of Luo Chen's relatives in their hearts. Damn, don't you feel cold at all? Can you at least understand that we've been lying in ambush for so long, holding up our machetes and hammers? Our hands and feet are frozen stiff. Just as the residents were cursing, they suddenly heard someone outside say, "Forget it, there's nothing to see in this white expanse. Let's go back." Upon hearing this, the residents exchanged glances, their faces twisted into sinister smiles. Luo Chen, your time has come. The moment you step in, we'll chop you into meat paste, and you won't even be able to draw your gun. By then, your safe house, food, and beauties will all be ours. Bang! A figure tumbled in. Charge! Now's the time. Kill Luo Chen. Luo Chen, you're done for. The residents rushed forward with wicked grins. However, before they could swing their machetes and baseball bats, they froze in place. What fell into the corridor was not Luo Chen himself, but a backpack that had been thrown in. Oh, you all are so enthusiastic, waiting here to welcome me? Luo Chen said, crossing his arms with a smile. Seeing this, the residents immediately panicked. Their ambush plan had been discovered in advance by the other side. Damn it, we've been exposed. Run, Luo Chen has a gun. We can't win. Someone shouted in fear. The terrified residents turned to flee. Fight a knife against a gun? Are you crazy? Everyone, don't panic. Luo Chen only has one handgun, and we have more than 20 people here. Su Ling, hiding at the back, shouted urgently. As long as the other side empties the magazine, the remaining people can rush in and kill him without hesitation. The most important thing is, if they run now, Luo Chen will definitely settle the score later. Su Ling is right. Everyone stay calm. Luo Chen definitely doesn't dare to shoot. If he does, he won't survive. That's right. Luo Chen isn't in the safe house right now. We don't have to be afraid of him. The gun is most threatening not after pulling the trigger, but before firing. The residents clearly thought of this as well. They suppressed their fear and stood by the windows on the fourth-floor corridor. We have so many people. We don't believe you dare to shoot. If you dare, we'll dare to rush in and kill you. After all, there's no solid safe house to protect you now. Most importantly, everyone believed that Luo Chen had fired several times before, and his gun probably had no bullets left. They were gambling. Truly foolish. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't resist sneering. You think you're in a good position? Su Ling gritted her teeth and said, Luo Chen, you're laughing even when death is imminent. In her view, the advantage was on their side. Luo Chen had a handgun, but the bullets were limited. As long as he fired, everyone would rush him. After all, he knew exactly which residents were here. There was no way out for them. They could only fight to the death. As long as they held the window, Luo Chen wouldn't be able to get in, and they could wear him down, even exhaust him to death. Su Ling didn't believe that on such a cold night, Luo Chen could survive outside. Death is imminent? Luo Chen said playfully, with you bunch of rotten fish and shrimp? In his eyes, Su Ling and these greedy residents were nothing but clowns, utterly ridiculous. At this moment, he could even pull out a submachine gun and turn these people into a pile of corpses in 10 seconds. Luo Chen, if you hand over your handgun now and voluntarily open the safe house, I might still consider sparing your life, Su Ling said with a cold laugh, her tone mixed with an indescribable satisfaction. In her eyes, all of Luo Chen's current actions were just the stubbornness of a dead duck. That's right, Su Ling is right, after all, we're all neighbors. There's no need for it to be a life or death situation. Yu Dahai grinned, holding a machete. To him, Luo Chen stepping out of the safe house was like a fish out of water, a tiger without its teeth. Luo Chen, as long as you open the safe house and let me spend a few nights with that big star by ya, I will be the first to guarantee your safety. And Li Ro, that married woman, I've been craving her body for years. Damn, that girl next to him is also so pretty. I want her. The residents seemed to feel they had the upper hand. One by one, they began to fantasize about the wonderful life they would have after storming the safe house and playing with the girls. Luo Chen, you can only blame yourself for ending up in this situation. Who told you to foolishly run out of the sturdy safe house? Su Ling laughed heartily. From now on, the identities and statuses of the two would be reversed. Luo Chen had already fallen from grace. From now on, that warm safe house and delicious barbecue meals would all belong to them. You have nothing to say now, right? Then hurry up and kneel down. Come over and lick my goddess's feet, and I might consider taking you as my pet, Su Ling said with a cold smile. For some reason, a hint of blush appeared on her otherwise pale face, dreaming in broad daylight. Lo Chen sighed lightly, pulling out a Glock and saying, "If you have no last words, then get ready to go." The cold muzzle of the gun was aimed at the residents in the corridor, instantly freezing their smiles. "Wait," Su Ling said incredulously, "think carefully. Your handgun has at most 7 or 8 bullets." She barely finished her sentence when the gunfire erupted. Bang! 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 With each gunshot, a resident fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. The crowd was just within 10 meters, and with the enhancement of spatial perception, Lo Chen could even shoot them in the head with his eyes closed. "You're wrong. There are 15 bullets in the gun," Lo Chen said with a smirk. "Ah, run, devil. He's a devil." The residents in the corridor, after Lo Chen fired several shots, had already collapsed, dropping their weapons and fleeing in panic. Those who charged forward were shot on the spot. "My God, who said a handgun only had 7 bullets, or even less than 7? This damn magazine is almost comparable to a rifle." After the gunfire stopped, 15 residents lay dead on the spot, while the remaining 7, including Ding Qingqing, managed to escape. As for Su Ling, she stood there in a daze, not moving. Lo Chen didn't rush to shoot the fleeing residents. After all, he had plenty of time to settle the score later. "What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly." Lo Chen blew the smoke from the gun's muzzle, looking at Su Ling, who was frozen in place, and asked with a smile, "Ha, lick your stinky feet? What a joke. I haven't even tasted Baiya and Yan Shu's little fragrant feet. It's only others who get to taste mine, not the other way around. Why you? How could you have fired so many shots? Handguns only have 7 or 8 bullets, right?" Su Ling's body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, the residents had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pile of corpses in the corridor. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Ugh, watching so many living people being killed right in front of her made Su Ling unable to suppress the churn in her throat, and she bent over to vomit bile. At the same time, her heart was filled with disbelief. Luo Chen was completely different from a month ago. What could have caused such a drastic change in his personality? From an ordinary person to a cold-blooded executioner. "You've suffered from a lack of education." Luo Chen shook his head and said, "A bunch of literary. No, military blind. A handgun isn't just one model. Some handguns with larger magazines can hold over 20 rounds." "All right, enough small talk," Luo Chen said lightly. He squinted his eyes and looked at Su Ling, saying, "For the sake of our old acquaintance, I'll give you a choice. How do you want to die?" At this moment, the residents standing behind the windows of the high-rise buildings around them were shocked and began to chat in the group. "Damn, I heard the guy down there is Luo Chen from Building 9. He's really impressive. So Luo Chen really has a gun. I always thought those rumors were just made up by the owners." "What? Someone fired a gun? I thought it was firecrackers outside." Whether from Building 10 or 11, the residents were all stunned by the imposing scene of Luo Chen firing a gun. Not just them. The male owners in Building 9 who hadn't followed Su Ling in causing a scene also turned pale, gasping for breath, their faces filled with relief. It was as if they felt they had narrowly escaped death. Luckily, they were cautious. Otherwise, they would have ended up like those people below, becoming the doomed souls who died at the gunpoint. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed in the air of the community, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily in the cold air. Although visibility issues prevented the residents from seeing what was happening in the corridor, they quickly understood from the explanations of those living on the lower floors that someone had ambushed Luo Chen in the corridor, and then was shot back by him. "Luo Chen, why are you doing this to me?" Su Ling gritted her teeth and questioned. The look in her eyes was as if she were gazing at a heartless scoundrel who had abandoned her. After all, last time, Su Ling had lowered her stance to seek out Luo Chen, but he had shown no concern and had ruthlessly humiliated her. "Why?" Luo Chen couldn't help but snort coldly, too lazy to say more to her. He wouldn't tell Su Ling what had happened in his past life or how he had been tricked into opening the door and killed by her. However, the deep-seated hatred he felt before dying in his last life was something Luo Chen would never forget. Now that Su Ling had struggled in the apocalypse for so long, it was time to send her to hell. "Brother Luo Chen, do you really have no feelings for me at all?" Su Ling bit her lip, looking pitiful. not knowing what she was trying to achieve. Hearing this, Luo Chen looked at Su Ling with a strange expression. She looked somewhat disheveled, as if she hadn't bathed in a long time. Without the enhancement of makeup, her looks didn't even reach 60 points, and her face was marked with pockmarks from using inferior cosmetics. Compared to the stunning, long-legged policewoman Yan Shu standing beside him, the difference was like a chasm. There was no room for comparison. "Don't say that. It disgusts me," he said, his lips twitching. His tone was full of disdain. He didn't know if he had been out of his mind in his last life to end up dead at the hands of someone like Su Ling, who was as common as a bus that anyone could board. Thinking back, Luo Chen even wanted to slap himself twice. So embarrassing. "Luo Chen, do you think you've won?" Su Ling suddenly said coldly. To this, Luo Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and said, "What? Do you think you can persuade me with your words? Actually, I never had any hope for that group of residents from the start. They are just cannon fodder," Su Ling said with a cold laugh. Her gaze shifted to the underground parking lot behind Luo Chen, where a group of men with sinister smiles and machetes were continuously pouring out. A formidable crowd of 70 or 80 people surrounded Luo Chen and Yan Shu from a distance of just a few meters. They looked at the two with the eyes of hunters, mockingly sizing them up while weighing their machetes in hand. One particularly arrogant lackey, forgetting that the temperature was a chilling -60 degrees, foolishly licked the blade of his knife. As a result, he tragically had to be carried away. At that moment, a man with a scar at the corner of his eye stood at the front of the crowd, looking coldly at him. "Are these guys the debt collectors from last time?" Luo Chen frowned. He recognized the lackey who was bowing and scraping next to the leader of these men. It was indeed Shin Kai and his group from last time. Strange. How did Su Ling get involved with these people? "Hey, look quickly." A lot of people suddenly appeared below and surrounded Luo Chen. "Damn. How did Luo Chen get entangled with Boss Ming from Building 13? He's practically one of the strongest figures in our community. Luo Chen is done for. I bet they won't even find a complete corpse later." The residents in the high-rise expressed their fears. While they were sending messages in the group chat, they couldn't help but lower their bodies, afraid that the crowd below would notice them peeking. Despite the turmoil in Luo Chen's mind, his expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't take these people seriously at all. Luo Chen admitted that if this had happened before, being surrounded by so many people with Yan Shu outside would indeed be quite a tricky and headache-inducing situation. But now, he couldn't help but smile, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "I just emptied the entire armory of the police station, and these guys come knocking at my door. Truly, when there's a path to heaven, you don't take it. When there's no door to hell, you force your way in." Just the ammunition stock in his space would probably be enough to execute this group 1,000 times over. At that moment, Luo Chen's contemplative demeanor appeared to Su Ling as if he were stunned. "Ha ha ha." Su Ling couldn't help but burst into laughter, playfully saying to him, "Brother Luo Chen, the bullets are all used up. What can you do now?" As she spoke, she licked her lips and said, "What I said before still stands. As long as you're willing to be my pet, I can plead with Boss Ming to let you off." Su Ling had made up her mind. As long as Luo Chen submitted, she would make sure to torment him thoroughly, letting him experience the pain and suffering she had endured these past few days. And then, she would kill him without hesitation. In fact, Su Ling had long become an informant for Building 13 planted in Building 9. Even when the group from Building 10, led by Zhuo Wentao, was inquiring about Luo Chen's whereabouts, Su Ling had eagerly revealed all the information to them. "Master, should we?" Yan Shu cautiously leaned closer, her breath fragrant. She had already taken off her backpack and was holding it against her chest. Luo Chen's bag was filled with frozen vegetables and zombie meat, among other frozen foods, meant to cover for his spatial abilities, but her backpack was different. "Don't rush," Luo Chen said lightly. His gaze turned to Boss Ming and his group, who were comfortably seated, and then glanced at the smug Su Ling in the corridor. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "A good show. The show is about to start. Luo Chen, right? This is our first meeting." Boss Ming, surrounded by a crowd, spoke slowly. Compared to most of his underlings, who wore the same dirty clothes for several days, Boss Ming was quite particular about his appearance. Not only was he dressed in a thick, warm military coat, but his beard and hair were also neatly groomed, even styled into a slick back. One could only say, as expected of a boss, his quality of life was high. "I am Boss Ming continued with an arrogant expression. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Luo Chen. Stop. I'm not interested in your self-introduction. In front of over 100 underlings, being interrupted like that made Boss Ming's face darken. Luo Chen said lightly, "You're here to collect debts, right? Please, take the debts down to the King of Hell later. I've sent quite a few clients to him recently, so he should give me some face." Upon hearing this, Boss Ming's expression turned even darker. He had never encountered such an arrogant person. Even the group of underlings behind him couldn't hold back, cursing loudly. "Luo Chen, are you looking for death? Even after running out of bullets, you're still so arrogant. I think this little brat must be tired of living. Damn it, brothers, each of you give him a knife. Chop him into meat filling for dumplings tonight." Boss Ming waved his hand impatiently. The shouting underlings instantly fell silent. Boss Ming's deep-rooted authority relied not on his personal strength, but on the 30 or so agile debt collectors who had been with him for years. With the addition of the 60 or 70 new male property owners, his strength could now rank in the top 3 of the community. Therefore, despite Luo Chen's cold attitude, Boss Ming still didn't take it seriously. After all, in everyone's eyes, Luo Chen, who had emptied his magazine, was now unarmed, and a few people could easily take him down with knives. With a cat-and-mouse mentality, Boss Ming wore a cold smile, wanting to say something to assert his dominance, only to find Luo Chen pulling out another magazine from somewhere. Click! He replaced it in his handgun. What the hell? How does Luo Chen have another magazine? Where did he get it from? The underling who had just been cursing the loudest was now scared stiff, sitting down on the ground. Not just him, even the surrounding underlings took several steps back in fear. With the example of the cannon fodder from Building 9, they dared not act recklessly and rush in to offer their heads. Su Ling was so frightened that she crouched down, holding her head under the window in the corridor. Damn, this is bad. Boss Ming, hiding behind his underlings, looked grim. He hadn't expected Luo Chen to have a spare magazine. Now, it seemed impossible to take down the opponent without casualties. At this moment, Luo Chen, who had scared off many underlings, did something that left everyone dumbfounded. Smack! He flicked his hand, and the handgun was thrown into the snow 5 or 6 meters behind him. As everyone was in shock, pondering whether Luo Chen had gone mad, he took a few steps forward and said lightly, "Aren't you all wanting to kill me? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Come on, I don't need a handgun." He provocatively beckoned towards Boss Ming and his group, saying, "And I want to fight 100 of you." His clear and cold voice echoed in the air above the community. At that moment, everyone present couldn't help but shiver violently. Is he crazy? Not just Su Ling, who stood up from the window, but even the underlings behind Boss Ming, holding their knives, all had the same thought in their minds. Throwing away the handgun, fighting us 100 with bare hands? Even Master Yi would probably shake his head in shame upon seeing this. Ha! Su Ling stood up, unable to suppress her mockery. "Luo Chen, you really are seeking death actively." At this moment, Boss Ming also came to his senses and sneered. "So it turns out you're a madman. Fine, you all go and kill him for me." With a wave of his hand, he ordered the younger brothers present. No one knew that Boss Ming's hand, hidden beneath his thick coat, was actually trembling slightly. "Go, brothers, let's chop him to death together. Since you, Luo Chen, are seeking death, don't blame us. Damn it, I want to see how you can take on 100 of us." The younger brothers grinned menacingly. Nearly 100 people, armed with knives and baseball bats, charged towards Luo Chen, who stood at the front of the crowd. In an instant, the explosive roar shocked the entire community, leaving countless residents hiding behind their windows trembling in fear. It's over. Luo Chen wouldn't just be unrecognizable, he would probably be turned into meat paste. I thought Luo Chen was so impressive, but now it seems he's just a madman. One person against 100. Does he think he's a reincarnation of a war god? I can't bear to watch. The scene is going to be extremely bloody. Wait, what did I just see? How is this possible? The residents on the upper floors sighed in the group chat. Many owners who couldn't bear to continue watching were suddenly drawn in by the last message, curious about what the other party had seen. Outside, the continuous sound of gunfire rang out. At this moment, no one knew the desperate scene the 100 younger brothers were facing. Their emotions were like a roller coaster, plummeting from heaven to hell. What did they see? Luo Chen, who had originally been empty-handed, somehow reached behind him and pulled out two pitch-black, menacing submachine guns. My God, how did he do that? Is he performing magic? No. It must be that sinister Luo Chen hid the guns on his back in advance, covered by his clothes. Die. Although his voice was very soft, the younger brothers clearly saw Luo Chen's lips move, accompanied by the passionate sound of gunfire. Two fire snakes erupted from the gun barrels, mercilessly reaping the lives of the younger brothers, charging forward like the Grim Reaper's scythe. People in the front fell in droves. Damn! Run! Help! The younger brothers in the back, realizing something was wrong, terrifiedly dropped their weapons and tried to escape to the underground parking lot. But how could a person's legs outrun bullets? Bang! One younger brother was shot in the head. Just as another younger brother had a fleeting thought of relief, he suddenly fell to the ground, darkness enveloping him. The facts proved that carbon-based lifeforms were as fragile as paper in front of firearms. How could flesh and blood withstand bullets? This can't be real? Boss Ming stood there in a daze. He watched helplessly as his trusted younger brothers were easily killed by the submachine guns, their faces filled with terror. This was 100 people, the entire combat power of a whole building. Yet at this moment, in front of Luo Chen, it was like striking an egg against a stone, collapsing without any resistance. The roaring gun barrels seemed to have endless bullets. Under the roar of those two fire snakes, there was no one left to survive the scene. Nearly 100 bodies lay sprawled across the ground. Bright red blood stained the entire snowy ground, which then froze into ice crystals. At such a close distance, they endured a terrifying metal storm. At this moment, the pile of corpses lying on the ground all had twisted, grim faces, and their deaths were extremely tragic and terrifying. Almost every corpse had multiple deep blood holes in it, especially the one at the very front, which had been shot to pieces. Those who had their arteries pierced had their boiling blood splattering several meters high, only to be frozen into a bright red ice spike by the sub-zero temperature of over 60 degrees. The arrogant Boss Ming and all his underlings had fallen silent, all perishing under the hail of bullets. No one could escape unscathed from a distance of just a few meters. Oh, my God, this is simply a one-sided massacre. Devil! He's a devil! Witnessing the power of modern firearms, the residents peeking from the upper floors were instantly terrified and screamed in horror. At this moment, looking down from above, the glaring blood had painted the snow-covered ground into a deathly canvas, as if it had turned into a purgatory. You! Su Ling was so frightened that she couldn't complete her words. She even suddenly felt a warmth between her legs. She had been the closest, while the other residents hadn't noticed anything wrong, but she had clearly seen it. Luo Chen's submachine gun had been pulled out of thin air. This was utterly unscientific. It was simply a superpower. Did you see? Luo Chen smirked. But it didn't matter, she wouldn't have the chance to reveal this secret. No, please don't, I beg you. Don't kill me. I won't say anything. Master, Ling Ling knows she was wrong. Let me be your star fury. Su Ling, feeling the pressure of death, suddenly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head and begging for mercy. Ha! Don't kill you? Luo Chen looked at her in her disheveled state and couldn't help but snort coldly. In his previous life, it was this green tea who had tricked him into opening the door, then conspired with the neighbors to kill him. Now, Su Ling was terrified, kneeling and begging for mercy, while those neighbors from Building 9 had almost all been slaughtered. One could say that the great revenge was about to be fulfilled. Crack! Luo Chen took the discarded handgun that Yen Shu had picked up from the snow. He released the safety, hearing the sound of the gun being chambered. Su Ling, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled even more, her face turning pale. Brother Luo, we know we were wrong. Please spare us. We won't dare again. Have mercy, Brother Luo. Just as Luo Chen was about to execute them, the residents who had fled earlier surprisingly returned. They knelt in a row, terrified, begging for mercy. There was no choice. The moment they saw Luo Chen with a submachine gun and the power he wielded to slaughter an entire building alone, the fleeing residents turned ashen. Even if they hid in their homes, they would ultimately meet a dead end. Seeing this, Luo Chen glanced at them, then at Su Ling kneeling on the ground, and couldn't help but smirk. You all, take turns with her. Luo Chen pointed at the two women with his gun. The 6 male residents kneeling on the ground looked up at Luo Chen in terror, then turned to look at Ding Qingqing and Su Ling beside them, stunned. How could they dare to do that? What? Want to eat bullets? Luo Chen's tone turned cold when he saw no one move. No. We don't want to. Don't kill us. We'll go do it right now. The residents were nearly scared to death when the gun was pointed at them, fearing that Luo Chen would shoot them at the slightest provocation. The 6 of them hurriedly got up from the ground, their faces twisted as they lunged at Su Ling and Ding Qingqing, tearing at their clothes. Seeing this, Yan Shu turned her head away and stopped watching. Ah, help! What are you doing? Get away! Get out of here! Su Ling and Ding Qingqing struggled in terror. Unfortunately, their resistance was futile, and they were beaten black and blue by the 6 angry men, their clothes torn to shreds. This was a frigid -60 degrees. So, no matter how hard the 6 tried, they ultimately failed. Sigh, you had your chance, but it was useless, Luo Chen said with disappointment. He then raised his pistol and decisively sent the 6 to hell. So cold, so cold. I'm freezing to death. I'm going to freeze to death, Su Ling and Ding Qingqing said with pale faces. The 2, stripped of their clothes, huddled together, trembling uncontrollably, their lips even turning purple from the low temperature. They kept tugging at their torn clothes, hoping for a bit more warmth. However, when a person's body temperature is thrown off balance to a certain extent, they can no longer feel the cold. They even start to feel very hot. Soon, Su Ling and Ding Qingqing separated, shouting that it was too hot, and stripped off the tattered remnants of their clothing. In the end, Su Ling and Ding Qingqing smiled as they died in the extreme excitement-induced hallucinations of their brains. In the corridor at -60 degrees, 2 more corpses lay, watching the enemies who had caused his death in a past life die before him. Luo Chen surprisingly felt no waves in his heart. His heart was as calm as water. They got what they deserved, Luo Chen said, shifting his gaze away. At this moment, he scanned the upper floors with a cold gaze. He saw that behind the windows of each floor, there was not a single shadow. The residents were all terrified, hiding beneath their windows. They had no courage to meet his gaze. Let's go home, Luo Chen said indifferently. He climbed through the window into the corridor, picked up the backpack on the ground and patted it, then walked towards the stairs. Yan Shu obediently followed behind him. After a while, a resident cautiously climbed up, trembling as they looked down. Below, in the snow, there were only a pile of corpses and the blood-stained snow. Nothing else. In the safe house. Master, I was so worried about you just now. As soon as Luo Chen closed the safety door, Baiya, with her golden ponytail, leaped into his arms. Feeling the soft body in his embrace and the faint sobs from her, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile and hold her, saying, "It's okay, it's all over now." Behind him, and Yu Yan and Li Ro bit their rosy lips, their faces filled with joy. Master, Officer Yan, welcome back. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The gunfire from earlier in the building had certainly attracted the attention of the girls. When they saw Luo Chen and Yan Shu surrounded by over 100 people, they were understandably frightened to the point of losing their color. Fortunately, Luo Chen had resolved everything. In the living room, the fireplace crackled as it burned wood. Home is still warm, Luo Chen said, sitting on the sofa with a sense of nostalgia. Although he and Yan Shu wore high-tech polar cold-resistant suits while outside, making it almost impossible to feel the cold, it was still not as comfortable as being in a warm room. Not only was it cozy, but there was also a group of beautiful women, dressed lightly and as lovely as flowers, accompanying him, a life that even immortals couldn't trade for. Luo Chen glanced to the side, and Yu Yan was only wearing a loose shirt, curled up on the sofa, reading an English book. With her shorts on, her fair legs were quite eye-catching. Her dainty toes were adorably curled together. She quietly flipped through the book, occasionally pushing up her slipping glasses with her slender fingers. She appeared very intellectual and elegant, truly deserving of being a well-read medical doctor. Even in the apocalypse, one should not miss the opportunity for learning and progress. Baiya and Yan Shu were huddled together at the dining table in the living room, whispering secrets to each other. Whatever they were discussing made Yan Shu so shy that she gritted her teeth in embarrassment. Annoyed, she pinched the soft flesh on Baiya's body. Meanwhile, the energetic Baiya, with her beautiful eyes full of laughter, dodged the attack, her high golden ponytail swaying joyfully in the air. As for Li Ro, she had probably run off to the gym again, as her figure was nowhere to be seen in the living room. Shaking his head, Luo Chen withdrew his gaze and immersed his attention back into the space. The hall this time is pretty good, he said with satisfaction, looking at the dozens of different types of submachine guns and rifles in the infinite space. Next to the firearms was a pile of ammunition boxes stacked like a small mountain. It included bullets for handguns, submachine guns, shotguns, and even sniper rifles. There were simply too many to count. With such a large stockpile, even if he were to conduct a purge against all the residents of the entire community, it would be more than enough. In another area nearby lay all the supplies scavenged from the basement level of the mall during this outing. They were separated into their own section: frozen foods, snacks and drinks, fruits and vegetables, daily necessities. Because these supplies had been frozen for a month in sub-zero temperatures, their appearance and quality had suffered considerably. Therefore, Luo Chen did not plan to eat them himself. If there's a chance, I can trade these supplies with others or use them as bounties, he thought to himself. This would also save the perfect quality supplies he had stockpiled before the apocalypse from going to waste. The best things, of course, should be kept for his own people. Crack! Luo Chen took out a submachine gun with an empty magazine and replaced it with a new one from his space. Earlier, while spraying bullets at Ming Lada and his little brothers below, he had actually switched out many submachine guns, nearly using up all the dozens of guns in his space. After all, submachine guns are known for their incredibly fast firing rate. A magazine can be emptied in just 1 second. Once used, they naturally need to be reloaded. Speaking of which, there probably aren't many survivors left in the building now, Luo Chen mused while changing the magazine of the submachine gun. The last time he put a bounty on Building 10, the casualties among the residents were significant, leaving only a little over 40 people. This time, while he was out, Su Ling had teamed up with more than 20 others, all of whom had perished under his gunfire. This meant that there were likely only a dozen male residents left in the apartment building. The rest were all women. TSK. The yin is strong while the yang is weak. Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. However, since all the troublemakers had been dealt with, the apartment building was relatively safe now. There was almost no threat left to him. Wow, master, can I try it too? And Yu Yen, having discarded her book at some point, crawled over from the other end of the sofa, her eyes shining with excitement. The dark, menacing submachine gun instantly captured her attention. As a chief physician who often dealt with patients in peacetime, she had never had the chance to handle such firearms. Now, seeing these weapons outside the screen, her heart could hardly contain itself. She really wanted to experience it. What's so special about guns? You've handled them before. Luo Chen glanced at her and said nonchalantly. This immediately made her blush deeply. Well, that doesn't count, and Yu Yan's elegant and intelligent face was filled with embarrassment. She certainly understood Luo Chen's meaning in an instant. Master, she bit her cherry lips and said playfully. The experience of Christmas Eve was truly shameful. What Christmas short skirt and Christmas hat? She was wearing them for the first time for someone else to see. Hold this, it has no bullets, Luo Chen said, and then pulled out a submachine gun from his space and tossed it over. Of course, he could still satisfy in Yu Yan's little request. However, it definitely couldn't have a magazine. Wow, this is a gun, and Yu Yan exclaimed, hugging the cold firearm excitedly. She curiously observed the structure of the gun, feeling its weight. Who would have thought? She actually had the chance to touch a gun. But soon, Luo Chen's face darkened, because Yu Yan was so busy playing with the gun that her finger was resting on the trigger, which wasn't a big deal, but the muzzle of the submachine gun accidentally pointed towards him. And Yu Yan felt a sudden lightness and threw herself onto the sofa. What's wrong, master? She said in a panic, not understanding what had happened. Don't you know you can't point a gun at someone? Luo Chen said with a dark expression. He couldn't help but raise his hand and knock on her smooth forehead a couple of times. Bad habit. It must be corrected in time. Sorry, master. I didn't know. She covered her forehead, tears welling in her eyes. Spare me. Spare you? That's not possible. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished. As for how to be punished, there were certainly many ways. Wu Wu and Yu Yan looked aggrieved. How was she supposed to know this rule? She thought it was fine since there were no bullets in the gun. Do you know you were wrong? Luo Chen said with a smirk. I know. Yu Yan knows she was wrong. And Yu Yan's eyes misted under her glasses. Her slender waist and long, fair legs instinctively curled up together. And Yu Yan decided that from now on, she would never touch a gun again. Of course, she meant the ones on the coffee table. Sister Yan, tell me honestly, Baya said with a playful smile, gently sniffing around Yenshu, you clearly have the master's scent on you. did you two do it outside? Upon hearing this, Yan Shu couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry. Baya, are you a dog? Your nose is so sensitive. After running around in the snow for an afternoon, logically, the scent should have completely disappeared. That's nice, Baya said enviously, then surprisingly added, Sister Yen, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Is it some kind of uniform play? Or perhaps, outdoor deer hunting? Baya, shut up. Yan Shu quickly covered her mouth. Her pretty face flushed. Is this something you can say? She hoped Li Ro or Yu Yen wouldn't hear it. That would be too embarrassing. Sister Yen, how's the view outside? Is it beautiful? Baya asked expectantly. Seeing that the other party no longer mentioned those things, Yan Shu also breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's quite beautiful. As far as the eye can see, it's all a vast expanse of white. Those buildings are all buried under the snow. Hearing this, Baya said longingly, That's great. I want to go out with the master too. You didn't encounter any danger, right? Not really, Yan Shu said with a smile. Shaking her head, there were some troublemakers, but the master dealt with them. Then forget it. I was still hoping to ask the master to take me out. If there's danger, then forget it. I don't want to be a burden. Baya quickly patted her full chest, saying with some regret, Building 11. In a certain resplendent room, Zhou Jin spat as he cursed, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. Damn it, have you figured out what the hell is going on? Just half an hour ago, he was originally in bed, holding on to someone else's beautiful young wife, engaged in some unspeakable activities. But suddenly, a burst of intense gunfire from outside nearly scared him stiff. It's been investigated. It's been investigated. Brother Zhou, a younger brother said, panting. Under his explanation, Zhou Jin also understood that the group from Building 13, who had always been his mortal enemies, had been completely wiped out by someone named Luo Chen, and the other side had a submachine gun. Such a deadly weapon. Zhou Jin couldn't help but be shocked and asked, Damn it, where did such a powerful guy come from? Could he be a killer? Or is he a city warrior? With just one person's strength, he uprooted the entire force of Building 13. Doesn't this mean that although he is the boss of Building 11, appearing to be incredibly powerful, if he were to provoke that terrifying guy, he would end up dead? Hearing this, the younger brother couldn't help but feel embarrassed, thinking that Brother Zhou really loves reading novels. What killers? City warriors, all coming out. He quickly explained, Brother Zhou, that person is named Luo Chen, a resident of Building 9. It seems that he took advantage of the storm stopping and immediately went out to scavenge for supplies. I don't know where he got the submachine gun, and then he just happened to run into Ming's gang. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jin couldn't help but wonder, get a gun? Where could he get a gun? No, it's the police station. As he spoke, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He gasped, Good kid, what a talent. The storm just stopped, and he headed straight for the police station. Damn it, how come you bunch of useless fools didn't think of this? Right now, the extreme cold and heavy snow were overwhelming. With temperatures dropping to -60 or 70 degrees, the police station was definitely empty. The younger brother looked aggrieved and said, Brother Zhou, it's not that we don't want to, but the snow has buried everything below the 4th floor, and it's impossible to walk outside. Luo Chen could run out to scavenge supplies because he has an awesome snowmobile. He can move swiftly over the snow. Ah no, like walking on solid ground. He corrected himself as he spoke. Such a good thing exists? Zhou Jin rubbed his big belly, his eyes revealing a hint of greed. If he had one too, wouldn't he be able to send people out to scavenge for supplies at will? At this moment, the younger brother cautiously asked, looking at his boss's expression, Brother Zhou, how about we go to Luo Chen? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Jin's expression changed, and he slapped him, saying, Damn it, if you want me to die, just say it. The other side has a submachine gun in hand. Remember this, and tell the others. Absolutely don't provoke Luo Chen. Did you hear that? After being slapped, the younger brother nodded repeatedly. Aggrieved, I heard you. Brother, I heard you. Provoke Luo Chen? How could that be? Who would dare to provoke him? In fact, what he wanted to say was to borrow a vehicle from the other side to get supplies. At this time, not only in Building 11 but even in other units, messages in the group chat were flooding in like crazy. So shocking, so shocking. Luo Chen is really eliminating harm for the people. I was worried every day about being robbed by Ming's gang. and now they are all dead. Hey, where do you think Luo Chen got the submachine gun from? I couldn't see clearly from so far away. I know. He pulled a hair out and made it appear out of thin air. The upstairs is funny. Why don't you say Luo Chen snapped his fingers and wiped out Ming's gang? Are you stupid? Didn't you see Luo Chen at that time, pulling out a gun from behind? Of course. He hid the gun under his back clothes. You don't even know this. +1. I think so too. +2. Plus 10,086. Master, what are we having for dinner? Li Ro gently said as she tied an apron around her slim waist. Beneath her fitted skirt, a pair of long, shapely legs in black stockings stood gracefully. Outside, the sky had darkened. It was time to prepare dinner. You decide. Just make it a bit fancy tonight. Not too much. Luo Chen replied, twisting open a bottle of SAE mineral water and taking a couple of gulps. This was something he had scavenged from the supermarket shelves. It was touted as the purest mineral water in the world, selling for over 600 RMB. However, it tasted just okay. Then I'll use the ingredients from the fridge to prepare dinner, Li Ro said softly. With that, she walked over to the fridge, opened it, and began thoughtfully selecting ingredients. When Luo Chen and Yan Shu left, they had left plenty of ingredients in the fridge to avoid any unexpected delays on their return. After selecting, she processed the ingredients and started pouring oil into the pot to cook. Ahem, I'll help too. Luo Chen suddenly showed interest. However, although the kitchen was relatively spacious, it felt a bit cramped for two people. Master, Li Ro playfully pouted, her pretty face suddenly turning red. With this situation, she found it impossible to concentrate on preparing dinner. After a flurry of activity, dinner was finally served on the table, exuding an enticing aroma. Hey, Ro Jia, why is your face so red? Yan Shu asked curiously as she sat at the dining table. Li Ro's face was flushed, her short skirt slightly disheveled, and under the soft lighting of the dining room, it added an extra touch of allure. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye and Yu Yan exchanged puzzled glances, scrutinizing the flustered Li Ro, which only made her more nervous. Ah, is it? Li Ro's beautiful eyes were filled with panic as she fanned herself with her hand, saying, maybe it's too hot in the kitchen. As she spoke, she shyly stole a glance at a certain instigator. Ahem, eat your food. Luo Chen tapped the table, cutting off the topic. Seeing this, the girls obediently fell silent and quietly enjoyed their dinner. After the meal, Luo Chen noticed that Yu Yan seemed a bit distracted, stealing glances at him with a guilty look every now and then. I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to sneak peeks so often. He couldn't help but sigh. Upon hearing this, Yu Yan, caught in the act, blushed and said somewhat shyly, Master, actually, there are still some documents and personal items in my previous room that I haven't brought over. She bit her cherry lips, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, if there's a chance, could you help me get them? As a chief physician at a hospital, Yu Yan certainly had an entire bookshelf filled with medical literature, along with many personal items. Since she was rescued by a drone after jumping off a building, the English books she often read had remained in her room. Among them were some groundbreaking research papers from foreign medical experts, discussing new theories on human studies. Well, Luo Chen rubbed his chin. Given her identity as a doctor, the documents at her home were indeed somewhat valuable. After all, while he had a massive amount of supplies and countless tons of books in his own space, he might not have all the specific materials she needed. In the future, Yu Yan's identity as a doctor would still play a significant role. Please, Master. Yu Yan leaned closer, wrapping her arms around one of his and acting cute. This was also today. Luo Chen single-handedly wiped out all the forces in Building 13, and for the first time, he went out with Yan Shu, which made her hesitate to voice her request. Otherwise, Yu Yan definitely wouldn't have said anything. Feeling the warmth from her arm, Luo Chen looked at her delicate face and said, I can agree to this request. However, he smirked and pinched her fair leg. Come to my room tonight, my shoulders are a bit sore. Give me a good massage. After going out, they had run quite a distance and even had a duel with Boss Ming's group upon returning. To be honest, his body was indeed a bit tired. Hearing this, Yu Yan's face flushed, and she nodded. Okay, Master, I understand. As a chief physician, she certainly knew some unique massage techniques. Then let's go. Luo Chen stood up from the sofa and casually pulled out an extreme cold-resistant suit from his space, tossing it to Yu Yan. The sky had already darkened. Normally, Luo Chen wouldn't choose to go out at this time. However, with sufficient firepower support in his space, he felt much more confident. As for the other residents, after witnessing the one-sided massacre in the afternoon, they definitely didn't have the guts to come looking for trouble. Anyway, Building 10 was right next door. Going out now and returning at night was just perfect for the two of them to enhance their relationship in the room. Woo-woo, Master is biased. Baiya pouted, resting her chin on her hand. Her long, slender legs playfully tapped on the sofa. She hadn't expected that. Besides Yen Shu and Yu Yan would be the second person Luo Chen took out with him. She thought it would be her. Seeing this, Yen Shu exchanged a glance with Li Ro, both of them filled with amusement. The former big star in the apocalypse now looked just like a jealous little girl. The sky had darkened. The soft, accumulated snow was quite difficult to walk on, and Yu Yan tightly held Luo Chen's hand, even leaning half her body against him. Thanks to the spatial perception, Luo Chen walked at a leisurely pace, completely unbothered. At this moment, as long as he slightly focused his mind, the area within an 11-meter radius around him appeared clearly in his mind like a three-dimensional 3D map. Creak creak in the silent community. The only sound was the crunch of snow underfoot. Looking at the dark apartment buildings around, and Yu Yan's mood was somewhat complicated as she said, compared to before the apocalypse, this community really feels lifeless now. Because the official power supply was only half an hour in the morning and evening. Once it got dark, everyone stayed at home, either staring at the dark ceiling trembling or choosing to sleep early. All entertainment activities had ceased. Entering Building 10, the two of them didn't stop and headed straight for the 11th floor. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yu Yan stepped onto the 10th floor stairs, a figure approached them. The person asked warily, "Aunt Lin?" And Yu Yan was taken aback, recognizing her. Aunt Lin was holding a plastic bucket, seemingly intending to go down to dig snow in preparation for the official power supply the next morning. After all, the power supply was during peak hours, and there were quite a few people digging snow. You're not dead already? The corridor was dimly lit, and as soon as Aunt Lin saw Yu Yan's face clearly, she was so frightened that her expression changed instantly. What did she see? A person who had been dead for many days suddenly appeared alive in front of her. How could this be possible? After all, the last time Yu Yan had jumped off her balcony, at such a high height, how could she possibly be fine? Could it be that today was her 7th day? And had come back to claim their lives? A ghost! A ghost! Aunt Lin was so scared that she let out a loud scream, quickly dropping the plastic bucket in her hand and turning to flee to the 11th floor. She was terrified that if she ran even a little slower, she would be caught by the ghost in front of her. Ghost? Where's the ghost? And Yu Yan was also startled by the sudden shout. Just as she was about to explain, Aunt Lin tripped on the steps in the dimly lit corridor, slipped, and fell backward. Thud! A dull sound echoed. Aunt Lin rolled down the steps, perhaps due to the impact on the back of her head. She lay motionless, directly fainting beside the two of them. Aunt Lin? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. This fainted person was one of the main culprits involved in persecuting Yu Yan last time? It's just as well if she dies, he thought to himself. Just as he was about to continue upstairs, he suddenly noticed Yu Yan squatting beside Aunt Lin, seemingly checking her injuries. You're not thinking of saving her, are you? Luo Chen said, speechless. Could it be that her professional instincts kicked in, and she subconsciously wanted to save an injured person? Master, I just want to confirm, is she really dead? And Yu Yan smiled sweetly. How could she feel any compassion for this enemy who had lured her to their home and conspired with the bearded man to plot against her? After all, she could clearly recall the despair she felt at that time, even during the early days in the safe house. And Yu Yan would sometimes wake up in a cold sweat from nightmares, staring blankly while clutching her blanket. It was only later that Luo Chen helped her heal. I see, so is she really dead? Luo Chen's frown relaxed as he asked softly. As long as she didn't bring trouble upon herself, it would be fine. Otherwise, he might have to spend some effort to properly teach her a lesson. After the last incident, he believed that Yu Yan wouldn't easily let her compassion overflow anymore. Not yet, Master. And Yu Yan shook her head, but Aunt Lin hit the most vulnerable part of her head, so she probably has at least a moderate concussion. In a corridor that's below freezing, if we wait a bit longer, she will die from severe hypothermia. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen nodded. It seems she won't wake up anytime soon, so let her slowly die here. By tomorrow morning, Aunt Lin's frozen, stiff body would likely be discovered by the other residents. Soon, the two arrived at In Yuyen's door. Master, my room might be a bit messy, please don't mind. And Yuyen shyly opened the door. Speaking of which, it was her first time letting a male into her home. Oh, no, that's not right. Her home was now in Building 9, this was already a thing of the past. I won't mind. Luo Chen shook his head. Since the room was dim and there was no electricity, the main light source had to rely on a powerful flashlight. Under the bright beam of the flashlight, half the room was illuminated brightly, and Yuyen entered the bedroom. Looking at the familiar yet strange room, and a wave of emotion surged in her heart. This might be the last time I come back here, she thought to herself. Then, and Yuyen began to tidy up the things she needed to take with her, which were mostly books and some personal items. There were few books in the bedroom, most of the documents were in another study. At this moment, Luo Chen was surveying the furnishings in the room. It's quite minimalist, he thought as he looked around. And Yuyen's decor followed a minimalist style, unlike some young girls who decorated their rooms in shades of pink. On the big bed, there were also a few cute animal plush toys. The tip of her nose lightly sniffed a few times, and she could even catch a whiff of the faint, unique fragrance that belonged to him in the room. Master, I've tidied up everything in the bedroom. Now, ha? And Yuyen turned her head and found Luo Chen looking at her graduation certificate in the display case. There was also a group photo from her doctoral graduation beside it. Master, are you interested in my past life? She said, a bit happily. No, I'm just, Luo Chen replied, then added, curious about your education. Hearing this, and Yuyen was left puzzled. Wasn't it all written on the diploma? However, after she carefully pondered those words and repeated them a few times in her mind, her pretty face suddenly flushed. So, master means this. And Yuyen said shyly. Nevertheless, in her room, this felt like a novel experience. It could also bring about a different kind of feeling. It's okay, master, she said bashfully. More than an hour later, Luo Chen and In Yuyen returned to the safe house. They closed the heavy security door. The two took off their polar cold-resistant suits and hung them on a nearby coat rack. Master, you and Sisterin were gone for a long time, Baya said, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, her golden ponytail swaying as she curiously added, hands behind her back. Was it really necessary to take so long just to grab a few things? Moreover, Sisterin looked quite strange. Not only was her complexion rosy, but her legs seemed a bit wobbly as she walked. Yeah, the roads are hard to navigate at night, so it took longer. Luo Chen smiled and said. As he spoke, he turned to look at the floor-to-ceiling window. Since the sun had lost most of its light and heat, the night was much darker than usual, without any lighting. It could be said that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Alright, Yuyen, come to my room after you wash up, Luo Chen said with a smirk. To be honest, the situation felt a bit like an ancient emperor summoning someone at night. This night felt very long. The next day, Luo Chen didn't get out of bed until 9 o'clock, while In Yuyen was still sound asleep. Master, breakfast is ready, Li Ro said softly. Today, she was still dressed in her office attire, a fitted skirt paired with high-heeled black stockings, her legs both curvy and long, particularly eye-catching. She always prepared breakfast in advance, fulfilling her duties as a cook to the utmost. What are they chatting about in the group? It sounds lively, Luo Chen said as he enjoyed his breakfast. He noticed his phone vibrating non-stop with messages and opened the group chat to take a look. At everyone, does everyone know? The contractor Zhou Jin from Building 11 seems to be preparing to make a move on Building 13. Didn't the people from Building 13, led by Ming, already get wiped out? Ming and his subordinates are dead, but those women are all still alive and well. Building 13 can be said to be a kingdom of women now. Wow, that's even more ruthless than our building. The residents were chatting heatedly. However, due to the sharp decrease in the number of survivors in Building 9, the group chat messages weren't rolling in as frequently as before. There were several seconds between each new message. Contractor Zhou Jin? He seems to be the leader of Building 11, Luo Chen said, taking a sip of hot tea. However, this had nothing to do with him. As long as the other party didn't bring trouble to his doorstep, he couldn't be bothered with whom they targeted next. In this extreme cold apocalypse, fighting for resources and women was all too common. After reading the messages in the group, Luo Chen put down his phone and noticed An Yuyan rubbing her sleepy eyes, groggily walking out of the master bedroom. Are you up? The breakfast in the kitchen is still warm, just in time to eat, Li Ro said with a gentle smile. Thanks. An Yuyan yawned and said a bit shyly. She indeed got up a little late today. Then I'll go eat breakfast now, I'm just a bit hungry, An Yuyan said with a smile. At that moment, she was wearing a long white knitted sweater that hung down to her shoulders, revealing a smooth shoulder. As her gaze shifted, she found Luo Chen sitting on the sofa, glancing at her sideways, perhaps recalling something. An Yuyan's pretty face turned crimson. She hurriedly slipped on her home slippers and dashed toward the kitchen. Since the sweater only covered up to her thighs, her fair legs were quite eye-catching. Ha! Luo Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. To be honest, no matter how An Yuyan dressed, she always exuded a pure and alluring charm. This intellectual and elegant doctor had initially appeared quite unfamiliar and guarded when she first entered the safe house. However, after spending some time together, Luo Chen could now check her credentials while having her call out certain suggestive phrases. Of course, this was limited to when they were alone together. And Yuyan was also quite shy. Indeed, a famous saying is true, the fastest way to enter a woman's heart is to first enter her. Yan Baiya yawned as she and Yin Shu walked out of the room one after the other. Because she hadn't groomed herself yet, her soft golden hair was slightly wavy, with a few stray strands sticking out. Yin Shu wore simple pajamas and shorts, her long, straight legs in slippers, revealing small, delicate toes. Good morning, Master Baiya said with a bright smile, returning to her usual energetic self. It's still early, look at the time, Luo Chen said, speechless. He thought they had already gotten up, but it turned out they were still sleeping in. If it weren't for the lack of sunlight, the sun would have already been shining on their backs. Hee master, I won't dare next time. Baiya's face turned slightly red as she playfully stuck out her little tongue. She had accidentally stayed up late chatting with Yin Shu about some unspeakable topics. Baiya quickly tugged at Yin Shu's arm, and they went to the bathroom to freshen up together. It wasn't her fault, the safe house was just too warm and comfortable. By the way, it seems like there aren't enough rooms, Luo Chen thought to himself as he watched the two figures. Due to limited space, aside from him staying in the master bedroom, the other women had chosen to share rooms. Besides that, one of the remaining two rooms had been converted into a gym, and the other was empty. If they were to bring in a few more goddesses later, they could only accommodate two more at most, unless they replaced the double beds in their rooms with triple ones. Why think so much? Luo Chen shook his head with a smile. Clearly, there were no other goddesses yet, and he was already considering so much. It seemed he still had plenty of energy. In front of Building 13, Ai Yalong, you little flirt, don't think about resisting, surrender obediently, and when I indulge you later, I can be gentler, Zhou Jin said proudly, his belly protruding. Behind him, dozens of workers holding weapons were grinning and whistling. According to the intel received, the leader of Building 12, Ai Yalong, was currently leading some of her trusted subordinates to Building 13, hoping to reach the remaining survivors in the apartment building before them and bring them under her control. Who can stand this? Zhou Jing was the first to stand up in disagreement. All the assets left by Boss Ming are mine. No one else can touch them. Zhou Jing grinned. A few shiny gold teeth were immediately exposed to the air. His subordinates were a group of young, rough men, whose minds were filled with food and supplies, with nothing but crude thoughts. But in the No. 11 building he ruled, the residents were mostly single men. There were pitifully few women. With their vigorous energy unable to be released, most of the younger brothers had somewhat irritable tempers, almost ready to start something. Just in time, Boss Ming died. The women left behind in the No. 13 building, which had no owner, became the targets for Zhou Jing and his group. They had to be snatched away as tools for release. This way, not only could the problem of the No. 11 building's male dominance and female scarcity be solved, but it could also satisfy the needs of his subordinates and solidify his position as the boss. It was truly killing three birds with one stone. If we don't get some women over here soon, these guys might plot to usurp my position. Zhou Jing smiled on the surface, but inside, he was thinking dark thoughts. However, it didn't matter. As long as he swallowed up the No. 13 building and let his subordinates vent their frustrations on those women, he could grasp their lifeline, and all problems would be easily resolved. And that woman, Ai Yarong, Shouldn't think she can escape. Zhou Jing squeezed the beads in his hand. A greedy look surfaced on his plump face. At this moment, inside the No. 12 building, Yarong, don't worry. With me here, those guys outside won't be able to touch a hair on your head. Chang Yingwei patted his sturdy chest and assured her. He was a personal trainer at a gym. But now, in front of the woman he admired, he was doing his best to prove his loyalty. Young man, do you think you can call her your own? I advise you to recognize your own identity and stop dreaming about things you can't have. Shi Guohui said arrogantly, looking quite old-fashioned. Competing for a woman with him, a vice president of a media company? Do you think you're worthy? What Mr. Shi said is right. You should take a look at your meager salary. How could Sister Rong possibly look at you? Several sycophants nearby eagerly echoed his words. Damn it, do you want to die? Chang Yingwei angrily raised his fist. Before the apocalypse, money was everything. Facing Qi Guohui, a vice president of a certain company, he might have felt some trepidation, but now it was the extreme cold apocalypse. Fists were the real power. Seeing the two start arguing again, the dozens of subordinates holding machetes nearby exchanged helpless glances. It was all because of their sister Rong's charm. The two second-in-commands were constantly fighting over her. All right, stop arguing, Ai Rong said in a sweet, teasing tone. Despite the harsh environment, her lips were still coated with light pink rose lipstick, and a hint of a provocative smile lingered in her eyes. Watching the two in front of her fight over her, she appeared to be mediating, but inside, she felt quite pleased. After all, as the secretary of a certain well-known state-owned enterprise's president, she was best at playing with men's hearts. Outside, Zhou Jing and his group were still clamoring. However, Ai Rong and her subordinates were not particularly flustered. After all, while the combat power of their No. 12 building was not as strong as Zhou Jing's group of brutes, both sides understood that the main goal this time was the ownership of the No. 13 building. It was not about a fight between the two groups. Even if Zhou Jing, relying on his numerical and combat strength advantage, successfully defeated Ai Rong's side, it would undoubtedly be a case of hurting 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of his own. Therefore, when reinforcements from the other half of the No. 12 building arrived and successfully took Ai Rong and her group away, this tense conflict came to an end. On the way back, Ai Yalong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zhou Jin, that contractor, acts too quickly. I haven't even met with the survivors of Building 12 before he forcibly stopped me. If Building 13 is swallowed by Zhou Jin, then the next target will definitely be their Building 12. Because in this community, there are only 13 apartment buildings in total, and with Boss Ming already dead, the balance of power has been broken. With one of the three removed, there can only be one winner in the end. But, how can we defeat Zhou Jin and his gang? Ai Yalong frowned. Obsessed with power, she absolutely did not want to lose her current position and become a plaything of that fat-headed contractor Zhou Jin. In terms of strength, physical power, and bloodlust, the people of Building 12 simply cannot compare to the group of brutes under Zhou Jin. Thus, if they want to avoid being swallowed by the other side, it seems there is only one path left to take. Seek outside help. Luo Chen, a name suddenly surfaced in Ai Yalong's mind. Yesterday, the bloody storm Luo Chen stirred up in the community was something she, as the leader of Building 12, was very aware of. With his own strength, he annihilated the entire force of Boss Ming's building. Relying on a submachine gun, he could almost ignore everything and walk through the community with impunity. If I could pull Luo Chen over, a spark of excitement ignited in Ai Yalong's eyes. Wouldn't that mean she could rule the entire community? Moreover, dealing with men like Luo Chen was something Ai Yalong excelled at. Surely she could find an opportunity to get close to him in the future. And then, make him bow down at my feet. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Luo Chen gazed at the snowy scene outside, quietly pondering. Although the snow has stopped now, I can't let my guard down, he thought to himself. At this moment, it was indeed a great opportunity to go out and scavenge for supplies. After all, if heavy snow started again, he wouldn't be able to go out then. Just right. When he went out yesterday, he had successfully enhanced his spatial ability a bit. This was a significant discovery. I think I can find another large shopping mall or a gas station to scavenge a bit. This way, I can study the specific requirements for upgrading my spatial ability. Luo Chen stroked his chin in thought. Because he discovered that upgrading his spatial ability wasn't just about randomly stuffing things inside. At least, Collecting the snow outside was useless. On the way back from the mall, Luo Chen had tried to collect quite a bit of snow, but the space showed no reaction at all. Does it have to be man-made, or are there other requirements? Luo Chen thought for a long time but couldn't come up with anything, so he gave up. Rather than just thinking about it, it would be better to take some time to go out. Butler, pull up the map of Qingshui City Center, he said. Yes, master, the butler responded promptly. The offline map was quickly displayed in full on the large screen in the living room. If we take the community as the center, the nearest large supermarket is Yonghui Supermarket? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. He had been to this large supermarket several times before the apocalypse, and the supplies there were quite abundant, especially in terms of fresh fruits and vegetables. It could be said that it was not inferior to the other large supermarkets. Speaking of which, my alma mater is also nearby. Luo Chen glanced at the map and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. After graduating, it seemed he hadn't returned since. I wonder how the school is doing. It seems like classes were still in session after the extreme cold apocalypse hit. Luo Chen thought. How about this? After scavenging for supplies, should he go take a look? Just as he was deep in thought, Baiya, with a sandwich in her mouth, leaned over curiously to look at the large screen in the living room. When she saw that the screen displayed a map of Qingshui City, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and a look of joy appeared on her delicate face. After all, Luo Chen wouldn't be looking at a map for no reason, right? From what Baiya knew about her master, she was quite certain that since he had opened this thing, it meant he was planning the next outing. Not to mention, the center point of the map was showing Yonghui Supermarket. It seemed her master wanted to stock up on fresh fruits and vegetables. Baiya couldn't help but think with a smile. At the same time, she began to calculate a few things in her mind. Last time, Luo Chen had taken Yan Shu out, which was quite normal, considering they hadn't grasped the situation outside. Being cautious wouldn't lead to any mishaps. The second time, he took in Yu Yan out, although it was just a quick trip to Building 10 to grab something. It still counted as going out. This time, it should be my turn, right? Baiya thought happily as she bit into her sandwich. After all, Luo Chen's strength had undergone a qualitative leap since his visit to the police station. With hundreds of firearms ranging from handguns to sniper rifles in his space, almost no one could threaten him. In this case, bringing her along would be completely stress-free. The outside world was a beautiful, frozen snow landscape. Baiya had long wanted to go out and see it, especially with her favorite master. How romantic would that be? Moreover, she wanted to showcase her charm at the right moments in suitable, uninhabited places, just like Sister Yan. And then, wild adventures. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Baiya's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she said, "Master, are you going out again? Can you take me with you this time?" No. Luo Chen rejected her without a second thought. Why would he want to visit his alma mater? Wasn't it just to see the lovely junior sisters? Oh no, to reminisce about the good old days on campus? If he brought Baiya along, wouldn't that hinder his enjoyment of the beautiful scenery? Oh no, hinder his appreciation of the campus culture? So, this time he wasn't planning to take anyone with him. Yan Shu would stay in the safe house to keep watch, and he would leave a few firearms behind, just in case something like the home invasion incident with Su Ling happened again. What? Master is going out again? Hearing Luo Chen say he was preparing to go out, Li Ro and the others were shocked. It seemed like only a day had passed since they raided the police station for firearms. Why was he in such a hurry to go out again? Why not stay in the safe house for a few days and rest? After all, it was currently minus 60 or 70 degrees outside. Those supplies were buried under snow in the malls or warehouses, so there was no need to worry about someone getting there first. However, that wasn't what surprised them the most. The main thing was that Luo Chen was actually planning to go out alone this time, without even taking Yan Shu with him. After all, although I have quite a few supplies in my space, if there are more people in the future, the demand will definitely increase accordingly. Luo Chen explained with a smile as he looked at the girl's wide eyes. With more people, not only would everyone's tastes differ, but they also couldn't keep eating the same food repeatedly. It was best to stock up on a variety of different types of food in the space. The quality of life had to be ensured, and the standards had to be raised. Moreover, large supermarkets like Yonghui and Walmart were also Luo Chen's favorite places to raid. Their supply areas were well defined: fruits and vegetables, baking, deli, beverages. He wouldn't even have to sort them out himself when he put them in the space. In the future? With more people? Upon hearing this, the girl's cherry lips opened wide in surprise. What did this mean? Could it be that Luo Chen is not satisfied with just a few of them and will continue to bring in more sisters in the future? Although the women were already mentally prepared, hearing it directly from Luo Chen's mouth still inevitably stirred up some jealousy. With more women around, the love he poured into them would be divided. Master, I think it would be better if I could go out too, Yan Shu said, pursing her cherry lips. After all, once they stepped outside, they would inevitably have to deal with other survivors. Having one more person would reduce the risk. Moreover, if she acted together with him, there would be another benefit. When Luo Chen had needs, she could address them immediately. No need to say more. My mind is made up. No matter how the women pleaded, Luo Chen remained very firm. He was enough on his own. The many firearms in the space were not toys. Ordinary survivors, no matter how many there were, could never pose a threat to him. Seeing this, the women felt somewhat disheartened. However, they could not ignore Luo Chen's words, so they said no more. Take this submachine gun, and I'll leave you 5 magazines. Remember to keep it safe. Don't let Bai Yet and the others touch it, especially in Yuyan, Luo Chen instructed. As he spoke, he took out several magazines from the space and handed them to Yan Shu. He could only feel at ease if she kept them. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they might accidentally discharge the gun. Before leaving, Luo Chen also spent some time tenderly with the women. Then, amidst their reluctant gazes, he opened the safety door and walked out. As Luo Chen descended the stairs, he felt his legs were still a bit weak. For some reason, the women had put in tremendous effort this time, almost leaving him behind in the safe house. Once outside the building, he found a secluded corner, released the snowmobile from the space, and drove straight towards the community gate. During this time, he was naturally spotted by the residents in the surrounding buildings. Look, Luo Chen is going out again. Is that a snowmobile? So cool. I'm so envious of Luo Chen. He can move freely outside, and supplies are practically at his fingertips. The residents discussed enviously. If only they could have such a miraculous snowmobile, they would never have to worry about food again. In Building 11, Zhou Jin, behind the glass, also saw this scene. His small eyes narrowed, greedily fixated on Luo Chen's back, lost in thought for a long time. It would be a lie to say he wasn't coveting the snowmobile. However, due to Luo Chen's strength, Zhou Jin only dared to hide far away in the building, not daring to make any small moves. Bringing people to rob? That would be courting death. Even if 100 people surrounded him, in the face of firearms and bullets, they would merely be live targets. Ignoring the gazes of the residents, Luo Chen mounted the snowmobile and sped towards the Yonghui supermarket. Although the snow was 10 meters deep, with some buildings, vehicles, and shops completely buried, relying on the memories in his mind and the landmark buildings from the high rises, Luo Chen avoided the risk of getting lost. In fact, he didn't even need to look at a map. Plus, with the outside world covered in a blanket of white snow, it seemed there was nothing else to see, so there was no need to worry about traffic jams. Vroom, the snowmobile roared. Luo Chen twisted the throttle to the max, enjoying the exhilarating feeling of speeding. After all, he didn't have to worry about getting a speeding ticket. Soon, Yonghui supermarket appeared before him. However, due to the heavy snowfall, the large green sign was also buried in the snow. Luo Chen did not enter through the front door. Instead, he smashed the glass and entered from the upper level. Upon entering the supermarket, he was greeted by piles of fruits and vegetables, filling a large area of shelves. It was no surprise that Yonghui, which focused on fresh produce, had such a display. At this moment, in the freezing temperatures below zero, most of the fruits and vegetables still looked fine on the outside, showing no signs of rot. The freshness was quite high. Luo Chen was very satisfied with this. Without saying a word, he activated his spatial perception ability and began to sweep through the shelves. Everything within an 11-meter radius, along with the fruits and vegetables, was all collected into his space. As he walked, Luo Chen suddenly stopped. He noticed a man at the corner ahead, continuously enjoying the fruits on the shelves. Eating was one thing, but whether it was apples, bananas, or dragon fruits, he only took a few bites before tossing them to the ground and reaching for the next one. The ground was littered with wasted fruits. What a waste! Luo Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Even though he possessed infinite space, storing enough food to last a lifetime. He had never wasted like this guy, just taking a small bite of an apple and throwing it away. If Steve Jobs were here, he would probably compliment him, saying he bit it just like the Apple logo, with a similarity of 99%. Did he know what people outside were going through for just a few bites of food? They were risking their lives. Indeed, Luo Chen shook his head. Before the apocalypse, it was all about the starting point. If you were born well, your birth was your end point. But after the apocalypse, everyone was fighting for their stronghold. Being trapped in a place like Yonghui Supermarket meant you didn't have to worry about food and drink, which put you ahead of 99% of people. Damn! Who the hell are you? I've never seen you in the supermarket before, Liang Jie said, equally shocked. He was originally hungry and wanted to find a quiet corner to snack on some fruit, but suddenly someone spoke behind him. The key was that he had never seen this person before. Just as Liang Jie was filled with suspicion, he glanced behind Luo Chen and his eyes widened even more. What the hell? Where are the fruits? Where are the vegetables? That whole row of shelves, how did it all disappear? More than half of the supplies in the supermarket had vanished. Did you do this? Liang Jie said in terror. He quickly got up from the ground and grabbed a crowbar nearby. When he realized Luo Chen was alone and unarmed, his expression suddenly turned fierce. Damn it, tell me where our supplies went. Otherwise, watch out, or I'll kill you. Your supplies? Luo Chen sneered. Wrong, these are my supplies. At this moment, he was somewhat surprised. He had thought the supermarket would be empty like the last mall, but unexpectedly, there was someone here, and they had wasted quite a bit of food. In just this short time, he had thrown away a whole bunch of fruits. How much would be wasted over a month? Just thinking about it made Luo Chen unable to tolerate it. After all, these supplies would eventually enter his space, and this guy's behavior of wasting food was, in other words, wasting his supplies. I give you 1 minute to eat everything on the ground, Luo Chen said coldly. He took out a handgun from his space, cocked it with a click, and aimed it at his head. Seeing this scene, Liang Jie nearly wet himself. Gun! Gun! Gun? Although he didn't know where Luo Chen had pulled the gun from, that didn't stop him from immediately giving in. Spare me, good sir! Liang Jie dropped the crowbar and raised his hands high. He pleaded with a face full of terror. Facing a gun with a crowbar? Was he crazy? At that moment, he even doubted whether Luo Chen was a police officer. After all, ordinary people couldn't possibly get their hands on a gun. Can't understand what I'm saying? Luo Chen said coldly. In the choice between eating peanuts or the fruit on the ground, Liang Jie decisively chose the latter. I'll eat, he said in sheer panic, quickly picking up the discarded fruit that had been bitten into and shoving it into his mouth. You have 30 seconds left, Luo Chen said indifferently. Seeing this, Liang Jie was even more terrified. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't finish the fruit on the ground within a minute. Thus, he died with regret, until his head was blown off by a bullet. Liang Jie's last thought was still one of disbelief. Did he really die? And for the reason of wasting food? I forgot to ask how many people were in the supermarket. Luo Chen suddenly remembered this after taking care of him. From the other party's words earlier, he had also received a piece of information. There was more than one person in the supermarket. Well, it didn't matter to him. It was the same regardless of how many people there were. In less than 10 minutes, Luo Chen successfully circled the supermarket, collecting all the supplies from several other areas into his space. As a result, there was a large batch of food added to his space. The spatial perception has increased by another 2 meters, Luo Chen said happily. After collecting all the supplies from the Yonghui supermarket shelves into his space, he found that his spatial perception ability had changed again. However, that was all, nothing else was different. Strange, the gunfire was quite loud. Yet no one has come? He said with some confusion. He had intended to wait for the people in the supermarket to come looking for him and then deal with them all at once. But unexpectedly, he didn't know if others had run away in fear of the gunfire or if they hadn't heard it at all. Luo Chen couldn't help but check the supermarket's cameras again. Yes, they were off. Now he didn't have to worry about his abilities being recorded by the cameras. Just as he was contemplating whether to leave, a faint, lewd sound suddenly reached his ears, causing him to stop in his tracks. With a curious heart, Luo Chen followed the sound and arrived at the supermarket's logistics area, pushing open the door to a room. Inside the room, a group of people, warmed by a generator and electric heater, were openly engaging in debauchery. Men and women had flushed faces and dazed expressions. On a nearby table, there were even bottles of alcohol scattered haphazardly. To an outsider, it would probably look like a group of drug addicts. Looks like they're living quite well. Not only do they have some fun, but they also have alcohol to drink, Luo Chen said with a playful expression. However, he soon realized he had spoken too soon. Because the situation in the room was somewhat different, it was actually pairs of men and women with women. There were no men and women together. In fact, at first, this group of people was indeed engaging in heterosexual activities. But no matter how intoxicating that was, doing it every day would become unbearable. So, tired of it, they began to seek excitement by exploring each other's back doors. At that moment, one of the women suddenly noticed Luo Chen had barged in. However, she did not panic. Instead, she walked over boldly and excitedly reached out to his brother, saying, "Oh, where did this handsome guy come from? Want to have some fun with your sister?" Just looking at the other party's two headlights, the scale was still considerable. Unfortunately, he had no interest. Get lost. Luo Chen coldly spat out a word. What was happening here quickly attracted the attention of several men, and upon discovering the intruder, they picked up nearby crowbars with fierce expressions and surrounded him. To be honest, the scene was truly eye-watering. It wasn't a big deal to be surrounded by 7 or 8 men, but the key was that they were all naked. That was quite terrifying. Bang bang, Luo Chen did not save bullets. He decisively sent them all to hell. Not only the men, but even the women nearby each received a bullet, ensuring they would forever close their eyes. Disgusting. Luo Chen shook his head and did not look at the room again. Instead, he went to the storage area of the supermarket. The shelves in the cold storage still held a considerable amount of ingredients and frozen meat, none of which should go to waste. Moreover, in a water tank that had already frozen into a large ice block, he discovered quite a few bass, hairy crabs, bullfrogs, and other aquatic products. Naturally, he was not polite and collected them all into his space. I've gathered enough supplies. Luo Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction. After a thorough search, the warehouse of Yonghui Supermarket was completely cleaned out. His spatial perception had successfully increased to a range of 15 meters. Within this distance, he could directly collect any individual object into his space with just a thought. At this moment, there was no longer any need to stay at Yonghui Supermarket. After the spatial perception increased to 15 meters, perhaps his physical condition had also improved. Luo Chen felt as if he had endless strength. Carrying a bag of rice up 5 floors was effortless. He clenched his fists, feeling the power. After upgrading my spatial ability, I didn't expect there would be such benefits. Luo Chen moved his body around, a smile appearing on his face. This was fantastic. Nothing was more joyful than becoming stronger. However, soon, Luo Chen's expression became a bit strange. Could it be that after my physical condition improved, my desires in that aspect also increased? Why do I suddenly feel an urge to roll in the sheets? Even his own brother had taken up arms. Suddenly, a thought surged into his mind. The girls in that room earlier should still be warm. Maybe I can take advantage of. Stop. What am I thinking? Luo Chen quickly shook his head, dispelling this outrageous idea. One shouldn't. At least, one shouldn't. He certainly did not have any bizarre tastes. To suppress the impulse in his heart, Luo Chen went outside the supermarket and took out a snowmobile from his space. V-room, sitting on it, he floored the throttle. The snowmobile shot out like an arrow. Luo Chen let out a long breath. The cold wind blowing against him dissipated much of the impulse in his heart. The supplies from Yonghui Supermarket had been completely scavenged, and the next destination was the university campus. There should be quite a few pretty girls on campus. Luo Chen thought to himself. That would be great. Perhaps he could find a campus beauty to help satisfy his needs. Since I'm already here, why not go to the university and pick up a campus beauty before leaving? His eyes brightened. In his previous life, when Luo Chen was still in college, he had always been envious of some campus beauties and department flowers. However, since Luo Chen was not a wealthy tycoon, he, like others, lacked the courage to pursue them. He could only watch as the proud campus beauty entered a luxury car with those rich second-generation heirs. He could only silently envy with the other male classmates around him. But now it was different. With his infinite space and the hundreds of billions of resources within, wouldn't it be easy to lure a campus beauty over? Perhaps just offering a bit of food would make her eager to pull him into bed. This could be a way to fulfill my wish from my past life of never having dated a campus beauty. Luo Chen smirked. Just before the apocalypse, he had heard quite a few rumors in the class group about the younger female students in the following years, each one more charming than the last. Moreover, this year seemed to have a very famous Ice Queen campus beauty, who was so stunning that she was revered by countless people as the goddess of their dreams. The speed of the snowmobile increased again. In the high-rise buildings, many survivors appeared behind the glass. They were, of course, attracted by the noise made by the snowmobiles speeding below. However, before they could excitedly open the windows to call out, Luo Chen's figure had already vanished from sight. Qingshui Transportation University. Outside the campus, Luo Chen had already stored the snowmobile in his space and stood in the snow, looking puzzled. If I remember correctly, this should be the university gate, right? The snow is so thick that the walls are buried beneath it, he said helplessly. If it weren't for the memories in his mind, Luo Chen might not even recognize his alma mater. The grand gate, the walls, even the security booth had all disappeared from view. The vast expanse of white snow stretched all the way to the front of the teaching building. The floors below the third level were completely covered in snow. From a distance, it looked desolate. The campus seemed to consist only of snow and buildings. However, Luo Chen understood that in the extreme cold weather of -60 to 70 degrees Celsius, of course, no one would be running outside. The survivors were probably all hiding inside the buildings. Luo Chen trudged through the soft snow, stepping deep and shallow as he made his way into the university, leaving the snowmobile behind. He truly realized just how difficult it was to walk through this snow that was at least 10 meters deep. With one step, his knees sank in. It took Luo Chen a long time to finally reach the front of the teaching building. Fortunately, he was wearing a high-tech polar anti-cold suit, so he didn't have to worry about the extreme cold. "Stop! Who are you?" a voice shouted. Luo Chen looked ahead and saw 5 figures in thick down jackets climbing out of the third-floor window of the teaching building. 3 of them were holding baseball bats, looking like a bunch of punks. The other 2, standing behind them, looked like university students. They weren't holding bats but had bows and arrows in their hands. They carried a quiver on their backs. Luo Chen couldn't help but squint his eyes, becoming alert in his heart. Although he had already put on a bulletproof vest scavenged from the police station's armory before setting out, it would still be bad if his head or limbs were hit by arrows. "Me? I'm just a passing traveler." Luo Chen shrugged. It was obvious that this statement did not convince the few people in front of him. A traveler? Nonsense. Anger flashed across their faces, as if they had determined that Luo Chen was just trying to make fun of them. They didn't even consider the current situation. This was an extreme cold apocalypse with temperatures below -60 to 70 degrees Celsius. People were frozen solid. And he was still talking about traveling. "This is the territory of Qingshui Transportation University. We do not welcome strangers. Please leave," one of the men with a bow and arrow said. "Su Yuan, why are you being polite to this guy?" A man holding a baseball bat cursed loudly. "Hey, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Oh, and leave your backpack before you go." The man greedily eyed the bulging backpack behind him. It must be filled with a lot of good food. "Oh, you want my backpack?" Luo Chen couldn't help but sneer. The backpack behind him was prepared to conceal his spatial abilities in certain situations. It didn't contain much, just a few bottles of water and some bread. Faced with the threat, he looked at the man with disdain and spoke mockingly. "I'm sorry to tell you, but I won't hand over my backpack, and I'm going in." The thug immediately got angry. "Damn it, 1 person against 5 of us, and you still dare to be so arrogant. I'll break your legs and make you crawl out of here." He picked up the baseball bat and swaggered over, but halfway there, seeing Luo Chen still standing there with a mocking expression, unmoving, the thug suddenly lost his nerve. "Hey, what are you guys waiting for? Go together. Let's go. We'll join in. Let's kill this guy." The other 2 men with baseball bats, after a moment of hesitation, rushed to help. The 3 surrounded Luo Chen, sneering as they weighed their hard bats in their hands. "Ha!" The first thug shouted and raised his bat. "A mere trick," Luo Chen said lightly. At the moment the bat came crashing down, he simply sidestepped and avoided it. To him, the opponent's movements were just too slow. Seizing the opportunity, he struck decisively. Luo Chen grabbed the thug's wrist and twisted it hard. A sharp crack echoed in everyone's ears as the bone broke. The thug's face contorted in pain as he looked at his broken wrist, the exposed white bone nearly making him faint. Luo Chen didn't give him a chance to scream again. He snatched the baseball bat and swung it directly at the thug's face, the tremendous force caving in half of his face. Niuzi Gu. The other two looked terrified, immediately feeling the urge to retreat. Bang! While they were stunned, Luo Chen didn't waste any time. He lunged forward, closing the distance, and then swung the bat heavily against one of their faces, sending him straight to hell with Niuzi Gu. The remaining thug dropped his bat and tried to run. The enemy's strength was just too terrifying, and he couldn't muster the courage to resist. With a thud, he fell back, his eyes rolling as he collapsed into the snow. Hiss! My strength now is at least more than double what it was before. Luo Chen gasped. He then tossed the bloodied and slightly deformed baseball bat into the snow. This result was indeed a bit unexpected for him. What are you? The two remaining boys with bows and arrows trembled in fear. In just half a minute, 3 of their companions armed with baseball bats had been easily taken down by Luo Chen, who was unarmed. How could they not be scared? Shoot him dead. Right. We have bows and arrows, he can't get close. The two seemed to have come to their senses. They quickly drew an arrow from the quiver behind them, pulled back their bows, and aimed at Luo Chen's chest. If you take an arrow, no matter how strong you are, you'll die, they sneered. Whoosh whoosh, 2 sounds of arrows slicing through the air came. The sharp arrows shot straight at Luo Chen. Just use the blast shield to block it. In Luo Chen's mind, a thought flashed by, and he directly took out an explosion-proof shield he had scavenged from the police station's armory. Thud thud, the arrows were successfully blocked, falling into the snow. Damn! Where did he pull out a police shield from? Superpower? The two looked at each other in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the scene that defied science. What do we do? Su Yuan? This guy is definitely not an ordinary person, he seems to have superpowers. Damn it! We haven't offended some big shot, have we? One of the boys said in terror. Shoot that bastard. Otherwise, we're dead. Su Yuan gritted his teeth. He pulled out another arrow from behind, drew the bowstring, and began to aim. He understood clearly that Luo Chen would not let them go. Since the other party had an explosion-proof shield, they just needed to shoot at his feet unexpectedly, as long as Luo Chen was injured. The two could escape. Just now, it felt like something very wonderful. Luo Chen ignored the two and squinted his eyes and thought. At the moment when 2 arrows were shot at him, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. It seemed he could directly pull these 2 moving arrows into his space. What an opportunity! Shoot his feet together. Su Yuan and his companions seized the chance, drawing their bows to shoot at Luo Chen's feet. The arrows flew out. Seeing Luo Chen seemingly lost in thought, a smug look appeared on their faces. Still daring to daze? You're finished. Whoosh whoosh, now, collect them for me. A flash of brilliance appeared in Luo Chen's eyes. The 2 arrows shot at him seemed to enter another space in an instant, disappearing without a trace right before their eyes. It really works! Luo Chen exclaimed in surprise. He had only wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect he could actually pull moving objects into his space. Damn! This guy can not only pull out a shield out of thin air but also make arrows disappear. Su Yuan said in shock. Run! Let's run! His companion said in fear. Completely lacking the courage to resist, they should escape as far as they could. The two turned and fled towards the teaching building. Want to escape? Did you ask me first? Luo Chen sneered. He directly took out a more powerful crossbow arrow from his space and aimed at one person's back before pulling the trigger. With a soft thud, the crossbow arrow pierced through the opponent's heart, and they convulsed a few times before falling silent, watching Su Yuan still fleeing for his life. Another thought emerged in Luo Chen's mind. Since the space could pull objects in, could it also shoot them out? Let's give it a try. He focused his mind and attempted to manipulate the power of space, aiming at Su Yuan's back. Thud! Thud! The arrows that had been pulled into the space suddenly appeared out of nowhere, piercing deeply into Su Yuan's body. Since the force of the arrows was far weaker than that of the crossbow, Su Yuan did not die immediately but fell into the snow, gasping in pain, trying to scream. Luo Chen did not want to alert the others. Who knew how many of these people's accomplices were in the university right now? So he pulled out another crossbow arrow, instantly silencing the other party permanently. Actually, I could have used a gun. I forgot I found quite a few silencers in the armory, Luo Chen said somewhat sheepishly. To cover up the bodies, he also manipulated the power of space. digging a deep hole of 8 meters into the surrounding snow, allowing the bodies to fall directly inside. Then he filled the snow back in. Thus, the traces of Su Yuan and the others' deaths were perfectly concealed. Unless you dig 3 feet into the ground, no one will discover anything unusual. It's resolved, Luo Chen said, clapping his hands. He had actually wanted to extract more information from the other party before they died, but it didn't matter, he could always find someone to ask later. However, what delighted Luo Chen the most at that moment was the breakthrough in his spatial abilities. Now, he could not only directly absorb arrows within his spatial perception but could even relaunch them. This was incredibly powerful. Originally, Luo Chen had been worried about how to deal with those who wielded bows or even guns in the future. But now, that concern was gone. If he could absorb arrows, bullets would likely be no problem either. Even if I encounter a group of armed enemies, I need not fear. Once I open my spatial domain, wouldn't I be invincible? Luo Chen thought to himself, casually naming his new technique, spatial domain. After absorbing bullets into the space, he could even return them to the opponent. How fitting! It was simply invincible in both offense and defense. In the future, as my spatial abilities continue to upgrade, perhaps there will be even more techniques. Luo Chen couldn't help but think. Grabbing the window ledge, he flipped himself directly into the teaching building. Upon entering, he was greeted by rows of classrooms and desks. Looking at this familiar scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling a wave of nostalgia. What impressed me most about university wasn't the daily studies or the gaming in the dorms, but those beautiful girls on the street wearing black or white stockings, or even showing off their thighs. He sighed. That truly was a beautiful sight. Unfortunately, it was no longer visible now. In the extreme cold of -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, let alone showing their thighs, the girls would rather wrap themselves up like dumplings. Luo Chen had intended to find a few lone survivors to ask about the current situation at the university and the rumored stunning campus beauty. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, he hadn't seen a single person. It seemed that apart from those few guys earlier, there was no one else in the teaching building. The building was not small. If he relied solely on walking to find people, the efficiency would be too low. Luo Chen suddenly had a bright idea. Perhaps I can try using spatial perception. You see, his spatial perception had now increased to a distance of 15 meters. It was like a radar. Within this range, if there were any survivors, they would not escape Luo Chen's perception. No one upstairs. No one on this floor. Luo Chen suddenly paused. Wait, it seems like there are people in the classroom on the first floor. Strange. The heavy snow had already submerged everything below the 3rd floor of the building. Logically, the classroom on the first floor should be completely dark now. So what were those two doing down there? Wan Gu, don't be so impatient. Wait until the fire is a bit stronger before I take off my clothes. It's so cold right now. A girl with a decent appearance said in a spoiled tone. Her down jacket had already been tossed aside, revealing her curvy figure wrapped in a black sweater. Du Xin was the campus beauty of the media department. Under the pressure from her boyfriend, she finally mustered the courage to wash herself clean in the dormitory with plenty of hot water. Then the two found this empty classroom, preparing to seek some excitement. After all, the classrooms on the first floor had been submerged in snow, and there were plenty of desks and chairs to burn for warmth. The windows of the classroom were all sealed with snow, effectively creating an insulation layer, similar to an igloo. At that moment, despite the darkness inside, the temperature was actually higher than in the upper classrooms. Xin, I can't wait any longer. Let's not waste time, moving around will warm us up. Otherwise, Su Yuan and the others will be back soon. Wan Yungang couldn't wait to start unbuttoning his pants, not wanting to delay for even a moment. He had finally managed to send those troublesome guys, Su Yuan and his crew, away. What if they stumbled upon him halfway through? Not to mention, he had contributed quite a bit of food just to win over Du Xin. Alright, Du Xin sighed. In truth, she was not satisfied with her boyfriend, Wan Yungang, at all. According to her standards for a partner, her other half should at least be a successful and handsome man. But now, everyone was stuck in this harsh environment of extreme cold and heavy snow, and with their stomachs not even full, there was no room for such demands. Du Xin certainly didn't want to starve to death before the snow disaster passed. The key point was that Wan Yungang was working under the young Master Kong. Who was Kong Xiao? He was the leader of the strongest faction in the university. Someone whose words carried more weight than those of the leaders and teachers. More than half of the cafeteria supplies were under his control. Not to mention, his family background was incredibly deep. He was the son of the richest man in Qingshui City. Although everyone was trapped in the school, Kong Chang had over 20 strong bodyguards at his side, always on standby. With the help of these bodyguards, Kong Chang had gathered hundreds of people, directly challenging the original school administrators, and Wan Yungang was the captain of Su Yuan's small team, relying on his minor official position to bring in a bit more food each day to share with Du Xian. It was precisely for this reason that Du Xian had submitted to him. Be good. Don't be nervous. I'll be gentler. Wan Yungang had no idea what she was thinking. All he knew was that he could finally take this department beauty's first time. After more than a week of effort, he was finally about to reap the rewards. Just then, the classroom door swung open. In the astonished gaze of Du Xian and Wan Yungang, Luo Chen walked in with a smile. Oh, busy? Ha! He casually closed the door, his face flickering in the firelight. Why not share the joy? Add me to the fun? Luo Chen's gaze inevitably swept over Du Xian, who was sitting at the desk, her clothes half undone. One couldn't help but say that college students always exuded a vitality called youth. Looking at her fair skin and long legs wrapped in black stockings, Luo Chen felt the impulse that had just been suppressed rising again. Damn it, where did you pop up from? Who's your boss? Wan Yungang said angrily. He had just been ready to taste Du Xian's sweetness when someone interrupted him midway. How could that not make him furious? Wan Yungang decided that as long as Luo Chen wasn't one of Kong Xiao's men, he would definitely take him down. I'm not interested in being someone else's little brother, Luo Chen said indifferently. It seemed his guess was correct. The survivors in the university had already divided into their own factions, and this guy had mentioned Su Yuan's name, so it seemed he was with those earlier guys, having no boss and still being so arrogant. Coming to ruin my good time? You're really asking for it. Wan Yungang's face turned fierce upon hearing this. Being a lackey under Kong Xiao had the biggest advantage of status, making them superior to ordinary students, so they acted without restraint. Beating someone to disability or forcing female classmates was just a daily routine. Wan Yungang didn't force Du Xian because he wanted to win her heart completely. After all, he had admired her long before the snow disaster. Kid, you're done for. I'm going to take you down today. Wan Yungang picked up a baseball bat and walked towards Luo Chen with a cold smile. In his eyes, Luo Chen was empty-handed. While he not only was an athlete but also had a weapon in hand, the other party was simply no match for him. As long as he swung the bat down, he was sure to knock him out cold. Crack! Luo Chen pulled out his handgun and instantly chambered a round. Then he aimed the dark muzzle at him and said with a playful expression, "Don't move, this gun is prone to misfire." With the gun pointed at his head, and at such a close distance, Wan Yunong's baseball bat fell to the ground with a thud, his face turning pale, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. This damn thing seems to be a real gun. Cold sweat instantly soaked Wan Yungang's back. In this situation, with the enemy's identity unknown and being in a remote classroom buried in snow, he certainly didn't want to test the authenticity of the gun with his life. "Big brother, spare me," he pleaded, trembling. It was the first time in his life he had a gun pointed at him. Under the flickering light of the fire burning in the classroom, Luo Chen's face took on a hint of coldness, as if he were a killer stepping out of a movie. It is known that once a person has killed, a thing called killing intent begins to emanate from them. Luo Chen had already slaughtered several buildings' residents, and the lives he had taken were countless. Those cold eyes, with just a slight sweep, made the two feel as if they were being targeted by death itself. The atmosphere in the dim classroom dropped to freezing point. Even Du Xian, sitting at the desk in her down jacket, with only a layer of black stockings on her legs, seemed to have forgotten the cold environment. A different, deep fear surged through her. This classmate. You need to calm down, Du Xian stammered, trembling. It was hard to tell if she was frozen, scared, or perhaps both. "Next, I ask, you answer." Luo Chen waved the gun at them, and Wan Yungang immediately knelt down with a thud, not daring to lift his head. He certainly didn't want to joke with his own life. "You don't need to move, just sit there." Luo Chen glanced at Du Xian, who wanted to get off the desk, and said lightly, Oh, okay." Although Du Xian didn't understand why he didn't want her to kneel as well, she obediently complied. It was much warmer on the desk than on the ground. What she didn't know was that due to the angle, The view under her skirt was completely exposed. Although the firelight wasn't that bright, it had its own charm. Do you know the one outside named Su Yuan? What's the situation on campus now? Luo Chen held the handgun high, looking down at the kneeling Wan Yungang. Yes, I know him. I'm their captain. Wan Yungang didn't dare to hide anything. After cautiously glancing at Luo Chen, he looked at the dark muzzle and immediately lowered his head in fear. His trembling intensified. Although he didn't understand why Luo Chen wanted to know about the situation on campus. Was he someone who came from outside? But due to his own predicament, Wan Yungang didn't dare to say more. The situation on campus is like this. Wan Yungang began to answer honestly. After hearing his explanation, Luo Chen understood that since the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse, the number of people on campus had basically halved. Among those who died, only a small portion had frozen to death, most had succumbed to high fevers from colds, and with the school hospital severely lacking in medicine, their health deteriorated until they couldn't hold on any longer. In a university dormitory, once one person caught a cold, the others had no chance of escaping, leading to a chain reaction. In the extreme cold and blizzard, the number of survivors on campus plummeted. Subsequently, the university's president and vice president quickly mobilized personnel to unify all the supplies from several cafeterias and distribute them daily to everyone. Due to the issue of high fever from the flu, the number of people on campus has already dropped by more than half, so the remaining supplies should last them for a while if they ration them. But no one expected that soon after, the two principals suddenly committed suicide in a bizarre manner, with the announced cause of death being that their hearts were stabbed 12 times in succession. Who would commit suicide by stabbing their own heart? 12 times, no less. Although no one believed it, the university's management changed immediately. The remaining teachers and professors, along with a portion of the students, shared management power with a team established by a wealthy heir from Qingshui City, young Master Kong. From that day on, the amount of food distributed to the survivors on campus drastically decreased, and meals were reduced from 2 a day to just 1. Su Yuan and Wan Yungang chose to actively join Kong Cheng's team, because everyone could see that the team led by the teachers and professors would soon be completely devoured by the other side. Gugu Du Xian's stomach suddenly growled, breaking Luo Chen's contemplation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Du Xian, sitting at the table, quickly blushed and stammered, one hand immediately covering her stomach, fearing that Luo Chen would get angry. Although Wan Yungang had been bringing extra food lately, they were both eating dry and hard cold buns, and could only manage 1 or 2 a day. Their stomachs were never full. Young Master Kong, who monopolized the cafeteria supplies, along with his bodyguards, feasted daily, leaving the suffering to those at the bottom. There were even worse classmates who had their small daily rations snatched away by others. Hungry? Luo Chen couldn't help but smirk, his gaze sweeping over Du Xian's long black stockings. Instantly, Du Xian's face flushed, and she couldn't help but press her legs tightly together, lowering her head. Eat? In the shocked eyes of the two, Luo Chen unbuckled his backpack, then pulled out a golden brown roast chicken and placed it on the table. To their astonishment, the roast chicken was still steaming. This made Du Xian and Wan Yungang's throats roll, their mouths watering uncontrollably, their eyes nearly glowing with greed. A roast chicken? This was a delicacy that only their boss, young Master Kong, was qualified to eat. In this environment where food was scarce and more precious than gold, the two were left in shock, completely unaware of where Luo Chen had gotten it from. At the same time, Du Xian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why would Luo Chen take out such a dish that countless people on campus would fight over to give to her? Is this for me? W.I. Du Xian swallowed hard. In front of such an enticing delicacy, she simply couldn't resist the temptation. This was a whole roast chicken. When was the last time she had meat? It seemed like half a month ago. Aren't you hungry? Luo Chen smiled faintly and said, but, of course, it's not free. He walked over, leaned down, and whispered something in her ear, causing Du Xian's eyes to widen, her face turning as red as if it were on fire. That's not good. My boyfriend is right here. Du Xian glanced at Wan Yungang, who looked pale, and shook her head. However, because the temptation of the roast chicken was too great, she didn't completely dismiss the idea, adding softly, how about we discuss it in my dorm later? Du Xian, Wan Yungang shouted angrily, his face turning purple. He had heard everything. How can you sell your body just for this delicious, crispy, And warm roast chicken? He gritted his teeth and said, "You shameless woman." Luo Chen couldn't help but glance at him, playfully saying, "Then take this roast chicken and get lost." "Really?" Wang Yungang asked tentatively. Luo Chen waved his hand in disdain. "Just take it and go." He. Okay, thanks, bro," Wang Yungang said with sparkling eyes, seemingly afraid he would change his mind, and quickly grabbed the large roast chicken from the table and slipped out. To him, exchanging a large roast chicken for Du Xian's first time was a huge bargain. After all, food was now more precious than gold. It was no exaggeration to say that this large roast chicken could allow him to enjoy 10 different beautiful junior sisters. Besides, second-hand goods weren't unusable, perhaps something that had been broken in would be even smoother to use. However, he didn't notice that on the surface of the roast chicken, there were some colorless, tasteless transparent crystals that had dissolved into the meat. Meanwhile, Wang Yundong's actions left Du Xian, who remained in the classroom, dumbfounded. "Wang Yungang, you bastard, give me back my roast chicken." She clenched her fists and shouted angrily. Didn't she see that she was just pretending to be reserved? She hadn't said she disagreed. So how did the roast chicken just sprout wings and fly away? In the previous week, the food Wang Yungang had provided her was nothing compared to even a single feather of this roast chicken. How could that not make her heart ache? "Don't worry, I have plenty of food, as long as you behave and promise not to go hungry," Luo Chen said with a smirk. One hand also rested on Du Xian's thigh, wrapped in black stockings, gently rubbing, feeling its smoothness and warmth. Du Xian understood his meaning. "So, be gentle." An hour later, Du Xian's eyes were hazy, and she had no strength left. "You're so annoying, darling. You're too amazing. You almost exhausted me." She hadn't expected that Luo Chen was not only handsome but also incredibly skilled in that aspect, giving her an unprecedented pleasure. Luo Chen took his time getting dressed. The experience with Du Xian, the flower of the department, was quite good, especially since it was her first time. He had also released all the pent-up impulses he had accumulated before. Although there were desks and chairs in the classroom to keep warm, it still couldn't escape the chill. It was a feeling of being in two extremes. "By the way, I want to ask you something." Luo Chen put on his extreme cold-resistant clothing, his gaze surveying the expanse of her fair skin. "What is it?" Du Xian replied lazily, showing no intention of covering up. "I heard that the cool school beauty is quite famous. Do you know her name?" Luo Chen looked into her eyes and asked. "Also, which dormitory building does she live in?" Du Xian's expression stiffened, and her face turned ugly. "Darling, what do you mean? We just finished, and you're bringing up another woman. Do you think that's appropriate?" Luo Chen replied curiously. "You said it's over, so why ask if it's appropriate?" His initial goal was to pursue the school beauty. His relationship with the current little flower was merely a physical transaction. It was just that she had gotten too deep into the role. Although Du Xian was decent looking, better than most girls, she could barely score around 80 points, hardly qualifying as a goddess. It's important to know that there's a world of difference between 80 and 90 points. Even if one went to the hospital for surgery, piling on technology and hard work to make up for deficiencies, it still wouldn't qualify as a goddess. "This is for you." Luo Chen opened his backpack and pulled out a large roast chicken, tossing it onto the desk that had already formed a thin layer of ice. His current behavior suddenly made him feel like one of those scumbags who play with girls and then kick them away. Du Xian's face darkened. She never expected Luo Chen to be so cold, that it was really just a transaction with her. She thought she had latched onto a big leg. However, soon Du Xian replaced her expression with a sweet smile, wrapped her arms around Luo Chen's waist, and said pitifully, "Oh dear, how heartless you are. But since you say that," she paused for a moment and said in a muffled voice, "then I'll tell you. The school beauty you mentioned is named Yang Mengyu, the daughter of the Yang Meng group." "That's right, the famous Yang family." "Oh, the Yang family? Yang Mengyu." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by this news. The Yang Meng group is a multinational enterprise in the country, involved in various fields such as electronics, finance, and real estate. Its market value is $150 billion. It is truly a giant family. Clearly, the other party's base is not in Qingshui City, yet the Yang family's daughter is here. How strange. She usually stays in the dormitory, but you can see her in the cafeteria during meal times. "Dear, you must think carefully, that big school beauty, Yang Mengyu, is the target of young Master Kong. Du Xian lifted her head, still holding onto his waist, and said, "There are people specifically keeping an eye on her. If you dare to have designs on her, that would be opposing young Master Kong." The purpose of her words was to dispel Luo Chen's unrealistic thoughts. No matter how powerful he is, even with a deadly weapon like a handgun, facing hundreds of young Master Kong's henchmen would only lead to one outcome: death. Not to mention, there are bodyguards protecting her closely. "You don't need to worry about that," Luo Chen said with a smirk. "Young Master Kong? His name is indeed quite loud, but he is a man with infinite space, carrying a mobile arsenal at all times. No matter how many people there are, who could survive in his hail of bullets? By the way, when I was building a safe house for the Shield Group, I seemed to hear Zhao Xiao mention that they had built a doomsday safe house worth $3 billion for a wealthy man a few years ago." And from Zhao Xiao's slip of the tongue, Luo Chen also heard the wealthy man's surname, Yang. That wealthy man and Yang Mengyu. Could there be some connection? Luo Chen's expression became strange. However, in Du Xian's eyes, his contemplative look seemed to show concern, and she couldn't help but laugh. "So, dear, why not give up on the big school beauty Yang and be with me instead? No matter what position you want, I will cooperate with you." Du Xian tightened her grip around his waist. Compared to that guy Wan Yun, Luo Chen, whether in looks, figure, or his perverse abilities, completely outclassed him in every way. Moreover, Luo Chen not only had plenty of food but also a handgun, which gave her a strong sense of security. She didn't want to miss out on such a high-quality man. Du Xian was very confident in her own body. After all, she was a sought-after beauty in her department. But what she didn't know was that the wristband in Luo Chen's space was only for goddesses. For her, the department flower, a simple transaction was fine, but a romantic relationship was out of the question. After all, in the safe house, which of Yan Shu, and Yu Yan, Li Rou, or Baiya wasn't a top-tier goddess? If she knew this, Du Xian would probably be wide-eyed in shock. "I've made up my mind, you don't need to say more," Luo Chen said. "All right, since that's the case, I won't persuade you anymore." Du Xian sighed, then suddenly thrust her right hand into his pocket. Before playing poker, she had seen Luo Chen put the gun inside. "Ha ha ha, dear, you can be careless sometimes too." Du Xian gripped the gun tightly, a triumphant smile appearing on her face. "Throw the backpack over here immediately, or I'll shoot." "You wouldn't want to die by your own gun, would you?" she said with a proud expression. The pistol was so easily snatched away that Du Xian couldn't help but show a look of disdain. She had thought Luo Chen was such a formidable man, but now it seemed he was just average, as long as she handed him over to young Master Kong and delivered the pistol as well. Du Xian felt certain that Kong would definitely value her. In fact, she might even become his woman. "Stop dawdling, hurry up and do as I say," Du Xian said coldly. Facing the threat, Luo Chen remained calm, as if he didn't care about his own life or death at all. "If you want to shoot, then go ahead," he said with a grin, "but make it quick, I'm in a hurry." "Are you not afraid of dying?" Du Xian said in shock. How could someone remain so composed when a gun was pointed at them? A normal person would have probably wet themselves by now. Luo Chen's playful expression even made Du Xian feel a bit flustered. "Is there no bullet in the gun?" Du Xian's hand holding the gun began to tremble slightly. "No, wait." She quickly realized that Luo Chen had threatened Wan Yungang with a gun earlier. If there were no bullets, how could he dare to do that? So Luo Chen wasn't afraid, he was playing a psychological game with her. Once she figured it out, a smug look appeared on her face. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. It's a pity, dear, that I still want to experience your strong abilities one more time." Saying this, she unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! A flurry of shiny paper scraps flew through the air. "Well, what's going on?" Du Xian's eyes went blank, and she was dumbfounded. Where were the bullets? Why was it a celebratory shot instead? This gun was fake. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Tell me, what the hell is a surprise?" As a cautious survivalist, he would never give anyone the chance to steal his gun unguarded. Long before he stuffed the pistol into his pocket, he had taken out a toy gun from his space and made the switch. Even if Du Xian had taken the real gun, it didn't matter, he still had his spatial domain. All the bullets aimed at him would, in that instant of entering the spatial domain, be instantly absorbed into the space, turning into his means of attack. Why bother? Our transaction is about to end. Luo Chen sighed lightly. He pulled out another pistol from his pocket, playing with it in his hand. This time it was real. Du Xian realized she had been tricked. The real gun had long been hidden by Luo Chen. You won't understand, Du Xian said, her face ashen. School is too cruel now. I've seen too many people die. Only by handing the gun over to young Master Kong and gaining his protection can I rest easy. She sneered. Although you have some skills, young Master Kong is 100 times stronger than you. As for the school beauty Yang, who is regarded as a forbidden fruit by him, I suggest you give up early. Be careful not to lose your life in the end. Luo Chen snorted. You should worry about your own life. He looked at Du Xian, who was hanging her head, her clothes disheveled, exposing large patches of her fair skin, and pondered how to deal with her. The two had just finished exercising, so they had a certain level of intimacy. Killing her with a single shot seemed too cold-blooded. After all, he wasn't a bad guy. But if he let her go, Du Xian would definitely go and reveal his information to that young Master Kong, and if his identity was exposed, it would affect his subsequent actions. After a moment of silence, Du Xian spoke up. Are you going to kill me? Luo Chen didn't answer but instead took out a steaming roast chicken from his backpack and placed it in front of her. Did you forget? Our transaction isn't over yet. This is your reward. Du Xian's face showed an expression of disbelief. She never expected to do such a thing, and yet Luo Chen would actually keep his promise and reward her. Could it be that the other party's food was truly so abundant? Never mind. Even if I die, I want to be a glutton. Du Xian gritted her teeth and decided to deal with this delicious roast chicken in front of her first. After all, she had traded her purity for it. So tasty, so incredibly tasty. Du Xian ate with her mouth full of grease, and while eating, she picked up a small bottle of salt nearby and sprinkled it evenly over the chicken. This is simply the most delicious food in the world. Du Xian was moved to tears. Did anyone know how she had been living during this time? Forget about chicken, she couldn't even get a basic vegetable dish. Clearly, the cafeteria had plenty of food reserves, but every day they only gave her a hard, dry bun. Not only was it pitifully small, but it tasted like chewing wax. The delicious roast chicken in front of her instantly reminded her of life before the apocalypse. Those were truly heavenly days. Back then, she was blissfully unaware of her good fortune. Du Xian suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach, her pupils constricting. She felt nauseous, and a strong dizziness hit her. Her lips gradually turned purple, and cold sweat poured from her body. At that moment, Du Xian's face was as pale as a corpse. What did you put in the chicken? She gasped for breath, like a drowning person. Her eyes filled with fear. Luo Chen looked at her with pity and said, the small bottle you picked up doesn't contain salt, it's a highly toxic compound. Du Xian collapsed to the ground, the intense ringing in her ears drowning out Luo Chen's words. She was already delirious, and her vision was filled with double images. Finally, she fell silent. Luo Chen calmly said, this was your choice. After all, their transaction only included this roast chicken. The small bottle that looked like salt containing the toxic compound was not part of the deal. So, this is a suicide. Luo Chen nodded, seemingly convinced by this statement. If Du Xian could have restrained herself and not opened that bottle of poison, she might not have died just yet. It wasn't until he personally confirmed that Du Xian, collapsed on the table, had stopped breathing that Luo Chen picked up her down jacket and covered her thinly clad body. Although our acquaintance was brief, I enjoyed the time we spent exercising together. Luo Chen smirked slightly. He pushed open the classroom door and walked out. In the dark corridor, after walking a short distance, a corpse lying on the ground appeared in the beam of his flashlight. The corpse's face was pale, and its lips were purple. The death state was almost identical to that of Du Xian in the classroom. Indeed, this corpse was Wang Yun's. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Luo Chen glanced down at the body, then calmly looked away and continued walking forward, as if he hadn't seen it. This guy was one of Kong Xiao's subordinates, just like Su Yuan and the others who had died at his hands. So Luo Chen certainly wouldn't let him go. Thus, he had used spatial power to sprinkle a layer of transparent, odorless toxic compound on the roast chicken. Just a small bite, and the person would surely die on the spot. Luo Chen didn't believe that the other party could resist the temptation of delicious food, facing a steaming roast chicken in their arms without taking a single bite. By the way, it's almost lunchtime, I can go check the cafeteria. Luo Chen glanced at the time and smiled slightly. If he was lucky, he might just see the Real Young, the campus beauty. The path to the cafeteria was cleared by tables and chairs on top of the snow, making it much easier to walk. Based on the memories in his mind, Luo Chen walked with familiarity, not needing to worry about getting lost. It was noon. Besides Luo Chen, many students were also hurrying towards the cafeteria. But unlike his polished appearance, those around him looked pale and emaciated due to a lack of nutrition. They appeared haggard, no longer holding the books they used to carry, but instead wielding deadly weapons, baseball bats, machetes, iron rods. The atmosphere between people was no longer harmonious and friendly. Instead, they were extremely wary of each other, afraid to expose their supplies. Compared to them, Luo Chen seemed much more indifferent. Thanks to his spatial abilities and the entire arsenal he carried with him, he could almost ignore all risks. Thinking of someone daring to target him? They better be prepared to be shot to pieces. Speaking of which, it seems I haven't been back since graduation. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. With hundreds, even thousands of billions of supplies stored in his space, he felt a sense of returning home and glory. The cafeteria soon came into view. Luo Chen faced no obstacles, he simply followed the crowd and easily entered the interior. Inside the spacious cafeteria, there were 4 lines. However, the number of people did not seem crowded, as the survivors in the entire university had long since dwindled to less than half. Beside the lines, many armed guards were fiercely watching over the crowd to prevent any riots. It seems I should also queue up for some food, Luo Chen thought to himself. This wasn't because he was hungry, but because he didn't rush to the window like everyone else. Instead, he stood still, scanning the area as if searching for something. This unusual behavior inevitably attracted the attention of a few guards. To avoid alarming them, Luo Chen pretended to be just another student waiting in line for food and casually blended into a group. Getting food shouldn't cost anything, right? He thought with a hint of amusement. Looking ahead at those who had received their food, they guarded their meals closely to their chests and found an empty seat to start eating. Why not eat there? Because in the cafeteria, at least there were people maintaining order on the surface. If they took the food outside, they could easily be targeted by some ill-intentioned individuals. I think I understand why Su Yuan and his group stopped me when I came in, Luo Chen mused. This was to prevent outsiders from mingling in and pretending to be students of the school, joining others to collect food distributed by the cafeteria. Not much time passed before he estimated that others still hadn't noticed that Su Yuan and the others were missing. It's my turn. Luo Chen walked up to the window calmly and smoothly received a hard, white steamed bun. Is this even chewable? It's as hard as a rock. Although it was a white bun, the surface seemed to be mixed with who knows what, looking as gray as ash. It was as if it had been rolled around in a coal pile. It was probably worse than pig feed or even dog food, 100 times inferior. Luo Chen casually found an empty seat and sat down, staring blankly at the cold, hard bun in his hand. He certainly didn't dare to eat this. If he did, it might lead to a disaster. But looking around, everyone else seemed to be enjoying some delicacies, gnawing on their buns while remaining vigilant against others trying to snatch their food. The environment really can change a person. Luo Chen sighed softly. For some reason, he suddenly recalled the duck neck incident at a certain university before the apocalypse. Surely, if that hard dish were placed here, it would be snatched up by the hungry people in an instant. Speaking of which, where is the campus goddess Yang? Didn't Du Xin say we could see her during mealtimes? Luo Chen pretended to nibble on a steamed bun, then secretly broke off a piece and tossed it into his space. He hadn't forgotten the main purpose of this visit. Luo Chen discreetly looked around, thinking to himself, I don't seem to see any girl here who looks like a goddess-level campus beauty. They all look disheveled. At a nearby table, 3 boys, seemingly from the same dorm, were hunched over, quickly gnawing on their hard, cold buns, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Hey, look, the campus goddess Yang is here. One of the boys in black suddenly whispered excitedly. Almost simultaneously, everyone in the cafeteria seemed to have been switched off, all halting their movements. They raised their heads in unison, eagerly looking towards the entrance. There stood a campus goddess radiating a cold aura. Her delicate, petite face, cherry lips, and elegant nose framed by chestnut long hair cascading down her back. Her calm, beautiful eyes seemed devoid of any emotion. Though her down jacket concealed her figure, it still highlighted her tall and graceful silhouette. Her snow-white skin starkly contrasted with the dirty faces of others. As a top campus beauty, Yang Mengyu instantly captured everyone's attention upon her arrival. the cafeteria fell silent. She became the focal point without doing anything. Wow! Look! The campus goddess Yang is dining in the cafeteria again. She's so beautiful, so aloof. No matter how many times I see her, she always seems so untouchable. I probably will never have a chance to interact with such a beauty in my lifetime. As soon as Yang entered, it felt like the temperature in the cafeteria dropped. Is this the legendary aura of the ice-cold campus goddess? The students dining were filled with admiration, whispering excitedly among themselves. Not just them, even the nearby guards, who were supposed to be vigilant, looked like they wanted to stare but dared not, ultimately sneaking glances as if they were thieves. The chef at the window, responsible for serving food, swallowed hard a few times, his hands squeezing the cold, hard bun into a distorted shape. Yang Mengyu remained expressionless in the face of so many gazes. After all, as the ice-cold campus goddess, she always garnered a 100% turnback rate. She had long grown accustomed to the greedy, admiring, and covetous looks directed at her, wafting a fragrant breeze as she walked towards a food distribution window, seemingly oblivious. However, this time seemed a bit different. Halfway through, Yang Mengyu suddenly tilted her beautiful eyes slightly, glancing in a certain direction. But soon, she withdrew her gaze. Damn, am I seeing things? The campus goddess Yang actually looked over here. You're full of crap. She was clearly looking my way. Stop daydreaming, you disgusting bunch. Do you even think the campus goddess Yang, as the daughter of the Yang Meng group, would ever look at you toads? The dining students' faces flushed red as they excitedly rebutted each other. Although Yang Mengyu merely glanced over casually, to everyone else, it felt like a nuclear bomb had been dropped. Because usually, Yang Mengyu wouldn't even spare them a glance, treating everyone as if they were air, completely non-existent. But now, for some reason, she had looked over, breaking her usual behavior. It's worth noting that even the formidable Kong Deshao, who once made a grand romantic confession to Yang Mengyu in front of the entire school, declared he would give her all the supplies stored in the cafeteria. Faced with an action that could drive an ordinary person mad, Yang Mengyu remained unmoved, not even glancing at Kong Xiu for a moment, coldly rejecting him. That was a massive amount of life-saving supplies. Was she just looking at me? Luo Chen couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. Just now, while everyone was secretly sizing each other up, he too had turned his gaze in her direction. However, unlike others who acted like thieves, Luo Chen looked openly, his eyes fixed on her. He took in Yang Mengyu's chestnut-colored hair, her long, curved willow-like eyebrows, and then moved down to her skin as smooth as jade, along with her slightly pursed lips that resembled cherry blossoms. To his surprise, she averted her gaze, but they briefly locked eyes for a second. No wonder she's called the Iceberg School Beauty. Her looks truly can be described as otherworldly. It's just that her down jacket is too thick. I wonder what kind of figure is hidden beneath it. Luo Chen's fingers tightened slightly, instantly crushing the gray dough ball into crumbs. He was indeed moved. As the daughter of a large corporation, Yang Mengyu exuded an air of privilege, evident in every detail, whether it was her cold, authoritative demeanor or her flawless complexion, qualities that ordinary people simply could not possess. This was a world of extreme scarcity in a post-apocalyptic cold era. While others barely had enough hot water to drink and lacked the energy to clean themselves, Yang Mengyu remained impeccably clean, her hair flowing and smooth. One could believe she bathed daily. However, such a stunning beauty, born into a top-tier wealthy family, was beyond the reach of ordinary people. But, Luo Chen's lips curled up slightly. In the past, upon seeing the star-like Yang Mengyu, he would have likely felt the same as the others in the cafeteria. Other than daring to steal a glance, he would have buried his admiration deep within. But now it was different. Confidence sparkled in his eyes. Yang, the great school beauty, I will make you willingly wear my bracelet. The more like an iceberg the wealthy young lady appeared, the stronger the sense of conquest and achievement when she developed feelings of infatuation and obsession for you. Moreover, there might be a connection between her and the mysterious wealthy Yang mentioned by Zhao Xiao, the spokesperson of the Shield Group. Luo Chen could no longer ignore her. Even if you are a rich girl, the Iceberg School Beauty, so what? My spatial domain and stockpile of firearms are enough to clear all obstacles for me. A glimmer of light flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. For ordinary people, daring to pursue the great school beauty was akin to a suicidal act. But for him, there was no fear. The boy staring at me, I don't think I've seen him before. Yang Mengyu pondered with a frosty expression. Approaching the window, She calmly took the food that was exclusively hers, carefully packed in an insulated box. There was also a note with a cute heart drawn on it. Without even looking, she tossed the note aside like trash. It's too obvious, that boy is different from the others. Yang Mengyu's beautiful eyes were deep in thought. On the surface, compared to the inferiority and sneakiness of others, Luo Chen appeared confident and composed, his eyes sharp, exuding a powerful yet understated aura. Such a demeanor, she had only seen in those holding high power. A person so unique. Logically speaking, she couldn't have gone this long in school without ever seeing him. At the very least, she should have some impression. But she had no impression at all. So, what should I do? Luo Chen sat in his seat, his gaze fixed on Yang Mengyu's graceful figure. Pondering in his heart, according to what Du Xian said, this young school beauty has long been declared by the strongest ruler of the school, that Kong Xiao, as the woman he has chosen for himself. Moreover, judging from the reactions of others in the cafeteria, it seems that out of fear of Kong Xiao's intimidation, they don't even have the courage to openly glance at young school beauty. Whether it's the students dining, the little brothers on guard, or the cafeteria chefs, they can only steal glances. With my strength, it probably wouldn't be too difficult to take down that Kong Xiao. It's just that many people would have to die, Luo Chen thought as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. However, he had deeper considerations. If he were to act rashly and annihilate all of Kong Xiao's forces with overwhelming force, then forcibly take away Yang Mengyu, it wouldn't be impossible, but it would inevitably be a bit reckless. After all, so far, Luo Chen only knew the name of this ice-cold school beauty and understood that she was the daughter of the Yang Meng group. He had no other information at all. Moreover, he had to consider Yang Mengyu's thoughts whether this school beauty would be willing to leave with him. After all, the other party had connections with the wealthy man who built a doomsday safe house worth $3 billion. There was a high probability that they had some ties. Furthermore, that Kong Xiao, mentioned by Du Xian, controlled more than half of the university's resources and manpower. Yet he did not forcibly take possession of the stunning Yang Mengyu, which already indicated some issues. Could it be that the other party knew something and was coveting that safe house? It must be said that at this moment, Luo Chen also had a thought about that doomsday safe house, worth $3 billion. What kind of concept is that? His current safe house cost $300 million, while the other party's cost was $3 billion. Luo Chen's own house was already solid as a fortress and had protected him from countless dangers. He could hardly imagine how luxurious a doomsday fortress built for $3 billion would be. It must have several underground levels, capable of withstanding a nuclear attack, and have all kinds of entertainment facilities, with agricultural fields and botanical gardens as standard, and a super impressive security system. If this young school beauty knows something, like the location of that doomsday safe house, Luo Chen's eyes sparkled. Perhaps he could consider taking that fortress for himself. However, for that to happen, he would have to think about how to extract information from young school beauty, and he also had to ensure that what she said was the truth. Otherwise, if he rashly entered a high-tech doomsday fortress, what if the security system inside took him out? Moreover, without a key or permission, it seemed no one could get in. It would be best if the other party had a need for me, Luo Chen pondered. Based on the goddesses he had collected, from Li Ro to Yin Yuyen, the key point he learned was, as long as the goddess had a need, then she would have a flaw, and falling for him was only a matter of time. His ruthlessness was reserved for enemies. For Yang Mengyu, the designated goddess, he would certainly pamper her well. He could stand firm against 1,000 foes. Could he not turn an ice-cold school beauty into a woman loyal to him? There's a saying, let's talk about it later. If it really came to that, he probably wouldn't even need to ask. Yang Mengyu would voluntarily reveal everything. So, let's find a way to make contact with her first. While Luo Chen was deep in thought, the students in the cafeteria had already become excited. They whispered to each other, even stealing glances at Yang Mengyu's exquisite face with a mix of admiration and lewdness. Hey, where do you think Yang, the campus beauty, will go to eat? Ha ha ha. It seems everyone is thinking the same thing. They've occupied all the tables. This means Yang, the campus beauty, will have to find someone to share a table with when she eats. What are you all laughing about? With so many tables, how could it possibly be our turn? The few boys nearby were discussing this very enthusiastically. Eating with Yang, the campus beauty? My goodness, this was something that could only happen in a dream. If they could experience it just once, they would be willing to give up 10 years of their lives. This group of guys has actually taken all the tables. Yang Mengyu sighed inwardly after scanning the area. Just as everyone thought, the lower 2 levels of the cafeteria were covered in snow, a dark expanse. And of course, Yang Mengyu couldn't go down to eat. But if she didn't share a table with someone, she would have to stand there to eat. That was too embarrassing. Yang Mengyu couldn't accept it. How about finding a few girls? She shook her head slightly, thinking to herself. Although the boys were all looking down, their peripheral vision kept glancing her way. They were all excitedly guessing who Yang, the campus beauty, would choose to sit with. Hey, that person is. Yang Mengyu's beautiful eyes rippled with a thought. However, this also made her hesitate slightly. Here she comes. It seems Yang, the campus beauty, has already made her decision. Oh my gosh, she seems to be walking towards us. No way. We are so lucky. I suddenly feel a bit regretful. What if Kong Xiao finds out? We won't be buried in the snow, will we? The boys from the same dorm, upon seeing Yang Mengyu actually walking slowly towards them, couldn't help but blush with excitement. Eating lunch with the stunning Ice Queen campus beauty? Am I dreaming? Classmate, do you mind if I sit here? Just as Luo Chen was pondering how to approach Yang Mengyu, he suddenly heard a cool voice asking, Yang Mengyu? Luo Chen looked up, and when he saw the Ice Queen campus beauty standing in front of him, his eyes widened in surprise. What the heck? Can someone tell me what's going on? How did she just come over on her own? But he certainly wouldn't refuse a campus beauty coming to him. Please, make yourself at home. Luo Chen smiled. The fact that she took the initiative to sit down was simply perfect for him. Sitting at the same table, it would be normal to chat and ask questions, right? Once you get familiar, things can progress. A fragrant breeze wafted by. Yang Mengyu nodded coolly and, amidst the heartbroken gazes of everyone in the cafeteria, elegantly took a seat across from Luo Chen. Oh my gosh, the campus beauty actually sat across from that guy. Who is he? What incredible luck. And to be honest, he's quite handsome. I'm so envious. Jealousy is making me look terrible. Come on, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, how could someone like the campus beauty ever have any connection with you? The crowd whispered in despair, feeling that the sweet steamed buns in their hands suddenly lost all flavor. Although life was tough, being able to see Yang, the campus beauty, in the cafeteria every day was like finding a piece of honey in the bitter and cold end of the world life. But now, it was too bitter, too sour. Yang Mengyu elegantly sat down and opened her steaming thermos box. Luo Chen could see that it contained white steamed buns, delicious rice, and even a few slices of vegetables and carrots. The school beauty's meal is quite luxurious, unlike those who can only gnaw on cold steamed buns. He thought to himself. It was likely due to the special attention from the teachers or that Kong Xiao towards Yang Da's school beauty. After all, the boys at the next table had revealed quite a bit of useful information to Luo Chen during their casual chat. More than half of the school's supplies were funded by the Yang Meng Group, and even the cafeteria had been renovated at their expense. The purpose was to ensure that Yang Mengyu had a pleasant dining environment. There was one more thing. The survivors on campus were divided into 2 factions. One side firmly believed that this extreme cold disaster would eventually pass, and when it did, those who had committed murder and rape would surely be punished. The other side, however, scoffed at this notion. This was a global ice age. Humanity was facing a life and death moment, and even the authorities were paralyzed. How could they possibly care about them? Indeed, these 2 groups, holding different beliefs, consisted of the teachers and professors on one side and the forces controlled by that Kong Xiao on the other. Yet, the only consensus they reached was that Yang Mengyu's family, located in a city on the other side of the map, was still operating well. Of course, these were just rumors and hearsay. Everyone harbored a glimmer of hope to seek refuge with the Yang family and gain their protection. Although network communication was barely maintained, the painful part was that the signal towers had mostly collapsed under the weight of the snow. On campus, they could only use the local network, and no one could contact the outside world through the internet. Yang Mengyu picked up her chopsticks, elegantly lifting food to her cherry-like lips to taste. Luo Chen did not eat but smiled at her. No wonder she was called the Ice Mountain School Beauty. Even while eating, Yang Mengyu's face remained exceptionally cold, exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. Do I have something on my face? Yang Mengyu furrowed her brows and spoke. Being stared at while eating made her feel a bit uncomfortable. The key was that the one sitting opposite her was a well-dressed handsome guy. "No," Luo Chen replied calmly, showing no embarrassment. "It's just that you're too beautiful, I can't help but want to look." Hearing this, a hint of astonishment flashed in Yang Mingyu's eyes, and even her hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly. In that moment, one of the chopsticks slipped from her delicate fingers. Luo Chen was quick and caught it, handing it back to her, saying, "Here, your chopsticks." "Thank you." Yang Mingyu pursed her lips slightly, her cold expression showing no change. She reached out to take the chopsticks, but the moment she grasped them, Luo Chen gently pinched her fair fingers. "You!" The electric-like sensation made Yang Mingyu suddenly pull her hand back. "Shameless!" she exclaimed in anger. Yang Mingyu almost forgot the last time someone had teased her. That classmate who had teased her in the morning had disappeared from school by the afternoon. But now, sitting opposite her, Luo Chen not only spoke lightly to her but had also taken advantage of her with his hand. Was her delicate hand, as the school beauty, something anyone could touch casually? However, Yang Mingyu found it strange that, in the face of others' eager gazes or flattering words, she felt nothing at all. Yet just now, when her fingers had touched Luo Chen's, her heart seemed to race a little faster. "It must be that I haven't interacted with anyone for too long," Yang Mingyu pondered. After all, in the past 20 years, she had always kept herself pure, never having any intimate behavior with the opposite sex. It was just a little accident. Luo Chen's lips curled into a slight arc. Faced with such a cold school beauty, the well-mannered young lady could not just wait for the other party to take the initiative. Instead, she had to be like a seasoned hunter, steadily peeling away the other's disguise. Then, in bed, she would conquer the other party fiercely. Only then could she be obedient to you, guaranteed to be as gentle and clingy as a little kitten. "Poof!" Yang Mingyu snorted coldly, not saying more. Her cool demeanor and high level of refinement prevented her from continuing to entangle herself. Although she did not pursue the matter further, the classmates nearby who had been stealing glances suddenly gritted their teeth in anger. "Damn! That guy deserves to die. I think I saw him touch Yang, the school beauty's jade hand. What? I'm so envious. Why can't this lucky guy be me? I swear I won't wash my hands for the rest of my life. Ha ha, he's finished. If Kong Xiao finds out, he'll definitely want his hand." Everyone spoke with a mix of anger and envy. After all, she was the highly popular ice goddess, Yang, the school beauty. For years in college, they could only look up from afar. How could they have a chance to get close? Yang, the school beauty. "So you're here." A big guy, leading a few younger followers, walked over with a laugh. Upon seeing these people, a hint of coldness flashed in Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes, and a look of disgust appeared on her delicate face. "Please, Miss Yang, Kong Xiao has invited you." "That's right, Miss Yang. Don't eat this slop anymore. Kong Xiao has all kinds of delicious food waiting for you," the younger followers said with giggles. The people at the surrounding tables, upon seeing them, immediately looked fearful, lowering their heads and trembling. These were Kong Xiao's underlings. "I'm not going." Yang Mingyu frowned slightly, her tone turning colder. However, since it was Kong Xiao who personally instructed them to bring someone over, the underlings certainly wouldn't give up easily. Liang Dong grinned. "Oh, Miss Yang, don't be in such a hurry to refuse, your good friend is here too. If you don't go, she might have to serve everyone except Kong Xiao in turn. I tried it last time, and the experience was indescribable." "Ha ha ha, you!" Hearing this, Yang Mingyu's cool expression instantly changed, her delicate lips pressed tightly together, and a rare look of anger appeared on her pretty face. Kong Xiao and his group indeed didn't dare to move against her, but to make Yang Mingyu bow her head, they had taken her good friend away, and she had already become the other party's tool for release. Even so, Yang Mingyu did not yield. To lower herself, give up her dignity, and willingly become Kong Xiao's woman? What a joke! Miss Yang, this time you have no choice. Liang Dong sneered, a hint of lewdness showing on his face. This time, Kong Xiao not only held a banquet but also took quite a few pills, making each of them burn with desire. Just earlier, he had even declared that he would have Yang Mingyu, that bitch, right in front of his underlings. Let her continue to ignore him. Upon hearing this, the underlings were all very excited. Did this mean they would have the chance to appreciate the ice school beauty's fair body? How thrilling! Perhaps they could even watch while engaging in some handiwork. Or maybe they could do something with the school beauty's intimate clothing. Brothers, don't just stand there, bring Miss Yang over, Liang Dong shouted, and immediately, several younger followers surrounded him. Seeing this situation, the people at the nearby tables stood up in terror, quickly running far away, fearing they would be caught up in it. Suddenly, a large area around them cleared out, except for Luo Chen, who remained seated. However, Liang Dong and the others were too lazy to pay attention, as they believed Luo Chen wasn't leaving but had been scared silly. What do you want? Yang Mingyu's cold eyes flashed with a hint of panic as she gritted her teeth and said, "Get away! Don't touch me!" No matter how icy and aloof she usually appeared, at the end of the day, once the title of school beauty was stripped away, she was just a delicate and beautiful girl. Faced with her reprimand, Liang Dong and the others remained unmoved. What should we do? Yang Mingyu's heart raced. She understood the fate that awaited her if taken away, but she had no ability to resist. Wait! Just as Liang Dong's dirty hands were about to touch Yang Mingyu, Luo Chen stood up from his seat. "If you want to touch her, did you ask me first?" He wore a calm expression and then looked at Yang Mingyu beside him, saying, "Yang school beauty, why don't you come with me?" At that moment, Yang Mingyu's cherry lips parted slightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Is he not afraid of being retaliated against by Kong Xiu? "Ha? What do you want, kid? Are you looking for death? Damn it! How dare you try to take someone from us? I see you must be really bold. Try touching young school beauty, and my brothers will kill you on the spot." Several of Liang Dong's lackeys raised their baseball bats, threatening fiercely. Luo Chen was just one person. They didn't take him seriously, especially since this was Kong Xiao's territory. The next moment, in the shocked gazes of everyone, Luo Chen pulled Yang Mingyu into his arms and coldly said, "I'm taking her away today. Let's see who dares to stop me." So handsome. Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes widened, her pretty face unable to suppress a blush. That heart, which had been silent for over 20 years, seemed to be pounding fiercely at this moment. Damn! What a warrior! That guy must be crazy. How dare he talk to Brother Liang like that? Is he declaring war on Kong Xiao? But he really is so handsome. The crowd in the cafeteria erupted in shocked screams. Many girls' eyes sparkled with hearts, all stirred by Luo Chen's domineering act of protecting the flower. If the one being held in his arms were me, that would be great. They couldn't help but think enviously. Liang Dong was dumbfounded. He never expected this guy in front of him would actually have the courage to resist them. Damn it, he's really looking for death. Brothers, go, kill him. Liang Dong cursed angrily. The few lackeys behind him also raised their baseball bats with fierce expressions and swung them at Luo Chen. Watch out. Yang Mingyu's pretty face was filled with panic. Luo Chen was just one person, while there were 5 on the opposite side, all armed. Not only her, but everyone in the cafeteria thought Luo Chen's fate would surely be tragic. Looking for death. A cold glint flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. His physical abilities had already been enhanced to twice that of an average person, and he had learned quite a few fighting techniques from Officer Yin Shu. With these malnourished guys, how could they possibly hurt him? Bang! Bang! Crack! With just a few punches landing, accompanied by the sound of breaking ribs, Liang Dong and his group were all knocked down to the ground in one encounter. Ouch! It hurts so much. My bones are broken. Spare me, good man. I won't dare again. I really won't dare again. The few of them lay on the cold floor like dead dogs, wailing in front of everyone. Luo Chen's strength was too terrifying. They simply couldn't fight back. Hiss, this guy is terrifying. So awesome. Is this Master Ye's spirit possessing him, taking on 5 by himself? I thought he was an idiot, but it turns out he's really impressive. The people in the cafeteria exclaimed in shock. Those who seemed so formidable in their eyes, whom they would avoid when they met, were actually beaten by Luo Chen like dead dogs. It almost made them pop their eyes out. Get lost. Luo Chen coldly spat out a word. There were too many people in the cafeteria now. It wasn't the right time to deal with the others. Go! Hurry up! Retreat! Liang Dong and the others limped, supporting each other as they left through the back door of the cafeteria. Thank you, Yang Mingyu said gratefully. If Luo Chen hadn't been there, she would have probably fallen into a very dangerous situation today. Perhaps her purity would be at stake. Excuse me for 2 minutes. Yang Mingyu wanted to say something more, but then she saw Luo Chen grab his backpack and wave at her. He then quickly headed in the direction where Liang Dong and the others had left. You, at least tell me your name, Yang Mingyu said anxiously. Baiyu. With the sound of the silencer, Liang Dong and the others fell stiffly into the snow, instantly silenced. Letting the tiger return to the mountain is not my style, Luo Chen sneered. It was inconvenient to act in the cafeteria, so he had to wait until now. He wouldn't foolishly let these guys go back to report. Yang School Beauty, what are you doing here? Luo Chen suddenly felt someone watching him from behind, and he turned around cautiously to find it was actually the school beauty. Yang, did I interrupt you? Yang Mengyu looked at the people lying in the snow and couldn't help but bite her cherry lips. Surprisingly, she didn't feel much fear at that moment. Can you step aside for a moment? I need to handle some aftermath. Luo Chen shrugged. After all, Yang Mengyu would eventually be his woman, if she saw. Then so be it. After he used his spatial power to dig a snow pit and sink Liang Dong and the others' bodies, he joined Yang Mengyu, who had been waiting around the corner, and they went to the nearby library. It was dark and quiet there. The key was that no one else had come to disturb them. It was a good place to talk. My name is Luo Chen. Luo Chen leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, smiling lightly. Luo from Luo Chen, Chen from Luo Chen. Opposite him, of course, was the school beauty Yang, leaning on the table, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. My name is Yang Mengyu, Yang Mengyu said with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Yang from Yang Mengyu, Meng from Yang Mengyu, Yu from Yang Mengyu. She introduced her name in the same way. If familiar people saw this scene, they would surely be shocked to the point of not being able to close their jaws. Was this still the cold and distant young school beauty who never got close to the opposite sex? So, do you have something to talk to me about? Luo Chen said softly. Since earlier on the road, he had noticed Yang Mengyu fidgeting with her small hands, looking like she wanted to say something but was too shy to speak. Yang Mengyu nodded her small head, a hint of unease appearing on her cool face. After witnessing Luo Chen's extraordinary strength, she indeed had something she wanted him to help with. Because of her involvement, her best friend Lu Yi had been forcibly taken away by Kong Xiu and his group a few days ago. They had even sent her several pictures of that kind. Lu Yi was bound with ropes, completely naked. The way she was tied up was quite fancy, something called tortoise shell. After seeing it, Yang Mengyu felt very guilty. It was her who had caused Yi to be in this situation. So, you want me to save your good friend? Luo Chen understood and nodded. Yes, that's right. In the current school, I can't find anyone else to help me. Only you, Yang Mengyu said with deep guilt. Her delicate and glossy cherry lips were also tightly bitten by her snow-white teeth. Do you have any pictures of your best friend without clothes? Let me see. Luo Chen said directly. Yang Mengyu's beautiful eyes widened, her cherry lips slightly parted. This was a bit unexpected for her. No way. That's Yi's privacy. I can't just show it to others. Please drop that thought. Yang Mengyu said firmly. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes as she looked at Luo Chen. Luo Chen couldn't help but be speechless. I just wanted to see what your best friend looks like with that Kong guy. I don't know them. Who do you want me to save? Oh, so that's what you meant? Yang Mengyu felt her face flush with embarrassment over her misunderstanding. Even the delicate skin behind her ears turned red. Sorry, I misunderstood you, she said, and then opened her phone to show him those few photos. The photos were indeed quite stimulating. After looking at them, Luo Chen discreetly touched his nose. Not bad. No nosebleed. Lu Yi looked decent. At least a 75 out of 100. Just slightly lower than the campus beauty he used to work out with. But her figure, to be honest, was still pretty great. Curvy in all the right places. The guy next to her is Kong Xiu, and the two strong men on the right are his bodyguards. Yang Mengyu pointed at the screen with her slender fingers, trying her best not to glance at her best friend. It was just too embarrassing. Her once close friend had turned into this. She put away her phone and looked up to ask, Luo Chen, did you remember? Luo Chen put down his hand that was touching his nose and chuckled awkwardly. I didn't see clearly. Can I take another look? Yang Mengyu snapped. Last time. No more looking at my best friend. After looking again, Luo Chen nodded and said, no problem. I've remembered what your best friend looks like. No matter if she's wearing clothes or not, I can recognize her now. Yang Mengyu was exasperated. Don't just look at my best friend. Please remember Kong Xiu too. She was really about to explode. It was strange. She had always been calm, but in front of Luo Chen, she couldn't maintain her icy demeanor as the campus beauty. Don't worry. I'm not a fish. My memory isn't that bad. Luo Chen said with a smile. Of course, He had memorized everything with just a glance. His previous words were just a joke, aimed at teasing Yang Mengyu, the campus beauty. To be honest, she looked quite good when she was angry. It was then that Yang Mengyu realized, without her noticing, she had been teased by Luo Chen again. Ha! She secretly told herself not to get angry. Her best friend still needed Luo Chen's help. Moreover, he had just helped her. Can you help me save Yi? Yang Mengyu bit her cherry lips and asked. According to what Liang Dong and the others said, her best friend was probably already taken to a party with a lot of people by that Kong Xiu guy. Facing a group of lewd guys, one could only imagine what would happen. In fact, this wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred. But no matter what, Lu Yi was her best friend, and Yang Mengyu absolutely couldn't bear to let her become a plaything for Kong Xiu and his gang. Well, Luo Chen's lips curled into a smirk, his expression becoming calm. He leisurely leaned back in his chair, smiling as he looked at Yang Mengyu across from him. Now that the campus beauty needed something from him, Luo Chen wasn't in a hurry at all. Hurry up and say it. He wasn't in a rush. But Yang Mengyu was anxious. After all, that was her best friend. I know you're anxious, but don't rush, Luo Chen said with a smile. Then he stretched his body and casually said, Hey, helping you deal with those idiots earlier was quite a hassle. My shoulder really hurts now. If I go to save your best friend in this state, the success rate won't be high. Upon hearing this, Yang Mengyu bit her lip. Her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. Could she not know what calculations Luo Chen was making in his heart? It was nothing more than taking advantage of the fact that she needed something from him right now. Men are all the same. Fine. Let's just consider it a compensation for Yi. Yang Mengyu sighed lightly. Because of her influence, her best friend had now fallen into the hands of that playboy Kong Xiu. And now that there was a chance to save her, how could she just give it up? The cost was merely helping Luo Chen with a shoulder massage. Besides, just earlier in the cafeteria, hadn't Luo Chen already touched her hand and pulled her into his embrace? Yang Mengyu's face suddenly turned red. That was the first time in over 20 years that a man had held her in his arms. Not to mention, at that moment, she felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. Then, I'll help you with a massage. Yang Mengyu stood up from her seat, shyly walked behind Luo Chen, and hesitantly placed her delicate hand on his shoulder. This was her first active contact with the opposite sex. To say she wasn't nervous would be a lie. A bit harder. Yes, just like that, Luo Chen said with a look of enjoyment, feeling accomplished that such an ice-cold campus beauty would lower herself to give him a massage. It was truly fulfilling. The delightful fragrance lingered at his nose. Luo Chen couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The title of campus beauty was well deserved. Not only was her appearance stunning, but she also smelled so good all over. If he could hold her while sleeping at night, he would probably have sweet dreams. How does it feel? Yang Mengyu asked shyly. Her fair hands kept pressing on Luo Chen's shoulders. Although it was just a simple shoulder massage and separated by thick clothing, it was still a man's body. As she continued, a blush crept onto her face, and she felt her limbs suddenly lose strength. It was too embarrassing. She felt as if she were a wife giving her husband a shoulder massage. It's SOSO. Luo Chen yawned, listening to the increasingly rapid breathing of the campus beauty behind him, along with the fragrance scent wafting through the air. A smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was just the beginning. After all, he wasn't the campus beauty's lapdog. If she thought she could just get him to help her friend Yi by giving him a shoulder massage, she was dreaming. Yang campus beauty, what kind of reward do you want to offer me to save your best friend? Luo Chen said casually while enjoying the massage from her delicate hands. Reward? Yang Mengyu paused, her beautiful eyes flashing with confusion. She had thought that after helping him with the massage, Luo Chen would directly go to rescue Yi, but it seemed that was not the case. I can give you money. A lot of money. She hesitated and said after thinking. As the daughter of a large corporation, Yang Mengyu's little treasury was quite substantial. If it were before the apocalypse, Luo Chen might have been a bit tempted. Unfortunately, this was the apocalypse now. Sigh. Luo Chen sighed lightly and shook his head. Yang campus beauty, you don't seem like a fool. Can you offer something more practical? In this situation, cash was just waste paper, even less useful than the books on the shelves in a library. At least they could burn for a while. Then what do you want? What kind of reward do you want? Yang Mengyu stammered, her massage coming to a halt. Her entire demeanor suddenly weakened. She was studying alone in Qingshui City, far from her family's corporation. The assets in her bank account were equivalent to air in this harsh apocalypse. Yang Mengyu truly couldn't think of what else she could offer. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but turn around, a playful look on his face as he scrutinized her delicate features and tall figure. Yang Mengyu instantly became alert. Don't even think about it. She crossed her arms and quickly took a few steps back. After all, Lu Yi was captured by Kong Xiu and the others because they wanted to force the school beauty Yang to submit. Yang Mengyu had never bowed her head back then, so it was even less likely now. She was willing to pay a price to ask Luo Chen to save her best friend, but it did not include her body. Well then, Luo Chen sighed slightly, a hint of regret in his voice. As long as you fulfill one small wish of mine, I'll help you save Lu Yi. Yang Mengyu asked in confusion. Small wish? Before I graduate, I've always had a wish to find a beautiful school beauty as my girlfriend. Unfortunately, I haven't achieved it yet, Luo Chen said softly. A school beauty girlfriend? Yang Mengyu's face flushed slightly as she instantly understood his meaning. Was there a second school beauty here? Obviously not. So this meant Luo Chen was confessing to her, asking her to be his girlfriend? She parted her lips slightly, ready to refuse on the spot. But I know you won't agree. How about this? You give me a kiss, and we'll consider it a reward for saving your best friend, Luo Chen said, locking eyes with her. How about it? A kiss? Yang Mengyu's cold expression froze, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. As the Ice Queen school beauty in the hearts of many boys, every part of her body was pure and untainted. She had never even held hands with anyone. How could she engage in such intimate behavior? Seeing her hesitation, Luo Chen clicked his tongue. You won't agree to such a small price? Are you plastic sisters? Nonsense. Of course not, Yang Mengyu retorted angrily, her exquisite face flushed with a charming red due to her anger. So your best friend is in a bad situation? Clearly implicated. Yet someone's heart is so hard. Luo Chen shook his head regretfully. He then stood up from his chair, lazily stretched, and walked toward the window of the library. Hey, where are you going? Yang Mengyu asked anxiously when she saw him about to leave. Home, Luo Chen said, cradling his head lazily. Anyway, it seems there's no need to stay here any longer. He must be deliberately forcing me to agree, Yang Mengyu thought, frowning. As a high-cold ice queen, she certainly wouldn't easily submit. Even if Luo Chen pretended to leave, she remained unmoved. Under her gaze, Luo Chen walked step by step toward the window, then grabbed the window ledge and jumped out, disappearing into the vast expanse of snow. Humph, don't think you can trick me, Yang Mengyu said coldly. She pressed her lips together, no longer paying attention to the outside. Instead, she pulled out a foreign novel from a nearby bookshelf, found a seat, and quietly began to read. At first, she was engrossed in the reading, but slowly, her page turning became faster, her fair fingers gripping the pages harder, causing creases to form. Eventually, she became noticeably distracted. Could it be that he really left? Yang Mengyu felt a bit flustered. She dropped the novel, stood up from her seat, pulled out a chair, and hurried to the window, sticking her head out to look around. In the white expanse of snow, there wasn't a single figure. Luo Chen? Yang Mengyu called out, but outside, it remained silent, with no response at all. It seemed he really had left. Could it be? How could he just leave me like this? Yang Mengyu's cold expression vanished, replaced by a look of panic. If Luo Chen left, how would she face Kong Xiu and his gang, along with his little brothers? Forget about rescuing her best friend, she might even end up as a tool for their desires. After all, the only person she could rely on right now was Luo Chen. There are quite a few books here, I can't waste them. After circling around, Luo Chen entered from the other side of the library, convincing the icy school beauty, Yang Mengyu, to trade her first kiss for her best friend's safety wouldn't be easy. So, for now, he decided to leave her be. Haste makes waste. By the way, when I raided the Yonghui supermarket last time, my spatial perception upgraded, increasing the range significantly. Luo Chen looked at the bookshelves around him, unable to help but think. Since collecting food was useful for upgrading abilities, would gathering all these numerous books in the library also be beneficial? Let's give it a try. With a thought, the bookshelves within a 15-meter radius, along with the books on them, vanished. In just a few breaths, he cleared out a large portion of the bookshelves on the third floor of the library. Strange, There's no response from my spatial perception? Luo Chen's expression turned peculiar. This time, collecting resources didn't help at all with his spatial perception. Not only did he not increase the range by a meter, but even a millimeter. It felt as if he had hit a bottleneck. It was a strange and mysterious sensation. Could it be that I need to rely on enlightenment? Luo Chen scratched his head. Without a manual or anyone else's experience to draw from, he had to figure everything out about his spatial abilities on his own. After collecting a few more bookshelves with no feedback from his spatial ability, he shook his head and gave up. Forget it. There will be a way when the car reaches the mountain. He would deal with it later. When he exited the library and retraced his steps, he reached the window and found Yang, the school beauty, looking panicked, clinging to the windowsill as if she wanted to jump out. Yang, what happened? Why the rush? Luo Chen asked knowingly. Luo Chen? A look of shock surged across Yang Mingyu's panicked face. She thought Luo Chen had already left and was about to chase after him. But he had returned on his own. Did he know how scared she was? She was nearly scared to death. Who told you to leave me and go off on your own? Yang Mingyu gritted her teeth. Didn't you want to find a school beauty as your girlfriend? I asked you to kiss me, and you weren't willing, so why should I stay? Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. I agreed, didn't I? Yang Mingyu bit her lip. The charm that radiated from the top beauty in an instant made Luo Chen take notice. She slightly raised her snow-white neck, slowly closed her watery beautiful eyes, and a charming blush appeared on her delicate, fair face. Pick at your leisure. With the ice-cold school beauty showing such a demeanor, who could resist? Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes trembled, and her breath stopped. At that moment, her mind went blank. Gone. Was it really gone? Her first kiss, preserved for 20 years, was now taken away by someone who wasn't even her boyfriend, but a man she had known for just 2.5 hours. While she was in a daze, Luo Chen didn't stop. This bad guy, he actually wants to stick his tongue out. Yang Mingyu's long eyelashes fluttered incessantly, and she tightly closed her pearly teeth, showing her strong resistance. Unfortunately, as Luo Chen's large hand fiercely grabbed her perky backside, her composure instantly crumbled. Her breathing quickened to an alarming degree. At that moment, the cafeteria was closing. A large crowd of men and women surged out the door, heading back to their dorms. The two leaning against the library naturally did not escape the notice of some sharp-eyed students. What the hell? What's going on over there by the library? Do they have to be so oblivious? What's the big deal? Just now, I saw someone getting it on around the corner of the cafeteria. It was all so white and exposed, and they didn't even care about the cold. Hey, why do those two look a bit familiar? The girl being taken advantage of seems to be our Yang, the campus beauty. As soon as this was said, the surrounding students immediately stopped in their tracks, collectively turning to look in that direction. This glance was shocking. Oh my god, that really is Yang, the campus beauty. What am I seeing? She's actually... No, I can't accept this. Someone tell me this isn't real. My Ice Queen goddess. How can she be sullied like this? The crowd wailed in horror, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Many who couldn't accept the reality simply collapsed in the snow, staring blankly at the gray sky. Yang, the campus beauty, was their goddess. During this difficult time, everyone had been suffering immensely, but thankfully, there was Yang Mingyu, the Ice Queen. Just seeing her beautiful, aloof figure every day would heal their souls. But now, this goddess was being held and kissed by someone. Don't stop me. I want to kill that guy. I'm so envious. A group of boys couldn't hold back any longer, their eyes reddening as they prepared to go after Luo Chen. But just a few steps in, it seemed someone recognized the person kissing Yang Mingyu. He was the ruthless guy who had just beaten up Kong Xiao's underlings in the cafeteria. So, the boys who were about to save their goddess suddenly stopped, their heads drooping in cowardice. How could they dare to confront someone as powerful as Luo Chen? No, my goddess! Many cried out in anguish. They simply couldn't understand why the Ice Queen would allow a man to freely taste her cherry lips, which drove countless people wild. In the past, no matter how expensive the gifts Kong Xiao, the top-rich second generation, sent, or how many luxury cars he drove to pick her up, Yang Mingyu had never given him the time of day. But now, this Ice Queen had melted. Humph, how annoying! Yang Mingyu gasped in anger, pushing Luo Chen away with all her might. This bad guy not only stuck his tongue in but kept kissing her endlessly, nearly suffocating her. She had truly lost big this time. It's all your fault for making me look so embarrassed. Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of shame and anger. In the distance, there were students sneaking glances at the two, a dense crowd of at least several hundred. Being watched by so many while kissing, she felt like she could die from embarrassment. These were people from the whole school. They all knew her. It wouldn't be long before the news of the Ice Queen's first kiss being stolen and her passionate kiss with a stranger in the library would spread throughout the campus. What's the big deal? Let those losers be envious. I'm getting cozy with their goddess while they can only watch. Luo Chen smirked. To be honest, the Ice Queen's little mouth was indeed sweet. Kissing her felt like sugar. As the crowd of onlookers grew larger, Yang Mingyu could no longer maintain her cold expression and quickly grabbed Luo Chen's arm, running towards the girls' dormitory. It's all your fault. Yang Mingyu looked at the photo of her kissing Luo Chen that had gone viral in the group chat on her phone, her face filled with anger. Now everyone in the school knew her innocence. What's the big deal? We didn't do anything shameful. Why should we care about their gossip? Luo Chen said nonchalantly as he walked alongside her. It was the end of the extreme cold apocalypse. What was face worth? He really didn't understand. Humph. I don't care. You have to compensate me. Go save Yi right now. A hint of embarrassment and anger appeared on Yang Mingyu's cold face as she raised her fair little fist. Save what? I'm hungry. You can't expect me to go save someone on an empty stomach. Luo Chen replied casually. At this point, they had already reached the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Since he hadn't eaten anything at noon, he might as well go in, sit down, and grab a bite to eat. There's nothing to eat in my dorm, Yang Mingyu said warily. She seriously suspected that he had ulterior motives. If they went into the dorm together, a lone man and a woman, who knew what explosive rumors would spread outside? By the next day, there would probably be rumors that the campus beauty was pregnant. I brought my own, Luo Chen said, speechless. He had enough supplies stored to last 10 lifetimes. Who would covet the little food they had? Why didn't you eat in the cafeteria? That bun was wasted. Yang Mingyu pouted. Ha? That thing? Even dogs would shake their heads at it. Luo Chen scoffed. Those who knew it was a bun would think it was a rock. What? Yang Mingyu turned her head to glance at him, flicking her hair by her ear, and smiled. Are you saying that people coming in from outside have plenty of supplies? That they wouldn't even look at a bun? Guess, Luo Chen said with a smirk. He didn't know about others' supplies, but his were more than enough. If he said how much, it would probably scare her to death. The two quickly arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Oh no! The window, the dormitories below the 4th floor were all unoccupied, buried in darkness under the snow. Hey, why are you still following me? Yang Mingyu said angrily. She thought Luo Chen was joking earlier, but he really intended to go in. With this time, shouldn't he hurry to save Yi instead? What do you think? Luo Chen smirked. Why not go in? Did you think I walked all this way just to escort you? My target is you. As for your friend, Luo Chen successfully coerced Yang, the campus beauty, into submission by threatening to save her friend. I warn you, once you go in, sit quietly, eat lunch, and then go save Yi. Don't touch me or rummage through my personal belongings, Yang Mingyu said uneasily. Soon, the two arrived at the dormitory on the top floor, where Yang Mingyu and Lu Yi lived. The bright and spacious dormitory had beds on top and desks below. The white tables, chairs, and cabinets exuded an air of high-end elegance. It's actually a double room, no wonder you're rich. Luo Chen clicked his tongue. Back when he was still in school, he never had such good living conditions. This kind of luxurious living environment was something ordinary people couldn't afford. Even if they had money, only the wealthy could be assigned such accommodations. What rich? That's so unpleasant, Yang Mingyu said as she closed the dormitory door with a cold snort. I say, Yang campus beauty, what does your family do? I heard in the cafeteria that you're the daughter of some big group, is that true? Luo Chen pulled out a chair and sat down. Curious. It wasn't the right time to ask about that $30 billion shelter, but he could inquire a bit about her family background. After all, if his intentions were revealed too early, she would become wary. It's nothing, just that my parents run a small company, Yang Mingyu said coldly. There was no hint of arrogance in her expression, as if she truly meant what she said. If it weren't for Luo Chen hearing it clearly from others, he might have really been fooled by her. The famous Yang family, a top multinational enterprise in the country, a family group valued at $15 billion. Can it really be called a small company? There probably isn't a business in the world that could be called a big company. Ah, how nice. If I could live off a rich woman's fortune, I could probably avoid struggling for a lifetime, Luo Chen said, leaning back in his chair with a smirk. Humph, I advise you to give up this unrealistic idea, Yang Mengyu said, crossing her arms, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. The campus belle like me would never look at you, our relationship is purely transactional. Oh, is that so? Luo Chen said playfully. Shouldn't you take a look at the current situation before you say that? With just the two of us in this room, if something were to happen, it would be quite normal, wouldn't it? You. Yang Mengyu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, not expecting Luo Chen to be so bold. She found herself pinned against the door, her cherry lips silenced, the male scent overwhelming her senses, making her feel as if all her strength had drained away. For some unknown reason, perhaps due to a blank mind, Yang Mengyu surprisingly did not resist, allowing Luo Chen to wrap his arm around her waist. Soon, things escalated. Time passed without her noticing. Finally, an annoyed Yang Mengyu pushed him away. Her cheeks flushed as she adjusted her disheveled sweater. Her heavy down jacket had already been removed. The fitted white sweater accentuated Yang Mengyu's curvaceous figure, from her slender waist to her full chest, all of which Luo Chen had measured. Incredible, she said, embarrassed and angry. As a high-cold ice queen campus belle, Yang Mengyu believed her partner should be someone carefully selected from the upper class, like certain financial tycoons or the sons of high-ranking officials. But if she hadn't woken up early, her chastity in the dormitory would probably have been lost. Yang campus belle, your figure isn't bad at all. It seems our future children won't have to worry about milk powder, Luo Chen said with a smile. Although young, the campus belle's figure wasn't as exaggerated as that of Li Ro, a married woman, and didn't even reach a D cup. She was still very tall and slender. After assessment, it was a 66C. Yang Mengyu said nothing. Instead, she searched the room for any knives or tools to conveniently stab this bastard who took advantage of her. Sigh. After a while, Yang Mengyu let out a resigned sigh. She hadn't expected that their relationship, which was supposed to be a mere transaction, would end up with her getting involved while her best friend remained trapped. Perhaps the moment her first kiss was taken, the outcome was already sealed. Having come this far, she couldn't still deceive herself into thinking nothing had happened. As the daughter of the Yang Meng group, her advantage had been completely taken by Luo Chen. They had known each other for less than half a day, and this progress could not be described as rapid, it was light speed. Yang campus belle, the civilized society approach is no longer in vogue. You don't still think it can start with hand-holding and dating like before, do you? Luo Chen said, amused by her gloomy expression. Earlier in the cafeteria, he had seen the transactional scenes between other couples, with just half a steamed bun. They could play with each other for half an hour. In this special time, dignity and personality were worth nothing. If it weren't for wanting to learn about the $30 billion shelter from her, would he really be this gentle? It wouldn't be surprising if this Ice Queen campus belle, a wealthy heiress, had already been reduced to meowing. Just stay here. Don't move. I'm going to save your best friend. Luo Chen finally decided to set off. He couldn't help but wonder what Yang's best friend was like now. After all, since noon, her situation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. She had already been taken to a group drinking party by that Kong Xiao. However, he didn't care about that. It didn't matter if she was still alive or not. This is for the best, Luo Chen thought to himself. The main reason he wanted to kill Kong Xiu was that he was worried the other party would find out about the existence of that safe house. Therefore, to keep the news under wraps as much as possible, Kong Xiu had to die. Luo Chen didn't want to occupy the doomsday safe house only to be constantly watched by a group of people. Even if there was a slight chance, they all had to keep their mouths shut forever. As for Lu Yi, well, she had become a public property, so Luo Chen absolutely wouldn't take her away. To consider Yang Mengyu's feelings, Luo Chen decided that if she was still alive, he would give her a final blow. Then he would come back and say she had been played to death by Kong Xiu. At worst, he could take some photos to add some credibility. What else could he do? If Lu Yi came back alive, Yang Mengyu would definitely not abandon her. In that case, the safe house would have to accommodate one more burden. He didn't think she had any value in entering the safe house. Most importantly, an electronic wristband would be wasted. Luo Chen, you must save Yi. Yang Mengyu bit her cherry lips, momentarily forgetting that she had been taken advantage of. Okay, You still don't trust my strength? Luo Chen replied with a calm smile. After leaving the dormitory, Luo Chen leisurely walked towards the teacher's dormitory. It was different from the student dormitory. The decoration and interior were very luxurious, especially the principal's lounge, so that Kong Xiao had also moved his base there. There were quite a few students on the way, some holding baseball bats, and even some of Kong Xiu's underlings mixed in. Luo Chen's expression was very composed. He seemed like a king surveying his territory, and almost everyone avoided him, not daring to block his path. Perhaps the news from the cafeteria had already spread through group chats. Soon, he arrived in front of the teacher's dormitory. It was a 7-story building, so aside from the 4 floors buried under snow, 3 floors were exposed above. The top floor was the principal's lounge. It seems they know I'm coming, Luo Chen said, looking at the group of underlings holding baseball bats and smirking in front of him, a smile creeping onto his lips. This was quite normal. After all, many students had seen him on the way, including some of Kong Xiu's underlings. From the direction he was heading, it wasn't hard to guess where he was going. It was also normal for them to pull out their phones to send a message. But did Luo Chen care? Of course not. Just a bunch of ridiculous clowns. Is this guy the one Kong Xiao mentioned? He doesn't look like much. I could beat him to the ground by myself. That Liang Dong guy actually got beaten by this kid. If it weren't for Kong Xiao ordering him to be let in, I'd kill this idiot right now. Kong Xiao is waiting for you on the top floor, if you have the guts. Go in. A dozen underlings holding baseball bats leaned against the wall, sneering. They were specifically instructed by Kong Xiu to be here, and their purpose was not to stop Luo Chen but to humiliate him properly. It was a show of force. This was also a signal from the other side. I'm just waiting for you to come. Luo Chen didn't even glance at these people, walking through them with an indifferent expression, as if he regarded their earlier words as nothing. Damn. Is this guy deaf? Fuck. I'm talking to you, and you don't even respond? The underlings, seeing themselves ignored, immediately became furious. They originally wanted to provoke Luo Chen, but unexpectedly, the other party showed no reaction, while they themselves were furious. Oh, a response? Luo Chen stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said with a smile. Then he slowly pulled out a dark handgun from his pocket, the black muzzle aimed at their heads, and playfully asked, "So, does this count as a response? A gun?" Everyone was taken aback, and then their expressions changed. The control over guns in the country was quite strict. Apart from seeing them in games, they had never encountered one in real life. This led to a moment of silence among them. Is this gun real? What should we do? Run away? Scream? It must be fake, right? Bang! However, Luo Chen did not let them ponder for too long. With the silencer in place, the gunshot did not create much noise, but seeing their companion shot in the head right in front of them, the others finally came to their senses and realized this was indeed a real gun. Instantly, they fled in terror. Shit! Run! Damn it! This is real! This is real! They wailed, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. But how could a person outrun a bullet? With one gunshot after another, the once arrogant crowd had all turned into a pile of corpses. Ha! Luo Chen snorted coldly and climbed through the window, heading to the top floor. These people were like live targets. It was no challenge to take them down. Just a matter of pulling the trigger a few times. Bang bang! Luo Chen stepped aside, and 2 corpses fell stiffly beside him, rolling down the stairs. On the way to the top floor, quite a few of Kong Xiu's men were stationed. Each of them had a fierce expression, weighing their weapons as if trying to intimidate Luo Chen with their looks. Unfortunately, just as they posed and showed what they thought was a fierce expression, a dark muzzle was aimed at them. Click! Luo Chen calmly removed the empty magazine, took out a new one from his space, leisurely reloaded, and chambered around. In the corridor, there were one corpse after another, each with a bullet hole in the forehead. He had no habit of being ambushed, so even though these people did not attack, Luo Chen kindly sent them to their release. In a luxuriously decorated living room, adorned with calligraphy and paintings worth hundreds of thousands, a small stove was burning, making the indoor temperature quite comfortable. After all, this was a school, and what it had the most were wooden tables and chairs. Dismantling them for firewood could keep the fire going for quite a while. Woo-woo! No! 5 or 6 naked young girls were forced to serve everyone. These people were all trusted subordinates of Kong Xiu, and among them, the 2 older ones were originally teachers at the school. but they had specifically defected to Kong Xiu. Here, not only was the food good, but they also had women to play with. The girls were carefully scavenged from within the school, used as tools for everyone's release. These days, like hell, young Master Kong, that guy seems to have arrived. A burly man leaned down beside Kong Xiu and said, "So what if he has arrived? Am I supposed to be afraid of him?" Kong Xiu, dressed in pajamas, arrogantly embraced Lu Yi, his hands roaming over her ample body, as if he didn't care about the news at all. What a joke! He didn't even consider where this place was. In his territory, no matter how strong the other party was, could they really turn the tables? Beside him were two professional bodyguards that his father had paid a hefty sum for before the apocalypse. What kind of background did the other party have to be able to fight against professionals? Moreover, besides these two bodyguards, there was a group of little brothers in the next room, ready at any moment. Kong Xiu was 100% sure that he would make the guy who took away Yang Mingyu's first kiss, and caused him to suffer the hatred of a stolen wife, stay here forever. However, before dying, he had to torture the other party well. "Brother Zhang, Brother Lu, I'll be counting on you later," Kong Xiu said with a beaming smile. It was thanks to these two bodyguards that he could ascend to the position of the school's top dog with the fastest and most violent means. Even those two principals were taken care of by his bodyguards. "Hey, young Master Kong, you're being too polite. This is what we should do. After we go to the shelter, we'll still need your father to take care of us." The two burly bodyguards nodded respectfully. There was no other way. Although they were powerful, in the extreme cold apocalypse, they still had to rely on the high-ranking father of the other party to survive. "Once that kid comes in, we'll take him down directly, and then you can slowly torture him, young Master Kong," one of the bodyguards flattered. "Wait, I've suddenly changed my mind." Kong Xiu's face suddenly revealed a cold smile as he thought of something. "I almost forgot that bitch Yang Mingyu. I want her to watch with her own eyes how that guy, whom she had high hopes for, is trampled underfoot and then toyed with by me." He picked up his phone and directly dialed a video call. After dealing with Luo Chen, Kong Xiu decided to grab Yang Mingyu first and then have his way with her in front of all his subordinates. "Young Master Kong, when you bring Mingyu over, it's best to find a few more people to join in on her." Lu Yi, held in his arms, flashed a hint of resentment in her eyes. After the torment she had suffered during this time, she wanted her best friend to experience it too. Why was she already a withered flower, while the other party was still that pure ice-cold school beauty? Shut the hell up. Kong Xiu couldn't help but curse. He would at most let his little brothers watch him do it. There was absolutely no way he would let anyone else get involved. After all, she was the young lady of the Young family. How could she be compared to someone like you? If it weren't for the fact that you were her best friend, he wouldn't even bother to look at you if you were stripped and thrown on the bed. After nearly half a minute, the video was finally connected. Yang Mingyu's cold, beautiful face appeared on the screen. In fact, she didn't want to answer, but considering that Luo Chen might also be there, or that something had changed in the situation, she pressed the answer button. Bang! At that moment, the door was violently kicked open. Luo Chen walked in with an indifferent expression. "Looks like our main character has arrived." Kong Xiu couldn't help but smile. "Are you that Kong Xiu?" Luo Chen said calmly. He scanned the room and noticed Lu Yi, who was dressed scantily and whom he had seen in the photos. "I am Kong Xiu." Kong Xiu didn't mind his title and crossed his legs. Beside him were two burly bodyguards with indifferent expressions. Their gazes were as fierce as wolves, staring intently at Luo Chen's figure. "What should I call you?" In response to the question, Luo Chen did not answer and said lightly, "Anyway, you will all be dead soon, so there's no need to know." "Ha! Such a big tone." Kong Xiu pretended to be surprised. He was genuinely taken aback, not understanding where Luo Chen's confidence came from, daring to be so arrogant even now. Was he blind, not seeing the group of little brothers outside and in the corridor holding baseball bats? With so many people, it wouldn't be hard to smash the other party into a pulp. What Kong Xiu didn't know was that those little brothers he had arranged had long since turned into a pile of corpses, probably frozen into blocks of ice in this cold weather. Clap, clap, clap. He arrogantly clapped his hands, and immediately, the little brothers hiding next door swarmed out, pouring in directly from the doorway. The dozen or so little brothers were different from others. They weren't holding baseball bats, but bows and arrows. They quickly knocked their arrows and aimed in the direction of Luo Chen. As soon as Kong Xiu gave the order, a dozen sharp arrows would be released from their bows. If hit by so many arrows, no matter who it was, they would probably turn into a hedgehog. Ha ha ha, are you stupid? Try being arrogant one more time, and I'll turn you into a hedgehog. Oh no, a porcupine. Kong Xiu couldn't help but laugh heartily, almost to the point of tears. He had never seen such a reckless fool. Just one person dared to charge into his territory. Who did he think he was? Superman or a patriot? At that moment, on the phone screen, Yang Mingyu's pretty face turned anxious. She hadn't expected that Kong Xiu had such a small team hidden up his sleeve. This news had never been mentioned before. Even if Luo Chen had a gun, it would be useless, because if he was hit by even one arrow, he would instantly lose his combat ability. The situation was critical. What to do? What to do? Yang Mingyu panicked. If Luo Chen failed, her fate would surely be miserable. If caught by Kong Xiu and his gang, she didn't know how they would toy with her. She absolutely could not accept that outcome. Yang Mingyu felt a twinge of regret. Rather than being humiliated by that scum, she would have been better off handing herself over to Luo Chen just now. Kid, are you regretting it now? Surprised? Kong Xiu said in a condescending tone. If you kneel down and kowtow a few times, then go bring that bitch Yang Mingyu to me. I might consider letting you off the hook, he said smugly. In fact, even if Luo Chen did as he said, Kong Xiu would definitely not keep his promise. Luo Chen. Hearing this, Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes dimmed. In her view, Luo Chen would surely agree to Kong Xiu's terms to save his life, because apart from that, there was only one way to die. As for this suggestion, if Luo Chen hadn't received professional training, he would probably be laughing out loud right now. With these few broken arrows, they thought they could make him kneel and beg for mercy? Once the spatial domain opened, let alone arrows, even bullets would be useless. Even if these dozen people were each holding a Gatling gun, Luo Chen would be completely unafraid. However, just before he kicked the door in, his spatial perception allowed Luo Chen to notice that Kong Xiu was video calling Yang Mingyu. He discreetly glanced at the phone in Kong Xiu's hand. The camera pointed this way. So, I can put on a show now? Luo Chen smirked. This scene seemed like a perfect opportunity to gain some favor. I'm quite surprised. I didn't expect you to have so many trump cards. He sighed and said, but I have no regrets, because for Mingyu, I can pay any price. She is the woman I love most in this life. As long as I have breath left, I will never let her suffer even the slightest harm. His resolute tone echoed in the room, instantly shocking the little brothers and the two bodyguards, their eyes nearly popping out. Damn, I respect you as a man. They had never seen someone willing to risk their life for love. And on the phone screen, hearing this heartfelt confession, Yang Mingyu was even more moved to tears. She hadn't expected that just after confirming their relationship, Luo Chen would be willing to risk his life for her. How much courage did that take? It was truly touching. For Yang Mingyu, who had long endured immense pressure alone with no one to rely on, this declaration hit her like a nuclear bomb exploding in her heart. At this moment, Yang Mingyu even felt that Luo Chen was the best partner she could ever meet in this lifetime. Woo woo, Luo Chen. Tears streamed down Yang Mingyu's face. If she could go back half an hour, she would definitely not have rejected Luo Chen, but would have willingly given herself to him. After all, from the moment she heard his heartfelt confession, Yang Mingyu had already decided in her heart, besides Luo Chen, she absolutely would not let another man touch her. Looking at the shocked expressions of the crowd, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile wildly. This performance, it wouldn't be too much to win an Oscar for it. Right, damn it, this is really asking for death. Kong Xiu couldn't help but explode in anger. He was on a video call, originally wanting to show Yang Mingyu the scene of Luo Chen kneeling and begging for mercy, but unexpectedly, it turned into a show of bravado, and seeing Yang Mingyu move to tears on the screen, Kong Xiu was almost furious enough to explode. What are you all standing there for? Shoot him, kill him for me. Hearing this, the younger brothers all wore angry expressions. How could they be ignored like this? Facing so many arrows, they still dared to show off their love in public. Shoot him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sharp arrows shot out, aimed directly at Luo Chen in the center of the scene. No! Yang Mingyu exclaimed in terror as she watched the scene. Bang! The phone screen suddenly went black. What happened? Why is the screen black? With tears streaming down her face, she cried out, Luo Chen! Luo Chen! Are you okay? Woo woo! You mustn't get hurt. In the room, everyone was in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Not a single arrow aimed at Luo Chen hit him. Instead, they all seemed to change direction and deeply embedded themselves in the two bodyguards in front of Kong Xiu. Eyes, neck, heart. The two bodyguards looked terrified, seemingly not expecting to be shot dead by arrows. Slowly, they fell to the side, powerless. Watching this absurd scene, Kong Xiu, who was hiding behind, was almost driven to madness. He pointed at everyone and shouted, "What the hell? Are you all idiots? I told you to shoot Luo Chen. What's wrong with you? You shot my bodyguards dead." Not only the bodyguards, but his phone was also shot to pieces. "Ha, is that all you've got?" Luo Chen scoffed. The moment the arrows were shot, he had already expanded his spatial domain. One arrow exploded the phone, while the remaining arrows were evenly distributed between the two bodyguards. After all, they were both professional bodyguards. They posed the greatest threat to him. As for the rest of the guys, they were just a bunch of small fries. "Shoot! Keep shooting for me! Kill him!" Kong Xiu cursed with red eyes. The others exchanged glances. Although they didn't understand what had just happened, they still obeyed Kong Xiu's long-standing authority and bent their bows to shoot. "Hey, I don't have the patience to play with you anymore." Luo Chen sighed lightly. In the shocked eyes of everyone, a dark and powerful shotgun appeared in his hand. Bang! One classmate's head exploded on the spot like a watermelon. He has a gun. Run! The rest of the people were instantly scared out of their wits. How could arrows compete with firearms? Especially when the opponent had a shotgun in hand, which was the king of close combat. Bang! Luo Chen pulled the trigger, ejected the shell, and then fired again. One of the younger brothers in front was instantly blasted back half a meter by the powerful force of the shotgun pellets. Bang bang, the slaughter in the room continued, facing the little brothers scrambling to escape towards the door. Luo Chen's expression was cold, as he repeatedly pulled the trigger and fired. Shattered skulls, severed limbs, and hot, crimson blood covered the living room floor. Please, spare me," Kong Xiu begged in terror. Even the area around his pants was instantly soaked. He had actually been scared to the point of wetting himself. "And my father is a high-ranking official in the Qingshui city shelter. If you kill me, he definitely won't let it go." Bang! Kong Xiu's head exploded in an instant. Don't kill me." In the room, the girls who were completely naked let out terrified screams. Holding the shotgun, Luo Chen appeared to them like the Grim Reaper from hell. Within just a few minutes, almost everyone in the room had been killed by him. The cruelty of his methods was simply unheard of. Bang! Unfortunately, Luo Chen showed no mercy. Even the girls who posed no threat to him were not allowed to live. They all followed the path of those boys, and even the teachers before them. "Having witnessed my spatial power, you still want to live?" Luo Chen couldn't help but sneer. Then, his gaze fell on the only survivor present, Lu Yi. "And no, please." Lu Yi was almost scared silly. The living room now resembled a slaughterhouse, with various entrails and severed limbs, brain matter smeared across the floor. And all of this was done by the savior her best friend had brought. "Why, you're the one Meng you sent to save me, right?" Lu Yi suddenly realized. She seemed to have nothing to worry about. Although Luo Chen was like a murderous maniac, brutally killing everyone else, he was the person her best friend had specifically sent to save her. Lu Yi forced herself to appear calm, revealing a faint smile as she said, "Thank you, classmate. Thank you for coming to save me. I still don't know your name." She trembled as she crawled up from the sofa, completely disregarding her lack of clothing, wrapping her arms around one of Luo Chen's, pressing her softness against him. "Why, you saved me. From now on, I belong to you. Even if I hide it from Mengyu, you can do whatever you want with me. I'm Mengyu's only best friend. You must protect me." Lu Yi was clever, immediately using her body to win him over. Feeling the warmth of her arm, Luo Chen couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. "I came to save you," he said with a grin, "but I've changed my mind." Looking at Lu Yi, who appeared innocent and was the entire time a victim, Luo Chen slowly raised the shotgun and pressed it against her soft chest. Bang! In Lu Yi's terrified, confused, and reluctant gaze, the gun fired. A bloody hole was blown through her chest, and one could even see her heart, riddled with wounds, still beating. You did nothing wrong. Unfortunately, when you are dead, it is most beneficial to me," Luo Chen said gently. "You've suffered quite a bit these days, haven't you? Now, you can sleep peacefully." In this cold world, death is the final destination. Luo Chen took out gasoline from his space and evenly sprinkled it around the room. Then pulled out a match, lit it, and tossed it on the ground. Boom, the raging flames engulfed everything in the room, including the bodies on the floor. He left without looking back. Black smoke rose. Looking at the burning dormitory building, the people on campus couldn't help but look astonished. What happened? Isn't that the floor where Kong Xiao is? Is it on fire? Doesn't that mean the guy who went to cause trouble really got Kong Xiao? Faced with these shocking words, Luo Chen ignored them and walked through the excited crowd with an indifferent expression. Luo Chen! Yang Mengyu looked at the familiar figure. Unable to hold back her tears of joy, she immediately threw herself into his arms, choking back sobs. She was so worried, thinking something terrible had happened to him. I'm so glad you're okay. Luo Chen smiled and patted her head, saying, yeah, I'm fine, but your best friend is dead. Was he wrong? No. After being killed by a woman in his past life, how could Luo Chen be soft-hearted in this life? It was only because of Yang, the campus beauty's worth, that he was willing to play out a campus romance with her. Hearing this, Yang Mengyu's delicate body trembled. As long as you're okay. Her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly, but the grip of her arms around Luo Chen tightened as she whispered through her tears. Just had bad luck. You did your best. She won't blame you. The two returned to the dormitory. Yang Mengyu, the ice queen of the campus, changed from her previous aloof demeanor and, like a clingy little kitten, sat on his lap, her soft body pressed tightly against him. Her pretty face was filled with a look of happiness. However, soon Yang Mengyu felt something brushing against her thigh. She smiled shyly and said softly, "Do you want to?" A hint of seduction appeared on her exquisite face, and her delicate lips, as tender as cherry blossoms, were now bitten by her snow-white teeth. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. Since the beauty had said so, how could he back down? A small silent generator, along with an electric heater, was placed on the floor. Yang, the campus beauty, looked surprised, but Luo Chen didn't explain. Instead, he directly turned her into a snow-white little lamb. Yang Mengyu covered her chest and shyly said, Don't look." At that moment, Luo Chen finally saw her figure clearly. Her upper body was graceful and full, with alluring curves, and her fair skin glowed like milk. Her waist was incredibly slender, and below, her long, white legs were tight and free of any excess flesh, both plump and slim, truly a top campus beauty. After that, the heavenly voice of the ice goddess lasted for a very long time. After it ended, Yang Mengyu, like a cat, obediently lay on his strong chest, her face full of happiness. The two began discussing their future plans. I heard that idiot Kong Xiao say his dad is some high-ranking official in a shelter. Strange, is there an official shelter in Qingshui City right now? Luo Chen pondered. Anyway, the guy was already dead, and the evidence had been burned to ashes, so he wasn't worried about being targeted. The key was, if what he said was true, why didn't the shelter send someone to rescue him? Hearing this, Yang Mengyu's pretty face showed a hint of hesitation. Hubby, actually, I know of a shelter. At this critical moment, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. However, the dormitory door was inappropriately knocked on lightly. Is anyone in there? We are the school's leadership teachers and would like to meet the benefactor who saved everyone. Hearing this, Yang, the campus beauty, realized her situation was inappropriate. She wasn't wearing any clothes. Instantly, she swallowed the words she was about to say and shyly shrank back under the covers. Damn! Luo Chen was instantly furious. Did they not see as Yang, the campus beauty, and want to reveal the news about the $3 billion doomsday shelter? Those guys outside just had to knock at this moment? Get the hell out. I won't see you. That said, the two quickly got dressed. Be good and wait for me in the dormitory. I'll go check things out and be back soon, Luo Chen said, pinching the delicate face of the other person. Hubby, you go ahead. I'll wait for you in the dormitory, Yang Mengyu said, her pretty face blushing. After seeing Luo Chen open the door and leave, she leisurely began to put on her clothes. When she saw the electric heater on the floor, radiating warmth, along with the small silent generator, a strong curiosity emerged in her beautiful eyes. It seems that my husband is quite a mysterious person. Such a method of conjuring things out of thin air could not be explained by any scientific basis. However, since they had already become lovers, Luo Chen did not take the initiative to say anything, and Yang Mengyu would not press him either. On the other side, in a spacious classroom. So, what do you want from me? Luo Chen sat on a chair, propping his legs up on the table. In front of him stood 7 or 8 teachers and professors, as well as the school secretary, all of whom were trembling and dared not show any signs of dissatisfaction. After all, they had heard that the person sitting before them was the one who had wiped out the notorious scoundrel Kong Xiu, along with his bodyguards and a group of lackeys. This brave man. A male teacher cautiously spoke up. What brave man? I'm a TM hero. My name is Diao Ming. Just call me by my name. Luo Chen scoffed, crossing his legs. To be safe, he certainly wouldn't foolishly reveal his real name. What if Kong Xiu's claims were true, and that high-ranking father from the refuge sent someone to find him? In the end, they wouldn't find him at all. All right, brother Diao. The male teacher nodded with a smile. Call me Minggu. The male teacher quickly corrected. Okay, Minggu. Actually, we came this time to ask you about the current leadership of the university. With Kong Xiu dead, the power dynamics would inevitably be reshuffled, and the supplies in the cafeteria warehouse were something everyone would be envious of. What if this ruthless person who had taken down Kong Xiu wanted to become the boss of the university? There's a saying, isn't there? The dragon slayer eventually becomes the dragon. Oh, that question. Luo Chen sneered and said, I'm not interested in staying here to play house with you. At most, I'll leave on my own in a day. To be precise, he would leave with the newly liberated Yang Xiaohua once she regained her ability to walk. As for the supplies in the cafeteria warehouse, he had no interest in them. That's good. Upon hearing this answer, the teachers and professors present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Great! The ownership of the university was back. After receiving Luo Chen's assurance, the teachers quickly sent people to start restoring order within the school. Quick, go count the supplies in the cafeteria warehouse. After making the statistics, consider restoring the 2 meals a day system. Everyone got busy. Luo Chen, however, shook his head disdainfully, thinking these people were really too naive. Believing that the disaster was over, they planned to distribute the supplies in the warehouse evenly to everyone, sitting idly by as they consumed everything. This extreme cold and blizzard will continue indefinitely. What will happen when the supplies run out? However, all of this had nothing to do with him as an outsider. Seeing him get up to leave, the secretary hurriedly said, Sir, why not stay for a while so we can hold a gratitude meeting to thank you for your rescue in front of all the faculty and students? Luo Chen waved his hand without looking back and said, Forget it. No wonder he was a leader. No matter the situation, he always liked to engage in this kind of formalism. Yang Mengyu sat in front of the vanity, holding a lip gloss, carefully applying it to her cherry lips. Suddenly, she smiled sweetly, covering her flushed cheeks with her fair jade-like hand, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness. After carefully dressing up, Yang Mengyu took off her down jacket and put on a black plaid suspender skirt, paired with a fleece sweater and a white shirt. On her long, straight beautiful legs, she wore a layer of silky, fleece-lined black stockings, making her long legs appear incredibly sexy and alluring. Yang Mengyu seemed to transform from a youthful girl into a mature urban beauty. Her entire aura had changed dramatically before and after her makeup. Creak at that moment, Luo Chen pushed the door open and returned. Yang Mengyu's beautiful eyes lit up with surprise as she said, Honey, you're back. Seeing her refreshed appearance, Luo Chen couldn't help but say, Why bother with makeup? The situation outside is like this, who are you trying to impress? In his view, all of this was unnecessary. Making herself look so beautiful not only had no benefits but also increased the chances of being targeted by some evildoers by 1,000%. Yang Mengyu's expression stiffened, and she pouted angrily. Humph, you wouldn't block. Looking at her annoyed expression, Luo Chen couldn't help but size her up and laughed. I have to say, after your makeup, you do look more like a mature woman. Hearing this, Yang Mengyu eagerly asked, So, do I look good? Luo Chen didn't answer but instead stared intently at her long, straight black-stockinged legs beneath her skirt. Curiously, he reached out to touch them. Yang Mengyu's face flushed, but she turned her head away and didn't stop him. Not bad, Luo Chen said, satisfied. No wonder she was the campus beauty. In the past, he could only admire her from afar, but now he finally got to indulge his hands. Because Yang Mengyu was unwell, she couldn't walk normally, so Lo Chen stayed in the dormitory to keep her company. It was also the first time he spent the night in a girl's dormitory. The next day arrived. After a night of rest, Yang Mengyu had mostly recovered and could walk normally again. When she wanted to wear her previous clothes, Lo Chen reached out to stop her. In her surprised gaze, he pulled out a new set of polar cold-resistant clothing from his space and said, "This is professional gear from the Arctic research team. Its cold resistance is 10 times stronger than down jackets." "Wow, honey, you really have everything. Not only do you have a generator, but you also have such high-end clothes," Yang Mengyu said with a beaming smile as she took it. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the cold-resistant clothing and the generator on the floor. However, despite her curiosity, she didn't ask anything. "Well, it's pretty much what you guessed. I have spatial abilities and can store supplies at will," Lo Chen explained with a smile, revealing his abilities to her. He also informed her that he had scavenged an entire dock's worth of containers, and the supplies stored were enough for the two of them to live comfortably for several hundred years. "Honey, you're amazing in every way," Yang Mengyu exclaimed with surprise in her beautiful eyes, unable to resist cupping his face with her jade-like hands and giving him a sweet kiss. With so many supplies, wouldn't that mean they wouldn't have to worry about resources in the future? This meant she could focus on enjoying their honeymoon life. As the daughter of a wealthy family, Yang Mengyu could willingly endure the days of scarcity and hardship with Lo Chen. But that didn't mean she didn't like a life of abundance, free from worries about food and clothing. "Let's go. It's time to leave here." Lo Chen raised an eyebrow and said, since the other party was physically fine, there was no point in staying here any longer. It had been quite a few days out, and it was time to return to the safe house. Baya and Li Ro must be anxiously waiting. "Wait a moment, hubby." Yang Mengyu did not follow him but instead went to her wardrobe and pulled the door open. Inside the cabinet were many of her clothes, almost every piece worth several tens of thousands, completely filling the entire wardrobe. "Here are some of my intimate garments. I think it's better to take them with me. Otherwise, it would be quite annoying if someone else took them and did something bad." Yang Mengyu opened a drawer and looked at the neatly arranged black stockings and intimate wear, feeling shy. For Lo Chen, who possessed spatial abilities, this was a piece of cake. With a sweep of his spatial power, the dormitory became an empty space. Not only was the wardrobe gone, but even the dormitory bed by the wall had been taken away. The two got up a bit late, so when they reached the vicinity of the cafeteria, they could already see groups of students coming to collect food. Upon seeing the exquisitely dressed young school beauty, everyone couldn't help but stare. Hey, could love really change a person? They seemed to have never seen Yang, the school beauty, made up before, but now she looked so exquisitely beautiful. Damn, they were really envious of her boyfriend. How could he have such a stunning beauty? Young school beauty isn't really going to leave with that guy, right? It looks like they're heading towards the school gate. No way. The goddess must be forced. That guy must have used some dirty tricks on Yang's school beauty. Exactly. I don't believe 2 days is enough for the school beauty to fall for him. Everyone spoke with envy and jealousy. Hearing these doubts, Lo Chen remained indifferent and uninterested. However, Yang Mengyu paused, a hint of displeasure showing on her pretty face. "I like darling the most," she suddenly called out sweetly. At that moment, the people around were utterly stunned, their envious and jealous gazes all directed at her. Lo Chen looked at the charmingly smiling Yang Mengyu, and for a moment, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. In the vast expanse of white snow, a snowmobile was speeding along. "Hubby, where are we going?" Yang Mengyu asked curiously, wrapping her arms around his waist. Having been trapped in the university for a month, sitting on the snowmobile and racing through the snow, looking at the world outside that resembled an ice and snow kingdom, Yang Mengyu felt very happy. It was like a bird being released from a cage. Lo Chen looked ahead and said, "Of course, we're going home, to a community a few kilometers away." Upon hearing this, Yang Mengyu tightened her embrace a little more and smiled. "So, what kind of community does hubby live in?" "What kind of community?" Lo Chen thought for a few seconds and came up with a description. "It's a community where the population is rapidly decreasing." He then simply informed young school beauty about a few of the bosses that had appeared and the events that had occurred. After listening, Yang Mengyu couldn't help but show a look of surprise. The community outside has become this chaotic? They've started killing and eating each other. It's hard to believe. Originally, she thought that the incident caused by Kong Xiu and the university was already outrageous enough. Now it seemed she was a bit short-sighted. Yeah. Luo Chen sighed lightly, slowing down the snowmobile a bit. Fortunately, the door at home is sturdy, which has prevented a lot of attacks. I have plenty of supplies stored, but unfortunately, I'm just short of a solid shelter. After saying this, he couldn't help but smile. The school beauty Yang behind him had already been won over by him. In other words, he was now her only support. So the school beauty Yang would definitely not hide anything from him, as he expected. After hearing this, Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of surprise as she said, "Hubby, actually I know about a doomsday shelter. It cost $30 billion to build it back then. Do you want to hear about it?" Of course. Did that even need to be asked? Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately stopped the snowmobile. This place was far from any buildings, a vast expanse of white. No one would hear them here. Good wife, is what you said true? Luo Chen feigned surprise. He had been craving the school beauty Yang for so long. Oh no, craving the doomsday shelter for so long, and now he could finally unveil this secret. It's true, hubby. Yang Mengyu smiled proudly, tightening her embrace. It's only because you asked that I would reveal this secret. I haven't told anyone else, including Yi. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile and said, "Good wife, hurry and tell me. If the news is accurate, then we definitely can't miss it. With that shelter and my spatial abilities, our safety will be fully guaranteed in the future. In this extremely cold apocalyptic world, safety must always come first." Although the safe house Luo Chen built in the community, with its sturdy security door and walls and ceilings like a copper wall and iron bastion, couldn't be easily breached by others. However, it was still located within the community, and it was like a castle in the air. If some guys managed to get a hold of a large amount of explosives and started blasting from the bottom up, even though there were specially designed rooms and buffer devices, once it came crashing down, the safety would inevitably be greatly compromised. At that point, it would really be game over. So before that, finding a more secure and reliable shelter as soon as possible was extremely important. Yang Mengyu nodded and said without reservation, "Actually, that shelter was built by a relative of mine about 10 years ago." "Our dad?" Luo Chen asked. Hearing this, Yang Mengyu's pretty face flushed with embarrassment, and a hint of delight flashed in her beautiful eyes. "No," she gently shook her head and said, "It's my brother." Around 2040, it was precisely the time when doomsday disaster movies were booming in the country. Natural disasters, zombie crises, and space immigration were all the rage, creating an unprecedented wave. Even the neighboring film Train to Busan 9 was far outperformed by domestic films. Her brother Yang Ming had also become infatuated with these themes during that time. He directly became a doomsday survival fanatic. Yang Ming had heard somewhere that in a few decades, humanity would definitely face an unprecedented prehistoric extinction crisis. So, he was brainwashed and believed it without a doubt. He not only hid it from his family but also sold and mortgaged the company entrusted to him. He secretly commissioned the SHIELD security company, spending a staggering $30 billion to build a doomsday shelter that was said to withstand even nuclear bombs. At that time, our dad found out about this and almost died of anger. Yang Mengyu sighed lightly. When I saw him, he was still fervently claiming to be the protagonist, saying that when the apocalypse came, he would become a ruler. We would all thank him. After saying this, Yang Mengyu couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Bitterly smiling, who would have thought that such an apocalyptic disaster would really happen now? His words came true. "Oh, then where is your brother now?" Luo Chen also asked curiously. It must be said, his brother-in-law, whom he had never met, was, in some ways, a bold talent. The company said it would sell, and the $3 billion shelter was built on a whim. If the extreme cold apocalypse had arrived 10 years earlier, the other party might not have become a regional overlord, but they would definitely live a life full of flavor, at least 1,000 times better than those outside. If this were the protagonist of a novel, it wouldn't be surprising. When he was shouting about hoarding 100 beauties in the shelter, he was tied up by Dad's people and sent abroad for reformation overnight. Perhaps recalling the scene at that time, Yang Mengyu's delicate face revealed a hint of a smile. 100? Luo Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Good, even more impressive than me. So far, he only planned to hoard 10 goddesses. 100? Wasn't that a bit much? Ha, honey, did you say something? Yang Mengyu asked warily. She seemed to have caught a whiff of something significant from Luo Chen's words. Cough. Nothing. Luo Chen coughed and quickly brushed it off. After all, Yang Mengyu, this ice-cold campus beauty, still didn't know that she was hiding 4 beauties in the safety house of the community. There was no helping it. Li Ro and Baiya were all about the physical first. But for Yang Mengyu, unlike the other girls, it was about the heart first. By the way, where is the location of the shelter? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. If it was nearby, that would be fine. But if it was dozens of kilometers away, not to mention anything else, just figuring out the direction would be quite a hassle. The shelter is at Yunding Manor. Yang Mengyu pursed her cherry lips and smiled slightly. That was a famous wealthy area. A single villa there could cost several hundred million. Ordinary people couldn't afford it, only those with staggering net worth could live there. That's good. It's not very far. Luo Chen nodded. Yunding Manor was situated at a higher elevation, so it was likely that buildings buried in snow would be relatively few. The distance from the community to there was probably no more than a dozen kilometers. With a snowmobile as transportation, he could get there in just a morning. The shelter at Yunding Manor should have a security system inside. By the way, dear wife, do you have the key? Luo Chen pondered while stroking his chin. Just knowing the location wasn't enough. Figuring out how to open the shelter's door and enter smoothly was also something to consider. After all, the safety house he had built for 300 million required a triple fingerprint password lock just to open the door. Not to mention the reinforced steel door bolt inside. The lock on the shelter's door would probably be even more extreme. My brother invited me to be a guest, and there's a corridor before entering, with walls made of heavy steel. They say there's even a laser defense line, even rebar can be easily cut. Yang Mengyu recalled. Inside the shelter, there seems to be a central system that has a whitelist and a blacklist. If you haven't been added to the whitelist, barging in will get you trapped in the steel corridor. It seems the shelter doesn't have a practical key, it uses facial recognition, along with password and fingerprint functions, to determine the identity of intruders. After hearing all this, Luo Chen couldn't help but nod. No wonder it's a $3 billion shelter, the security system is insane. There's even a laser passage. But fortunately, although the shelter had a central management system and couldn't be entered without a whitelist identity, since Yang Mengyu had been invited in advance, and her brother Yang Ming had even granted her some access rights to the shelter, she could also open the door freely. As long as Luo Chen has the school beauty Yang by his side, he estimates that he can easily enter the shelter. Then he just needs the other party to add him to the whitelist. Or it could be simpler and more straightforward, let Yang use the butler's ID card to swipe directly in the central system. In that case, the entire shelter would change ownership, Luo Chen said with a smirk. Although the shelter has an independent AI system, how can a 10-year-old artificial AI compare to an AI system crafted with great effort by a group of top experts in the field of artificial intelligence from the country 10 years later? If the shelter's AI is the first generation, then the butler in Luo Chen's hand is the latest and strongest generation. Buzz, the snowmobile continued on its way. For now, there was no rush to go there. Luo Chen had to return to the safe house first to settle the girls. Then he would explain to them the idea of moving to the shelter. After that, he would go to Yunding Manor to gather information. Who would have thought? Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. This trip to the university campus was originally meant to pick up a beautiful school beauty. In the end, not only did he find a goddess of a school beauty, but he also got a luxurious doomsday shelter as a bonus. What a huge profit, right? Good wife. What's wrong? Husband? You really are my lucky goddess. He. Yang Mengyu's pretty face flushed, and with a sweet smile, she said, everything about me belongs to my husband, so, you have to treat me well. The community was just ahead, but as they approached an intersection, Luo Chen suddenly sensed something was off. As if his spatial awareness had issued a warning, he couldn't help but become alert. Creak, the snowmobile suddenly braked, leaving a long mark on the snow. Ugh! Yang Mengyu let out a soft grunt as her chest slammed hard against Luo Chen's back due to inertia. 2 soft mounds were instantly flattened. Husband, you're so annoying. She couldn't help but pout. If she wanted to touch, she could do it any time, she wouldn't refuse. So why brake so hard? I didn't do it on purpose, there's a situation. Luo Chen patted her jade hand on his abdomen, signaling Yang to let go of him. 5 meters ahead, a thin, tough iron wire spanned the entire road, concealed under the snow. If they hadn't braked and crashed into it, the snowmobile would definitely flip. With the speed they were going, both Luo Chen and Yang Mengyu would likely be injured. At his signal, Yang Mengyu also noticed the thin iron wire buried in the snow ahead. Who did this? Yang Mengyu frowned, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Such an obvious trap. It couldn't possibly be that the iron wire tied itself here, right? Come out, I've already discovered you, Luo Chen said calmly. Clap clap clap, a round of applause followed. Good kid. Such a concealed trap, practically seamless, and it can still be discovered in advance? What the hell? 5 or 6 men, wrapped up tightly, emerged from a nearby building. Yu Qi, did you slack off and not cover it well with snow? The leading man said unhappily. No, brother Song, I swear on my conscience, I definitely didn't slack off. The man named Yu Qi quickly patted his chest to assure them. To ensure concealment, he had covered the rope with snow from start to finish, unless someone walked over. They would never discover the trap, but for some reason, this guy was able to sense something was wrong even at such a high speed? Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before? Luo Chen frowned slightly. The people in front of him all had very unfamiliar faces, and he was certain he had never met them before. Although this place was quite close to the neighborhood, it was still a distance away, so they probably weren't residents of the area. Kid, you may not have seen us, but we've seen you. The leader, Song Rong, sneered. We live in the high-rise nearby and can see you riding your snowmobile back and forth every time. As he spoke, the group's eyes greedily roamed over the snowmobile. Song Rong grinned and said, but don't be too nervous. We just want to borrow your vehicle. As long as you leave the snowmobile, you and your little girlfriend can go. After all, I'm a very merciful person. Oh, merciful? Luo Chen couldn't help but smile coldly. A few people had set a trap here, intending to steal his snowmobile, and they still had the nerve to speak so nicely. Sweet wife, get down first, he said lightly. Of course, Luo Chen wouldn't give the snowmobile to them. Violence might not solve everything, but it could solve 99% of things. Go for it, hubby. Yang Mengyu smiled sweetly and obediently jumped down from the back seat of the snowmobile, landing lightly in the snow. Hiss, what a beautiful woman. As Song Rong and the others suddenly saw the face of the school beauty, their eyes widened in shock. That exquisitely made-up face, delicate cherry lips, and long chestnut hair adorned with a hairpin truly had a spicy vibe. Although they couldn't see her figure, just from her face, she must be stunning. Damn, this girl is so hot. Song Ge, I have a bold idea. We haven't touched a woman in a long time. That little mouth must be great at playing instruments. The group spoke with greedy expressions. In front of such beauty, they couldn't help but feel lustful. Yang Mengyu's face turned red with anger as she shouted, Bah! You filthy scum! Disgusting! Filthy! Disgusting! In the face of the beauty's insults, Yu Qi and the others crossed their arms and twisted their bodies excitedly, saying, Ah! That's a good scolding. They twisted like maggots. The scene was extremely uncomfortable. Yang Mengyu couldn't help but glare, hugging Luo Chen. Hubby, they're so disgusting. How could anyone enjoy being insulted? Damn it, I can't stand these perverts. Luo Chen gritted his teeth. They dared to tease his school beauty wife right in front of him. These people couldn't be left alive. In the next moment, Luo Chen pulled Yang Mengyu close, and in her shocked gaze, he directly reached into her collar with one hand. Yang Mengyu let out a soft cry, her pretty face instantly turning red. The people in front were even more wide-eyed. What was he doing? Showing off affection in public? In the astonished eyes of everyone, Luo Chen actually pulled out a long shotgun from Yang Mengyu's chest. What the hell? Pulling a gun from the chest? I must be seeing things. The group was dumbfounded. I'm starting to love this violent weapon. Luo Chen racked the shotgun and coldly smiled. Currently located in a bustling area, to be safe and avoid being discovered by any survivors hiding in the high-rises, which could expose his spatial abilities, he had also made a seamless disguise. Originally, Luo Chen wanted to pull the gun from under her skirt. Unfortunately, it was too cold, and the school beauty wasn't wearing one. This brother, I admit we might have spoken a bit loudly before. Gentlemen use words, not guns. Actually, we just wanted to greet you, it was all just a joke. We didn't mean it for real. Song Rong, the leader, was at that moment leading a group of younger brothers, sweating profusely and continuously apologizing. Even his forehead was frozen with a layer of ice. After all, the other party had guns. Was it worth risking their lives to continue causing trouble? Under the gun, all lives were equal. A joke? Too late. Luo Chen sneered and instantly pulled the trigger. Bang, a gunshot rang out. Yu Qi, standing in front of the gun, nearly had his soul scared out of him. I'm dead. I'm dead. After a few wails, he trembled as he touched his body, only to suddenly realize he was completely unharmed. Not a single part was missing. An empty gun? Ha ha ha, damn. You scared me. This guy's shotgun has no bullets. Yu Qi laughed arrogantly. Just as he was about to say something more, he heard a bang beside him, and a companion standing to his left suddenly had his head explode like a watermelon, splattering red and white brain matter all over him. What is happening? The excitement on the faces of the few people instantly froze. The bullets had a delay? Was your ping that high? First one, Luo Chen said calmly, then without hesitation, pulled the trigger again. Bang, another gunshot. The three remaining members of Yu Qi were unharmed. However, they stood frozen in place, fearfully glancing around, not daring to let their guard down. With a pop, this time it was a man standing behind Song Rong whose head was blown apart by the shotgun. What is going on? The three survivors stared wide-eyed, their faces pale. The bullet turned? This was completely against logic. I know. This is gun-fighting technique. Yu Qi shouted in terror. At the moment the bullet leaves the chamber, shaking the wrist rapidly gives it a horizontal acceleration, causing the bullet to curve. Hearing his explanation, the color drained from Song Rong and the others' faces. To have such a powerful ability, and coincidentally be targeted by them for robbery. How unlucky could they be? Good analysis, but don't analyze next time. Luo Chen sneered. Bang! With a few more gunshots, the three of Yu Qi also followed in their companions' footsteps. This was certainly not any gun-fighting technique. Instead, it was a new method Luo Chen had just developed regarding the use of spatial abilities. Within 15 meters, at the moment the bullet leaves the chamber, he could instantly absorb it into space and then shoot it out again. This had many advantages over aiming and shooting, namely that there was no need to aim at close range. Moreover, he could attack opponents from 360 degrees without dead angles. There was no worry about being blocked by obstacles. Within the range of spatial perception, he was a sharpshooter. He could hit wherever he pointed, and even with his eyes closed, he could accurately shoot at the same spot 10 times in a row. Looking at the headless corpses staining the snow, Yang Mengyu couldn't help but bend over and dry heave at the side. This bloody scene was truly beyond her capacity to bear. After all, as a wealthy heiress, Yang, the campus beauty, had never even seen a kill before. So, she sat in front of the snowmobile, weakly leaning against Luo Chen. Only then did she continue to start the snowmobile, heading towards the community, still in a deserted corner. After Luo Chen helped the now slightly less pale young campus beauty get out of the snowmobile, he stored the vehicle back into space. Honey, is our home in this building? Yang Mengyu raised her little head, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Their love nest. She couldn't help but feel excited. Yes, the top floor. Luo Chen smiled faintly. Then he took out an electronic wristband from space and placed it in Yang's hand. Honey, what is this? A gift. Put it on, I think you'll like it. Although Yang Mengyu was puzzled, she still unhesitatingly put the bracelet on her slender wrist. Luo Chen and Yang Mengyu walked towards the top floor. During this time, they encountered a few residents in the stairwell. Luo Chen? As soon as they saw Luo Chen, they seemed to see some kind of terrifying beast and immediately hid in the corner, facing the wall in reflection. This strange scene left the newcomer Yang Mengyu utterly confused. Husband, why do they look so scared of you? Although Luo Chen had previously told her about the situation in the community, he had omitted certain details, so the campus beauty Yang was unaware of what her husband had done to these residents before. Who knows? Maybe they are just shy. Luo Chen replied with a smile. After hearing his explanation, Yang Mengyu didn't dwell on it too much. She cast a curious glance at the residents and continued to walk up with Luo Chen. Shy. The residents, facing the wall in reflection, couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. Forget about them. If it were anyone else, who wouldn't be afraid of this demon who had killed hundreds? 23rd floor. Zile Yang Mengyu frowned slightly, unable to help but grip her left wrist with her right hand. Strange. The bracelet on my wrist seemed to have just discharged. Is it just my imagination? She thought to herself. Creak, the heavy security door slowly opened. A warm wave of heat rushed in, dispelling the chill in the corridor. Yang Mengyu instantly cast aside her small doubts and stood beside Luo Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked into the room. This was their sweet little home. Welcome home, Master. X4 inside, a group of beautiful goddesses, each with their own charm, smiled and bowed in welcome. It was Li Rou, Bai Ye, Yan Shu, and An Yu Yan. Yes, I'm back, Luo Chen said lightly, a smile on his lips. However, compared to his calm demeanor, Yang Mengyu was instantly stunned. What's going on? Who are they, and why are they in my husband's home? The campus beauty Yan looked shocked, still unable to recover. The girls inside, Bai Ye and Yan Shu, were equally astonished when they saw this youthful and beautiful campus beauty beside Luo Chen. Their master had been fooling around outside. Moreover, he had brought back such a stunning beauty, who not only looked young but also exuded an indescribable aura of superiority. Husband, what is going on? Yang Mengyu gritted her teeth. Her cherry lips were tightly pressed, and it seemed there were glimmers in her beautiful eyes. Tell me, this is a misunderstanding. They have no relationship with you. Husband. Unfortunately, just as Yang Mengyu was eagerly waiting for Luo Chen to give her a satisfactory answer, his next words undoubtedly doused her with a bucket of cold water. As you can see, they are my wings, just like you, Luo Chen said with a slight smile. He continued, by the way, once you enter the safe house, I hope you can remember your new title for me, Master. At that moment, Yang Mengyu's pretty face turned pale. It was as white as a sheet. This news struck her like a bolt from the blue. What do you mean by just like you? Husband, you're not lying to me, right? This must be a prank you set up. It can't be real. Yang Mengyu bit her cherry lips, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. No, she refused to believe this was true. Could it be that before her, Luo Chen had already taken in so many beauties? 4 in total, and each of them was top-notch in looks and figure. If that were the case, what did that make her? The third party? No, the third party doesn't even rank. The fifth? No wonder. No wonder you were so skilled before. Yang Mengyu's beautiful eyes were filled with hot tears. In an instant, she recalled the days they spent together at school. Back then, in the campus, she, who guarded her purity like jade, experienced her first kiss with Luo Chen and played poker for the first time with him. Luo Chen always appeared to be so familiar with it all. Meanwhile, she was completely led by him, feeling utterly inexperienced. It turned out he had gone through who knows how many such experiences. He already had 4 women. Looking at the beautiful school flower Yang, who stood at the door with tears in her eyes, and Yu Yan and Yan Shu, along with a few other girls, widened their eyes and cast resentful glances at a certain someone nearby. It seems the master has completely deceived this sister's body and heart this time, they thought to themselves. Just look at that heart-wrenching, tearful appearance. Truly pitiful. Ugh. Yang Mengyu began to sob softly. Tears streamed down her delicate face, dripping down and crystallizing into ice upon hitting the ground. How strange. Why am I crying? Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and everything before her was already a blur. Why does my chest hurt so much? This feeling was so strange. It pierced her heart, making it almost impossible to breathe. The sweet memories of living with Luo Chen over the past few days, their first meeting in the cafeteria, their kiss in the library, or their first time in the dorm, all of it flooded her mind. It could have been so happy, but this beautiful dream had come crashing down. I can only stay with one of you. Choose me, and I can pretend nothing happened. Still be that obedient wife who loves you. The promise of that $30 billion sanctuary still stands. If you choose them, I'm leaving. Yang Mengyu stood at the door, her beautiful eyes red. As a daughter of a conglomerate, raised with elite education and the lifestyle of the upper class, she certainly would not agree to share a husband with several women. She didn't even have the mood to consider where she would go alone without Luo Chen's protection. At this moment, the cold expression on Yang's face replaced her previously obedient demeanor. It was as if she had transformed back into that aloof, ice-cold school flower who kept people at a distance. Is this a battlefield? Luo Chen shook his head, feeling helpless. He never expected that before the apocalypse. As a green tea girl's loyal dog, he would now experience a thrilling battlefield among 5 stunning goddesses. Unfortunately, he was a traditional man who only accepted polygamy. Only children make choices, adults take them all. Faced with the tear-streaked, icy cold Yang, Luo Chen didn't say a word and simply picked her up, ignoring her angry struggles. Let go of me. I warn you. Woo. Luo Chen. You bad guy. Let go of me. I want to leave here. This school flower wants to break up with you. With a loud bang, the heavy security door slammed shut. In the living room, Luo Chen, dressed in silk pajamas, sat on the sofa savoring the hot tea brewed by the maid. He was quite relaxed. Bai Ye and the other girls stood nearby, their faces flushed. Even though they hadn't seen him for 2 days, they longed to throw themselves into Luo Chen's arms and act spoiled. Unfortunately, the atmosphere was a bit delicate at the moment. Master, the one you brought back isn't Yang Mingyu from the Yang group, is it? Bai Ye asked, pursing her cherry lips. Hearing this, Luo Chen put down his hot tea and curiously asked, Oh, Bai Ye, do you know Mengyu? Yes, we've met a few times. Bai Ye was dressed in a maid outfit, gracefully stepping with her beautiful white silk legs. Before the apocalypse, as a nationally renowned superstar, she had, of course, been invited to many large gatherings organized by the Yang group. At these gatherings, she had interacted with the young lady of the Yang family on several occasions. Speaking of this, Luo Chen couldn't help but nod. The Yang group, as a leading enterprise frequently appearing on television screens, he had seen many times in the news. But back then, he was just an ordinary person, looking up at such a giant. Yet now, he had managed to get close to the young lady of that very family. What should I do, Master? Bai Ye said with a hint of worry on her face. Ever since Yang Mengyu was carried into the room and took off her cold-resistant clothing to shower, she had remained in the other room without coming out. Let her be for a while, Luo Chen said, sipping his hot tea. At this moment, the campus beauty, Yang, was probably feeling heartbroken, and her emotions were quite unstable. It was better not to disturb her. Let her have some time alone. By the way, while I was away these past few days, has anything happened in the community? Luo Chen looked at the few girls. Although he had completely wiped out the restless group led by Ming, he hadn't forgotten that there were still some lurking individuals in the community. Yes, Master, Yan Shu said, her lips parting as she began to explain. It turned out that since Luo Chen left the community, Zhou Jin, who ruled Building 11, had started to become restless. During this time, he even directly led his men to swallow up Building 13, which was entirely occupied by women left behind by Ming. Not only Building 13, but even the adjacent Building 10. Moreover, Yan Shu discovered that he had secretly left quite a few people in the neighboring building. According to the conversations among the residents in the group, it was understood that he often sent people to monitor this side, likely with ill intentions. Currently, aside from Building 9, which had not been affected, only Building 12 was left, isolated and surrounded by him. There were even rumors that Zhou Jin was planning to use his numerical advantage to clash with Building 12 in the coming days. Is he trying to dominate everything? Luo Chen frowned slightly. If he allowed Zhou Jin to swallow up Building 12, wouldn't that mean that aside from his own Building 9, all the other buildings would become Zhou Jin's territory? At that time, Building 9 would become the target of everyone. This is not a good phenomenon. Luo Chen lightly tapped the coffee table with his fingers, pondering. There is a saying, it's not the thief that you fear, but the thief that has you in mind. Moreover, they were a group that dominated several buildings, numbering 1 or 200, greedy and vicious individuals. Master, the leader of Building 12 is named Ai Yerong. She has contacted Building 9 several times in the past 2 days, wanting to talk to you, Yan Shu said, bending slightly. Of course, since Luo Chen was not around, she had directly refused her. Why was Ai Yerong in such a hurry? It was clear to anyone that the strength of Building 12, led by her, was still quite inferior to Zhou Jin's Building 11. If the two sides went to war, the one who would definitely lose would be Ai Yerong's side. So, she was eager to ally with Building 9 to jointly eliminate the major threat posed by Building 11. Should we contact her now? Yan Shu asked. No need. Luo Chen waved his hand, indicating that they should not worry about her for now. Compared to the scheming and petty squabbles within the community, he had something much more important to discuss with the girls. You all must be very curious about what I did when I went out this time, Luo Chen said, putting down his teacup with a smile. In response, the girls exchanged glances, and a hint of resentment flashed in their beautiful eyes. What else could he be doing? He must have been spending time with a stunningly beautiful campus belle at university, and the two of them were likely sweet-talking each other, enjoying their days on campus together. Ahem, let me build up the suspense. Luo Chen teased. What? Master, is that true? Oh my. When he informed the girls that he had discovered a doomsday shelter worth $30 billion during this outing, Yan Shu and Baya couldn't help but cover their cherry lips in shock. Even Baya, the national goddess, was taken aback. That was $30 billion, more than all her assets combined. That's right, the ownership of this shelter basically belongs to the beautiful Yang, who has been hiding indoors all this time. Luo Chen shrugged. Upon hearing this explanation, the girls suddenly understood. Indeed, only a colossal entity like the Yang Group could afford to invest such a fortune in building a luxurious doomsday shelter. This time I came back mainly to let you know that once I figure out the situation at the shelter and can successfully get in, I'll come back to bring everyone over. We're getting ready to move, Luo Chen said with a gentle smile. Move? The girls' pretty faces lit up with surprise. So, does that mean they would be moving from their neighborhood to a luxurious shelter? Moreover, Luo Chen had just mentioned that the shelter not only had an ecological park and farmland but also plenty of large sports facilities, like a swimming pool, basketball court, golf course, and entertainment game rooms. With such spacious surroundings, the girls would have more room to move around, and in their leisure time, they could play golf, swim in the pool, or even plant vegetables and flowers in the farmland together. What a heavenly enjoyment! Master, where is this shelter located? Baya asked, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her softness against him, giggling. It's a bit far from the neighborhood, just over 10 kilometers away at Yunding Manor. Luo Chen replied with a slight smile, but I'm not sure what the situation is like over there. If something unexpected happens and we can't enter the shelter right away, I might have to find a temporary place to stay nearby. He crossed his legs, deep in thought. One couldn't be too optimistic. All possible contingencies had to be considered, such as the shelter lacking power and the doors not opening, or it being occupied by someone else beforehand. Yunding Manor? Li Ro and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. That was a famous luxury villa area. Each villa there was worth at least several $100 million. Unlike the other girls' surprise, Baya wore a look of shock, as if she had heard something unbelievable. What's wrong, Baya? Luo Chen asked curiously. Hearing this, the other girls turned their attention to her. Actually, I used to live in Yunding Manor. Baya blinked her beautiful eyes. Upon hearing this, the girls were all astonished. Wow, Baya, you really are a little rich lady. That makes sense. I was wondering how, as a national goddess, you couldn't even afford a villa. And Yu Yan nodded in realization. She had previously been puzzled about why Baya, with such high worth, lived in the same neighborhood as them. Actually, Yunding Manor is where I usually live. This house was just something I bought on a whim to hide from my agent, Baya said shyly. But after saying that, she noticed the other girls looking at her with envy. Well, they had spent quite a bit of their savings just to pay the down payment on a few million for their house. In the end, she casually bought it just for fun. Truly, people can be infuriating. Damn capitalists. And Yu Yan gritted her teeth, her dragon-like claws instantly grabbing onto the other's towering figure. Little rich lady, accept my punishment. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Baya immediately begged for mercy, her slime forced to change shapes continuously. Woo-woo, and sister, spare me. Her delicate body went soft, her beautiful legs wrapped in white silk losing all strength. She quickly said, I still have a few villas. How about I just give them all to you? The girls couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, they were just joking with Baya. In this apocalypse, what use is a villa? After some playful scuffling, the girls finally quieted down. That's settled then. Luo Chen smirked. Since Baya had a house over there, the temporary accommodation issue was resolved. If anything unexpected happened at the shelter, he could first go to Baya's villa to rest. Baya's villa was at No. 120 Yunding Manor. Meanwhile, Yang Mengyu's luxurious shelter was located at No. 233 Yunding Manor. Of course, this didn't mean that Yunding Manor had over 200 villas, despite the large number on the shelter. Its location was quite forward and situated in the most prime area of the manor. Baya, I'm requisitioning your villa. After some thought, Luo Chen said, but it's not the right time to set off yet. We should at least wait until Young the school beauty calms down. Moreover, he needed to rest at home for a bit. After all, he had been out for 2 days, eating only pre-packaged meals and snacks, and he hadn't tasted Li Ro's cooking in ages. He was almost losing his appetite. He had to enjoy a good meal and treat himself. Butler, plan the 2 best routes to Yunding Manor, Luo Chen said casually. This is the advantage of having offline maps cached in advance. With the butler's powerful computing ability, the best route from the community to Yunding Manor and a backup route quickly appeared on the large screen. Of course, it was minus 67 degrees outside, so it was more reliable to draw the routes on a paper map. Although he had electronic devices specifically designed to resist the cold in his space, he was too lazy to take them out. Yan Shu used a pen to draw on the paper map, marking the 2 routes planned by the butler in different colors. After hesitating for a moment, she put down the pen and asked expectantly, "Master, should I go along this time?" As Luo Chen's top bodyguard, Yan Shu was eager to showcase her skills and protect Luo Chen's safety in the face of danger. Instead of just being there at night, using her well-trained body to meet his needs, although she enjoyed warming the bed and found some joy in it. No need. Just bringing Yang the school beauty is enough. Luo Chen smiled lightly. This operation was mainly for reconnaissance, so there was no need to bring too many people. Having Yang Mingyu there to help open the shelter's door would suffice. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Yan Shu's beautiful eyes. Time passed. Soon, the sky darkened, and evening arrived. "Dinner's ready." Li Ro untied her apron and said with a smile. Since this was Luo Chen's first meal back home after 2 days, she prepared a lavish feast that could rival a banquet costing tens of thousands at a grand restaurant. The aroma wafted through the air. Baya and the others couldn't wait to wash their hands and sat down at the table. "Master, isn't Miss Yang coming to eat?" Li Ro scanned the room with her beautiful eyes, pursing her cherry lips. The dinner was quite sumptuous, yet Yang Mingyu still locked herself in her room, refusing to come out to eat together. Moreover, throughout the entire afternoon, there was not a single sound from her. This made the other girls a bit worried. "Baya, go bring her some food," Luo Chen said, glancing at Baya. She had been familiar with Yang Mingyu before the apocalypse. Sending her to check on Yang, the campus beauty, could also serve to comfort her. After all, communication between women is always easier. "Okay, master." Baya nodded obediently and took the food with her. However, a few minutes later, she emerged from Yang Mingyu's room, sighing, "Master, she ignored me." Before the apocalypse, Yang Mingyu, as the daughter of the Yang group, valued etiquette and upbringing above all. Yet, from the moment Baya entered until she left, Yang Mingyu had remained silently leaning against the headboard. "Let's eat first, and I'll go see her later," Luo Chen suggested. Since Yang, the campus beauty, was willing to stay in the safe house and hadn't insisted on leaving, it already indicated a lot. There were feelings between the two. Inside the room, Yang Mingyu sat at the head of the bed, still wearing the white shirt and the short skirt that revealed her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings. She silently rested her chin on her legs. Creak. Hearing the door open, Luo Chen walked in, and she showed no reaction at all. "Don't starve yourself, come eat some porridge," Luo Chen said with a smile. He sat down beside her, holding a bowl of steaming treasure porridge. "I won't eat, you can go out," Yang Mingyu replied without even lifting her eyes. Faced with her contrasting attitude, Luo Chen couldn't help but smirk. Reasoning with a spoiled young lady was futile. Yang Mingyu glared at him, as Luo Chen actually tried to feed her. The warm treasure porridge, sweet and forcibly sent into her delicate mouth, was swallowed down under his insistence. "Is it good? There's more in the bowl, eat some more," Luo Chen said with a slight smile. To make it easier to feed her, he directly pulled Yang Mingyu's delicate body into his embrace. Soon, the bowl of hot porridge was completely finished. Yang Mingyu offered no resistance throughout, her pretty face as cold as ice, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. At that moment, she also felt the restless touch beneath her black stocking thighs. She sneered, "Do you want to?" Luo Chen paused. Compared to the last time when she had playfully complained, her tone this time was devoid of emotion, even carrying a hint of annoyance. However, with a beauty in his arms, her legs clad in his favorite black stockings, and her outfit of a white shirt and short skirt, did he even need to think? An hour later, Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes were hazy as she lay on the bed, exhaling softly. Her body felt soft and weak. "Woo, they are all bullying me. Now, even you are bullying me," Yang Mingyu sniffled, suddenly crying in grievance. She thought Luo Chen had come to comfort her. Yet, she never expected that he was actually coveting her body. After she had just finished a bowl of treasure porridge, Luo Chen immediately took advantage of her. Hearing this, Luo Chen wrapped his arms around her slender waist, smiling. Yang, the campus beauty, tell me how I bullied you? You lied to me. You clearly have so many women at home. Yet you still come to tease me. Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes turned red as she bit her cherry lips. I teased you? Luo Chen laughed. My young campus beauty, think carefully. Who was it that initiated eye contact with him in the cafeteria? And who was it that took the initiative to sit across from him? To say that he had provoked her was perhaps a bit too unfair. And if I hadn't saved you from Kong Xiu, what situation would you be in now? Luo Chen sighed lightly. Could you still be here safe and sound? Probably not. You would have long been made a plaything by that guy in front of his gang of little brothers. Yang Mingyu bit her cherry lips, wanting to refute but realizing that Luo Chen was not wrong. If he hadn't intervened, her fate would surely be similar to that of her best friend. They would all have become playthings for that spoiled rich kid, Kong Xiu. Moreover, you're being a bit selfish, Luo Chen said slowly under her puzzled gaze. The experiences of Baya and the others are actually quite similar to yours. If I hadn't saved them, their fate would likely be a dead end. Do you want me to save only you and abandon Baya and the others? At this moment, Yang Mingyu stood frozen, unsure how to respond to him. So, Baya and the others were also saved by Luo Chen. Just like her? She thought. Face reality, Yang school beauty. This is no longer the civilized society before the apocalypse, but a cruel world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Luo Chen lifted her delicate chin. Killing and looting had become the norm. Should he still adhere to morals? Ha! That's simply a huge joke. This statement made Yang Mingyu's heart tremble. Under Luo Chen's protection, she seemed to have forgotten the drastic changes happening in the world. Yes, this was no longer the world it used to be. In ancient times, polygamy was common. And now, in this extremely cold apocalypse, it was far more brutal and bloody than ancient times. After a while, have you figured it out? Luo Chen's lips curled up. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Mingyu finally nodded her little head slowly. After all, Luo Chen had indeed saved her from a desperate situation. And now, deeply moved, she certainly couldn't do without him. Good girl. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction, gently stroking her head. This young lady from a wealthy family, the aloof ice queen of the school, had finally been completely won over by him, although she was still a bit reserved. That was okay. There would be plenty of days ahead. Yang school beauty, although I have more than one woman, you are my first official girlfriend. Luo Chen held her pretty face, smiling. We have completed the entire process from falling in love to being girlfriends, and finally to becoming husband and wife. Your status in my heart is unshakable. In a sense, I have given you my first time as well. These words made tears well up in Yang Mingyu's eyes. Old. She had just uttered a word when Luo Chen pressed a finger against her cherry lips. Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes widened, and a look of confusion appeared on her exquisite face, her eyes slightly red and swollen. Call me master, Luo Chen said gently. Yang Mingyu. Oh, so this is revealing his true nature. Ha, can't he just coax her a little longer? Master. After some internal struggle, Yang Mingyu finally called out softly. Although her voice was barely audible, Luo Chen heard it clearly. At this moment, Yang Mingyu's face was flushed, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness. It was hard to believe. As the daughter of the Yang group, her status before the apocalypse was incredibly noble. Even some high-ranking officials would treat her kindly. But now, she had called out a title she had never even thought of in her life. Very good, Luo Chen said with satisfaction. There was still half of the space's hand ring left unused. How could the harem just ignite? As night approached, of course, Luo Chen directly rested with the school beauty Yang. That night, Yang Mingyu seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Not only did she learn a lot of new knowledge, but she also uttered many words that made her blush. The next day, Master, the leader Iarong from Building 12 has contacted you in the group. Yan Shu handed over her phone. Taking the phone, Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The other party is so anxious. Could it be that they're being pressured by that Zhou Jin? His return message to the community couldn't be hidden from the residents. The leader of Building 12, after waiting for him to rest for a night, finally couldn't hold back. At Mr. Luo, hello, I am Iarong, the head of Building 12. I have an urgent matter I would like to discuss with you in person, and I hope you can grace us with your presence. The location can be decided by you, and I look forward to your prompt reply. Looking at the message in the group, Yan Shu's beautiful eyes turned to Luo Chen. Her cherry lips pursed. Master, are you going to meet with them? Luo Chen smiled. Of course, why not go? For now, Zhou Jin from Building 11 was a common enemy for both sides. With a group of cannon fodder to send to their deaths and exhaust the other party's strength, he was more than willing. This time, he wanted to be the fisherman, reaping the benefits. I agree. Let's meet at your Building 12. I will find time to come today, Luo Chen replied in the group. The other party almost immediately responded. No problem, Mr. Luo, we will await your arrival. Until both sides ended the conversation, no other residents in the group dared to speak, and it remained eerily silent, as if only Luo Chen and the leader of Building 12 were present. This was normal. Who would risk their life to speak up at this time? Yan Shu was somewhat surprised. She realized that Luo Chen had chosen the location in the opponent's home ground. Wouldn't that pose quite a risk? What if the other party and Zhou Jin set up an ambush? Master, I think going to Building 12 is a bit risky. Facing Yan Shu's concern, Luo Chen smiled and said nothing, instead pulling out 2 submachine guns directly from his space. A day earlier, when he received the request to meet, he might have chosen to set the location in Building 9 for safety. But now, nothing mattered. The continuous sound of gunfire erupted from the submachine guns. Yan Shu's beautiful eyes widened in shock, realizing that despite the flashes of fire from the gun muzzles, not a single bullet was fired until the magazines were empty. All the bullets that were supposed to be shot had been stored in the space by Luo Chen at the first moment. Ding! In front of them, 2 bullets collided in mid-air, sparking. Then, in the next second, they disappeared from sight. This is a new use of my ability, Luo Chen explained with a smirk. I can store bullets in the space in advance and shoot them out at any time. This eliminates the time needed to shoot and aim. Within the range of his spatial domain, he could even hit a mosquito with precision. As long as he stored thousands of bullets in the space before setting off, even if there were any ambushes in Building 12, there would be nothing to fear. In 1 second, a bullet storm could wipe everyone out. Master is so amazing. Yan Shu couldn't help but admire, her beautiful eyes even forming the shape of hearts. With this, even if they encountered enemies with guns in the future, facing Luo Chen's instantaneous bullets, the outcome for the other party was needless to say. Draw another map for me. Just in case, Luo Chen said before leaving, pulling out another map. In case he accidentally damaged the map on the way to Yunding Manor, he wouldn't be left in the dark, unable to find his way. Outside Building 12, Luo Chen stepped on the soft, accumulated snow, slowly making his way towards the 4th floor window. This time, he had chosen Building 12 as the location, partly to gather information about the situation in this building. After all, once he dealt with that group of guys led by Zhou Jin, the only remaining force would be Building 12. In this plan, he was determined to thoroughly deplete the combat strength of both sides. Ideally, they would both suffer heavy losses, or better yet, be completely wiped out. Brother Luo is here. Brother Luo. Outside the 4th floor window, several men responsible for guarding called out respectfully, clearly informed in advance by their boss that Luo Chen was coming. Brother Luo, Sister AI has already instructed us, you can go directly to find her when you arrive. One of the men bent slightly in a flattering manner. Luo Chen replied indifferently. I know. With that, he stepped into the corridor, walking towards the upper floors with an air of calmness. Hiss, is that the boss of Building 9? So imposing. I almost went weak in the knees when he glanced at me with those eyes. The key is, he actually dared to come alone. Doesn't he fear any ambush from us in Building 12? After his figure disappeared, the few younger brothers responsible for guarding couldn't help but whisper in astonishment. In my last life, I think I heard about AI Yalong's reputation in the community, Luo Chen recalled as he walked. Although she was a woman, she managed to hold her own power with a few loyal subordinates, establishing a force of her own, standing on equal footing with other bosses. The key was that before the apocalypse, she seemed to be just a secretary to a state-owned enterprise's president. At the very least, in the art of seducing men, she was several levels above that green tea girl, Su Ling. Oh dear, Mr. Luo, why didn't you notify me of your arrival? Doesn't that mean we've neglected you? AI Yalong, dressed in a thick coat, stood at the top of the stairs, smiling sweetly. Behind her were 7 or 8 loyal subordinates. As soon as she heard from the younger brothers that Luo Chen had arrived, she immediately brought her subordinates down to welcome him. "It's nothing," Luo Chen said lightly. His gaze lingered on the leader of Building 12 for a moment. She had smooth, long black hair that looked as if it had just been washed. Her delicate face was lightly made up, and her alluring eyes revealed a hint of seduction. The wide, thick coat concealed her figure completely, yet it still made one curious about what kind of body lay beneath it. Seductive, Luo Chen instantly assessed in his mind, although her looks were far from those of Yin Shu and the others, scoring at most an 80 out of 100. The seductive charm she exuded was the most enticing he had ever seen in a woman. He even felt an impulse to pin her down and listen to her voice. No wonder she could climb to the position of a secretary to a state-owned enterprise president. "Let's not stand here, it's cold in the corridor. Please follow me upstairs," Ai Yalong said with a smile, quickly walking over and affectionately pulling him up the stairs. A fragrant breeze wafted around his nose. "Damn it! No! Yalong belongs to me." Watching the two's intimate backs, Shi Guohui and Chang Yingwei couldn't help but clench their fists, their faces turning ashen. They hadn't expected that while they fought tooth and nail for the beauty's favor, almost willing to give their hearts to each other, Ai Yalong would only ever offer compliments and never engage in any intimate contact with them, not even allowing them to touch her hand. Yet, the more they couldn't have her, the more they felt like cats scratching at their hearts, working even harder to execute Ai Yalong's orders, fearing that someone might get a head start and win her affection, and then take the beauty home. But now, as Luo Chen has just arrived, Ai Yalong is already acting so intimately with him, the alluring figure they have been dreaming about, with a pair of tempting curves in front, occasionally brushes against each other's arms. How can this not make them jealous? The two exchanged glances, but due to Luo Chen's terrifying strength, they could only endure for the time being. In a certain room, the living room here has been transformed into a conference room, with several rectangular tables pieced together to form a large table. A circle of chairs has also been placed on both sides. On the table, there is even a row of bottled water arranged neatly. However, it is of no use, as the water inside the bottles has frozen into ice blocks due to the low temperature. "Thank you, Mr. Luo, for gracing us with your presence at our Building No. 12. I am truly honored," Ai Yalong said with a beaming smile, sitting opposite Luo Chen. Watching the two laughing and chatting, the two sycophants standing nearby felt quite uncomfortable. Their expressions turned sour. The other subordinates also sensed the subtle atmosphere. A group of people stared intently at the floor, indicating that they knew nothing. Luo Chen glanced at the two behind Ai Yalong, Shi Guohui and Chang Yingwei, whose faces were not looking good, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of sarcasm. Ai Yalong, in front of her two infatuated confidants, deliberately acted so warmly towards him, undoubtedly putting on a show for them. This made the two compete for her attention, balancing each other out. In the end, even if they blamed someone, they would vent their anger on him, the outsider, while still adoring and fawning over their leader. At the same time, it was a way to see his reaction through seduction, killing two birds with one stone. However, this is still a bit lacking for me. Luo Chen shook his head slightly. He subtly leaned back, distancing himself from Ai Yalong, who had her arms propped on the table, leaning forward with her upper body and exuding a fragrance. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Ai Yalong's eyes, along with some annoyance. What does Luo Chen mean? Is my charm not enough? I've tried my best to get close to him, yet not only does he not appreciate it, he even actively distances himself from me, she thought, feeling dissatisfied. Although she already knew that Luo Chen had several goddesses at home, who could compare to the allure of a wildflower? Don't men prefer to seek excitement outside? Especially when facing a leader from Building No. 12, wouldn't the sense of conquest be even stronger? Miss Ai, let's get down to business, Luo Chen said, arms crossed, with an indifferent expression. When it came to serious matters, Ai Yalong also straightened her expression, pursing her lips as she slowly said, "All right, Mr. Luo, I believe you are aware of what Zhou Jin from Building No. 11 has been up to lately." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Compared to the stability of Buildings No. 9 and 12, Building No. 11, led by Zhou Jin, indeed resembled a ticking time bomb, always looking to stir up trouble. The key was that Luo Chen did not want the other side to swallow Ai Yalong's faction as well. If that happened, the other side's strength would be completely bolstered. Ai Yalong sighed lightly and said, "To be honest, Zhou Jin has been causing trouble frequently these days, and I am somewhat exhausted from dealing with it, mentally drained. I believe Mr. Luo understands the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. If building No. 12 were to be swallowed by building No. 11, then all the surrounding units and manpower would fall into Zhou Jin's hands. At that time, even if the other side hesitated to act recklessly due to the firearms in Luo Chen's hands, as long as they found an opportunity, they would definitely come in for a vicious bite. So, Luo Chen said with a blank expression, even if it were just him, dealing with Zhou Jin, who had already dominated several buildings, wouldn't actually be difficult. However, since there were these people to act as cannon fodder, Luo Chen was more than happy to go along with it. Mutual destruction was exactly what he wanted to see. Mr. Luo, how about we form an alliance? Ai Yalong bit her red lip and said expectantly. At that moment, the younger brothers beside them were left in shock, their eyes nearly popping out. Alliance. The last two words were uttered. Everyone present let out a sigh of relief, especially Qi Guohui and Chang Yingwei. Their moods instantly shifted from hell to heaven. Ai Jia, don't speak like you're out of breath. You scared us. We thought you were going to marry Luo Chen. A group of younger brothers wiped their foreheads, unable to help but think to themselves. So terrifying. Form an alliance? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, you mean you want to join forces with me against Zhou Jin? But you all know the strength I've shown before. He could single-handedly take down Building 13. So this time, he could easily eliminate Zhou Jin in several of their buildings. After all, under the suppression of modern firepower, a sea of people tactic was just a joke. That's right. Luo Chen was starting to set conditions. There was no reason to form an alliance without some benefits. I wonder what Mr. Luo's conditions are? Our supplies are quite limited, and I hope you can show some kindness and help this little lady. Any request you have, please feel free to mention it. This little lady will do her best to satisfy. Ai Yalong bit her red lip and grabbed his hand, looking pitifully at him. Feeling the softness of her jade-like hand, Luo Chen couldn't help but have a strange expression, thinking to himself, this woman's motives aren't pure. Any request is almost implying I should think in that direction. Interesting. First, she appealed to reason and emotions. Now she was using beauty as a tactic? Luo Chen, don't think you can do whatever you want with Ai Jia just because you have a gun. Yeah, let go of the boss's hand. While he was pondering, Qi Guohui and Chang Yingwei, two big men, couldn't hold back anymore. Their goddess's jade hand was being held by another man. What? Luo Chen's brow twitched, feeling utterly confused. Ha ha, don't pretend. Chang Yingwei, the fitness coach, sneered. Although you look calm and collected, we all know you're actually more anxious than we are. Qi Guohui, who had always been at odds with him, also nodded at this moment, standing in the same trench as his rival. Sitting across from them, Ai Yalong also pursed her lips and remained silent. Clearly, they all thought the same way. Luo Chen looked at everyone's reactions, his face filled with confusion. What do you mean by that? He asked curiously. I'm anxious? What the hell? Ha ha, Luo Chen, you did take down Boss Ming last time, and we all acknowledge that. But after that, your ammunition is probably running low, right? Qi Guohui said with a beaming smile, confidently. Under everyone's gaze, he continued. And the 2 days you went out afterward were just to urgently look for bullets, right? You thought you were being discreet, but the residents in the community all know about it. It had to be like that. Otherwise, why would Luo Chen rush out the day after he returned from scavenging supplies and fought with Boss Ming? The answer was simple, he was out of bullets. Just based on this, you can confirm? Luo Chen opened his mouth wide. If he didn't know he had gone out to scavenge supplies to upgrade his spatial abilities, he might have almost believed it. Well, not exactly. Qi Guohui smiled mysteriously, enjoying the attention of everyone on him. What you truly exposed was your eagerness to come to the appointment, he confidently said. It's precisely because you didn't find the bullets on this trip that you rushed over as soon as you saw Sister Ai's invitation. Right now, you probably can't face Zhou Jin's strength alone and can only choose to cooperate with us. I wasn't wrong in my analysis, was I, Luo Chen? At this moment, not only Qi Guohui and Chang Yingwei, but even the little brothers beside them wore mocking smiles. This answer was something they had just discussed and were very sure of. Otherwise, with Luo Chen's personality, why would he take the initiative to come see them? Luo Chen couldn't help but look strange. Ah, right. With such analysis, your name must be Sherlock Holmes, right? Bang! Luo Chen slapped the table, startling everyone. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Luo Chen stood up from his seat and walked towards the door. Mr. Luo, where are you going? AI Yaring panicked and quickly stood up to ask. What else can I do? I'm going home, Luo Chen replied irritably. Since the other party said that, he saw no reason to stay any longer. Let's see in the end who was more anxious. The conversation had failed. Not only AI Yaring, but even Qi Guohui and Chang Yingwei, as well as the group of little brothers behind them, showed panic on their faces. Luo Chen, if we get taken out by Zhou Jin, then your situation won't be any better. Qi Guohui gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Luo Chen to be so decisive, ready to leave without hesitation. He couldn't help but feel a bit shaken. Was their earlier speculation really correct? So what? Luo Chen scoffed, saying, anyway, after you guys are taken out, I'll take them out too. It's the same thing. No difference. The final winner would only be him. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed immediately, because Luo Chen's tone was too confident, showing no signs of panic at all. Could it be that they had bet wrong? AI Yaring's pretty face darkened, and her seductive eyes shot a glare at Qi Guohui. You idiot, even if you're going to lay it all out, do it a bit softer. Now that you've angered Luo Chen, what will we do if he just walks away? Wait to die? Luo Chen, let me tell you another piece of news. Qi Guohui's face turned red as he said, that guy Zhou Jin seems to have explosives in his hands. Hearing this news, Luo Chen paused in his steps. You better not be lying to me, he said coldly. In fact, whether it was Zhou Jin or AI Yaring's side, Luo Chen had never taken them seriously. But if the other party had explosives, then the threat level was different. It had risen from 0 to 1. If a building were to be blown up, it could collapse. How could I dare to lie to you? Qi Guohui gritted his teeth. This news was something they had only learned yesterday. They had intended to use it as a trump card in this negotiation. However, due to Luo Chen's unexpected attitude, they had to bring it out early. In the 2 days since you left, a group of people came to find Zhou Jin. It seems they are from a certain department of their construction site. The blasting work on the site cannot be done without explosives, Qi Guohui said solemnly. After our people inquired from various sources, we learned that the other party actually has explosives. We don't know how much, but it's enough to blow up an entire building. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Jin had been very restless these past few days, even seemingly unafraid of Luo Chen's firearm threat, causing trouble in several nearby buildings. Oh, so what? Luo Chen said dismissively. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, he walked to the door, opened it, and was about to step outside. Luo Chen, think carefully. If you don't cooperate with us, then sooner or later, Building No. 9 will be blown up by Zhou Jin using explosives. The lower floors are not as sturdy as your house. Qi Guohui's expression was grim as he quickly spoke to his back. A group of younger brothers also wore anxious faces. Zhou Jin can't possibly use explosives to blow up Building 9 first, right? Luo Chen said leisurely. So, I just need to wait until you are dealt with. Then I can directly take them out. And there won't be any problem. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was left dumbfounded. Indeed, with Building 12 still standing, Zhou Jin would definitely not go after Luo Chen first. So Luo Chen could just sit back and watch the tigers fight. And when Zhou Jin took care of them, he could directly reap the benefits. Qi Guohui couldn't help but break out in a sweat. It seemed that this negotiation had been completely messed up by him. Looking at AI Yalong's predatory gaze, he was filled with regret. It was all his fault for trying to show off in front of the beauty, which had displeased Luo Chen. The consequence of this was that the lives of everyone in Building 12 were at stake. Get out of here! AI Yalong glared, her voice cold. Under her intimidation, Qi Guohui, Chang Yingwei, and the group of younger brothers all left the living room in a dejected manner, obediently closing the door behind them, leaving AI Yalong and Luo Chen alone in the room. Is this to let your little brothers test the waters before you prepare to take the field yourself? Luo Chen said with a smile. He saw through the intricacies of the situation at a glance. If AI Yalong was really angry, she would have been furious when Qi Guohui took the initiative to confront her. Why wait until he was determined to leave before pretending to be angry and driving everyone else out? If Chi Guohui hadn't been instructed by AI Yalong, Luo Chen wouldn't believe it. "Oh, Mr. Luo, what are you saying? My heart is very sincere," AI Yalong said with a charming laugh, her delicate hands wrapped around his arm, her ample bosom pressing against him without reservation. She gently pushed him back into the chair. "If you don't believe it, why not come and feel for yourself?" In Luo Chen's surprised gaze, AI Yalong actually bit her cherry lips, took off the thick coat she was wearing, and tossed it onto a nearby chair. Instantly, she revealed a professional outfit of a black silk secretary underneath. Her white shirt was pushed up by her ample chest, and below her slender waist was a form-fitting short skirt. A pair of long, slender legs clad in black silk fully showcased their curvaceous lines. AI Yalong's cherry lips were tightly bitten, her alluring face full of emotions. She sat right in his lap. "Sly fox." 3 words popped into Luo Chen's mind. It was evident that AI Yalong had anticipated the current situation. When Chi Guohui messed up the negotiation, she immediately stepped in and began to use her beauty to charm him. AI Yalong let out a soft hum. A blush appeared on her enchanting face. She didn't expect Luo Chen to be so unhesitant, directly starting to measure her conscience. And it wasn't even through clothing. "This is a necessary sacrifice," AI Yalong thought to herself, gritting her teeth. To maintain her power, Luo Chen was an ally she must win over. For this, even if it required some cost, it was necessary. "Mr. Luo, please help this little woman, okay?" AI Yalong said with a breathy tone. "As long as you are willing to form an alliance with me, this little woman's body is yours to enjoy. Let me tell you a secret. I'm still a virgin." To this, Luo Chen raised the corners of his mouth. "Oh, really? What about your 2 trusted aides? Playing poker with him, did she not fear hurting the other party? He, those 2 are just lapdogs. They only deserve to listen to me moan from outside. I refuse." In AI Yalong's astonished expression, Luo Chen actually pushed her away. "Don't think that just because you use a mere beauty trick, you can tie me to the same boat as you," Luo Chen said disdainfully. Aside from resources, what he lacked the least was women. The 5 goddesses in the safe house ranged from married women to celebrities. And even the icy campus beauty, there was no type missing. "You should save your flirtation for Zhou Jin," Luo Chen said with a smirk. The other party was a contractor, and he probably had no resistance to a woman like AI Yalong, who was both elegant and seductive. Once she fell into his hands, the outcome was predictable. "Can you bear to let a little woman like me be ruined by that big-bellied guy Zhou Jin?" AI Yalong said with a hint of sorrow. She sat on the table, her clothes half unbuttoned, her delicate red lips lightly bitten by her pearly teeth, and her long, shapely legs in black stockings swayed beneath her short skirt, her toes playfully lifting a red-soled high heel. "Not my concern," Luo Chen replied coldly. Even if she were to be taken by everyone in Building 11, he wouldn't care in the slightest. "Don't be so cold. As long as Mr. Luo nods, I can," AI Yalong said charmingly. Who would have thought that Luo Chen, who had initially looked disdainful, would suddenly change his expression after hearing this? "What? You think you can just use your mouth to make me help you deal with Building 11? Luo Chen's eyes widened. Did she think he would be like the other 2 sycophants? Easily manipulated? What else is there? AI Yalong was also taken aback. Despite the flirtation earlier, she had no intention of losing herself. She only planned to insert herself into the situation. At worst, she would just let the other party measure her conscience a bit. What one cannot have is always stirring. AI Yalong understood this principle well. I've changed my mind," Luo Chen said with a cold laugh. He suddenly remembered that he had a refuge worth $3 billion waiting for him at Yunding Manor, and he didn't have much time to waste here. "Oh, is Mr. Luo planning to ally with me?" AI Yalong's charming face revealed a hint of joy. "Ally? No, it's a union." An hour later, Luo Chen exhaled in satisfaction as he opened the security door and walked out. After all, the other party intended to use him as a tool, so he felt no burden at all. It was just a transaction. Behind him, AI Yalong sat up from the table with a look of sorrow. Miscalculated. The cost of this transaction was greater than she had anticipated. However, for AI Yalong, this female secretary, it was inconsequential. Sooner or later, she would be used as a bargaining chip. It was just a matter of giving it to Luo Chen or someone else. A command was issued. Soon, all the little brothers from Building 12 charged out with machetes and axes, surrounding Building 11 with great momentum. Many were also transporting gasoline and firewood as fuel. Of course, it was provided by Luo Chen. In a certain room. Damn! A bunch of trash. Zhou Jing disdainfully pushed away several women around him. There were many women in Building 13, but their looks were so poor that he had no desire at all. At that moment, Zhou Jing couldn't help but think of that seductive fox. Ai, you're wrong. If that bitch were in my bed. Before he could fantasize further, a little brother rushed in, terrified, shouting, "Boss, it's bad, it's bad. There are a lot of people outside surrounding us." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing sneered. Oh, is it that group of useless people from Building 12 who can't help but make a move? The combat power of his Building 11 was far stronger than that of Building 12. So upon hearing this, Zhou Jing showed no signs of panic. Instead, he appeared quite relaxed. It was just as well. It saved him the trouble of taking the initiative to go over. Boss, Luo Chen is also outside, the little brother said, trembling. What? Who did you say is outside? Upon hearing that name, Zhou Jin's expression changed dramatically. He could ignore Building 12, but Luo Chen could not. The last time he witnessed the death of Big Ming and his group, it still sent chills down his spine when he recalled it. Moreover, they were not yet prepared for the actions against Building 9. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly, gather everyone immediately. Zhou Jing roared. The group of underlings immediately became flustered, hurriedly preparing to face the enemy. Unlike the chaos in Building 11, outside, the underlings of Building 12 were methodically transporting gasoline, firewood, and even rubber and plastic products. Yaring, are you okay? You look really pale. Ji Guohui and Chang Yingwei surrounded Ai Yaring, who was wrapped in a thick coat, constantly asking about her well-being. They noticed that ever since Luo Chen came out of the room, Ai Yaring's steps had been a bit strange, and her face occasionally flashed with pain. I'm fine. I just feel a bit unwell, Ai Yaring said with difficulty. At this critical moment of attacking Building 11, she had no time to dwell on other matters and urged her subordinates to move faster. Unfortunately, halfway through the transport, Zhou Jing led a group of armed underlings down. Upon seeing this scene, the other side immediately understood the intentions of the people from Building 12. They wanted to use fire attacks. How vicious. Damn. All this gasoline must have been provided by Luo Chen. If they set it on fire, we'll all be roasted. Brothers, kill them. Zhou Jing gritted his teeth and shouted. A group of underlings immediately raised their machetes and charged at the people from Building 12 who were continuously moving fuel into the corridor. Stop them. Buy time for the rear personnel. Ai Yaring shouted. At this moment of life and death, a group of combatants from Building 12 also gritted their teeth and roared as they rushed into the corridor, colliding with the opposing forces. As long as they waited for the fuel to be in place, the other side would be like fish in a barrel. Instantly, a fierce gunfight erupted between the two sides. This was an extremely brutal war, with people dying every moment. One underling had just slashed his opponent's neck with a machete, and before he could feel happy, he was struck on the back of the head with an iron rod and fell to the side. Then he was hacked to death by others. However, since most of Zhou Jing's underlings were strong and burly men, the casualties on both sides quickly widened. For every one person that died on the opposing side, at least two would die on this side. The underlings of Building 12 were being beaten back, and it looked like they were about to collapse. Luo Chen, what are you waiting for? If this goes on, my people will all be dead. Ai Yaring gritted her teeth and shouted. The total number of people in Building 12 was less than 90, and over 40 had already died, while Luo Chen had shown no intention of intervening from beginning to end. What's the rush? My bullets are precious and must be used wisely, Luo Chen said nonchalantly. Soon, the casualties of Building 12 exceeded half, and they were forced to retreat. Just as they were about to fall back to the pile of gasoline and firewood, Luo Chen finally spoke. Let your people retreat. I'll handle the rest. The anxious Ai Yaring quickly ordered. Everyone, retreat immediately. Seeing the other side running away, Zhou Jing and his group were also excitedly roaring. Damn it, these useless people from Building 12 finally can't hold on anymore. Chase them down. Kill this bunch of bastards. Charge. Don't let a single one escape. Just as everyone was shouting and rushing forward, they suddenly found Luo Chen blocking the way. Instantly, everyone froze, holding their machetes, not daring to move recklessly. At this moment, the scene was somewhat eerie. a large group of underlings armed with sharp weapons was completely subdued by Luo Chen alone, not daring to even breathe. Luo Chen, I've always kept my distance from you. Are you sure you want to get involved? Zhou Jing shouted from behind his men. What if I do get involved? Luo Chen crossed his arms and said with a cold smile, his tone showing no regard for the group at all. Zhou Jing's face trembled with anger. Don't think you're impressive just because you have a gun. Let me tell you, I have explosives in my hands right now. Wise up and get lost. Otherwise, I'll have someone blow up Building 9 and bury you alive. He sneered, tearing off the facade. Hearing this, the group of underlings felt emboldened, even straightening their backs. They looked at Luo Chen with a hint of disdain. So what if he had a gun? Angering Brother Zhou could lead to their safe house being blown up. Could he bear the consequences of opposing us for a bunch of unrelated people? The underlings seemed convinced that Luo Chen wouldn't dare to act. After all, the safe house was their foundation. Ha! Let's give it a try, Luo Chen said with a cold laugh. With a wave of his hand, he pulled back the thick coat he wore over his extreme cold weather gear, revealing a dark, cold submachine gun. In the terrified expressions of Zhou Jing and his group, the gun fired. In an instant, more than 20 people were shot to pieces, falling one after another. Run! Quick! Run! They're shooting! They're shooting! The remaining people, scared out of their wits, turned and fled, terrified that if they ran too slowly, they would end up like the corpses on the ground, becoming victims of the gunfire. They never expected that Luo Chen wouldn't be afraid of the threat of explosives. Wow! That's incredible! Is this the power of firearms? The people from Building 12 couldn't help but exclaim in shock. They had just fought desperately to kill 2 or 3 dozen of the enemy, while their own side had lost double that number. Yet Luo Chen, with just one encounter, had killed dozens of the enemy. In the face of firearms, cold weapons were nothing but a joke. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel relieved that Luo Chen was not their enemy. Sister AI's attempts to win over the other side were not too correct. Zila Luo Chen pulled out a box of matches, lit one, and tossed it onto the gasoline-soaked wood. In an instant, a flame shot up quickly, igniting the nearby fabric as well, which burned rapidly. Following that, the stacked rubber and plastic products caught fire. A large amount of thick black smoke billowed upwards at a speed of 3 to 4 meters per second, soon filling the entire building. Cough cough, damn, this smoke is so thick. I can't even open my eyes from the smoke. Quick, wet a cloth with water to cover your nose. Where's the water? It's all frozen into ice blocks. Cough cough, this smoke is toxic. Pee on it. Use urine to wet the cloth to filter the smoke. Who can even pee that much? The apartment building was in chaos. The underlings dropped their machetes, their eyes stinging from the smoke, stumbling around the corridor like headless flies. After all, during a fire, 80% of people die from smoke inhalation, because the smoke released during the fire contains toxic substances. Inhaling it can lead to poisoning, shock, and a series of severe reactions, not to mention the thick black smoke released by the burning rubber and plastic. The chemicals produced are even more deadly. The fire gradually spread upward, and black toxic smoke surged in through the cracks of the door. With every window in the apartment building tightly shut, the entire structure became an airtight container. Bang! Many people could not bear it and jumped down from high above. Although the snow provided some cushioning, they still suffered fractures or ruptured organs, spitting out large pools of blood. Those lucky enough to survive would still have their throats slit by their younger brothers. Boom! A loud explosion occurred on the 20th floor, and a large number of glass shards fell like sharp knives from the sky. Among them were many heavy concrete blocks. My God! It exploded! Run! So many glass shards. It's like shrapnel from a grenade. Staying here is a dead end. The younger brothers from Building 12 shouted in panic. Right next to them was the entrance to the underground parking lot, and everyone rushed in, terrified of being crushed by falling debris. Hey! Why hasn't Luo Chen run yet? He's still standing there. Doesn't he care about his life? The younger brothers exclaimed in shock. At that moment, AI Yalong also looked on in astonishment, realizing that Luo Chen was completely unconcerned about the large shards of glass and concrete blocks falling from above. He remained calmly standing in place, even smiling slightly as he looked up at the explosion in the high-rise. This scene left AI Yalong with her mouth agape. Was he not afraid of death? Boom! Crack! A large number of glass shards fell like rain, piercing into the snow. If someone were hit, they would instantly become a bloody mess, their body riddled with wounds. Luo Chen stood quietly in place, as if sensing someone's gaze. His cheek remained still, but his right eye suddenly turned to meet AI Yalong's gaze. Boom! Heavy concrete blocks grazed past Luo Chen and crashed into the snow. At that moment, AI Yalong felt her heart stop beating. So manly, she gazed at Luo Chen, his chiseled profile making her feel electrified all over. Her legs involuntarily tightened. I'm going. AI Yalong's eyes were dazed, her body softening. AI Jia, are you feeling unwell? Your breathing is so heavy. The younger brothers around her asked in panic. AI Yalong's reaction made it seem like she had a fever. Having a high fever in such extreme cold was a very dangerous thing. I'm fine. AI Yalong waved her hand, brushing it off casually. No one could have imagined that in front of so many younger brothers. She couldn't help but be overwhelmed. The fire began to diminish. There was no movement at all inside Building 11. It was likely that Zhou Jin and his group had all perished in the thick smoke. Everyone looked up and saw that the 20th floor had been blown out, creating a large gap. The glass on the surrounding floors was completely shattered. It was estimated that at least more than half of the floors would be uninhabitable in the future. But it wasn't a big problem. After all, their goal had already been achieved. Once the fire was completely extinguished and the smoke cleared, they could send people in to scavenge for supplies. Soon, the smoke had mostly cleared. Under AI Yalong's orders, the younger brothers all rushed into Building 11 to search for any survivors and scavenge usable supplies. After confirming there were no survivors, they began to take over the adjacent buildings 10 and 13, swallowing up all the territory that Zhou Jin had previously claimed. AI Jia, the territory has all been taken over. However, in the two surrounding buildings, many elderly people and children were found, along with several injured individuals left behind by Zhou Jin. Shi Guohui reported. The situation had been investigated, and how to handle it would depend on AI Yalong's decision. Since we have taken over these apartment buildings, they are now our own people. Everything will be arranged properly. AI Yalong said with a smile. Sister AI, you are so righteous. The crowd couldn't help but admire her. She was their leader. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a particularly kind heart. Even when faced with a group of elderly and children, who could be seen as burdens, she took them in without hesitation, providing them with food and drink. If she treated others so well, wouldn't she treat her own people even better? At that moment, the determination in everyone's hearts to follow AI Yalong grew even stronger. In a corner, Sister AI, do you have any orders? Su Jianpei's dark face flashed with a hint of unnoticeable admiration. In front of him, AI Yalong said coldly, later, take some people and get rid of all those useless burdens. Be quick, especially with those injured. She didn't want to waste precious resources on a group of useless people. As for who the burdens were, besides the injured, it was obviously the elderly and children. Su Jianpei did not hesitate to obey AI Yalong's orders. Okay, Sister AI, I'll take people to handle it right away. No one knew. In fact, AI Yalong had a third sycophant, the retired Su Jianpei, who specifically handled some unsavory matters for her. Having been a secretary beside the big leaders for a long time, AI Yalong had long seen the dirt and darkness of this world, so she had mastered the art of maintaining a facade while operating behind the scenes. Mr. Luo, thank you for your assistance. AI Yalong approached with an uncomfortable gait. Although Building 11 had been uprooted and she no longer had to worry about being attacked, she couldn't afford to neglect the great contributor to this incident. Hearing this, Luo Chen paused, turned, and stared at her, saying, Zhou Jin is dead, so you will be the sole authority in the community from now on. I don't care how you stir things up, but don't set your sights on Building 9. In response to this warning, AI Yalong laughed lightly. I assure you, I will definitely not set my sights on Building 9. She glanced around, seeing that her subordinates were not paying attention, and leaned in closer, whispering, after all, those people are all yours now, so you don't have to worry about me turning against you. Her warm breath brushed against Luo Chen's ear. He said nothing. As if he hadn't heard her words, he turned and walked toward Building 9. Such sly words were only to be taken lightly, they couldn't be taken seriously. 9 out of 10 statements were likely false. What a heartless man. AI Yalong sighed as she watched his back. Recalling the earlier scene, she couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable sensation rising in her heart. I seem to have a bit of master Welcome back, Baiya greeted with a bright smile and a bow. Luo Chen nodded, taking off his cold-resistant suit, which she immediately took and hung on the rack. She fulfilled her duties as a maid perfectly. Master, we heard a loud explosion at home just now. Was there something going on? Yan Shu asked, pursing her cherry lips. For some reason, she felt that it didn't seem like an ordinary explosion. Those guys in Building 11 somehow got their hands on some explosives. But it's fine now, they blew themselves up. Luo Chen explained with a smile. Explosives? Yan Shu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, saying, it's good that the master discovered it early, otherwise, if they had deployed explosives on the lower floors and detonated them, we would be in danger. The solidity of the safe house was well understood by the women. However, the load-bearing walls of the apartment building couldn't withstand explosives. Don't worry, in a few days we will be moving, Luo Chen said while sitting on the sofa. By then, whether this apartment building was blown up or not, it would have nothing to do with them. After all, that luxurious shelter was not afraid of the threat of explosives. Baiya, with her small feet in slippers, quickly walked to the side of the sofa and plopped down next to Luo Chen. I'm so looking forward to it, she said with a beaming smile, wrapping her arms around one of his. But master, what are you planning to do with the current safe house? Are you going to leave it here? And Yu Yan sat on the other side, pushing up the frame of her glasses with her delicate fingers, revealing a hint of curiosity on her exquisite face. I can't put the safe house into the space for now, so I can only leave it here temporarily, Luo Chen said without hesitation, pulling Baiya and Yu Yan into his embrace, enjoying the pleasant feeling of holding them both. I feel a bit reluctant, Baiya said, obediently leaning against his chest with a soft sigh. This safe house held all their memories. Every corner was filled with countless recollections, making it a warm home for them. Let's rest tonight and set off for Yunding Manor tomorrow, Luo Chen thought to himself. The matter of Building 11 took up the entire morning. By noon, Master, can you help me cook later? I'm a bit too busy to handle it alone, Li Ro said shyly in a low voice. She was still dressed in her office attire, her tall and curvy figure accentuated by a pair of voluptuous legs. Her little head was lowered, almost buried in her ample bosom. Too busy? That didn't seem right. How could she have been so adept at cooking before? She even got annoyed and pushed Baiya, who was being a hindrance, out of the kitchen. Sure, Luo Chen said, pinching her cheek. Although he was puzzled, since she was his woman, he had to fulfill this small request of hers. Moreover, he hadn't spent much time with Li Ro, this voluptuous wife. Lately, he felt he had neglected her a bit. With so many women, it's easy to not balance things out. Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed he needed to pay more attention in the future. It would be best to rotate daily, one person per day, to evenly distribute the workload. By the weekend, there would be plenty of options. In the kitchen, as soon as Luo Chen walked in, he found Li Ro with her little head down, seriously preparing the ingredients on the cutting board. A strand of hair fell down, covering half of her fair and delicate face. This is... Luo Chen's gaze shifted, and he was suddenly surprised to find that she had changed her outfit. At that moment, Li Ro was actually wearing a fruit-shaped apron. Under her jade-like shoulders, the apron was pushed up by her chest, creating an extremely exaggerated curve. Her back revealed a large expanse of fair skin, and the voluptuous legs below her slender waist showcased an incredibly alluring silhouette. Besides that, she was completely bare underneath. Li Ro pretended not to know, acting as if she was fully focused on handling the ingredients, not shying away from the fact that her figure was in full view. Master, you're here? It wasn't until Luo Chen approached that Li Ro feigned surprise. I really like today's outfit, Luo Chen said, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and speaking near her delicate earlobe. I'm glad you like it, Master. I was worried you might complain that dressing like this would affect my cooking efficiency, Li Ro said with a joyful expression. It doesn't affect it at all. Luo Chen curled the corner of his mouth and said, but before cooking, there's one more thing that needs to be done. At once, Li Ro understood, her pretty face turning crimson. She had been looking forward to this for a long time. Today's lunch was much later than usual. It's time to eat. Although Li Ro had changed back into her outfit, the few girls sitting in the chairs still looked at her with mischievous smiles. Instantly, this married woman blushed deeply, pouting. Why are you all looking at me while eating? Ro Jia. Do you still need to eat? Didn't the master feed you enough just now? Baya propped her chin on her hands, grinning. Although Li Ro hadn't made much noise in the kitchen earlier, the soft sounds were still heard by the girls in the living room. How could they not know what had happened? Eat, Lo Chen said irritably, tapping her head with his chopsticks. Baya immediately let out a soft cry of pain, quickly lowering her head, not daring to tease Li Ro anymore, because tomorrow, Lo Chen would be leaving with the school beauty Yang to the Yunding Manor to investigate news about the shelter. Therefore, today's meal was very lavish, featuring many top-quality ingredients. Coupled with Li Ro's culinary skills, it was a feast for the senses. The girls were enjoying their meal immensely, completely unaware that beneath the dining table, a pair of legs wrapped in black silk had quietly rested on Lo Chen's leg, and were even inching upward. Hiss! Lo Chen gasped. He couldn't help but look up, only to see the girls' expressions unchanged, completely unaware of whose long legs were causing trouble. Ah! And Yu Yen shivered, unable to help but exclaim, "Sister An, are you okay?" Baya looked at her curiously, noticing that Yu Yen had her head lowered, her delicate face blushing as if it would bleed. "I'm fine, don't mind me," and Yu Yen bit her lip. "Oh, so it's this little girl." Lo Chen chuckled at her shy demeanor. It seemed he had neglected quite a few people lately. They were all unable to hold back. Fortunately, today was the last afternoon and the last night together. He had to spread the love evenly. Everyone needed to be taken care of. In the living room, a palace drama was playing on the big screen, which Lo Chen couldn't make sense of anyway. Crunch, crunch, and Yu Yen lazily leaned against the sofa, her fair fingers pinching potato chips from the bag, her beautiful eyes unblinkingly sending them to her mouth. Beneath her hot pants, a pair of snowy long legs intertwined. "Yu Yen, you were quite naughty just now." Lo Chen sat down without hesitation, snatching the potato chips from her hand and tasting them. Hearing this, Yu Yen elegantly pushed up her glasses, puzzled. "Master, what are you talking about? I was just focused on eating at the table." "Oh, really?" Lo Chen chewed on the chips, glancing at her legs. "Then why did you run off halfway through your meal to take off your black stockings?" As soon as he said this, Yu Yan's face turned red, and she turned her little head away, stubbornly saying, "It's nothing, I just felt a bit hot and didn't want to wear them anymore." He, "Woman, your mouth is quite stubborn," Lo Chen said gently. "Yu Yan, I really liked that Christmas outfit of yours last time. I've been thinking about it ever since." And Yu Yan's lips curled up slightly as she asked, "Really?" "Of course, when have I ever lied to you?" Lo Chen replied, crunching on the potato chips. To be honest, these snacks tasted pretty good. No wonder Yu Yan loved eating them so much. She could easily finish several bags while watching dramas. "Tonight, let's have a limited time return to the factory." Lo Chen's lips curled into a smile. "Good, very good." And Yu Yan bit her lip, her tone involuntarily revealing a hint of joy. After all, among all the girls, she had the least intimate moments with Lo Chen. In fact, there had only been one. Even Yang, the later campus beauty, had far surpassed her. So, just now at the dinner table, Yu Yan, the beautiful doctor, had made a bold move she had never even considered before, but it seemed the effect was quite good. At this moment, Yu Yan was curled up in his arms watching a show, while Lo Chen was checking the items needed for tomorrow. He also had the butler recompile a program, copying it entirely onto a thin ID card. This way, transferring ownership of the shelter won't be a problem. Speaking of this, Yu Yan, who was enjoying the drama, was drawn to the conversation. "Master, when you successfully enter that shelter, when will you come back to pick us up?" And Yu Yan raised her little head, asking curiously. "Soon," Lo Chen replied with a smile. Although he said so, it would actually take quite some time. It might even take until the next day to return to the safe house and pick up the girls. After all, he needed to thoroughly understand the situation inside the shelter. He had to investigate any existing problems and hidden dangers, ensuring 100% safety. Then, "Master, when you come back to pick us up, can I be among the first to be taken away?" And Yu Yan leaned against him, smiling sweetly. Taking advantage of the absence of the other girls, she couldn't help but entertain some thoughts. If she could be among the first to be picked up, wouldn't she be able to choose her room first in the shelter? In that case, Yu Yan would definitely choose a room closest to Lo Chen. "Well, that depends on your performance tonight," Lo Chen said with a smirk. "Don't worry, Master, I won't let you down. And Yu Yan licked her cherry lips, a charming expression appearing on her exquisite face. After saying that, she gently took off her glasses, revealing her long, beautiful eyes. Master, let's warm up a bit in advance. After warming up with the beautiful doctor, Lo Chen went to the bathroom to clean up. Who is it? A curious voice came from behind the frosted glass, mixed with the sound of running water. Creak, the bathroom glass door was pulled open, revealing Yen Shu, who was covering her chest with her hands, her eyebrows raised in anger. Master? Yen Shu's pretty face was filled with surprise, not expecting it to be Lo Chen. She thought it was Baiya. What a coincidence. Lo Chen looked at the wet Yen Shu, unable to help but smile. How about we wash together? Thus, the frosted glass door was closed again. The afternoon quickly passed. As the sky gradually darkened, the girls finished their meal, played around for a while, and then returned to their rooms. Creak, the master bedroom door opened. A long leg wrapped in black stockings quietly stepped inside. Why do you look like a thief? Lo Chen said to Yu Yan, who was peeking her head out the door, looking guilty before finally closing the master bedroom door. She was even barefoot, not wearing any shoes, holding her high heels in her hand. Humph, what can I do? This outfit is so embarrassing. If they find out, how will I face them tomorrow? And Yu Yan, dressed in a red Christmas outfit, said with a shy face. Once inside, she finally put down her high heels, lifted her little black stockinged foot, preparing to put them on herself. Wait! Lo Chen waved his hand, quickly stopping her actions. What's wrong, master? And Yu Yan asked, confused. This kind of thing, just leave it to me. Luo Chen squatted in front of the other person, holding one of her long black silk legs, and said with a smile, for some reason, looking at the enticing black silk foot in his hand, his throat involuntarily rolled. Then, and Yu Yan's pretty face suddenly flushed. Master, no, that's not okay. That night, it felt exceptionally long. The next day, the girls sat around the dining table, enjoying the breakfast that Li Ro had prepared early in the morning. Doctorin, there's fresh hot milk here. Would you like some? Li Ro asked, bending down with a glass jug. Instantly, and Yu Yan saw nothing. What blocked my eyes? Oh, it's Nizi. No, I want to drink some soda. She couldn't help but shake her head repeatedly. This remark immediately made the other girls sitting nearby exclaim oh in unison. Then they looked at each other with playful glances. This morning, they had seen her come out of the master bedroom. Hey, what are you all OING about? Baiya asked curiously. What? I feel like I've missed something. The conversation seems to be on a different wavelength. I'm full, Yang Mengyu said softly, picking up her plate and heading towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Li Ro also stood up and took the plate from her hand, saying, Mengyu, let me handle this. You should hurry and find the master, you're about to leave. Okay, thank you, Ro Jia. Yang Mengyu pouted her cherry lips and nodded in thanks. In the living room, Luo Chen had already put on his extreme cold-resistant suit and was checking the butler's ID card to see if the magazines for some firearms had been replaced. Finished eating? Then let's get ready to set off. He looked at Yang Mengyu, who was wearing cotton shorts that revealed her snow-white thighs. Yunding Manor. It was several dozen kilometers away from here. Even if the snowmobile went at full speed, it probably wouldn't reach there in less than half a morning. So, there was no time to waste. Yang Mengyu obediently nodded and began to put on her cold-resistant suit. The fitted curves made Luo Chen's gaze wander over her figure several times, causing the beautiful school flower to blush slightly. TSK, those legs are really long. A slender waist. No wonder she was hailed as the #1 school flower. If it weren't for the time constraint, Luo Chen couldn't help but want to pull her back into the room for some warm-up exercises before departure. Master, Yang Mengyu pouted playfully, even though the school flower was already used to being the center of attention wherever she went. She still felt shy under Luo Chen's fiery gaze. It felt like her legs were being gently caressed. Ahem, I was just checking if your cold-resistant suit is worn properly. Luo Chen coughed. In response, of course, was Yang Mengyu's disbelieving expression. Master, are you all set to leave? Be sure to be careful, we will wait for you at home. Woo, I don't want to part with the master. The other girls also came to see them off. Luo Chen unlocked the triple lock of the security door and walked into the cold corridor with Yang Mengyu, turning back with a smile, saying, got it, just wait for me to come back and pick you up. Make sure to behave at home. Bang! As the girls looked on reluctantly, the security door was closed. Luo Chen and Yang Mengyu didn't linger but quickly made their way outside, finding a secluded corner to take out the snowmobile. Virum, the snowmobile sped off with the two of them, heading towards Yunding Manor. Wow! Look! Luo Chen is out scavenging for supplies again. This wolf has finally gone out. I'm really afraid he'll set our building on fire today. Don't scare me. We haven't provoked him at all. Many residents living on the upper floors also spotted the snowmobile disappearing into the distance from behind their windows. The crowd couldn't help but discuss excitedly. After all, yesterday Luo Chen had done something big. Zhou Jin, the boss of Building 11, had left quite a psychological shadow on the surrounding residents lately. He was constantly expanding his influence, making everyone live in fear, thinking that one day their own building might also fall. But suddenly, he was taken down by Luo Chen in collaboration with Building 12. Fire attack. Not a single person from that entire building survived. This made the residents of other units feel even more awe towards Luo Chen. Sister AI, Luo Chen has gone out again, a female confidant exclaimed, surprised as she leaned against the window. Behind her, AI Yarong, dressed in a thick coat, sat on the sofa staring blankly at her phone screen, which displayed a friend request interface. Who? Luo Chen? AI Yarong asked, a bit slow to catch on. Yes, Sister AI, the female subordinate said enviously. Luo Chen is so free, this thick snow doesn't affect him at all. He can even take a woman out with him. AI Yarong quickly walked to the window, silently watching the snowmobile's retreating figure. Sister AI, are you okay? For some reason, the female subordinate suddenly felt that her boss seemed a bit unhappy. I'm fine. AI Yarong pursed her lips and replied lightly. She withdrew her gaze from the window, as if nothing had happened, and sat back down on the sofa. She clicked on the screen and pressed cancel. AI Yarong couldn't help but feel a bit strange about this behavior. Am I jealous? Several hours passed. A vast expanse of white. Virun, the snowmobile sped through the pristine snow with two people aboard. Yang School Beauty, where are we right now? Luo Chen turned his head to ask. It had been almost 5 hours since they left, but he and Yang School Beauty had yet to reach their destination. The snow outside was at least 10 meters deep, burying all buildings, shops, and everything else. As far as the eye could see, it was all white. Even the sky was gray. Just figuring out the direction took quite a bit of time. Master, we are only a few kilometers away from Yunding Manor. Yang Mengyu carefully identified their location using a map. She relied on a few taller, iconic buildings around to confirm their approximate position. As for a more precise location, there was no way to know. After all, there was no map software available. Didn't I say you could call me husband in private? Luo Chen asked with a smile, although he had mentioned it to Yang Mengyu before. For some reason, even when they were out alone, she still sweetly called him master. It's the same, Yang Mengyu said. Her pretty face flushed. She couldn't exactly say that when she called him master. It gave her an indescribable feeling of being conquered. This made her, a young lady from a wealthy family, feel a bit unable to stop. Virun, the snowmobile maintained its speed. An hour later, after a long journey, the two finally arrived at the entrance of Yunding Manor. Is that it up ahead? Luo Chen chuckled lightly. Looking out, the overall terrain of Yunding Manor resembled rolling hills, with the villas scattered like chess pieces, making one feel as if they were in a grand landscape painting. This kind of terrain has its advantages. That is to say, it can somewhat reduce the risk of being flooded by heavy rain and backflow. Moreover, due to the open and flat terrain here, the surrounding winds often sweep across this land, making it difficult for snow to settle even in the extreme cold of the apocalypse. Yes, master, Yang Mengyu nodded. A few years ago, she was invited by her brother to visit this area, so she was somewhat familiar with the surroundings. In fact, there is a dedicated route leading to the Cloud Peak Manor. However, under the thick snow, all the roads are buried, so it can be said that there are no roads anywhere. Yet everywhere is a road. Buzz, the snowmobile sped straight towards the villa area, completely ignoring the thick snow. The shelter is right ahead. A hint of excitement inevitably surfaced in Luo Chen's heart. That was a doomsday shelter worth $3 billion. Its sturdiness and luxurious comfort were incomparable to his own several hundred square meter safe house in the community. It could easily accommodate dozens of people. The key was that the method to open the shelter was also very simple, almost effortless. All he had to do was drop Yang the campus beauty, at the door, and the shelter's entrance would easily open. Manor 130, 125, 120. Wait, the snowmobile suddenly braked. Isn't no 120 of Cloud Peak Manor by his home? Luo Chen exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the 3-story luxurious villa in front of him, he couldn't help but marvel. It truly was the most expensive villa area in Qingshui City. This big villa looked impressive. Since the snow was only a few meters deep, most of the villa's area was exposed. Master, should we go in and take a look? Yang Mingyu asked with a smile, wrapping her arms around his waist. This was the home of the national goddess Baiya. How many men's dreams? Moreover, before they set off, Baiya had informed Luo Chen of the password to her home's code lock and the security questions she had set up. As long as he wanted, he could open the door and enter right now. Forget it, getting to the shelter is more important. Luo Chen shook his head. Although he was quite curious to see his little maid's home, there were more important matters to attend to. Once he had control of that shelter, it wouldn't be too late to sit in later. Hey, suddenly, a middle-aged man with a big belly ran out from a villa ahead. He stood in place and shouted loudly. However, Luo Chen merely glanced at him and was not inclined to respond. Just as he was about to start the snowmobile, the man directly blocked his way. Get out of the way, Luo Chen said coldly. He had no interest in engaging with this guy who had suddenly appeared. Regardless of his intentions, please wait, I have something to ask, the middle-aged man said with a fawning smile. May I ask if you are officials or personnel sent from above to investigate the situation at Cloud Peak Manor? He asked with a grin, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen impatiently replied, No, I advise you not to harbor any unrealistic fantasies. Not an official? Upon hearing this, Jin Song's smile suddenly froze on his face. What followed was a surge of anger in his heart. Damn it, do you know who I am? You dare to act so arrogantly without being an official? Do you want to make it in Qingshui City? Jin Song cursed angrily. I thought someone from above finally came to save us, but it turns out to be some nobody who popped up out of nowhere. He looked Luo Chen up and down, noticing the polar anti-cold suit he was wearing. It didn't seem to be from any big brand, although it looked quite exquisite. He had never seen it before. Probably made by some small workshop. This made Jin Song feel even more confident. He cursed without any restraint. But what he didn't know was that this set would at least start at 6 figures. Oh, who are you? Luo Chen sneered. If it weren't for the school beauty Yang behind the snowmobile, he would have been unable to resist crushing that ugly face beneath the treads. This was the wealthy district. To avoid attracting any unwanted attention, he first observed the surroundings and didn't act rashly. I am Jin Song, the most outstanding entrepreneur in Qingshui City, Jin Song said with an arrogant expression. Clearly, he had a high level of confidence in his identity. Before the apocalypse, even some high-ranking officials in Qingshui City treated him with courtesy. He was the god of wealth for many. For a nobody who appeared out of nowhere, Jin Song had no respect or politeness. His status was enough to look down on most people. After all, people of his standing showed a very different face in front of the cameras. Never heard of you, Luo Chen said indifferently. Seeing the astonished look on the other's face, he coldly continued, Listen well, I don't care who you think you are, I have only one request. That is to fuck off. At this, Jin Song's face turned red, and the veins on his forehead bulged with anger. A well-known figure like him was actually scolded head-on by an unknown junior. If the owners of the nearby villas saw this, wouldn't he be laughed at for life? 1 million. Jin Song raised a finger, speaking haughtily, in the expressions of the two as if they were looking at a fool. He said in a condescending tone, Young man, you should be grateful that I am a very magnanimous person. I will give you 1 million. The condition is that you slap yourself 10 times, just to apologize to me. Oh, and also let me have this snowmobile. 1 million. That could probably buy 10 snowmobiles. You would be making a huge profit. He looked self-assured, truly asking for death. Luo Chen sighed lightly. Upon entering the Yunding Manor, he hadn't wanted to stir up trouble, but for some unknown reason, perhaps due to being isolated for too long, this big entrepreneur's confidence had swollen too much, and he couldn't help but want to take a bite out of something round. Dear, who are they? Just as Luo Chen reached into his pocket to do something, a woman wrapped in a down jacket suddenly ran out from the villa where Jin Song was. They are not official people, they probably got a snowmobile from somewhere and are here to steal from our villa area. Jin Song said disdainfully. In response, the woman's attitude instantly became proud. At this point, he suddenly seemed to remember something and looked up at the nearby villa. Damn. I almost forgot this is the home of the big star Baya. Alright, I know what you want to do. You must want to take advantage of the blizzard to break in and molest the national goddess Baya. Jin Song's eyes twirled, and a cunning smile appeared on his face, as if he had figured out Luo Chen's intentions. He. If you agree to my terms, I will tell you a secret about the big star Baya. How about it? Upon hearing this, Luo Chen paused, raising an eyebrow. A secret about Baya? Seeing that he was interested, Jin Song proudly said, Actually, I have a very good relationship with Baya privately. We've had deep exchanges several times. If you want to taste the flavor of a big star. Bang, with the silencer in place. The gunshot didn't make much noise. Jin Song's expression froze there. A blood hole appeared on his forehead. He slowly fell into the snow. Ah! The woman beside him couldn't help but show a face of terror. She never expected that someone would dare to kill here. Moreover, the victim was a well-known public figure from Qingshui City. The woman opened her mouth to scream, but unfortunately, she was immediately silenced by a bullet from Luo Chen. She fell to the ground without a sound. Damn it! Where did this idiot come from? Luo Chen spat. When he first had a deep conversation with Baya, she was still a virgin. Who do you think you are? Daring to fantasize about my little maid? I hope nothing unexpected happens. Luo Chen sighed lightly. He looked up and scanned the surroundings, only to see a shadow behind the glass of a distant villa suddenly disappear. Just now, he had hesitated to act due to certain gazes, fearing unnecessary attention, but he really couldn't hold back any longer. Idiots deserve to die. Master, let's keep going. Yang Mengyu glanced over with her little head, not looking at the two bodies lying in the snow. The gun had been fired. Although the sound was suppressed, staying in place was not a wise move. After all, Jin Song's loud voice just now had probably carried quite far. Let's go, Luo Chen said. He didn't want to attract too much attention. Instead, he aimed to quietly enter the shelter. The snowmobile continued to speed along, and under Yang Mengyu's guidance, the two soon arrived near their destination. Yunding Manor No. 233, Luo Chen murmured as he looked up. Standing before him was an astonishing modern-style villa. Unlike other villas with monotonous styles, it resembled a superb artwork meticulously designed by a world-class designer. Its exterior walls were made of mysterious gray and black gold materials. Even without most sunlight, it still faintly exuded a metallic texture. From a distance, it gave a sense of solid reassurance. Coupled with its unique shape, it resembled a doomsday fortress. No wonder it was the most expensive shelter. The two stood still for a moment. Master, don't just stand here, let's open the door and go in, Yang Mengyu said with her hands behind her back, her pretty face beaming with a smile. If it were someone else, they would probably treat this doomsday shelter like a treasure to be hidden. But for the beautiful Yang, Luo Chen's status in her heart was far higher than that of this shelter. Well, then you open the door. Luo Chen nodded gently, and together with her, they arrived at the villa's entrance. Just then, Yang Mengyu seemed to see something. Her smiling expression suddenly froze, and she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in shock. Master, it seems someone has already entered the shelter ahead of us. At this moment, Luo Chen couldn't help but squint his eyes. He had also noticed the chaotic footprints left in the snow outside the villa. The footprints themselves weren't a big deal. After all, it was possible that someone was trying to get in. However, next to those footprints, there were very obvious signs that the shelter's alloy door had been opened. The marks were fresh, as if they had been left in the past few days. Could it be that your brother has returned? Luo Chen asked in confusion. Impossible. Yang Mengyu shook her head vigorously, a hint of unease appearing on her pretty face. My brother has been abroad. We even had a video call with him the day before the extreme cold apocalypse hit. So, someone else had entered the shelter. If it's not your brother, then who could it be? A shelter worth $3 billion shouldn't have a security system that's just for show. Luo Chen's expression also grew serious as he examined the villa's dark golden exterior walls. It was said that the materials used for this shelter's exterior walls were of a much higher grade than those of his safe house. Don't even mention explosives. Even if a missile were to come, it would be useless. And the door of the shelter is even more outrageous. That heavy alloy door, over a meter thick, could withstand C4 without breaking a sweat. Even a nuclear explosion wouldn't be able to do anything to it. In this situation, having someone force it open from the outside is simply a pipe dream. So, it must be someone familiar, Luo Chen said in a deep voice. This news was not good for him, because Yang Mengyu had previously mentioned that this shelter had several security levels. When the shelter was just completed, her brother set the security level very low. As long as one had whitelist access and the iris password, they could enter freely. At that time, Yang Ming had not only granted access to Yang Mengyu but had also added a few of his friends to the whitelist and recorded their irises. Yang Mengyu hadn't taken it seriously back then, but now it seemed she really wanted to strangle her brother. How could such an important doomsday shelter allow outsiders to enter freely? So who could it be that has entered the shelter now? Yang Mengyu bit her cherry lips. She felt a bit uneasy. Clearly, she had said she would give this shelter to her master, but unexpectedly, someone had gotten there first. Don't think too much, just open the door first, Luo Chen decided firmly. He was not willing to let this shelter go, so the urgent task was to enter before the people inside noticed. Only by getting in could they discuss its ownership. Okay, master, I'll open the door right now. Yang Mengyu nodded and approached the heavy alloy door, beginning to attempt to unlock it. Iris verification successful. Password correct. System access denied. The sudden setback left Yang Mengyu stunned, unsure of what to do. Master, I can't open it. The people inside have manually locked the shelter's door. She couldn't help but grit her teeth as she spoke. Even though her access level was relatively high and the iris password was fine, she still couldn't open that heavy alloy door, because the shelter's first priority was to ensure the safety of those living inside. If outsiders wanted to enter, they first needed the consent of the people inside. Is there no other way to get in? Luo Chen asked calmly, not losing his composure. No, Yang Mengyu said dejectedly, her beautiful eyes turning a bit red. She felt so useless. The only wealth she could leave for Luo Chen had now been snatched away by others. The mechanisms inside the door were like the steel bolt behind Luo Chen's safe house, serving as insurance. It had to be opened from the inside. Don't blame yourself, this isn't your fault, Luo Chen said, wrapping his arms around her and gently stroking Yang Mengyu's head. At that moment, a surprised male voice suddenly came through the speaker. Mengyu? No way. It really is you. Mengyu. I thought I was seeing things. A hint of surprise flashed in Yang Mengyu's beautiful eyes. This voice sounded somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Don't you remember who I am? Oh right. You can only hear my voice and can't see my face, the male voice said self-deprecatingly. Who are you? Yang Mengyu asked coldly, holding onto Luo Chen's arm. In front of outsiders, she reverted to her icy demeanor as the school beauty. I'm Si Ichi, your brother's friend. We met several times before Yang Ming went abroad. Si Ichi's voice was mixed with a hint of joy. It seemed that seeing Yang Mengyu at this moment made him very happy. It's you. Ha, I think I have a bit of an impression. Yang Mengyu recalled for a moment and suddenly remembered the other person's identity. Si Ichi, one of her brother Yang Ming's friends. His family was engaged in international trade, and could be considered a large company that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Yang Group. Both Yang Ming and Si Ichi, as rich second-generation heirs, hit it off at a gathering and became good buddies. This had been the case for several years. Master, the other party is. Yang Mengyu lowered her voice and quietly explained to Luo Chen. After learning the other person's identity, Luo Chen nodded slightly and raised his head to look in the direction of the concealed camera. Since the other party knew Mengyu and had a decent attitude, things would be easier to handle. His hand, which had been resting on Yang's slender waist, moved down to a more prominent area and gave it a firm squeeze. Yang Mengyu's pretty face flushed slightly, and she instantly understood Luo Chen's meaning. Si Ichi, we have come a long way to reach my brother's shelter, but you locked the door inside, and I can't open it. So could you please open the door? She said, her cherry lips slightly parted. After all, this shelter was actually built by Yang Ming. Although Si Ichi was a good friend of Yang Ming, he was at best an outsider and had no connection to this shelter. However, because the security level of this shelter was excessively high, no one could forcibly open it from the outside. Thus, the initiative had fallen into the other party's hands. I miscalculated. I didn't expect the shelter could be accessed by others in advance. Luo Chen sighed inwardly. If he had known, he would have occupied the shelter first before dealing with the hidden dangers brought by Zhou Jin in the community. Unfortunately, there were no red or blue pills to choose from. If Seiichi refused to open the door, Luo Chen really had no good way to handle it. After all, although he was a space-type ability user, he couldn't teleport at the moment, he couldn't just whoosh and move in instantly. In front of this solid doomsday shelter, all firepower became a joke. Meng Yu, I like you. Can you be my girlfriend? Seiichi suddenly said excitedly. He actually confessed on the spot. In response, not only Luo Chen but even Yang, the school beauty herself, was stunned. Seiichi, do you know what you're saying? You're my brother's friend, how can you have such thoughts about me? Yang Mengyu said coldly. A layer of frost seemed to cover her exquisite and beautiful face, and there was not a trace of emotion in her tone. Besides her, Luo Chen was still there. Yang Mengyu didn't want the other party to misunderstand anything. I know this, Seiichi said passionately, not giving up due to Yang's cold attitude. He took a moment to gather his thoughts and continued, but there's no way around it. A few years ago, at that gathering, I was captivated the moment I laid eyes on you. I still remember you were wearing a white backless dress, looking like a noble ice beauty. I still remember it vividly. Seiichi slowly revealed the secret in his heart. At that time, he had only attended a boring socialite gathering to appease his father, but he didn't expect to see a stunning beauty who took his breath away. Moreover, she was actually his good buddy Yang Ming's younger sister. Before Yang, the school beauty, could speak, he immediately added, Meng Yu, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll open the door right away. Yang Mengyu's pretty face was cold as she said, impossible. After rejecting him on the spot, she turned to leave, her attitude very decisive. Wait, don't go. I'll open the door, I'll open it right now, okay? Seiichi panicked immediately. He hurriedly shouted, fearing that Yang, the school beauty, would disregard him and leave directly. No way. This guy agreed to open the door so readily. Is Yang's charm really that great? Luo Chen thought in surprise. Indeed, whether a hero or a coward, everyone struggles at the beauty's gate. In front of him, Yang Mengyu smiled and winked at him, then turned around with a cold expression and said, all right, you can open the door now. Okay. Seiichi gritted his teeth and said, but I have a condition, you must tie up the person next to you. Otherwise I won't open the door. Yang Mengyu was unable to make a decision, so she glanced over her shoulder, looking questioningly at Luo Chen. When she saw Luo Chen gently nodding at her, the school beauty Yan finally agreed to the other party's proposal. Then, under Seiichi's watch, Yang Mengyu used the sturdy rope thrown in from the window to tightly bind Luo Chen's hands. This rope was specifically designed for tying people up, and with the special binding method, it was impossible to untie it by oneself. Luo Chen cooperated throughout. After all, in his eyes, this layer of restraint was as good as nothing. Don't forget, he had thousands of bullets stored in his space. With just a thought, the bullets could shoot out and explode any target within the spatial domain, including the ropes on his hands. Is it okay now? Yang Mengyu turned around and said coldly. Inside the shelter, Seiichi stood in the spacious living room, watching the images on the giant screen with great excitement. Incredible! In this extremely cold apocalypse, outside the blizzard blocked the roads, but Yang Ming's sister, Yang Mengyu, actually took the initiative to come to him. Nothing could make him happier than this. Although there's a third wheel, it doesn't matter. At worst, I'll sneak in tonight and deal with that guy. Seiichi thought viciously. After all, the other party's hands were tied, so they couldn't exert any combat power. At that time, he could just take a knife and with one fierce slash, send the other down to meet the king of hell. Resources were so scarce now, Seiichi was unwilling to share supplies and food with others. Seiichi, you scumbag, is it not enough to have me? You have to bring another woman in. The canned food in the kitchen isn't enough for so many people to squander. A relatively pretty woman said angrily. Wang Tongtong was the other party's girlfriend, but she didn't expect that Seiichi would openly bring another woman in front of her, completely disregarding her feelings. Shut up, what do you know? Seiichi scolded angrily. Do you know who she is? The second highest authority in this shelter. Without her, we can't even enter the lower levels of the shelter. We won't get a single can of the tens of thousands of cans and compressed food in the warehouse. He furiously berated his girlfriend. Did he really think he was in love with her? Nonsense. Seiichi was after Yang Mengyu's body and the authority in her hands. This apocalypse shelter was solid and intelligent. However, the downside was that it was too intelligent. As a result, Everything inside had to rely on authority to speak. Just having a whitelist to enter wasn't enough. They didn't have the authority to access the lower levels. They couldn't open most of the room doors, and the vast number of cans and compressed food stored in the underground warehouse were out of reach. Moreover, they couldn't even enter the room storing the generator and fuel. Once the current shelter's backup energy was exhausted, the entire power system would collapse. Cold, food scarcity. These were the two problems they had to face. Do you know, Tong Tong, we've only utilized 5% of the shelter's functions. The remaining 95% relies on Yang Mengyu to unlock. Ichi sighed. Not to mention going underground. Even the rooms on the second and third floors, he and Wang Tongtong couldn't open. Every day, they could only sleep on the sofa in the living room. I'm sorry, dear, I misunderstood you, Wang Tongtong said, feeling ashamed. It's okay. Once Yang Mengyu and that troublesome guy come in, we'll find a way to trick her into giving us her access. A cold glint flashed in Ichi's eyes. Once he had the same access as Yang Mengyu, everything would be under his control. But before that, I can experience the taste of having a little sister. After all, that girl Yang Mengyu has an exceptional face and figure. A lewd smile appeared on Ichi's face. It must be very enjoyable. The heavy door of the shelter opened. Luo Chen and Yang Mengyu exchanged a glance and nodded before walking in together. As long as I can get in, that's enough, Luo Chen thought to himself. As long as he could enter, nothing else mattered. As for Ichi inside, whatever his intentions were, it didn't concern him. Not obedient? A bullet would ensure the other party behaved. The two entered the steel corridor. This passage was made of silver gray alloy. The ceiling and surroundings had bright concealed light strips, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire space. It had a very futuristic and technological feel. I can't help but think of a zombie movie from decades ago, Luo Chen thought with a smile. However, he didn't have to worry about the other party activating the deadly lasers in the corridor because Yang Mengyu had quietly mentioned that the other party had no access. Ichi was essentially a visitor in the shelter. The vast majority of functions were unavailable to him. He probably has his eyes on my access within the shelter. Ichi didn't expect that the clever Yang Mengyu had already guessed his intentions. At that moment, he still stood confidently in the living room, waiting for the two to arrive. This design is quite good. There's a buffer distance before entering the shelter. There are probably machines in the corridor checking if I'm carrying any dangerous items, Luo Chen thought as he walked with his hands bound. But for him, this was no issue. After all, a bunch of his weapons and firearms were stored in his space. No matter how the machines scanned, they wouldn't find anything. The two safely passed through the 10-meter-long corridor. A door, no less sturdy than the alloy steel door outside, slowly opened. Suddenly, everything became clear. Wow, what a spacious living room. No wonder this shelter is worth $3 billion. This one living room must be larger than my entire safe house. Luo Chen gasped. He saw that the crystal-clear floor-to-ceiling windows did not hinder the light from entering, and above in the futuristic modern living room, there was a huge round recessed light. Its unique shape combined with the wall color gave the space a slightly sci-fi feel. A long, soft white sofa was complemented by an expensive wooden coffee table in front, which was piled with open cans. On the opposite wall was a large, thin, ultralight LCD screen, surrounded by warm ambient lighting, creating a very atmospheric space. At a glance, one could see the large refrigerator standing at the end of the living room. To the far right was a stylish open kitchen, with a rectangular bar that could easily accommodate more than 10 people for casual dining. On one side of the TV wall, a separate leisure study was carved out in the space. Its space connects to the living room, surrounded by bookshelves and sofas on three sides, providing a place for reading and resting. To the right is the staircase leading to the upper floor. One could say that this living room is quite large, even a bit frightening. It has all the functions for entertainment, relaxation, and even dining. Luo Chen also discovered a soft large bed and a bedside table against the wall. Wow, can you sleep in this living room? Mengyu, long time no see. Ichi's eyes lit up when he saw Yang Mengyu. The cold beauty from years ago has now become even more beautiful and alluring. He welcomed her enthusiastically, opening his arms for a hug. Please have some self-respect, Yang Mengyu said coldly, leaning against Luo Chen. Her tone showed clear disdain for the other party's offensive behavior. Right from the start, he wanted to take advantage of her. Ha ha, sorry, I was the one who overstepped. By the way, you haven't introduced me to the person beside you, have you? Ichi's movements froze. Then he awkwardly smiled. His gaze shifted to Luo Chen. When he saw that Yang Mengyu didn't mind at all, wrapping her delicate hand around the other person's arm and pressing her chest against him, he immediately lost his composure. A hint of jealousy and murderous intent surfaced in Ichi's eyes. After all, in his view, Luo Chen was already a dead man. My boyfriend, Yang Mengyu blurted out without hesitation. While speaking, she tightened her grip on Luo Chen's arm, a happy smile blooming on her face. The ice mountain melted instantly. Her exquisite and charming face left Ichi dumbfounded. Hissed Yang Mengyu. This ice queen actually smiled? And this guy is her boyfriend? This is impossible. Ichi exclaimed in shock. He thought their relationship was shallow, merely classmates or teammates helping each other on the road. But they were actually a couple. The daughter of the Young family had been single for so many years, not looking at any of the rich young men who admired her. Many had come with valuable gifts to propose, only to be turned away. And Luo Chen, how could he win the heart of this ice princess? What made him so special? Nothing is impossible, Yang Mengyu said coldly, then suddenly remembered Luo Chen's reminder and asked, is there anyone else in this shelter besides you? No. Ichi shook his head repeatedly. To protect the privileges in the other party's hands, he naturally concealed the existence of his girlfriend. At this moment, Ichi was thinking of an excuse to get Luo Chen out of the way. As long as he could go to the control center with Yang Mengyu and obtain the privileges, wouldn't he be free to do as he pleased? Yang school beauty, open your hands, Luo Chen suddenly spoke. Yang Mengyu, upon hearing his words, didn't ask why but immediately complied, opening her delicate hands with palms facing up. In the air, a dark handgun abruptly fell into her hands. Put your hands on your head and squat in the corner, Yang Mengyu said coldly. At such a close distance, there was no need to aim the gun. Just pulling the trigger would instantly turn the other party into a corpse. If worse came to worst, she could just empty the magazine. Where did this gun come from? You can't do this, Ichi exclaimed in terror, raising his hands high, his face pale with fear. He almost wet his pants. How could this handgun appear out of nowhere? It was as if it had fallen from another dimension, completely shattering his worldview. As a rich second generation who had been to shooting ranges, Ichi could tell from the crisp sound of the gun being loaded that this was likely a real gun. Could it be, Mengyu, that you are a superpower user? Upon hearing this, Yang Mengyu coldly smiled and said, you don't need to know. After the other party obediently squatted in the corner with both hands on his head, she used a sharp military knife given by Luo Chen to cut the ropes that were wrapped around his hands. Very good. From now on, this is my territory. Luo Chen flexed his wrists and announced with a smile. This big brother, Ichi, squatting in the corner, trembled and said, you've already taken this shelter, so can you let me go now? Luo Chen scoffed, let you go? Why should I let you go? Give me a reason. If it weren't for his hidden cards, he probably wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. At night, the other party would definitely do something sneaky and unspeakable. I am the prince of the Far Trade Group. If you dare to touch me, my father will definitely not let you go. Ichi gritted his teeth and threatened. But what he didn't know was that this statement sounded very ridiculous to Luo Chen. Oh, really? Luo Chen sneered. Since your father is so powerful, why hasn't he come to rescue you after a month? Perhaps he can't even protect himself. Maybe he went down before you did. No, impossible. You're talking nonsense. Ichi's face turned red, but he didn't know how to refute, because during this month of extreme cold and blizzards, he had been trying to contact his father, but without a doubt, he had failed. There was no news from the family at all. Any last words? If not, you can hit the road. Luo Chen took the gun from Yang Mengyu's hand and slowly checked the magazine. Unbeknownst to him, this action was seen by the other party, as if it were the death knell. You selfish little man. How could Mengyu possibly like you? There are tens of thousands of cans stored in the warehouse below. We could eat for decades. Why won't you let me go? Ichi cursed angrily. It was as if Luo Chen were a cruel executioner. I just won't let you go. What can you do about it? Luo Chen sneered. At this moment, Ichi's face was pale, as if he were a corpse. He regretted deeply why he had let them in. If he hadn't let them in, the cans in the kitchen would have been enough for him to eat for a while. But now, The situation had turned upside down. Just yesterday, he had finally managed to get in, and before he could even settle in, this most expensive and luxurious shelter had suddenly changed hands. The huge disparity made Seiichi's eyes turn red. I and asterisk at. Bang, the gun was pressed against his chin and fired suddenly. The bullet shot straight up, piercing through his skull and turning his brain matter into mush. Seiichi trembled all over and then fell silent. Yang Mingyu turned her head away, unable to bear to watch the scene. After dealing with the other party, Luo Chen directly stored the body in his space, planning to find an opportunity, like when he returned to the community to pick up the girls, to dispose of the body on the way. Leaving it in the living room would surely stain the floor with blood. Master, now we can go to the underground control center. I'll give you the access, Yang Mingyu suggested. No rush. Luo Chen gently shook his head. In the face of her puzzled gaze, he held the gun and said, "We can't trust this guy's words. Let's check the room first to avoid any accomplices he might have. Access could be obtained at any time. However, the more critical the moment, the more cautious one had to be. No mistakes could be made." "Okay, Master." Yang Mingyu nodded, indicating she had no objections. Thus, the two of them checked the open study and kitchen in the living room and found no abnormalities. He began to walk towards the second floor. Without permission, he couldn't go down to the lower levels. So even if the other party had companions, they could only hide in the corridors of the second or third floor. After all, they couldn't freely enter and exit the rooms here. Woo-woo. Just as he reached the second floor, a faint sound of crying came from around the corner. "Please, I'm innocent. Don't hurt me." A woman was curled up on the ground, hugging her knees and crying. Clearly, she had also heard what was happening below. Luo Chen said nothing, but took a good look at her. To be honest, the daughter of a wealthy family was indeed of good quality, a beautiful face streaming with tears. Looking pitiful, she could score an 80 in looks. However, compared to the school beauty Yang beside him, she instantly paled in comparison. "As long as you don't kill me, I can be your lover. Just give me something to eat every day. You can do whatever you want with me." Wang Tongtong, seeing Luo Chen sizing her up, quickly stripped off her clothes, exposing her reasonably well-endowed figure completely to him. Then she shyly turned her head, allowing him to admire her. Bang! After appreciating her for a moment, Luo Chen shot her dead. The body was instantly absorbed into the space. "Sorry, but in a few days, 4 goddesses will be moving in, so you don't qualify to stay here," he said, putting away his gun, his tone indifferent. She might be innocent, but Luo Chen wouldn't choose to let her go. What if she escaped and then turned around to leak the information about the shelter? Wouldn't that bring him some unknown risks? He checked the third-floor corridor again. After confirming there was no one else, Luo Chen finally felt relieved. Now, this luxurious doomsday shelter truly belonged to him. Next, he just needed to insert the butler's ID card into the shelter's central system. Let the butler replace the original central system. Before going downstairs, the school beauty Yang thoughtfully introduced the situation on the third floor to Luo Chen. "Master, this shelter has a total of 3 floors. The area we are in is the resting area. The third floor is the resting area, with at least a dozen spacious and comfortable rooms. The second floor is the entertainment area, which not only has a gym, bathhouse, and game room, but also some themed rooms, like hanging baskets from the ceiling and soft water beds. Everything one could wish for. Master, let's not stay here any longer," Yang Mingyu said shyly. A blush appeared on her exquisite face, because this room not only had some dazzling props but also a large wardrobe filled with countless black fishnet stockings and cosplay outfits. Coupled with the pink-themed romantic room, it made one's adrenaline rush uncontrollably. It was obvious that this room was designed for having fun with girls. That soft waterbed could probably accommodate 7 or 8 people without feeling crowded at all. "School beauty Yang, don't you think if we don't do something, it would be a waste to enter this room?" Luo Chen said with a smirk. Woo-woo. An hour and a half later, Luo Chen finally got dressed satisfactorily and left the soft waterbed. Earlier, he had a deep experience with the interesting things in the room alongside the school beauty Yang. Whether it was the uniquely styled hanging basket or the soft waterbed, the experience was excellent. Rich people really know how to have fun. Luo Chen couldn't help but exclaim. After experiencing the things in the room, he was now ready to get down to business, which was to go to the control center on the -1st floor and obtain the highest authority of the shelter. "School beauty Yang, why aren't you leaving?" Luo Chen asked in confusion as he stood at the door. Behind her, Yang Mengyu clamped her thighs and dared not move, shyly saying, I need some toilet paper. After everything was taken care of, the two made their way down to the living room. These guys have eaten quite a lot of canned food. Luo Chen sighed as he looked at the empty cans on the coffee table. He then collected them all into his space, planning to find an opportunity to throw them away when they left. After tidying up, the living room finally looked clean. Yang School Beauty, why is there such a large round light on the ceiling of the living room? Luo Chen looked up, his tone filled with curiosity. Such a big light. Isn't it a waste of electricity? Master, actually this light uses the latest technology and consumes very little energy. It only needs 1 kilowatt of electricity for an entire night. Yang Mengyu explained with a smile, then revealed its main purpose. Moreover, its real function is to simulate scenes. Yang Mengyu pursed her cherry lips and activated its simulation feature with voice control. Suddenly, the round light embedded in the ceiling underwent a tremendous transformation. The light vanished, replaced by a blue sky with many clouds floating in it. Around the bottom, there were even small grasses swaying in the wind. The sounds of birds and the wind were all present. Luo Chen even felt a gentle breeze brushing past his ear. Wow, this is so high-tech? He was astonished. This really took the simulation of nature to the extreme. If he didn't know there was a round light above, he would have thought the ceiling was a blue sky with white clouds, and they were beneath a green field. In reality, the ceiling was the second floor of the villa. Isn't it amazing, Master? There's even more impressive stuff. Yang Mengyu giggled. When she first came to the shelter, she was also shocked by its various functions. It was like a concentration of many of humanity's top technologies. At the end of the living room, next to the large refrigerator, Yang School Beauty reached out and pulled open an invisible door. The two walked inside. Wow, there's still such a hidden place here? Luo Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Who would have thought that inside the villa there was such a hidden paradise? It was a vast expanse of greenland, including farmland, meadows, and a sea of flowers, along with a classical pavilion for resting. In addition, there was even a small lake. No wonder this shelter is worth $3 billion, it's simply a paradise. With fertile land and water sources, we could grow vegetables and fruits and be self-sufficient. Luo Chen's eyes widened. He was deeply impressed by the hidden paradise inside. Looking at everything here, including the lush green grass and flowers, he couldn't help but feel very satisfied. Once he brought the other girls over, they could probably come here in their spare time to plant flowers and tend to the fields. It would be a taste of pastoral life. In the extreme cold apocalypse, this was a life even gods would find hard to attain. Arriving at the lake, the water was of high quality and crystal clear. This water has been here for a long time, right? Won't it smell? Luo Chen squatted down, examining the water's surface. No, Master. The lower levels of the shelter are located dozens of meters underground, and there is actually a large underground river even deeper down, which connects to this lake. Yang Mengyu explained with a smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Coupled with the shelter's water circulation system, this was a flowing water source. Not bad. Maybe we can even raise some fish here in the future, Luo Chen said with a smirk. The two arrived at the basement level. They could take the elevator or walk down the stairs, but they needed to pass through a steel alloy door that required permission to open. With Yang School Beauty around, they naturally had no obstacles. Master, the first basement has two areas. One is the warehouse, and the other is the control center. Yang Mengyu introduced thoughtfully. Unlike above, the style of the underground shelter was filled with a strong sense of futuristic technology. Even the corridor where the two were currently located was a seamless silver-white passage. The doors to the rooms were perfectly fitted, exuding a high-tech vibe. Master, this is the control center. After verification, Yang Mengyu successfully opened the door to the control center. With a click, what came into view was an exaggeratedly spacious cyberpunk space. There were countless screens here, with pink, green, and warm yellow glows filling the entire area. The ceiling was made of transparent hard glass, and on the other side was a dark cyan cyberworld. A cluster of futuristic buildings stood tall, making one feel as if they had traveled hundreds of years into the future. Of course, Luo Chen knew that this was definitely simulated technology. The stunning scene was all virtual. Perhaps the entire ceiling was a huge ultra-clear screen. In the central position, there was an operation area. Numerous switches and unknown buttons were distributed across the console. The words on it seemed to indicate that everything from the warehouse to energy, even the living area rooms, could be controlled. Master, shall I grant you the permissions now? Yang Mingyu asked softly. No need. Luo Chen smiled slightly, pulling out the ID card embedded with the butler data from his space. Next, with Yang's permissions, the central system of the shelter also disabled the firewall. Then, the butler effortlessly assimilated the entire central system of the shelter, claiming it as its own. Countless screens flickered with sequences of zeros and ones. Soon, with a crackling sound, everything returned to normal. Master, the butler is at your service. Hearing the familiar mechanical female voice, Luo Chen's lips curled into a smile. Very well, from now on, this is my territory. Whether it was all the functions of the shelter or the hidden cameras scattered in every corner, under the butler's management, as long as Luo Chen wished, he could access them at any time. His identity had transformed into the master of this doomsday shelter. The permissions were the highest. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the highest authority of the shelter. Yang Mingyu said with a beaming smile. Not only is the shelter mine, but you are also mine. Luo Chen wrapped his arms around her slim waist and leaned down to capture her cherry lips. After a long while, they finally parted. Yang Mingyu's pretty face was flushed, her ivory-white legs clad in home slippers, struggling to stand and softly leaning against his embrace. Next, take me to see the other floors. Luo Chen smiled. For this request, Yang Mingyu had no objections and immediately took on the role of a tour guide. On the other side of the control center was an impressively large warehouse. It reminded Luo Chen of the scene he saw the night before the extreme cold apocalypse when he entered a Walmart warehouse. Shelves, countless shelves. They were filled with many canned goods, canned pork, canned fish, canned fruits. Besides canned food, there were also some long-lasting food items, like compressed biscuits. The warehouse was packed full. Roughly estimating, the food in this warehouse would be enough for Luo Chen and Yang Mingyu to eat for a lifetime. One could only say that the world of the wealthy was indeed different. However, Luo Chen did not plan to touch any of it. After all, his space was already stocked with countless food and supplies. Those fresh ingredients have a taste and nutritional value that far surpasses these canned foods. Besides the food, this warehouse also stores many other supplies, toilet paper, toothbrushes, matches. It's quite a pleasant surprise. Next to the warehouse, there is an equally extravagant sci-fi room, the energy room. This is the place that provides energy for the entire shelter. The generator inside is equipped with the pinnacle of human technology, achieving a terrifying level of fuel efficiency. Luo Chen also filled the fuel tank to the brim. With this, it seems there won't be any concerns about the shelter's power supply for a long time. Following the bright silver steps, the two arrived at the underground level -2. Master, level -2 is the rest area. It has everything that the upper levels have, and even more, Yang Mingyu said as she opened a door to introduce it. Inside, the style of the room is completely different from the upper levels. The room is pure white. Whether it's the furniture, the soft large bed, or even the ceiling and floor, it all exudes a strong minimalist futuristic style. Next to the bed, there is a transparent window. This must also use simulation technology, Luo Chen said, stopping by the window. At this moment, through the window, the two could clearly see the towering buildings outside. The overall shape of the buildings is unique in sci-fi. Yes, because this is underground. To ensure the physical and mental health of the residents, the accompanying simulation technology is of course a necessity, Yang Mingyu said with a bright smile. In fact, besides the window, the entire room uses advanced simulation technology. Not only the ceiling, walls, but even the floor can be fully simulated. With just a command, you can even lie on the bed, immersed in a grassy plain of another world, enjoying the gentle breeze and experiencing the beauty of nature. Besides that, there are weather, time, starry skies, auroras. Incredible. I should have moved here sooner. Luo Chen was clearly very fond of this simulation feature. It was so thoughtful. Originally, he thought it was great for everyone to live on the upper levels after touring the shelter. But now he changed his mind. This lower level seems pretty good too. There's no need to worry about the oppressive environment underground. It feels even better than living above ground. Wait, Luo Chen suddenly paused, recalling something. Since this simulation technology is so realistic, what if during a poker game, we simulate the scene to be a bustling street, or a classroom? Upon hearing this, Yang Mengyu shivered slightly. Her beautiful eyes shyly said, "No, no, master, that would be too stimulating." She was sure he would definitely take advantage of it. "Master, this is level -3, which is the last level." After calming herself down, Yang Mengyu introduced it to him. She had changed her outfit. The shirt on her upper body was replaced with a fitted JK uniform, and under the sky blue short skirt, a pair of long, slender legs were wrapped in a layer of thin, delicate white stockings, making her rounded thighs even more enticing. This also indicated that Luo Chen and the school beauty Yang must have personally experienced something novel just now. This level is the activity area, right? Luo Chen naturally saw the area distribution map posted on the wall of the corridor. -1 Control Center Warehouse Energy Area -2 Rest Area Entertainment Area -3 Activity Area Golf Course Football Field. That's right, master. This level is essentially a large underground sports complex. There are so many sports activities. Yang Mengyu said sweetly in her JK uniform. The third basement level. Its area is even larger than the combined space of the two upper floors. Looking up, the silver-white metal dome towers at least 20 meters high. The overwhelming futuristic style and metallic structure create an astonishing first impression. There are football fields, badminton courts, swimming pools, everything one could wish for. There's even a separate, lush green golf course. Master, how about a swing? Yang Mengyu said with a smile, hands behind her back. This huge silver dome can probably utilize simulation technology, right? Luo Chen asked, gazing at the massive metal structure. Exactly. Yang, the campus beauty, pouted her cherry lips and immediately instructed the butler to activate the simulation. Before long, the enormous silver sky above began to dissolve like nanoscale scales, revealing an incredibly vast blue sky. The surrounding walls vanished as well. Beneath their feet, the delicate grass felt like a green velvet carpet. Towering trees swayed gently in the breeze. Wow, the technology in this shelter is beyond my expectations. Luo Chen gasped. It was one thing for the rooms on the second basement level to have panoramic simulations, but he never imagined that the entire sports dome on the third basement level could also be simulated. If that's the case, how immense must the power requirements be? I thought the gasoline stored in the space was sufficient, but now it seems a bit lacking. Luo Chen sighed. So, technology had already reached this level 10 years ago? No wonder the shelter is worth $3 billion. It's time to pick up Baya and the others. I wonder how excited they'll be when they see all this. He chuckled softly. Coming up from the third basement level, the two chose a room each on the third floor. There were plenty of rooms here, and the furniture inside was all from expensive brands. It was very comfortable to live in. Luo Chen chose room 1, while Yang Mengyu unhesitatingly picked room 2 right next to his. Master, are you going to pick up the other sisters? Yang Mengyu said cheerfully. There are benefits to arriving early. The rooms are so close to Luo Chen. The other girls would probably be envious. Yeah, it's time to go get them. It's just past noon, I should be back before dark. Luo Chen glanced at the clock screen on the wall. Then, I'll just stay here and wait for you. Master, Yang Mengyu said with a bright smile. Luo Chen was going back to pick up the girls, so she didn't need to follow him. She just had to stay in the shelter. After all, the journey wasn't short, and having one more person would slow things down. Master, there are visitors at the door. As soon as Luo Chen entered the living room, the butler issued a prompt. Visitors? Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but look puzzled. He had just moved in, and there was no one he knew around who would come to visit him. Could it be that someone saw the guy he shot earlier? The enormous LCD screen lit up. On the surveillance, two women stood outside the villa, bundled in thick down jackets, both of above-average looks. Hey, you inside, open the door. I know you're in there. You can look at my body, but you can't open the door? The long-haired woman banged on the door angrily. Beside her, the short-haired woman gritted her teeth and cursed. You beast, get out here. What's going on? Luo Chen was utterly bewildered. Look at their bodies? When did he ever do such a thing? He had no memory of it at all. Moreover, he had just arrived with Yang, and he didn't know these two women outside at all. Maybe it's a honey trap, Luo Chen pondered, stroking his chin. After all, food is scarce now, and in such circumstances, people can do anything for something to eat. If the door is opened, a group of strong men will probably rush in immediately. Let's wait until they leave, Luo Chen said, sitting on the soft, oversized white sofa. he decided to ignore the two outside. It wouldn't hurt to wait a moment to pick up the girls from the community. The concealment of the shelter is the most important thing, although he could solve it with violence. It didn't seem necessary. Once they realize no one is opening the door, they will likely be unable to withstand the cold and leave. However, Luo Chen's thoughts were not wrong, but he underestimated the determination of the two women. "Oh, you won't open the door? Ha? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm going to post those pictures you took in the villa group so that everyone else knows," the long-haired woman said with a cold smile. Then, standing at the villa's door, she directly pulled out her phone from her pocket. In the living room, Luo Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. They don't seem to be lying. If that's the case, it must be that guy with the surname C who did it. At that moment, he suddenly remembered. Before he and the school beauty Yang moved in, there were still two people who entered the shelter even earlier than them. Perhaps the other party really did something and made some promises to this woman. Could it be that they were talking about internal photos? Regardless of the situation, no matter what photos Seiichi had taken, Luo Chen could not allow the information to be leaked. Let's let them in first. Creak, the heavy door of the shelter opened. Bah! You don't want to drink the good wine? Then drink the bad, the short-haired woman said disdainfully, then looked at her best friend, Hanin. While that guy hasn't changed his mind, let's hurry in. So, the two of them strutted in like victorious roosters. As soon as they entered, the long-haired woman named Run Han exclaimed, "Sister Deng, look, there's such a long corridor here. I really don't understand, the owner of this villa must be out of their mind. What a waste of a house," Deng Mei said disdainfully. That said, as they looked at the silver-white steel corridor and the shining concealed light strips, a hint of shock flashed in their eyes. What kind of conditions allowed for such a corridor renovation? Is this a villa or a fortress? Master, the two have no weapons. The butler scanned them and sent the results to the large screen in the living room. Very good. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. This buffer zone was really well done. And just as he had guessed, the steel corridor was equipped with scanning machines. All outsiders would undergo a full-body check. Wow, this decoration is too luxurious. As soon as they entered, the two women screamed. The living room was decorated so advanced, with various layouts that were both fashionable and sci-fi. Their several 100 million villas looked like slums compared to this. Moreover, not only was the main door and corridor made of steel, but even the interior was so warm. It was simply like a shelter. The renovation costs must add up to at least several billion. Right? Now, can you tell me what exactly happened? Luo Chen stood up from the sofa, raising an eyebrow at the two. At that moment, seeing Luo Chen, Ren Hanin and Deng Mei couldn't help but brighten their eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, he's a handsome guy, especially Ren Hanin," she excitedly said. "I didn't expect the person I was video chatting with to be such a handsome guy. It seems like I'm not losing out." "Hanin, your attitude changed way too fast," Deng Mei said speechlessly. "Before we came, you were still saying the other party was a little dog. Honestly, if it really came down to it, you wouldn't feel a thing. What's wrong with a skinny guy? He's so handsome," Ran Hanhua said shyly. "Even if I can only be a real man for 5 seconds, I accept it. After all, besides that, there are other ways to satisfy me." "Hiss, what is this all about? Forget the casual chat. Why are we even talking about skinny guys? And 5 seconds of being a real man? This is clearly an Armstrong-style Armstrong cannon," Luo Chen said with a dark face. "Ladies, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us." Just as he was about to explain, Run Hanhua leaned in with a charming smile and said, "Handsome, I really misunderstood you. I didn't expect you to be not only so rich but also so handsome. Although the time is a bit short, I don't mind." At that moment, Deng Mei couldn't hold back any longer and gritted her teeth, saying, "I can do it too. As long as you give me something to eat, I'll cooperate in any position." The noise from downstairs inevitably disturbed the campus beauty. "Young Master, what are you doing?" Yang Mengyu said jealously. "Didn't you say you were going to pick up Bayet and the others? Who are these people?" Luo Chen rubbed his forehead and replied, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Luo Chen felt wronged. He clearly hadn't done anything, yet a beautiful woman was chasing him, saying he had seen her body. If he had really seen it, that would be one thing, but the key point is that he hadn't. Fortunately, this is a post-apocalyptic world. If it were in the past, he probably wouldn't be able to explain even with 10 mouths. "Really, Master? Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes widened. However, since Luo Chen said it wasn't true, she definitely believed him. After all, Luo Chen had no reason to lie to them about such things. Handsome, I didn't expect you to be so playful. Ran Hanhua looked at Yang Mingyu coming down from upstairs, and her momentum weakened a bit. Yang, the campus beauty, was just too stunning. Her looks and figure made Ren, a well-known actress, feel a twinge of inferiority. I told you, it's not what you think, Luo Chen said, looking speechless. He then explained the whole situation amidst the disbelieving gazes of the two. However, to extract information from them, Luo Chen also concealed some details. Handsome, you can't back out, I have screenshots of this. Ran Hanhua gritted her teeth and pulled out her phone. She opened the album. One of the pictures showed a man's upper body. Luo Chen looked exasperated. My body is completely different from his. Okay? Saying that, he lifted his shirt, revealing his chiseled 8-pack abs, showcasing his perfect contours. Wow, such a perfect body. Slurp, the two women immediately stared, their mouths watering. Master, what are you doing? This move made Yang, the campus beauty, anxious. She quickly jogged over and pulled down Luo Chen's shirt. She was jealous. How could her master's body be shown to two unknown women? However, this action made the two women realize something. The Luo Chen in front of them was indeed not the man they were looking for. His physique was too perfect, completely different from that skinny guy. Actually, here's how it is. Ran Hanhua sighed. She explained how she was an actress and how she got in touch with Seiichi, then used a bunch of videos of canned meat she had filmed as proof, leading to a rather stimulating video chat. After that, the other party disappeared. Is this all he sent you? Luo Chen asked, looking at the videos and photos on her phone. In the video, there were only a bunch of canned meats displayed on the counter, and not much else was revealed. This made him breathe a little easier. Yes, just these. Ran Hanhang nodded and then asked curiously, aren't you the owner of this villa? Didn't you see the message he sent in the villa community? He sent a message in the villa community? Luo Chen's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. With a wave of his hand, a corpse with unclosed eyes suddenly appeared in the living room. It was Seiichi, who had been shot in the head. A dead person. Ignoring the screams of the two, Luo Chen directly searched the other person's pocket and pulled out a phone, then opened the group chat to browse through it. Yesterday 2055, which beauty is lacking food? I have plenty here, just need you to pay a small price. Interested? Please DM, image, JPG, image 2, JPG, address, Villa No. 233, damn, is this guy out of his mind? Luo Chen couldn't help but curse. So you really think you can just expose supplies because the shelter has high security? Ha? Well, now it's good. The person is gone. But the risks caused by leaking food will have to be borne by him. Although the cans in the pictures aren't many, there are still about 40 or 50. You have to know that all the owners of Yunding Manor are in this villa community. With Seiichi's exposure, isn't he directly putting the shelter in front of everyone? It would be hard not to be noticed. If some people set their sights on it, who knows what kind of trouble it could bring. I really shouldn't have killed him so easily. Luo Chen sighed. But thinking positively, at least this guy didn't expose the core secrets of the shelter. What was exposed was just some food. Otherwise, anyone who saw it would probably go crazy. Butler, do you have a way to delete these messages? Luo Chen asked. Later, after a series of operations by the butler, those messages in the villa community disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, all the base stations were down, and Yunding Manor used its own local area network. The server inside the shelter was also top-notch. The butler easily deleted a few messages through the local network. Who are you? What happened to this corpse? You killed him, right? This person seems to be the man I video chatted with last night. Ran Hanhang and Dang Mei were both collapsed on the ground, huddled together and trembling. Clearly, they were frightened by the sudden appearance of the corpse. That's right, I killed him, Luo Chen admitted generously. Seeing this, the two trembled even more, regretting their actions. Why did they force their way into this villa? Now, facing a murderer like him, weren't they in great danger? Please, let us go. I promise I won't tell anyone about what happened here. Yes, we can keep our mouths shut, Ran Hanhang and the others quickly pleaded. At this moment, they also realized that their situation was dire. Sigh, what to do? Luo Chen stroked his chin. Faced with two innocent women, he didn't want to resort to violence. After all, he was a kind person, but if he let them go, wouldn't it bring even greater trouble? After all, Ran Hanhang and Dang Mei had already seen the internal situation of the shelter with their own eyes. If that leaked out, it would be a big problem. This handsome guy, I don't think you are the murderer who killed this guy, because I feel that you are a kind person, right? Ren Hanhang said with tears in her eyes. So please let us go. If something happens to us, your conscience will definitely never be at peace for the rest of your life. Exactly. If you lay a hand on us, we will haunt you as ghosts. Dang Mei quickly agreed. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. Since you both say so, fine, I won't kill you. Hearing this, Ran Hanhang and Dang Mei's faces revealed a hint of excitement. However, only one of you can leave alive. Luo Chen slapped a handgun onto the coffee table, smiling as he said, "Shoes, butler, start the timer." Luo Chen didn't look at the pale faces of the two but ordered the butler. Immediately, a huge screen began a countdown from 30 seconds. When the time runs out and you haven't made a choice, then I'll have to help you out. Luo Chen's tone was cold, devoid of any warmth. This statement successfully shattered the glimmer of hope in Ren Hanhang and Dang Mei's hearts, a strong sense of life and death crisis enveloping them. 21, 20, 19. Gulp. Ren Hanhang finally couldn't hold back. She snatched the handgun in front of her and trembled as she aimed it at her best friend. Dang Mei's face changed in fear. "Hanhang, don't be impulsive. We're best friends. How can you do this? If you kill me, you'll live in guilt for the rest of your life." Dang Mei trembled all over, her pupils losing focus. Who wouldn't be afraid when a gun was pointed at them? So what? Ren Hanhang gritted her teeth and said, "I just want to live. It was you who urged me to come to this villa. Otherwise, I would never have encountered such a thing." Sisters turning against each other. Watching this dramatic scene unfold, Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Just a moment ago, this girl was standing on a moral high ground criticizing him, and now she was raising a gun against her best friend so quickly. Indeed, human nature is a complex thing. Wait, now that the gun is in my hands, why should I listen to you? A hint of confusion flashed in Ren Hanhang's eyes. Then, she reacted, ecstatic. Looking at the gun now aimed at herself by Ren Hanhang, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile playfully. "Are you sure you want to do this? Ha ha ha, of course, I have the gun," Ren Hanhang said proudly. This was the first time she had seen such a foolish person, who had so carelessly handed over such an important weapon to her. Now their positions had reversed, she would never listen to the other. "You kneel down. Dang Jia, go find some rope to tie him up. This sturdy villa and all those canned meats will be ours." Ha 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 ha. Ren Hanhang held the handgun, her face filled with ecstasy. She really didn't expect such a huge gain from this trip. It was like a windfall. She had to thank Luo Chen for so trustingly handing over such an important weapon. This guy is so handsome. With such a great body, it would be a pity to kill him. Why not keep him as our? Ha! Stop right there. If you move again, I'll shoot. Ren Hanhang snapped back to reality from her fantasies, realizing that Luo Chen not only wasn't afraid but was also walking towards her. She scolded, her finger on the trigger. "Then go ahead and shoot," Luo Chen said nonchalantly. Seeing that the other party still wouldn't listen and continued to approach, Ren Hanhang couldn't help but take 2 steps back, gritting her teeth. "Fine, you're forcing me." After saying that, she showed a hint of determination on her face and pulled the trigger. Bang, the gun fired, and the bullet shot out. A wave of ecstasy appeared on both their faces. In their eyes, at such a close distance, being shot in a vital spot meant Luo Chen was almost certainly dead. However, the next moment, both were shocked. How is this possible? Where's the bullet? Ren Hanhang exclaimed in horror. Where did the bullet go? Why did it disappear into thin air? The bullet aimed at Luo Chen had evaporated. Luo Chen sighed lightly and said, "Do you think I look like an idiot? Give you the gun, and then let you counter-kill? How is that possible?" Bang bang. Ren Hanhang didn't listen, but gritted her teeth and continued to pull the trigger. But the result was despairing, until the magazine was empty, making a click-click sound of the firing pin. Luo Chen was still standing there, arms crossed, looking at her with a mocking expression. "This one, consider it a gift from me," Luo Chen said softly. He walked over, gently took the trembling handgun from Ren Hanhang's hands, then leisurely loaded a bullet into it before handing it back to her. looking at the gun in her hands. This time, Ron Hanhan's face turned pale, and she acted decisively. Bang Dang Mei was killed by her best friend in sheer terror. I've done as you said. Can you not kill me? Ron Hanhang forced a smile, her face devoid of color. She was terrified. How could anyone swallow bullets in this world? It was simply monstrous. You can go. I'm a person of my word, Luo Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Ron Hanhang was so excited she almost cried, hurriedly placing the empty handgun on the coffee table and running towards the alloy door. Thank you. I promise I won't tell anyone. Click. It wasn't until she reached the steel corridor and heard the alloy door to the living room close that Ron Hanhang revealed a smile of someone who had survived a disaster. Fortunately, he abides by. Bang! A bullet suddenly drilled into the back of her head, exploding her brain. I didn't lay a hand on you. This is the bullet you shot at me. Strictly speaking, you killed yourself, Luo Chen said playfully as he walked into the silver steel corridor. Let her go? How could that be? She had already infringed upon his absolute interests. The secret of this shelter must never be revealed. Otherwise, it would surely bring great trouble. After all, in his previous life, Luo Chen had learned a profound lesson from that green tea girl. Su Ling, being merciful to others is cruelty to oneself. This was a world of extreme cold and despair. Kindness. What a load of nonsense. As someone who had died once and had experienced being dismembered by neighbors in his last life, how could he possibly repeat the same mistake? If I fall into the same pit again? Luo Chen stored the body in his space and chuckled. I won't need you, I'll just give myself a bullet. After dealing with the two women, Luo Chen didn't hesitate any longer and directly released the snowmobile from the steel corridor, then had the butler open the shelter's door. Vroom, the snowmobile sped away, heading towards the community. By the way, I'm supposed to pick up 4 people this trip, but the snowmobile can only carry 2 more at most. Does that mean I have to make multiple trips? Luo Chen thought to himself while wearing goggles. If that's the case, by the time he returned to the shelter, it would probably be about time. The second trip would have to wait until tomorrow to continue picking up the remaining 2. This is a bit troublesome. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a headache. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. If he wasn't mistaken, besides the snowmobile, there should be a specialized vehicle for Arctic expeditions in his space, right? It had been scavenged into the space along with the snowmobile. Now would be the perfect time for it to be useful. That's right, it's you, the SnowTrack vehicle. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately braked to a stop. With a thought, a cool-looking SnowTrack vehicle appeared before him. Its appearance was similar to a car, but its tires were tracks that could travel through the snow. With this, one trip will be enough. Luo Chen stored the snowmobile in the space, then opened the car door and sat inside. Vroom! The SnowTrack vehicle's engine roared, and as soon as he pressed the accelerator, it sped out. Although it was not as agile as the snowmobile, it excelled in power, and the interior was not only spacious but also had a heating system. Luo Chen didn't even need to wear goggles, greatly enhancing his comfort. In the vast expanse of white snow, a SnowTrack vehicle was racing forward, even drifting at an intersection. This scene left a survivor in a nearby high-rise, who happened to be looking down, in shock. Oh my god, with so much snow outside, how can that vehicle even drive? Damn, it can even catch shrimp. A few hours later, Luo Chen was driving the SnowTrack vehicle back to the community. This time, it took much less time than the snowmobile because he didn't have to worry about the biting cold. He could just speed along. Oh my gosh, everyone look outside. There's a super cool off-road vehicle. It's driven into the community. I wonder whose car that is. No way. It's Luo Chen's. Wow, Luo Chen actually changed cars again. Can someone tell me where he got this vehicle that can drive on 10 meters of snow? Hey, by the way, that beautiful woman who went out with him, why didn't she come back? The residents of the community heard the sound of the track vehicle and gathered at their windows to watch. I think that beautiful woman might have met with an accident. No way. Such a pretty girl, just like that? If it were me, I'd at least want to have fun for a lifetime. Yeah, she must have been relocated to another place. I think Luo Chen wants to move. He brought back the off-road vehicle. And didn't Zhou Jin get his hands on explosives yesterday? I heard he almost blew up Building 9. This speculation grew more intense among the residents. It even reached the ears of Ai Yarong in Building 12. She looked at the discussions in the group chat, unable to help but furrow her brows. Ai Yarong stood up and went to the window, her gaze fixed on the Snowtrack vehicle quietly parked under Building 9. However, Luo Chen was completely unaware of all this. As the security door opened, the women inside greeted him with surprise. "Welcome home, Master. I have good news. We can move." Luo Chen closed the door and said with a smile. This statement immediately brightened the eyes of the women, as Luo Chen had previously introduced them to the luxurious details of that shelter. The safe house was indeed nice, but it had one drawback: it was not very spacious. Every day, the women either worked out in the gym or sat together on the sofa watching movies, feeling like caged canaries. That shelter worth $3 billion had an enormous interior space, not only with various activity areas but even a swimming pool and a golf course. One could probably spend a good while just shopping inside every day. Not only that, but its sturdiness is also far superior to the safe house. 3 floors above ground and 3 below, and the underground part can't even be blown up with a ton of TNT, Luo Chen explained to the women. Listening to this, the women's eyes sparkled with excitement. No wonder he was their master. Such an expensive and luxurious doomsday shelter could actually be obtained. They truly hadn't followed the wrong person. He was so powerful. Their sense of security was through the roof. But I'm a bit reluctant to leave this safe house. After all, there are so many memories here. And Yuyan pushed up her glasses and sighed lightly. The first time she entered, even the first night, this place held too many of her firsts. Her words caused the excitement of the other girls to fade, replaced by a hint of sadness. Yes, no matter how you looked at it, this was their first home. So, while there's still time, let's take a good look around, Luo Chen said with a smile. After all, most of the girls probably wouldn't have the chance to come back after moving out. So, while packing, they should take a few more glances at the safe house. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously turned to Yan Shu. At first, Yan Shu was just as excited as the other girls, and they had been enthusiastically discussing life at the new shelter. But just now, when she picked up her phone to take a look, her whole demeanor suddenly became a bit downcast. It was unclear what news she had seen. "Butler, are you going to leave with us?" Luo Chen looked at the screen and asked. However, he quickly realized that the butler's original form had been copied, and was currently existing within the central system of the shelter. "Master, I will stay here to look after the house," the butler's mechanical voice sounded. It also understood that its other version was in the shelter, serving the master as well. In that case, there was no need for it to leave here. "Thank you for your hard work." Luo Chen nodded gently. After all, the butler was just an AI intelligence system. As long as there was a network, the butler in the shelter and the one in the safe house would instantly share data. "Once you finish chatting, go pack your things. I'll gather everything into the space later, so don't dawdle. We need to return to the shelter before dark." Luo Chen turned back and reminded the girls. "I feel so reluctant to leave here." "Boo-hoo. If that's the case, why not let Baya stay here with the butler to look after the house? What do you think?" He. "Baya, do you want to stay here? I'm just expressing my feelings. Can you bear to leave me here all alone?" "That's so mean. I'm not talking to you anymore." The girls laughed and teased each other. The atmosphere was lively, and no one paid attention to his words. "Oh, so you're ignoring me, huh?" Luo Chen said speechlessly. He then shook his head slightly and walked towards the master bedroom. The spatial ability is really convenient for moving. Luo Chen smiled. In the master bedroom, everything was already cleared out. All kinds of furniture, clothes, and items had been collected into his personal space with just a thought. Efficiency at its max. Creak. Yan Shu pushed open the door, her pretty face showing a hint of hesitation as she walked in. "Master." She bit her cherry lips and spoke. "What's wrong, Officer Yan? You seem hesitant. That's not like you," Luo Chen asked with a smile, not surprised by her coming to find him. "It's about CC and her aunt. I'm worried that if we move out, they won't have enough food to last long here." Yan Shu crossed her long, slender legs and intertwined her fair fingers. Just now, perhaps the residents of the community had been discussing too fervently. The news of Luo Chen moving had swept through the entire community like a gale, and almost all the owners knew about it. Some were happy, while others were worried. And CC's aunt, Yi Meng Rong, was among the very worried ones. After all, if Luo Chen left, they would lose their protection. So, in her anxiety, she couldn't help but contact Yan Shu through WeChat. As the intermediary, Yan Shu found herself in a difficult position. On one side was her master, and on the other were her two relatives. Luo Chen remained silent, quietly standing by the window, gazing out at the snowy ground. Yan Shu stood anxiously in place. About this matter, Officer Yan, I want to ask you a question first. Luo Chen turned his head and asked, are they your relatives? Yan Shu's beautiful eyes widened. Of course, they are. No, they are not. Luo Chen dismissed her answer, his tone cold. They are just your relatives. That girl is named Cici, right? Is she your biological sister? Yan Shu's cherry lips parted slightly, suddenly at a loss for words. Of course, Cici was not her biological sister. She was just a child from a relative's family. Isn't that enough? It's very simple. Luo Chen slowly walked over, pinching her delicate chin, staring into Yan Shu's beautiful eyes. You protected them for a long time before and even provided them with food for several months. The outside world is a frozen apocalypse, and under such harsh conditions, you've done enough. After all, they have no blood relation to you. Yan Shu's pupils constricted. She had never thought of it this way before. Hearing Luo Chen's words, her heart couldn't help but waver a bit. And have you forgotten about Xiaolan? Luo Chen said softly. Xiaolan's child was her own, right? But to this day, no one knows who. Even without mentioning Xiaolan, among the residents in the community, how many families have suffered tragedies just for a bite to eat? There have even been several cases of killing relatives for meat. In Yan Shu's confused gaze, Luo Chen said softly, you need to carefully examine the relationship between you. Understand? Good, sure. After saying that, Luo Chen released her delicate chin and walked out the door. Yan Shu stood there in a daze, her pretty face unable to help but flush red. What did the master call me? Sure? Yan Shu's beautiful eyes became hazy. It was as if a current surged through her limbs. The master called me sure for the first time. What should I do? I like it. Yan Shu covered her pretty face, blushing furiously, her fair neck tinged with a hint of red. Wait, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Right, the relationship between me and the master is not something they can compare to. After all, they are just a relatively familiar relative to me. Yan Shu suddenly understood. Perhaps due to her profession, she had always been a bit too kind. Before the frozen apocalypse, Yan Shu wasn't very familiar with Cici's family. Taking care of Cici was merely a response to the other party's request. Instead, they had repeatedly asked her for help because of her identity as a police officer, which had caused both Yan Shu and her colleagues some headaches. For ruthless criminals, she could act without hesitation, even violating orders from superiors. But in front of relatives or friends, her heart had always been soft. Master, I know what to do now. Ding ding, a message suddenly made her phone vibrate. Who sent me a message? Luo Chen was a bit puzzled and took out his phone to check. New friend, AI Yerong. What does that woman AI Yerong want to contact me for now? He pouted. Without a second thought, he directly clicked to refuse. The previous help in killing the criminals led by Zhou Jin in Building 11 was merely due to mutual interests being violated. His previous ambiguous relationship with her was just a transaction of mutual benefit. After moving this time, unless something unexpected happened, the two would have no further entanglements. In this situation, there was no need for friends. Anyway, once he left this community, he wouldn't be able to contact her. So agreeing was pointless. Ding ding, just after refusing. Almost the next second, the other party persistently sent another request. I have something to discuss. If you don't agree, I can only come to Building 9 to find you. Come in person? I'd rather not. Luo Chen pouted. This sly fox has come over, and it can't be anything good. I hope he doesn't take all the girls away, only to bump into each other later. At that time, who knows what shocking words might come out of AI Yerong's mouth. The other party might even touch their belly and call him baby daddy. By the way, it seems like I can handle Yan Shu's matter this way. His eyes lit up. He immediately changed his mind. It seemed necessary to have a talk with the other party. After all, he was moving, but Building 12 was still there. AI Yerong was also the strongest force in the community. It's settled. Sly fox, I'm going to Building 12 to find you. See you at the old place. Luo Chen readily clicked to agree and then sent a message in the chat box. The other party replied quickly. What, Sly Fox? That's really unpleasant. That little lady will be waiting for your good news and has prepared a surprise. Don't break your promise. Luo Gu, surprise? What surprise? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, a bit puzzled. Could it be that the other party had something planned, preparing for one last thrill before he left? That wouldn't be unacceptable. After all, who doesn't like the service of a beautiful secretary? Master, are we leaving now? Baya asked curiously. On the living room floor, several suitcases were piled up. Those were their personal belongings that had already been packed. I need to handle some matters, but it will be quick. You all stay put, and I'll let you know when I'm done. Lo Chen instructed the girls. The suitcases on the floor were also directly stored in the space. In the last room, Aiyarong was wearing a form-fitting qipao that perfectly outlined her exquisite curves. She sat on the table, her fair and rounded thighs elegantly crossed. From the side, it was clear she was wearing nothing underneath. Oh, look who this esteemed guest is? Aiyarong said with a hint of melancholy. She thought she had found a strong support, but just a few days later, Lo Chen suddenly announced he was moving. Wasn't that like having a support that hadn't even warmed up before it sprouted wings and flew away? I have something I need your help with, Lo Chen said bluntly. If you want this little lady to help, that's not impossible. However, I have a condition, Aiyarong said with a playful smile. This was also her purpose for inviting Lo Chen today. Although she had already taken control of several nearby buildings, Aiyarong's ambition didn't stop there. She wanted more resources from the neighboring community. That neighboring community, while not as valuable in terms of housing prices, had a rich supply of resources. Recently, Aiyarong even heard that in the basements of the two supermarkets near Building 2 and Building 5, there was a significant stockpile of grains and oils, enough to feed the entire building for several months, so she had to seize it. Otherwise, her subordinates would be waiting to eat. So, this little lady needs her brother to sponsor her with some weapons. For example, guns. Aiyarong emphasized the last word. With it, she would have 100% assurance of seizing the supermarket's resources. You want to grab territory and resources, what does that have to do with me? Lo Chen was instantly speechless. This woman had quite the ambition. She had just swallowed up Zhou Jin's territory and was already eyeing the resources of the nearby community. This was different from the small skirmishes within the community. It could lead to the flames of war engulfing an entire neighborhood. Who knows how many people would die then? Moreover, how could he just give away such precious resources like firearms? If you want guns, you'll have to offer something of sufficient value in return, Lo Chen said. You two can come in. Aiyarong seemed to know he would say that and clapped her hands. As Luo Chen looked on in confusion, the door opened. Hello, brother Luo. Luo Gu, two beautiful girls, dressed lightly and with shy expressions, entered. This is Xiao Guai, who used to live in Building 9. Brother Luo must have seen her around, right? Aiyarong said, wrapping her arms around a youthful-looking girl with a delicate face, her red lips slightly curled. Luo Chen remained silent. He had indeed seen this girl before. He had forgotten which floor she lived on, but she had just started her freshman year this year. The white silk short skirt she was wearing only heightened the desire to push her down. And the second one, you could say she's an acquaintance of yours. Aiyarong smiled. She reached out to the other girl's ample chest and pinched it, saying, Nana, come say hello. Hello, brother Luo. I'm Yunana, Yunana said. Her face flushed. A pair of fair thighs peeked out from beneath her very short wraparound skirt. Aren't you? Luo Chen said with a strange expression. Yunana wasn't Wang Fu's wife, she was Wang Dama's daughter-in-law, right? How did she suddenly come from Building 9 to Aiyarong's place? Surprised? They all came here to seek refuge with me. If you're willing, it wouldn't be impossible to include me in the deal too, Aiyarong said with a playful smile. These two were her bargaining chips. Both girls were not unattractive, scoring at least a 70 or 80 overall. The key was that they had previously lived in Building 9 and were acquaintances of Luo Chen. The experiences they brought would surely be completely different, right? If you want to use them to trade with me, I'm afraid I have to say sorry. Luo Chen sighed lightly. He had no shortage of resources. Secondly, he had no shortage of women. Trying to use these two to exchange for firearms in this space was a bit far-fetched. To be honest, Luo Chen had no interest in them at all. Are you really that heartless? After all, I can be considered your woman, Aiyarong said with a look of grievance. She jumped off the table and leaned close to his ear, whispering sweetly, Don't come near, that trick won't work on me. Luo Chen swatted her hand away. If he wanted guns, he needed to offer something of actual value. In his dictionary, there was no such thing as getting something for nothing. All right then, Aiyarong sighed lightly. She hadn't expected that the beauty she had carefully prepared would not move Luo Chen at all. Brother Luo, if you can give me a gun, Even just one. I promise to help you. I swear, AI Yarrow said with fiery eyes. Just thinking about becoming the boss of the entire community and controlling that wonderful thing called power made her feel a bit giddy. Well, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. To be honest, if she said that, it wasn't impossible. After all, his purpose for coming here was to have her help look after Yi Mingrong and Yi Sisi. This could also be an explanation to Yen Shu. Moreover, he was leaving, and the safe house would still be here. She could help keep an eye on the situation in Building 9. Okay. Luo Chen nodded. He then tossed his backpack onto the table, unzipped it, and revealed several handguns and some magazines inside. Remember your promise, otherwise, you know the consequences. Luo Chen threatened coldly. If she dared to play tricks, he wouldn't mind sending her down personally. Am I the kind of person who forgets kindness? Saying that will hurt my feelings. AI Yara feigned a look of grievance. However, looking at the dark gun, a spark of excitement flashed in her eyes. She couldn't help but hug Luo Chen and give him a sweet kiss. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and come over. A sharp reprimand startled Yunana and Xiaoguai, who quickly stripped off their clothes and shyly approached Luo Chen. Luo Gu, please have mercy on us. Seeing this, Luo Chen pushed them away and said irritably, that's not necessary. I'm in a hurry. Under the resentful gazes of the three, he pushed open the security door and left without looking back. Remember to come back and see us when you have time. Ai Yarong stomped her foot. And Jie, hurry up, don't keep the master waiting too long. Baya opened the safety door and urged from the corridor. Earlier, Luo Chen had contacted the girls through his phone, asking them to come downstairs directly. We're coming. As Yu Yen finished getting ready, the heavy alloy door was shut with a thud. A hint of reluctance flashed in the girl's eyes. Don't. This is our home. At that moment, they didn't notice that behind the security door, Yu Lin was peering through the peephole, observing the corridor. The owner group actually said it was true. Luo Chen is moving out? Yu Lin muttered, sticking his butt out. For the past month, his family's food had been completely depleted, and he had managed to survive only by selling chrysanthemums at a certain male friend's house in exchange for a few bites to eat. This had led to situations where he sometimes didn't even have time to pull down his pants before resolving his business in the toilet. But recently, the food from that male friend's house had also run low, and Yulin's only source of food had been cut off. If he didn't find a way to get food soon, he would probably starve to death in no time. I must seize this opportunity. Luo Chen is not here, and Li Ro is such a soft-hearted woman. Yulin gritted his teeth and pushed open the security door. Who are you? The girls were momentarily stunned to see Yulin stepping out of his house. The most surprised was Li Ro. Yulin, still alive? Li Ro, please give me something to eat. I haven't eaten in days, I'm going to starve. Yulin wailed as he lunged toward Li Ro. However, he was swiftly kicked to the ground by Yen Shu, who had been on guard. Ouch! What are you doing? Yulin lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Thank you, Li Ro said gratefully, covering her heavy conscience with one hand, a hint of fear flashing across her pretty face. At such a close distance, if Yen Shu hadn't acted decisively, she would have been knocked down by him. Now she was Luo Chen's woman, and Li Ro absolutely could not accept being touched by another man. It's nothing, Yen Shu smiled. With Luo Chen gone, the girls had to rely on her for protection. You can't treat me like this, I'm Li Ro's. Shut up. Yulin's words were cut off by Li Ro. Yulin, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Please stop saying unrealistic things, Li Ro said angrily. Now, just seeing him made her feel nauseous. No, Li Ro, you can't be so heartless, I'm about to starve to death. You have to help. As Yulin spoke, his expression turned terrified. Luo Chen had come over, wrapping his arms around Li Ro's slender waist while one hand climbed up to her ample bosom. Seeing this, a flash of hatred crossed Yulin's eyes, and he lowered his head in fear. He hadn't touched Li Ro in many years. After more than a month apart, Yulin was astonished to find that Li Ro had changed significantly compared to before. Not only had her figure become more explosive, but her pretty face was also incredibly alluring. She had become more beautiful than ever. The flowers bloomed brilliantly, and this was undoubtedly thanks to the diligent gardener's hard work. Luo Chen, he was just a brat before, but why has he become so strong now? I really want to take away all his resources. Yulin lowered his head, tightly clenching his fists. Those people before, whether it was Deng Tu or Ming Lauda, had actually been secretly informing on him. But what he didn't expect was that they all died at Luo Chen's hands. Master, you came at the right time. Just now, Bai Ye said happily. After hearing her explanation, Luo Chen smirked and looked at Li Rou in his arms. Now, you have nothing to do with him, right? Upon hearing this, Li Rou immediately nodded. Yes, Master, I promise I have no connection with him. Very good, Luo Chen said with satisfaction. In that case, kill him. After saying that, a handgun was placed in Li Rou's hand. Master, this. Li Rou felt the cold gun in her hand. Her beautiful eyes filled with panic. As a virtuous wife, how could she do something like killing? It would be more acceptable for her to kill a chicken, duck, or fish in the kitchen. Why aren't you making a move? Are you reluctant? Luo Chen leaned close to her fair earlobe, squinting his eyes. No, Master, Li Rou hurriedly explained. Then kill him. Otherwise, you will stay here with him, Luo Chen said coldly. Since the other party had already become his woman, everything from the past must be severed. He didn't want a woman with a kind and indecisive character. This is the apocalypse. Li Rou's delicate body trembled. I don't want to stay here. I want to leave with Master. Yu Lin, who was sitting on the ground, was almost scared to death. He quickly pleaded with the gun-wielding Li Rou. Don't kill me. I beg you. I don't want to die. If he had known this, he would never have come out. Bang, the gun still went off. In the corridor, everyone had reached the 5th floor. After the earlier incident, Li Rou's legs were still a bit weak, and she could only lean on Yan Shu for support. Master, don't we need to leave in batches? And Yu Yan asked curiously. After all, it seemed that the snowmobile couldn't fit so many people at once. Could it be that Luo Chen was going to bring out a few more? One for himself and another for Yan Shu to drive? No need. Just go down, and you'll know later. Luo Chen smirked, keeping them in suspense. Although it wasted a bit of time, when everyone walked outside, the snow-tracked vehicle was still parked there in good condition. No one dared to steal it. This was quite normal. Although the high-rise residents looked enviously at the tracked vehicle in the snow, they didn't dare to joke with their own lives. Who would dare to have thoughts about Luo Chen's vehicle? Wow, this vehicle is so impressive. So big. So satisfying. The women exclaimed with delight. Sitting in this must be much more comfortable than a snowmobile. After all, the interior was a closed space, making it very warm along the way, without worrying about being blown by the cold wind. Compared to the happiness of the other women, and Yu Yan had a face full of resentment. Master, you promised to send me in the first batch? She said angrily. The last time the black silk Christmas set was returned, right? If it went on like this, with everyone around, it would be much harder for her to get the room closest to Luo Chen later. You are indeed in the first batch, I just don't have any salt, Luo Chen said with a smile. Master, you're so annoying. And Yu Yan pouted. One delicate hand reached to pinch the soft flesh at his waist, and Luo Chen naturally cooperated by shouting in pain a few times. What the hell? Is this for real? Luo Chen's house actually has so many beauties? Isn't that too happy? Can your body handle it? Adding the previous one. That's 5. If I could have just one of them, my life would be complete. The residents of the upper floors, who were secretly peeking down, exclaimed in shock. They realized that Luo Chen was really moving away. Moreover, didn't he have too many women? The key was that their quality was so high, each one could rival a big star. This was too enviable. Master, why aren't we leaving? Yan Shu, sitting in the passenger seat, asked in confusion. The girls in the back seat, Bai Ye and others, also looked over with curiosity. Shouldn't Luo Chen start the car and leave immediately? After all, the journey to the shelter wasn't short. Now, you can contact your 2 relatives. The boss of Building 12 promised to help take care of them after we leave, Luo Chen said, looking at Yan Shu in the passenger seat. Upon hearing this, Yan Shu's beautiful eyes widened. Master, did you go out just to help me with this? Yes, Luo Chen nodded gently, smiling. Hurry and contact them. So many residents are watching. It's also a good opportunity to have a witness. For the sake of her face, it wouldn't be a problem for Ai Yarong to clear out a room for the 2 of them in Building 12. Being closer would make it easier to take care of them. Yan Shu's pretty face was filled with gratitude. She knew that the journey to the shelter would take quite a bit of time, so she didn't say much more and took out her phone to start contacting them. Before long, Mang Rong and ECC came out. In just half a month, their faces had become quite haggard, and they had lost quite a bit of weight. Compared to Yen Shu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, they were worlds apart. At that moment, someone from Building 12 also came down. Vroom, Luo Chen didn't linger. Pressing the accelerator, the snow-tracked vehicle sped away. Watching the figure disappear into the distance, both Mang Rong and the others standing still, as well as the residents on the upper floors, wore expressions full of envy. Luo Ge just left like that. A young girl named Xiao Guai looked out the window with reluctance. What a pity. If Luo Ge had taken us, we could have left together now, Yu Na said, her tone filled with regret. At this moment, Ai Yarong stood nearby, playing with a dark handgun in her hand. Hearing their words, a playful smile crept onto her lips. You too. Stop dreaming. Even if he wanted you now, you wouldn't have the chance to leave together. After all, her first time had been taken by him, and she was still here, wasn't she? However, Ai Yarong herself was very enamored with power. If she willingly became his woman, she would probably lose her current status. This was something she found hard to accept. Is that so? Yunana and the others couldn't help but show a hint of disbelief in their eyes. I gave my body. That means I'm his woman. With so many resources, it must be very easy for Luo Chen to support the two of us, right? Seeing their disbelief, Ai Yarong didn't mind. Don't be discouraged. Maybe one day he'll want to come back and take a look. When that time comes, you two should seize the opportunity and work hard to make him want you. She smiled, painting a bright picture. After hearing this, Yunana and Xiao Guai became excited. Aijia. We will do our best. Below Building 9, Mang Rong watched the snow-tracked vehicle disappear into the distance. Her hands clenched tightly, her eyes filled with desire and unwillingness. Why was it that he only took Yen Shu away? She wanted to leave with Luo Chen too. Wasn't it just about the body? She had some looks too. As long as Luo Chen wanted, she wouldn't mind at all. This kind of daily worry and fear, living in hunger and cold, is really enough? Mang Rong couldn't help but grit her teeth. Glancing at Cici beside her, she sighed helplessly. Cici, you shouldn't have stood here with me just now. Luo Chen is in the car. You could have just opened the door and jumped into the driver's seat. Maybe he would have taken us with him. Hearing this, Cici's eyes widened, hesitating. Aunt, but everyone says that Brother Luo's heart is very hard. It seemed that the tactic of seeking sympathy might not work. Sigh, what can I say? Mang Rong shook her head. Actually, that wasn't what she meant. Inside the car, the girls were very excited, showing great enthusiasm for their first outing. Wow, this is my first time going out since the extreme cold apocalypse began. The outside is so beautiful, Baya said, her beautiful eyes sparkling. This was, after all, fulfilling her long-held wish to go out. Outside, the ground was covered in white snow. Many buildings were almost completely buried under the snow, and from inside the car, it looked as if the ground had been raised by 10 meters. I suddenly remembered a novel from the island country called Snow Country, and Yuyan pushed up her glasses, her beautiful eyes smiling. Although the book didn't describe an apocalypse, just from the title, it was incredibly fitting. In this world, apart from the vast expanse of white snow, it seemed there was nothing else to see. Isn't this just Snow Country? Wow, Yu Yan, you've read so many books. I've heard of that novel too. It's a pity my schedule has always been so full that I haven't had time to read. I only flip through it when I have some free time. You guys are so lucky to have time to read. I'm different. I work overtime at the company until late at night. The few girls in the back row began chatting excitedly, their conversation shifting from the snow outside to a certain novel. Compared to their excitement for their first outing, Yen Shu, sitting next to Luo Chen, appeared much calmer. Her beautiful eyes were always looking out the window, occasionally turning to gaze at Luo Chen's profile as he focused on driving. After all, she had already gone out with Luo Chen once before. Be careful not to stare outside for too long. Put on your sunglasses later, or you might get snow blindness. And Yu Yan, the attentive doctor, reminded her it would take several hours to reach the shelter, and if they kept staring outside, that vast expanse of white would be a huge strain on their eyes. Oh, okay. Baya complied and obediently put on her sunglasses, following the doctor's advice. She understood this principle. A few hours later, the snow-tracked vehicle had traveled quite a distance, at least over 10 kilometers. According to Luo Chen's estimation, they were less than 2 kilometers from Yunding Manor. Hey, have you noticed? It seems like the wind is picking up outside? Baya took off her sunglasses and asked curiously. In her view, the white snow outside was gradually being whipped into waves by the wind, swirling in the air, and it was getting stronger and stronger. It is, how strange, and Yuyan said, wrinkling her little nose. Out of nowhere, why would the wind suddenly pick up? This reminded her of the blizzard she had personally experienced in Building 10. Whoosh, the wind suddenly intensified. The snowflakes in the air were almost swept up in a frenzy in a very short time. We might be encountering a snowstorm, Luo Chen said, raising his eyebrows. At this moment, through the windshield, visibility ahead was almost non-existent. The snow-tracked vehicle was instantly engulfed by the raging wind and snow, and the visibility around them had dropped to just 1 or 2 meters. The cold wind howled. The tracked vehicle was bombarded by countless snowflakes, and the glass even emitted a faint sound of dense collisions. Wow, no way? Baya exclaimed. We were so close to the manor. How did we suddenly run into a snowstorm? She said, a bit annoyed. The expressions of the other women also turned somewhat serious. This kind of weather was too dangerous. No one knew how long this snowstorm would last. Moreover, the snow outside was 10 meters deep. If they stayed too long, the thick snow might bury them beneath it. But they couldn't move either, because nothing could be seen a meter away. And they couldn't tell east from west. If they forced their way through, they would only get lost in the snowstorm. Master, are we really going to perish right after we set out? Baya's beautiful eyes showed some panic. It was her first time encountering such a scene. Outside was a vast expanse of white, and the situation was no different from being in a great desert, suddenly facing a massive sandstorm. In the face of natural disasters, humanity was undoubtedly small. Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle, saying, perish? Do you think you're the former emperor? Even with the snowstorm raging, there was no need to be overly anxious. After all, within the realm of space, he could store everything, including this snowstorm. However, it was best to find a building to take shelter in. No one knew how long this snowstorm would last. If it blew for several hours, even with Luo Chen's spatial abilities, it would probably be hard to endure. Buzz, a powerful polar drone, was deployed. Master, at 3 o'clock, about 700 meters away, there's a shopping mall. I think we can temporarily hide there. Yan Shu controlled the drone and quickly found an excellent shelter. Okay, let's go there. Luo Chen nodded and pressed the accelerator. Guided by the drone, the snow-tracked vehicle quickly drove toward the discovered shopping mall's 3rd floor. Crack, of course, the windows were smashed directly. After entering the 3rd floor of the mall, all the women got out of the vehicle. After Luo Chen stored the tracked vehicle in his space, he walked with the women toward the stairs. Arriving at the lower level, the space here was large, and the outside snowstorm could not affect it. We're saved. Baya relaxed and let out a long breath. Thank goodness the master is here. The spatial ability is amazing. She affectionately wrapped her arms around Luo Chen's and pressed her face against him. But, have you all noticed that this mall is not small? Yet there's nothing inside. How strange. Li Ro's beautiful eyes were filled with suspicion. Her words left the other women puzzled. Right, the shelves were completely empty. Could it be that other survivors had cleared it out? Cough. No need to guess. It was me. Luo Chen coughed twice. In fact, when he returned from the Cloud Peak Manor to the community, he had discovered this nearby mall. Following the principle of not wasting, he had casually emptied the mall. Unfortunately, the range of the spatial domain had not increased. Wow, master, your space has gained so many supplies, but I'm a bit curious. Can the space take me in too? Baya's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sure, Luo Chen shrugged, but the people who get stored in there all end up cold. Do you want to give it a try? Then I'll pass. Baya shrank her fair neck. The snowstorm still showed no signs of stopping. Come, let's warm up by the fire. Luo Chen took out stones and firewood from his space and made a fire pit on the spot. Since there was no shortage of fuel, he made it quite large. The roaring flames rose up, illuminating the dim interior of the mall. While the warm fire made the women comfortably squint their beautiful eyes, they gathered around to warm themselves. Compared to electric heaters, flames are indeed much more comfortable, Luo Chen said as he added a piece of wood to the fire. At that moment, on the 3rd floor of the mall, a group of terrified figures rushed in one after another. We're saved, scared me to death. Damn it, this cursed snowstorm almost wiped us all out. Quick, hurry inside. More than a dozen men, dressed in thick down jackets and standing on snowboards, hurriedly moved away from the shattered windows and headed deeper into the mall. "Old Wang is lost. He didn't keep up with us," someone suddenly said sadly. In such a massive snowstorm, the chances of survival for him were almost zero. He could very well be buried alive. "Damn, if he's dead, he's dead. At least we're alive. We can only blame old Wang for his bad luck. This is a mall, and the lower floors are full of food. Why mention the dead guy?" The burly leader cursed. They had been sent out by their boss from a nearby camp called Deep Blue to scout for supplies. If they found a large amount of food, more people would be sent later, but no one expected they would run into such a huge snowstorm. Brother Fan was right. I came to this mall a month ago, and there's plenty of food downstairs. After so many days of hunger, I can finally have a full meal. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry down. Let's go. Let's go. As soon as food was mentioned, everyone became energized, their eyes filled with greed as they rubbed their hands together, eagerly heading towards the stairs. "Boss, there are people," one of the younger men exclaimed in shock. Instantly, Luo Chen and the women, who were warming themselves by the fire, locked eyes with the unexpected intruders. The women looked astonished. It was truly unexpected to encounter other survivors in such weather. Luo Chen exchanged a glance with Yen Shu, ready to take action. But surprisingly, the group of intruders didn't pay them any mind, despite many men staring at them with wide eyes. They kept their distance and didn't come over to chat or cause trouble. "Master, those people." Yen Shu didn't let her guard down and moved closer to Luo Chen. "For now, ignore them," Luo Chen said calmly. If they had just come in to escape the snowstorm, it was best for both sides to mind their own business. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind making them regret entering this mall. On the other side, the burly leader Fan De questioned unhappily. "Are you sure you've been here before? This mall is quite large, and there's not a single item left on the shelves." Lu Song exclaimed in shock. "That's impossible. This is just too strange. A month ago, the mall was still full of stocked shelves. Even if someone had come in during that time, it couldn't have been cleaned out so thoroughly, right? Keep in mind, outside the temperature was below -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, and the snow was 10 meters deep. Yet currently, there wasn't even a single bag of cookies left on the shelves. Brother Fan, do you think those people over there took everything?" One of the younger men leaned in, glancing subtly towards Luo Chen's direction. Since entering, his attention had been on those beautiful women. "Shut the hell up," Fan De cursed. "Can't you see the footprints on the ground? It's obvious they just came in not long ago. If the supplies in the mall were taken by them, I'd go naked into the snowstorm." With that, the other men nodded in agreement. Yeah, it was clearly impossible. "Wait a minute, I'll have Xiao Wu and the others check the basement level. That's the snack and supplies area. There should be quite a few things there," Fan De said in a deep voice. Soon, the teammates who went down to check the situation returned, their faces looking grim. "Fan Ge, it's not good. The first floor and the basement have been completely cleared out. There's nothing left." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned as ugly as if they had eaten something foul. "Damn it, this cursed mall is unbelievable. There's nothing at all. Where are the supplies? Can someone tell me where all the supplies went?" Fan De couldn't help but curse. Without supplies, how would they report back? They had taken a portion of the camp's limited snowboards on this trip. Moreover, they had lost a teammate, which was quite a significant loss. Returning empty-handed would definitely earn them a scolding from the boss. The others also looked deflated. "Fan Ge, what should we do? The snowstorm outside is so severe, it's uncertain if we can return tonight." "Xiao Wu, when you went down, did you see any signs of other people?" Fan De asked in a lowered voice. At the same time, he glanced towards Luo Chen and his group, subtly signaling them. "No, Fan Ge, we checked every corner when we went down. There wasn't even a single bag of snacks." The young man nicknamed Xiao Wu replied in a low voice. Fan De's heart sank. Since we didn't get any food, we might as well bring back a few beautiful women that wouldn't be returning empty-handed. A cold smile appeared on his face. "Fan Ge, what do you mean?" The others couldn't help but show expressions of anticipation. "Look, that group of stunning beauties over there, everyone sees them, right? This must be heaven's compensation for us not getting any supplies." Fan De sneered. There was only one man on the other side, and he wasn't holding any weapons. Moreover, he had 4 delicate, curvaceous beauties by his side. If they did nothing, wouldn't that be a wasted trip? They had done this kind of thing many times before. He. Awesome. I'd been itching for this. Fangu really understands the brothers. It's my favorite part again. The group exchanged lewd glances, sharing knowing smiles. Fanda led the others over confidently and plopped down beside the fire, smiling. Beauties, we're quite cold too. Why don't we all warm up together? As they approached, and Yu Yan, Baiya, and Li Ro quickly stood up and retreated behind Luo Chen and Yan Shu. Don't be so cold, we genuinely want to get to know you beautiful ladies. The group didn't mind the other party's attitude and continued to joke around. One of the younger brothers even looked at Li Ro's chest. Beauty, you must be at least an E-cup, right? Can I touch? Just to see if it's the real deal? When they realized there were no other people in the mall, their greed and certain thoughts could no longer be contained. After all, they had the numbers now. Whatever they did, they wouldn't have to bear the consequences. Beauty, your legs are so long. Mind if I try the feel? One of the younger brothers set his sights on Yan Shu, leering as he reached out to touch her. Bang! Yan Shu wasn't going to let him off easy. Her long leg, accompanied by a whooshing sound, kicked heavily into his chest, sending the offending younger brother flying back. He crashed into the wall, spitting blood. The group was stunned for a moment, then erupted in fury. You bastard! How dare you resist? Brothers, get your weapons out! Under Fanda's lead, the group quickly pulled out machetes and iron rods from behind, grinning as they surrounded her. In their eyes, these beautiful women were already in their grasp. Who wouldn't take action when faced with such a beautiful opportunity? Ignoring them and leaving directly? That's something only a fool would do. Bang! The leader, Vander, suddenly fell straight down, his robust body collapsing. A clear blood hole was visible on his forehead. What happened? Where did the bullet come from? A sniper. It must be a sniper. Quick, take cover. Everyone panicked, quickly searching for shelter and swiftly throwing themselves down beside the shelves, truly asking for death. Luo Chen sneered. How dare they tease his woman in front of him? Did they think he didn't exist? Bullets poured out from the space. Thud thud, in the blink of an eye, Vander and his group became cold corpses. Facing the bullet storm, they were living targets, utterly defenseless. Luo Chen didn't take this little episode to heart. He regarded these people as ordinary survivors who had coincidentally encountered him while searching for supplies. An hour later, the snowstorm outside finally stopped. Buzz, the snow-tracked vehicle, roared to life, speeding towards the nearby Cloudtop Manor. Almost at the very moment everyone was leaving, a man in snow-covered ski gear emerged from a nearby building, cursing, "Damn it! In the face of a snowstorm, those idiots actually left me behind to escape on their own. When I get back to the camp, I must tell the boss." As he spoke, he saw the departing snow-tracked vehicle and exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is that vehicle? How can it drive on snow? Moreover, it looked like it had just come from a mall." Vander and the others must have already gone into the mall. What are they doing? Why not grab such a good vehicle? The man continued to curse. Then, he glided into the mall on his skis, determined to confront those guys. Wang Zhuang passed through a broken window, following the snow traces on the ground down to the second floor. The light was dim, making it hard to see clearly. "Brother Vander, is that you?" He vaguely saw a pile of people sprawled on the floor ahead. Judging by the nearby skis, they must be the companions who had gotten separated earlier. Seeing that the others did not respond, Wang Zhuang complained as he walked over. "Seriously, we walked quite a distance, but it's not even night yet. Why are you all sleeping?" Although the second floor of the mall was covered in snow, it was still quite cold. If they were to sleep, they should at least find a better place. Perhaps go down 2 more floors to rest in the basement. As Wang Zhuang got closer, his soul nearly flew away. He couldn't help but scream, his face turning pale instantly. What he saw on the ground was that Vander and his group were not sleeping at all. They were already dead. The place was littered with corpses. The heads of the people had been shot into a honeycomb pattern, their faces smashed to pieces, exposing their white skulls and bloody flesh. In the low temperature, they had frozen into ice clumps. What happened? Everyone is dead? Wang Zhuang collapsed to the ground, unable to recover for a long time. So many people, clearly armed with handguns. How could they all be killed? Based on the bullet holes, could it be that they encountered a professional army? Right, that vehicle I saw earlier. It must have been those people in that vehicle who did this. I must send the news back to the camp. They killed so many of our brothers. They must pay the price. Wang Zhuang clenched his fists in anger. This was too much. Was it just guns? Our camp has them too. And not just guns, we have grenades, rocket launchers, everything. No one can take advantage of our deep blue camp. Everyone has arrived at the Yunding Manor. We're here. We've arrived. Baya exclaimed, leaning against the car window with excitement. Li Ro Jia. Anjia. Look, Manor no. 120. That's my home. The snow-tracked vehicle passed right in front of Baya's villa. Humph. Your little rich lady's house looks really luxurious. If I get the chance, I must go in and sit for a while. And Yu Yen teased, playfully pinching her delicate face. Any time is fine, Baya mumbled. However, it was already evening, and the sky had darkened. To avoid any mishaps, it was better for everyone to head inside the shelter quickly. After all, nights in the apocalypse are very dangerous. Creak, the heavy alloy door slowly opened. Luo Chen drove the snow-tracked vehicle through the gate and directly into the silvery steel corridor. As the ground sank, everyone arrived at the basement level. All right, let's get out, Luo Chen said, turning his head. He parked the snow-tracked vehicle in one of the warehouses on the basement level. There were many warehouses here, each capable of storing different supplies. The one closest to the entrance was directly used as a parking garage. Wow, so beautiful. As soon as the women got out of the car, they were stunned by the silver corridor. The entire corridor, shimmering with a soft white light, looked incredibly sci-fi. It had a strong sense of futuristic technology. Welcome, everyone. Yang Mengyu smiled as she walked over. With the butler's reminder, she had learned about Luo Chen and the women's arrival. Mengyu, you came just in time. Luo Chen closed the car door and instructed her. They just got here and are unfamiliar with the internal space, so you can show them around. Okay, master. Yang Mengyu nodded. After a few days of interaction, she could almost chat and laugh with the women. She found that besides Baya, the personalities of Yen Shu and the others were also very kind and approachable. Thus, Yang Mengyu gradually accepted them in her heart. After all, they were all the master's women. The harmony of the harem is very important. As the daughter of a large corporation, Yang Mengyu quickly understood this principle. The basement level was soon explored. After all, this level mostly consisted of warehouses and a central control center. The women happily greeted the butler, surprised that he had arrived ahead of them. The second basement level is the rest area, but we're not staying here for now. Yang Mengyu opened a door and introduced the internal situation to the women, including the stunning simulation technology. Oh my gosh, this technology is amazing, so cool, I love it. With this, every night before bed will be a pleasure. The women were, of course, very fond of it. They were even a bit eager to try staying here for a night. What shocked them even more was yet to come. When the women reached the third basement level and discovered the stadium, they were even more astonished by the vast space. The luxury of this shelter exceeded their imagination. The space was so large, it could even accommodate a football field and even play golf. Awesome! Now we have plenty of space for exercise. I want to learn to play football. After touring the lower levels, Yang Mengyu led the women to the living room. Looking at the spacious silver living room, with its oversized white sofa that could seat 10 and its stylish, sci-fi layout, the women couldn't help but adore it. Wow! The living room looks so spectacular. With such a large space, we can all sit on the sofa and watch movies together. So spacious, the space is so big. The girls looked around, their eyes sparkling with delight. Clearly, they were extremely satisfied with this new home. So many books, including various English literature from abroad in different fields. And Yu Yen walked over to the nearby book cafe. Eagerly, she took some books off the shelf and began flipping through them. With so many books, it seemed she would have enough to read for a long time. Li Ro entered the open kitchen. Her delicate hands gently caressed the silver-white countertop and the island, clearly enamored with it. Now, she could prepare meals without any hindrance. Such a long bar could easily accommodate all of them for dining. The comfort level had increased several notches. The second floor is the entertainment area, Yang Mengyu said, leading the curious girls as they toured various rooms. Karaoke rooms, game rooms, fitness rooms. Wow, what's this room for? Why is the color scheme so pink? And there's a waterbed. Baya pushed open a room and curiously examined it. This is the pleasure room. As for what it's for, Yang Mengyu said, then fell silent. The girls exchanged glances, their faces turning red from the sight of the pink room. At that moment, They all shyly averted their eyes, not wanting to look at the scene inside. However, they all knew that in the future, they would definitely experience it. Next to the pleasure room was, of course, the bath. Looking at the oversized silver-white decor and the irregularly shaped round bath that occupied half the room, the girls couldn't help but widen their beautiful eyes. Is this really a bath and not a swimming pool? They questioned. Moreover, beside the steaming bath, there were several soft white beds. After washing up, they could rest right away. It seems like washing once might waste a lot of water, Lee Rose said softly. Her frugal nature couldn't help but take precedence at that moment. Compared to pure enjoyment, she was more concerned about resource issues. After all, before the apocalypse, wasting money was the worst that could happen. But now, water resources were a matter of life and death. Upon hearing this, the other girls also suppressed their impulses. They needed to save resources for their host. Such a large pool could allow all of them to bathe for 3 days in the bathroom. Actually, everyone can rest assured. Below the shelter, there exists a huge underground river. It is said to be a tributary of a very large freshwater lake in the country, Yang Mengyu explained with a smile. Noticing the girls' concerns, the issue of water resources had been considered long before the shelter was built. Really? In that case, I won't be polite anymore. Baya's eyes lit up. Under her lead, the other girls were also tempted and began to take off their clothes. Soon, the room was filled with springtime beauty, a dazzling display of enticing figures, both plump and slender. At that moment, beside the bath, it felt like a paradise on earth. If someone were to see this scene, they might just shoot blood 3 meters high and leave this life without regrets. Splash! The girls jumped into the water, exclaiming about the comfortable temperature. Lee Ro, has your size increased quite a bit? The host must love it. Hee, let me experience the host's joy too. Ah, Baya, are you trying to get us killed? Officer Yen, I didn't realize your size is almost the same as Rose. Don't look. Don't touch either. An hour later, the girls emerged from the oversized bath, looking refreshed, now dressed in light pajamas. Their fair, rounded legs stepped playfully into home slippers, so dazzlingly white. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the girls were filled with anticipation. It was time to choose their living quarters. Without a doubt, they all wanted to choose the house closest to Luochen. Luochen was number 1, and number 2 had already been claimed by Yang Mengyu on a first-come, first-served basis. My lucky number has always been 3, so this room belongs to me, Baya said, hands on her hips. However, this statement was quickly rebutted. No way. I'm a doctor. If the owner needs anything, I can rush over immediately, so it's most suitable for me to live here. And Yuyan pushed up her glasses on her nose. I think personal safety is the most important. What if there's an intruder at night? As the bodyguard, I must live near the owner. Yen Shu also rarely argued. An intruder? Who could possibly invade the steel fortress? The other girls looked at her in disbelief. Come on, Officer Yen, at least come up with a more reasonable excuse. Fortunately, I don't have to argue. Yang Mengyu crossed her arms, a slight smile on her lips. Arriving early definitely had its advantages. After a round of verbal sparring, no one managed to convince anyone else. In the end, they decided to use a fair game of rock paper scissors to determine the room assignments. Room 3 went to An Yuyen, Room 4 to Yen Shu, Room 5 to Baya, and the farthest was Li Ro. This basically reflected the order in which the girls entered the safe house, but it was now reversed. Humph, very fair. And Yuyen nodded in satisfaction. I refuse. Baya tossed her silky golden hair, angrily shouting. She was usually very good at rock paper scissors, but for some reason, her luck was a bit off tonight. Alright, stop arguing. Aren't you all hungry? It's time to eat. Let's hurry downstairs, Li Ro gently advised. As the dedicated cook, she was quite sensitive to meal times. After all, not only was dinner important, but they had all just snacked at noon, and now their stomachs were already growling. Arriving at the open kitchen on the 1st floor, Li Ro also began to try out the new kitchenware. Such a large space allowed others to help prepare the ingredients as well. I'll help wash the vegetables. Me too, count me in. For the first meal at the shelter, everyone eagerly came to help. Nice view. I like it. Luo Chen stood behind them, admiring their figures. This sleepwear was really nice. It was well prepared by himself. The hem was quite short, exposing pairs of beautiful white legs to the air. and just looking at them was a feast for the eyes. Moreover, the fabric was soft and, most importantly, fitted. The exquisite curves of the girls' bodies were displayed to perfection. Along with that, there was a subtle allure that made one feel a bit restless. Smoked salmon, beef tartare, swordfish seafood pasta, and a mixed seafood soup. Soon, dish after dish was served on the kitchen's Lone Island counter. Since it was the first meal at the shelter, Leroux prepared a very high-end spread. Each dish might not have a large portion, but the appearance and presentation were top-notch. The ingredients used were also some expensive delicacies. For example, one dish with cheese used Italian Parmigiano Reggiano, known as the king of cheeses, which had an 800-year history. A small piece was worth 30,000 RMB. Don't just stand there. Eat, Luo Chen called from the main seat. Upon hearing this, the girls cheerfully picked up their chopsticks. The taste is really good. Rojie's skills have improved. I haven't seen many of these dishes before. Rojie must have put in a lot of effort. The swordfish is so fresh and tender while everyone was dining. A few uninvited guests were sneaking around outside the shelter. Yining, is this the villa? Don't get it wrong. Lo Xing couldn't help but lower his voice. The man named Shen Yining weighed the baseball bat in his hand and said in a deep voice, "It can't be wrong. Even if that message has been retracted, I've already taken a screenshot and backed it up. The villa mentioned in the message is this one, number 233. Hearing his confirmation, Lo Xing grinned maliciously and nodded. That's good. No time to waste. Let's hurry in. Those dozens of cans of meat can last us a long time if we ration them. As for the owner of the villa, sorry, if you foolishly expose your supplies, then you can only die." In front of the villa, two figures were crouched down, stealthily taking tools from their portable toolbox, not knowing what they were fiddling with. 5 minutes passed. Shen Yining, are you done yet? My legs are frozen numb, and it's taking forever to open this damn lock. You still have the nerve to brag about being the lock king? Lo Xing shivered and stomped his feet impatiently. What the hell are you rushing me for? Shen Yining snapped back. The door lock of this villa is too intricate, completely different from other villas. Even if I had professional lock-picking tools, I can't do anything about it right now, not to mention picking the lock. He hadn't even figured out the structure. It was as if the keyhole was just for show. If you can't handle the keyhole, then just crack the code lock. The temperature is dropping lower and lower at night. It might fall below -70 degrees Celsius soon, and I don't want to freeze into a popsicle. Lo Xing leaned in, offering suggestions. In reality, the two of them were not the villa's owners but personal bodyguards for a wealthy individual, responsible for the client's daily travel safety and various other tasks. The wealthy people living here had high net worths. Therefore, Shen Yining and Lo Xing's ranks in the security company were among the elite, and even with high-end locks like those on villas, they could usually pry them open with professional tools. But for some reason, the door lock of this villa was a bit strange. Weird. This door doesn't even have a keypad panel. How am I supposed to crack it? I can't just stick wires into the keyhole. After checking, Shen Yining was so angry he wanted to smash the door. What a joke. In such an expensive villa area, they didn't even have a keypad lock. Alright, just give it a rest. Lo Xing sighed, losing hope in his lock-picking skills. He inspected the villa and realized it wasn't that there was no keypad lock. Instead, the lock used was even more advanced than a keypad lock and iris recognition lock. This type of lock has a high technological content, and it certainly couldn't be broken by just the two of them with a toolbox. At the very least, a professional team would be needed. Damn it, if soft methods won't work, then let's go hard. Shen Yining cursed, closing the toolbox and picking up the baseball bat. We should have done this earlier. Let's go to the restaurant on the other side, Lo Xing said discontentedly. Then, the two of them armed with weapons, trudged through the thick snow to the side of the kitchen. Through the glass, they could clearly see the dimly lit space inside. The owner is probably already asleep. Let's be quick, smash it open, grab the cans, and get out. Shen Yining weighed the baseball bat in his hand. What are we afraid of? Lo Xing said nonchalantly. If the owner dared to come down, they could deal with it directly. That way, they could scour the entire villa for supplies. After all, they were professional bodyguards. Could those weak-bodied rich people fight them? They could take them down with one hand. If there were beautiful women, they could enjoy themselves too. Bang! A sharp steel pipe slammed hard against the glass. The glass was fine, but Lo Xing's palm was numbed from the impact. Hiss, he inhaled sharply, feeling a fiery pain in his hands. What kind of glass is this? Even if it's bulletproof, it can't be this sturdy. That hit could have killed an adult. But when he jabbed at the glass, not even a crack appeared. Not even a scratch. You must have used all your strength on women. Step aside. Let me handle this, Shen Yining said disdainfully, pushing the other aside and grabbing a baseball bat, ready to smash it. Bang! 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 Shen Yining smashed for a long time, using all his strength, but that damned glass remained completely unyielding. Damn it, is this villa where the president lives? With glass this tough? Beside him, Luo Xing, recovering his strength, also stubbornly picked up a steel pipe and started smashing. Unfortunately, after a long time of smashing, the two still ended in failure. The glass didn't even have a scratch, and their hands were almost useless. They couldn't know that the new type of special glass in front of them had 3 layers, each with a terrifying thickness. Not even a cannonball could break through. By now, the sky had completely darkened, and the temperature had dropped to minus 70 degrees Celsius. Even wearing thick down jackets, they couldn't help but shiver, their bodies icy to the bone. Sniff, the two sniffed, both looking quite miserable. Damn, this cursed glass. Let's retreat. If we stay any longer, achoo, I'm going to freeze to death. Shen Yining's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but sneeze. Luo Xing beside him nodded vigorously, losing all desire to force their way in. This villa's outer layer was just too solid. They might freeze to death out here without getting in. So, the two of them disappeared into the night, looking quite dejected. Hee, are they giving up just like that? I thought they wouldn't stop until they smashed the glass and got in. And Yu Yan said with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Not just her. The other girls sitting at the island bar also wore expressions of barely contained laughter. That's right. The glass of the shelter also used simulation technology. From the outside looking in, the interior was pitch black. Not even a light was on. But in reality, the girls had witnessed Luo Xing and the others' actions the whole time. However, they couldn't see the true situation inside. They thought it was dark inside, with no one there. Master, where did these two funny guys come from? Baya asked with a smile. They had already learned about the security level of this villa from Yang Xiaohua in advance. A shelter that could withstand missiles wouldn't fear an army. How could it be easily breached by Luo Xing and the others? Who knows? But from their appearance, they don't seem like the owners of other villas. Luo Chen took a sip of mixed soup and said lightly, those two, from a series of actions and behaviors, they seemed somewhat professional. Could they be bodyguards sent by some rich people to rob supplies? After all, during college, there were professionals protecting that Kong Shao. This is a wealthy area, it makes no sense not to have bodyguards around. No need to worry about them. Let them mess around, they won't get in even after 100 years. Yang Mengyu elegantly wiped her mouth with a tissue and smiled. After the meal, the girls comfortably sat together on the oversized white sofa in the living room. They also turned on the enormous screen that occupied 2/3 of the wall. The picture quality was exquisite, as if they were there in person. Master, aren't you coming to watch TV with us? Baya asked expectantly. No, you all watch, I'm going to take a bath. Luo Chen waved his hand. After a day of running around, moving and encountering a snowstorm, he felt a bit tired. Maybe he should take a bath and then rest early. A bath? As soon as Luo Chen mentioned going to the bathhouse, the women sitting on the sofa suddenly had a distracted look in their eyes. Stop right there. Baya fixed her gaze on Yang Mengyu, who had stood up and was about to head upstairs. Where do you think you're going? Yang Mengyu covered her mouth with her delicate hand, yawned lightly, and smiled. What's wrong, Baya? I'm just tired and planning to go back to my room to rest. Baya's beautiful eyes were filled with suspicion. Oh, really? But I clearly remember that every time you, the young lady, lie, you always show that signature fake smile. The lie was exposed. Yang Mengyu's charming face stiffened, and she retorted angrily. Anyway, I'm just tired and going to sleep. No way. You definitely want to have it all to yourself. You can't go. If you want to sleep, sleep in the living room. There's such a big bed here. It's enough for you. Baya blocked her path. The living room is too noisy. I can't sleep with you here. Fine. Then I'll go upstairs to sleep. Wait, Baya, you can't leave. At that moment, Yen Shu quietly stood up from the sofa, tiptoeing as if she were about to sneak away. Sister Yen, where are you going? The two fixed their sharp gazes on her. Yen Shu felt a bit uneasy under their stares, tossed her smooth long hair, and awkwardly smiled. I'm just going to the bathroom. There's one in the living room, you don't need to go upstairs, Yang Mengyu said sweetly. Oh. A look of disappointment immediately appeared on Yan Shu's pretty face, and she sat back down on the sofa. As they stared at each other, no one noticed that a figure had already quietly left the living room. After a while, the others finally realized someone was missing. Who went off to have it all to themselves? Baya asked, puffing up in anger. Hearing this, Yan Shu and Yang Mengyu looked at each other in confusion. We're all here, the ones missing are Sister Ro and In Yuyan. It must be Sister In, Baya said with certainty. The other two nodded in agreement. After all, Sister Li Ro was so virtuous, she wouldn't do something like sneaking off to eat. She must have been too tired from preparing the big meal and went to rest early. Splash, Luo Chen sat in the bath, eyes closed, relaxing. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the sensor door opening. The crisp sound of a delicate foot stepping on the smooth floor clearly reached his ears. Yet, he still didn't open his eyes, wondering who it was. The person slowly approached and stepped into the bath. Splash, the water rippled. Scrub my back, Luo Chen said lightly without opening his eyes. Hearing this, the person obediently squeezed some shower gel and leaned in to help him wash. Don't use your hands. Luo Chen still didn't open his eyes. Upon hearing this, the person froze for a moment, and then two soft peaks pressed against him. The sudden slickness and warmth made Luo Chen gasp. Hiss, he almost couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Chen finally realized who it was. With that size, there was no one else. Master, Li Ro called shyly, her fair arms tightly wrapping around him. That's right. While Bai Ye and the others were playing around, she had seized the opportunity to sneak over. What's wrong? You seem a bit unhappy. Luo Chen, being perceptive, noticed a hint of sadness in her tone. So he asked, Not really. It's just, my luck is bad, the room I drew is too far from you. So I can't be too happy, Li Ro said with a hint of grievance. I thought it was something serious. Luo Chen chuckled. It's just a matter of walking a few more steps. It's not like it's far from the neighborhood. It's nothing. Li Ro gently shook her head, pouting playfully. It's not that simple. I don't care, Master must comfort me, or I won't be happy, and I'll have insomnia tonight. She pouted her little lips. This was the first time Luo Chen saw her looking so adorable. All right, go ahead. Tell me how you want me to comfort you, he said with a smile. Li Ro's shy and delicate face turned crimson, and in a soft tone, she said, I want to. The following content, knowing that everyone doesn't like to read it, has been omitted. In the living room, in a corner of the book cafe, and Yu Yan was engrossed in a book when suddenly the light in front of her dimmed, as if it had been blocked. She slowly raised her head and found Baya and the others surrounding her from above. What are you doing? Your expressions are so scary, and Yu Yan said weakly, unsure of what was happening. That night, after the girls played around with each other, they all returned to their rooms to sleep, saying that no one else could monopolize the master was just a joke. However, Luo Chen and Li Ro did not return all night. After all, there was a big bed by the bath. Oh, good morning, everyone. Luo Chen stretched lazily and smiled at the several girls sitting on the sofa in various poses. He was in high spirits, his face full of an unstoppable smile. Master, where did you go last night? You didn't come back to your room all night. And Yu Yan asked in confusion. And what about Sister Li Ro? She didn't prepare breakfast on time today, and I'm starving, Baya said weakly, hugging a soft pillow. In that case, why don't you all just make a meal yourselves? Luo Chen said, arms crossed, speechless. These guys, it seemed they were truly spoiled by Li Ro. Now, he was too lazy to go to the kitchen to cook. We cook? The girls looked surprised, exchanging glances, especially Baya, who widened her beautiful eyes and said weakly, Master, I'm a big star. How can a star cook? I can't even tell the spices apart. Cooking? No way. I usually just order takeout. And Yu Yan adjusted her glasses calmly. Master, let me prepare breakfast for everyone. Yang Mengyu raised her small fist, full of fighting spirit. I disagree, Baya said with a look of fear. Master, you can't let her cook. Last time Mengyu cooked, the kitchen exploded. That time, she was so scared she thought there was a terrorist attack. All the bodyguards of the Young family rushed over, only to find that it was their young lady who had blown up the kitchen while cooking. Yang Mengyu's face turned red with embarrassment, glaring at Baya with a murderous look. Baya, however, glared back without backing down. Oh my! Luo Chen shook his head in disbelief. Are you kidding me? In this shelter, the only one skilled in cooking is Li Ro? After spending so much time together, it was the first time he realized the importance of Li Ro as a wife. The other girls were all foodies. Then let's eat what's ready. Luo Chen made a decision. After all, there were still plenty of ready-made meals in the space, all ordered before the apocalypse. There were all kinds of dishes, more than enough for a breakfast. However, in the past, with Li Ro, the virtuous wife, there had never been a chance to eat. I still prefer Sister Ro's cooking. This tastes like pre-made meals. Yang Meng Yu elegantly wiped her cherry lips with a tissue. Even though it was food from a 5-star restaurant, it had been transported for at least half a day and then simply reheated, so the taste would have lost some quality. For the girls who were used to Li Ro's delicious food, the difference was quite obvious. It's a pity that Sister Ro is probably still sound asleep after being taken by the master. I wonder if we can have a big meal made by Sister Ro at noon, Baya said with a smile, while also giving Luo Chen a gentle wink with her beautiful eyes. Ahem, having something to eat is already good. If you keep being picky, I'll make you eat canned meat from the warehouse, Luo Chen said irritably. Haven't you seen the survivors outside, fighting over a bite to eat? You can have such warm meals and still be picky. If others find out, how will you survive? Giggle. Baya couldn't help but stick out her tongue playfully. After finishing the meal, Luo Chen sat on the soft white sofa, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds above. Lost in thought, he began to ponder the current situation. This shelter is undoubtedly very sturdy. Calling it an indestructible doomsday fortress wouldn't be an exaggeration. Almost no one can break in, so there's no need to worry about defense. Luo Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the sofa. However, my offensive capabilities might be a bit lacking right now. At this moment, his offensive means consisted only of the hundreds of various firearms stored in the space, along with a vast number of bullets, handguns, submachine guns, rifles, sniper rifles. In the community, these guns could solve 99% of the problems, but now, it seems a bit inadequate compared to the configuration of this shelter. It seems, it's time to get some large-scale destructive weapons. Luo Chen squinted his eyes, his mind racing. The area of effect weaponry was a shortcoming. He had to find a way to improve it. Although the shelter was very safe now, he understood the principle of being prepared for a rainy day. At the very least, he should arrange for some fragmentation grenades and rocket launchers, right? Compared to such area of effect weapons, bullets were lacking in both power and deterrence. And who wouldn't want more firepower? I remember that there's a paramilitary police detachment stationed nearby. In this situation, the police must have moved out of their base. Maybe I can pick up some leftovers, Luo Chen recalled in his mind, his eyes lighting up. Compared to the police station, the firepower of the paramilitary police detachment was much stronger. Although it couldn't compare to the military, it had many pieces of equipment that police stations didn't have. Grenades and rocket launchers were just the beginning. There were even mortars and armored vehicles. If I can completely scavenge the equipment from the paramilitary police detachment and store it in my space, my strength will definitely rise to another level, Luo Chen thought to himself. After all, when he saved the school beauty Yang and her friend in college, the guy he killed, Kong Xiao, had said that his father held a high position in the official shelter. This indicated that certain large forces did exist. It was just that he hadn't encountered them yet. I don't want to wait until I truly face an insurmountable problem to regret not preparing in advance. So, I must pay a visit to the paramilitary police's base, Luo Chen firmly thought in his heart. The previous time in the community was the same. If he hadn't gone to scavenge the police station's armory in advance, would he have been able to calmly pull out a submachine gun and take out Diao Ming and his 100 subordinates when he returned to the community? This all demonstrated the importance of strength. Steward, help me search the offline map. Luo Chen summoned the steward. After the search, he confirmed that the closest official organization was indeed the paramilitary police detachment. Although there were special police and military bases in Qingshui City, they were too far away. Is it less than 5 kilometers? That's really not far, Luo Chen said, surveying the large screen. This distance was even closer than the journey from Yunding Manor to the community. If he moved quickly, he could make a round trip in less than a day. Master, are you preparing to go out again? Baya walked over, curiously looking at the offline map of the paramilitary police detachment displayed on the super large screen. This shelter's sturdiness is beyond imagination. almost no one can break in. So, master, you don't need to worry so much about safety. Yang Mingyu pursed her cherry lips and said. In her view, the ground level of the shelter had 3 floors, which could withstand even missiles. The underground level was even more terrifying, even if a nuclear bomb exploded above. The buildings deeply buried underground could completely resist the power of a nuclear explosion. Therefore, everyone could live here for a lifetime without worry. I know, Luo Chen said softly. He then scanned the faces of the women, smiling as he said, but I have to have the strength to protect you all. Avoiding danger is not my style. Don't forget, this is the extreme cold apocalypse, anything unexpected could happen. Wow, no wonder you're the master. You think of everything. It really gives a sense of security, Baya said with sparkling eyes, sweetly wrapping her arms around his. Her long, golden hair was tied up in a high ponytail, revealing her delicate and charming face, radiating the refreshing aura of a beautiful girl. Hey, Baya, why are you snuggling up to the master again? Yang Mengyu said irritably. Among the women, Baya was the most clingy. At this moment, she was not to be outdone and wrapped her other arm around Luo Chen. What's wrong with that? Baya said unhappily. I'm the master's exclusive maid, isn't it normal to be close to the master? In fact, warming the bed for the master every day is what a maid should do. But you wish, Yang Mingyu said, her pretty face unable to help but flush. Could it be that before she arrived, the maid's benefits were this good? Even she, a young lady from a wealthy family, couldn't help but feel tempted. Yan, you all are so lively this early in the morning, Li Rou said, stretching lazily, her pretty face full of confusion. She had slept soundly and even missed breakfast time. However, today was the latest she had ever gotten up. Sister Li Rou, your outfit, so sexy, Baya said, her eyes widening. At that moment, Li Rou was wearing a light-colored nightgown, with one of the shoulder straps slipping down, revealing a glimpse of her ample curves. Below the short nightgown, her plump, snow-white thighs were particularly eye-catching. Ah! Li Rou shyly covered her chest and immediately fled in embarrassment. I'll change my clothes. This was her first time wearing something so daring in front of everyone. While the girls were playing around, the butler suddenly issued a reminder. Master, there is a new message on the account. Oh, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, pulling out the phone of Seiichi from his space and clicking into the interface. After the last incident, he had been cautious and had the butler monitor the other party's account, keeping an eye on any news related to Manor 233. After all, that guy had leaked quite a few photos. In case of any disturbances, Luo Chen could discover them in advance and take timely measures. Hey, I agreed to your deal. The price is set at 2 cans of meat per time, limited to 5 minutes. Also, you must take a shower before doing it. No kissing without my permission. And you must wear a balloon. Looking at the long message in the chat box, Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. It seemed that this woman was one of Seiichi's casual partners found through the meat cans in the shelter. However, the price was outrageous. According to the current market price, just a bag of instant noodles or bread could get you a game of poker with other women. 1 can of meat could last several nights at home. Yet here, it was only 5 minutes. Wait, Chen Xin? That name sounds familiar. I remember she seems to be a well-known actress in the country, right? Luo Chen glanced at the other party's note, suddenly surprised. No wonder her tone was so arrogant. From the messages sent by the other party, Luo Chen even had the illusion that it was not Qin Shiner who was seeking something from him, but rather he was the one receiving charity from her. He had always been too lazy to deal with such self-important people. However, since this matter concerned the shelter, and from the historical records above, there was a 10-minute call record between the two. He couldn't be sure how much internal information the other party had learned, so he still had to extract some information. If necessary, he could even deal with the other party directly. Luo Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "What did we talk about during the last call? I can't quite remember." Young master, can you please show some restraint? We agreed to trade, so please don't waste all the canned goods on those other women. I'm a top-tier star, no other woman can compare. Chen Shiner accused him in an unpleasant tone. A long stream of self-centered messages came pouring in. At this moment, Luo Chen concluded from her words that aside from the canned goods, she didn't know much else about the shelter. Too expensive. Is your golden can encrusted with diamonds? I don't have that many canned goods, he replied without hesitation. and even shot back at her harshly. He never showed mercy to those who disrupted the market. So what if she was a big star? There was still a super top-tier star in his shelter. Compared to her arrogant attitude, Baiya was much more obedient. Seeing the reply, Chen Shiner was instantly furious. Oh, so before you were like a starving ghost, eagerly craving my body, and now you've turned around and forgotten all about it? Now you even think the price is too high? See, Dasha, don't you know what's good for you? I made a huge decision to agree to trade with you. From young to old across the country, there isn't a single person who doesn't crave my body. If you're lucky enough to have me once, you should be secretly delighted. I'm telling you, if you miss this opportunity, next time you kneel and beg me, I won't even give you a chance to get close to me. It was clear that she was furious. In such cold weather, she typed so quickly, not caring at all about her frozen hands. She threw her phone directly onto the coffee table, and Luo Chen decided not to respond to her anymore. Ah, it's that stinky woman Chen Shiner. Master, don't pay attention to her. Baiya glanced at the chat box and said unhappily, "What? Are you familiar with her?" Luo Chen asked. Baiya and the other party were both big stars and had even appeared together on entertainment shows, so it was normal for them to know each other. Not really familiar, but Chen Shiner is a very bad person. She has secretly hired a lot of water army to spread a lot of unfounded negative news about others. From Baiya's words, Luo Chen learned about another side of the entertainment industry. It turned out that Chen Shiner was previously just a second-tier star, but somehow, she suddenly got a very powerful benefactor who used capital to elevate her to a first-tier star status. Unfortunately, she had always been overshadowed by Baiya, which made her jealous, and she tried to sabotage her at every turn. Hiring water armies to spread rumors was a common occurrence. In a certain villa. Damn it, that bastard Seiichi. Why has his attitude changed so much all of a sudden? Chen Shiner, wearing a mink coat, gritted her teeth as she looked at her iPhone 50 Pro Max. If it weren't for her benefactor promising to send someone from the official shelter to pick her up, she wouldn't have directly rejected Seiichi's trade last time. But who knew that later her benefactor lost contact and couldn't be reached? With food running low at home, Chen Shiner was forced to continue selling her looks. After all, her reputation was still very valuable. Her figure is quite explosive. You know, there are pictures to prove it. Are you sure you can resist? Chen Xiner thought long and hard, and finally gritted her teeth to send one of her more private photos. There was no other choice. At that moment, she was running low on food, and if she didn't get a refill, she would really have to go hungry. She was a famous female star. How could she allow herself to starve because of a lack of food? Therefore, sometimes making sacrifices was necessary. Beep beep, the phone rang twice, and then a photo popped up in the chat box. The other party was shirtless, with a shy expression, gently covering their chest with both hands, revealing a large expanse of dazzling white skin. No kidding. As a top-tier star, Chen Xiner, although pushed to fame, still had some assets. Don't look, Baiya exclaimed, hugging her phone protectively, her face full of jealousy as she said, "Master, this guy has had surgery all over. There's nothing worth seeing. If you want to see, then look at Baiya's. I'm all natural." Her delicate face flushed a shade of red, and she shyly lowered her head, her long, fair legs gently tracing circles on the floor. Luo Chen's expression was strange. Baiya had said that. It seemed she really hated that Chen Xiner. After a long time, Chen Xiner's expression shifted from smug to increasingly irritated, and finally, she paced back and forth in the room with an anxious look. "I've shown you the photo. You better give me an answer right now." Unfortunately, no matter what she said, Luo Chen did not reply to her messages again. In the end, Chen Xiner finally understood that the other party really did not intend to trade with her. "Bastard, no one can take advantage of me. Seiichi, since you are so heartless, then don't blame me." Chen Xiner held her phone, a ruthless look creeping onto her face. Soon, Luo Chen put Chen Xiner's matter out of his mind and began planning a route to the armed police station with the butler. With the butler's calculations, a suitable route was mapped out. "Master, 5 visitors have arrived outside." The butler sent a timely reminder. "More visitors?" Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning to the giant screen in the living room. In the image, the most eye-catching was Chen Xiner. After all, she was the only woman among the 5. The others were all dressed warmly, with faint smiles on their faces. These people shared a common trait: they exuded a barely perceptible air of arrogance. Chen Xin. What is she trying to pull this time? Does she think these few people can come here to cause trouble? Luo Chen said with a playful tone. Outside, Chen Xin shouted proudly, "See Xiao, come out and open your eyes to see who these people around are." The people beside her each had intimidating identities. Not only was there the boss of a rival company to the Yuan Mao Group, but also suppliers who had good relations with their group, and even a director with a significant position. If this were before the apocalypse, if these few pressured together, even a giant company like Yuan Mao Group would have to take it seriously. Luo Chen suddenly realized, oh, so it's a case of failed negotiations leading to anger. Chen Xin brought these people to leverage their status to force Ciichi to obediently contribute the canned goods in his possession for the sake of her family group. To be honest, if this tactic were used on Ciichi, it might actually have some effect. But unfortunately, the other party had already been dealt with by him, and their plans were of no use against him. This is quite different from the situation in the community. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. In the community, the residents would unhesitatingly use violence to threaten him for the food he hoarded. But this group in the villa area chose to use their identity and status to pressure him. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Did this group of wealthy individuals really have no idea about their current situation? Did they still hold on to the fantasy that this blizzard would eventually pass? After all, many ordinary people had already recognized the harsh reality of the apocalypse they were in. However, after a moment of thought, Luo Chen seemed to understand a bit. The residents of the villa area were all affluent and powerful tycoons. Compared to the fierce competition for resources outside, violent incidents were rare here. Moreover, villas generally had their own storage rooms, and they stocked up on food relatively more. Even the refrigerators were the kind that took up half a wall, always stuffed full of food. Their ability to withstand risks and disasters was certainly much higher than that of ordinary people. Unable to experience the brutality of the outside world, where blood flowed like rivers, they naturally held on to the idea that this extreme cold disaster would eventually pass, allowing them to continue living their comfortable lives. It was likely that even if they were told the truth, these people would be unwilling to believe it. Seeing the villa was quiet, the leader, Chen Xiner, became even more smug and said, "Young Master C, if you don't want your family to be implicated, you should contribute the canned goods immediately." Perhaps feeling that Chen Xiner was being too pushy, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking refined spoke up. "Xiao Qi, Uncle Chen has often met with your father before. Our relationship is not shallow. How about this? We won't take your canned goods for free. If you give us a portion, we can offer you a 10% discount on your group's future procurement prices. Uncle Chen personally guarantees it," Chen Yidong said in a deep voice. "Don't underestimate this 10%. When it comes to goods worth billions, that's a significant amount." Seeing that Chen Yidong had spoken, the others quickly made various guarantees, offering all sorts of conditions. If it were anyone else, they would have probably agreed long ago. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps the group outside had no idea that the owner of the villa had already changed. Ciichi was long gone. However, despite the sweet words from those outside, they were merely empty promises. And now, in the apocalypse, it didn't matter how much of a discount they offered, even if they gave away billions for free. What difference would it make? He still ignored their thoughts, letting them shout outside. The temperature outside had dropped to minus 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, while the living room he was in was a comfortable 20 degrees. Let's see who can't hold out first. Old Chen, what's going on? This young brat is really patient. His previous behavior is completely different. My mouth is almost dry from talking. One man licked his dry lips, impatiently. If he didn't know the quality of the villa's security door, he might have wanted to smash it. Let's go back. The other party is determined to ignore us. Even if we stay here, it would probably be a waste of effort. Chen Yidong waved his hand. Then he turned around and left without any hesitation. Then let's head back too. It's too cold out here. After a while, my legs are numb from the cold. Exactly. My old bones can't take it anymore. When did the C family's kid become so deep-minded? The others exchanged glances, shook their heads, and turned to leave. As businessmen, they understood the importance of sunk costs. If there was no hope in sight, then pulling back in time was the best choice. Hey, Uncle Chen, everyone, don't go. There are hundreds of cans of meat in the villa. If we can get him to open the door, each of us could get dozens of cans. Or maybe I remembered wrong, there might actually be thousands of cans inside, Chen Shiner urged eagerly. But unfortunately, no one listened to her. Soon, outside the villa, silence returned. Master, that annoying group outside has finally left. But they left quite decisively. I thought they would angrily pound on the door. Leroux glanced at the surveillance footage and let out a soft sigh. You have to consider their status. How could these self-important wealthy people lower themselves to pound on a door? That would put them on the same level as ordinary folks. Luo Chen replied with a smile. After all, this was a villa worth several $100 million. The Cloud Peak Manor. What? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? The crowd exclaimed in shock. The chubby man named Xing Xiang had encountered Chen Xaner and her group on their way back. He was curious about why they had come out in the cold. Since they had no hope of entering the villa, they didn't hide anything. As a result, they heard explosive news from him. Why would I lie to you? It's absolutely true. That outsider killed Jin Song and his mistress, then made his way into Villa 233. Xing Xiang, seeing that others didn't believe him, spoke with spittle flying. The discussion among the crowd immediately attracted the attention of bodyguards Shen Yining and Luo Xing from a nearby villa, who gathered around, curious to listen. Chen Xiner glanced at them but didn't mind. After all, the wealthy people in this manor mostly knew each other well, and he was actually working for a certain wealthy man with the surname Wang. Old Xing, what weapon did that outsider use to kill Jin Song? Chen Yidong asked with a grim expression. He hadn't expected that. In such severe weather with the roads blocked by snow, an outsider could infiltrate the villa area and a murder would occur. Didn't that mean that not only Villa 233 but also the residents of other villas could be in danger? If he could enter Seiichi's house today, he could enter their rooms tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe a knife. Anyway, Jin Song went down in one hit. I couldn't see clearly from so far away. Xing Xiang shook his head. You were so close and didn't see anything? The crowd couldn't help but respond in disbelief. You all know my situation. Who cares? Anyway, he definitely couldn't have used a gun, Xing Xiang said, displeased. He had some nearsightedness and astigmatism, and in the vast white snow, it was already difficult to see things clearly from a distance. Everyone listen up. That guy broke into a private residence. Maybe that kid from the C family has already met with misfortune. With so many of us, what are we afraid of? Let's just break down the door and subdue him together. He has a knife, but we have weapons too, Xing Xiang said, spitting as he spoke, eager to act. Hey, wait. Just as he was about to leave, the others pulled him back. What are you doing? If we go late, all the canned food in the villa will be eaten, Xing Xiang said impatiently. His own food at home was running low. Otherwise, how could a dignified company president end up in such a situation? Thinking about raiding someone else's food? Old Xing, don't you know about the security in the villa area? Not to mention anything else, just the sturdiness of the security doors, without professional tools. You can't break them open, Chen Yidong sighed. If we can't break down the door, then let's break the windows. After all, he's an intruder. Why do we need to care about that? Xing Xiang said disdainfully. These old guys seemed really old. Their way of thinking had become rigid. This plan is feasible. The crowd's eyes lit up. Windows are definitely more fragile than doors. However, a subsequent problem arose. Once they broke the window, there would surely be a conflict. At that time, who would be responsible for the fight? The crowd couldn't help but look at the two bodyguards, Luo Xing and Shen Yining. They were professionals. And besides, there was only one male intruder. 2 against 1 would definitely be no problem. Don't look at us. No way. Luo Xing and the others immediately shook their heads when they saw the crowd. It wasn't that they were afraid. It was just that the security of Villa No. 233 was simply too extreme. Not only was the front door solid, but the glass in the windows was several times stronger than the door. They had no chance of breaking in. So, it's not going to work? After hearing the explanation, Chen Shiner gritted her teeth. She was furious. In fact, she had secretly recorded the conversation with Seiichi a few days ago. The plan was to use it as leverage to extort benefits once the blizzard passed. But she never expected that the other party had already encountered misfortune, rendering her plan useless. She couldn't help but harbor resentment towards Luo Chen. After all, he was the young master of the Yuanmao group. Yes, so I advise you to give up early. The villa's security, both the door and the glass, is beyond your imagination. Luo Xing shrugged, looking quite indifferent. They had suffered losses before and didn't want to be humiliated again. At that moment, the crowd felt quite deflated. Clearly, there were many canned goods inside the villa, and they had a numerical advantage, yet they were still blocked outside by the door. It was maddening. Wait a minute, old Xing. According to what you said, the other party is an outsider. With this heavy snow, how did they even get here? Someone noticed something was off and asked in confusion. It should be known that the area around Yunding Manor was a well-greened suburban area, several kilometers away from the city center. Just the short distance they had walked earlier had nearly exhausted all their energy. If the distance were any farther, they might freeze to death in the snow due to the combined drop in stamina and body temperature. Oh, I almost forgot. Old Xing excitedly slapped his forehead. They must have come by car. Under the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Xing Xiang quickly explained, I'm not talking about an ordinary car, but one of those snowmobiles that can drive on snow. Although his eyesight wasn't great, he could easily recognize the distinctive shape of a snowmobile and its ability to traverse thick snow without a second thought. Everyone present had a high social status. Of course, they had traveled abroad, especially to cold countries like Iceland or Russia. Snowmobiles were not unfamiliar to them, some had even experienced riding one. In the current extreme cold and blizzard conditions, the significance of having a snowmobile needed no further explanation. Hiss, where did that guy get such a good thing? If we had a snowmobile, wouldn't we be able to leave here and go to the official shelter? The crowd gasped in shock. Damn! I didn't expect the guy inside the villa to have a snowmobile. We have to find a way to get our hands on it. Shen Yining and Luo Xing exchanged glances, a hint of greed appearing on their faces. Now the question is, with the villa's security being so strong and the other party having a large supply of canned food, how can we seize their supplies? Someone couldn't help but ask. Cough. What do you mean seize? They are the ones who forcibly entered a private residence. We are talking about righteous judgment. Chen Yidong coughed a few times. Old Chen is right, it's only fair that the precious supplies be shared with us innocent civilians. Yes, and that snowmobile should belong to us. The crowd quickly found excuses for themselves. Old Xing, your villa is the closest to them, so you take charge of the surveillance. Chen Yidong patted his shoulder. That guy, there aren't too many supplies in the villa. Moreover, since he has a snowmobile as a means of transportation, he definitely won't be sitting idly by. He will surely go out to scavenge for supplies. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, Old Chen's analysis was spot on. The moment the other party steps out of the sturdy villa is the best time for everyone to take action. Not only the canned meat inside the villa, but most importantly, that snowmobile must become their property. Don't worry, I've got this. Everyone, be ready. As soon as the other party shows any sign of going out, I'll notify you immediately with my phone. Xing Xiang pounded his chest. It's hard to imagine. In the past, when others entrusted him with tasks, Xing Xiang would always find slick excuses to avoid them, but now he agreed without hesitation, even showing more urgency than the others. One can only say that this indeed concerns his interests. After discussing for a while, everyone could no longer endure the extreme cold outside and each returned home to avoid the chill. If they stayed any longer, they might end up with a few ice pops in the snow. In the living room, Luo Chen was unaware that he had already been targeted. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. At this moment, he was looking at the 2 routes planned by the butler on the giant screen, nodding in satisfaction. Master, let me help you draw the route, Baya said with a bright smile. She thoughtfully took out 2 differently colored pens, took the paper map from Luo Chen's hands, and carefully moved the butler's planned route onto it. It was the maid's duty to serve the master. Thank you for your hard work, Luo Chen said with a smile. It's what I'm supposed to do. Baya leaned forward, turning her head to smile sweetly. She had changed into a Japanese-style maid outfit, and her previous white stockings had been replaced with smooth black ones. Her long, slender legs looked sleek and sexy, stepping into petite leather shoes. Her golden hair was also secured with a headband, making Baya look both cute and energetic. Due to her bending over, the enticing curves beneath her skirt were generously displayed before Luo Chen's eyes. Master, are you going out by yourself this time? Baya asked curiously. No, this time I want to bring Sister Yen along. After some thought, Luo Chen replied. The armed police team's Yen Shu should be much more familiar with the area than he is, so whether it's finding the ammunition depot or handling some door-opening tasks, it would be much more convenient with her than if he went alone. Moreover, As someone who has worked in the police system, Yan Shu is always exceptionally meticulous with details. With the two of them going out together, Luo Chen only needs to drive, Yan Shu will handle navigation and direction finding, which saves him a lot of trouble and is very reassuring. Master, I'll go call Sister Yan, she might be in the gym right now. Baiya eagerly ran upstairs. At this moment, Li Ro, wrapped in a white apron, gently called out, Master, I've made a new dessert. Would you like to have a taste? With such an invitation from a beautiful woman, Luo Chen certainly wouldn't refuse and promptly went to the kitchen with her. Little panda ice cream. This shape took a lot of effort to create. Li Ro brought over a plate of ice cream. Just from the appearance, it was indeed very exquisite, and the color combination was also very thoughtful, making it quite appetizing just to look at. So the dessert you made refers to ice cream, Luo Chen said with a laugh. He thought it would be something like cake, but unexpectedly it was ice cream. In the extreme cold of -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, the only ones likely to have the thought of eating this would probably be them. Ah! Li Ro exclaimed suddenly, realizing that Luo Chen was about to go out. I'm sorry, Master, I forgot you were going out. You shouldn't eat this. It's quite cold outside. It's my fault for not considering it well. I'll prepare a cup of hot cocoa for you right away. She waved her hands in a fluster and hurriedly went to prepare the hot drink. It's rare for you to have such good intentions. It's nothing. Anyway, I still have a while before I go out, so eating a bit now won't affect anything. Luo Chen stopped her and said softly. He picked up the exquisitely shaped ice cream and took a spoonful with a glass spoon, gently savoring it. Cold, sweet, it might even taste better than those expensive brand name ice creams. The little panda head in the middle was half scooped away by Luo Chen in one bite. How is it, Master? Li Ro asked with expectation in her beautiful eyes. It's very sweet. I really like it. Luo Chen praised without holding back. This made Li Ro breathe a sigh of relief, and a hint of charm appeared on her melon seed-shaped face. Actually, it can be sweeter. Master, would you like to try? Oh really? Then of course I want it. Luo Chen nodded. Li Ro pinched the spoon, took a gentle sip, then closed her beautiful eyes and brought her cherry-like lips over. Luo Chen did not refuse. To be honest, the dessert he tasted this time was indeed sweeter than the previous one, and he expressed that he liked it very much. Even taking a long time to finish it, Li Ro was very satisfied. In every sense of the word. Master, I'm here. Yan Shu came down wearing sports underwear, her abdominal muscles and waistline perfectly visible, and beneath her hot pants were long, elastic, fair legs. Having just finished exercising, sweat was still dripping from her oval face. Sister Li Ro, did you also exercise? Why are you sweating so much? Yan Shu asked curiously. Then she noticed a smear of cream at the corner of Luo Chen's mouth and, without thinking much, reached out her delicate finger to gently scrape it off and put it in her mouth. So sweet. Yan Shu squinted her beautiful eyes. It seemed Master had just been tasting the new snacks made by Sister Li Ro. No, this is too embarrassing. Li Ro, the married woman, couldn't help but feel shy, even covering her flushed face with her hand. After all, she had eaten it herself. Didn't that mean she had indirectly? You know, with Yan Shu? Ahem. Sure, go prepare yourself, take a shower and change your clothes. I need to head to the nearby armed police station soon, and you should come with me. Luo Chen coughed. Yan Shu, the female officer, was a great help to him. Okay, Master, I'll get ready right away. Hearing they were going out, Yan Shu's beautiful eyes lit up. This was a wish she had been looking forward to for a long time. Then, she hurried upstairs to take a shower. Soon, the clean and refreshed Yan Shu had changed into polar anti-cold gear and came to the basement of the shelter with Luo Chen. This time, they were using a snowmobile as their mode of transportation. Seeing the two of them get on the snowmobile, Baiya couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, why aren't you and Sister Yan taking the tracked vehicle? It's not only spacious but also very warm. The snowmobile was drafty on all sides. Helmets and goggles were almost a necessity. Your Sister Yan isn't as delicate as you think. A bit of extreme cold is nothing, Luo Chen said with a smile. Yan Shu nodded in agreement. Wow, what do you mean? Baiya exclaimed, stomping her black-stocking long legs on the silver-white floor. Master, even though I'm a star, I don't have the kind of issues you mentioned. I can ride a snowmobile too. Saying this, she wanted to change her clothes. Ahem. Baiya, stop messing around. Just stay at home and wait for us to come back. Luo Chen coughed. Seeing this, Baya obediently stood in place and smiled. Got it, Master. I was just joking. I'll be good and listen. Master, be careful. Safe travels. Yang Mingyu and the other girls stood by, their pretty faces beaming as they waved goodbye. Luo Chen nodded to the girls, then rode the lift down to the steel corridor on the first floor. When the heavy alloy door of the shelter opened, he sped out on the snowmobile, buzzing as soon as he stepped outside. The frigid air hit him. The roar of the snowmobile's engine immediately startled the people in the surrounding villas, especially Xing Xiang, who had been sitting by the window, wrapped in a blanket, his attention fixed on the shelter. Hiss, a snowmobile. Xing Xiang's eyes widened as he shouted. Old Chen was right, that guy really went out to scavenge for supplies. Not good. He's so fast. I need to notify the others immediately. Without a second thought, Xing Xiang fumbled in his pocket for his phone and began to alert everyone. Who are those people? Luo Chen's gaze sharpened as he suddenly noticed several figures rushing out from the villas ahead. They were dressed in heavy clothing, some wielding weapons, excitedly blocking his path. It seemed they intended to forcefully stop the snowmobile. A few people think they can make me stop? Luo Chen snorted coldly. He not only didn't slow down, but the snowmobile's speed also surged, the engine roaring in response. The thick snow below splattered outwards. The actions of those in front were undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a car. At this moment, if the passengers on the snowmobile had been any of the other girls, Luo Chen might not have been so aggressive. But now, sitting behind him was Officer Yan Shu. As soon as she saw the figures ahead and felt Luo Chen accelerate, she instinctively tightened her grip around his waist. Buzz! Seeing the snowmobile maintain its speed, even accelerate, the two people blocking the way turned pale with fear. Shit! He's going to crash into us. Run! Without a second thought, the two rolled into the nearby snowbank, narrowly escaping disaster. Otherwise, being hit by the snowmobile at that speed would have surely been disastrous. Chen Shiner and the others, arriving on the scene, watched the snowmobile disappear into the distance, gritting their teeth. Damn it! Such a good opportunity, and he got away. Don't be discouraged. They'll definitely come back. I have a suggestion. Let's stick together before dark. And we can also, Chanidong proposed. Sounds good. I agree with this plan. Let's do as Old Chen says. Humph. Now I really don't believe that guy would dare to crash into us. Everyone cheered in agreement. Remember, our actions are on the side of justice. Even though they killed someone, we shouldn't cause any fatalities. Just tie him up outside for a night to repent for his sins. Chanidong said with a smile, raising his voice. His words drew praise from the crowd. Ha ha. Indeed. We're different from them. We're like the police, the messengers of justice. Don't worry. We'll definitely follow Old Chen's words. Let him repent outside for a night. It's just perfect. The wealthy laughed heartily, all putting on a grand facade to justify their actions of seizing supplies under the guise of righteousness. This was likely a common flaw among the upper class. Whoosh, the cold wind howled past his ears. Master, those guys just now were very suspicious. This operation was clearly premeditated, waiting for us to go out. Yan Shu said, annoyed as she held onto Luo Chen's waist. Yeah, I know, Luo Chen replied without looking back, because the two had just left for less than half a minute. At the speed of the snowmobile, it wouldn't take long to drive out of the Yunding Manor. Yet under these circumstances, the other party was able to run out and intercept them. If someone said there was no one tailing them, Luo Chen wouldn't believe it. It was obvious that his recent trips back and forth between the manor and the community on the snowmobile had attracted some attention. It was likely that he had already been targeted by certain people in the community. Who could it be? Luo Chen thought as he drove. He couldn't help but recall the few people who had come to the entrance of the shelter before, wanting to get a share of the canned meat inside. Two bodyguard-like guys, along with Chen Xiner and her group. It was probably them. Whatever. Next time I see them, I'll just send them on their way. Luo Chen thought coldly. He wanted to see if the money of those wealthy people could buy their lives. He wouldn't show mercy to anyone with ill intentions. However, it wasn't the right time yet. He had more important things to do. Master, we are very close to the armed police station. According to the map, we need to turn left at the next intersection and go straight for about a kilometer to reach our destination. Yan Shu glanced at the map in her hand and explained to Luo Chen. The armed police station was still on the outskirts, under the thick layer of snow. Once they drove out of the city, it was a flat expanse. It was as if they had arrived at a vast white plain, where the snowmobile could reach its maximum speed. More than 10 minutes later. We've arrived, Luo Chen said, his spirits lifting. Ahead, about 500 meters away, a cluster of buildings buried in snow appeared before them. The gate sign was only partially visible, with a line of red characters that could vaguely be discerned, Armed Police Force Training Base of Qingshui City. At this moment, about 1,000 meters away from the armed police station, a sniper rifle was aimed at the speeding snowmobile. The sniper, dressed in snow camouflage, seemed to have blended into the white snow beneath him. He gently pressed the intercom on his chest and succinctly said, B1 calling Azuro. B1 calling Azuro. The target has appeared. Repeat, the target has appeared. Over. Azuro received. Azuro received. B2 report the situation. Immediately, another comm voice came through the intercom. B2 has spotted the target. B2 has spotted the target. Report complete. Over. Hidden a kilometer away from the sniper codenamed B1 was another sniper. The two snipers formed a 90-degree angle. They were positioned at a high point, firmly covering the road leading to the armed police station from both the left and right, keeping everything in sight. Through the intercom responses, it could be confirmed that there were other companions lying in ambush here. However, Luo Chen, who was driving the snowmobile, was unaware of these circumstances. The armed police station. We've finally arrived. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Under the cover of the blizzard, the internal buildings were almost completely submerged, with only a small part of the armory's storage visible. The only thing in front of the two was the towering main building. However, this didn't affect him at all. After all, the thicker the snow, the more at ease Luo Chen felt. It was just the natural protective barrier of the first floor of the armory. Faced with the towering main building, Luo Chen directly abandoned the desire to explore inside. That was an office space, and there was nothing useful inside. Let's go straight into the armory. Luo Chen accelerated, and the snowmobile quickly passed through the gate, then came to a steady stop beside the armory. Now, he was feeling a bit impatient. The armed police station has quite a few good things, whether it's the various firearms and ammunition he already possesses, or the more powerful machine guns and vehicle-mounted artillery, or even armored vehicles and helicopters. It can be said to be a huge treasure trove. If he could take all the weapons inside, he could easily arm a battalion. Swish, adhering to the good habit of casually closing doors. Before entering the armory, Luo Chen directly stored the snowmobile parked nearby into his space. After all, the snowmobile was parked in a rather tricky spot. Although there was a tall main building nearby, it was blocked by the armory, so even if someone was upstairs, they couldn't see what was happening here, and behind it was just a vast expanse of white snow. He could use his spatial abilities with peace of mind. Master, let's sure lead the way for you. I'm a bit more familiar with places like this. Yan Shu volunteered to be the guide. Luo Chen did not refuse and followed behind her tall figure into the interior of the armory. However, what the two did not know was that the supernatural phenomenon of the snowmobile disappearing out of thin air left a sniper lurking a kilometer away dumbfounded. Oh my god, am I seeing things? The sniper, shocked, pressed the intercom and said, Azuro, Azuro, respond if you hear me. I just saw something unbelievable. B1, Azuro received. The main door of the armory was made of thick, sturdy metal, tall and wide, adorned with the armed police emblem, giving it a solemn and austere appearance. Inside the door was equipped with an extremely advanced biological and fingerprint recognition system. Only authorized personnel could enter. It seems the butler's ID card won't be of any use. Luo Chen sighed lightly. Not only the ID card, but he and Yan Shu didn't even need to think of ways to break through the door, because the door to the armed police armory was now wide open. But he didn't know if this was because the armed police had not closed it in time while moving, or, has someone already come here before me? Luo Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He had activated his spatial perception before entering the armed police station. All the way here, until he entered the armory, he had received no feedback. This meant that at least inside the armory, there were currently no other people. Master, this shouldn't be caused by the armed police moving. Compared to that guess, I lean more towards the idea that someone else has been here and opened the biological lock on the door through some means. Yan Shu crouched down, carefully observing the footprints on the ground. The footprints here were in complete disarray. Moreover, the various patterns left behind were clearly not from the armed police's uniform shoes, but more like traces left by a disorganized private gang. After a simple deduction, She estimated that the intruders had at least left more than 3 days ago. Let's go in and take a look, Luo Chen said coldly, although he had not anticipated this sudden turn of events. Now that he was here, he still needed to search the place. The snow outside was so thick, even if someone had gotten there first, transporting all the numerous firearms and ammunition away would be a very difficult problem. Luo Chen did not think there were other spatial ability users like himself. What came into view was a dimly lit hall devoid of power, quiet and still. Military maps and solemn murals for decoration hung on the surrounding walls. Aside from that, there was a neatly arranged rack of firearms. However, at this moment, Luo Chen and Yan Shu couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly, because the two of them discovered that the weapons and ammunition inside the armory had already been thoroughly scavenged. The racks on the walls were completely empty. Damn it! Luo Chen couldn't help but curse. In this extreme cold apocalypse, with temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, there were still people who managed to get ahead of him and clear out all the equipment from the armed police armory. How the hell did they transport it away? Master, the armory usually has more than just the equipment displayed on the walls. There are also separate storage rooms. Inside, there are not only stored firearms but also tons of ammunition, Yan Shu quickly explained. Well, let's go. Let's check the storage room, hopefully there's still some stock left there, Luo Chen said calmly. There was no need to get angry. Even if this place was emptied, he could always move to another location. It was just a matter of a slightly longer journey. After a thorough search, the two found that not only the display racks in the armory but even the weapons and ammunition in the separate storage rooms had been cleared out in advance. Relying on his spatial perception, Luo Chen fortunately discovered the only remaining individual combat rocket launcher that had not been taken away. Master, this place has really been emptied, Yan Shu said, her beautiful eyes filled with unwillingness. One fist was tightly clenched, and in anger, she slammed it against the nearby wall, producing a dull thud. All right, the city of Qingshui is so big, if the armed police's equipment is gone, then it's gone. We can just change locations. Luo Chen comforted her by patting her shoulder. Although he said this, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. What kind of organization could possibly transport weapons on such a large scale in the midst of 70 degrees below zero and 10 meters of snow? This incident inevitably brought a sense of crisis to his heart. It seemed that after enduring over a month of extreme cold, most survivors had reacted. The official institutions were undoubtedly a mere shell of their former selves. Now, to live comfortably, one needed strength and resources. Both were indispensable. Perhaps, besides the official shelters in Qingshui City, there were many other forces that had spontaneously united and were also starting to scavenge for resources and weapons like themselves. Sure, let's go back to the shelter, Luo Chen said, releasing his hand from her shoulder. Master, are we really just going back like this? Other forces are already purposefully scavenging for resources and weapons. I think we can't waste any time, Yan Shu said firmly with her beautiful eyes. Whatever Luo Chen could think of, she had certainly thought of as well. Compared to directly returning to the shelter, Yan Shu preferred to head straight to the more distant locations of the special police and military to clear out their armories. Don't rush, the armed police station is less than a few hours' journey from the shelter. Let's go back to prepare and have the butler plan the best route before we set off. Luo Chen gently shook his head. Currently, the two had not planned a route to other stations in advance. Although they could reach it using a paper map, it would undoubtedly take more time. As the saying goes, one should not fight an unprepared battle. Haste makes waste. Let's prepare at the shelter before we set off, Luo Chen said decisively. Going to the other two stations was not something that could be done in just one morning. It was possible that by the time they set off in the morning and reached their destination, it would already be close to evening. A day was simply not enough for a round trip. They would have to spend the night outside. In this case, preparations needed to be even more thorough. Oh, okay, Master. Yan Shu nodded obediently. She had just been a bit anxious. She would definitely obediently follow all of Luo Chen's orders. After all, she was his personal bodyguard. The two returned the same way and soon walked out. Looking at the vast expanse of white snow ahead, Yan Shu's brows suddenly furrowed slightly. She then scanned the area and her gaze fell on the snow about 10 meters away. Master, something seems off here. She couldn't help but frown. In the snow ahead, compared to when they had come, there had already been a slight change. If one didn't look closely, it would be impossible to notice. For Yan Shu, as a police officer, Her observational skills were her proudest talent. It's a trap. Luo Chen's expression also turned cold. In fact, before Yan Shu had even spoken, his spatial perception had already scanned the situation and provided him with timely feedback. In the snow ahead, a small team armed with live ammunition was currently hiding. They were dressed in snow camouflage, with snow covering them, making it nearly impossible to spot them with the naked eye in the pristine white snow. "Come out, you hiding fools," Luo Chen said coldly, crossing his arms. His sharp gaze swept over, precisely locking eyes with one of the ambushers. This action successfully made the other party realize that they had truly exposed their position. "Take aim." A soldier quickly stood up from the snow and signaled to his comrades around him. Then, soldiers hidden several meters away also quickly stood up, raising their weapons and firmly aiming at Luo Chen and Yan Shu. 12 of them. Luo Chen glanced over, his expression unfazed. There were 12 soldiers in snow camouflage surrounding them. However, he had no idea if there were other comrades in the main building nearby. After all, the range of his spatial perception was limited. "Don't move. Raise your hands. Repeat, raise your hands," the squad leader shouted. The face hidden under the combat helmet was not visible, but the voice that came from the thick helmet sounded even deeper and hoarser. "Ha!" In the face of the threat, Luo Chen let out a disdainful cold laugh. Raise his hands? In this situation, if it were any other survivor, they would have probably been scared out of their wits. But he was a man with spatial abilities. How could he be threatened by a group of mere armed soldiers? "What organization are you from? What is your scale? And where is your base located?" Luo Chen asked coldly. Although this group was dressed in military snow camouflage, he couldn't be 100% sure of their identity. After all, in this environment, everything could be taken. Before killing them, Luo Chen needed to gather more information. After all, the supplies in the armory behind him were probably taken away by these people. "Shut up! You have no right to ask questions," the squad leader shouted angrily. He was somewhat shocked. The other party was clearly being aimed at by dozens of rifles yet remained so calm and even dared to ask them questions. Did this guy have some hidden card? They had surrounded other survivors before, but those people would be so scared they couldn't even stand up when they saw the soldiers. Luo Chen's provocative behavior immediately angered the surrounding soldiers. They tightened their grips on their guns, and some even wanted to rush in and subdue him on the spot, but they were stopped by the squad leader. After all, they had come to the armed police station to recover equipment from the armory. However, it was strange that the equipment had already been cleared out before the soldiers arrived. At this moment, the biggest suspects were Luo Chen and Yan Shu. The standoff continued. "Answer me. Who are you?" the squad leader shouted. The soldiers formed a circle, completely surrounding Luo Chen and Yan Shu, their cold gun muzzles never leaving the two for a moment. Some soldiers didn't even change their stances. This outstanding combat quality only made Luo Chen more certain of his suspicions. "Before you ask, you should tell me your identities," Luo Chen said calmly. "Could it be that you are from the official shelter in Qingshui City?" he suddenly questioned. Shifting his tone, the soldiers remained silent. The faces hidden beneath their combat helmets were still inscrutable. "I warn you one last time. Raise your hands, or I will shoot." The squad leader lost his patience. "Very well. Then I'll take you out and leave one person to ask questions," Luo Chen sneered. Upon hearing this, Yan Shu immediately drew her pistol from its holster in tacit agreement. "The opponent has a gun. Open fire. Aim for non-vital areas." At the squad leader's furious command, the surrounding soldiers unhesitatingly pulled the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat, a series of bullets whistled towards the two. However, in just 0.1 seconds, the bullets vanished before the soldiers' eyes. It was as if no one had fired a shot. The scene fell into a moment of silence, and without a doubt, the expressions beneath the soldiers' helmets were filled with shock. What's going on? The bullets really disappeared? B1 was right. This guy really has some incomprehensible ability, the soldiers said in disbelief. It was too outrageous. The earlier scene had shattered their worldview, even surpassing the realm of science. "You have superpowers? Those bullets, including the snowmobiles, should all have been absorbed into some invisible space by you, right?" the squad leader said in a deep voice. After all, they were not ordinary civilians. Their perspectives and experiences were not something the average person could compare to, so they quickly regained their composure. Hearing this, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and frowned. "How do you know about the snowmobiles?" Clearly, There had been no one around when he absorbed them into his space. Could it be that there's a sniper nearby? He suddenly realized, a shock coursing through him. Could these guys be from the official shelter? If that were the case, it would be perfectly normal for a sniper to be lying in ambush nearby. I was too careless. Luo Chen felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The fact that he used spatial abilities had likely been seen by the sniper. If this news were to be relayed back, the consequences would be unimaginable. By then, the officials would probably send an endless stream of troops to find a way to capture him and conduct human dissection experiments. Whoosh, 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 ding, ding, a storm of bullets poured out. But to Luo Chen's surprise, the gear these guys wore had remarkably high bulletproof performance. Areas like the helmets and chest were simply impenetrable. They even produced a crisp sound of bullets ricocheting. Continue firing, the squad leader roared. Faced with someone who possessed supernatural abilities, even they did not dare to be careless. Following his command, the soldiers opened fire again, but this time they held nothing back, quickly emptying their magazines. What shocked them was that the bullets still vanished without a trace, like pebbles sinking into a lake, causing not even a ripple. Damn! Could it be that the opponent's ability is infinitely usable? Is this it? Your gear is indeed highly bulletproof, but don't think that I can't do anything about you, Luo Chen sneered. In the next moment, the spatial ability was activated once again. However, this time what was fired was not an ordinary bullet, but a 7.62mm round shot from a high-precision sniper rifle. Compared to rifle bullets, its power was significantly greater. Moreover, the spatial domain had another characteristic. Luo Chen could manipulate the bullets at will, allowing them to strike precisely at the same point, achieving the effect of breaking through a surface with a point. Puchi, ah! The effect of this move was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers were pierced through by the bullets, including the squad leader, as 11 of them collapsed helplessly to the side. Their chests were stained bright red with blood. Almost in an instant, the scalding blood began to freeze. Only one soldier remained on the scene. Before dying, the squad leader trembled as he pressed the intercom button. Shoot! After he uttered those two words, his head tilted, and he fell silent. Meanwhile, Yan Shu couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart, sensing a shadow of death looming over her. Master, be careful! She threw herself onto Luo Chen, pushing him down into the snow. Bang bang, the walls of the armory were instantly marked with 2 deep bullet holes. Thanks. Sure. Luo Chen gently patted her back. In fact, even if Yan Shu hadn't pushed him down, it wouldn't have mattered, because any bullet that entered the spatial domain would be immediately absorbed into his space. However, he did not refuse Yan Shu's heartfelt gesture. As long as the master is fine. Yan Shu sighed in relief. This feeling of being targeted by death had saved her several times during her pursuit of drug dealers. Those who have lived on the edge of life and death for years have very keen instincts, or it could also be called sixth sense. Let's go. We need to take care of those 2 snipers first, Luo Chen quickly commanded. After saying that, rows of tall containers were pulled out from the space, instantly trapping the soldier who wanted to escape. Virum, the snowmobile roared to life. Yan Shu was in charge of driving, while Luo Chen sat in the back, leisurely loading single projectile armor-piercing rounds into a shotgun. The 2 snipers had already revealed their positions when they fired, so Yan Shu just needed to drive in their direction. After all, in such harsh conditions, the best shooting distance for snipers was only over 1,000 meters. A person cannot outrun a snowmobile. Soon, Luo Chen spotted a soldier fleeing with a sniper rifle on his back. In just a few breaths, the snowmobile rapidly closed the distance between them. Luo Chen calmly raised the shotgun, aiming at the soldier's head. Bang! The soldier fell in response. The power of the single projectile armor-piercing round was evident. After collecting the body into the space, Luo Chen did not let his guard down. There was still another sniper that needed to be dealt with. Not a single one will escape, Luo Chen said coldly. After all, the information about his spatial ability must never be leaked. Otherwise, the consequences would be very troublesome. Whoosh! A sniper bullet whistled in from a kilometer away. The sniper had fired. Unfortunately, as soon as the bullet entered the spatial domain, it was directly absorbed into Luo Chen's space. Child's play. Luo Chen snorted coldly. Since he dared to expose himself in the enemy's line of sight without any reservations, he was not afraid of being targeted by a sniper rifle. No matter how many shots the enemy fired, the result would be in vain. The spatial domain was absolute defense. Not a single bullet could break through. Whoosh, the enemy was not discouraged. This time, the bullet was aimed at Yan Shu beside him, but it also abruptly vanished. Buzzing, as the opponent fired, the snowmobile roared and changed direction to rush over. In the current environment, the thick, white snow covered everything, and the opponent could not escape far alone. Although they did not know the sniper's position, as long as they had a general direction, it would suffice. Even though the soldier's combat uniform was snow camouflage, the terrain here was very flat, with only a few snow slopes having a slight incline. If the opponent was running wildly through the snow with a gun on their back, there was no doubt that they would be spotted by the two. This was what Luo Chen thought. However, the situation was beyond his expectations. 5 minutes later, the snowmobile had stopped, but the two looked at the vast expanse of white snow, 1,000 meters in radius, and there was no sign of the sniper at all. What's going on? Did that guy manage to escape? Luo Chen's pupils constricted. The snowmobile had made a rough circle around the area, but there was no discovery. This was abnormal. Logically, the snow depth at this time reached 10 meters, and relying solely on 2 legs, one could not escape far in just a few minutes. Yet he and Yan Shu had not spotted the opponent at all. Was the sniper's position beyond their search range, or did the opponent have reinforcements and had already escaped on a snowmobile? Or perhaps, he is still here. Luo Chen squinted his eyes. Then, he patted Yan Shu's perky bottom and asked, "Sure, what do you think?" Yan Shu turned her pretty face, her beautiful eyes looking at him. "Master, I think that guy hasn't escaped. The time is too short. If he had fled using a vehicle, there would be no way it was completely silent. He must still be here. Maybe he has already hidden under the snow." As expected of Sure, her thoughts were almost completely in line with his. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. "That guy probably wants to wait until we leave before coming out, but we can't let him have his way. Sure, conduct a carpet search at intervals of 15 meters, within a range of 1,500 meters. 15 meters. Just right for spatial perception." He wanted to see how strong the opponent's hiding skills were and whether they could evade the probing of spatial abilities. Hearing this, Yan Shu responded, "No problem, Master." So, the snowmobile restarted and began a carpet search of the area. About halfway through the search, Luo Chen suddenly said, "All right, we can stop now." "Oh," Yan Shu replied and obediently stopped the snowmobile in place. "Are you going to get up by yourself? Or should I personally make a hole in your head?" Luo Chen cocked the shotgun with a click. "Master, I think we can spare his life. After we interrogate the two, we can cross-check their testimonies, which would give us more accurate information." Yan Shu pursed her cherry lips and made a suggestion. Let's go with what you said." After pondering for a moment, Luo Chen immediately adopted her suggestion. Bang! The armor-piercing round grazed the sniper's head and drilled into the snow. It was only 0.1 millimeter away from his head. "What kind of monster are you?" The sniper crawled out of the snow in shock, now certain that he had truly been exposed. Damn! Long before the two arrived, he had disguised himself, burying himself in the thick layer of snow. Not to mention human eyes. Even an eagle soaring from above would not have spotted him. There was 100% chance of not being discovered. But, within less than 10 minutes of their search, his position was revealed. Damn! This guy probably has more than one ability. Maybe he even has X-ray vision. The sniper felt a chill in his heart. Luo Chen was unaware of the opponent's thoughts. He looked coldly at the other party and said in a chilling voice, "My patience is limited, so I hope you will cooperate and answer my questions. Where are you from? Are you affiliated with the official shelter in Qingshui City?" In response to the questioning, the sniper dressed in snow camouflage sneered, "Ha ha ha, you can't really think I would answer your questions, can you? Anyway, from the moment I was exposed, I was prepared to sacrifice myself. However, you won't live much longer either. I've already reported your supernatural abilities back to headquarters via satellite communication, and it won't be long before you." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Chen lunged forward and smashed the butt of his gun hard against the other's helmet. Even with the helmet for protection, the other person still fell into the snow. "What did you say?" Luo Chen stared fiercely at him, enunciating each word. Cough cough. "Don't think you're so impressive just because you killed a small team of ours. The military's power is beyond your imagination. You cannot contend with our official shelter." As the sniper spoke, his hand moved toward his waist. "Stop! I warn you." Yan Shu immediately drew her gun, wanting to stop him. Boom! Unfortunately, The other party was determined to die together, and the pin of the grenade was instantly pulled. The tremendous destructive power blew the sniper to pieces on the spot, and his right hand was shattered. A large number of shrapnel shot out in all directions, embedding deeply into the snow. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the shockwave from the explosion and the grenade fragments were all absorbed into the space. Sure, check his equipment to see if there's a satellite communication device, Luo Chen said coldly. A life was lost, but the truth of what the other party said still needed to be verified. However, since they admitted to coming from the official shelter, it could not be ignored. If it were true, then he might face an unprecedented crisis. His spatial abilities would definitely attract the attention of the authorities. After a while, Yan Shu decisively said, "Master, his equipment does not have a satellite phone." I can conclude that he was lying. Very good. I understand. Luo Chen nodded. The stone that had been hanging in his heart finally eased a little. After all, not exposing his spatial abilities was more important than anything else. I didn't expect there would be people from the official shelter lying in ambush here, Luo Chen said solemnly. The key was that he and Yan Shu had not noticed anything unusual when they entered. Fortunately, the other party did not have many people, and the two of them managed to take them all down with some effort. However, what if the ambush was not 12 people, but 120? It would be extremely dangerous. This situation is very abnormal. Clearly, the firearms and ammunition in the armory have been emptied. But why would the official shelter send a small team to stay here? He couldn't help but frown. Could it be that there was something important here? Forget it. Rather than thinking wildly here, it's better to just ask directly. Luo Chen snorted coldly. Then, Yan Shu restarted the snowmobile, and the two of them headed toward the armory. After all, there was still a soldier left there waiting to be interrogated. When the two arrived in front of the container, they happened to hear a series of thumping sounds from inside. Probably the soldier trapped inside trying to find a way to escape. Whoosh! With a thought, Luo Chen instantly absorbed the entire container into the space. The soldier was immediately exposed, seemingly not having reacted yet, standing frozen in place for 2 seconds. Upon seeing Luo Chen and Yan Shu, he stubbornly raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da! A series of bullets vanished into the air until the magazine was empty. The crisp sound of the firing pin echoed across the snow, and the soldier in snow camouflage immediately dared not breathe. Luo Chen walked over with a cold expression, causing the other party to involuntarily back away slowly. Answer my questions obediently, and I can give you a quick end, he said with icy eyes. Seeing this, the soldier stopped retreating, perhaps knowing that the other side would not let him go, and directly dropped his firearm, instead drawing a triangular military dagger from his thigh. Whoosh! The opponent lunged forward, the dagger in his right hand glinting with a cold light. You want to fight me in close combat? Luo Chen sneered. Don't think that giving up the firearm and resorting to hand-to-hand combat would allow him to defeat him. During this time, his one-on-one training with Yan Shu was not in vain. He sidestepped and easily avoided the triangular dagger. Luo Chen seized the opponent's wrist. With his enhanced spatial abilities, his physical attributes were nearly twice that of a normal person, making it easy for him to disarm the opponent. Bang! Without mercy, he punched the opponent in the chest. The opponent cried out in pain, clutching their chest and kneeling on one knee. That delicate voice made Luo Chen pause slightly. Puzzled? A woman? To verify his guess, he yanked off the opponent's helmet. There, a head of black hair tied into a single ponytail appeared. The woman's features exquisite as if painted. Her skin is translucent as white snow, especially her pair of eyes, clear and bright, cold and disdainful. Her oval face filled with hatred. Luo Chen was stunned. The opponent's beauty was unexpectedly high, even comparable to Yan Shu beside him. Among soldiers, there was such a stunning beauty? Bastard! I want to dig out your eyes. Hiss! The opponent gritted her teeth, but as she spoke halfway, she couldn't help but gasp in pain, likely due to the intense ache in her chest, forcing the latter half of her sentence back. Tell me, what is your purpose in ambushing here? Luo Chen half-squatted, his sharp gaze fixed on her. Faced with the question, she couldn't help but sneer, then spat a mouthful of saliva at Luo Chen. Luo Chen slightly tilted his head, easily dodging it. His eyes turned cold. Don't think that just because you're a woman, I won't make a move. Slap! The opponent lost her balance and fell into the snow. Yet she stubbornly got up from the snow, gritting her teeth and saying, "Humph, go ahead and hit me. In my eyes, you're already a dead man." Hearing this, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes. I don't like riddlers. With that, his hand reached for her collar. This sudden action made her a bit flustered, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "What are you doing? I warn you not to touch me. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will." Thud. She had just spoken halfway when Luo Chen pulled out an identity tag from her collar. Research Department, Weapon Research Expert, Jiang Jiyue, Research Department. A weapon research expert? The black letters made Luo Chen pause, sneering. Why would someone from the research department be out here executing a mission with other soldiers? It's none of your business, Jiang Ziyue replied coldly. However, at this moment, Luo Chen did not continue to question, as he felt that this place was no longer safe. Who knew when the official shelter's support would arrive, or whether these people had any signal devices on them? The most important thing now was to leave. As for questioning, that could wait until they returned to the shelter, or he could slowly pry the answers from her. Follow me, Luo Chen said coldly. After speaking, he headed towards the armory. Jiang Jiyue originally wanted to ignore it and stay where she was, but Yan Shu forcibly pushed her hands behind her back and compelled her to follow Luo Chen's pace. I warn you, don't touch me, she struggled angrily. Unfortunately, when it came to strength, Yan Shu was still superior. Despite Jiang Jiyue's desperate resistance, she was reluctantly dragged into the armory by the other party. In a certain room, the warm electric heater and generator had already been placed on the floor. Check her all over. Make sure she doesn't have any signal locators or anything like that. We'll interrogate her slowly when we get back to the shelter, Luo Chen said coldly, arms crossed. He had originally planned to kill her right after the interrogation, but upon seeing her identity tag, he suddenly changed his mind. This Jiang Jiyue might come in handy in the future. Yes, master. Yan Shu began to search Jiang Jiyue's body, checking for any locators or similar devices. As a police officer, she was very skilled at searching and would not miss any part of her skin. Bastard! Stop! I warn you to keep your hands to yourself. Don't touch what you shouldn't, or else I'll. Jiang Ziyue struggled angrily. Unfortunately, no matter how she struggled, it was useless. Even the outer layer of her snow camouflage cold-resistant combat suit was stripped away by Yan Shu, revealing the pure white cotton underwear underneath. Beneath her graceful figure, her waist was slender, and her fair legs were long and straight. Seeing that the other party intended to continue undressing, Jiang Jiyue gritted her teeth in anger and said, "Stop, no need to check anymore. I'll tell you where the locator is. The locator is right at the chest of the snow combat suit. If you put your hand there, you can easily find it," Jiang Jiyue said reluctantly. Given her current situation, she could only obediently provide the information. Following her words, Yan Shu quickly found the locator and crushed it underfoot on the floor. Now, they could probably avoid being tracked by the official shelter. What else do you want? The locator has already been destroyed, Jiang Jiyue said, hugging her chest and gritting her teeth. After finding the locator, Yan Shu did not stop. Her gaze swept over Jiang Jiyue's body, which was only clad in underwear, and then reached for the identity tag hanging on her chest. Who knows? Maybe there's a second locator? Yan Shu disregarded Jiang Jiyue's resistance and snatched the identity tag away. That's just my identity card. Don't break it. Without it, it will be very difficult for me to enter the official shelter, Jiang Jiyue said, trying to snatch it back, but she was forced back by Luo Chen's shotgun. Oh, is that so? Then explain what this is, Yan Shu said, pinching a locator the size of a fingernail from the tag, looking at Jiang Jiyue with a half smile. Seeing all the locators exposed, Jiang Jiyue's expression turned cold, and she said in a chilling voice, "It seems you're not simple either. Your search was so thorough. This locator hidden in the tag was camouflaged. From your technique, you're definitely not an ordinary person. You must have received systematic training." Upon hearing this, Yan Shu did not hide it and smiled. "You guessed right. I used to be a criminal police officer, but later I became a police officer. Working in the police system, her professional skills were naturally not to be underestimated." Jiang Ziyue looked at her coldly and mocked. Although the military and police are not the same system, their missions are aligned. How can you willingly submit to this guy? Is it just because he has superpowers? I advise you to turn back and join me in subduing him. Returning to the official shelter, I promised I could apply for this achievement on your behalf to the higher-ups, granting you the title of a combat team leader. At that time, you will receive privileges unimaginable to ordinary people. After a pause, Jiang Jiyue continued to tempt. There, with the identity of a team leader, you could even enjoy some of the prestigious treatments from before the apocalypse. No thanks, I appreciate your suggestion, Yen Shu replied with a slight smile. She rejected it quite decisively. Hadn't she already experienced a life beyond what ordinary people could imagine? The days spent living in the Yunding Manor, not just for her but for the other sisters as well, would absolutely drive ordinary people crazy if they knew. The supplies stored in Luo Chen's space were beyond anyone's imagination. Not only Jiang Jiyue, but even the high-ranking officials would spare no effort to send people to seize the resources in his space if they found out. Moreover, the capabilities of the official shelter, no matter how great, were still limited. After all, they were just a force within Qingshui City, even with the official title. How much reserve could they possibly have? If she went there, not to mention anything else, her freedom would likely be severely restricted. Where could she find a better quality of life than in Yunding Manor? They not only had luxurious top-notch meals when hungry, but if they wanted more, unreasonable. Jiang Jiyue said disappointedly, "You have no idea how many people would fight over the condition you just rejected. Enough, trying to undermine me in front of me, thinking I don't exist." Ha! Luo Chen coldly laughed while holding a shotgun in one hand. It was only because of the other party's identity and the knowledge they possessed that it was useful to him. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they wouldn't just be eating bullets, they would definitely face a lot of hardship. Hoof! Jiang Jiyue snorted coldly, giving up on the idea of continuing to undermine him. She covered the large area of fair skin exposed on her chest and said irritably, "Officer, with your looks, you'll definitely be forced to do that kind of thing by this guy in the future." See? His gaze hasn't left my body for a moment, he might already be thinking. Yen Shu interrupted her. "We've already done it." This statement immediately left Jiang Jiyue stunned. Her face flushed, unable to say a word. How infuriating. This female officer was truly impervious to reason. "Are we done chatting? If we're done, put on this outfit." Luo Chen pulled out a set of polar anti-cold clothing from his space and tossed it into her hands. Although the locator had been removed, who knew if this official snow camouflage combat suit had any other safety measures inside? If there was a third locator or signal device, that would be disastrous. Moreover, wearing this on the road would attract too much attention. He had to make her change clothes. Humph! Jiang Jiyue snorted coldly. She opened her mouth but still said nothing, obediently putting on the polar anti-cold suit. Continuing to resist at this point would be very unwise. The key was that the locator in her identity tag had also been destroyed. Even if the officials wanted to send someone to rescue her later, they wouldn't be able to find her without the locator's guidance. It could be said that she had now become a unilateral captive of the other party, isolated and helpless. What would happen next? She couldn't decide at all. After all, she had heard in the shelter about the tragic fates of many women outside. Not being able to eat and enduring hunger was the least of it. The most important thing was that once they fell into the hands of certain ill-intentioned men, the consequence would be being forced to become a tool for their sexual desires. Now, all she could do was silently pray in her heart that Luo Chen wouldn't force her to do that kind of thing. Otherwise, she might as well find an opportunity to end her own life for a quicker escape. Alas, it's a pity that I just entered the research department and had just begun to enjoy the beautiful upper-class life, and now it's all gone. Jiang Jiyue sighed inwardly, but it's alright. Her sister is in the shelter, so her safety is not a concern. Given the importance of the other party, which is no less than her own, the authorities will surely protect her well. Sister, you must live well in my place. In Jiang Jiyue's thoughts, the three of them had already come from the armed police's armory to the snowy ground above. Without saying a word, Luo Chen took out a snowmobile from his space and wedged it between Yen Shu and himself. Damn it, how could he treat me like this? Jiang Jiyue's pretty face flushed red, cursing inwardly. This position was too ambiguous. Her whole body was forced against Luo Chen's embrace, her slender waist being held tightly. This mission is really terrible. For over 20 years, Jiang Jiyue had never had any intimate contact with the opposite sex. Yet now, she was being treated this way. You guys are strange. Clearly, you have such a convenient superpower to store supplies at will, yet you only stole firearms and ammunition, leaving the vehicles behind. She sat on the snowmobile, her expression blank. Perhaps having accepted the current situation, Jiang Jiyue spoke without any reservations, voicing her doubts. This question had been briefly discussed by their team before the captain was killed, but they never understood why the other side would return a second time. Could it be that their spatial ability actually has a limit on how much they can store at once? That was their final guess. What? I stole the firearms and ammunition? Luo Chen was taken aback. No, wait, wasn't the armory at the armed police station stolen by your group? So why was the blame being placed on him now? Wait a minute. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, realizing that something was indeed off. Since the armory had already been emptied by the authorities, why didn't the other side leave? Instead, they sent a small team, equipped with snipers, to lie in ambush here. Could it be that they wanted to see which survivors would come to steal equipment and then capture them to send them to jail? That's completely absurd. Until just now, after the battle ended, Luo Chen and Yan Shu had been quite confused, unable to understand why they were ambushed by the soldiers. But if Jiang Jiyue's words were to be taken into account, then all their questions seemed to make sense. Before the authorities sent people here, the armory at the armed police station had already been emptied. Luo Chen and Yan Shu exchanged glances, a glimmer of understanding flashing in their eyes. No wonder. There were soldiers stationed here. They must be quite angry, wanting to see who dared to come here to steal equipment. They intended to wait for the rabbit to come, but instead, he and Yan Shu bore the blame. It seems that besides the official shelter, there are indeed other forces at play. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes. He had thought about this guess many times before, but after the recent battle with the soldiers, he was now completely certain. It seemed that the situation in Qingshui City was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. What do you mean by that? You did it, so just admit it, Jiang Jiyue said disdainfully. In her view, the armory at the armed police station had been moved by this guy using his spatial ability. But now, he was still putting on an act in front of her. Sure, go to the vehicle storage. Luo Chen ignored her and spoke solemnly to Yan Shu. Yes, master. Yan Shu nodded and drove the snowmobile to the vehicle storage nearby. Her address for Luo Chen naturally shocked Jiang Jiyue. She looked astonished, even her mouth slightly agape. This was too extravagant. Calling him master. It can't be that in the future she will also be forced to call the other party master. How humiliating. Arriving next to the vehicle storage, Luo Chen and Yan Shu also discovered a snow cave tunnel leading downwards. It seems that it was dug by the soldiers. In the spacious warehouse, a row of imposing infantry fighting vehicles and armored vehicles were neatly parked, their tops equipped with rapid-fire machine guns and even vehicle-mounted artillery. In another area, several of the most advanced aerial vehicles of the armed police were parked. G20. The number of these land and air vehicles was not many, and the total did not exceed 10. Perhaps they had already undergone a round of transfer, or they had been taken away by the armed police. However, these remaining ones were more than enough for Luo Chen. What a pleasant surprise! His eyes lit up as he hurried over, gently stroking the cold armor of the armored vehicle. This was a good piece of equipment, although it also had tracks. Its heavy weight prevented it from moving in the snow. However, the machine guns and vehicle-mounted artillery on top provided ample firepower. When engaging the enemy, they could simply be taken out and used as artillery on the spot. But unfortunately, there are currently no ammunition available. Luo Chen shook his head regretfully. Wait, could it be that the stolen equipment from the armory was not taken by you? Jiang Jiyue frowned slightly. She noticed that Luo Chen's expression did not seem to be feigned. Humph, obviously. Luo Chen snorted coldly. If he had really taken them, that would be one thing. But unfortunately, he had just come out of the armory empty-handed and was forced to engage in battle with the other party's team. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiyue's expression also darkened. Doesn't this mean that it was all a misunderstanding? And this misunderstanding has nearly wiped out our team, she murmured. If, at the beginning, their captain had not been so aggressive in his speech and had communicated in a gentler manner, would the soldiers not have had to die? And she would not have become the other party's captive. Humph. So you know this is a misunderstanding? Luo Chen sneered, looking at the other party's ugly expression. He disdainfully said, could it be that the military's attitude has always been this arrogant? When on a mission, just kill anyone who comes into sight? Hearing this, Jiang Jiyue couldn't help but turn her head away without retorting. Sure, can you operate these vehicles? Like this G20? Luo Chen asked curiously. Master, I can take a look at the manual for these armored vehicles, and I might be able to operate them simply. But as for the helicopter, I've really never had any contact with it. Yan Shu shook her head. These specialized pieces of equipment could only be operated by professional soldiers in the army. Although she had worked in the criminal police team, she had never dealt with these vehicles. At most, she had tried flying a civilian helicopter. But the difference between civilian and military is significant. Despite just one word, Luo Chen's gaze turned to Jiang Jiyue beside him. Speaking of professionals, wasn't she just that? Don't look at me. I'm just a researcher. I can't fly a helicopter. Moreover, in the extreme cold of over -70 degrees Celsius, not to mention taking off, some of its internal precision parts are probably frozen and damaged. Jiang Ziyue shook her head repeatedly. This was also why the soldiers did not take the aerial transport route when coming to the armed police station to recover the equipment from the armory, because the helicopters simply couldn't take off. Even if some heating equipment could assist in taking off, the helicopter's electronic control system would probably not withstand it, and the rotor blades would easily frost over, making flying extremely difficult. In this situation, the snowmobiles have instead become the best means of transportation. Is that so? That's a bit of a pity. Luo Chen sighed lightly. It seems that his idea of using a helicopter as a mode of transport has been completely dashed. But that's normal, unlike armored vehicles, which are durable. Many parts of a helicopter are quite delicate. In the current extreme cold, they are indeed very prone to damage. Moreover, the difficulty of taking off is no small matter. Then we'll take them anyway. If it doesn't work, we'll just leave them in the warehouse on the lower level as exhibition pieces, Luo Chen said with a slight smile. With a thought, the row of armored vehicles and helicopters parked in front of him all vanished without a trace. Not a single one left behind, as they were all absorbed into his space. Watching this scene, despite having anticipated it, Jiang Jiyue couldn't help but open her mouth wide in shock. She was greatly astonished by Luo Chen's ability to make things disappear into thin air. These were several armored vehicles and helicopters. Their weight could even reach over 10 tons, 20 tons. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were all packed into an invisible space, or rather, a dimension. This ability is just too outrageous. Why you? How did you get this superpower? Could it be a space storage ring? Or are you a mutant? Jiang Jiyue stammered as she asked. At the same time, a glimmer of research curiosity flashed in her eyes. As a researcher, exploring the unknown is part of her professional nature. Before the apocalypse, if she could research this to even a superficial level, she would probably become the next Nobel Prize winner. This is definitely a discovery that could go down in history. And let's not forget the current state of humanity. In a world of extreme cold and scarce resources, if the military could master this ability, the difficulty of going out to gather supplies would surely be greatly reduced. The extreme cold and snow accumulation have created significant obstacles for transporting supplies. Do you want to know? Luo Chen said with a smile. The information provided by the other party had allowed him to find this batch of vehicles in the vehicle storage, so his mood was slightly better. At least this trip wasn't in vain. Well, can you tell me? Anyway, I can't do anything right now, so I pose no threat to you. Just consider it satisfying my curiosity, Jiang Jiyue said, her eyes full of anticipation. Come here. Luo Chen beckoned her with his hand. Jiang Jiyue, filled with excitement, leaned in with her fair earlobe, and then heard him lower his voice. Actually, I'm a traveler from the M78 Nebula. Yan Shu beside them couldn't hold back and covered her mouth, laughing. She had received professional training and would generally never laugh out loud unless she simply couldn't help it. You're messing with me, Jiang Jiyue said angrily. When she was in the research department, everyone there was practically wooden-headed, staring blankly at data every day. No one had ever teased her like this. Messing with you? Doesn't Miss Jiang know that when asking others questions, one should first provide some useful information? Luo Chen straightened up and said calmly, Want to get something for nothing from him? Dream on. Then forget it. I don't care. Jiang Ziyue turned her head away, her expression cooling down. Sure, is there nothing else we've missed here? If not, let's prepare to head back as soon as possible. Luo Chen ignored her and asked Yan Shu beside him. Master, we can head back now. I've looked everywhere, and there's nothing else of value. Yan Shu nodded affirmatively after circling the vehicle storage. All right, let's go, Luo Chen said. Little did she know, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Jiyue's eyes as she clutched her chest and gasped. Hiss, my chest hurts so much. You were too rough just now. I need to rest for a bit. Seeing this, Luo Chen crossed his arms and said, Miss Jiang, All you need to do is sit obediently on the snowmobile. I don't need you to walk. That won't do either. A girl's body is quite delicate. Who told you to be so heavy-handed? If I don't rest for a while, I won't even be able to move from the pain. Jiang Jiyue's expression didn't seem feigned. In reality, she was indeed in a bit of pain. I'll ask you one more time. Are you leaving or not? I'm not leaving. I really can't. Well then, it seems I can only help you with a massage. It will greatly help relieve the pain in your chest, Luo Chen said with a cold smile, then slowly walked towards her. Are you serious? Stop. I'll go. Is that okay? In the end, Jiang Jiyue had no choice but to be forced to return to the snow-covered ground with the two of them. Sure, hurry up. The military support is likely already on the way. Let's take the second backup route planned by the butler for the return trip, and give up on the first one. Luo Chen instructed Yan Shu, who was in charge of driving. At this moment, the benefits of having a backup route became apparent. It was different from the first route, being far from the buildings and quite remote, thus minimizing the chances of being discovered. At this time, Jiang Jiyue, caught in the middle, couldn't help but show a hint of reluctance on her face. Not only had her locator hidden in her identity badge been discovered by that female officer, but this delaying tactic had also been easily seen through by Luo Chen, meaning her escape options had been exhausted. If I'm taken away, I might really not be able to return to the official shelter. Jiang Jiyue bit her lip, deep in thought. This outcome was something she could not accept from the bottom of her heart. It was one thing for herself, but the key was her troublesome younger sister. Not to mention, just the luxurious life she had enjoyed during this time at the official shelter made her reluctant to leave. If she followed them, even though Luo Chen had spatial abilities, wouldn't she be reduced to eating cold, hard snacks every meal? The official place still had a power system, providing warm meals every day. If she was lucky, she might even get to eat green vegetables like cabbage, radishes, and potatoes. Although the portions were small, just a little bit was enough to bring happiness. After all, in such extreme cold, almost all crops had frozen to death, and vegetables and fruits were more precious than meat. If I tell you the information you want to know, like our mission this time and some news about the official shelter, will you let me go? Jiang Jiyue made up her mind and gritted her teeth. No, Luo Chen chuckled. Although that group of soldiers was dead, they knew he had spatial abilities. Just this point alone meant he would never let Jiang Jiyue leave. Moreover, her identity was also quite useful to him. A researcher, especially one who specialized in military weaponry, was a highly valuable asset. In the official organization, such talents were likely very rare. Most importantly, Jiang Jiyue was also a stunningly beautiful woman. It wasn't easy to gather all these conditions. This is forced imprisonment, unlawfully restricting someone's personal freedom. It's illegal. The more Jiang Jiyue spoke, the quieter her voice became. She gradually lost her confidence. So what? You can report me and have me arrested? Oh right, there's a police officer right next to you. If you need, you can seek her legal assistance, Luo Chen said playfully. In the current situation, forced imprisonment was hardly a concern. After all, murder and robbery had become commonplace. He didn't believe she didn't understand this. You, Jiang Jiyue exclaimed in frustration, unsure of what to say next. She couldn't escape, nor could she fight back. All she could do was obediently let the other party manipulate her. Don't drag this out. Let's set off now, Luo Chen said. Yes, master. Yan Shu nodded. She glanced down at the map, confirmed the route was correct, and then started the snowmobile. Vroom, the engine of the snowmobile roared, charging forward like a wild horse. 2 hours later, the speed of the snowmobile gradually slowed down. At this point, they were surrounded by a desolate snowfield. Master, we've traveled a considerable distance. Our current situation is quite safe, Yan Shu reported to Luo Chen. After a while, they would enter the range of Yunding Manor. Thanks to the full power of the snowmobile, this return trip saved quite a bit of time compared to their departure. At this moment, Jiang Jiyue looked very dejected, as if the light had faded from her eyes. She seemed to have already anticipated how bleak her situation would be afterward. Miss Jiang, don't be so nervous, looking like the sky is about to fall. We won't do anything to you. Yan Shu glanced back at her, saying with a smile. This couldn't help but remind her of when she first entered the safe house in her community. Her mindset back then seemed quite similar to Jiang Jiyue's now. However, She believed that once the other party entered the shelter, her attitude would surely change significantly. That shelter, worth $3 billion, was not something anyone could just walk into. In a way, Jiang Jiyue's luck could be considered enviable, at least better than those dead soldiers. After a while, the snowmobile also entered Yunding Manor. Jiang Jiyue looked at the expensive manor and the luxurious villas, her expression finally showing some emotion. This guy actually lives in such an expensive villa area? She couldn't help but think to herself. This was quite unexpected. It seemed her living environment wasn't too different. At this moment, Luo Chen and Yan Shu's gazes simultaneously turned to the snowfield ahead. Perhaps it was because they had just passed the ambush by the soldiers, but Yan Shu felt something was off about that patch of snow. Stop, Luo Chen suddenly said coldly. Yan Shu quickly pressed the brake, and the snowmobile slid a meter or two before coming to a steady stop in the snow. What a clumsy trap, he couldn't help but sigh. These wealthy individuals had tied a thick hemp rope across the road ahead and buried it under the snow. To hide the existence of the rope, they had even made a large area of snow look chaotic, all to prevent the rope from being exposed. The last time I was stopped by a rope was during the last incident, but what I didn't expect was to be ambushed with the same trick on the way back to the manor. Luo Chen shook his head. What a pity. In the face of spatial perception, all traps were as good as non-existent. Well, we meticulously designed this trap, and you spotted it at a glance. But it doesn't matter, you can't escape anyway, Heejin sneered as he approached, holding a golf club. Behind him were 4 or 5 others. Luo Chen casually glanced and instantly recognized them. Some of them were the same guys who had come to the shelter with Chen Xin'er last time. The other unfamiliar faces were likely their hired help. It's good that you came to me, it saves me the trouble of looking for you, Luo Chen said indifferently. When he left, he was in a hurry to get to the armed police station, so he didn't have time to deal with them. Now it's time to settle the score. What an arrogant tone. Heejin couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Suddenly, his gaze turned to Yan Shu and Jiang Jiyu, the two stunning beauties. Just a casual glance made Heejin feel an impulse rising within him that he could hardly contain. This damn snow has been falling for a month, causing my newly hired female secretary to have no chance after just 2 encounters. I've been holding back for a long time, and it seems now I can let off some steam. A hint of lewdness flashed in Heejin's eyes. As a senior executive in a Japanese-funded company, his greatest hobby was engaging in profound exchanges with young and beautiful female employees in bed. Work could be neglected, but women could not be ignored. Ladies, as you can see, you are surrounded. If you don't want to get hurt, please behave. While speaking, Heejin kept sizing up Yan Shu's figure, nodding in satisfaction. A beauty in this pose was simply leagues ahead of his little secretary. Master, may I take action? Yan Shu furrowed her brows, pursing her cherry lips as she asked. Go ahead, Luo Chen replied coldly. Leave none alive. Deal with them all. They needed to see some real consequences. These guys in the villa area probably thought they were soft persimmons, that anyone could come and squeeze them whenever they wanted. Oh, beautiful lady, do you want to make a move? Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm a Taekwondo black. Bang! Before Heejin could finish his sentence, he was kicked away by Yan Shu. His temple instantly caved in, and even his eyeballs burst from the pressure. He died on the spot. Old he damn it. This little lady can fight. Let's all go together. The remaining few showed anger on their faces. They didn't realize Heejin was already dead. They thought he had just been lucky to lose. In a 5-on-1 situation, no one would think they could lose. Bang! 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 However, Yan Shu had no intention of engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Instead, she drew the pistol from her thigh holster and fired precise shots at the group. With her accurate marksmanship, after expending 5 bullets, all the troublemaking wealthy men had their heads blown off. They fell to the ground in terror, becoming cold corpses. Guns? They actually have guns, Shu. Don't be reckless. Shut up. Nearby, Shen Yining and a few others, who were about to launch a sneak attack, quickly covered the mouth of their terrified companion. If they shouted now, they would be dead too. Unfortunately, Yan Shu's extraordinary insight had already exposed them when they made a sound. The distance between the 2 villas wasn't far. Humph, since there are ambushers, let's deal with them all, she said coldly, watching Yan Shu, who was holding a gun and rushing towards them. The few of them were instantly scared out of their wits. The opponent had a gun, even if they had 9 lives. It wouldn't be enough. Shen Yining, forget about them. Run. Luo Xing said, his face changing drastically. Although the two of them were professional bodyguards, they couldn't defeat firearms with cold weapons. The key was that now the cash was just worthless paper. It wasn't worth sacrificing themselves to protect their employer. No, you can't leave. I spent hundreds of thousands hiring you, you must block her for me. The wealthy employer, whose mouth Shen Yining was covering, was now trembling in fear, seemingly lacking even the courage to escape, treating the situation as a lifeline. Compared to the strong bodyguards, their chances of survival were simply too low. Damn it, you two hurry up. Aren't you professional bodyguards? Can't you disarm someone empty-handed? Our lives are precious. Your worthless bodyguard lives are meant to be sacrificed. Useless. There are two of you. Losing one is fine. In this moment of chaos, several others tightly grabbed onto Shen Yining, treating him and Luo Xing as their last lifeline. After all, the out-of-shape wealthy men were gasping for breath after just a few steps in the snow. The chance of escaping from the armed Yan Shu was nearly zero. In the face of life and death, all elegance and composure vanished. They were just ordinary people terrified of dying. Damn it, let go of me. All of you get off me. Shen Yining's face twisted in rage, but there were too many holding onto him, and in this situation, he lost his cool and couldn't break free. Luo Xing, come help me, he shouted for his partner. Seeing this, Luo Xing immediately showed signs of struggle. At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't want to save anyone, but Shen Yining was his best brother. They had been partners for several years, and he felt reluctant to abandon him and escape alone. Damn it, you idiots, let him go quickly. Luo Xing gritted his teeth and charged forward. With his help, Shen Yining quickly broke free, but to Luo Xing's shock, the other party didn't even glance at him and ran away. Naturally, Luo Xing became the target of the others, instantly grabbed tightly by those portly wealthy men, used as a human shield. Luo Xing, thanks for your help. Let's be brothers in the next life. Shen Yining, may you die a horrible death. Damn it! Luo Xing couldn't break free, his neck reddening as he cursed. What awaited them were bullets flying in. Bang! 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 Yan Shu, with a cold expression, fired several shots without even looking, and under her terrifying marksmanship, no one could survive. Hearing the gunfire behind him, Shen Yining, possibly fueled by adrenaline, braved the freezing cold of -60 to 70 degrees Celsius, and despite the soft, marshy white snow, he managed to run quite a distance. Humph, running pretty fast, Yan Shu said coldly, although the other party had already run several steps away. Unfortunately, he was still within the effective range of her handgun. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Shen Yining, who was dodging, suddenly fell to the snow with a wail. Ah! The bullet hit his thigh, rendering him unable to stand. But between life and death, he stubbornly refused to give up. Crawling on the snow with just his hands, a trail of bright red blood left a long mark on the pure white snow. It was particularly eye-catching. Yan Shu didn't rush. She elegantly reloaded her magazine while leisurely walking to his side, then raised her handgun to aim at his head. No, please. Bang! Thus, the ambush on their group was completely buried here. Master, I took the liberty of killing them all. You won't blame Shu'er, will you? Yan Shu lowered her beautiful eyes, pursing her cherry lips as she spoke softly. Just now, in the blink of an eye, she had acted almost instinctively. After all, Yan Shu had always remembered that among these people, there were still two professional bodyguards. Luo Chen smiled and said, how could I blame you? You did very well. In the future, in such situations, you can judge and act on your own. Just as Yan Shu relied on him, Luo Chen also trusted her. Throughout the entire ordeal, Jiang Ziyue, who had been observing everything, wisely stayed put, understanding that while Yan Shu had moved away, the greatest threat still lay beside her with Luo Chen. In terms of skill, she was not even half as capable as an ordinary soldier and was no match for Luo Chen at all. As long as the other party wanted, they could trap her with a pile of containers at any time. They could even turn her into a paper doll. However, I still have hope for the future. Once I move into the villa, I'll familiarize myself with the environment first, and then slowly wait for an opportunity to escape. Jiang Ziyue remained silent, but her mind was racing. The official shelter. All the supplies were relatively abundant. That was her ideal place to settle down, and she would not willingly stay here. Before arriving at the shelter, Jiang Ziyue looked up at the villa. which was made of a peculiar metal and had a slight sheen, and couldn't help but furrow her brows. This villa seems a bit extraordinary. When she saw the heavy alloy door open, revealing a long silver metal corridor behind it, she was even more shocked. This is not just a simple villa, it has definitely undergone professional-level modifications. Just that more than 1 meter thick alloy door probably exceeds the standards of an ordinary shelter. Even the official shelter's main door probably isn't as impressive, Jiang Jiyue thought in astonishment. As soon as she stepped into the silver corridor, she began to scrutinize her surroundings, seemingly trying to determine what kind of alloy material this corridor was made of. Have you seen enough? If you have, come over and put this on. Luo Chen pulled out a wristband from his space and said with a smile. Indeed, allowing this stunningly beautiful researcher, with a score of over 90 in looks and an equally graceful figure, to enter the shelter was undoubtedly a profitable deal. Although she seemed reluctant, it didn't matter. Every woman who entered the shelter would eventually change her initial thoughts. Jiang Jiyue took it, puzzled. A metal wristband. What is the purpose of this strange-looking thing you gave me? This seems to be made of a new type of memory alloy, and from the craftsmanship, its structure is not simple. It might even have a built-in microchip. Just after a glance, Jiang Jiyue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Are you trying to use it to monitor me? She clenched her fists. This wristband had a very high technological content. It definitely had some unknown functions. Wearing this thing would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of her future escape plans. Oh, not bad. You really deserve the title of expert in the military. Luo Chen lightly clapped and smiled. After locking eyes with him for a moment, under the pressure from Luo Chen, Jiang Jiyue reluctantly compromised. There was no choice. When under someone else's roof, one could only bow their head. Buzz. At that moment, the ground in the steel corridor suddenly sank down. Basement level 1. As soon as she arrived, Jiang Jiyue couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in shock. What is this place? This is not a villa. It looks completely like an underground shelter. Before them appeared a vast silver space. In the silver steel corridor, there were many spacious warehouses on both sides. Some had their doors wide open, while others were tightly sealed. After coming down from the lift platform, the nearest warehouse was directly used by Luo Chen as a garage. Every time he went out, he would organize his equipment here. Zila, the wristband trembled slightly. Jiang Jiyue felt a small electric current from it, causing her wrist to twitch. As a military research personnel, she immediately reacted. There's electricity? This couldn't be called a wristband. It probably needed 2 more words in front of it. Who on earth is this guy? He not only possesses spatial superpowers, but he even has such a luxurious alloy shelter. He has even considered the loyalty issues of the internal staff. Jiang Jiyue's beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock. Looking at the silver-white space in front of her, located on the underground first basement level, and at Luo Chen, who stood before her with a smile at the corner of his mouth, she couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her spine. Luo Chen's figure seemed to transform into a massive shadow that enveloped her, as if everything was under his control. At that moment, the remnants of Jiang Jiyue's luck and her thoughts of wanting to escape seemed to vanish completely. With the dual security of the alloy door and the wristband, who could escape unnoticed? Not even a mosquito would be able to come and go freely. Why does he have such thorough preparations? Could it be that he had foreseen the outbreak of this natural disaster and had already begun preparing before the apocalypse? The more Jiang Jiyue thought, the more shocked she became. Or rather, Luo Chen's abilities were not just one. If he claimed he could foresee the future now, Jiang Jiyue would probably believe him without hesitation. Because compared to Luo Chen, the official shelters had made almost no preparations. They were completely passively enduring this extreme cold disaster. Master, you're back, Baya exclaimed with delight. Beside her were Li Ro and several other girls, all of whom gathered around with happy expressions. Since the temperature inside the shelter was comfortable, the girls were all dressed in thin pajamas and nightgowns. Under their graceful body curves, their slender waists could be grasped with a single hand. Those long, snow-white legs, playfully clad in home slippers, were charming and cute, creating a dazzling scene. Master, welcome home. X5 the girls chimed sweetly. Looking at so many stunning goddesses, Jiang Jiyue, who usually had confidence in her looks, couldn't help but feel a blow to her self-esteem. None of them were beneath her in appearance. Some even had figures that could rival top international supermodels. You, Jiang Jiyue was too shocked to speak. No need for you, Luo Chen said with slight disdain. I estimate you haven't bathed in a while. There are baths on the second basement level, don't worry about anything else. Just go clean yourself up first. After saying that, Luo Chen walked towards the stairs leading to the second basement level with Yan Shu, who was waiting obediently by his side. Master actually brought back another sister this time, Baiya said in surprise. Master's taste has always been so high. Just looking at this new sister's face, I know she must have many admirers. And Yu Yan pushed up her glasses and smiled. Yu Yan, to be honest, are you secretly praising your own beauty? Li Ro said with a gentle smile. As Jiang Zhiyue felt a bit at a loss, Baiya, her personal maid, dutifully approached her, elegantly pinching her skirt and smiling. This new sister, please follow Baiya, I will take you to the bath on the second basement level. Thank you, Jiang Zhiyue said a bit awkwardly. At that moment, she had no other choice. After all, she had just arrived at such a strange shelter, and she was unfamiliar with everything, so she could only obediently listen to the other party. Moreover, being able to take a bath was quite wonderful. The conditions here are so good, it can't be that you can bathe every day with unlimited hot water. After all, at the official place, wanting to take a bath is an extremely luxurious thing. Jiang Zhiyue thought to herself as she followed Baiya. But this shelter belonged to Luo Chen, so she couldn't use common sense to guess. She couldn't help but feel shaken. This is the bathhouse, with both shared and private rooms available. Please feel free to choose as you like. As for your change of clothes, I will prepare them for you right away, Baiya said with a slight smile on her delicate face. After explaining everything, she flicked her smooth golden ponytail and skipped cheerfully up to the upper level. If I'm not mistaken, she seems to be the national goddess Baiya from before the apocalypse, a goddess of her caliber, working as a maid in a shelter. Jiang Zhiyue felt a bit numb. Since entering the shelter, she had lost count of how many times she had been shocked. She figured that if something explosive happened again, she wouldn't be surprised at all. Forget it, I'll go take a shower. I just wonder if the water is hot or cold. Jiang Zhiyue shook her head and randomly chose a door. The silver-white sensor door opened automatically, and after she walked in, it gently closed behind her without making a sound. A few seconds later, Jiang Zhiyue rushed out with a flustered expression, her face filled with shame and anger. Damn it, that shameless guy. Isn't the bathhouse supposed to be a place for bathing? Taking a bath feels so good. The silver-white sensor door opened automatically, and Luo Chen stretched lazily, looking quite refreshed. Beside him was Yan Shu, her sexy figure revealed after removing her chest bindings, exposing her long thighs. Perhaps due to the high water temperature, her pretty face was flushed. As she walked, her steps seemed a bit weak. Just as he stepped out, Luo Chen noticed Jiang Zhiyue standing dazedly at the door, her face full of embarrassment and anger. Miss Jiang, I didn't expect you to have a hobby of peeping at others while they bathe. Luckily, the person you saw was me. You can take advantage of this next time and let me see you, he joked with a smirk. Earlier, in the enormous bath, surrounded by swirling steam, Luo Chen was engaged in underwater 1v1 combat training with Yan Shu, but unexpectedly, they were caught in the act. Who would want to peep at you? Jiang Zhiyue retorted angrily. She had forgotten that Luo Chen had already come down with Yan Shu before her, so they had entered the bath long before she opened the door. It was strange that she didn't run into them. There are more than just this one bath. Why did you have to enter the same one? Are you trying to bathe with me? He laughed. Actually, you could have just told me in advance. I could have let you in to help me scrub my back. In your dreams, I wouldn't bathe with you. This was just an accident. It's my first time here, and I'm not familiar with the place. I'm going to take a shower now. Finally, with her face flushed, Jiang Zhiyue hurriedly dove into a nearby bath. By the way, remember to find me after you're done. I have something to tell you, came Luo Chen's teasing voice from behind. Jiang Zhiyue ignored him and rushed into the room, and after the silver-white sensor door closed, she stood by the misty bath, finally letting out a sigh of relief. That guy is really extravagant enough to use hot water for bathing. Such treatment, not even available in the official shelter. A look of shock appeared on her blushing face. Hot water baths. Ever since the extreme cold apocalypse arrived, Jiang Zhiyue had hardly experienced one. The few times she had cleaned herself were in the official shelter, using the pitifully warm water to wipe her body. The vast bath before her, with steaming hot water, was something she had never even dared to imagine before. How many resources must be stored to afford such luxury? Probably He can only enjoy this kind of treatment after each mission. Normally, he probably wouldn't have such privileges every day. Jiang Jiyue couldn't help but think. However, this was indeed a very luxurious enjoyment. No wonder there were so many beautiful goddesses in this sanctuary, willingly living together with each other. Even she, at this moment, couldn't help but entertain a thought that staying here didn't seem so bad. No, 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 what am I thinking? She quickly shook her head to dispel the thought. His barely clothed, Jiang Jiyue slowly lifted her slender jade leg and stepped into the large bath shrouded in mist. The long-lost comfort made her involuntarily let out a sound. How long has it been since I took a hot bath? Jiang Jiyue sat in the bath, pondering softly. It was simply too comfortable, too pleasant. Her body and mind were greatly relaxed, and her tense nerves eased. It felt as if the extreme cold and snowstorm had instantly drifted away from her. At this moment, her mind was solely focused on enjoying the present. Unknowingly, time passed. Just as Jiang Jiyue was so comfortable that she almost fell asleep, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her, instantly waking her up. Stop, don't come any closer. If you dare to do anything to me, I will. Just as she was extremely nervous, contemplating what threat she could use against the intruder, she realized it was not Luo Chen but Bai Ye, who wore a smile on her face. Don't be nervous, the master is on the first basement level right now. I'm here to bring you clothes, just wear these after your bath, Bai Ye said cheerfully. Then, her gaze couldn't help but sweep up and down Jiang Jiyue's tall and slender figure, before she left with a somewhat dejected expression. This new sister. Her measurements seemed to be a size larger than her own. What's going on? Bai Ye seems a bit unwilling. Is it because of my figure? Jiang Jiyue breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a bit puzzled. She couldn't help but lower her head and glance at her chest. It was indeed quite ample, almost reaching a D cup, but compared to that female officer, there was still a noticeable gap. Not to mention that married woman with a voluptuous figure. Compared to the other women, Jiang Jiyue's figure leaned towards being tall and slender, but it didn't appear too thin. Rather, every part of her body had just the right amount of softness. This made her pair of snow-white legs appear even longer, and the visual proportions looked quite exaggerated. Speaking of which, the other party seems very at ease with me, not worried at all that I might wander around the sanctuary or do something else. Jiang Jiyue thought with some confusion, not understanding why Luo Chen was so trusting. It couldn't be that he trusted her, right? I'm afraid the intelligence level of this sanctuary is higher than I imagined. Perhaps the corridors are filled with smart surveillance, and every corner is monitored. She slightly furrowed her brows, unable to help but think, if that were the case, wouldn't it mean escaping was hopeless? But not necessarily, in such a highly intelligent sanctuary. As long as she could find a way to hack the control center, there might still be a chance to escape. Jiang Jiyue had a slight understanding of hacking techniques. Of course, this was something she learned from her sister's influence. Whoosh! Jiang Jiyue stood up from the bath, splashing a large amount of water. Soon, she changed into the outfit Bai Ye had brought. Feeling embarrassed, is this shirt really necessary to be this short? Jiang Jiyue looked at herself in the full-length mirror, the white shirt barely covering her thighs, and couldn't help but grit her teeth. This looks way too embarrassing. Forced into it, Jiang Jiyue could only obediently put it on. After all, she had no other clothes to wear, it was just a bit short. At this moment, Luo Chen was in the large warehouse on the first basement level, looking at the neatly arranged row of armored vehicles in front of him, nodding in satisfaction. The exhibition in the warehouse featured armored vehicles that he had specifically selected, almost brand new in quality. From the outside, these armored vehicles had wide and sturdy bodies, with strong and powerful lines. Beside them, the G20 had a massive body and long rotor blades. Its surface was covered with solid metal materials, and the lines of the body were smooth and firm, resembling a raptor gazing into the distance. Now I seem to understand why some people like to collect figurines. The sense of accomplishment from displaying collectibles is indeed wonderful, Luo Chen said with a smile, crossing his arms as he looked at the vehicles in the warehouse. Although they weren't two-dimensional figurines, the appeal of these big machines was no less than that of beautiful girls, and perhaps even stronger for men. Master, I've already delivered the clothes to that sister, Bai Ye said with a bright smile. She bounced over lightly, affectionately wrapping her arms around the other person, her face full of sweet smiles. Instantly, Luo Chen felt the warmth on both sides of his arm. Well done, Bai Ye. Luo Chen gently patted her head. She squinted her eyes in enjoyment, like a little kitten. Master, I see that sister doesn't have a room yet. Should we arrange one for her now? Luo Chen smiled and said, no need to arrange a room for her yet, because her situation is a bit special. After explaining a bit, the girls finally understood. It turned out that Jiang Jiyue was from the official shelter, and her main job was as a military research expert at the official research institute. She wasn't brought back voluntarily. There were probably still some thoughts lingering. That's about the situation. Jiang Jiyue will probably need some time to adapt in our shelter, Luo Chen said, stroking the cold body of the armored vehicle. It wasn't that he was craving her body, but Jiang Jiyue's talent in weaponry was of high value to him. After all, how could someone with an expert title in the military be an ordinary person? In his space, there were countless supplies. This also included some professional equipment. If he could get Jiang Jiyue's help, he might be able to develop quite a few useful pieces of equipment. Like the snow camouflage combat uniforms worn by those official soldiers today. Its cold resistance was even slightly better than that of polar cold-resistant clothing. Don't underestimate this small difference. The key was that the snow camouflage combat uniform not only had high cold resistance but also very strong bulletproof capabilities. Ordinary bullets couldn't do anything to it. If he could manufacture or even replicate similar combat uniforms and modify them, the benefits would be enormous. Moreover, not just combat uniforms, perhaps he could also have Jiang Jiyue upgrade and modify firearms and vehicles, allowing them to unleash even greater lethality than before. This could greatly enhance his strength. Furthermore, the equipment at the armed police station was gone, and the condition of the armory at the more distant station was still uncertain. In this situation, an expert in weaponry like Jiang Jiyue became even more important. He had to be prepared for both scenarios. If he couldn't find new weapons, then he would have to modify them himself. One more thing is that I need to get as much information as possible from her. Luo Chen leaned against the side of the armored vehicle, frowning. The official soldier team, except for Jiang Jiyue, had already been wiped out. So, when the officials discover that the team has gone missing, they will definitely send more manpower to investigate the matter thoroughly. Although the probability of being found seems low, he still has to prepare in advance. Otherwise, it would be too late if they really encounter a problem one day. After all, both sides are within Qingshui City, and they must take precautions. While Luo Chen was deep in thought, Jiang Jiyue, having just finished her bath, reluctantly pulled at the hem of her very short shirt and made her way to the basement level. In front of the warehouse, a hint of shock flashed in her eyes as she thought, this guy's spatial ability is truly astonishing, no matter how many times I see it. Several tons of armored vehicles and helicopters. Logically speaking, in the extreme cold outside and the 10-meter deep snow, it would be nearly impossible to transport them over long distances. These war machines from before the apocalypse were no different from a pile of scrap metal. But under Luo Chen's spatial ability, they were moved around as if they were mere toys. Miss Jiang, since you've entered the shelter, let me tell you some rules you need to follow, Luo Chen said, looking at her. Rules? Jiang Jiyue asked curiously. Are the rules I need to follow the same as everyone else's? In response to this question, Luo Chen did not answer immediately but chuckled softly. Well, that depends on your personal choice. Because your situation is special, I've prepared two options for you. Under Jiang Jiyue's curious gaze, Luo Chen extended a finger and slowly said, the first option is to unconditionally obey all my orders. The benefit is that you won't have to worry about supplies anymore. The second option is to stay as a visitor. During this time, I will only provide you with the most basic food necessary for survival, until you voluntarily change your mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiyue inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief and said, I didn't expect you to treat captives so well. I thought I would be. In the apocalypse, such things were not uncommon. Plus, compared to ordinary women, her appearance and figure were goddess level. You're overthinking it. If you don't want to, I won't force you, Luo Chen said with a smile. After all, he was a very kind person. Then, I choose the second option, Jiang Jiyue said without much hesitation. The first option was absolutely out of the question. Unconditionally obeying all of his orders would be equivalent to selling herself, right? What if Luo Chen told her they had to sleep together tonight? Other women, like Baiya and the others, would probably have willingly become his people by now, but Jiang Jiyue had secretly made up her mind she would never submit. You need to think carefully. If you choose the second option, your treatment will be quite poor, not to mention anything else, just in terms of food. It will be worlds apart from us, Luo Chen said with a smile. Zhang Jiyue smiled back and said, thank you for your concern, but I've already made my decision. It's just that the food is a bit worse, right? That's nothing. Anyway, no matter how good your food is, it probably can't be much better than the official shelter. It's probably just some instant food. As long as I have something to eat, I won't starve, she thought to herself. However, I have one more condition, Luo Chen said. In response to her puzzled gaze, he slowly continued, you need to know that I never keep idle people. So, if you want me to provide food, you will have to pay a price. Upon hearing this, a hint of vigilance appeared in Zhang Jiyue's beautiful eyes, and she instinctively hugged her chest. Luo Chen ignored her actions and said calmly, you need to tell me about the official shelter. The more detailed, the better. Zhang Jiyue's vigilance faded slightly, but she still shook her head and said, sorry, no matter what, I won't tell you this information. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen's expression immediately turned cold. Miss Zhang, there's something I hope you can understand first. I may have said that I wouldn't act against you if you were unwilling, but don't forget I am the one who sets the rules. If I want to, I can take action against you right now. Looking at Luo Chen's cold face, Zhang Jiyue couldn't help but catch her breath, realizing he was indeed not joking. His personality was far from the kindness he had shown. It's not that I don't want to say, it's that I really have my reasons. Zhang Jiyue gritted her teeth. In the end, she decided to reveal a bit of information to Luo Chen. Actually, I have a younger sister in the official shelter, and her status is no less than mine. Although I have left, she can still live without worries thanks to her identity, enjoying the material support provided by the officials. But if one day the officials find out that I leaked information, then, not only would her fate be at stake, but her sister would also be punished. At that time, their identities in the eyes of the officials would fall to a level lower than that of ordinary civilians. The military's methods towards traitors, especially informants, have always been brutal. By then, having lost personal safety, the two of them, as beautiful as flowers, would likely be. So, I'm sorry, for the sake of my sister, I absolutely won't reveal any information, even if you do anything to me. Zhang Jiyue clenched her fists tightly, but her gaze remained resolute. She was even prepared to make sacrifices. Humph! Luo Chen snorted coldly and turned to leave. Your sister's life or death has nothing to do with me. However, since this is your choice, your basic food support will be cancelled from now on. There's a trash can on the first floor of the living room. If you don't want to starve, you might want to dig through it a bit more. Dig through the trash can? Zhang Jiyue's beautiful eyes widened, and her breath stopped. Are you kidding me? For someone who graduated from the highest military academy in the beautiful country, holding dual degrees, and who usually prides herself on being an elite goddess of the upper class, enjoying a bourgeois lifestyle, this was absolutely something she could not accept. Zhang Jiyue looked at Luo Chen, who had his hands in his pockets, walking upstairs without looking back. His actions were decisive and straightforward, leaving no room for further conversation. Wait! Zhang Jiyue gritted her teeth. In order to avoid falling from her upper-class life to relying solely on scavenging for food, she decided to offer some information in exchange. I can't disclose information about the official shelter, but, she took a deep breath. I see that your goal with that female officer is probably to find weapons at the armed police station, right? If I'm not mistaken, besides the armed police station, you might also go to other locations. If you don't want to fall into the trap set by the officials, it's best to give up this idea, because it seems that the equipment in other places has already been cleared out. Luo Chen paused his steps and slowly turned around. Are you saying that the unidentified force that emptied the armed police station also cleared out the equipment in other places ahead of time, and that the officials have set up ambushes in those locations? In response to this question, Zhang Jiyue gently shook her head. I'm just a researcher. I usually don't deal with these matters. This outing was just an accident. The information I mentioned was also something I heard the team leader reveal on the way. After all, whether it was the same group of forces, the officials were also uncertain. The truth of this information still needed to be verified. After all, the one who leaked the information was just a team leader. If that's the case, then Qingshui City is indeed in complete chaos right now, Luo Chen said with a cold laugh. It was likely that the forces lurking around weren't just the authorities. but also that mysterious organization that moved the armed police base. Beyond that, in the unseen dark corners, perhaps cockroaches had already gathered. The snow outside is so thick that relying solely on manpower is simply impossible to transport such heavy equipment, and the temperature is -60 or 70 degrees Celsius. So, how did those guys manage to move the supplies? Luo Chen's gaze was icy. Jiang Jiyue sighed softly and said, "Actually, we've discussed this issue for a long time. According to the team leader's speculation, the other side might have obtained a snow assault vehicle. Previously, the armed police base in Qingshui City had held a friendly competition with the neighboring Bear Country. After the competition, because the Qingshui City team achieved excellent results, they won a newly developed snow assault vehicle from Bear Country. This type of snow assault vehicle is similar in structure to a snow-tracked vehicle, and its technological content isn't particularly high. However, it can adapt to extremely complex terrains. Even in the severe cold of -40 or 50 degrees Celsius, it can travel at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour on the snow in the Arctic region. So, are you saying that their means of transferring supplies might rely on that snow vehicle from Bear Country? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Yes, there's at least an 80% chance. Jiang Ziyue nodded firmly. That was a light military vehicle from Bear Country, and with a little modification at the back, adding a sled to carry supplies. Even transporting an arsenal wouldn't be a difficult task. If it couldn't be finished in one day, then it could be done in two, as long as there was enough fuel. I understand now, Luo Chen said, turning and continuing to walk upstairs. Wait, Jiang Jiyue said, her beautiful eyes a bit flustered. She had already revealed information, but Luo Chen didn't seem to react at all. Could it be that she really had to rely on scavenging for food? Turning back, she looked at his slightly panicked expression. Luo Chen chuckled. What's this? Weren't you quite spirited just now? I can die with dignity, but I can't live in a compromising way. Jiang Jiyue bit her cherry lips. No, Luo Chen shook his head slightly and said softly, actually, you could also die with dignity from hunger. Hearing this, Jiang Jiyue was instantly speechless, her beautiful eyes staring at him in disbelief. You're too much. Who could bear to let a beautiful woman like her starve to death here? However, after thinking it over, Jiang Jiyue realized that he might really not care. After all, this shelter probably had no shortage of beautiful women. While she was annoyed, Luo Chen called Baiya over and said, Baiya, take Miss Jiang to the third floor and prepare a room for her. Oh, okay, master, Baiya replied with a bright smile. As she was about to set off, Luo Chen placed his hand on her shoulder and patted it, saying, Miss Jiang is still a visitor for now, so there is still a bit of a difference between her and us. Understand? Baiya widened her beautiful eyes, tilting her head in confusion. What difference, master? Baiya doesn't understand. Luo Chen. At that moment, Yang Mengyu volunteered. Baiya, let me handle it. So, under Baiya's puzzled gaze, Yang Mengyu led Jiang Jiyue upstairs. Meanwhile, An Yuyan pushed up her glasses and shook her head, saying, My big star, how did you become a national goddess with such a pure personality? The entertainment industry, that big dive at, didn't even manage to turn you completely black. Honestly, is there some deep background in your family? Facing An Yuyan's teasing, Baiya weakly replied, It's okay, actually my family is quite ordinary. It's just that, it seems there is indeed a little bit of background. On the first floor, in the open kitchen, Li Ro had changed her long, smooth hair into a new style, tying it into a single ponytail that fell over her shoulder, adding a unique gentle charm to her appearance. The outfit she wore was even more eye-catching. The revealing attire on both sides not only accentuated Li Ro's slender waist but also highlighted her ample curves. Thus, this made it easier for Luo Chen to learn the secrets of geography. Li Ro let out a soft hum. Her pretty face suddenly flushed. Master, in response to the lady's playful pout, Luo Chen smiled calmly and said, Ro, prepare a few hearty dishes tonight, the more sumptuous, the better. Li Ro's face turned crimson as she shyly replied, Okay, master, is this to welcome the new sister's arrival? I will definitely work hard to make the dishes more delicious. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen chuckled. Yes, it's to welcome her, but not for her to eat. Alright, understood. Roer gets it. After a while, Li Ro, blushing, was tidying up her already very messy top. At this moment, various precious ingredients that Luo Chen had taken from his space were already laid out on the kitchen counter. This dinner was extremely lavish. Not only were there meats and seafood, but also many home-cooked dishes. Therefore, it required twice the time to prepare compared to before. At this time, in room 6 on the 3rd floor, Miss Jiang, from now on this room is your exclusive space. Due to your insufficient permissions, I have disabled the smart door lock, so you will have to manually open and close the door each time you enter or exit. Yang Mingyu smiled. That's fine. Thank you. Jiang Ziyue politely replied. She was absolutely satisfied with this room. Compared to the official shelter's accommodation conditions, where several girls had to squeeze into one room, this was a comfortable and quiet single room. It felt like going from an economy room directly to a presidential suite. Living in such a comfortable and warm room was simply an incredibly luxurious enjoyment. By the way, let me introduce some of the smart features of this room. Yang Mingyu smiled slightly and said, actually, the entire room is equipped with. After the introduction, Jiang Jiyue's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, I can use all these features freely? This couldn't be called a shelter at all. It would be better to rename it a luxury resort. Jiang Jiyue understood this simulation technology, but the energy it consumed was not low. Could it be that their energy reserves were so abundant? Not at all. Yang Mingyu's lips curled up as she said, I'm afraid I was just giving you a brief introduction to the room's features. Jiang Jiyue, if I can't use it, why bother introducing it to me? She felt her mood instantly sour. It was like occasionally discovering a treasure website, and just when you were excited to open it, it said you couldn't play without VIP access. The joy of moving into a new room instantly turned bland. Next, Yang Mingyu took her to other areas, such as the karaoke room, game room, sauna room. The numerous and rich features left Jiang Jiyue dazzled, utterly shocked. The facilities were just too perfect, but unfortunately, she couldn't use any of them. You must be doing this on purpose. On Jiang Jiyue's delicate oval face, a hint of annoyance appeared. He, guess what? Yang Mingyu chuckled, covering her lips. Alright, we've pretty much finished the tour of the shelter. Sisterly Rose dinner should be almost ready, so let's hurry down. Yang Mingyu took the lead, striding down with her long, fair legs. After all, the task that Luo Chen had assigned to her had been successfully completed. Damn it! Don't think I don't know. You all want to use these sweet nothings to corrupt my soul. Jiang Jiyue gritted her teeth. Gurgle. Just as she finished speaking, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. I'm a bit hungry, so, I guess I'll go down and take a look too, Jiang Jiyue said, her face slightly flushed. After all, it was the other party who had invited her down for a meal, and she had previously paid a price to exchange some information for food. This wasn't charity. After coming to this realization, Jiang Jiyue patted her face and lifted her leg to head downstairs. As soon as she reached the 2nd floor, her delicate nose caught a rich aroma of meat, mixed with the fragrance of top-notch spices. Wow, it smells so good! Jiang Jiyue couldn't help but exclaim. Then, she followed the stairs down to the living room and arrived at the open kitchen. When her gaze fell upon the lavish spread laid out on the extra-long island, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Wow, Jiang Jiyue exclaimed. I can't be seeing this wrong. These dishes are really what you all usually get to eat?